Chapter 201 The Self-Cultivation of a Little Secretary. What are you here for? Jiang Qin's few words caused many students at Zhanghe University to lower their heads and remain silent. The principal is right. All the achievements of this year's students combined don't even compare to the reputation Su Yu built up in just 1 month. Losing to Su Yu is far from being shameful, and there is absolutely no reason to feel ashamed compared to Su Yu. And yet they're blocking the door and throwing a childish tantrum, not letting anyone in. Wouldn't it be cowardly to drag someone who's only good at fighting within their own territory onto the battlefield of all races to face a real threat from the Forbidden Zone? Wouldn't that make them a traitor who betrays their country? Tell me loudly, are you such cowards? Everyone shouted in unison. No. I think so. No. Principal, we're not. They truly hated Su Yu, but they were not cowards. They had fought bloody battles in the Thousand Lakes Demon Cave for years, with countless people sacrificing their lives. This was the deepest honor in their hearts. Then produce proof, not just words, but fists. The Demon Suppression Guard and the Emperor's Spirit can sweep through the Eternal Demon Cave. If you can't take down BUS City in the next great battle, Zhanghe University will withdraw from the 9 Schools Alliance and stop embarrassing yourselves in the exchange competition. Also, Commander Su Yu is visiting Zhanghe University and won't be leaving for at least 2 months. If I don't hear any particularly impressive students from him after 2 months, I think no one needs to stay here this year. Those who should graduate, and those who should transfer. Don't let your cowardice tarnish the glory of the patriots who sacrificed their lives in the hellhole over the past 20 years. Everyone was shocked. This humiliating defeat led the principal to make a startling decision. Everyone fired? Even Huang Wenba was momentarily stunned before he understood what Jiang Qin meant. Soon, the students shouted, "Principal, we can definitely do it. If we can't, you don't need to expel us. I, Wang Yu, will go down to the hellhole right now and never return to school until I'm reincarnated. I, Lu Sheng, volunteer for battle. I, Feng Wan, will definitely enter the reincarnation realm within 2 months, Commander Su. I will await your guidance upon my return." The noise was deafening, and countless students, as if stimulated, followed suit and entered the cave passage. Su Yu squinted, looking rather helpless. Jiang Qin used this as a provocation. However, this time the stepping on his head was a bit too much. If he doesn't take advantage of it, he'll lose face when he sees the star instructor from Zhanghe University next time. Jiang Qin glanced at Su Yu with a slightly apologetic expression before quietly leaving. A smile played at the corners of his lips. Let these people be tempered properly. He would rather his students be broken through in the process than die on the battlefield without knowing why. Su Yu's arrival in Jiangnan represents a signal that only a very few people understand. Unlike previous years, the Winter Lake Festival has come to an end. Although it stirred up a lot of controversy online, with Jiang Qin's intervention, the negative impression of Zhanghe University's students' enthusiasm for going to the hellhole was somewhat washed away. Of course, not everyone can have their shame washed away. After returning home, Mu Qinyu was unable to contact Gu Jingyi, and this blow was considerable for him. Although she disagreed with many of Gu Jingyi's actions and was ultimately disappointed by his decision to escape, the two of them had shared many memories fighting side by side in the Demon Cave over the past 3 or 4 years. Sigh. She sighed softly. At the same time, she felt a little regretful. She shouldn't have let her classmates urge her to block Su Yu's door in the first place. Otherwise, perhaps none of this would have happened. I acted too impulsively back then. Senior, why are you sighing all by yourself here? Mu Qinyu, startled like a frightened deer, exclaimed, You? Thank you. Thank me for what? You know that. Mu Qinyu lowered her head. In the duel just now, Gu Jingyi not only intended to win unfairly, but also used poison at the end, clearly intending to take Su Yu's life. However, she prevented Su Yu from retaliating in return. Su Yu chuckled and lay down on the sofa. Back in the ruins, Linger risked her life to save me, just like you did, almost getting herself killed. I was just reminded of that scene. I won't stop even if you beg me. Mu Qinyu blinked, hugging her arms, still feeling lingering fear from what had just happened. She was almost beaten through by Su Yu, along with Gu Jingyi. Our agreement still stands, right? They accepted their loss, and having lost completely, they would be utterly ashamed if they went back on their word. My secretary is responsible for handling a lot of work for the Night Banquet Beast Taming Group, and I need you to get a feel for it as soon as possible. We apologize for the deletion of some dialogue interactions. Mu Qinyu said irritably, Also, I'm hungry. I want abalone stewed with pork ribs. Go and cook. Mu Qinyu pouted but didn't object, and obediently went to cook. It also helps to relieve my boredom. More than an hour later, she brought a pot of stewed pork rib soup to Suyu. Suyu smelled the aroma and held it in front of her nose. It smells very good. While Suyu was eating, Mu Qinyu handed the pair of six-winged angels to him, saying, even though I lost, I'll still give them back to you. This thing is too valuable. Suyu wolfed down a bowl of rice. Is it valuable? Open the bathroom door and take a look. I spent all night making this six-winged angel. I want everyone in my beast taming group to have one of these six-winged angels. Since you were the secretary of my beast taming group, you should have one too. Mu Qinyu turned around and opened the bathroom door. It was glittering with gold, and hundreds of pairs of pure white wings hung in different places, completely filling the large bathroom with the bathtub. The precious treasures she dared not even dream of were something Suyu truly intended to equip everyone with, and he truly could do so. She couldn't help but marvel at the enormous gap that seemed like an insurmountable chasm. They are completely two different worlds. Holding it in my hand, my heart was not at peace. After finishing his meal, Suyu lay back in his chair and said, "Come here and give me a shoulder massage. Senior Mu, you need to be more self-disciplined in the future and have some of the self-discipline of a secretary. Don't always make me urge you." She pouted, embarrassed and annoyed, and said, "I even suspect that you came to Jianghe University on purpose to bully me. What exactly are you doing at Jianghe University?" Suyu looked at her and said in a low voice, "You are my secretary, so I do need to tell you. Can you keep this a secret?" Chapter 202, Seeing Through the Ugliness in One's Heart, and the Deal with the Little Demoness. Mu Qinyu felt a pang of panic. Suyu must have come for something important. She wasn't mentally prepared to bear this weight. "Yes, but don't tell me anything too important." Suyu smiled and said, "It's nothing serious. You ask me why I'm here? Well, it's because you." The delicate fragrance of orchids emanating from her was clearly perceptible. "You?" Mu Qinyu, embarrassed and angry, tried to push Suyu away. "If you keep doing this, I'll get angry." "Stand up." Mu Qinyu gritted her teeth and said resolutely, "I disagree. Just because I can't compare to everything you have doesn't mean you can humiliate me like this. Suyu, please let me go, okay? Compared to you, I'm just an ordinary girl, an ordinary beast tamer. The red tassel flowers blooming in the Thousand Lakes have completely lost their confidence and are almost pleading." Suyu leaned over her and whispered, "I'm here to prepare for the battle to conquer the Thousand Lakes Demon Cave, and you are an indispensable part of my plan. Senior Sister Qinyu, you are not ordinary." At that moment, Mu Qinyu's mind went blank. Conquer the Demon Cave of 1,000 Lakes? Just like when the Demon Suppression Guard swept through the Eternal Demon Cave? Not only her, but everyone was speculating that after pacifying the Eternal Demon Cave, Great Xia would definitely have another big move to make. The main force of the Demon Suppression Guard did not distribute its support evenly among the various parties, but instead gathered together, seemingly making some kind of preparation. There are far too many loyal souls from Jiangnan province buried in Qianhu Lake. Disadvantageous battlefield sounds nice. Actually, sometimes, lives have to be sacrificed to fill the gaps, including by regular troops. Which family doesn't have a soul who perished in the Thousand Lakes? That has become an obsession for almost everyone in Jiangnan province, and even outside of Shanghai and Beijing, many other places have done the same thing. A tear streaked across the corner of her eye. "I am one of you." Suyu lifted her head with his hand and kissed her. Mu Qinyu trembled. She had always been virtuous and had always treated Gu Jingyi with respect, promising to stay together after marriage. But she froze for a moment, then tried to push Suyu away with all her might. Her eyes were wet with tears. Lips separate. "You bastard." She tried to slap Suyu, but Suyu grabbed her wrist. Mu Qinyu struggled and said, "What are you trying to do? You're lying to me." Suyu smiled and said, "I'm not lying to you. I'm telling the truth. Your talent, Ocean Maiden, is of great use in the Thousand Lakes Demon Cave, so I need you. At the same time, you must ensure that you do not leak this information, otherwise I will imprison you until the outbreak of the Great War." Mu Qinyu gritted her teeth. "That's not what I meant. I already have a boyfriend. We'll get married after graduation, Suyu seemed to see right through her. "You're lying to yourself. Let me guess why you were sighing just now. You risked your life to save him, and he not only showed no gratitude but also took it all for granted. He loves himself more than you. If faced with death, you would risk your life to save the one you love, but he would choose himself. So you are very disappointed, right?" Mu Qinyu retorted softly. "You're talking nonsense." Suyu continued, "Furthermore, he used you as a gamble for his own pride. Regardless of what I might do to you, in his eyes you are merely an accessory to maintain his dignity and sense of satisfaction. All your beautiful memories are based on the fact that he was the strongest student in the school, and you were the most beautiful girl in the school. He just needed you to be his girlfriend to gain satisfaction and a sense of status. You've discovered this, so you're bothered by it now, aren't you? Mu Qianyu shook her head vigorously, denying everything. Su Yu's last words dealt her the final blow. I will never gamble with my own women. If you want to take them away, you'll have to step over my dead body first. Su Yu stood up from her and stretched. Mu Qianyu shook her head, her voice trembling. No, he wouldn't do this to me. Su Yu sneered. You'll find out soon enough. The Battle of Thousand Lakes is about to begin, and many people will lose their lives there. Life and death are always the mirror that reveals the true nature of people's hearts. From now on, you'll need to follow my lead at all times. Of course, you also need to improve yourself. With your current strength, when the great battle arrives. Su Yu took out a bottle of 9 Extremes Nether Spring. First, let my physical strength break through to the white jade realm. Cheer up, senior. You're not ordinary. At least I think you're a level above everyone else in your college. You just lack a stage to showcase your talents. Mu Qianyu looked up at Su Yu, the man who had taken her first kiss, yet she couldn't feel a trace of dislike for him. In chaotic times, the presence of a man exudes an unparalleled sense of security, making people irresistibly drawn to him. Suddenly, a pebble broke the silence, shattering the glass and splashing into the room. Mu Qianyu hurriedly looked up. Who? Su Yu waved his hand. Don't panic. A letter was tied to a pebble. Upon opening the letter, one finds information from Qi Mayan regarding the movements within the Forbidden Zone, including the races and forces heading to the edge, the number of myths and demigods, and her inquiries. Su Yu decided to make a deal with her. Please investigate the deal between humans and the Demon King. I suspect the people involved are either the Li family or the Kaipisi family. Find out how they used the passage. In addition, I need the top-tier treasures and mental power techniques you can obtain in the Forbidden Zone for refining the Wheel of Life. In exchange, I will cut off your 6th brother's head, and I also need you to create the opportunity. For the little demon girl, the struggle for the throne was more important than anything else. Su Yu snapped his fingers and threw the letter he had written out the window. A familiar voice came from outside the window. Dealing with such a dangerous person while also dating someone else's school beauty, Brother Su is really living the high life. I guess I came at the wrong time. Su Yu said, hurry up and send the letter. It's extremely urgent. I've noted the date. If it doesn't arrive tonight, she can refuse to pay the shipping fee. The people of Fengyan Pavilion are active in Great Xia, and they are also a ticking time bomb. But now there are too many people watching me, so I have no choice but to get into trouble. After Li Lingyao left, Mu Qianyu asked, bewildered, he is a messenger from Fengyan Pavilion. I am writing a letter to a god. Oh. Su Yu shook her head. Senior, your mental fortitude isn't up to par. You can't be shouting like that when you're working next to me. Demystify mythology and the sequence of gods. Come over. Su Yu opened the sacred relic, Sacred Soul Celestial Painting. Come, let me show you how to tame a mythical beast from the age of gods. Chapter 203. To demystify the myth, the Black Hawk Guards wanted by Mu Qianyu. Mu Qian gave Su Yu a puffed-out look. However, her attention was completely drawn to the painting that Su Yu had unfolded. The rarity of this scroll painting was unparalleled. She had once visited a divine-level demon cave weapon kept by Jianghe University, but it was not like this painting. Its divine brilliance lies hidden within, yet it can imprison mythology. If not at the god level, then at least above the god level. Su Yu had already diverted some of the attention. Su Yu grasped her wrists with both hands and said, Look, the dragon in this painting is the dragon lord I captured. Mu Qianyu was very confused at this moment. The better Su Yu treated her, the more uncomfortable Gu Jingyi's behavior made her feel. The man she was willing to risk her life to save utterly disappointed her, almost completely ignoring her and giving her away to another man. Mu Qianyu felt her heart gradually leaning towards him. Su Yu said, Hold the paintbrush. This painting depicts the Dragon Lord. Look, it's still jumping around. Don't be afraid when facing gods and myths. You will meet many such people in the future. Remember, you are my people and you represent my face. Don't show your fear. We are not that different from them. The difference lies in our inner fears. As a human, I can tame the gods and myths, and so can you. Su Yu's words stirred Mu Qianyu's heart. She was a red-tasseled flower active on the front line, not just a pretty face. To establish oneself in the world of beast tamers through one's own abilities, how could one not have a competitive spirit? You must demystify the age of gods and mythology. Look, this dragon was disobedient, so I used my paintbrush to cut off its feet. With a gentle stroke of the brush, Mu Qianyu, whose spiritual power was immersed in the sacred soul heavenly painting, heard the dragon's roar. It angrily cursed, "Suyu, bastard, you'll die a horrible death." Suyu smiled and said, "It hasn't been completely tamed yet. It only obeys me out of fear of death. You draw it, I'll watch. Don't worry, this is a relic of the Holy Land. It can't escape its possession no matter what." Mu Qianyu exclaimed, "A relic from the Holy Domain. Truly above the divine level." Back then, she could only watch from afar as the world's top-tier magical weapons were revealed. Now, this sacred relic, which can almost be called a national treasure, is left for Suyu to use. This made her extremely excited. Suyu was almost completely ignored. She drew a tortoise on the dragon head of the White Dragon Monument. Sinking into one's mental energy, one can even see that the dragon's head inside has truly turned into a turtle's head. "You shameless woman, what are you doing?" Then, with a mischievous grin, he drew a long spear, almost the same size as the Dragon Lord, and strung it up like a skewer. Whoa, a dragon may be killed, but not humiliated. Roar. Please stop torturing me." Mu Qianyu drew with increasing enthusiasm, her awe of the mythical realm and the filter of the divine era shattering one by one. The White Dragon Lord was so tormented that he wanted to die. After repeated pleas, Mu Qianyu, fearing that she might actually kill the Dragon Lord and cause irreparable damage to Suyu, reluctantly put down her paintbrush. "I only realized today that even beings in the mythical realm are afraid of death, and that the gods are no more noble than us." She quietly pushed Suyu away. She had lived a clean life, and she and her boyfriend hadn't broken up. She didn't want to cross her bottom line, but she also didn't want to be looked down upon by Suyu. Suyu smiled and said, "No one is ordinary, senior sister. Don't underestimate yourself. Your strength is very important to me. You will become a hero in saving the Jiangnan province." Psychological descriptions of Mu Qianyu, about a few hundred words, have been removed. Mu Qianyu leans more towards Suyu and decides to stop running away and face the problem head-on. This was far removed from her vision of love. She hoped for a lifelong, monogamous relationship, and Suyu clearly couldn't give her that. But she was truly disappointed in Gu Jingyi. Ultimately, after much deliberation, she decided that since Gu Jingyi wouldn't see her, she would go find him and make things clear. Either we separate. At the very least, her boyfriend should give her the confidence to stick to her principles and distance herself from Suyu. She doesn't need you to be stronger than Suyu. She just needs a little support. An uninvited guest arrived at Gu Jingyi's residence. "Who are you?" Losing to Suyu and having his girlfriend kneel down and beg for mercy has ruined his reputation and left him in a state of extreme despair. His own cowardice was ignored with a clear conscience, which only deepened his resentment towards Suyu and Mu Qianyu. He had always treated her with utmost respect, never even touching her finger, which was how he won her promise to marry him. Their engagement was only 6 months away, but then Suyu suddenly appeared. But Mu Qianyu is the one he's taken a liking to. Couldn't this little vixen have just reneged on her promise from the start, even if it meant being vilified? Even today, some people still ridicule him for this. If you came here to laugh at me, then you've seen it. The uninvited guest was dressed in black and wore a black eagle mask. Gu Jingyi recognized him as the Black Eagle Guard of the Li family. "No, I'm here to talk to you. I want to buy someone from you. I need your help." "Buy people? Who?" Mu Qianyu. Chapter 204 Heartbreak on a Rainy Night. This hatred endures without end. Gu Jingyi's mind was buzzing. "I have absolutely no idea what the Black Hawk Guard from the Li family is saying." Gu Jingyi laughed and said, "Ridiculous. How can you sell a living person? Besides, what does this have to do with me? Do you think I can control her? I really don't understand what you mean." The masked man wearing the Black Hawk mask sat in the chair, took out a pot of tea from his ring, and said leisurely, "No rush, we have time to talk. First, tell me what buying people means. Where do you think these so-called talent reagents come from?" Gu Jingyi was a little confused. There is a chance that the beast tamer will be extracted after death. It can be said to be the blessing of the predecessors. Also, I heard that technological breakthroughs in various countries can occasionally produce it. Black Hawk said, "Yes and no. Most talent reagents are obtained in this way. In recent years, Great Xia has mastered D and C grade talent reagents. It is said that Milika has mastered B grade talent reagents, but the price was a bit high. But there are exceptions. According to our research, if a person or pet dies willingly while in a state of extreme positive emotion, it will release talent particles, which can be used to make talent reagents. This coincides with Su Yu's idea of creating demonic cave weapons without negative effects from alien beasts." The Black Hawkman laughed and said, "So you understand what I mean now, right?" Gu Jingyi, you mean let me? No. Black Hawk wasn't in a hurry. He had time to talk to Gu Jingyi. The man in the Black Eagle is named Li Fei. He is the eldest son of Li Hingyang, the head of the Li family, and the older brother of Li Mu. In the Li family, power is divided among three groups. The family head, who manages the vast majority of family affairs, the Black Hawk Guards, the most important force in the family, and the Council of Elders, composed of the old guys in the family. Li Hingyang has 3 children. His second son is being groomed to become the head of the family, while his eldest son, Li Fei, who is more talented, is being groomed to become the leader of the Black Hawk Guard. After Li Mu's death, Li Hingyang conceived the idea of having Li Fei hold both positions. Li Hingyang said to Li Fei, "Fei-er, you have always been your father's pride, but now, I can't even openly avenge your brother. Moreover, we paid a huge price to quell the eternal calamity demon cave and gained nothing. Where will they target? Nobody knows. Those old guys are keeping their mouths shut, and the demon suppression guards are starting to assemble and prepare strategic resources. There's no doubt they're planning something big." Li Hingyang is very intelligent, but he can only devote a small portion of his energy to this matter. As the head of the 9 Pillars clan, he also has to deal with the increasingly complex situation on Blue Star. At this time, promoting Li Fei, whom he had carefully nurtured, was both a way to train him and to share the burden. Li Fei said, "Father, the key is not to find out the movements of the demon suppression guards. Actually, after studying Suyu, I found that although he seems to be reckless, he actually values his life more than anyone else. He often reveals some clues before entering the demon cave." Li Hingyang's eyes lit up. "Go on." Li Fei said, "What is he doing now?" "He's a guest at Jianghe University, but of course, this might be a deception to mislead us. But one thing may have revealed his thoughts. He was trying to snatch a woman named Mu Qianyu. At first, I didn't pay much attention, but after studying her carefully, I discovered that this woman had the talent to launch a strategic, decisive battle in the Thousand Lakes Demon Cave. The daughter of the ocean bestows upon herself and her companions the protection of the sea, a myth that even the sea itself cannot know. The interference range is 5 kilometers. This means that Su Yu, having slept with Mu Qianyu, could silently and undetectedly launch a surprise attack from the seabed to any location. This is quite terrifying. Li Fei said, "It's true that Su Yu is a womanizer, but he never speaks without reason. This woman is of great use to him. If I'm not mistaken, Su Yu's battlefield is at least in Thousand Lakes. The demon suppression guard might be a calamity, or it might be in Thousand Lakes. It's still hard to say." Li Hingyang nodded with satisfaction. "I understand. I'll leave Su Yu's matter entirely to you. Black Hawk Guards, you can deploy them at any time." "Yes." Li Fei laughed and said, "Do you think Su Yu is some kind of gentleman? In 2 months at the shortest, or 6 months at the longest, she'll still be your girlfriend. I'm afraid the bride you're waiting to marry after graduation is already carrying Su Yu's child." Gu Jingyi clenched his fists and gritted his teeth. "You?" Li Fei said coldly, "Don't be angry. As the saying goes, a wise man submits to circumstances. I'll give you a chance to kill Su Yu. On the contrary, you must sell Mu Qianyu's heart to me as I request." Gu Jingyi said emotionally, "She's my girlfriend. 3 years. We've been together for 3 years. We've treated each other with respect, and we've been waiting for each other." Li Fei sighed inwardly. All those excuses, weren't they just trying to get me? "Do you want to pay more?" Li Fei said, "1 spot from the age of gods. And I know you haven't been with that little slut yet, right? Apologize to her now, propose to her, and get engaged and consummate your marriage before entering the demon's lair. The time after your wedding night will be the happiest time for her, and it will be much easier to remove her heart then. Don't worry, I've arranged everything for you." Gu Jingyi's heart pounded when he saw something that Li Fei took out. "Really? I can swear on the popularity charts." "Well, okay." Outside, a light drizzle soaked the clothes of pedestrians. In order to have a proper talk, Mu Qianyu specially made Gu Jingyi's favorite mousse cake. Her mental power secret technique is the breath concealment technique, which allows her to move silently anywhere. She also uses it daily for practice. But when she arrived at Gu Jingyi's residence, she overheard a conversation that broke her heart. Li Fei explained his plan. She was targeted by a behemoth that wanted to steal her heart. And what about her ex-boyfriend? He sold her life without hesitation. Her fingertips were numb. Her heart ached with a tearing pain. She wanted to cry but couldn't, and the light rain, like tears, soaked her cheeks. The person she was willing to risk her life to protect had sold her, only thinking about having his way with her before selling her. The overwhelming emotions struck like lightning, and a wave of despair surged forth. It felt as if the whole world had betrayed her, and she didn't even know where to run to. Under the rainy night, it was like a lost corpse, wandering aimlessly. Why? Is my life worthless to you? She ran aimlessly, not knowing who to look for, not even daring to go to the school. The Li family's Black Hawk guards had once fought alongside Jiang, He and Longjiang guards. It was only then that she realized that even surviving had become a luxury. Instinct drove her to run home, as if the house was her only lifeline. She ran into Suyu's room, where Suyu was cuddling with Arya. Suddenly, she saw Mu Qianyu, disheveled and soaking wet, pounce on Suyu like a madwoman, tearing at his clothes. Arya was completely bewildered. Suyu was also at a loss. She tore at Suyu's clothes as she went, and she cried and wailed. "Wah, please possess me, I beg you." She felt nauseous and her heart churned as she recalled what had just happened. At that moment, it felt as if my soul was about to be vomited out. Suyu gently brushed her disheveled hair aside and hugged her, saying, "I don't know what happened. But now, you are safe. I promise." She wept bitterly, her heart shattered, leaving behind an endless, lingering resentment. Chapter 205 Unraveling the Mystery, The Love of the Crimson Cherry Blossom. She cried her heart out, her tearful face filled with despair. Suyu gave him a wink. Arya brought a blanket and covered the soaking wet Mu Qianyu with it, and then asked Linger to cook a bowl of ginger soup. Mu Qianyu clung tightly to Suyu, crying incoherently. "They're going to kill me. He's going to kill me. Nobody wants me to live. Mother, even he wants to kill me." Almost collapsing, Mu Qianyu's tears streamed down her face. To her, the Li family's Black Eagle guards were like a dark cloud covering the world. This behemoth could crush Mu Qianyu, who came from an ordinary background, without any pressure. Not everyone can find a way to survive like Suyu. For 99.99% of people, being targeted by such a behemoth means certain death. Not only will you die, but your family will also be implicated. Mu Qianyu grasped at this last straw as if it were her only lifeline, clinging to it like a drowning person. Suyu hugged her and gently patted her back to help her catch her breath. "Don't think about anything. You are safe here. Your family is safe too." Ilea, Kong Huanyuan, Chu Xianin, and Linger looked at each other, completely bewildered by what had happened. After a long while, Mu Qianyu's emotional breakdown gradually subsided. Linger wanted to change her clothes, but Suyu was holding her tightly, and she couldn't change, so she could only take them off. This forced Suyu to be completely honest with her. Seeing that she was in a better mood, Suyu said, "Tell me, what happened? Don't be afraid. The world hasn't ended yet." Mu Qianyu pursed her bitten lower lip and recounted exactly what she had overheard. "I never imagined he could be so heartless. For 3.5 years, I was willing to give my life to save him, and yet he... Suyu, I'm scared. I feel like the whole world has abandoned me. The Nine Pillars family wants to kill me. Jianghe University and Longjiang are also cooperating with them. I don't dare tell my mentor. My mother only has me as her daughter. If I were to die, what would happen to the family?" The more they talked, the more desperate they became, as if they could see no light at the end of the tunnel. "I know my demands are unreasonable, and I'm not good enough for you, but you're the only one I have left. I really don't know who else to turn to." Suyu said gently, all right. Qianyu, don't worry, let me tell you. Please trust me first, okay?" Mu Qianyu squeezed out her tears and nodded gently. Suyu analyzed. "First of all, the only person who wanted to kill you from beginning to end was the Leaf family's Black Hawk Guard. Their goal was to take away your talent, the Ocean Maiden. I didn't explain this to you clearly. I didn't exaggerate your talent because I wanted to pursue you. Your talent will genuinely affect the situation. Not many people know that we are going to conquer the Thousand Lakes Demon Cave. I guess the Lee family doesn't know about this. They were just like sharks that smelled blood, observing my movements to make the first move." Suyu said softly, "You've been provoked, so naturally you'll radically include everyone who has cooperated with the Lee family in the list of people who harmed you. It's not your fault. You're not aware of the situation of the upper echelons of the Great Xia. You can rest assured that the school and Longjiang Guard are not your enemies. Perhaps they cannot resolutely protect you, but within the Great Xia, they will not sit idly by. I suspect that Gu Jingyi and the Li family's plan is to lure you into this hellish place to get engaged, right?" Mu Qianyu nodded gently. Suyu explained the complex relationships between the 9 families, the 9 guards of the Great Xia dynasty, and the 9 school alliance to Mu Qianyu. Mu Qianyu's body was still trembling, but Suyu patted him on the shoulder and said, "I know, don't worry. You're afraid because even just the Li family is a behemoth to you. Even if we tell the school and Longjiang TV, we can only protect you to a limited extent. When you're desperate, You might feel like only I can protect you without limits, but I've never made any promises to you, and you don't know my attitude towards the Lee family. What's even more frightening is that you were just betrayed by your most trusted boyfriend, which has caused endless doubts. You have no idea what I will choose. What if I end up like Gu Jingyi? What if I also cooperate with the Lee family and betray you? You trust me, but you also have fears. Suyu's words seemed to pierce Mu Qianyu's soul. After being betrayed by the person she trusted most, she viewed everyone with endless suspicion. Suyu hugged her tighter. I admit it to you. In a sense, both the Lee family and I have our eyes on your daughter of the ocean, but I never wanted to harm you. At first, I wanted you to be my assistant, and later I wanted you to be my woman. Mu Qianyu raised her head, as if trying to read something from Suyu's eyes. If you want to take my woman away, you'll have to step over my dead body first. Whether it's fighting the Lee family or anyone else, I will do everything in my power to protect the people around me. If there's really no other way, I will die before you. Suyu sighed. You may not believe that I would fight against a behemoth that entrenched itself in the Great Xia for your sake. But let me tell you, the Lee family has been eyeing Arya for a long time, and we've been at odds with each other from the very beginning. Suyu recounted the events that had occurred in the Calamity Demon Cave and the Eternal Calamity Demon Cave, his eyes bloodshot. Can you imagine? The lives of tens of thousands of people were nothing more than a flick of their fingers to them. Everyone at the banquet has countless blood debts to the Lee family. Suyu grasped her hands. Senior, I can't give you a promise of lifelong commitment, nor can I shake this behemoth right now. I'm just a pawn and a pawn for these powerful figures, but the only thing I can guarantee is that one day I will make these people pay the price. All those who want to harm you, harm Arya, harm the banquet, I will make them turn to ashes. Mu Qianyu bit her lower lip and wiped away her tears. Can I really do it? I'm just an ordinary girl. To me, you're the most amazing person I've ever met. You're a hidden dragon, and I'm just a sparrow. I don't dare to be your woman. I know I'm not worthy. I'm already grateful that you can keep my mother and me alive. Suyu shook his head. Then if we combine, we'll become the Great Xia Dragon Sparrow. Besides, you're not ordinary. You're very, very powerful. It's just that you were held back by that scumbag. I'll make up for the years you've lost. Rest assured, leave everything to me. Mu Qianyu felt an unprecedented sense of security in Suyu's arms. I want to get revenge on him. Past love has turned into endless hatred. Good. I want him to experience my despair too. Can Suyu? Then take me. Suyu lifted her chin and said to her cherry lips. Not yet, silly girl. I don't want to take advantage of someone's misfortune. I don't want to trample on your self-esteem, and I certainly don't want to take advantage of your emotions, since you've stuck to your principles for so long. Arya leaned on Suyu's shoulder and looked at Mu Qianyu, saying, Then, little sister, since you want revenge, but also want to give it to the little guy, I have a suggestion. Chapter 206 You're only allowed to wear the ring I gave you. Black Hawk Guard assembles. Several of the sisters had already gathered around Suyu, and Arya said with a mischievous smile, Didn't that jerk want to get engaged to you? Okay, you pretend to agree to him, then trick him into getting engaged in a place we control. Just when he thought his dream had come true, in front of him and the little guy. Mu Qianyu's face immediately flushed red, like a ripe peach. Suyu almost choked. Cough, cough. Wow. Honey, where did you learn that from? How could I possibly agree to that? I don't like it, and besides, it's not good for Qianyu either. Arya tilted her head, holding Suyu's phone, and asked in confusion, I learned it from your bookmarks. Suyu. Suyu stretched out his hand, hesitant to speak, wanting to explain, but feeling extremely awkward. Mu Qianyu hugged Suyu tightly and whispered, Okay. Okay, just in time for the engagement, to give it to you in its entirety. Arya raised her elbow and nudged Suyu's shoulder. Suyu scratched his head and said, Then, wear this. Suyu took out a ring engraved with a blooming blood-red rose. When we get engaged, you are only allowed to wear the ring I gave you. When I am your woman, whisper. With the ring on her ring finger, Mu Qianyu first nodded shyly. Then her spiritual power resonated with it, sensing what was inside. This. Suyu specially arranged for some special storage rings to be made. Although the treasure level was only beast level, it was enough for his use. The room was filled with a dazzling array of items. Hundreds of liters of life essence, countless secret treasures, replicas of demon-level secret treasures, the sacred demon Inyang fruit, the 9 extremes nether spring. Almost made Mu Qianyu's eyes blur. This is too much and too valuable. You can take it back, In Longjiang, she could only receive 1 drop of life elixir per month under normal circumstances. It was only during wartime that she could exchange for dozens of drops if she reaped a lot of rewards. However, her savings of 3.5 years were completely incomparable to what Suyu had saved with a wave of his hand. Arya smiled and said, "Take it, little sister. He has 2 tons of this life essence liquid, for example." Ton. Is this stuff sold by the ton? Is there something wrong with this world? This level of wealth had completely exceeded the limits of her imagination. Suyu kissed her forehead. "From now on, I will not hide anything from you. You can check the file that Arya kept about me, and you will understand." Mu Qinyu gently stroked the ring, feeling a strange, indescribable sensation. At the same time, his hatred and resentment towards Gu Jingyi deepened, and he felt much better. "It's not like I'm unloved, isn't it? My love is not cheap, is it?" Mu Qinyu smiled as 2 tears streamed down her face. "Suyu, call me husband. Husband, can I know what you like about me?" She tilted her head back, her eyes seemingly sparkling with starlight. She was very confident in front of others, but she felt somewhat inferior in front of Suyu. The feeling caused by the difference in their status was not easily erased. Suyu said softly, "When you can stand up for the one you love." "At first, I admit I just wanted to tease you and make you work for me. But at that time, I truly felt that this woman should belong to me, that her love was precious, and that the other man would never cherish it." She embraced Suyu contentedly. That's enough. On that night of heartbreaking loss, she seemed to have regained everything. This life is too long, yet we are stopped at the edge of the world. Fortunately, she took that step. The next day, Mu Qinyu slept the best after being taken care of all night, and got up the earliest to cook for everyone. Suyu likes savory and salty food, Ilea likes sweets, and everything Suyu likes. Huan Yuan likes light food and fruit, Xian Yin likes vegetarian food, Linger likes spicy food. She hummed a little tune as she cooked for the group. Faced with Gu Jingyi's apology letter, she replied with disgust but patience, determined to keep deceiving him until the very end, to let him experience the taste of betrayal. Suddenly a voice came from outside the door. "Hello, is this Mu Qinyu's house?" She picked up her apron and ran to open the door, where she saw several people who looked similar and somewhat familiar. "Yes, you are. Oh, I remember now. Battalion Commander Zhou, Battalion Commander Liu, Battalion Commander Wei, Battalion Commander Meng, and Battalion Commander Adam, right? He hasn't gotten up yet. Please come in and sit down. I'll go wake him up." The group looked at each other in bewilderment. They secretly infiltrated Jiangnan. After resting and training for half a month, the night banquet group began its operation, heading south in batches and first gathering in Shanghai to mislead the public. This made it unclear to them whether Suyu's target was Thousand Lakes or Calamity. "I just didn't expect." "Oh, we're not in a hurry. Not in a hurry. The commander." Why is Lao Zhou stuttering? The regimental commander's wife isn't in a hurry to wake him up. "We can wait." "Old Liu, how can you talk like that? I heard that Miss Mu is already taken, and our commander is just staying here temporarily." "Impossible, Lao Wei. When have you ever seen a super pretty girl next to the commander who isn't the commander? Even if she belongs to someone else, she'll eventually be the commander's." The group chattered back and forth, making Mu Qinyu blush. "Ahem. Well, you dare to talk behind my back after winning a battle." Suyu came out in his pajamas, and the others immediately fell silent. "Qinyu, go cook first, and make a lot." The group looked a little embarrassed. The war brought everyone closer together, and Suyu was approachable and easy to get along with, so the group naturally brought it up. Adam, on the other hand, drew a triangle in front of him. Although his identity was not fully accepted by the night banquet group, since he was not from the Great Xia dynasty, they heard that he helped the group leader kill several demigods at a crucial moment, so at least they still respected him. "Come in, let's talk about what's next. For example, Qingyan City, which you've always wanted to attack." A chill ran through everyone, and their earlier relaxation was immediately replaced by a serious and chilling atmosphere. After talking with Gu Jingyi, Li Fei secretly gathered information about Suyu at Jianghe University and in Shanghai. This time, even the Black Hawk Guards were deployed, and the Li family demanded that the attack be fatal. It's been dragged on for too long. It's already past the point where Suyu has grown up. If left unchecked, and Suyu were to become a demigod within 2 or 3 years, then it would be impossible to punish him. Like Suyu, Li Fei assembled almost all of the Black Hawk Guards, dividing them into 2 groups, Shanghai and Jiangnan. The Black Hawk Guards are weaker than the 9 guards because they only number 5,000. Yet each and every one of them was an elite. 5,000 people achieved nirvana, 500 were reincarnated, and 20 were demigods, making them a vital force in the Li family's conquests across the north and south. In terms of sheer numbers, They even surpassed the number of demigods under the command of the family patriarch. This demonstrates the Li family status within the Black Hawk Guard. A demigod beside Li Fei said, "Young master, aren't you placing a little too much importance on Suyu? At best, he's just a pawn pushed out by the 9 guards and the Academy Alliance. Do we really need the entire Black Hawk Guard to deal with him?" Li Fei glanced at him and said coldly, "Foolish." Chapter 207, A Decisive Strike, Leaving a Way Out for Family. Li Fei said calmly, "How did Li Xiang and Erwin fail?" Several demigods were dispatched to deal with Suyu, who wasn't even at Nirvana level back then. And what was the result? The Black Hawk Guard demigod said sullenly, "He was just lucky. The ruins happened to limit the strength and cultivation level of our people." Li Fei glanced at him. "I don't want to hear such stupid things from the Black Hawk Guard in the future. Whenever a threat emerges, you always think that deploying a demigod is enough. Then later, even a mythical being can't handle it, ultimately forcing the Li family elders to intervene. Have you forgotten what happened to Commander Li? Someone else said the same stupid thing to you back then. All the beast tamers of the Great Xia dynasty is rumored to have arrived in the Holy Land. There is a little-known feud between them and the Li family." Li Fei frankly stated. Compared to Li Ming, Suyu rose to prominence much faster and possesses 3 divine beasts, which is already extremely unusual. We must not use the old methods to deal with such an anomaly. We must use our advantages to crush him with unimaginable power. You say the Black Hawk Guards are enough? Huh, let me tell you, they're far from enough. The Black Hawk Guard demigod exclaimed in surprise. Not enough. Li Fei nodded. Not enough. I will negotiate with the Liu and Yin families and cut off their support. The Pei family's black-clad guards and the Bai family's white-clad guards will also cooperate with our operations. In addition, I will invite some senior members to the Council of Elders, as well as something that our Bai family possesses. Relics of the Holy Land. The demigod stared at Li Fei speechlessly. The scale of Suyu's cultivation has reached an unprecedented level. When Li Ming became a demigod, the scale was no more than this. What triggered Li Fei, or rather the Li family? Suyu said quietly, "Before talking about Qingyan City, there are 2 things I need to make clear to everyone. The reason we were able to achieve the greatest results with the least cost in the Eternal Demon Cave by stealing chickens is because it was allowed. The Land of Calamity sacrificed thousands of our people in order to balance the so-called overall situation, and the Eternal Demon Cave can be seen as compensation given to us by the 9 guards of Great Xia and the Academy. Otherwise, if the tough battles were all fought by the Demon Suppression Guards, Dragon Eagle Guards, and Emperor Spirit Demons, Suyu's night banquet would end up getting a very large slice of the spoils. People must always be clear about their own position. Once they become arrogant, they are not far from death. This means that in the next battle, we will also have to fight a tough battle, which may result in considerable losses. I hope everyone is mentally prepared." Zhou Zheng smiled and said, "Commander, I know you're soft-hearted, but we're all people you pulled back from the brink of death. Without you, we would all be dead by now. We've survived this ordeal and are still fighting for revenge and for our country. What's there to be afraid of?" Meng Qian nodded. "Where in war is there no death? Even if you hadn't said anything, the brothers would have been prepared long ago." Several people expressed their opinions, and Suyu said, "Okay. There's one more thing. Once you embark on the path of a beast tamer, you're practically half dead. But I want to leave myself and your families a way out. I know that everyone in the regiment has relatives. If we are defeated on the front lines, our families will not fare well either, because our existence is walking evidence of the Li family's crimes. I'm going to use 1/3 of my resources to negotiate with some people, and then I'll bring your families to Shanghai or Beijing." This topic silenced everyone. Even Mu Qianyu paused for a moment. Who doesn't have someone they care about? Suyu smiled and said, "Don't be so serious. Are we definitely going to have something bad happen to us? It's just to give everyone a heads up, so that they don't have any concerns." The group nodded. The obsession that drives almost everyone who becomes a beastmaster to fight in the demon's lair. Well, let's get back to the point. Let me give you a heads up. Our main battlefield isn't the Calamity Cave, but our first battle will be against Qingyan City in the Calamity Cave. The battalion commanders looked serious when Qingyan City was mentioned. The prisoners of Qingyan City already harbored an irreconcilable hatred for those foxes. The Lord of Qingyan City has already died in battle. There are only 3 demigods and tens of thousands of powerful ghost-faced foxes left in the city. With our current strength, it might be difficult to take them down head-on, so I have one request before I go into battle. The entire regiment of over 5,000 people must reach the level of nirvana before participating in the war. Zhou Zheng and the rest of you who are reincarnations must also break through to the reincarnation stage. Use all resources. Leave nothing behind. What? Zhou Zheng said with heartache. Commander, should we use them all? Use them all. This is a bit wasteful, isn't it? He was telling the truth. A complete rebirth means a breakthrough regardless of the cost, which requires a large amount of life essence to forge the physical body. Under normal circumstances, someone like Mu Qinyu, who follows the proper steps, can fully absorb a dozen drops of life essence liquid each month. And what about Suyu? The elixir of life like water, guzzling it down his throat. Almost 80% of the energy was wasted, but there was one advantage. The breakthrough was incredibly fast. Suyu frowned. Stop being so wishy-washy. Let's fight it out first, and then try to earn more. It's just a few walnuts and dates. Why are you so upset? Not only him, but even Adam's pupils trembled slightly. 2 tons of life essence liquid and countless secret treasures. What kind of beast-taming team would that be able to arm? Moreover, almost everyone on the team can contract with a superior race like the Void Spirit clan, and their mounts are 2-headed griffins. Take them all. Are you confident? Zhou Zheng gritted his teeth. Yes. The leader originally brought out 4,626 people from the Calamity Cave. Recently, some members of the Void clan and Adam have joined, so there are currently 5,107 people. Everyone has made great progress in the last battle. The number of people who have reached Nirvana has increased from over 100 to over 300. If we invest all our resources, we should be able to pull them up, since almost everyone who hasn't reached Nirvana is stuck in the transformation realm. Suyu nodded. Okay, Qinyu, bring that thing here. Mu Qinyu understood immediately and put the pseudo-angel 6-winged creature made by Suyu into the ring, then handed it to Suyu. Suyu said, distribute these to everyone first, and you can practice on your own. Before entering the demon cave, I guarantee that everyone will have one. Those of you with higher cultivation levels will use demon-grade items, and the rest of you will use dragon-grade items. Zhou Zheng was stunned for a moment after receiving it. The pure white wings, radiating golden light, belonged to the leader. He gasped, don't worry, Commander, we can definitely do it. If we can't, you can cut off my head. With this kind of dedication, anyone who doesn't achieve Nirvana should really get lost. He made a solemn pledge. Finally, Suyu looked at Adam. In the plan for the banquet, Adam was supposed to lead a non-Brahmin contingent, but now he doesn't have many men available. Adam smiled and said, Master, our old friends Arthur and the others have been tamed. How did you do it? I nailed them to the cross, piercing every single one of their magical circuits. Chapter 208 Agent Natasha, the Snowfield Sisterhood. Not all members of the delegation were killed, so you deliberately left a few behind. However, this group of people had no loyalty to Suyu whatsoever, and simply keeping them around would only bring trouble. So Adam used the great memory vanishing technique. He vividly described how he gradually destroyed the bodies and minds of these so-called geniuses in the visiting delegation, nailed them to the cross, subjected them to punishments from ancient times to the present, and then kept them alive with the life-giving elixir. They eventually succeeded in taming these little geniuses. Adam fused with some cells of the number 002 Phantom God, and those nailed to his illusory cross would have all their thoughts read. They could not be hidden from him at all. The other battalion commanders gasped in shock upon hearing this. Christina and Alexandra, who were in the basement acting as blood packs for Arya, huddled together, trembling, afraid that Suyu might hand them over to Adam if he got upset. Suyu sighed slightly. You must not be a devout believer. Suyu cleared his throat. All right, you can get the team up first. Your battalion will probably be overflowing with people later. Even in the face of the threat of the demon's lair, the conflicts between humans will not end. Adam nodded slightly. He had no doubt about what Suyu had said. Within the ruins, he witnessed Suyu create countless miracles. One day, following Suyu, I will be able to obtain the power to destroy the blasphemy plan. The brief meeting between the night banquet beast taming groups quickly came to an end. After breakfast, everyone quietly left without leaving a trace. Mu Qinyu sat in Suyu's lap and said softly, the more I learn, the more I realize how big the gap is between my world and yours. Suyu smiled and said, then you need to start learning quickly, because I'll need your help with these things in the future. Your mother. I will arrange for her to go to the capital when I have time. Suyu wrote 2 letters and sent them to Wu Meiming and Xia Tingyan respectively. The families attending the banquet will live together as dependents of the 9 guards of Great Xia, and will be protected by the 9 guards of Great Xia. Although the 9 guards and the 9 pillars families of the Great Xia dynasty are intertwined and interdependent, The 9 guards have already drawn a red line. No one is allowed to bully the families of the 9 guards. This is something that the 9 guards, including the University Alliance, cannot tolerate. Although the Leaf family is powerful, they can only plot against each other in secret within their den of iniquity, never daring to bring their rivalry into the open. This time, however, Suyu felt a vague unease. The unease stems from his own rise to prominence. When he first entered the Demon Cave, he did not attract the attention of the Leaf family. In the Battle of the Calamity Cave, a Leaf family warlord almost pinned Suyu to death. In the Battle of the Eternal Demon Cave, Suyu rose to fame and caused the Leaf family a great loss. Reality isn't a drama. There aren't that many Calabash brothers who saved their grandfather, beat up the younger ones, and then the older ones came. If I were from the Leaf family, I should bet everything right now. Otherwise, sunk costs will only increase. At this time, Suyu was in the most dangerous position relative to the Leaf family in the Demon Cave in terms of power, which attracted their unprecedented attention, but he had not yet grown up. I hope my preparations will help me get through this most difficult hurdle. In the far north, a secret base. Natasha, did you receive Alexandra's message? Right. Adelina, with her brown wavy perm, said somewhat angrily. She deserved to die for disobeying orders. This almost affected our friendship with Great Xia. We were also included in the export control list for beast-taming resources this time. Natasha, with her blonde hair, spoke up. Adelina, take a look at this letter first. It was written by that man named Suyu. Adelina raised an eyebrow, intrigued. Oh, is that so? This Great Xia man, who made a name for himself in the ruins, is currently enjoying unparalleled fame, overshadowing any other young person of his generation. Adelina opened the letter and read it. Her expression turned grave. As the leader of the Snowfield Sisters, the powerful organization in the Bear Kingdom responsible for the 2 demon caves in the eastern region, Adelina can mobilize 100,000 beast tamers and is known as the Snowfield Queen by countries such as Milica. Agent Natasha. Yes. What do you think? Natasha said. Without a doubt, Alexandra is now under Suyu's control, and he hopes to establish a stable relationship with us through her. And the deal he proposed is exactly what we need most. The life essence that Suyu looked down upon was extremely scarce in the Russian Bear Kingdom. Within the territory of the Bear Kingdom, and most of them are covered in ice and snow. Although they have some special products, they are not as abundant as the 9 demon caves within the territory of the Great Xia Kingdom. In addition, gold frost ore is one of the best auxiliary materials for crafting demon cave armor. They all held a strong attraction for Adelina. The Great Xia dynasty announced restrictions on these resources, causing the price of beast-taming resources worldwide to skyrocket and remain high, resulting in huge losses for them. Adelina was quite tempted, and Suyu's request happened to be in their best interests. Natasha continued, he is not wrong about the fact that the Tepesi family of Milica is our common enemy. No matter whether we back down or fight back, these demons will never let us go. Recently, the Snowfield Sisters agents in Milica have been disappearing one after another. It's probably their doing. After considering it, Adelina decided, okay, Agent Natasha, you will represent Snowfield to discuss this with Suyu. If necessary, the power of the Snowfield will support him. Natasha placed her hand on her heart. Yes. The letter stated that the Milica people would let wolves into their homes and allow a large number of monsters to pass through human passages. Given the nature of the Me people, they are only capable of doing things that harm others for their own benefit. If we let wolves into the house, then which passage is most suitable for the strange beasts and demons of the Forbidden Zone to enter the Great Xia? Adelina was horrified. Those who are under your control should also be thoroughly investigated. Winter always passes quickly. December has passed in the blink of an eye. The snow fell again and again, and the mobilization of Xia became more and more frequent. By late January, it was already an open secret that the Great Xia was preparing to launch a large-scale operation in the spring. During his more than a month of training, Suyu expanded his magic circuit from 6 mm to 8 mm. Not only could he support the creation of a large number of pseudo-angel six-wings, but he could also use some magic to create the holy demon yin-yang fruit. The girls have also made great progress. Arya, Kong Huanyuan, and Chu Xuaning's spiritual power all reached the Spirit Sea realm. Yen Linger successfully underwent nirvana, and Mu Qinyu also made up for the lack of physical strength and reached the Star realm, and her spiritual power gradually caught up as well. At this time, Chi Mayan sent a letter from the Demon Cave. You big bastard, this letter is like seeing you in person. You're really not being polite, asking for so much right off the bat. It took me more than a month to find it for you. If you fail to cut off Sixth Brother's head this time, I will take my revenge on you. Also sent were the things Suyu wanted. Detailed information on the deployment of Thousand Lakes and Calamity, as well as the life wheel refining treasure and spiritual power secret technique, which are most suitable for humans among all races. Chapter 209 The Wheel of Eternity, Demon Level Secret Technique, Illusory Creation. To Chi Mayan S. Warning. Taking it as a kitten's meowing protest. She was indeed very generous with what she gave. The information Suyu requested her to investigate, including the methods the Milika people use to help the alien beasts and demons in the restricted areas smuggle themselves out, has now become clear. The forces participating in this battle against the Thousand Lakes and Calamity are led by the Sixth Prince, Chi Mulyuan, with her as his assistant. There are 6 demon lords, 5 dragon lords, 4 elf elders, the Holy Phoenix clan chief, and the Grand Elder, totaling 16 mythical figures and hundreds of demigods. Combined with the 6 city lords of the Calamity Demon Cave, the 7 island lords of the Thousand Lakes Demon Cave, 13 mythical figures, 40 demigods, and over 600,000 strange beasts and demons. The previous major defeat in the Forbidden Zone caused great instability in several peripheral areas, and the demons were restless. They urgently needed to achieve a crucial victory against humans. Otherwise, if the Forbidden Zone was blocked by the Forbidden Sea, wouldn't the peripheral areas be allowed to be conquered by humans one by one? Therefore, the simultaneous attacks from the 2 powerful demon caves coincided with the Great Xia's preparations for its conquest of the demon caves. As for the young prodigies who came, there were quite a few. In addition to the 2 princes of the demon clan, the Holy Son and Holy Daughter of the dragon clan, and the Holy Daughter of the light elf who bestowed grace upon the elves also descended. The pressure is immense. Aside from intelligence, the deal between the Milika people and the Demon King is now basically clear. Suyu found the passage between the Calamity Demon Cave and the Thousand Lakes Demon Cave. Similarly, after the Milika people infiltrated the Bear Kingdom, they found the passage connecting the Thousand Lakes Demon Cave to the Snowfield Demon Cave. They will use special methods to infiltrate the Snowfield Demon Cave, lure the forbidden beasts into it, and then enter Thousand Lakes through the Demon Cave passage. The specific method is unknown. Chi Mayan did not conceal any information. As the youngest among them, she naturally didn't want the demons to break through the starting land so quickly. She needed some time to grow up and truly compete for the Demon King's throne. At the same time, Suyu had cut off Chi Muhuai's head, and she also had high hopes for Sixth Brother's head. Intelligence is a prerequisite for war. With intelligence, Suyu can more easily negotiate with people as cunning as Xia Tingyin and Wu Meiming. Then came what Suyu wanted. The Eternal Wheel, a demonic treasure taken from the sacred tree in the Forest of Light and Shadow. When forging the Wheel of Life, the Elf's Wheel of Eternity is the most vital treasure, bar none. Its life force aids in the forging process and can create an eternal wheel of life, which is about 3 times stronger than what you humans forge on your own. The secret technique of spiritual power, a special technique of the ethereal, which from the ancient ruins. The ethereal race has long since lost its lineage. I remember that you have an ethereal witch by your side, which is perfect for you. Demonic level secret technique, illusory creation. This is a secret technique that I, the prince, have carefully selected, and is most suitable for you and your women to practice together. Suyu opened it and took a look. Goodness, are you using this to test your cadres? This secret technique requires both parties to cultivate it when their souls are merged. Moreover, it is already quite extraordinary. There are very few ways to improve mental power, but it is different. Illusory creation can expand the boundaries of the mental power world and ultimately achieve a leap in mental power level. Conjure them in their own spiritual world. Once you've seen it once, you can copy it and have any sandbag you want to practice with. For someone like Suyu who likes to plan carefully before acting, this was like finding a treasure. This little vixen really has high hopes for me. At the same time, her sense of boundaries between humans and abyssal demons became increasingly blurred, even to the point of estrangement. Suyu's demands for returns clearly outweighed his demands for contributions. Chi Mayan could only hope that Suyu would kill her 6th brother and then take the initiative to gradually erode Chi Mulyuan's power. Suyu breathed a long sigh of relief. I wonder what kind of expression you'll have when we meet next time. Qinyu, pack your things. We need to go back to Shanghai first. Mu Qinyu had already gotten used to Suyu's decisive and efficient pace. In the past month or so, she kept arguing with Gu Jingyi and reluctantly accepted his apology. She even made a video call that night to prove that she hadn't done anything with Suyu, making Gu Jingyi think that she had taken the bait. I finally proposed to her a few days ago. The engagement date is also approaching, probably in mid-February. Mu Qinyu forced back a few tears despite feeling nauseous, and reluctantly agreed. She promised to give him a gift he had always wanted after their engagement. This delighted Gu Jingyi, who immediately began preparations, choosing the Thousand Lakes Demon Cave as the location, so that the sea could witness it all. That's a story for another time. Although Su Yu wanted to leave a way out for the families of the banquet guests, he was not in a hurry to negotiate with Governor Xia and Governor Wu Ma. Asking for favors would lower your status, and this required a tacit exchange between the two sides. This time, Su Yu is going to fight a tough battle and be a pawn. When Natasha, who came from the snowy northern plains, arrived at River University, she was disappointed to find it empty. This annoyed her a little. She also needed to discuss important matters with Su Yu. As a result, she was left out in the cold. Fortunately, Yanlinger told her that Su Yu would be back in 3 days, so she settled down nearby. At night, Su Yu arrived at Shanghai Airport. The governor's mansion of Shanghai. The group disappeared into the vast night. In a letter to Governor Xia, Su Yu emphasized that his whereabouts should be kept strictly confidential. The Black Hawk Guard spies lost track of Su Yu and informed Li Fei. He sensed something was amiss. He originally thought Su Yu would definitely bet on the Thousand Lakes battlefield. But the main force of the banquet headed south to Shanghai, and Su Yu suddenly disappeared. Could it be that they intend to attack the Calamity Cave first? Li Fei ordered his men to monitor the night banquet's movements closely, but he learned some unbelievable news. The entire night banquet beast taming team has gone missing. There were no changes. They seemed to have vanished into thin air. Li Fei sensed how troublesome Su Yu was. The closer the crucial moment approached, the more difficult this guy became to deal with. I understand. I'll contact the family head later. Even with thorough preparations, Li Fei still sensed danger in dealing with Su Yu. We need to increase the stakes. Late at night, Su Yu met the person he wanted to see in a secret room. In the dim light, Wu Meiming and Xia Tingyin chuckled softly upon seeing Su Yu. You've improved a lot in the past 2 months. Su Yu nodded in acknowledgement, then said solemnly, Commanders, I have received a secret report, so I would like to speak with you first. Su Yu has his own sources of intelligence. Wu Meiming and Xia Tingyin are the same. Li Lingya of Fengyan Pavilion was a double agent, simultaneously relaying messages to Xia Tingyin and Fengyan Pavilion. Only, Wu Meiming and Xia Tingyin had a tacit understanding. Su Yu was able to directly threaten the 9th prince of the demon clan to give him information, something none of them could do. Wu Ma Ming lightly tapped the table, and darkness enveloped everything. It seems that everything that exists is beyond our comprehension. Let's hear your thoughts. Chapter 210 The Will to Charge into Battle. No Survival, The Path to Heaven. Su Yu carefully considered his words. Not everything can be traded. At the very least, intelligence should not be traded. This concerns the life and death of the entire army, and there must be no mistakes. The first time Su Yu talked to Xia Tingyin about the return of the prisoners from Qingyan City, and the second time he talked to Wu Meiming about the deployment of the Desert Sand Ridge. He did so in a request manner, considering the overall situation of the Great Xia dynasty, and provided information almost free of charge. This practice should continue afterward. Otherwise, it would be extremely easy to provoke one of Su Yu's 2 powerful allies, the 9 guards of Great Xia. Considering the dangers of this trip, Su Yu took out a list and laid it all out. This is the information I received regarding the deployment of restricted areas in Thousand Lakes and the Land of Calamity. This is beyond my level to handle. Wu Meiming and Xia Tingyin were both taken aback when they received the complete intelligence. There are too many. The Forbidden Zone, Calamity, and Thousand Lakes are all gearing up for a large-scale decisive battle against Great Xia. Unlike the advantageous battlefield of the Eternal Demon Cave, this time they are at a complete disadvantage. No matter how the forces are distributed, all fronts of the Great Xia will be under tremendous pressure. Wu Meiming's gaze towards Su Yu softened considerably. He was indeed worried that this young man, after being suddenly promoted to a high position, would become arrogant and turn into a profit-driven machine that only considered his own interests, someone who was unsure of his own value and unable to consider the interests of the Great Xia dynasty, and therefore not worthy of his attention. Clearly, Su Yu withstood the test of self-interest and conscience. Su Yu added, I'm not sure if they have any reinforcements. This may just be the first batch deployed to the battlefield. I will keep a close eye on things and report to the commander. Also, regarding the Sepisi family, Wu Ma Ming smiled. Didn't you already have some preparations? At that time, the Northern Pass will do you a favor. From the moment Su Yu left Alexandra behind, these 2 shrewd individuals knew that Su Yu would negotiate with the Snowfield Queen, which would inevitably involve resource exchanges. Wu Ma Ming had already paved the way for Su Yu by having the Northern Border Army open a breach. After all, the Capexi family came for Su Yu, so you have to deal with it yourself. Similarly, Wu Ma Ming would not mistreat soldiers who were willing to offer their loyalty to the Great Xia, which is why he specifically contacted the North. Su Yu nodded. Thank you, Commander Wu. Xia Tingyan asked, have you thought this through? The group had already discussed this, and they would casually reveal a little top secret to outsiders. The demon suppression guards would enter the Calamity Demon Cave on March 11th, which also meant that the Great Xia would launch a great war on that day. In fact, the group set the date for February 26th. 10 days later, the vanguard would launch an attack to attract the enemy's attention with overwhelming force, followed by the Dragon Eagle Guard, the Demon Suppressor Guard, the Emperor's Spirit, and the Demon Spirit, who would then enter the Calamity Demon Cave. That way, the elite troops of the Forbidden Zone and the main force of the Demon Cave will be attracted to the Calamity Demon Cave. Although the elite troops of the Forbidden Zone entered Thousand Lakes from the Snowfield Demon Cave as a springboard, the distance between Thousand Lakes and the Forbidden Sea is not long. By paying some price, they can bypass the Forbidden Sea. However, crossing the Forbidden Sea would be too commotion-inducing and would inevitably expose all targets, making it unsuitable for a strategic sneak attack. When the forces of the Forbidden Zone were drawn to the front line of the Calamity Demon Cave, all the main forces suddenly turned around and entered the Thousand Lakes Demon Cave through the passage discovered by Su Yu. This creates a localized, overwhelming advantage, sweeping across the entire region like autumn leaves before the elite troops in the restricted area can react. As for Shanghai, there will be two pillars of strength, Commander-in-Chief Li Ming and Chief Instructor Qin Yuan, in charge. Xia Tingyan's question was what Su Yu was planning to do. Su Yu volunteered. I am willing to be the vanguard of the elite troops. The soldiers of the night banquet are willing to be the first force to capture Qingyan City within 1 hour. After we storm into Qianhu, we are willing to obey any orders. Their resolve to charge into battle is one of certain death. Xia Nine guards don't need troops that only know how to take advantage of others. The Eternal Demon Cave was a special case, and Su Yu went all out, while the night banquet beast taming group basically slacked off, which could be considered as compensation for the 9 guards due to the return of the prisoners. This time, Su Yu did not make a choice that would disappoint the two of them. The first wave of attacks is the most time-sensitive and crucial. Su Yu took the initiative to shoulder the responsibility. Xia Tingyan nodded. Okay, you can speak now if you have any concerns. The Shanghai Governor's Office and Commander Wu's demon-suppressing guards will do their utmost to coordinate for you. Su Yu hesitated for a moment before saying, yes, the outcome of this battle is uncertain, and my unit has a large number of family members. We don't need special care from the 2 leaders, but we hope. Wu Ma Ming laughed and said, don't worry about that. If we couldn't even properly take care of the soldiers' families, the 9 guards would have collapsed long ago. I can assure you that no one would dare to defy the world within the borders of Great Xia. Wu Ma Ming formally declared to Su Yu that this was a red line they had drawn for Su Yu, as well as for all other beast tamers, and for all forces both inside and outside the Great Xia. Su Yu took a deep breath. All right, commanders. I, Su Yu, hereby pledge to complete the mission. Wu Ma Ming and Xia Tingyan solemnly placed their hands on their hearts, pledging with the highest honors of beast tamers. Everything is for the Great Xia. After Su Yu left, Wu Maiming and Xia Tingyan fell into a long silence when faced with the information Su Yu handed them. Finally, Xia Tingyan broke the silence. It's significantly more than the intelligence I received indicated. Wu Ma Ming's eyes gleamed. Old Xia, what do you think his relationship is with the 9th prince of the demon clan? Xia Tingyan chuckled. I have a ridiculous guess. Me too. Ha ha ha, that's impossible. At least he firmly stands on the side of Great Xia. That's enough. The two immediately dismissed their ridiculous idea. It couldn't possibly be because of love, could it? Of the Abyss demons is extremely difficult to change. Xia Tingyan then asked, is the Li family and his affairs still the same as usual? Wu Maiming poured the tea in his hand outwards, the tea flowing upwards, as usual. If he wants to overcome the insurmountable barrier of beast tamers, overturn the chessboard of the Great Xia, and forge a path to heaven, he must do so. If he gives up on ever entering the demon cave again, he will naturally be safe within the Great Xia territory. But he chose the age of gods. Xia Tingyan interlaced his fingers. Yes, we'll each arrange some people for him. Just like in the Eternal Demon Cave. Wu Maiming had arranged for Lin Li to stay by Su Yu's side early on, although Lin Li couldn't resist the generous treatment and chose to join. The road to heaven is difficult. Every step is fraught with peril. These shrewd people have seen through your ambition, Suyu, and are willing to take a gamble on you. The only way forward for Suyu is to create a miracle. Only those with soaring ambition and extraordinary courage are signs of a genius. Those who want to bet on your chances of winning are now watching from the sidelines. Can you give the great Xia a glimmer of hope? This era has no need for geniuses. Need. King of Men. Natasha's defenses break down for both great Xia and herself. Suyu did not stay in Shanghai for long. After meeting with Lin Li and Bai Ruhui through secret channels, he hurriedly returned to Jiangnan province. During his conversation with Wu Meiming and Xia Tingyin, the two did not specify how Suyu should fight. There is only one requirement. Take Qingyan City within 1 hour, by any means necessary. That would give Suyu room to maneuver. The night banquet beast-taming troupe used 1,000 transformations to disappear in batches in Shanghai over 2 months. By the time the surveillance team discovered them, there were only a few empty camps left. This group will secretly infiltrate Jiangnan, enter through the Thousand Lakes Demon Cave, and appear in the Calamity Demon Cave Wangxian Forest through the passage, launching a surprise attack on Qingyan City from an unexpected direction. Humans have an inside agent in the Demon Cave, and the Demon Cave also has an inside agent on the human side, secretly colluded with the Demon City of the Calamity Cave for profit. We have to be careful. We must use frequent maneuvers and smokescreens to firmly grasp the initiative. Before launching the attack, Suyu will ask the Demon Suppression Guards and Dragon Eagle Guards to release smoke bombs to confuse everyone, including his own people. On the way, he received a call from Yinlinger. Suyu, I've been ignoring her for 3 days now. She's been circling around the neighborhood every day, as if she won't give up until she sees you. Suyu said, yes, we'll arrive tonight. I'll meet her tomorrow. Hang up the phone. Suyu stared at Mu Qinyu for a while. Mu Qinyu blinked. Is there something dirty on my face? Suyu said, no, you should talk to this guest from Shuyuan tomorrow. Huh? Me? Right. As Suyu's secretary, she has gradually become proficient in handling some daily affairs of the beast-taming group. She has also gradually lost her fascination with those important figures. Mu Qinyu's self-confidence has been built up, and she can now remain calm and composed even when her heart is filled with turmoil. This is the first time I've represented Suyu's side in negotiations. That'll be it then. I basically won't say anything. How this isn't a good idea. Qinyu, this is for the sake of great Xia, and also for our own sake. As long as it reduces the number of deaths of my men and minimizes the losses for great Xia, we are willing to abandon morality and shame. Moreover, she is now in need of our help. We cannot let down the soldiers who fought so hard to create such a favorable situation for us. Mu Qinyu's heart skipped a beat. Okay. The next day, Natasha finally heard that Suyu had returned and couldn't wait to pay him a visit. In recent days, the Great Xia dynasty has been making frequent mobilizations, with various smokescreens being deployed. All 9 guards have suspended their leave, and beast tamers from various academies are preparing for emergency conscription. Resources seized from the Eternal Demon Cave are being transported in batches to various locations. This is extremely unusual. If an agreement cannot be reached before the Great Xia takes action, the Bear Kingdom and the Snowfield Queen will be in a very passive position. The betrayal of Suyu back then had a very negative impact. If no stance is taken in this battle, it will completely erode mutual trust between the two sides. Finally, she entered Mu Qinyu's residence today. However, he did not get to see Suyu as he had hoped. Natasha tied her golden curls up, revealing a curvaceous figure. It was said that this young genius had a strong affinity for women, and with her stunning physique, the negotiations might go much more smoothly. It was Mu Qinyu who received her. Hello, may I ask who you are? Mu Qinyu sat quietly on the sofa, sipping her morning tea. Please sit down. I am Suyu's secretary, Mu Qinyu. Natasha was slightly displeased. The manners were quite lacking, the two sides were not of equal status, and the disrespect was obvious. After all, her side was in the wrong, so she didn't take it to heart. My name is Natasha. I come from the Snowfield. I am here at the request of Queen Adelina of the Snowfield, and at the invitation of your commander Suyu to discuss matters. I wonder if Commander Su. Mu Qianyu smiled and said, he went to walk the dog. Please don't mind his morning routine. If there's anything you need to discuss, you can talk to me first. Natasha's lips twitched. Walking the dog? She didn't recall Suyu having this hobby listed in his profile. Besides, Suyu never kept small pets like cats or dogs. Natasha tried to calm herself and smiled. Is that so? Then I wonder what Secretary Mu mentioned in Suyu's letter. Mu Qianyu put down her teacup and said calmly, let's talk about those trivial matters later. What I want to know is whether you have an explanation for us. According to our information, both sides had reached a consensus before the delegation arrived, but your people went back on their word and almost put Suyu in a desperate situation. What is Ms. Natasha's explanation for this? Natasha's expression was tense, which was the most crucial point. Adelina repeatedly warned them not to let the relationship deteriorate further. Please trust us, Commander Su and Desya. This was not the Queen's intention. This incident was caused by the agent acting on her own initiative. We have handed her over to you for handling and are willing to compensate for any related losses. Mu Qianyu pursed her lips and said, Is that so? But when we interrogated other members of the delegation, their accounts differed from yours. Natasha frowned. Greed is in the nature of the Russians. Alexandra openly helped the great Xia, but secretly colluded with the visiting delegation. The Snowfield sisters were aware of this. They never gave up on wanting to be with Milika, Golden Fern, and others. They only stood with Xia out of necessity. Natasha said sternly, Please believe us. We are unaware of the situation and will not make any excuses. Alexandra is at your disposal. We have no complaints. As Natasha said this, her heart was bleeding. Both were orphans raised by Adelina and were as close as sisters. It's foreseeable that Alexandra's situation won't be too good, but Great Xia is a land of etiquette, so they probably won't go too far, right? Mu Qianyu suddenly looked up. Huh. Our commander is back. Natasha's professional, fake smile froze on the spot as she turned around. There, Suyu was holding a dog leash, which was tied around Alexandra's neck. She was bound in chains and shackles, crawling on the ground like a dog, with something tied to her mouth so she couldn't make a sound. You would show no mercy to those who plotted to kill him and steal Arya. At night, they act as blood bags, and during the day, they are subjected to all sorts of taming methods, completely destroying their spirit and dignity. My life is very precious. You think you can overturn the plot to kill me with just an apology? No way. Suyu kicked her. Keep moving forward. Stop dawdling. I think you just want to experience that baptism that Adam talked about before. The thought of that inhuman torture is unbearable. Alexandra forced back her tears and humiliation as she crawled inside. Natasha's anger instantly surged, and she gritted her teeth, her eyes blazing with fury. Although she was prepared for her younger sister to be harsh, it was far from what she had imagined. This utterly humiliating and disgraceful act. If the person in front of her hadn't been Suyu, Natasha probably would have already punched him. Chapter 2:12 Walking the Dog. You have to keep her skin tight all the time. Under Natasha's bloodshot eyes, Suyu dragged Alexandra to her side. Then, he brazenly dragged her to the sofa and used her as a human sofa, sitting directly on her back. Fu Qinyu, pour me a cup of tea. I'm a little thirsty. Mu Qianyu smiled and poured him tea, carefully observing Natasha's almost trembling body. She used to think that such near abuse and humiliation seemed, but after Suyu told her everything she had done, Mu Qianyu's disgust level immediately spiked. Suyu had protected her, and anyone who wanted to harm him was no different from Mu Qianyu's enemy. Tsk tisk tisk, Suyu had no mood for tea. I walked the dog for more than an hour, and I'm quite sweaty. When walking the dog, you have to keep her skin taut all the time, because she's much healthier than the average dog. Alexandra, with her physical body in the white jade realm, would not be injured by this. It's nothing more than a struggle over spirit and dignity. Suyu smiled and said, Come, Qianyu, sit here. Mu Qianyu blushed slightly and sat on Suyu's lap. The weight of the two people nearly caused Alexandra to collapse. More importantly, Suyu would occasionally tiptoe and shift his body. All of this was eroding Natasha's mental defenses. Natasha almost bit her lower lip until it bled. She kept telling herself not to act impulsively. Suyu did this to provoke her. If she impulsively and forcibly saves Alexandra, it immediately confirms that the Snowfield sisters know about her betrayal of Suyu. This further strained the already tense relationship between China and Russia. Although we all share a common enemy, the consequences of doing so would be quite dire. Natasha forced a smile, her eyes red-rimmed. I've heard so much about you. Commander Su. I am Natasha from the Snowfields, the one you mentioned in your letter. Suyu suddenly clutched his stomach and said, You can talk to my secretary. Ouch. I ate too much last night, my stomach's a little. Natasha gritted her teeth and decided to pretend. A Nirvana realm beast tamer, if they wanted to, would have long since transcended the cycle of life and wouldn't need to relieve themselves. Suyu tugged at the chain in his hand. The bathroom hasn't been cleaned yet. Go, lick it clean for me. These words completely enraged Natasha. She could no longer tolerate it. What kind of treatment had her dear sister endured these past few days? Natasha finally couldn't hold back any longer and stepped forward to snatch the chain from Suyu's hand. At the same time, A brown light flashed behind her, and she briefly summoned her pet beast, the snowfield giant bear. The giant bear swung its arm, and with tremendous force, it slammed down on Suyu. She didn't care. She was willing to pay any price, but she couldn't stand by and watch her sisters be treated like this. Sizzle. Illusion kite on the second floor activated spiritual shadow to sever the space in front of Natasha. Bang! Even the strongest force cannot break through the space, but the resulting gust of wind made Suyu and Mu Qinyu take 2 steps back, and they were also overturned by teacups and sofas. Although she missed Suyu, Natasha rushed forward to hug Alexandra, removed the metal shard from her mouth, and choked back tears with red eyes, saying, "My dear sister, you've suffered so much." Sister, she could barely speak, stammering out a complete sentence. Suyu waved away the dust in front of him. In the slightly messy drawing room, Natasha's heart sank to rock bottom in an instant. She noticed a hunter's gaze fixed intently on her. Mu Qinyu stepped forward and questioned her sharply with an unfriendly expression. "Ms. Natasha from the snowfield, are you here to have a talk or to cause trouble?" Natasha gritted her teeth and took the initiative. "Is this how you Chinese people of Great Xia treat your guests? You wantonly mistreat our beast tamers. Even prisoners are protected by the convention. Or do you acknowledge that the Great Xia society will humiliate prisoners of war?" Mu Qinyu said calmly. "The convention protects prisoners of war, not spies. You just said you were at our mercy, but in the end you just robbed us. In my opinion, Blue Star's assessment of your greed is quite accurate. Since that's the case, our leader won't force you to stay. However, I'll tell you that your sister has become the Moonlight Goddess. If she doesn't consume a single drop of the Bloodlord's blood within a month, she will go mad and die. If you want to take her away, we won't stop you. 3 days is enough time for you to go back to China and hold a funeral for her. Also, tell the Snow Queen that Great Xia will not provide you with any assistance in terms of beast-taming resources. As for the matters mentioned in Commander Su's letter, you can do as you please. In any case, if we can freely enter the demon cave of the Bear Kingdom without being punished, we in Great Xia will also take a look around in the future." Mu Qinyu didn't give Natasha a chance to argue. The barrage of attacks left her face almost bloodless. If they were to return home in such a disgraceful manner, having offended Suyu and Xia in the process of trying to save a traitor who only had 3 days left to live, the consequences would be chilling. They will face even harsher punishments than Suyu's humiliation. Adelina's methods of tormenting people are no less than Suyu's. Natasha rose tremblingly, bowing her head and saying, "Please, please calm down. I am willing to compensate for all losses, and all conditions are negotiable." Mu Qinyu chuckled softly, but didn't say anything more. I felt an extraordinary sense of joy. If Natasha hadn't possessed the special power of the void illusionary kite, Suyu and Mu Qinyu would never have been able to withstand her attack. This is a beast tamer in the reincarnation realm. But what use is your great strength and higher realm? For the first time, she experienced the feeling of superiority that comes with status. "I'll humiliate you openly right in front of you, and you'll still have to bow your head and apologize. Moreover, this is a just execution, so there's no psychological burden involved." Suyu found a relatively clean and intact spot on the sofa and sat down. This is how you negotiated it?" Natasha was completely disoriented. This is fatal for negotiations. "Fine. Can you stand up for your Snowfield Queen?" "Able. Any conditions are acceptable?" Seeing that the time was right, Mu Qinyu followed Suyu's instructions and said, "Since you can't, contact your queen and have her come to talk in person. Now. Otherwise, please go back." Natasha was almost bursting into tears from frustration. Suyu left no room for maneuver and directly checkmated the enemy. Adelina had previously told her bottom line. She could make the decisions on most things, but now, she gritted her teeth and, with no other option, contacted Adelina on the spot. As the video call connected, Adelina saw the mess in the living room and Natasha holding Alexandra, and her face immediately darkened. "Commander Su, may I ask what this is?" Suyu chuckled, walking the dog. But if the dog wants to bite, you have to keep its skin on tight." Chapter 213 The Snowfield Queen's Compromise, Leaf Family's Second Son. How could Adelina not understand what had happened? Her spiritual avatar remained attached to Natasha's hair clip. What she was unhappy about was that Natasha couldn't withstand even the slightest pressure. Since ancient times, kings have never met. Adelina's status in the Russian Bear is slightly higher than that of Wu Ma Ming in the Great Xia, directly comparable to Lu Xinyuan, Li Ming, and others. Suyu had achieved a leap in social class. He was still not of a high enough rank to talk to her. So Natasha was sent out, and the advance party from both sides met first to complete the consultations, and then the senior leaders from both sides made the final decision. Result: Adelina sighed deeply. 1 minute and 22 seconds is the time it took for Natasha to lose her mind after seeing you. Truly worthy of being the number one among 1,000 demons. Suyu forced Adelina to reveal herself, and Adelina's relenting also signified Natasha's compromise with the Snowfield Sisterhood. This unequal negotiation, which forced the Snowfield Queen to condescend to negotiate, basically means that the other party will fully accept Suyu's conditions. Suyu no longer needed to continue acting, so he smiled and said, "It's an honor to meet the legendary Snowfield Queen. You don't need to compensate me for the teacups and sofa I lost." Adelina paused slightly. The small gift she brought in person was dismissed by Suyu with just a teacup and a sofa. You really are something else. We deeply regret what happened to Natasha and Alexandra. The original plan was for her to tell you that the Tepesi family craved your vampire's source essence, but alas, we are willing to make concessions. All the gold frost, ore, and life essence that we need can be exchanged for beast-taming resources produced in the Snowfield Demon Cave, which are worth more than 30% of their value. In particular, resources such as gold frost, ore, and life essence liquid, which are restricted from export, have already seen their international prices skyrocket. In reality, the Great Xia can earn at least twice the profit from these exchanges. Wu Ma Ming sent Suyu to negotiate, which also gave him an edge over Adelina in terms of momentum. Ultimately, these large-scale transactions were manipulated by the Demon Suppression Guard and the Demon Cave mining controlled by the Imperial Capital Governor's Office. Suyu received his share according to the predetermined ratio. Suyu smiled and said, "I have no objection." Adelina's expression softened slightly, and she continued, "As for the matter of the Milika people summoning the monsters from the Demon Cave, I agree with Commander Su's statement. The Demon Cave within our country's borders is also our territory, and no one is allowed to enter or leave at will. But what if the opponent's strength far exceeds the limits of the snowfield?" Suyu held up 2 fingers. "I'm not asking you to completely block it. That's unrealistic. I need 2 hours after the force of the penalty area intervenes." Adelina didn't haggle. "Okay," Suyu added. "Furthermore, no one can criticize the beasts for launching a horde attack, but it's inappropriate for the Milika people to come and go as they please." Adelina smiled and said, "Yes, everyone who enters the Snowfield Demon Cave without the Snowfield's permission will pay the price. Are you satisfied with this arrangement?" Suyu shook his head. "I have no objection to your arrangements. But considering that the Milika people even have a way to bypass the Snowfield Demon Cave and reach Thousand Lakes, I can't help but have some doubts. This is tantamount to directly insulting your snowfields, saying they've been thoroughly infiltrated by Milika. Even the people they sent could betray them. How can I trust your sincerity?" Adelina's expression changed slightly, and after a moment of silence, she said, "You'll see our sincerity in the news in 2 days." Suyu nodded. "Okay, then I'll wait for good news." Adelina chuckled. "All right, Junior, that's enough for now. As for Natasha, she can stay in Great Xia. You can contact her anytime if needed." Suyu nodded. Video cut off. Natasha's face turned pale. Although Adelina did not blame her, after careful consideration, she realized the enormous price the snowfield had to pay. For 2 hours, they held off an unknown enemy and stopped the Milika people. How many lives would it take to fill this snowfield? Furthermore, the queen showed no concern for Alexandra's condition. Was she simply leaving her to Suyu's disposal? Suyu glanced at Natasha, who was holding Alexandra, and said kindly, "Now that we have reached an agreement, I will treat her as a prisoner in accordance with the treaty. After all, it's just acting, and Arya is going to drink her blood anyway, so they can't really make her lick the toilet, or Arya will feel like she's drinking something dirty. As for how and when the transaction will be made, my secretary will send you an email. Please leave my house now." Natasha clenched her fists, feeling both embarrassed and relieved. "At least according to the standards for prisoners of war, my sister will not be mistreated." She also needed to urgently contact Xu Yuan to pave the way for the subsequent transaction. Having regained her composure, Natasha bowed her head and said, "I apologize for disturbing you. This is my number. Secretary Mu can contact me anytime." She then left in a hurry without looking back. Alexandra was also thrown into the basement, and Suyu promised to give her a normal living environment. The negotiations with Xu Yuan went relatively smoothly. Mu Qinyu was organizing the negotiation details. Suyu hugged her from behind. "You did a good job, Qinyu. You suppressed Natasha, which allowed me to meet the so-called Snowfield Queen smoothly." Mu Qinyu blushed. "It's all because you taught me so well. Also, that person proposed to me in 3 days." Suyu smiled and said, "Okay. Then we'll." "But now." Suyu flipped over and pressed down on him. "I want to kiss you first." Gu Jingyi's marriage proposal implies that he intends to harm Mu Qianyu. Suyu will make him pay the price on the day of their engagement. Mu Qianyu's face was flushed. She had long since given up any resistance to Suyu, and she would be willing to accept it even if Suyu wanted to. A light touch of the nose. Suyu loosened his collar, just as he was about to stop restraining himself, when the doorbell rang. Ding dong. Suyu gritted his teeth. "Who is it?" She started cursing and swearing, and Mu Qianyu quickly tidied her makeup. Suyu went to open the door. Could it be that this bear-like man has returned? Outside the door, about 20 people stood in neat rows at the entrance of the house. The leader was a man named Li Zhan. He was dressed in the uniform of the Demon Suppression Guard, stood 1.96 meters tall, had piercing eyes, and was not yet 30 years old. He was definitely a leading figure among the younger generation of the Demon Suppression Guard. "Everyone, stand still. Governor Wu sent us here to assist and cooperate. We will follow all orders, understand?" "Clear." "Xiao Duo, Xiao Cheng, stop acting like you two lazy bums. You've been through thick and thin, so be more alert and don't lose points." Suyu opened the door and was slightly taken aback. "Who are you?" Li Zhan turned around and saluted, saying, "Hello, Commander Su. We are the troops directly under the Demon Suppression Guardian General. By order of Governor Wu, we will join your ranks to assist in the battle. This is Governor Wu's personal letter. Also, let me introduce myself. I am from the Li family, and I am Li Mu's older brother, Li Zhan." Chapter 214. Having pledged himself to the nation, it's difficult to pledge him to his family. Pesci takes action. Wu Meiming introduced Suyu to Li Zhan before Li Zhan set off. Even though Suyu had seen many strange things. This time, I was a little confused too. Hello. What's the meaning? Li Mu's brother? Isn't that the man who killed his brother? Are members of the Li family in Wu Meiming's direct command? They assigned it to me. They're interfering in my team's affairs. Too many questions left Suyu confused. Li Zhan smiled knowingly, and Suyu only lost his composure for a moment before quickly regaining his usual calm. Li Mu was Li Hingyang's second son, but he was an illegitimate son. Although he was the second oldest, within a family, there are always untold ugly deeds and heartbreaking sorrows. Li Zhan was slightly lost in thought. Wu Meiming had given him a heads up, but Suyu might not trust him too much. However, he volunteered for the mission, and he had no regrets even if he died. Suyu said softly, "Commander Wu didn't even give me a heads up. My attire is so inappropriate for meeting you all." I opened the handwritten letter, and there was only one sentence written on it. It's an evaluation of Li Zhan. Once you've pledged yourself to the country, it's hard to pledge yourself to your family. Suyu frowned slightly. Does this mean that although this guy comes from the Li family, he is willing to put the interests of the great Xia dynasty above the interests of his family? He didn't doubt Wu Meiming's judgment. Someone in that position couldn't have gotten by without being incredibly shrewd. But Suyu rolled up the letter. "I understand." Li Zhan nodded. "Commander Su, let me introduce you. All 20 of us are beast tamers at the reincarnation realm. I am the squad leader, and there are 2 other squad leaders, Song Duo and Yu Guocheng. We are all directly under the governor's office. Please don't treat us like young masters who are here to gain prestige. Treat us like ordinary soldiers and be equal to everyone else. In addition, if you wish to contact Governor Wu during the war, you can do so through us." Suyu interlaced his fingers and pondered for a moment. This group is a direct subordinate unit. Unlike the Demon Suppression Guard and the Dragon Eagle Guard, the battalion commanders of the 9 guards may not be as powerful as them, but they are better at commanding and coordinating from the center. These people, on the other hand, are focused on cultivation and are the sharp blades suitable for higher-level battlefields. Wu Meiming sent them here, presumably to discuss the capture of Qingyan City. Are you worried that Suyu's strength is insufficient and will hinder the overall situation? Suyu smiled and said, "All right, welcome. Our night banquet is in dire need of talents like you." Li Zhan knew that it was almost impossible for him to gain Suyu's trust because of his identity, but he still said frankly, "I know that Commander Su may not know me well, but it doesn't matter. War is imminent. Please assign tasks." The other 2 squad leaders, Song Duo and Yu Guocheng, were quite dissatisfied. What kind of beast-taming group is this? Even the group leader's cultivation level isn't as high as the weakest member of our team. I don't understand why Governor Wu would arrange for them to obey Suyu's orders. Suyu said, "Then you should rest for 5 days and prepare before entering the Thousand Lakes Demon Cave. Wait for my orders." Upon hearing this, Yu Guocheng couldn't stand it anymore. "Damn it. Suyu, our captain treats you with utmost respect. What do you mean by that? Do you think we're just good for nothings?" We're here to fight, not to rest. As far as I know, your beast taming corps disappeared without a trace 3 days ago. They must have gone on a mission. You don't treat us like comrades at all. I demand to be added to the combat force immediately. Or do you think we'll reveal your secret? Everyone here has fought their way through mountains of corpses and seas of blood, and Yu Guocheng, with his straightforward temper, immediately exploded. Li Zhen gently scolded. Chengzi, what are you yelling about here? Go back inside. He didn't intend to stop it. Those who have fought their way to the top on the battlefield are absolutely loyal, though some may be arrogant and unruly. If you're not a tough guy, people definitely won't accept you. The mission will still be carried out, but don't expect any praise. So you glanced at it. Oh, you still want to join the combat force? Yu Guocheng didn't care about any of that. Of course. If I hold you back, you can chop off my head anytime. But I absolutely disagree with you letting us sit in the back and watch you go to the battlefield. This is also the sentiment of the group. Yu was destined not to trust Li Jin too much. But everyone knows what kind of person the captain is. Yu Guocheng blurted it out without thinking. Su Yu stepped forward and placed his hand on Yu Guocheng's shoulder. Hee, an immature person like you can just watch the show from the sidelines. Don't take it seriously. Just as Yu Guocheng was about to retort, his legs suddenly gave way. Upstairs, Arya raised her hand and unleashed the Blood Queen. Yu Guocheng's knees buckled, and he was caught off guard and knelt down. Bang. Everyone was stunned. Holy crap, Guocheng, wake up. What happened? Why did you suddenly kneel down? You son of a bitch, don't embarrass our demon suppression guard. This is so ugly. I wanted to give Su Yu a hard time, but you just knelt down instead. What does that mean? Yu Guocheng was, after all, at the reincarnation realm. The Blood Queen of Arya controlled his blood, but he forcefully pushed it back by turning the wheel of life. You ambushed me? Li Zhen looked utterly exasperated. They were hoping to see how Su Yu would subdue this group of arrogant and fierce soldiers, but they never expected that he would lose face as well. Chengzi, get back here, he shouted sternly. Haven't you embarrassed yourself enough? You're a reincarnated being. They even have the nerve to call it a sneak attack. Aren't you ashamed to be ambushed by someone 2 levels below you? At the same time, Li Zhen was also slightly alarmed. Su Yu and Ailea's mental strength cultivation was above his and Yu Guocheng's. Otherwise, they wouldn't have been able to launch a sneak attack or detect it. Getting along with Su Yu won't be too smooth. Li Zhen shook his head. Since Commander Su has given the order, then we shall carry it out. Everyone is taking a break. Yu Guocheng and Song Duo gritted their teeth, preparing to turn back. Su Yu smiled and said, wait a moment. I've changed my mind. Since you're so eager to carry out combat missions, then go to the Thousand Lakes Demon Cave now and await my orders. There is an operation in 3 days that requires your participation. Chu Xianin, who lives upstairs, can hear the rhythm of the heart. She told Su Yu that these people were telling the truth, and there was nothing false about it. Everyone turned around, their expressions slightly changing. Really? Across the ocean, inside an ancient castle, Erwin Tsepisi, holding a glass of red wine, said, this time, we must make sure that one of the demonic caves of Great Xia falls. Otherwise, we will no longer be able to suppress this soaring dragon. In addition, the deal with the Demon King has been finalized. Martin, Leckman, Watson, how are your preparations going? The castle's candlesticks flickered with dim light, and on the rustic wooden table lay a map of the Great Xia and a photograph of Su Yu. Sam Martin said, I'm not interested in anything else. The source material must be recovered. This time, the 4 families of the Western Territory are cooperating, and we must eliminate this person. Erwin said, Mr. Martin, rest assured, the families cooperating with us will also do their utmost. Furthermore, our 4 races must strike with absolute certainty. After all, you know that he is the 3rd true ancestor of the current era. Unlike ordinary vampire true ancestors, the 3rd true ancestor has that trump card. Martin said in a deep voice, I understand. For families, for mythical figures, and 20 demigods, is that enough? Chapter 215 The Price of Sacrifice, Engagement Day approaching. The 4 families of the West, the most powerful families entrenched in Western Milica. The Beastmaster armed forces established by families. Erwin shook his head, not enough. If you're going to fight, you have to strike a fatal blow. The importance of the Age of Gods is self-evident, especially for us. The true ancestor is indispensable and is the key to advancing the blasphemy plan. We must ensure a successful capture. Martin, double the stakes. Martin, Leckman, and Watson's pupils dilated slightly. Doubling it again? Isn't this making a mountain out of a molehill? Erwin, this is too exaggerated. The opponent is just a nirvana cultivator. Erwin said softly. Anything can happen on the battlefield, and we need to make sure we have enough manpower in case of an emergency. Also, are you sure that Li, Bai, and Pei of Great Xia are on our side? This group of people might be expecting us to put in the work so they can reap the benefits without lifting a finger. Several people expressed their strong agreement. The Li family and other families simply didn't want to make things too obvious, so they always found various forces to take the blame before taking action. Otherwise, they would face a fierce backlash from other forces within the Great Xia dynasty. Sam Martin lit a cigarette. Then so be it. We must not let the true ancestor fall into the hands of the Great Xia. As for the deal with the Demon King, Erwin said calmly, everything is arranged. We will perform a sacrifice spell in the Snowfield Demon Cave to open the passage connecting the Forbidden Zone and the Snowfield Demon Cave. Although the Great Xia has scheduled the date for March 11th, these people are known for their cunning, and it's hard to say when they will attack. We should be prepared at any time. As for the sacrifice, let's use the power we've infiltrated in the Snowfield. It's worth giving up this power for the sake of the true ancestor. Wilson chuckled. Ha ha indeed. Who told the Russians to prefer using ordinary people to hold the line with conventional weapons? This time, let them suffer a great loss first. Only 100,000 lives are needed to open the gate of blood sacrifice. Everyone laughed, as if in their eyes it was a sacrifice of 100,000 ants. Although doing so would thoroughly enrage the Snow Queen of the Snowfield, the price was worth it for their purpose. Captain Li, what do you think of Suyu? Having received their mission, Li Jun and his group first arrived at the Thousand Lakes Demon Cave. Suyu told them that this was a private mission and they could refuse. The mission involves classified information and cannot be disclosed, but the squad will be notified immediately during wartime and must be prepared at all times. Yu Guocheng was clearly dissatisfied with Suyu's attitude, as he did not regard them as close comrades in arms at all. Moreover, he was even more resentful that he had just been tricked by Suyu. This is clearly targeting us. They know perfectly well that Captain Li and— Shut up, Li Jun snapped. Song Duo tugged at Yu Guocheng's sleeve and whispered, don't mention Captain Li's sad story. Although we've only heard about it, it's unrealistic to expect Suyu to believe us. Yu Guocheng was somewhat discouraged. They're all on the same team, so why all the backstabbing and infighting? Suyu practically stated that the Li family's Black Hawk guards were targeting him and that they needed to rush to a designated location to lie in wait for the Black Hawk guards to appear and then confront them. You can refuse. If he simply refused, he would tell Governor Wu that he would send Li Jun and the others back and return the goods. This is intolerable. Once they're returned, will they still be able to hold their heads high in the Demon Suppression Guard? Captain, we all know that if you talk to Suyu, he'll probably— Li Jun shook his head. No need. Actions speak louder than words. Let's carry out the mission. Li Jun blinked, pondering Suyu's every word and action, as well as his past. Sitting alone on a rock facing the sea, I sighed helplessly. Not enough. Your desire for revenge and personal gain against the Li family is completely insufficient. I think. Exterminate their entire family. Looking at the sea in the distance, Li Jun's eyes were bloodshot. As the war drew ever closer, the preparations of the Great Xia became increasingly frequent. Jiang Qin, president of Jianghe University, and Jiang Bai, governor of Longjiang Guard, called on students and soldiers to enter the Thousand Lakes Demon Cave. Before leaving, many people visited Suyu, hoping to get revenge on him. The result was, without a doubt, a crushing defeat. Considering that Jianghe University's strong support is still needed on the battlefield, Huang Wenba also expressed his support for Suyu, and Suyu simply and generously admitted that they had become stronger. And Mu Qianyu was nominated as the best performing student. This deeply hurt the feelings of these men. They entered the demon's lair with pent-up anger, determined to make a name for themselves this time and not let Suyu take the lead. Suyu didn't care about that. What he cared about was— Mu Qianyu told him that Gu Jingyi had decided to get engaged to her at the Cape of Thousand Lakes Demon Cave the next day, and did not intend to invite too many relatives and friends, only a few people, as this was an intimate moment for the two of them. Suyu nodded slightly. Don't worry, the entire night banquet team has already infiltrated the demon's Denver. In addition, Linger and I will set up a teleportation array in your bridal chamber first. Long-distance teleportation arrays are rather useless. They consume a lot of resources and can only be used once. But that perfectly matches Mu Qianyu's situation. The Black Hawk guards will definitely come then. Suyu didn't want strangers to disturb Mu Qianyu's wedding night. The spirit array will teleport the bridal chamber along with the bride. The Black Hawk guards, who missed their target, were left to Li Jun and his men to intercept them. Let the Li family fight each other to the death. Mu Qianyu nodded gently. The man in front of her always gave her a great sense of security. Your engagement ceremony outside will have to be delayed a bit. Otherwise, I won't have enough time to set up the teleportation array, Yenlinger reminded her. Suyu added, don't let him touch you. You're my woman now, and you have to wear the ring I gave you. Mu Qianyu's cheeks flushed slightly, and she nudged Suyu, saying, This time, I'll make him regret it in despair. The thought of Gu Jingyi selling her that night sent her blood pressure soaring, and she wanted nothing more than to turn against him right now. Only, now that we've turned against each other, we can't let this bastard experience the same feelings we had back then. Gu Jingyi was busy preparing for the engagement ceremony, and had also contacted Li Fei of the Black Hawk Guard to inform him of the specific location and time. He deliberately said he was 2 hours late. Gu Jingyi held the photo of him and Mu Qianyu, his feelings complicated. He was certain he loved Qianyu deeply, but forget it. Gu Jingyi shook his head. Having already decided to go all the way, he couldn't hesitate any longer. This woman has refused to get any closer to me all these years. Finally, today is the day. As long as I take everything from her, I can then climb onto the big tree of the Li family and trample Suyu into the mud. What kind of woman won't I have in the future? Since you love me too, then use your life to help me this time. Chapter 216 Mu Qianyu's Fake Wedding, Gift. The Thousand Lakes Demon Cave is a place with thousands of lakes and marshes connected to the ocean. The island built by humans is called Daxia Bay, where they built the city of Sunset. The sunset here is the most beautiful. It is also the fiercest battlefield. Unlike Calamity and Eternal Calamity, Thousand Lakes has no defensible territory. Sunset City is the front line. Once the beast tide breaks out, hundreds of thousands of marine beasts will besiege Sunset City from all directions. Even during the truce, the area around Sunset City is not considered safe. Only a few simple watchtowers built on the reefs could provide some protection. The only way to break the deadlock is to land on Qinxing Island to the east. Qinxing Island is extremely large, comparable to the Jiangnan province, and is a land where one can establish a foothold for a long time. Unfortunately, it is the territory of strange beasts and is extremely difficult to conquer. Once Sunset City mobilizes, it will be immediately intercepted in a naval battle at sea. If it fails in the Thousand Lakes Demon Cave naval battle, it will face the risk of being completely annihilated. Therefore, Long Jianghua has been suppressed in Daxia Bay for so many years, and has been beaten very humiliatingly. The truce was relatively peaceful, but everyone knew how turbulent the dangers lurked beneath the surface. Gu Jingyi was in high spirits. He invited his own team and the Red Tassel team to witness his engagement on a large reef near Sunset Island, where they welcomed the setting sun and witnessed his wedding. The waves gently lapped against the rocky shore, the spray shimmering with golden light in the afterglow of the setting sun, and a unique melody echoed across the island, where an archway woven from flower petals stood atop a sea of flowers. Although Mu Qianyu wanted to use the engagement to get revenge, girls always have some fantasies about weddings. Suyu also had things prepared in advance, and asked the Red Tassel Squad for help. The red makeup adorned with a sea of flowers fluttered on Mu Qianyu's long, light dress, while a special headdress made of seashells and starfish graced this daughter who was pampered by the ocean. Under a solemn oath, Fan Yanhai, whom Gu Jingyi had invited as a witness, said, "With the ocean as witness, we solemnly pledge our love and record it in the genealogy. Groom, do you promise to love and cherish your bride forever?" Gu Jingyi greeted him with a smile and said, "I am willing to be your partner, to love you forever through thick and thin, and to create our happiness together." The words are true and the heart is full of love, but only for today. Wearing a wedding dress, Mu Qianyu exuded captivating charm with every gesture, making his heart flutter. "Bride, do you promise to love the groom forever?" Mu Qianyu closed her eyes. "I am willing to stay by the side of the person I love forever, to be with him forever and ever, because he is my sky and my everything. When I am most lonely and lost, he will support my world." Gu Jingyi had no idea that she was speaking to Suyu, who was secretly decorating the bridal chamber. Fan Yanhai smiled and said, "May you walk hand in hand through every spring, summer, autumn, and winter." Now, before he could finish speaking, the members of the Red Tassel Squad cheered, "Kiss, kiss." Gu Jingyi wanted to get closer, but Mu Qianyu gently pushed him away. "Wait a little longer. I'm sorry. Haha. Captain Mu, you're almost getting married." "Yes, won't you let us take a look?" Gu Jingyi thought to himself, "We've waited so many years already. What's a little longer?" He added, All right. You all know Qianyu has always been shy. Come on, let's drink. Let us drink to our heart's content today. All the spiritual spring water and spiritual wine I've collected are yours for the taking. Although there weren't many people invited, the various toasts and dinners still took an hour or two. This gave Yinlinger enough time to set up a long-distance teleportation array. A one-time teleportation technique with a range of less than 100 miles. It consumes a large number of special beast-level treasures and only allows a small number of people to be teleported. In actual combat, it's completely useless, but it plays a huge role at this moment. 100 miles away lies a secret underground base that the Night Banquet Beast Taming Group secretly excavated in a cave on a certain island. Even if the Lee family's Black Hawk guards completely surround the area right now, they are destined to come up empty-handed. Mu Qianyu felt it was about time and said softly to Gu Jingyi, "I'm a little drunk. I'll go inside and wait for you." Gu Jingyi's heart pounded. Okay. The wedding was wonderful. He had waited for years for it. He quickly greeted and toasted each of them, trying to get rid of the group before sunset. Bridal chamber. Mu Qianyu carried her wedding dress, her red makeup seemingly smudged by tears. She forced herself to endure the discomfort and pretended to be affectionate outside. Suyu said softly, "I'm sorry to have troubled you, Qianyu." Mu Qianyu shook her head. "I made my own choice. I want him to taste the bitterness of betrayal." She gritted her teeth, her nails almost tearing her palms apart. "Every time I recall the conversation I overheard that night, I am startled awake in the middle of the night. The more trust and love they had in the past, the more anger and hatred they feel now." Suyu said softly, I'm sorry to have troubled you to accept such a simple engagement. In the future, I will make it up to you, using the entire Thousand Lakes Demon Cave as a dowry." After saying goodbye to his classmates, Gu Jingyi couldn't help but feel regretful when he thought about his years-long relationship with Mu Qianyu. Fortunately, he informed Li Fei that there would be a slight delay, which could be considered a final conclusion to this relationship. Of course, the most important thing is, Gu Jingyi lifted the curtain of the bridal chamber and said softly, "Simple language. After all these years, you finally agreed to get engaged to me. Do you know? I've waited for so long." Inside the room, however, there was no movement. Gu Jingyi smiled. He knew that Mu Qianyu was conservative, which was normal. He needed to take the initiative. He strode forward, but suddenly realized. 2 pairs of shoes were neatly arranged under the curtain of the inner room. One of the pairs belonged to Mu Qianyu. The other pair, without a doubt, belonged to a man. Behind the wedding curtain, Mu Qianyu and another person sat gracefully behind the curtain, the light of the red candles flickering. At that moment, Gu Jingyi's mind was buzzing. Inside the room, Mu Qianyu said resentfully, "What? Didn't expect that." Mu Qianyu, a face that Gu Jingyi both loathed and feared, was revealed. Suyu? He was stunned. Yinlinger activated the teleportation array. Whoosh! The wedding room and other items to a secret cave chamber 100 miles away. Gu Jingyi's mind went blank. No changes were observed in the vicinity. Mu Qianyu smiled and asked, "Do you like it?" "This is the gift I wanted to give you. The gift is that the person I'm getting engaged to today isn't you, but Suyu." Chapter 217, A Word of Retribution, the Most Thorough Revenge. Gu Jingyi's mind went blank. "I can't understand what's happening right now." Mu Qianyu sat next to Suyu, looking at her former ex-boyfriend with a smile. "So are you satisfied with this gift?" Gu Jingyi suddenly felt his heart tremble and his limbs shake. Just as he was about to ask more questions, his mind was invaded. Arya and Kong Huanyuan, who had been lying in ambush in the secret room, invaded Gu Jingyi's mind the instant they teleported over from the room. He offered absolutely no resistance when he witnessed his girlfriend with Suyu. What's more, he thought he was under the heavy protection of the Black Hawk guards. The lingering echoes of dreams, the hymns of the dead. While her mind was being manipulated, Arya injected a drop of blood from Suyu into his back. Enraged, Gu Jingyi tried to rush forward and tear Suyu apart, but the 2 women mentally controlled his limbs, rendering him unable to move. Then, Suyu, still on top of Mu Qianyu, turned to Gu Jingyi and said indifferently, "Kneel down, you bastard." In his mind, it was as if a blood-red crown had shaken his soul, and his knees involuntarily buckled, causing him to kneel before Suyu and Mu Qianyu. Just in case, Chu Xianyin activated Foxtail Soul Binding Cage. The pure white snow-feather foxtail spread out, forming an absolute cage to lock his movements and instantly drained all the magic power from his body. Now, he is no different from any other person. After being subdued, Arya and Kong Huanyuan released their mental manipulation of Gu Jingyi. Gu Jingyi roared hoarsely, "You slut! You've been sleeping with him for a long time, haven't you? You shameless slut!" Mu Qianyu remained calm, holding Suyu close and whispering, Jingyi, Don't you understand even now? Have I wronged you? I was willing to risk my life to save you, and before today, I had never truly wronged you. What about you? Don't you know what you said to that masked man that night? You're a beast. That night, I saved you, and you wanted to sell my heart to him. That day, I specially made your favorite cake to come and find you. Gu Jingyi's mind felt as if it had been struck by lightning. If you don't want others to know, then don't do it in the first place. You can fool anyone, but you can't fool yourself. Mu Qianyu heard everything, and at this point, any explanation he gave would be a weak and feeble defense. Qianyu, I was just playing along with him. I didn't really agree to be with him. Mu Qianyu said coldly. You know perfectly well whether it's true or not. There are still Black Hawk guards outside our bridal chamber, aren't there? If I hadn't met Suyu, I would already be a dead man under your blade. Having his lies completely exposed, Gu Jingyi unleashed his malice. Fine, you heard everything. Fine, you two adulterers, just wait to die. Lord Li Fei of the Black Hawk Guard could be here at any moment. Now kneel down and beg for mercy, and maybe I'll spare your lives. Arya chuckled. Fool. Don't you even try to sense where you are? Didn't you see the light from the teleportation array just now? In an instant, it felt as if you were in an ice cave. Gu Jingyi was surprised to find that this was definitely not the rocky coast he had just been on. Mu Qianyu said, You are not worthy to see me. I will only inform you once. The person I am going to marry will never be you, but Suyu. Compared to Suyu, you are the dirtiest rat in the underground tunnel. He is the lion. Today, I am no longer your fiancé, but Suyu's woman. Suyu gently stroked her cheek, feeling an indescribable joy in his heart. Mu Qianyu hugged Suyu and whispered, Husband, I love you. Outside, Chu Xianyin picked up a row of silver needles, tiptoed forward, and said maliciously, Hee hee, Sister Mu cried so heartbreakingly that day. You scumbags shouldn't be living in this world. You actually betrayed your savior, who is also your lover. You're not even human. Sister Mu, from now on, I'll use this thing to stab him and break his arms and legs. How about that? Break them all. Break all his bones one by one. As much revenge as you want. I'll help you be just as ruthless. Mu Qianyu harbored endless hatred for him, so she said softly, I'll leave it to Xianyin. Chu Xianyin heard a certain symbol, which pierced Gu Jingyi's skin. It hurts. Gu Jingyi's magic circuit was interrupted, and he became just like an ordinary person. Despite wanting to rest for a while, Mu Qianyu heard the moving cries and felt no regret, only enjoyment, and did her best to fulfill her wish. You broke your second finger. Keep it up, Sister Mu. No, please. Third, Suyu, Qianyu, it's all my fault. I'm a sinner. I'm a coward. Fourth, Suyu, all my women are yours now. Please let me go. Fifth, Chu Xianyin also became playful and even studied how to sever magic circuits, accidentally damaging Gu Jingyi's wheel of life. Sorry for deleting it. Also for the sake of complete revenge. He was filled with deep regret, not for his actions, but for knowing he was going to die. She was happy and content. She witnessed Gu Jingyi's final despair and hysteria, his mental breakdown and pleas for mercy, yet ultimately, he could not escape death. It was also a happy occasion. She found her own sky. Suyu looked at the fallen Gu Jingyi and said calmly, Bury it. Oh, right. Take an engagement photo of me and Qianyu, then bury us together, so that this bastard can continue to repent in hell. Chapter 218 The Love Song of the Blood Rose. Brothers fighting within the walls. People like this have no value in existing. Selling one's wife for personal gain is despicable. Arya ordered the men outside to drag the mentally broken Gu Jingyi out and bury him alive. To avoid trouble, Kong Huan Yuan directly searched his soul, recording his conversation with the Li family of the Black Hawk Guard on a special Xianing stone, so as to avoid any misunderstanding with Jianghe University. Then, Vice Principal Huang Wenba was notified. Mu Qianyu woke up the next day. She felt dizzy and very tired. Suyu smiled and told her to rest for a few days to prepare for the battle in the Demon Cave. The day of war is drawing ever closer. 4 days later, they will be thrown into the largest battle ever waged by the Great Xia dynasty. According to intelligence, thanks to the spoils from the Eternal Demon Cave last time, Great Xia no longer needs to mobilize ordinary people to donate money to raise funds. Great Xia is now fully capable of fighting a decisive battle. Therefore, the remaining 6 demon caves will hold the battlefield, while the 9 Schools Alliance, other colleges and universities of the Academy Alliance, as well as the Demon Suppression Guard, Dragon River Guard and Dragon Eagle Guard will form the main force. The 9 pillar families and second and third-rate families have also promised to send elites to assist in the battle. Once the 1,000 lakes and calamity are driven away, the Great Xia will usher in a golden age of sudden rise. The vast resources will lead to an explosion of talent, and powerful beast tamers will emerge. However, neither the outside world nor the Great Xia itself has been able to guess the Great Xia's strategic goals until now. As the evening breeze blew and the setting sun shone, Arya sat on the rocks on the shore, lost in thought. Suyu sat quietly beside her. What's wrong? Are you here all alone and need my blood? Arya clutched her lower abdomen and shook her head. I feel a little uncomfortable, but it's nothing. Never mind then. Suyu lay down beside her. Then get some rest. As long as Arya is here, we won't lose. Suyu lay down next to her and soon began to snore. You reach the Spirit Sea realm. You don't actually need much sleep. But there probably won't be any time to rest for the next few days. Arya gently stroked Suyu's hair, her eyes filled with love and longing. Murmured softly, only realizing something very ominous when Suyu asked her just now. Arya gently touched her lower abdomen, saying with a pained expression, Child, you've come at the worst possible time. The probability of this happening is extremely low. The difference between the vampire progenitor and the human sequence is so vast, yet it just so happens at this very moment. Arya was in a dilemma. Should she tell him or not? The arrow was already on the string and had to be released. She shook her head. It's not a big problem. The true ancestor's powerful vitality means that even if he suffers some injury, nothing unexpected will happen. Furthermore, the little guy would never let her take any harm. He would rather use his own body as a shield than let Arya go into danger. Arya lay down next to Suyu with a faint smile. On the day of the engagement, Li Fei was worried and arrived at the rocky shore an hour earlier than scheduled, only to find that everyone had left. The bridal chamber was empty. When they went to search for it again, Li Fei and the other Black Hawk guards encountered a group of uninvited guests. Li Jun, Li Fei. The two were quite surprised to meet. Although Li Jun knew that he was intercepting the Black Hawk guards, he had no complaints. Unexpectedly, he encountered his half-brother, Li Fei, the eldest son of Li Hingyang, the head of the Li family. Neither side brought demigods, as demigods are too conspicuous and easily detected by others. The two sides were immediately on edge when they met. I didn't expect to run into you here. Li Fei said coldly. Li Jun's eyelids twitched slightly. That's really unfortunate. My mission is to stop people leaving from here. Each side was followed by 20 reincarnation realm beast tamers, just in case. Dozens of exotic beasts took flight, and the beast tamers were ready for battle. Li Fei raised his hand. The Black Hawk guards are also acting under orders, so make way. If word gets out about the internal strife, it won't be good for anyone's reputation, will it? Li Jun shook his head. I'm sorry, but I refuse. Li Fei's face twitched slightly. I really shouldn't have let that slut give birth to you. I don't know what kind of spell my father was cast on that made that lowly country girl pregnant with the Li family's bloodline. Li Jun's fists clenched so tightly they cracked, as if a live volcano were about to erupt. They've become quite influential now. The Demon Suppression Guard squad leader? You're not expecting Wu Ming to help you, are you? Take your brother's advice and go home to Kaodao and admit your mistake. Maybe father will soften his heart and forgive you. Boom. Li Jun's feet shook violently, and the tsunami crashed against the shore, as if an earthquake had struck, causing the earth to crack. His eyes held a hint of cold madness. Then, sheathing her sharp edge, she sat down quietly and said, Say what you will. In short, I won't make the first move. Li Fei frowned. Both sides possessed shining stones. Whoever made the first move, the Demon Suppressing Guard or the Black Eagle Guard, would be blamed. I had intended to use words to rub salt in Li Jun's wounds, but I didn't expect this guy to be so composed over the years. That damned Gujingi. How dare they play me? Could it be that he's fallen for that young vixen again? That young lady was indeed pretty. In that case, there's no need for the Gu family to exist anymore. Li Fei sat on the reef, facing off against Li Jun for a day and a night. Knowing that the Black Hawk guards could no longer interfere with Suyu's affairs, Li Jun then ordered them to retreat. Second brother, you came to Qinhu to seek refuge with Suyu, right? As your own brother, I advise you to stay away from him, or you'll be buried with him. Walk. Losing the card of kidnapping Mu Qinyu will make Suyu's movements even more uncertain. It doesn't matter. To ensure the success of this operation, Li Fei's proposal was successfully passed by the Council of Elders. A saint-level being will arrive outside the demon cave, wielding a saint-level relic to offer assistance. Li Jun frowned. He knew better than anyone just how enormous the Li family and its allies truly were. Perhaps this is the real reason why Governor Wu sent him to act with Suyu? Yu Guocheng said, Captain Wei. Li Jun raised his hand and shook his head. My family matters are none of your concern. Go back and find Su Yu. I have a feeling that war is about to begin. The group returned to Zhanghe University and received items left behind by Su Yu. 21 fake, ever-changing painted skins. Using them, the group quietly returned to the Thousand Lakes Demon Cave and arrived at the Night Banquet Group's secret base. The sheer number of people gathered here dazzled Yu Guocheng and his companions. Ghost. This is a huge investment of resources. Chapter 219 The Night Banquet Strikes, a turbulent situation. The secret underground base that Night Banquet used was large enough to accommodate thousands of people. In the underground cave before Yu Guocheng, each of the Night Banquet's beast tamers rode on griffins, their backs gleaming with golden light and white feathers. It was as if they did not need the power of their pets. They were formidable warriors on their own. If you also consider their pet beasts, the strength of this beast-taming group is immeasurable. Yu Guocheng took a deep breath. Everyone was reborn from the ashes. Apart from Wu Meiming's direct troops in the Demon Suppression Guard, no other battalion could match Su Yu. The Demon Suppression Guards had seized a massive amount of resources. They were still in a period of rapid growth. However, the legion that Su Yu built was far too extravagant. Moreover, in the eyes of this group, the only person who obeyed orders was the man on the high platform. Su Yu. Su Yu stood on the high platform, glanced at Li Jun and the others, and smiled slightly. Lin Li had been secretly observing their situation and told Su Yu everything he had seen. Although these people are outsiders, they can be trusted to some extent, and with Wu Meiming's endorsement, there shouldn't be any problems. That Li Jun has a hidden past with the Li family. Su Yu tossed a ring to Yu Guocheng. You've been saying you wouldn't be assigned combat missions, but now that you're going to the battlefield, are you brave enough to go with me? Yu Guocheng clenched his fists. What's there to be afraid of? Damn it, we're here to fight. At the same time, he stared in astonishment at the shimmering golden and white feathers in the ring. Su Yu said calmly, I'll lend it to you for now, and you can return it after the battle. Then, turning to everyone, he asked, Brothers, are you ready? Always be prepared. Some people say that our night banquet team is not capable of fighting tough battles. Some people say that our banquets are all about opportunism. Today we will tell the world, tell the entire den of demons, to engrave our names in their minds as they sink into hell, so that even in death, those beasts will tremble at the mere mention of our names. Today, I will fulfill my promise to you, lead you back to Qingyan City, slaughter the ghost-faced Fox clan, and unleash your fury and hatred to your heart's content. Tell me loudly, are you scared? Don't be afraid. Don't be afraid. Countless people were eager to fight. The humiliation of being insulted by the ghost-faced fox and his gang of foxes was still a dark cloud hanging over their heads. Over a decade of war, countless people fell in the battles against foreign tribes. Whenever the Dragon Eagle Guard sought revenge, they were always met with an attack from 7 demonic cities and hundreds of thousands of strange beasts. Perhaps today they have a chance to settle things once and for all. Li Jun and the others were somewhat bewildered. Wasn't Qingyan City in the Calamity Demon Cave? This was the Thousand Lakes Demon Cave. But Su Yu had no intention of explaining to anyone. All right, follow me and dive into the sea. What we are about to do today will be the prelude to the largest war in the Great Xia Dynasty in decades. Travel light and get rid of everything you don't need. Night Banquet Strike. Su Yu's pure white wings unfurled, and he rode a two-headed griffin. Arya's blood blade pierced the ground and plunged into the sea. The ocean flows in. It seemed as if it was about to engulf this underground cave. Mu Qinyu jumped onto the griffin where Su Yu was, hugged Su Yu from behind, and concentrated all her energy to channel all her power into Daughter of the Ocean. As if it felt the protection of the sea, all the seawater bypassed it, and even on the seabed, a wide open space of 5,000 meters in radius was created. Furthermore, the open space moved with Mu Qinyu's movements. The girl, favored and protected by the sea, was so undetectable to anyone on the sea surface that any sea monster would instinctively fear the presence of the sea-protected being and would avoid it. Although no one knew what had happened, they knew they had to obey orders. Even Yu Guocheng, Song Duo, and other members of the Demon Suppression Guard who were not convinced by Su Yu couldn't help but marvel at the woman's extraordinary talent. It dived into the deep sea, unknown to anyone. Strategic force that has the decisive advantage in the Thousand Lakes Demon Cave. At this moment, Li Jun finally understood why Li Fei had brought the Black Hawk Guards to try and take the girl away. Su Yu's judgment is indeed sharp. With her around, the power of thousands could be deployed to any location within the Thousand Lakes Demon Cave without being detected. Li Jun rode a griffin, and the squad followed closely behind, chasing Su Yu as he sank into the sea. On this day, with peace prevailing throughout the land and no significant mobilization taking place on Earth, it seemed everyone assumed it would be a calm and uneventful day. On this day, as always, the city lords of the Land of Calamity and the Land of 1,000 Lakes patrolled their surroundings, monitoring the movements of the human demigods and mythical beings. Below the level of demigods, they cannot cause any trouble in their eyes. By keeping a close watch on the movements of human demigods and mythologists, all possibilities of human action are locked down. As for the sanctuary, the Holy Land cannot enter the demon cave. The moment someone enters the Holy Realm, the entire demon cave trembles. Even in a true Holy Realm, usually only a spiritual avatar at the mythical level would enter. Unexpectedly, a group of beings below the level of demigods started the war. The only demigod was Lin Li, who came from the Land of Eternal Calamity and was ostensibly stationed in Spirit Forest City. They crossed the ocean and traversed the islands. They arrived at the passage to the demon cave where Chu Xianin lived in seclusion. Chu Xianin waved her hand, abolishing the restrictions set up by the Heavenly Fox clan. Perhaps this secluded place will never be peaceful again. But she didn't regret it. Following Su Yu, she saw unprecedented scenery and met all sorts of people. Perhaps one day, she too will be able to fly across the Forbidden Sea, find her kind, and lead them to reclaim the glory that belongs to the celestial fox. Countless people have this question in their hearts. However, he still obeyed Su Yu's orders. The group filed in and sank into the lake in the sky. And Wangxianlin was not an obstacle for the group. The group successfully entered the Wangxian forest of the Calamity Cave through the Demon Cave passage. When they saw the sky filled with demonic dust, they were all speechless. It really is a calamity-ridden lair. Commander, this. Captain Li, Su Yu was actually telling the truth. This seems to be Wangxian Forest. We were just in Thousand Lakes Demon Cave. Su Yu said sternly, I know you have doubts in your hearts. But there's no time for you to explain now. Old Lin, Teacher Bai, Zhou Zheng, Adam, you will lead your troops in an aerial assault on Qingyan City. At the speed of the two-headed griffins, you will arrive in 10 minutes. I require you to immediately cover the city with the holy flames of the two-headed griffins. Then attack with all your might. Clear. Yes, sir. Li Jun, Yu Guocheng, didn't you want to prove yourselves? Dare to follow me down a different, special path. These 20 reincarnation realm cultivators are too good to pass up. Without hesitation, Li Jun nodded. I am willing to follow you to conquer the demon's lair. Yu Guocheng, Song Duo, and the other reincarnation realm cultivators echoed. We dare. Please give the order, Commander. At this moment, I at least feel admiration for him. After going through such a long and complicated process, even a fool could see that Su Yu had grand ambitions, and they were also standing at the forefront of the storm. Chapter 220 Holy Flame, Cannon Fire, washes away the land. A demon's den in utter chaos. They traversed the seabed and through the tunnels, unnoticed by anyone as thousands of humans quietly circled around to the back of Qingyan City. The main forces of the Demon Cave are monitoring the main force of the Dragon Eagle Guard in Qingshi Gorge. To argue with Su Yu at this point would be foolish. Yu Guosheng and others are eager to make a name for themselves. As long as Su Yu gives them this opportunity, why not risk their lives for them? The banquet quickly split into two groups. Meng Qian's S-rank talent, Shadow Screen Array, can create a huge shadow screen in the sky to block all detection. Thus, thousands of beast tamers rode their griffins into the air, leaving no trace under the cover of the shadow array. Another battalion commander, Wei Shi, led 100 skilled men, who, along with Su Yu, Li Jun, and others, used the 6 wings of an angel to transform into golden light and surge forward. Then I revisited the place. The cave that he and the little demon girl dug together was not completely buried. Today, however, it has become a smooth path for Su Yu's center to flourish. Everyone had many questions in their hearts, but they kept them to themselves. Su Yu had everything prepared. Everything was ready for the banquet. February 22nd, dawn. When the sunlight pierced through the gray, gloomy ash. A ray of golden light shone on the east side of Qingyan City. The masked fox thought it was the rising sun and didn't pay any attention. The city lord's wife, Fox Fairy, was seriously injured when she heard the news of her husband's death. There were 3 demigods in Qingyan City, one of whom quickly seized power and took it over. As the saying goes, she didn't care who the city lord was. She only cared that she was the city lord's wife. In the city lord's mansion, he felt deeply ashamed whenever he thought about how he had flattered that fake 9th prince. That damned human. Don't let me catch you. Suddenly, boom. The city lord's mansion was engulfed by holy flames, and dozens of foxes were blasted into the sky and burned to ashes. Fox Princess looked at the sky in surprise. Thousands of people from the east rode two-headed griffins and gathered their power in the sky. One end is bright, the other is holy flame. The power of the races in the higher ranks far surpasses that of the oni-faced fox in the middle ranks. Of the holy flame of light etched a brilliant, blazing white lotus in the sky before falling toward Qinyan City. Boom! Of thousands of holy flames washed over the land, directly destroying 1/5 of the Qinyan City area. Tens of thousands of ghost-faced foxes were trapped in the inferno of flames, howling and screaming incessantly. The three demigods of the ghost-faced fox, Fox Green, Fox Lin, and Fox Day, took to the air. The guardian demonic plant, Crystal Mist Pine, spreads its branches. This mythical demonic plant, formed by the faith of the demon city, naturally protects everything in the demon city and lives alongside it. However, there were too many. The dazzling fireworks of more than 5,000 two-headed griffins bombarded the city in wave after wave. The spreading branches of the crystal mist pine trees would weaken the power, but they had no choice but to spread out in order to protect the demon city. Dead end. The three ghost-faced fox demigods took to the air. They never expected that humans would actually be right in front of them. Movement at Qingshi Gorge. The human race didn't even enter the Calamity Cave on a large scale. What's going on? What happened? Wasn't it agreed that the human race wouldn't launch their offensive until March 11th? The new city lord, Hu Qing, revealed his true form. You humans, how dare you invade Qinyan City? Lin Li dared not be negligent and was on high alert when facing the three demigod beasts from the demon city. Since following Su Yu and evolving to the Spirit Abyss realm, his combat power has further increased, enabling him to contract 5 pet beasts. Although the new pet beast comes from the Voidling race and has not yet advanced to demigod, the other 4 are enough. I'll suppress these 3 demigod stinky foxes. After you've destroyed the demonic plant, charge in. The resistance forces within the city must be crushed within half an hour. Meng Qian, Zhou Zheng, and the others nodded in agreement. Understood. Lin Li summoned his pet beasts, and all the demigod pet beasts had undergone transformation, even those in the middle ranks of the 100+. A lion wreathed in flames, the absolute guardian of destiny, the black tortoise. Old Lin unleashed his full power, launching a relentless offensive, and single-handedly suppressed the 3 demigod fox demons. The Night Banquet Beast Taming Group allowed the 2-headed griffins to bombard them from the air. Golden light and white feathers shone behind more than 5,000 beast tamers, revealing 6 wings of angels. It was as if more than 5,000 skywing creatures had descended upon the world. In a mere instant, they broke through the blockade of the crystal mist pine trees and stormed into the city, slaughtering indiscriminately amidst the wails of blood and tears. They had their limbs severed when they were captured by Qinyan City. They had been humiliated and lost their dignity by the ghost-faced fox. They fought a major battle with their enemies for decades. Today is the day of revenge. No one was merciful. They just felt they weren't killing fast enough or their blades weren't sharp enough. The defenses of Qinyan City collapsed almost immediately. The Night Banquet Beast Taming Group, which was built up with all the wealth of the 2 demon cities, Golden Beast City and Floating City, naturally unleashed a fighting power even more terrifying than that of Green Rock City. Fox Qing was beaten so badly by Lin Li in just 3 moves that he vomited blood repeatedly. He immediately projected his voice through the clouds. Qinyan City is in dire need of help. A plea for help. Lords of the Land of Calamity, the humans have launched a surprise attack on Qinyan City, and the situation is extremely critical. 6th Prince, 9th Prince, help. In times of crisis, it doesn't care about losing face. The cries for help echoed throughout the Land of Calamity. Qi Mayan of Zishuan City put down her jade cup, gazed at the distant sky, and murmured, "It has begun." 9th Prince, the insect venerable asked from the side. Qi Mayan blinked slightly. She didn't know what Su Yu's specific plan was, but she knew that Su Yu must know what she was going to do. Just follow the common sense. Demon insects, send blood-eating ants and green vine trants to support Green Rock City. Send the 5 races of ghost-winged ape, golden demon silkworm, silver moon wolf, amethyst wolf spider, and thundercloud serpent, along with their city lords, to Greenstone Gorge to hold off the possible main force of the human race. The insect venerable nodded. Yes. The other party, the 6th Prince, Qi Mulyuan, who had already arrived near the 1,000 lakes in the Land of Calamity, said with a cold expression, "The information from the Wind and Cloud Pavilion is becoming increasingly unreliable. Humans, they actually dare to come. In everyone's eyes, the Great Xia dynasty was not yet fully prepared. Only half of the resource allocation has been completed, but they launched an attack at this moment. Tell the humans in the Western Caverns to prepare immediately. Yes, the trade with the humans of the Western Demon Cave was the key to this great war with the Great Xia human race. On the snowfield, Adelina was deeply moved upon receiving the news. The timing of Xia's move was much faster than she had imagined. Talia, Maria, Anna. All members, enter the snowfield demon cave. All members of the sisterhood, follow me to the front lines. She was to keep her promise and hold off any potential enemies for 2 hours. In Shanghai, the well-prepared demon suppression guards, dragon eagle guards, demon spirit emperor spirits, the direct guards of the demon capital governor's office, the allied forces of the Liu and Pei families, and various beast-taming groups, under the command of Commander Xia of the Dragon Eagle Guards, stormed into the Calamity Demon Cave. Without any hesitation, the entire group crossed the Qingshi Gorge and advanced towards Qingyan City at all costs. As long as Suyu can take Qingyan City within the stipulated time. If the main force can enter the tunnel before the reinforcements arrive in the penalty area, then the mission will be accomplished. At the passageway in Shanghai, 2 magnificent purple-gold beams, reminiscent of those of the Great Xia dynasty, stand tall in front of the passageway. Instructor Qin, what do you think? Chapter 221, Blooming in the Center. The city falls in 1 hour, shocking the world. Ahem, do you think the old monsters from the Forbidden Zone will come? Chief Instructor Qin Yuan coughed twice. Cough, cough. No, what I'm worried about is something else entirely. The 2 middle-aged men had white hair all over their heads. If no one told them, an ordinary person might think they were 2 sickly people, and it seemed difficult for them to even speak. Li Ming fiddled with the pawn that had crossed the river on the chessboard. Too much sharpness is easy to break. Whether it will be completely extinguished or transformed into a butterfly depends on this one. The 2 men spoke with a knowing look, their gazes seemingly revealing the turbulent situation unfolding within the demon's lair. The Dragon Eagle Guards took the lead, followed closely by the Demon Suppression Guards and other beast tamers. The humans who brazenly entered the domain shocked all the forces within the demon cave. Their usual behavior, the human race suddenly took action despite having only half the resources allocated to them. Although their actions appeared chaotic, they were actually quite methodical. Furthermore, the human race's main force suddenly launched a strong attack on Qingshi Gorge, preventing the Alien Beast Alliance in the Calamity Demon Cave from quickly returning to reinforce Qingyan City. Qingyan City is in imminent danger. The 9th Prince's order was to hold out for 6 hours no matter what. Otherwise, there would be no way to send troops from other demon cities to help. Furthermore, Qi Mayan was only an assistant in this war. The main person in charge is a Keiji Luan. Qi Moyuan couldn't possibly send his personal demon lord to provide reinforcements. Everyone knows what the demon clan is plotting. The demon lord can't leave his side for even a moment. Qi Moyuan clearly didn't take the Oni-faced Fox clan very seriously. It's impossible for him to personally go to the front lines to provide support. Furthermore, Qi Moyuan did not believe that the human forces that bypassed the monitoring of the demon cave could be that strong. Even if your demon city lost its mythical realm city lord, it still had a demigod and the city guarding demonic plants. Could it really not hold out for more than a few hours? Therefore, Qi Moyuan merely urged the Milika people of the Western Demon Cave to prepare for their arrival quickly. Of the demon city is too far away to solve the immediate problem. Only reinforcements from the restricted area can move quickly and change the course of a battle. Cunning humans, since you want to play, then this prince will play along with you. Demon fish, send word to the land of 1,000 lakes to launch a full-scale attack on the human city of Twilight and put pressure on it. The other demon caves should cooperate as well. I don't want to see the other human demon caves without any pressure at all. Yes. The reason why the battle for the demon cave was so difficult was due to the absolute disparity in numbers. Upon receiving the news, hundreds of thousands of strange beasts from the 7 demon cities launched a massive attack on Sunset City from all directions. Longjianghua, Zhanghe University, and Yinjia quickly deployed their defense forces. The enormous numerical disparity was disheartening, leaving them with no choice but to hold their ground and await reinforcements. The situation deteriorated rapidly. Apart from the Thousand Lakes region, the other demon caves were also subjected to fierce attacks of varying degrees, and the number of casualties surged rapidly. All parts of the Great Xia were mobilizing forces to join the demon cave battlefield. Time left for the Land of Calamity, and time left for Suyu, is running out. Yu Guoqing hadn't expected Su Yu to be so well prepared. There's actually a tunnel that leads directly to the City Lord's mansion in Qingyan City. Although the area near the City Lord's mansion was filled in, it was no big deal for the beast tamers. Moreover, the city guarding demonic plant was currently being bombarded by thousands of two-headed griffins and had no energy left to deal with this small team. Su Yu said, "We must take Qingyan City within 40 minutes. Li Zhan, your team is responsible for cutting down the protective demonic plants after you go up there." Li Zhan nodded. "Leave it to us. We're the ones who cut down the demonic plants protecting one of the demonic cities in the Eternal Demon Cave, doing it with practiced ease. Wei Shi, take your men and seize control of the City Lord's mansion within 20 minutes. Clear." Arriving below the City Lord's mansion, Li Zhan's feet tread the ground, causing the earth to tremble and mountains to shake. Possessing the special S-level talent, mountain cracking and collapsing, he can completely destroy geological structures on a large scale at any time. Rumble. As the battle in Qingyan City reached its climax, the City Lord's mansion suddenly collapsed. The earth collapsed and the rock layers fractured. A group of people emerged from the ground. Li Zhan's team relentlessly attacked the city-protecting demonic plant. Although the demonic plant was at the mythical realm, its main branches were focused on resisting the bombardment of the holy flame, leaving its main body almost defenseless. Furthermore, no one would believe that humans had actually broken into the heart of Qingyan City. Demigod Fox Spirit in the sky turned pale. "This is bad." It was too late. You only get one chance. Li Zhan's team unleashed their strongest offensive. Yu Guoqing merged with his pet beast, becoming one with it, and briefly broke through the upper limit of reincarnation to pierce the body of the city guarding demonic plant. Bang! The ghost-faced fox guards of the City Lord's mansion with incredible speed. Su Yu then charged straight into the deepest part of the treasure vault. At this moment, standing before the treasure vault was none other than the fox spirit, her face pale with fright, who was planning to abscond with the money. "It's you?" Fox Princess gritted her teeth fiercely. Su Yu smiled eerily. "It's true what they say, you never know where you'll end up. You little vixen, I didn't kill you back then, and now you want to block my way again." The fox spirit pounced forward, gritting her teeth, but Su Yu did not fight her. "Just kidding. The price you'd have to pay to truly defeat reincarnation after achieving nirvana is considerable. Kill her." Wei Shi and the others had finished clearing things out at Su Yu's command. Hundreds of people surrounded and attacked the fox princess. Beams of energy slammed into her fox body. She relied on her alluring beauty to seduce people, but was not good at fighting. She had a high level of cultivation, but could not use it. In an instant, she was pierced by the energy and blood flowed all over the ground. Su Yu chopped off her head. "Take the treasure from the vault." Then, raising his voice, he announced, "All members of the night banquet, listen to my command. The City Lord's mansion has been breached. Unleash your hatred to the fullest. Leave not a single ghost fox alive. Kill! Kill!" The sounds of battle were deafening. Li Zhan's team cut down the unsuspecting crystal mist pine in just 7 minutes. The crystal mist pine felt incredibly frustrated. It couldn't possibly retract its branches to fight Li Zhan's squad. If it did, the bombing would destroy the entire Qingyan City. But if it didn't retract its branches, it would be hacked to death. Otherwise, it's a legend. How could it possibly lose to a bunch of ants? As it turns out, the mythology built upon the faith of the demon city was inherently very weak. Without the protection of the crystal mist pine, the bombardment by more than 5,000 two-headed griffins left the ghost foxes with nowhere to escape, and the entire Qingyan City was turned into a bloody soup stewed with holy flames. By Ruhui's return to support Lin Li made it even easier for Lin Li, who was already suppressing the 3 demigods, ghost-faced fox. "You filthy fox, die." For over 2 decades, they have been fighting against the forces of the demon city, on the front lines against the Dragon Eagle Guard in the 7 demon cities. Today, they finally broke through the defenses with a surprise attack. Blood rained down as the news of Fox Qing's demise appeared in gold on the leaderboard. Fox Qing, ranked 999th on the Fate Demon ranking, has fallen. Qingyan City has been breached by humans in just 52 minutes and 33 seconds. In an instant, the entire demon cave was terrified, even knowing it was a sneak attack, and that ghost-faced Fox's main force was waiting in Qingyan City. But we never expected the human offensive to be so fierce. Seeing the golden characters in the sky, Wu Meiming smiled calmly. "This kid. Hurry, it's our turn to catch up." Qi Mulyuan was speechless upon seeing the news of the city's fall. "Asshole, aren't those humans in the Western Demon Cave ready yet?" Chapter 222 Dramatic Changes in the Snowfield. A blood sacrifice of 100,000 to subdue the demon lord. Chi Mulyuan smashed the golden cup filled with blood on the ground, his bloodlust fueling his fury. Useless, a bunch of useless trash. They couldn't even last an hour. The main force of humanity was kept under surveillance west of Qingshi Gorge, and the number of humans who launched the sneak attack was said to be less than 10,000. And what was the result? A huge gap was created in the front line. Demon Fish hurriedly said, "Your Highness, please calm down. The Ninth Prince has already dispatched the forces of 6 demon cities to provide support. Moreover, the humans in the Western Demon Cave claimed that they are ready. They just need to take a detour from the snowfield to the land of 1,000 lakes, and then from the land of 1,000 lakes around the Forbidden Sea to enter the land of Calamity." Chi Mulyuan shouted angrily, "Tell them to hurry. All of you, come to the land of Calamity and gather your forces. This prince will forge a passage to the land of beginnings." The Demon Fish Venerable nodded. "Yes. Just as Suyu breached Qingyan City. Northern snowfields." Adelina frowned. The rise of Great Xia is a double-edged sword for the snow plains. It can alleviate the pressure the snow plains face from other unfriendly nations. But with this behemoth, Great Xia, right next to the snow plains, it's hard to say whether it's a blessing or a curse. Another point of concern is that the Snowfield Sisters, a secret force she personally supported, did not detect any large-scale personnel mobilization by the Milika people. Even if the snowfield is heavily infiltrated, what kind of trouble can a small number of people stir up? Often, the outcome is determined by details that go unnoticed. You may have your plans, but so does God. Erwin was able to ascend to the position of patriarch of the Zapisi family, one of the most powerful families in Milika, as a demigod, thanks to his meticulous planning and ruthless execution. Erwin, your plan is perfect. These Russians are incredibly careless, and they will pay the price for their negligence. Of Beast Tamers has arrived. Of Beast Tamers is not only reflected in combat power, but also in all aspects. The lower rank pet number 722, the poisonous blood scorpion, can inject a special colorless and odorless toxin into any item. Compared to the Great Xia, which chose to produce a large number of light and heavy industrial products domestically, the Russian bear's light industry was extremely backward. Moreover, the Russian bear liked to mobilize ordinary people, including high-ranking officials, to carry conventional weapons and fill in the gaps for the beast tamers in order to reduce casualties among ordinary people. For example, in this instance, the bear people mobilized 20,000 beastmasters and 100,000 regular troops. The large quantities of beverages needed by the regular troops were supplied by Milika's suppliers. A group of Milika people arrived at the bearmen's stronghold in the Snowfield Demon Cave. Adelina spotted them and warned, "Stop. This is the territory of the Snowfield. What are you doing trespassing here?" Erwin lifted his hood, and his black cloak fluttered in the wind and snow. "Queen of the Snowfield, if it were your true form, we would be somewhat afraid. Unfortunately, the Holy Domain is not allowed to enter the borderlands. This is the rule of all races, and you are no exception. A mere spiritual manifestation cannot stop the actions of the 4 Western families." Adelina was on high alert. Having long heard of the Zepesi family's ways, they were extremely wary of Erwin. Even, her true form is secretly moving towards the Snowfield Demon Cave. If necessary, we must enter the den of demons at all costs to stop them. Besides salvaging the friendship with the Xia, this is even more about the reputation of the Snowfield. If the Milika people roam freely in the Snowfield's demonic lair, it's tantamount to disregarding the Blue Star Convention. If the Snowfield doesn't dare to retaliate in kind, its dignity will be utterly trampled upon. Adelina held her blizzard wand horizontally in front of her. "Then try it. You won't be able to break through the Snowfield's blizzard defenses." Erwin gently shook his head. "Your Excellency, Queen of the Snowfield, no offense intended. But unfortunately, your flesh and blood will become the supreme sacrifice for the demon race's descent." As soon as Erwin finished speaking, the group of more than 50 people from the 4 Western families stood in a huge 7-pointed star formation, bowing their heads and muttering incantations. Adelina had a strong premonition and quickly said, "Something's wrong. Ordinary people, evacuate immediately." However, it was too late. The first scream rang out. Adelina saw countless people with empty eyes and decaying skin, turning into skeletons. Countless bones and blood stained the earth, turning the entire snowfield into a plain of blood. Adelina's pupils trembled as she attempted to attack the 7-pointed star magic circle in a fit of rage. The blood offerings and the lingering presence of death triggered a massive summoning circle. A blood sacrifice for the common people. Devoted believers pray for the coming of Satan. Descend, Demon King. Boom. A crimson crack tore open the sky, and the Forbidden Zone races, which had been poised to attack, surged desperately into the demon cave. There were alien demons and their superior race, the Abyss demons, as well as subdragons and their superior race, the dragons. Haha, you guys kept your word. We will not cause any trouble for your Western Demon Cave within a year. Including this year's trip to the Divine Realm, Yumi people can travel freely without any hindrance. Avoiding the price that must be paid to cross the Forbidden Sea filled these forbidden races with immense excitement. Erwin gave a standard, gentlemanly bow. Thank you, everyone. Now please follow me. Adelina stared at the 100,000 corpses, almost forgetting to breathe. Her limbs trembled, and she cried out in shock and anger. You deserve to die. She had never suffered such a devastating loss in over a decade of ruling. His once glorious reputation was shattered in an instant by demons and the people of Milica. Her true form, the sacred aura of the Snowfield Queen, descended and forcefully broke into the demon cave. The entire Snowfield cave trembled violently, the earth shook, and the sun and moon lost their color. It felt as if even the space itself was trembling. They fear the arrival of the Holy Land. Then, a demonic voice echoed from the distant horizon. Snow King, are you going to break the rules? The demonic sounds were deafening, and the Demon King of the Divine Demon was also watching this battlefield. The two auras clashed across the distance, and Adelina's spiritual avatar instantly evaporated. The two saints clashed from afar, like two suns colliding. Erwin shook his head. They had thoroughly enraged the Snowfield. But it's all worth it to weaken the Great Xia and to secure the third true ancestor's indestructible essence. Demons and Snowfields fought a great battle in the demon's lair. After Adelina was entangled by the Demon King, the defenses of the entire Snowfield collapsed at the first touch. The promised 2-hour delay was not fulfilled. For the source substance, the plot against the Great Xia, it far exceeded Su Yu's imagination. Dozens of mythical figures and hundreds of demigods have entered the land of 1,000 lakes, their target a chaotic and calamistic region. After breaking through the city, Su Yu began to eradicate the remaining ghost-faced foxes, thoroughly purging all existing ghost-faced foxes without leaving a trace. 1 hour and 22 minutes after the start of the war, the main forces of the Dragon Eagle Guard and the Demon Suppression Guard arrived at Qingyan City. Wu Meiming, Xia Ting'an, and the other pillars of humanity met Su Yu. Well done. Now, shouldn't you tell us where the passage is? Su Yu nodded. Commanders, please follow me. Chapter 223 Blitzkrieg at 1,000 Lakes. Qi Mulyuan's fatal choice. The Great Xia did not stop in Qingyan City. More than 100,000 beast tamers moved eastward in a deep echelon, forming a broad attack front of about 300 kilometers long and 100 kilometers wide. The 100,000 beast tamers and hundreds of thousands of pets surged forward, blotting out the sky, and crushed any obstacles in their path. Qi Mulyuan was restless, but fortunately he received the news. With the main force breaking through the Snowfield's blockade and entering 1,000 Lakes, the attack has been launched from the restricted area. All right, Demon Fish, immediately issue the order. All forces bypass 1,000 Lakes and enter the Calamity. The Allied forces at the front retreat and hold Cloud Serpent City. In addition, let the 6 city lords lead a small number of elite troops to block and slow down the human advance. With high-end combat forces yet to join the battlefield, Qi Mulyuan was unwilling to sacrifice too much power in a decisive battle against humanity. All he possessed were the 6 mythical figures of the 6 city lords and the 2 demon lords beside him. After the 9th brother subdued the 7th brother's forces, he had 3 demon lords under his command, but they were clearly not willing to obey his orders. His brothers are just waiting for him to make a fool of himself. As for the other group of ghost-faced foxes, kill them all as a sacrifice to the flag. The other demon serpent venerable felt his scalp tingle upon hearing this. There must be at least 30,000 ghost-faced foxes that were withdrawn from the front lines, right? He understood what the 6th prince meant. Your demon city has been destroyed, and your race is nearly wiped out. Keeping you around would be better than giving you to other units as trophies and rations, which would also boost morale. But this reputation. The 6th prince has a bad reputation. Yes. What reassured Qi Mulyuan was that the human forces seemed to have been hampered after their blitzkrieg conquest of Qingyan City. They were only held back by a small vanguard led by 6 demon city lords and were locked in a stalemate along the Wangxianlin line. After her initial shock, Qi Mulan had calmed down. Humans are nothing more than this. Once reinforcements from the Forbidden Zone arrive, he is confident that he can completely annihilate all of humanity's forces in the Land of Calamity and open the path to the Land of Origin. In addition, the ghost-faced Fox clan was sacrificed, the divine demon well was replenished with a large amount of death power, and the power that the Abyss clan had been secretly accumulating gradually surpassed that of the Dragon clan. How to deplete enough of the subordinate races in this great war is also something that needs to be considered. The main human force advanced to Wangxian Forest. The Dragon Eagle Guard set up a large formation around the perimeter to prevent any enemy from spying on them. Wu Ma Ming stood above the icy pool, snapped his fingers, and the water from the pool, thousands of meters deep, rose into the air, evaporating completely in one strike. Suyu gasped. Whether this governor, who stands at the pinnacle of the Great Xia dynasty, is a myth or a sacred being, is truly difficult to ascertain. However, the power it displayed far exceeded the limits that Su Yu's level could reach. To this end, before arriving, Su Yu made a deal with Bai Longzuan. Little White Dragon, do you want to regain your freedom? Su Yu, don't even think about deceiving me. I'll never let you go, even if I die. All right, stop yelling. So what if you're always tearing my heart out or opening my heavenly gate? If you don't say anything and I don't say anything, no one else will know. Su Yu said earnestly. Compared to these trivial matters of face and physical torment, leaving this painting is the most important thing for you, isn't it? Su Yu's words made Bai Longzuan fall into deep thought. But he was already terrified of Su Yu and didn't dare to trust Su Yu at all. Su Yu laughed and said, how about this? I swear to the wind and cloud ranking that as long as you do your best to help me win this battle, I guarantee I will let you leave this painting. How about it? At the latest, I will definitely let you out in a month. After pondering for a long time, Bai Longzuan realized that there was indeed no loophole to exploit. Once he leaves, he can seize the opportunity to avenge Fu Yu. Okay, swear it. Su Yu blinked slightly and swore an oath to the wind and cloud ranking. After learning about the schemes of the main force in the restricted area and the Kaipisi family, Su Yu realized that the enemy targeting him and Arya was incredibly powerful, and that his only trump card against them was the imprisoned White Dragon Lord. He didn't intend to rely on the White Dragon Lord to defeat them. That was a pipe dream. Instead, he planned to give Erwin a big gift. Just wait. Trying to escape? No way. After Wu Ma Ming evaporated the lake water, Su Yu led his troops to rush towards the lowest passage. 80 battalions of the Demon Suppression Guard, consisting of 80,000 beast tamers, entered in batches. The road to the Demon Cave of Thousand Lakes has been opened. However, the passage is narrow, and even at the fastest speed, it would take tens of thousands of beast tamers several hours to pass through. This is also why Su Yu requested Xu Yuan to hold out for 2 hours during their transaction. If all the main forces in the penalty area fail to enter Qianhu and expose the passage before they arrive, all plans will be ruined. 2 hours later, dragons soaring demon wings flew in from one side of the Forbidden Sea. Even a brief journey through the Forbidden Sea came at a considerable cost. 3 demigod beasts perished in the Forbidden Sea. 6th Prince, everyone is present. As per your order, the Holy Phoenix clan will remain at Thousand Lakes. We, the 15 mythical beings and over 100 demigods, will be at your command. Also, the humans in the West. They have their own ideas and don't act with us. The 6 demon lords at the head of the group asked for instructions. Qi Mulyuan sneered. It doesn't matter. Foolish humans, in their words, this is called destroying our own Great Wall. Once we have pacified these ants here, we will destroy the Western Demon Cave as well. As for the Holy Phoenix clan, they keep clamoring to take revenge on Su Yu. It's annoying to hear them. Let them just stand there and watch helplessly in Thousand Lakes. Now, let's sound the horn of counterattack. The demonic sounds continued endlessly. Under Qi Mulyuan's command, the 6 demon lords, the 5 dragon lords, and the 4 elf elders led the main force of the Demon Cave in a full-scale counterattack. The dragon prince, princess, and light elf princess who came with him stood beside Qi Mulyuan, their gazes shifting. Long Xian put away the fiery red feathers and said seriously, Qi Mulyuan, based on the agreement between Dragon Nest Island and the Divine Demon Well, if you still can't break through the starting ground this time, then the commander should be replaced next time. Last time you disgraced the Forbidden Zone and allowed humanity to completely take over the Eternal Land. Don't make the same mistake again. It both indicated a cooperative stance and contained a rather threatening tone. Dragons and elves both suffered setbacks last time. If you abyss demons fail to get revenge, don't blame us for turning against each other. Qi Mulyuan clenched his fists. Humph, it's all because Qi Muhuai is too useless. And that's Su Yu. I'll chop off his head this time. Move all your forces in and surround Wangxianlin. Ikeji Luan wanted to annihilate humanity in one fell swoop, so he chose to encircle them. However, it was precisely this choice of encirclement that became a fatal mistake. After Su Yu and his group stormed into the Thousand Lakes Demon Cave, the demon suppression guards reported that the snowfield had fallen and demons were launching a massive invasion of the Land of Calamity, which was now unstoppable. Wu Ma Ming made a decisive move, allowing only the Emperor's Demon Spirit and the Demon Suppressing Guard to attack Thousand Lakes, while the Dragon Eagle Guard fought and retreated. When Natasha relayed the news about the snowfield to Su Yu took a deep breath. How cruel. 100,000 people. Chapter 224 Bloodbath at Sunset City, Dawn Before Despair. Natasha explained sorrowfully. Su Yu, this time it really wasn't the Queen deliberately breaking the agreement. Even the Queen herself has personally descended upon the demon's lair. Su Yu was silent for a moment before nodding. I know. The exact reason is unknown, but the Milika people, through some special method, drew upon a certain substance in the blood of 100,000 ordinary people, sacrificing humanity to create a spatial tunnel for the demons in the Forbidden Zone. Even tigers don't eat their cubs, yet humans do. Tell your queen after the war is over that I do not blame her. But you should also get rid of the parasites. Back then, your queen showed me sincerity by eliminating several hundred Milika agents who had infiltrated our ranks. I thought you. During negotiations with Snowfield Queen Adelina, in order to demonstrate her stance to Su Yu and Great Xia, Adelina executed hundreds of Milika people and confiscated Milika's property, which was practically equivalent to a complete falling out. However, the retaliation came so fiercely. The anticipated deviation occurred, forcing Wu Ma Ming to split his forces with Xia Ting'an. The Dragon Eagle Guard remained in the Land of Calamity to intercept and cover the passage to Wangxianlin. Whether this was a blessing or a curse was unknown. The Great Xia dynasty is playing a very big game, essentially going all in. They even plan to abandon Redstone City, the human stronghold in the Calamity Cave, allowing the alien beasts and demons to break through Redstone and then invade the demon capital, so that the Great Xia Commander-in-Chief Li Ming and Chief Instructor Qin Yuan could fight them. War will not go according to your plan. While the Dragon Eagle Guard can buy Qinhu time, it also weakens the power of a surprise attack. After Su Yu relayed the message to Wu Meiming pondered for a moment but did not change his course of action. The Demon Suppression Guard split into two groups. One group, led by Wu Meiming, seized Qinxing Island to open up strategic depth in the Thousand Lakes Demon Cave. The other group, led by Principal Jiang Huairen of the Imperial Spirit Academy and his adjutant, seized Fengjing Island. Su Yu, along with the Magic City Spirit University, the Lu family, the Pei family, and various beast taming groups, rushed to the aid of Sunset City, allowing the Longjiang Guard, Zhanghe University, and the Yin family to rescue them. Su Yu's Night Banquet Beast Taming Group took the lead thanks to the powerful mobility of the two-headed griffin. On the way, Su Yu apologized to Chu Xianin, saying, I'm sorry, Xianin, although the ghost-faced fox isn't of the same race as you, but... As they were both foxes, Su Yu said some hurtful things about foxes in order to boost morale, and he showed no mercy in dealing with ghost-faced fox. Chu Xianin shook her head. You don't need to apologize to me. They are not of the same race as me, and they are your enemies. Even if they are of the same race, I will always stand by your side. Su Yu gently rubbed her fox ears and nodded. Although she is simple-minded, she can distinguish between friend and foe, and even more so, she can tell who is good to her. Sunset City. Jiang Bai, the garrison commander of Longjiang Guard, looked at Daxia Bay, which resembled a blood-soaked millstone. The beast tide was overwhelming, flying in the air and leaping up from the sea, surging in like a tsunami, accompanied by lightning and thunder. Wherever it went, the earth trembled, and the islands and reefs shook. Beastmasters manipulated their pets to fight to the death against their enemies, severing the sharp teeth of ferocious beasts, leaving a trail of blood and corpses everywhere. The outer lighthouses were breached by the beasts, and all the beast tamers retreated to the isolated island. Many of the battalions were even decimated. The sea around Sunset Island was stained red with blood and burned by scorching flames. The battle intensified, each charge of the beasts a desperate struggle for the fate of both races. The shouts of the beast tamers and the roars of the beasts intertwined to create a scene of hellish carnage. Jiang Bai and Jiang Qin looked at the battlefield with mixed feelings. The 7 demon cities of Thousand Lakes launched a frenzied attack. More than 500,000 strange beasts surrounded Sunset City like an iron barrel. Despite repelling more than 7 waves of ferocious beast hordes and inflicting heavy losses on the enemy, the human beast tamers were all wounded, and their fighting force numbered less than 30,000. The two, along with Yin Huiqing, the head of the Yin family, still had to face the mythical city lord of the 7 demon city and dared not easily step into the fray. The situation is extremely precarious. Huang Wenba killed a sea lion and wiped the blood off his face. What put my mind at ease was that the griffin that Suyu had traded to Jianghe University had come in very handy. The aerial firepower of 3,000 griffin soldiers prevented air superiority from falling into the hands of the beast horde. Otherwise, the losses would have been much greater. The defenses are still crumbling. The students of Jianghe University suffered heavy casualties. Although they had grown rapidly in the past few months, they were no match for the endless monsters. "Someone, save me!" The student with the severed limb cried out in despair. It was as if this was a war that would never end. The Jiangnan province has fought a bloody battle for 20 years to resist the enemy from Qianhu, and has already bled dry. Even more terrifying is that the demon beasts invited the Holy Phoenix clan to join the battle. This race, which ranks among the top in the hierarchy and is close to the divine age, had tens of thousands of Holy Phoenixes suppress the Griffin army of Jianghe University as soon as they appeared, seizing air superiority. The Phoenix flame of the Holy Phoenix burned the heavens, covering the entire sky. Despair descends upon every human being. Can we still win? Can we still hold on? If we fall, our families. Fight to the death, never retreat. Someone shouted, and a chorus of shouts followed immediately. Not a single step back. Brothers, every step we take in surrendering to the enemy brings the people of Jiangnan one step closer to their butcher's knife. Kill. All the beast tamers roared and charged forward to fight the enemy. A great wall of flesh and blood was forged with blood and flesh. Jiang Bai, Jiang Qin, and Yin Huiqing couldn't sit still any longer and charged forward to fight the enemy's 7 demon city lords and 2 Holy Phoenix myths. An overwhelmingly unfavorable situation. Courage can change many things, but it cannot change an absolute disadvantage. It can only add a touch of tragedy to failure. But their persistence was not in vain. At the end of the sky, that dark, gloomy area behind, holy flames illuminated the distant sky. Of the demon spirit school, has a pet beast number 18, the Qilin. This wind Qilin, which has just broken through the mythical realm, gathers azure wind, and the azure wind tornado storm sweeps across the heavens and earth, piercing through demons and monsters, tearing thousands of monsters apart. In conquering the eternal calamity demon cave, the demon capital Spirit University made a significant contribution. In addition, Suyu's benefits to his own people allowed Gu Yi, who had been stagnating, to break through his spiritual power and advance his realm. Under the protection of Principal Ning Hanwen, he attained the Tao myth. In despair, the beast tide, divine soldiers descended from the sky. Suyu held high the banner of the night banquet, a blooming crimson lotus, which looked absolutely stunning under the black banner and the setting sun. Suyu, leader of the night banquet beast taming group, has arrived to provide support. Shanghai Yuling University is here to provide support. The Liu family Shilio guards are here to provide support. The Pei family's black-clad guards have arrived to provide support. The loud shouts seemed to tear through the darkness of despair, like the light of dawn illuminating the darkness, igniting the silence of the crowd. Suyu? It's Suyu. They're here? How did they get here? Where did they come from? The Holy Phoenix clan stared in disbelief, seemingly recalling a familiar name. Suyu? Chapter 225. The Holy Phoenix is questioning. Suyu versus Phoenix Chiyue. The battlefield erupted in uproar. The great Xia camp swept away the gloomy and despairing atmosphere. Their spirits lifted, and their eyes regained their light. It's Suyu. It really is him. My God, I've never thought this bastard looked as handsome as he does today. This bastard's voice is so nice. It's the first time I've ever heard it. And reinforcements from Shanghai? When did they enter Qianhu? Can we possibly win? To further boost morale, Suyu used his mental power to amplify his voice. Elite warriors of Jiangnan province. At this moment, Governor Wu and Principal Jiang of the Imperial Spirit are launching a fierce attack on Sunken Star Island and Wind Whale Island. Your perseverance is not in vain. 10,000 beast tamers from the Great Xia have already stormed into the Thousand Lakes Demon Cave from another direction. Everyone, your bloody battle today will be the most important part of our Great Xia's conquest of the Thousand Lakes Demon Cave. Let us fight these beasts to the bitter end. Victory will be our triumphant march. Let not a single monster leave this battlefield. The sound was like a rainbow, reaching the ears of every human and every demon beast. In an instant, the soldiers of Longjiangwei and Jianghe University let out the most awe-inspiring roars and howled as they fought fiercely against the strange beasts. They are not lacking in courage and fearlessness. What's missing is a tomorrow where there's no hope. The news about Su Yu is undoubtedly encouraging. Sunset City, at the edge of the horizon, the flickering glow of the sunset reflecting the heavens seems to confirm this. That was a mythical battle of the monster tide with overwhelming force. Su Yu and the people of Jiangnan is to hold on to the alien beast alliance in front of them and prevent them from returning to their aid. Kill. I'd rather break my teeth than let you go. Damn it, 20 years. We've waited 20 years, and finally the horn of counterattack has sounded. Father, watch closely from heaven. Today your son will destroy the Thousand Lakes Demon Cave for the Great Xia. Charge. Die, you bunch of stinking whales. It's not just humans who are affected. Su Yu used the common language of all races, which immediately threw the monster horde into chaos. They had come hoping to break through the starting point and go to the human world to slaughter and plunder, not to die, and certainly not to watch their home be stolen. Some of the monsters couldn't withstand the sudden turn of events on the battlefield, and their homesickness made them eager to flee back home. As a result, hundreds of thousands of monsters were thrown into chaos. Seizing the opportunity, Longjiang Guard activated the last resort that Sunset City had prepared long ago. The mythical plant bomb, originally intended to be used in case the defense line was breached, so that Sunset City would perish together with the enemy, was unleashed by Longjiang Guard into the beast tide. Boom! Dozens of brilliant mushroom clouds rose up, and the massive beast tide was turned around, and its momentum was on the verge of collapse in just 10 minutes. The 7 Demon City Lords and the 2 Holy Phoenix mythical beings knew they could no longer stand idly by. My lads, do not listen to the wicked words of humans. The bigwigs from the Forbidden Zone have arrived in the land of 1,000 lakes. They will not stand idly by. In the face of the truth, any explanation is pale. Wu Meiming deliberately created a radiant glow that illuminated the heavens and the earth, just to let the allied beast forces know that their backyard was on fire. However, due to the authority of the Demon City Lord, the riot was temporarily suppressed. Despite the human reinforcements launching a surprise attack from behind, Thousand Lakes Demon Cave still holds the advantage in high-end combat power. The ratio in the mythical realm is 9-4. Although human beast tamers have the ability to fight against many, it will not be easy for Gu Yi, a newly promoted mythical realm expert, to defeat these established figures. Amidst the chaos of the battlefield, Huang Qiyue, the great elder of the Holy Phoenix clan, roared, "Are you Su Yu? You bastard, you killed my poor granddaughter. Today I will avenge her. Chief, cover me." Suddenly, the phoenix flames that covered the heavens and earth burned the sky, and a phoenix broke away from the mythical battlefield and rushed straight at Su Yu. Yin Huiqing and Gu Yi, who were present, were eager to come to the rescue, but were stopped by the patriarch of the Holy Phoenix clan. "Gentlemen, don't think you can leave so easily." The Holy Phoenix clan ranks extremely high in the hierarchy, making it no easy task to defeat him. The clan leader, Saint Heavenly Phoenix, set up the Phoenix Fire Domain, cutting off all thoughts of the human race's mythical desire to rescue them. A crisis descended upon Su Yu in an instant. Upon seeing this, Lin Li and Huang Wenbo flew over to provide assistance. Being targeted by a mythological figure would send chills down even the scalp of a demigod, leaving them no choice but to defend themselves. They absolutely cannot let Su Yu perish here. For Jiangnan province, Su Yu's journey of thousands of miles to provide assistance would be a disgrace to the entire province if he were to die here. For Lin Li, it would be even more disheartening to watch Su Yu perish. But Huang Qiyue's reckless attack on the younger generation and her breaking of the rules was too sudden. Su Yu's gaze sharpened, and he quickly unfolded the sacred soul heavenly painting. "White Dragon, the time has come for you to fulfill your promise." Bai Longzuan witnessed Su Yu make the oath and naturally knew that Su Yu was in big trouble. He should still do his part. Otherwise, what if Su Yu went down in a fight to the death and used himself to withstand the mythical attack before he died? Anyway, the worst outcome is that I have to wait a month, and it's not too late to find a chance to get revenge after I leave. The White Dragon Lord lent the divine artifact and power to Su Yu. The White Dragon Thunder Spear swept across. Tens of thousands of terrifying bolts of lightning shattered the dark clouds and phoenix flames, drawing a lightning arc thousands of feet long in front of them, blocking Huang Qiyue's reckless charge. Immediately afterwards, the power of burning heaven reappeared. Dragon flames and phoenix flames intertwined in the air, and the karmic flames stirred up the entire sky. Huang Qiyue exclaimed in surprise, "Damn it, How could you possibly have such power? No, this is the power of that dragon. It suddenly remembered that Suyu had once captured a dragon lord, causing Dragon Nest Island to lose face. This was one of the reasons why Dragon Nest Island supported the divine demon Well's large-scale invasion of Great Xia. They're just like me, both using the Burning Heaven technique. Huang Qiyue's eyes flashed with a fierce light, a mixture of hatred and a hint of surprise. The prophecy of the prophecy will grant power. Power is not necessarily unique. Seizing the same power as you is the only way to increase your power. Then you deserve to die even more. Go to hell. Huang Qiyue was only slightly moved at first, but quickly calmed down. Suyu only briefly obtained divine artifacts and powers by capturing the Dragon Lord. Although it was the Dragon Lord who offered sacrifices to the demon, Suyu seemed to be no different from the myth. However, the fatal flaw is that Suyu himself is merely a phoenix rising from the ashes. I can be attacked by you many times, but you will be reduced to ashes if you take just one of my moves. Even if 2 demigods were to protect you, it would still be the same. Phoenix July is destined to win. Your head will serve as a sacrifice to avenge Jyoga. Suyu gave him a playful look. Oh, I see. So you're the grandfather of that silly phoenix girl from the Ruins trial. No wonder you're just as stupid. Chapter 226 Dragon Flame, Burning the Heavens. Joining forces to slay the Holy Phoenix. You're not a young man anymore. Your granddaughter is dead. Why don't you just have your daughter-in-law have another one? Is it because your son isn't up to the task? If not, I can do it for you. Suyu's words made Huang Qiyue's face burn instantly. When her beloved granddaughter died tragically at Suyu's hands. After beating her for a long time, Suyu finally remembered who she had come for, and after a few words, he made Huang Qiyue furious. They don't take the Holy Phoenix clan seriously at all. Die, you ants. You can't argue with Suyu verbally. The more you try to reason with him, the more irrational you'll become. Huang Qiyue chose the simplest method, to break through all 10 techniques with sheer force. Huang Qiyue's mythical aura pressed down, crushing dozens of people into mincemeat. Myths are stories passed down through ancient legends. When the mythical realm descends, it is the moment when mortals tremble on the ground, driven by their instinct for survival. Suyu felt an immense pressure pressing down on his head. The divine aura of the 3 women, Arya, who resisted, Suyu would probably have had his bloodline ruptured due to the pressure. This is not a ruin. The vast difference in cultivation level cannot be bridged by any means. Only myth can stand against myth. White Dragon, put in some effort. Do you want to break the contract? Bai Longzuan gritted his teeth. The power of penetration through the holy soul heaven painting was weakened. You bastard, if you have the guts, let me out. Suyu really didn't dare to let it out. That would be like releasing a tiger back into the mountains. The White Dragon's lightning spear reflected back, and thousands of bolts of lightning converged into a tangled, intertwined lightning serpent. Strands of electric arcs made Huang Qiyue's feathers stand upright, but Huang Qiyue did not stop her attack. A fiery red longsword with phoenix patterns appeared in Huang Qiyue's hand. His divine weapon, the Crimson Lotus Phoenix Sword. Phoenix Qiyue descended from the sky, her crimson feathers deflecting the lightning, and the blazing flames of phoenix breath pierced through space and struck Suyu directly. Huang Wenbo and Lin Li have arrived. The 3 joined forces to fight against Huang Qiyue. Huang Wenbo's divine artifact, the Lone Star Shield, and Lin Li's divine artifact, the Golden Soul Seal, were both unleashed. Together with their 8 demigod pets, they tightly surrounded Huang Qiyue. This is the advantage of a beast tamer. 10 demigods and mythology. Suyu besieged Huang Qiyue. Huang Qiyue frowned. Even though a mythical figure had been spared, the human support could still allocate manpower to fight against it in terms of demigod combat strength. Nothing but ants. What's the use of having a large quantity? The Phoenix sword was raised high above his head. Its SS rank talent, Nirvana Phoenix Flame. The Phoenix Flame swirled around the Crimson Lotus Phoenix sword, and a cluster of fire lotuses was unleashed, blasting off half of Lin Li's demigod plant. The sword then pointed at Huang Wenbo, and the Phoenix Flame ray pierced through the Lone Star Shield. Bang! Huang Wenbo gritted his teeth and endured the Phoenix Flame, even causing the Lone Star Shield to crack slightly. Damn it! Is the difference really that big? Seeing that Gu Yi, the vice principal of Moling, had achieved a legendary status, Huang Wenbo also became anxious. They were both vice principals, so who was inferior to whom? He gestured with his fingers, and the Lone Star Shield split into 32 layers of shields. Lone Star, Spirit Leap. Swish swish. The split shields blocked the spread of the Phoenix Flame from 32 angles. He realized that Suyu was using that mythical dragon to unleash a powerful attack. What he needs to do is to restrict Huang Qiyue's movements as much as possible. Lin Li understood immediately, and the golden soul seal descended from the sky, its golden soul seemingly extinguishing the flames and further suppressing Huang Qiyue's expanding phoenix flame. The demonic plant was bound from below. The pet beast launched an attack from a distance. Huang Qiyue never expected that humans would be so difficult to deal with. Having unleashed its divine artifact and unique talent, it suppressed the power of 10 demigods, and its strength was undeniable, yet it still failed to gain the upper hand. In her impatience, Huang Qiyue transformed into a ball of flame. SSS, Phoenix God Rebirth. Closest to the Age of Gods, they will also gain SSS-level talents after breaking through the mythology. The Phantom of the Phoenix God shattered the 32 Lone Star shields, crushed the Golden Soul Judgment, and the flames condensed into a single point and rapidly expanded. The Phoenix's proud, true form descended, and boundless flames spread for hundreds of kilometers, enveloping everything in the Phoenix's flames. Only pale white dragon flame emerged from the flames. Dragon flames rose and roared from the Phoenix flames of rebirth. Bai Longzuan infused his power into the sacred soul painting, while Suyu also activated his power, Return to Heaven, on the sacred soul painting. Both belong to the burning heaven power. Dragon flame cannot truly devour Phoenix flame. Despite being a dragon flame from the Age of Gods, it was still a hair's breadth away from completely devouring the Phoenix flame. However, Suyu's sacred soul heaven painting, Returning Soul Heaven, power filled that missing piece. In the tattered scroll, Suyu drew the dragon's head biting off the neck of the Phoenix Phantom. Roar! Dragon flame roared and bit through Huang Qiyue's neck. The blazing white dragon flame completely devoured Huang Flame and took its place. The power belonging to the white dragon lord suppressed Huang Qiyue to the extreme. Old Lin, Old Huang, Slaughter Phoenix. Their powers were suppressed, and their killer moves and talents were countered. Huang Qiyue, whose phantom image had been shattered, was at her weakest. She was attacked from all sides. Lin Li's golden seal transformed into a golden spear and pierced Huang Qiyue's brain. Huang Wenba's pet beast, the Shadow Crow, emerged from the shadows and bit off Huang Qiyue's heart. The heart that belonged to the Phoenix emerged. The white dragon thunder spear pierced through the heart like a bolt of lightning. Bang! Slay the Phoenix. Huang Qiyue's body suddenly exploded. Her power to burn the heavens fell into the wrong hands, and the heavenly Tao trembled. The blood-red demonic rain poured down. Everything happened too fast, as if in the blink of an eye, and a legendary phoenix fell. With the intervention of the White Dragon Lord and 10 demigods, even the arrogant and furious Holy Phoenix had to pay the price. July. The patriarch of the Holy Phoenix clan let out a long roar. The sudden killing of a mythical figure also instantly threw the main battlefield into disarray. The Great Xia turned the tide and gained an overwhelming advantage. And gold characters appeared on the popularity chart. Thousand Lakes Demon Cave, Phoenix Qiyue, ranked 128th on the Fate Demon ranking, has fallen. Human Suyu, Lin Li, and Huang Wenba emerged victorious. Because it was a siege and they relied on the external force of the White Dragon Lord, their rankings did not actually improve. On the battlefield, the morale of the human race soared, and the situation was like an overwhelming force, causing the morale of the Alien Beast Alliance to collapse instantly. The announcement of the popularity rankings left the demons in the Forbidden Zone, far away in the Land of Calamity, so astonished that their jaws nearly dropped to the ground. Suyu, isn't the main force of humanity still in the Land of Calamity? Qi Mulyuan almost roared. Where are the humans? Before he could finish speaking, Qianhu's cry for help came through. Report. The human race has launched a surprise attack on Thousand Lakes Demon Cave, and is now under attack from both sides at the foot of Sunset City. Phoenix Qiyue has fallen, and the main battlefield is on the verge of collapse. Report. The Great Xia demon-suppressing guards of the human race have launched a surprise attack on Xinqing Island. Xinqing Island has fallen. Report. The Great Xia dynasty of the human race has launched a surprise attack on Wind Whale Island. Wind Whale Island has fallen. Sixth Prince, rush to the aid of Thousand Lakes. Otherwise, Thousand Lakes will be swept away by the human race. Upon hearing the series of news, Qi Mulyuan nearly fainted. Chapter 227 The Bright King enters the domain. Is Great Xia going to fight to the death? Qi Mulyuan barely managed to maintain his composure, saying, How is this possible? Where did our Great Xia human race on the front lines get so much power to launch an attack at the same time? There has also been considerable research on the forbidden zones concerning the powerful nations that originated from them. I have a general idea of the distribution of the Great Xia's combat strength. The strongest demon suppression guards can only be deployed to one battlefield, and the demon suppression guards banner clearly appeared in the Land of Calamity, so how could it suddenly? Etc. The demon fish venerable said, Sixth Prince, could it be that they are like us? They also discovered a passage through the demon cave. Chi Mulyuan nodded. Yes, that must be it. Otherwise it's impossible to explain why nearly 100,000 humans suddenly disappeared from the Land of Calamity and then suddenly reappeared in the Land of Thousand Lakes. So, the only ones fighting us head-on are the Dragon Eagle Guards. He realized he had made a fatal mistake. They forced the main force of the Forbidden Zone to cross the Forbidden Sea to fight the human race, but were led by the nose by the human race. Long Xian, who was standing to the side, said softly, although you, the divine demon are in overall command this time, I still think we should try our best to save Qianhu. If we lose Thousand Lakes as well, all the border regions adjacent to Great Xia will lose their will to fight. This is the truth. The destruction of the Eternal Land has already made these subordinate races tremble with fear. In addition, the Void race was not punished for surrendering, which has made many races restless. If the restricted area is defeated again, it's hard to guarantee that these peripheral areas won't defect to the human race. Chi Mulyuan took a deep breath. This is not appropriate. We don't know where the passage to the two demon caves is. Maybe it's near the Wangxian forest that disappeared before, or maybe it's a decoy. Either way, it will waste our precious time. Perfect timing. Since the main force of the Great Xia human race has appeared at Thousand Lakes, let's do the opposite. Charge Redstone City. Charge the beginning grounds. Opening the passage to the starting point is worthwhile. Chi Mulyuan recalled the tactics that Su Yu, one of the humans, liked the most. All actions were transformed by attacking where the enemy had to defend. Even if the human race conquers the Thousand Lakes, they will surely return to its aid if the beginning land is in danger. The three races quickly reached an agreement. To invade the starting land was their common goal. Dry? In an instant, the main force of the restricted area, together with the beast horde from the Land of Calamity, swept in. Xia Tingyin led the Dragon Eagle Guards in a step-by-step retreat, withdrawing from Wangxian Forest, abandoning Qingyan City, and then tampering with Qingyan City. They then retreated to Redstone City. Qingshi Gorge was overwhelmed by Qi Mayan's early reinforcements, and the front line has been captured by the Alien Beast Alliance. The only obstacle blocking the way in front of the starting point is Redstone City. Only, something went wrong when they were trying to subdue Qingyan City. A soaring dragon coiled above Qingyan City, as if anyone who approached would be destroyed. Before retreating, Xia Tingyan sold Qingyan City to Fengyan Pavilion for a good price. Instead, Chi Mulyuan ran into a snag. Damn it, are you guys, who keep saying you're neutral, going to get involved too? Chi Mulyuan asked almost angrily. The Beast Pavilion Master stood atop the city wall and chuckled softly. How could that be? Humans offered a price for this demon city, and we bought it because we thought it was worth it. That's all. If the Sixth Prince is willing, he can also make an offer to acquire it. Chi Mulyuan gritted his teeth, almost ordering the main force in the penalty area to launch a strong attack. But Venerable Demon Fish stopped him. Your Highness, please calm down. Conquering the starting point is the priority. We can deal with these opportunists after we've succeeded. There's no need to provoke a powerful enemy now. No one can tell whether he is a myth or a saint. If he is just a spiritual avatar and his true form suddenly descends, we will be in big trouble. The Demon Fish's words calmed Chi Mulyuan down, and he immediately turned to Redstone City. On the way, Long Xian looked at Long Miyue, the holy maiden of the Dragon Clan. Miyue, what's wrong? Long Miyue raised her eyebrows slightly. The Dragon Saintess in her transformed state had long, slender eyebrows that arched upwards, exuding majesty. Her deep blue pupils were as calm as moonlight. Her long, white gold hair covered her stunning beauty. Her nose was straight and noble. Her lips parted slightly, and every frown and stern gesture seemed capable of making glaciers smile. She said thoughtfully, I have a feeling this plan is very much like someone's work in the ruins. Long Xian's pupils widened slightly. You think so too? Hee, it's true. Chi Mulyuan is exceptionally talented but simple-minded. When he encounters someone who plays with brains, he gets completely fooled. I suspect that the obstacles he encountered on the snowfield and the events that occurred in the Land of Calamity are all closely related to him. Since Suyu rose to fame in the Eternal Calamity Land, many races in the Forbidden Zone have studied him. Among them, the dragon race has been studied the most. After all, They still had a dragon lord who was captured alive by Suyu. They're planning how to take it back. Long Miyue smiled gently and transmitted her voice to the dragon lord beside her. Since the plan revolves around the Blitzkrieg Thousand Lakes Demon Cave, the starting point must have left a backup plan. It seems unlikely that Ikamura's aggressive attack will be effective. Therefore, Long Miyue informed the Dragon Clan and its affiliated races that they were only going through the motions and that they would withdraw from the battlefield and head to Wangxian Forest after the outbreak of war. She was certain that Suyu had no intention of hiding the passage. The goal of the Great Xia and his forces was to sweep through the Thousand Lakes and the Land of Calamity in one fell swoop. As expected, when the main force of the restricted area launched a strong attack on Redstone City, the Dragon Eagle Guards retreated step by step, refusing to engage in a head-on confrontation with the Demon Cave Alliance. A beast tide of over 400,000, along with hundreds of demigods and dozens of mythical beings, was far beyond what the Dragon Eagle Guards and Xia Tingyin could withstand. In order to preserve their strength, they even abandoned Redstone City, which the Shanghai governor's office had been building in the Land of Calamity for several years. Redstone City was swallowed by the beast tide. The power of the Forbidden Zone pointed its sword at the Demon Cave Passage. However, they underestimated the determination of the Great Xia dynasty. When Akaji Luan was full of confidence and determined to break through the Demon's Cave Passage, the demonic ash in the Calamity Cave was suddenly cleared away, and the gray sky was replaced by azure. Then it was torn apart, and the sky and the earth were ripped open with a hideous wound. Dark clouds surged like ocean waves, and thunder roared like the roar of the gods. Mountains rise abruptly from the ground, rivers flow upstream, the sun and moon lose their luster, and the stars on the horizon tremble as if a catastrophe has befallen us. Powerful dragon roar echoed from the distant direction of the Forbidden Zone. Miawang, you have crossed the line. Muffled voice echoed from the direction of Shanghai. Purple Dragon King, would you like to test the sharpness of my sword? The sword's edge pierced through the boundary barrier, and countless beings looked up in awe as the golden blade, thousands of feet wide, pierced into the Calamity Demon Cave. Great Xia Ming King. Damn it, are these humans going to fight to the death? Even if they actually breached the starting point and turned the battlefield to Blue Star, would the Holy Domain really end up in such a desperate situation? In the snowfields, in the west, in Milika, in the irises, never before has it been like this. The dragon's claws, covering the heavens and the earth, clashed with the golden blade. The war in the Holy Land has affected innocent bystanders. The resulting whirlwind blew the main force of the penalty area back hundreds of kilometers. Many of the strange beasts were unable to withstand the pressure and suddenly exploded. Qi Mulyuan also discovered that the Dragon Clan had secretly slipped away when they captured Redstone City. A series of unexpected events unfolded. He didn't understand why the Wind and Cloud Pavilion had entered the fray, the Holy Domain had left, and the Dragon Clan had departed. Why was that? Chapter 228, Placing the Bet. The prelude to the Battle of 1,000 Lakes. I never expected that the Great Xia King would personally intervene. An elder who had been granted the gift of an elf muttered to himself. Mira, the light elf, frowned slightly. Battles between holy realms are not something we can interfere with. Since the Great Xia Ming King of the human race is stationed in the Land of Calamity, then the Abyss King cannot be too far away. If we continue to launch a strong attack, we will only force the Abyss King to enter the domain. The demons in the restricted area gasped in shock. The Great Xia is truly going all out. 2 of the 5 kings of Great Xia have actually come. Qi Mulyuan's eyes were dark, and his pupils were filled with blood. Just when he was about to lead his troops to achieve great things, he encountered such a fierce counterattack from the human race. Where are Long Xian and Long Miyue? He asked, slightly dissatisfied. Another demon lord, Demon Dear Venerable, said, Your Highness, the Holy Son of the Dragon Clan deduces that the passage between Calamity and 1,000 Lakes should be near Wangxian Forest, and has already led his troops to investigate ahead of time. Since a direct assault on the starting point is impossible, why not return to reinforce 1,000 Lakes? If we can annihilate the demon suppression guards, Great Xia will completely lose the power to counterattack. From the very beginning of the war, the main force in the penalty area was led by the nose and suffered setbacks everywhere, which was puzzling. Are humans really that smart? That they can completely predict their every move? Actually, this was largely thanks to Qi Mayan's intelligence. Otherwise, it would be difficult for the Great Xia to anticipate the enemy's moves. Furthermore, if the snowfield hadn't failed to block the restricted area and the Milika people, the Dragon Eagle Guards would have had ample time to enter 1,000 Lakes, and the situation at Thousand Lakes would be even worse for the restricted area right now. It might even prove that they have already been annihilated. War is unpredictable. Anything can happen. After reassessing the situation, Chi Mulyuan decided to accept the advice of the demon Deer Venerable and find a passage to the Thousand Lakes Demon Cave to fight against humans in the Thousand Lakes. He also issued an order. Humans who surrender will not be accepted. Any human they encounter will be killed without exception. Thus, the power of the Forbidden Zone and the Calamity Cave, which had been repelled by the power of the Holy Domain, turned towards Thousand Lakes. Xia Tingyan's Dragon Eagle Guards returned to Shanghai. The backup plan was immediately activated. All members boarded vehicles, and the entire Great Xia transported the Dragon Eagle Guards from Shanghai to Jiangnan Province at the fastest speed. The land of calamity has almost fallen, and Redstone City has been breached. It is impossible to retake it for the time being. What they had to do was get to Thousand Lakes before they found the way to the Thousand Lakes Demon Cave in the restricted area. The decisive battle will take place in the land of 1,000 lakes. The Beast Pavilion Master stood atop Qingyan City, gazing into the distance, lost in thought. In a flash of golden light, the Dragon Pavilion Master asked, "Do you think humanity can win this war?" The Beast Pavilion Master shook his head. "No, I did it to observe his choice." "Speaking of which, aren't you the same? He's already the wing commander of your Skywing race, isn't he?" The Dragon Pavilion Master remained silent for a long time, unless he can awaken the Holy Sword. So, he may lose everything, even his life. The Beast Pavilion Master laughed and said, "A high-stakes gamble? A high-stakes gamble where the fate of your winged chief is placed on the card table." The Dragon Pavilion Master nodded. "You can understand it that way. This show has only just begun. King Yuan of Great Xia and King Wen have not yet placed their bets." Sunset Castle. With the fall of Huang Qiyue and Yin Huiqing's decisive victory over Jing Feng, the city lord of Fengjing Island, the tide of events has completely turned in favor of the human race. The battle power of the mythical realm reversed, with Gu Yi holding his own against two mythical realm experts. Jiang Qiyin and Jiang Bai unleashed their full power, severely injuring and defeating the remaining Demon City Lord. The desperate and unwilling roar of the Holy Phoenix Clan chief led the Holy Phoenix Clan to hastily leave the battlefield. At sunset, an even more brutal battle raged beneath the city walls. The people of Jiangnan were completely bloodthirsty. They had been fighting these beasts for over 20 years, and each time they were forced to defend, and even when they won, it was a brutal victory. Now that the chance of victory is right in front of us, we can't wait to slaughter all the demons. Ignoring their injuries, they danced in the sea of blood. Corpses littered the ground beneath the city walls at sunset. The beast tide gradually receded, and countless demonic beasts scattered like monkeys. They did not possess the strong faith of humans. They had gathered together out of fear of the Forbidden Zone and greed for conquering the starting point. They naturally crumble when faced with the test of life and death. The Jiangnan province has repelled the beast tide. They won. More than half of the 500,000 plus demon beasts perished in the battle. 2 of the mythical city lords were killed, 1 member of the Holy Phoenix clan was killed, and the rest were severely injured in their attempt to escape, almost losing their fighting ability. It can be said that without external intervention, the entire Thousand Lakes Demon Cave would have become a lamb to the slaughter for the Great Xia dynasty. Similarly, Longjiangwei, Jianghe University, and the Yin family also paid a heavy price for this. Nearly 10,000 beast tamers died in battle, all of them wounded, and barely more than half of them were still capable of fighting. Suyu's beast taming group also suffered significant losses. This is a beast taming group wrapped in massive resources. When they conquered Qingyan City, they suffered more than 200 casualties. In the Battle of Rimu City to reinforce Qianhu, they suffered more than 500 casualties. Fortunately, Arya's immortality can save many critically injured and dying people. Suyu asked the Longjiang guards to bring over those who were barely clinging to life. Arya could revive them, and those who were seriously injured could be treated without wasting the precious, undying essence. The war is not over. It's not time to be sad yet. The next choice is crucial. At this point, the intelligence benefits provided by the little demon girl had been completely exploited. Nearly half of the Thousand Lakes Demon Cave had fallen into the hands of the Great Xia, and 3 demon cities and 2 islands had been conquered by the Great Xia. It's foreseeable that the main force of the Demon Cave is returning to reinforce, and they can't contact the little Demoness at the moment. Huang Wenba brought Huang Qiyue's corpse and said, "Suyu, well done. I never imagined in my life I'd see the Thousand Lakes Demon Cave launch a counterattack. Just over an hour ago, I almost thought we were going to lose." Not only Huang Wenba, but everyone else also had tears in their eyes. The battle was extremely brutal. Even with a casualty ratio exceeding 120, the losses are still heavy. Long Jiangwei and several student representatives from Jianghe University came over and bowed, saying, "We are deeply grateful, Suyu. If you ever need our help, please let us know. Suyu, Jianghe University, and you had a grudge in the past. Please don't take it to heart. Thank you for this time. No complaints. We'll definitely treat you well next time you come. You're not allowed to steal our school's prettiest girl anymore." Haha. Suyu chuckled and shook his head. All right. We'll have a drink and chat with everyone later. Old Huang, gentlemen, there's something I'd like to discuss with you. Do you dare to place a bet with me? Suyu's expression suddenly turned serious, and the other mythical figures also turned to listen. Speaking, Suyu spread out a map of 1,000 lakes. I won't hide it from you. This time we came from the passage of the Calamity Demon Cave. I knew that this passage could not be hidden and would be discovered sooner or later. At that time, the monstrous army from the land of Calamity will attack, and the toughest battle awaits us. However, this passage is not wide. Even for beast tamers, it took us nearly 6 hours to get the demon suppression guards and the others through. Now, I'm going to block this passage to buy Commander Wu time to destroy the 1,000 Lakes Demon Cave. Chapter 229. The Cicada is hidden behind a decisive decision to burn the boats. With the main force of the 1,000 Lakes Demon Cave defeated, and without reinforcements, the human race's conquest of the 1,000 Lakes Demon Cave is almost a foregone conclusion. But the penalty area will not stand idly by. Suyu received news that Li Ming, the commander of the Great Xia dynasty, had entered the Demon Cave. At the same time, the Forbidden Zone mobilized 5 Dragon Kings to besiege him. The entire land of Calamity was engulfed in chaos, and the Forbidden Sea overflowed, turning it into a near-death zone. With the war having progressed to this point, Great Xia had no way out. Suyu's suggestion was approved by everyone. No problem, we from Longjiangwei will go with you. I've been waiting for this day for a long time. There are 6 people in my family. 4 of them died at Qianhu. If I can take on this tough nut, it will be a comfort to my father and brother in heaven. As promised, Jianghe University will always stand by your side. The Yin family is fine and willing to go with you. Suyu, we believe in you. The others naturally had no objections. The Pei family's black-clad guard said they needed to report to Commander Wu before taking action, but Suyu didn't pay them any mind. They weren't on the same page to begin with, and bringing them together could potentially cause trouble. The group quickly agreed to leave behind the seriously wounded who could not be healed and depart from the battlefield, while also relaying the message to the Dragon Eagle guards who were about to arrive. Before Suyu's banquet, 800 people were killed or wounded. More than half of them were saved thanks to Aria's immortality. After consideration, Suyu allowed them to stay. The remaining 4,000 or so people followed the main force to the passageway between the 2 demon caves. On the way, Huang Wenba tossed the crimson longsword to Suyu, here that Phoenix's divine weapon. Although the artifact only belongs to its original owner and is not very useful, I heard that you, Suyu, can use it. Huang Qiyu self-destructed along with all his belongings. Although he could still obtain some benefits, the most valuable Phoenix heart and Phoenix feathers were destroyed, and the rest of the items lost their value to Suyu. But this magical artifact, a divine artifact, is a weapon unique to a person after attaining demigodhood. It is almost integrated with the person and can be used as one with them. Even if it falls into the hands of others, it is nothing more than a piece of scrap metal. But that might not be the case for Suyu. If I could, a possibility flashed through Suyu's mind. A divine artifact from the mythical realm. I wonder if it can achieve that level. If possible, it would drastically change the course of the war. The Crimson Lotus Phoenix sword seemed to respond to some kind of ability of his. Seeing the cracks on it, Suyu smiled knowingly. This is a perfect opportunity to give those beasts in the restricted area a big gift. Intelligence from all sides also came in one after another. The Demon Suppression Guard and the Imperial Spirit were to split up and take 10 hours to conquer the remaining 4 demon cities. It takes the Dragon Eagle Guard 3 hours to reach Jiangnan Province. From Sunset City to the passage, every second counts. The only way to stop the main force in the penalty area is to take a desperate gamble. After entering the 1,000 Lakes Demon Cave, Milika and her group went into hiding. Erwin, aren't we going to attack now? Those demons are a bunch of pigs. The 1,000 Lakes Demon Cave suffered a crushing defeat. If we let Great Xia pacify 1,000 Lakes again, what will we have left? The Eternal Calamity Demon Cave has already made Great Xia grow stronger. If the Divine Realm can produce a batch of demigods by the end of the year, the future will fall into the hands of Great Xia. Erwin Tsepasi said softly. Laikman, calm down. There is a saying in the Great Xia dynasty that goes, one should not wage war out of anger. No one knows our current location, not even the Great Xia or the Demon Cave. We only have one chance to draw our swords. Erwin spread out a map of the Thousand Lakes Demon Cave. Look, what's the most important place right now? Martin replied matter-of-factly. Of course it's the Demon Suppression Guard. As long as we can hold off the Demon Suppression Guard's advance, once the demons from the Forbidden Area arrive, the Great Xia's forces at Thousand Lakes will be no match for them. Erwin shook his head. No. It's Suyu. According to the intelligence we received, this is Suyu's movement trajectory. From Calamity to Thousand Lakes, he is always present in the most crucial places. Don't underestimate him. I'm sure he'll be in the most dangerous position. And what we need to do is... Erwin coldly wiped his neck. At the most crucial moment, they stabbed Suyu and Xia in the back. That makes sense. You decide, Erwin. As long as we can obtain the undying source essence, any price is worth paying. To ensure the success of the operation, we have invited all the old monsters in our family to help you. Erwin nodded. Yes, besides Suyu, we also need to be wary of the Li family. They say they'll help us, but in the end, they might stab us in the back. Their situation is delicate. He formed an alliance with the Li family and other families, but it was extremely fragile. This alliance was based on the sequence of gods that Suyu controlled. Once Suyu was killed, the ownership of those 3 gods would immediately cause a major conflict between the 2 sides. There are no permanent friends, only permanent interests. That is the nature of family. They quietly disappeared into the island, silently searching for Suyu and the others. There are 2 sides to the story. Long Xian and Long Miue finally found the passage between the land of 1,000 lakes and the land of calamity in Wangxian Forest. This space is extremely stable. Even a mythical being could not easily destroy it. Upon receiving news from the Dragon Clan, Qi Moyuan and his men immediately turned their forces around and rushed to Wangxian Forest. Qi Mayan also came along. She changed her voice, speaking in a slightly teasing low voice. Sixth brother, why are you running around like a headless fly, getting crushed everywhere? Your father has placed high hopes on you, even entrusting you with command. Is this how you repay the trust placed in you by the people of the Forbidden Zone? The demons of the Forbidden Zone were well aware of the grudges between the demon princes of the Divine Demon Well and were happy to watch the show. A ruthless glint flashed in Qi Moyuan's eyes. Ninth brother, it seems you also intend to obey this prince's orders, don't you? Now all the power of the Calamity Lands must enter Thousand Lakes, and you are no exception, Qi Mayan. He always felt that his ninth brother had a feminine quality and didn't know how many bad things he had done in secret. The current situation is absolutely inseparable from this ninth brother. I thought Akeji would refuse the banquet. Unexpectedly, he said, yes, it's fine to follow sixth brother's orders. After all, the impressive results in these 2 outlying areas were all thanks to sixth brother's command. How could I, as his younger brother, have any say in it? Demon insect, let's go in first, so that everyone doesn't think we Abyss clan are all irresponsible and incompetent good-for-nothings. Yes. The ninth prince personally took the lead and mocked the sixth brother, leaving Qi Moyuan speechless and furious. The other groups nodded, seemingly lost in thought. To the ninth prince's sense of responsibility, the sixth prince has nothing to offer except for being a bit ruthless. Ninth prince, we'll go with you. Qi Moyuan gritted his teeth and swallowed his anger. Enough with the nonsense. Demon fish, let's go in too. So, this wave of young prodigies from the restricted area rushed through the passage. At the end of the passage, in that tranquil bamboo hut, the 2 groups of people met unexpectedly, as if by fate. Chapter 230, An Unexpected Encounter. Will we blush upon reunion? The timing was so coincidental. Qi Moyuan was unwilling to let his ninth brother easily steal his reputation, so he led the charge, and as a result, the group ran into Suyu and his group who had just arrived. No one anticipated this unexpected situation. Instead of a fierce battle, they were completely bewildered upon meeting. Suyu was slightly taken aback. What a coincidence. He also planned to make multiple arrangements, but there was simply no time to implement them. The leaders on the human side also felt a chill in their hearts. The army had just gone through a fierce battle and a long journey, and their condition was not very good. They were about to engage in battle without rest, and it was still unknown whether this would be a blessing or a curse. Suyu was unprepared, and Qi Moyuan felt a chill run down her spine. He charged too fast. The main force behind him hadn't even arrived yet. Unfortunately, everyone was entering in batches according to their race. The demons were at the forefront. On the contrary, The dragons and elves that follow will need more time to enter. The passage is so narrow that only a limited number of people can enter at a time. Besides, Chi Mayan was stunned when she saw Suyu. If we can't meet again with tears in our eyes, can we at least blush? The man who appeared in her dreams, the man who killed her brother who was vying for the throne. Although she knew in her heart that this was a bit narcissistic, a bit presumptuous, and a bit beyond the bounds of race, using the demon race's view of love to judge humans, she still couldn't stop her fantasies. How did I run into such a jerk here? In order to seize the throne of the Demon King, she had to transform into a man and take the alias Chi Mayan. It was her great mother who concealed everything so that even the Demon King was unaware. But he didn't want to appear as a man in front of Suyu, alluring beauty to him. Reason stopped his daydreaming. Suyu immediately realized what was happening. Wrong. Principal Jiang, Governor Jiang, Patriarch Yin, Vice Principal Gu, they're outnumbered and haven't come in yet. Let's go. Out of their brief moment of confusion, instantly understood what Suyu meant. Right. The passage was narrow, and only a mere 300 or so demons had entered, with only 200 entering every minute. Time was of the essence. Dry. In an instant, humanity unleashed its full firepower. Suyu shouted, "Everyone cover me. I'll kill these two demon princes." Suyu immediately defined the battle zone. Jiang Bai, Jiang Qin, Yin Huiqing, and Gu Yi understood immediately and rushed forward to fight against Chi Mayan's 3 demon lords and the 2 demon lords beside Chi Mulyuan. The 9 powerful beings at the mythical realm shifted their positions and immediately moved to the battlefield in the clouds. Seeing that the demon beasts had not yet fully assembled into battle formation, the humans immediately rallied their forces and launched a fierce attack. Tens of thousands of human beast tamers swept in like a flood. Chi Mulyuan said arrogantly, "Suyu? Fine, so you're Suyu. Rumor has it that everything that happened today was your doing. Then I'll send you to the Yellow Springs. You mere ants, how dare you provoke me? I'm not that piece of trash, Chi Muhuai." Chi Mulyuan chanted, "Demon ashes of the underworld." The pitch-black gates of purgatory, shrouded in layers of shadows, were aimed directly at Suyu. "Since you have the audacity to provoke me, then I'll kill you to restore honor for my clan." Chi Mulyuan was not unaware that Suyu possessed a Dragon Lord. That was Suyu's trump card. Perhaps Suyu thought that relying on that Dragon Lord could bury him. But Chi Mulan's lips curled up slightly. This is precisely a trap set for the arrogant. What trapped the Dragon Lord must be a secret treasure, a magical weapon, or even a relic from the Holy Domain, but that doesn't matter. Within the gates of the underworld, such a treasure, imbued with the essence of heaven and earth, cannot be awakened. This is also the most powerful aspect of Chi Mulyuan's inherent barrier. Only treasures adapted to the underworld can be awakened, and Suyu clearly does not possess this ability. Chi Mulyuan glanced at Chi Mayan again. "You come over here too. Let's kill Suyu together." Double insurance. Chi Mayan's inherent barrier is a netherworld flower, which, combined with the netherworld, will completely seal off any escape route for Suyu. The demon lords also had great confidence in Chi Mulyuan. "Your secret treasure for capturing the Dragon Lord is unusable. What do you have to compare with the 6th prince?" In terms of realm alone, Chi Mulyuan, who is listed on the Hidden Dragon ranking, belongs to the Reincarnation realm, which also suppresses Suyu. In addition, with the special barrier attribute, Suyu has no chance of survival. Blame your arrogance. Even if we take a step back and assume the 9th prince is still there, the 2 demons joining forces means that even if you, Suyu, have unexpected strengths, you will be safe. After all, the barrier was in the hands of the 2 demons, and Suyu's ethereal witch barrier could not take the initiative against 2 opponents. The pitch-black underworld enveloped the heavens and earth, drawing Suyu and Chi Mayan closer to the inherent barrier. Chi Mulyuan's aura surged, his dark purple life will spun, and pressure came crashing down. 9th brother, although we both want to compete for this throne. But eliminating Suyu is our common goal, isn't it? Chi Mulyuan gave his 9th brother a stern talking to. "If you dare to hold us back at this time, don't blame me for dealing with you too." Chi Mayan chuckled softly. She never expected this to happen. He originally thought that killing 6th brother under the protection of the 2 demon lords would be an extremely difficult task, but he found that the foolish 6th brother had actually killed him. This time, she didn't change her voice. Chi Mayan quietly removed her mask, her red hair billowing in the storm of the underworld, revealing her bewitching and enchanting face to the world. "6th brother, you're so stupid. You big bastard, what are you waiting for? Let's seize control of the barrier." Demon S. Ember Flower. A flower of the underworld bloomed in the underworld, and the gates of the underworld immediately trembled. Suyu called out the void illusion kite, and the pitch-black witch's night descended, splitting the gates of the underworld in two. Chi Mulyuan's pupils constricted. Ninth brother. No. You are actually. And you all. Chi Mayan jumped to Suyu's side and chuckled. Sixth brother, it's really hard for me to dress up as a man every day. I never expected you to obediently deliver yourself to me. Today, it's not you who's going to kill Suyu, but it's the two of you who are going to kill you. She turned back to look at Suyu, a blush creeping onto her fair face, and asked uncertainly, You haven't forgotten your promise to me, have you? Only in his presence did Chi Mayan feel a great deal of uncertainty. Suyu took her hand and gently kissed the back of it. It's my pleasure, Your Highness the Ninth Prince. At that moment, she felt a great sense of satisfaction. With Suyu around, the process of vying for the throne became inexplicably smooth. More importantly, this man gave her plenty of face in front of the demons. Chi Mulyuan gasped for breath, looking at her incredulously. Okay. I was wondering why these ant-like humans always manage to get ahead of me. So it turns out my dear younger brother, no, my dear younger sister, is having an affair with a human. You think you've won just like that? So what if you've taken the barrier? You two still want to kill me? Dream on. Chapter 231 Deathmatch with Chi Mulyuan, a dance between man and demon. For the inherent barrier, Chi Mayan and Kong Huanyuan joined forces to suppress Chi Mulyuan's demonic netherworld, meaning that he could not leave the barrier before defeating Kong Huanyuan and Chi Mayan. This eliminates the possibility of being spied on by outsiders. This infuriated him greatly. For so many years, his youngest brother had been hiding his gender, revealing just how cunning he was. He was completely outmaneuvered by humans, which must have been inseparable from the strong support of this good sister. This caused Chi Mulyuan to lose face in front of the demons in the Forbidden Zone, and more races became dissatisfied with his command, even preferring to listen to Chi Mayan and Long Xian and Long Miue. This is extremely disadvantageous in the struggle for the throne. The culprit behind all this is right before our eyes. Go to hell, you dog and bitch. Behind Chi Mulyuan, black feathers fluttered, opening the gates of the underworld within the limited demonic ash underworld. From the abyss emerged, its dark mist and nauseating green markings signifying the end and death. Comparable to the worthless and useless ancient genie. A true godlike age, a powerful being standing at the pinnacle of the race. Long Xian and Long Miue both had to admit that although Chi Mulyuan had some mental issues, his talent was indeed extraordinary and astonishing. The dark purple wheel of life reached an astonishing 300 revolutions, which is extremely rare in the reincarnation realm. It is generally believed that when one reaches 50 revolutions and can release their power to amplify themselves, they have the conditions to advance to the reincarnation realm, and accumulating 100 revolutions is already considered genius. Reaching 300 laps is almost a feat surpassing countless sages and reaching a realm that ordinary people are not worthy of knowing. Chi Mayan gently reminded, be careful. In the realm of the underworld, any secret treasures or weapons will be interfered with and rendered unusable by the underworld. Suyu then realized that he could not sense either the relics of the divine era or the relics of the holy domain in his hands. The magic could not flow smoothly from itself into the treasure, as if it were holding a strange object. Indeed, they are not to be underestimated. I need to focus on dealing with his barrier, otherwise it'll be very troublesome. Suyu nodded, leave it to me. I will definitely do what I promised you. Chi Mayan smiled, and then focused all her efforts on suppressing the demonic netherworld. Kong Huanyuan couldn't distinguish the power either, but Chi Mulyuan's suppression of his realm was real. With the double barrier, it took the two of them working together to barely suppress it. Arya, Xianin, Xinyu, let's go. Demon Hunter. Arya lightly patted the ground, and the undying temple rose from the ground. Both being creatures from the underworld, the demons and the vampires were originally two sides competing for darkness. A blood-red bone dragon emerged, roaring loudly, its crimson howl piercing through the demonic light. Chi Mulyuan remained calm and composed, casually retrieving a scythe from the underworld. With a wave of his demonic scythe, he effortlessly shattered the bone dragon's breath. Having faced countless dragon breaths, Chi Mulyuan sneered. Compared to a proper dragon's breath, all show and no substance, is this all you've got? Without the support of external aids, you ants are not worthy to stand shoulder to shoulder with my race. Without the speed provided by the angel's 6 wings, Suyu lost his ability to launch surprise attacks on his own. Chi Mulyuan did not see him as a threat and focused his energy on dealing with Arya. Suddenly, Chu Xiannin's foxtail curled up Suyu and hurled him with great force. Suyu flew through an arc like a cannonball and suddenly appeared next to Qi Mulyuan. The inability to use the secret treasure does not mean that its power cannot be used. Bloom, miracle of the end. With a whoosh, 7 pairs of pseudo-angelic 6-winged creatures scattered around Qi Mulyuan, who then grabbed them with his right hand. Golden-black fallen heaven power erupted, and Qi Mulyuan's eyes widened. An unimaginable aura of danger enveloped him, possessing a terrifying power capable of killing him. With a flash of black feathers, the power of the fallen gods surged and chased after it like a pursuer. Boom! Black mist filled the air as Qi Mulyuan emerged from it, his crimson demonic blood and almost charred flesh sending chills down one's spine. Okay, you're very good. You actually have this kind of talent. You vermin, you're quite something. Blood seeped from the corner of Qi Mulyuan's mouth. Before he could finish speaking, Arya manipulated the Blood Queen to use the blood from his mouth to pierce his lips. Arya snapped angrily. Shut up, you foul-mouthed idiot. Your only destiny is to become a stepping stone for the little guy. As soon as he finished speaking, the Moon Tear demon's sword slashed across the sky, and the Moon Tear transformed into moonlight that swept through the air. Qi Mulyuan originally wanted to reach out and grab it, as if he had crushed the bone dragon's roar, but he suddenly withdrew his hand when the first finger was cut off. This moonlight is unstoppable. Are they the tears of the moon? Qi Mulyuan dared not be careless. The demonic scythe in his hand transformed into thousands upon thousands of blades. The pitch-black demonic light cleaved through the underworld, causing the magma to boil and churn. The demonic light pierced through, and suddenly a white light appeared. Chu Xiannin's 9 snow-white fox tails stood upright, and white feathers floated down from the air. When the demonic light struck the light white feathers, it transformed into a torrent of demonic power that gathered towards Chu Xiannin. Snow feather purifies the soul. Snow feather celestial fox. Qi Mulyuan recalled Su Yu's information. Having 3 beast tamers from the age of gods, he was not to be underestimated. But I never expected him to suffer this loss. Qi Mulyuan spat out a mouthful of blood, pulled out the thorn from his mouth, and ignored his own injuries. He was not a man of strategy. He admired strength and would not waste time slowly with you. Suddenly, the black-purple wheel of life above Qi Mulyuan's head began to spin, its rings interlocking, and his aura rose step by step. The demonic scythe in his hand seemed to be given life, and countless dark demons emerged from the top of the scythe, flying into the sky to devour Shuiyu. Baiyu was pierced by the demon, and Chu Xiannin suffered a backlash from the demon's power, causing her to tremble with fear. He spat out a mouthful of blood. Xiannin. Chu Xiannin gently shook her head. I'm fine. Its wheel of life can give life to the demon's scythe, and absorbing the demon's magic power caused me to suffer a backlash. The injuries aren't serious, but the magic circuits have been disrupted. This guy knows a lot. Suyu frowned and secretly transmitted her voice. He then seemingly rushed forward recklessly. Qi Mulyuan was first stunned and then overjoyed. Suyu had no guards around him, and his demonic scythe could easily cut off his head. A vortex of energy exploded beneath Qi Mulyuan's feet, propelling him forward as he swung his scythe down. Just before the demonic scythe struck Suyu's shoulder, Kong Huan Yuan channeled all her magic power into another attack. Paradise Witch, Final Judgment. Time and space freeze. Severed his demonic scythe and body in half. Suyu was also cut off along with him. However, with Arya's immortality blessing, Suyu recovered instantly. Bang! In a moment of distraction, his demonic netherworld was completely suppressed, and Witch's Night and demonic netherworld flower took over the absolute barrier. With flesh and blood bursting apart, Qi Mulyuan's severed body appeared to be on the verge of death. Victory seemed to be just around the corner. But suddenly, those shattered pieces of flesh, scattered blood, and solidified matter. Qi Mulyuan generated his own lower body, while the severed lower body solidified into an upper body, like twin brothers, making it impossible to distinguish between the real and the fake. He revealed a devilish smile. My dear sister, do you think you're the only one hiding secrets? Chapter 232, You're Really Stupid. The most humiliating episode. Twins. When Qi Mulyuan was born, his mother gave birth to a pair of conjoined demons at the same time. This should have been a mutation. Under the high-pressure system of the Abyss Demon Clan, such anomalies had no future. Fortunately, his mother discovered that Qi Mulyuan possessed a special talent called dual demon symbiosis, which allowed him to provide everything that 2 Abyss demons needed to survive with just one pair of bodies. In this way, Aikamu Luan successfully hid her younger brother. Outsiders only know that Chi Mulyuan is twice as good as everyone else in everything. Magic circuits, the wheel of life. Others have 720, he has 1,440. Others complete 150 rotations of the wheel of life, he completes 300. He is always one step ahead of others. However, this very peculiarity caused brain damage, and he would occasionally fight with his younger brother for control of his brain, resulting in excessive internal conflict. At this moment, he possessed boundless confidence. Ninth sister, your brother doesn't even know your real name. It must be something father and that slut left behind. Speaking of which, that slut, it seems, died on the very day you were born. So you sacrificed your own life to cover it up? No wonder even father didn't find out. Haha, what a pity. Today, your human lover will die by my hand, and your identity will be revealed to the entire Holy Land. Let all demons know that you are unworthy to run for Demon King. You two ants, you worthless vermin, kneel on the ground and lament the tragedy of your fate. Faced with Chi Mulyuan, Suyu used every trick in the book. With his strength suddenly doubling and returning to its optimal state, Chi Mulyuan had no reason to fail. A dark mist settled on Chi Mayan's face, a murderous aura emanating from her. Her eyes were slightly red, and she clenched her fists as if a painful memory had been brought up. Suyu stood beside her and gently patted her shoulder. And she responded with a gentle smile, "Don't worry. I'm here." He stood in front of Chi Mayan, hands behind his back. "Have you said enough, you stupid sixth brother? You really are stupid. I thought you were deliberately hiding your talents, concealing some amazing methods and astonishing wisdom, but it turns out you really are stupid." Looking at Suyu's confident face, Chi Mayan suddenly understood something. The gloom in my heart vanished, replaced only by mockery and light laughter. Chi Mulyuan's face darkened, and he said coldly, "What did you say? Are you questioning me?" Suyu chuckled and said, "Have you ever thought about things like ants and bedbugs, since you're such a devil who talks about them all the time? Are you as insignificant as grass before what you consider ants? It's laughable that you're still boasting and talking big even when you're about to die, unaware that divine wrath is about to befall you." Chi Mulyuan almost laughed in anger. "How could it be that you're the one who's at a disadvantage right now?" He was about to speak when Suyu preemptively pointed to the ground. "Chi Mulyuan, if I call your name, will you dare to answer? What is there to be afraid of? You humans. Kneel down, Chi Mulyuan." Suddenly, in Chi Mulyuan's mind, a huge golden crown, carrying the aura of a king who could suppress everything, crushed him like a pig or a dog in his sea of consciousness. His existence, all his pride, could only tremble and grovel under the crown. Suyu's words were like a royal decree. Chi Mulyuan's knees suddenly went weak, and she couldn't stop herself from slipping. With a bang, the twins Chi Mulyuan both knelt on the ground, their knees slamming heavily into the ground, creating a large crater. Suyu raised his head and looked down at Chi Mulyuan. "What? Are you confused? Are you afraid? When you were cut in half at the waist by Yuan'er, I was cut in the same way. The difference is that I mixed a little of my blood into your blood. Having accepted the king's blood, you are naturally as lowly as a blade of grass before the king." Chi Mulyuan discovered that no matter how hard he struggled, he could not break free from the suppression of the blood crown. Suyu's Deadly Temptation plus Blood Crown is specifically designed for the god generation. Chi Mulyuan's mind went blank. Immediately, countless feelings of shame and resentment swept over him. Having enjoyed a lifetime of contempt and superiority, he never once felt that he was kneeling before someone as lowly as an ant at the bottom of a hierarchy. Especially his rival, Chi Mayan, was looking at him with a dreamy smile. The sense of defeat and humiliation almost overwhelmed him. His face was one black and one purple, looking extremely ugly. "Little Demoness, what should I do with them?" Chi Mayan crossed her arms. "Do as you please. But I want him dead, and even more so, I want him to be utterly disgraced in front of all the forbidden zones." Suyu scratched his chin. "Okay, but what if we get?" Suyu pointed to the sky. If the wind and cloud ranking determined that the two of them had jointly killed Chi Mulyuan, Chi Mayan's situation would likely be. Chi Mayan smiled. "That jerk actually cares about her. You don't need to worry about that, you big jerk. The world can also be deceived. Now I'm going to keep attacking you and make sure your people protect you." Then, the demonic ember flower shot out thousands of petals, bombarding Suyu like a storm, but the power was like a gentle rain, which Arya could easily dispel with a wave of her hand. Just before breaking the barrier, Chi Mayan said with a hint of worry, "The main force of the restricted area will pour in at any time, and you won't be able to stop them. Let's retreat quickly." She is not worried about humans, Humans are irrelevant to her. Her only worry was Suyu. Suyu blinked and said, "Don't worry about me. Now that the barrier is broken, I can't help you on purpose. Take good care of yourself." The two didn't say much, as time didn't allow for it. However, Chi Mayan felt that they understood each other's hearts. The barrier shattered. Before shattering, Suyu raised a foot and kicked Chi Mulyuan's twins in the face. Speaking is not allowed, and transmitting sounds is even more prohibited. Then, after the barrier was completely torn apart, countless people and demons awaited the outcome of Suyu's battle against Chi Mulyuan and Chi Mayan. However, an unbelievable scene unfolded. The ninth prince appeared to be struggling with his breathing, having expended a great deal of energy, and was running out of strength. And what about the sixth prince? The sixth prince and a demon who looked remarkably like the sixth prince knelt before Suyu. Suyu shouted loudly in a voice that everyone could hear. "Your underworld has dirted the soles of my shoes. Lick the soles of my shoes clean, you beasts." The entire room fell silent, while all the demons were completely bewildered. That noble, forbidden race, the sixth prince of the Abyss Demon clan, actually licked the soles of a human's shoes clean in public. The battlefield fell silent. The two demon lords, the protectors of the sixth prince, were stunned. My brain is buzzing, and I have absolutely no idea what's going on. After a moment of realization, just as he was about to instinctively offer help, Suyu snapped his fingers. Bang! The six princes and two demons had their brains explode, blood everywhere. The golden characters on the popularity chart appear. Human Suyu versus the sixth and ninth princes of the Abyss Demon clan. Suyu wins. Chapter 233. His name is inscribed on the Hidden Dragon list. Despair strikes. The popularity chart seems to be written in a script that no race can understand. Human Suyu versus demon sixth and ninth princes. Suyu slays Chi Mulyuan. Suyu wins. He breaks through the usual barrier, rising to 521st place on the Hidden Dragon ranking with his Nirvana realm cultivation. The Hidden Dragon ranking encompasses geniuses from the cycle of reincarnation and rebirth. Suyu, with his Nirvana body, broke through the ranks and entered the ranking, which was astonishing. Although there's something fishy going on here. But as Chi Mayan said, can the world or the charts be deceived? Compared to Suyu's composure, the demons in the entire Forbidden Zone were thrown into chaos, chattering and making a great commotion. The sixth prince, is he dead? How is that possible? No, what's more terrifying than death is licking the soles of human shoes before dying. What a disgrace to the demons. I'd rather die than lick the stinking feet of humans. Alien demons and the divine demon looked at each other in disbelief. The demon fish Venerable's face was burning hot. He never expected that the two sons of the demon king, Chi Mulyuan and Chi Mayan, would fight like this when they joined forces. Even if things go terribly, you should be able to save your lives, right? This isn't arrogance on his part. It's simply illogical. With the two demon princes joining forces and the barrier providing perfect suppression, even the secret treasures and demon cave weapons were blocked. How could Suyu possibly win? And how exactly did he manage to win? Even with the experience of the demon fish Venerable in the mythical realm, he couldn't understand it at all. Could it be that Akeji secretly sabotaged things? That's not right either. Even if she secretly tried to sabotage him, Chi Mulyuan wasn't that weak. With the added strength of the twins, she shouldn't have been so humiliating as to kneel on the ground and lick their shoes when fighting two opponents at once, right? What exactly happened inside? What a mess. Could it be that the ninth prince? Countless demons are speculating. Suyu shouted wildly, "Brothers, I've slain the enemy chieftain. If not now, when? What kind of demon prince is he? His name sounds impressive, but he's all show and no substance. In my opinion, he's nothing special and not even a third as strong as my comrades." This slap landed squarely on the face of the Abyss Demon. The sixth prince was the representative of the Abyss Demon clan below the demigods, and also their face, yet he was ruthlessly torn to shreds, leaving not a single hair behind. No, it left behind the most shameful moment. Suddenly, a trickle of blood seeped from the corner of Suyu's mouth, and he seemed unsteady, leaning against Arya. This Chi Mayan does have some skill. It's a pity I couldn't take you down with me. Chi Mayan understood immediately and said sternly, "Suyu, you humiliated me back then and let you escape. Today, I will take your dog's life." Suyu raised his hand as soon as he spoke, immediately attracting the attention of countless demons and monsters. It turns out that the one who injured Suyu was not the sixth prince, but the ninth prince. The demon fish Venerable finally came to a conclusion. Akeji Ryan is such a useless person. The one with real talent is actually the ninth prince, Chi Mayan. Furthermore, after the seventh prince died at Suyu's hands, Most of the 7th prince's subordinates switched allegiance to the 9th prince. Now that the 6th prince is dead, the 2 demon lords and their respective demon clans will also have to consider switching allegiance. The 9th prince the best choice? Choosing to support the prince is merely a matter of courtesy between ruler and subject, for the sake of interests. As for feelings, the divine demon, never speaks of feelings among those who are not related by blood or marriage. He immediately declared, the demon fish is willing to obey the 9th prince's orders. Another demon lord spoke up. Like the demon rabbit, please let the 9th prince speak. In an instant, Chi Mayan was elevated to the position of the demon clan's leader, and her heart warmed. This big jerk really knows how to think fast at crucial moments. She changed her tone and said in a deep voice, hold the passage and wait for reinforcements. Suyu, and you humans, once my main force from the restricted area arrives, you will all surrender. The demons regained their leader, banded together, and fiercely guarded the passage to the demon cave. Under Suyu's command, the human race launched a fierce attack, and blood was spilled all over the once secluded bamboo hut. Suyu retreated to the rear of the army to recover his magic power. While everyone's attention was focused on the battlefield, Arya walked up to Suyu and cupped his face in her hands. Look into my eyes. You haven't forgotten, have you? Suyu understood what Arya meant and said softly, don't worry, I haven't forgotten my principles because of her beauty. As long as she's still in the demon clan and her stance is against us, I will only use her unless she completely changes her mind and I become more important on the scales. Arya gently pressed her fingers against Suyu's lips. It's enough to understand in your heart. She worried that Suyu would fall for the enchanting beauty of the little vixen. Mu Qinyu and Yen Linger, who were standing to the side, were completely puzzled. Arya didn't explain further. Linger, Qinyu, forget what you just saw. The fewer people who know about this, the better. The 2 women nodded, deciding not to ask questions they shouldn't. Suyu transmitted his voice. Alia, I noticed that you seemed. Well, how should I put it? Given your personality, you should have charged up with me just now. Are you feeling unwell? Arya's ears turned red. After much deliberation, she realized this was a crucial moment. This king is not in a convenient position. It's me. Suyu pinched her cheek. If you're not feeling well, then you can hide in the back. Let's switch formations. From now on, Yuan'er and Xian Yin will stay in front with me. The brief respite could not stop the waves of monsters from attacking the Thousand Lakes demon cave. More and more demons gathered there. Even though humanity has risked everything to slay demons and monsters, the speed at which enemies are killed cannot keep up with the speed at which reinforcements arrive. After seeing Qi Mulyuan fall from the leaderboard, the main force in the penalty area changed their formation, allowing the powerful mythical and demigod-like figures to descend first. Countless demons poured in, gradually tilting the balance of the battlefield toward the forbidden zone. To the monsters, there are still too few powerful individuals from the Great Xia dynasty who have come to this place. Suyu asked, mysterious sound. Are the restrictions left behind by your clan still in place? Chu Xianyin frowned slightly. It's there, but it's ineffective. It can't stop them from entering. No, what I want is not to stop you. The remaining restrictions must also be something like a secret treasure, right? Chu Xianyin nodded. Yes. What's the point of keeping a treasure that's lost its power? Find it. I have a very important use for it. If a demigod's artifact isn't enough, then add the great secret treasure that the Celestial Fox clan used to seal the demon cave passage. As more and more demons poured in, the demon fish venerable swept away his defeat and said in a majestic voice, Jiangbai, Jiangqin, we are old rivals too. I didn't expect you to follow this junior's nonsense. You'll regret your decision today. With dozens of mythical figures and hundreds of demigods in our restricted area, you have absolutely no chance of winning. The demonic voice of the demon fish venerable resounded throughout the ears, and after the arrival of 50 demigods and 5 dragon lords, a dark cloud of despair pressed down from the sky. The demon's den passage is about to fall. Chapter 234, The Reversal of Attack and Defense. You're the ones who got checkmated. A giant dragon soars through the sky. The dragon's entry into the war turned the tide. There are too many enemies. The Abyss clan itself sent 6 demon lords, plus the 5 demon lords who were protectors of Qi Mayan and Qi Mulyuan, making a total of 11. Although these demon lords are not from the Age of Gods, but rather from the otherworldly demon clan number 96, they belong to a lower-ranking race within the Age of Gods. Therefore, the 4 mythologies of humankind were able to maintain a stalemate for a while. However, the Dragon Clan's participation in the war, along with the 5 Dragon Lords, completely reversed the situation. Dragons are different from other races. The number of dragon nest islands is far less than that of the Well of Gods and Demons and the Forest of Light and Shadow, and they do not have corresponding lower races like other gods. Its nominally lower race, number 95 subdragon, is a hybrid species bred from the interbreeding of dragons and other creatures. Therefore, these 5 dragon lords are all from the divine era. This is also one of the reasons why Dragon Nest Island, with less than 1/10 of the population, stands at the top of the Forbidden Zone. Even more terrifying, there are 6 more Demon City Lords, 4 gifted elf elders, 10 mythical beings, and over 60 demigods. Jiang Qian, the president of Jianghe University, narrowed his eyes and looked grave. Whether they can defend this place is the key to whether the Thousand Lakes Demon Cave can be suppressed. However, the situation is extremely precarious. Unless absolutely necessary. Jiang Qian glanced at Su Yu from afar. He gripped the spear tightly in his hand. Since we've already placed our bets on him, why not take a big gamble? Just as he decided to make his move at that moment, Su Yu pulled Chu Xianin back into the formation, now holding 9 pure white tail feathers. 4 human mythological figures descended upon the front lines. The two faced off across the bamboo hut, but Su Yu spoke up. This demon lord, your master was just killed by me. His body is barely cold, and you're already jumping out like this. Aren't you afraid of what your subordinates will think? And also, do you really think you've got this in the bag? It's laughable that you're the ones who've been driven into a corner, and you're completely oblivious to it. Checkmate. The 9-tail feathers in Su Yu's hand, along with the divine artifact Red Lotus Phoenix sword that he had snatched from Huang Qiua, slowly rose into the air, like a ray of light illuminating the sky. The spell left behind by the snow feather celestial fox, which deceives all living beings, is not entirely useless, even though it has lost its youthful beauty. This is a divine treasure. Even as time goes by and divine power is worn away, it still retains its original glory. A group of demon lords and dragon lords were confused by Su Yu's words, thinking that this was just the stubbornness of an ant before its death. What threat could he pose if he offered up a divine treasure that had lost its power? The demon fish venerable scoffed. Su Yu, you don't actually think this thing can save your lives, do you? That's wishful thinking. He hadn't finished speaking. Yen Linger, who was standing next to Su Yu, suddenly snapped out of her daze and called out loudly, Su Yu. 2 spirit arrays flashed. Using the talent of splitting the soul into spirits, they carefully and secretly set up a teleportation array on the teleportation channel and completed it before the final moment arrived. 9-tail feathers, a divine artifact of a mythical beast, appeared in the teleportation channel as Su Yu snapped his fingers. Shine, miracle of the end. Boom. The brilliant power of the fallen heavens, the weeping of heaven and earth that destroyed the divine treasure, the intertwining of pure white and red lotus, tore open a gap in the originally extremely stable spatial passage. Rumble. The frenzied dance of red and white tore through space. The moment the divine treasure shattered, spatial turbulence surged forth, tearing apart the monsters in the spatial passage. Roar. Awoo. Screams rose and fell. The sounds of flesh being torn apart and bones shattering revealed the horrific scene within. Bang. Bang. The series of explosions seemed to reveal the fall of more than one demigod and mythical being. The demon fish venerable and the other venerables turned pale. Did that momentary lapse in attention give Su Yu the opportunity to secretly destroy the spatial passage? Su Yu's ability is to detonate secret treasures. It can detonate any treasure, regardless of its level. Qi Muoyuan will surely die from this move. Even willing to use a divine-level treasure to blow up a passage? Are you even human? Rumble. The golden characters of the popularity chart appeared one after another in the sky. Ranked 482nd on the Fate Demon ranking, the City Lord of Zishuan City, Shirgu, has fallen. Ranked 977th on the Fate Demon ranking, the Demigod Devourer of Zishuan City has fallen. Blood rain down. A Demon City Lord has fallen in the land of calamity. 6 demigods have perished. The passage between the Thousand Lakes Demon Cave and the Calamity Demon Cave is permanently severed. There is no possibility of ever connecting them again. A desperate, all-or-nothing strike. Countless demons fell silent. The slap in the face was too fast, too sudden, and too brutal, leaving them completely unprepared. Su Yu laughed wildly and said, "What's wrong, Demon Lord? Where's your arrogant tone? Aren't you confident of victory and able to kill us at any moment? And now, Su Yu, am telling you, I never intended to flee the battlefield alive when I entered Thousand Lakes. In this war, it's either death here or annihilation of you all. You're the ones who were checkmated now. What do you think the rest of the Great Xia human race are doing? The gold characters on the popularity charts have not stopped. Ranked 422nd on the Fate Demon ranking, Bue, the city lord of Bus City, was killed within the city. Wu Ma Ming wins. Ranked 415th on the Fate Demon list. At the moment when Su Yu is desperately trying to stop him, Wu Ma Ming and Jiang Huairen took down 2 more demon cities. Of the 7 demon cities in the Thousand Lakes Demon Cave have been destroyed. Furthermore, the Great Xia human race adopted a large-scale flanking tactic, launching a pincer attack from 2 directions to blockade the Forbidden Sea. Now, the 3 remaining demon cities and the Forbidden Zones are like birds in a cage. And now, stupid fish, have you ever imagined that one day all of you mythical figures would perish in the land of 1,000 lakes? That you would die at the hands of humans? That you would lose to me, a mere junior reborn from the ashes, because of your foolishness in uttering one more pointless word? The demon fish Venerable felt a chill run down his spine. Although, they still hold the advantage on this battlefield. But once you become a caged bird, at this moment, the entire strategy of the Great Xia dynasty was laid bare before all the demons in the demon cave. With inferior forces, at the cost of abandoning the land of Calamity and Redstone City, and with the Holy Domain personally intervening as bait, they finally managed to catch all the big fish in the Forbidden Zone and Thousand Lakes. Su Yu shouted, "Brothers, I told you our struggle was not in vain. Today, even the Demon Cave, the Forbidden Zone, and the ranking of heroes will remember this moment. The Great Xia human race, I, and you all here will annihilate the demons of the Forbidden Zone, achieving the greatest annihilation battle in the history of our human race. Hold them down for 2 hours. Pick up your weapons and fight alongside your pets. Kill. 2 hours is the death knell and requiem of demons. The demons that were teleported over were thrown into chaos. Retreat. Retreat now. Open a breach, and we must rendezvous with the demon city. Break through the Forbidden Sea, or we'll all be surrounded." Chapter 235, Forbidden Sea Water Flow. The first signs of Sepsi's scheme. On the distant, forbidden shore, Martin exclaimed, "It's astonishing that they were able to turn such a disadvantageous situation into an opportunity. But Erwin, I don't understand why you chose to come to this Forbidden Sea at such a crucial moment, knowing that Su Yu is the key. Isn't this a bit too far from the battlefield?" The battle raged fiercely in the Demon Cave passage, and no one could hide it from them. Erwin and his group had already discovered that the battle was raging on. However, Erwin chose to leave one person behind to observe the battlefield situation via projection, while he overruled the objections and led everyone to the edge of the Forbidden Sea. The Great Xia dynasty has gone from being on the verge of collapse to being completely turned around. On the contrary, the team that had the advantage in the penalty area was being led around aimlessly, and now Su Yu had broken through their defense with a single blow. Their morale was almost collapsing. Even with the strongest fighting power, survival is still the priority. Even if Su Yu is killed, once Wu Ma Ming completely pacifies the Thousand Lakes Demon Cave, these caged birds will still be destined to die. The monsters in the forbidden area were in complete chaos, almost scattering like birds and monkeys, running around everywhere and getting caught and beaten by the Great Xia. So Martin and Lekman were very anxious. If this drags on any longer, Great Xia will really have to pacify the Thousand Lakes Demon Cave. Erwin said softly, "Don't be impatient. You need to stay calm, especially at crucial moments. Even if we had joined the battle just now, we wouldn't have been able to help the demons in the Forbidden Zone wipe out the Great Xia people in a short time, and we would have been accused of colluding with the demons." Erwin wasn't worried at all about offending Adelina and the Russian Bear Nation. Their country alone cannot cause any significant trouble. However, if they gave the Great Xia solid evidence, Erwin assessed that subsequent retaliation would not be worthwhile. Perhaps another approach is better. This approach avoids giving others ammunition while effectively weakening the Great Xia's national strength. The value of the Thousand Lakes Demon Cave lies largely in the abundant aquatic products in the lakes and seas, while the predicament of the demons in the Forbidden Zone is precisely because they have nowhere to escape after being blocked on the coast of the Forbidden Sea. Then we'll blow up the Forbidden Coast and let the Forbidden Seawater flood in and completely pollute the Thousand Lakes and oceans. At the same time, the demons in the Forbidden Zone also have a way out. Forbidden seawater is everywhere, and the people of Great Xia are powerless to block it. They will even be cut into countless small pieces by the forbidden seawater, unable to support each other. When that time comes, the demons will regroup and help us deal a heavy blow to the Great Xia, while we, the hunters, will be waiting in the wings. Martin, Lekman, and Watson gasped. As expected, I was right to trust you. Yeah, that's a really ruthless move. Doesn't that mean Great Xia has conquered a demon's lair for nothing? Haha, not quite. The demon cave is still very valuable, but cleaning up the disaster caused by the backflow of forbidden seawater will probably take at least 20 or 30 years, right? Amidst laughter and cheers, a group of demons bared their fangs. On the Forbidden Coast, the Milika people, shrouded in mist, remain undetected. Boom! With a muffled explosion, the towering cliffs of the Forbidden Coast were blasted open, and the purplish-black seawater surged upstream and poured into the Thousand Lakes Demon Cave. In other demonic caves, the backflow of the Forbidden Sea would not cause such great harm. But in the Thousand Lakes, a demonic abyss named after thousands of lakes, rivers, and oceans, the Forbidden Sea dissolves upon contact with water, corroding and devouring the once shimmering blue waters, turning them into a destructive blackish purple. The bamboo hut, the lush green bamboo hut, has been swallowed up by the flames of war. Demons were scurrying about everywhere, and neither Qi Mayan nor Long Xian and Long Miue could stabilize the situation. They can only rely on their protectors to ensure their own safety. Humans have almost become demons, with everyone's hands stained with the blood of countless monsters. The demons, wanting to escape, had no will to fight, allowing humans to eliminate the monsters in the Forbidden Zone with almost no casualties. Victory seemed within reach. After exhausting all his magic power, Suyu sat on the rock and quietly watched the almost overwhelming victory. A slight unease settled in his heart. The Milika people who had infiltrated the demon cave, and the Li family's schemes behind the scenes. But they were not present behind the battlefield at the moment, and the Dragon Eagle guards had already entered Thousand Lakes and were on their way. It seemed that no force could stop the Great Xia's victory. Suddenly, someone standing beside Suyu exclaimed in surprise, "What's that? Why has the lake water turned blackish purple?" Following the sound, Arya and Chu Xianin turned around abruptly. Having grown up in the demon cave, the two women possessed knowledge surpassing Suyu's, and immediately exclaimed in astonishment, "The Forbidden Sea? Suyu, it's the Forbidden Sea. How did the Forbidden Sea end up here?" The Forbidden Sea. Suyu had heard this name more than once, and he had promised Kong Huan Yuan that he would cross the Forbidden Sea within 3 years to find her missing mother in the Forbidden Zone. It was just a rumor that only demigods had the chance to cross the Forbidden Sea, so he never paid much attention to things that were irrelevant to Suyu at this moment. But today, the Forbidden Sea appeared before our eyes. Seeing Suyu's confusion, Arya transmitted her voice. The Forbidden Sea, the sea of death flowing from the river of eternal darkness in the underworld, is absolutely forbidden. You cannot dive into it. You cannot fly over it. Diving in will lead to being corroded by the Forbidden Sea, and leaping will constantly erode one's life essence and magic power. In the end, one will either fall due to exhaustion of magic power or suffer a great decline in condition due to the wear and tear of life essence. Even for a demigod, crossing this path would be extremely dangerous. But there are monsters in the Forbidden Sea that have adapted to destruction. Even if you are strong enough to protect your origin or have abundant magic power, you may still be shot down by the monsters that swim in the Forbidden Sea. In short, 9 deaths and 1 life is the most appropriate way to describe it. An ominous premonition surfaced in Suyu's mind. Forbidden Sea overflow. Thousand Lakes. The worst possible outcome arrived like a nightmare. Perhaps the entire demon cave has already been swallowed up by the Forbidden Sea. Suyu slammed his fist on a nearby rock. Damn it. They were just 1 step away from completely crushing the demons in the Forbidden Zone. With this final step, the Great Xia would achieve an unprecedented epic victory. Needless to say, it must have been done by those infiltrated Milika people. Even if they bear the name of a demon, even if they bring disaster to all mankind, they will do anything as long as there is even the slightest benefit for them. Losing all moral boundaries means being capable of inhumane destruction. On the contrary, the original boundless ambition of the Great Xia dynasty was extinguished, and the demons in the Forbidden Zone cheered as if they had escaped from a cage of despair. It's the Forbidden Sea. Damn, I've never been so grateful for the Forbidden Sea's arrival. Could it be that our allies have helped us? Humans cannot cross the Forbidden Sea. Brothers, let's go. What's the point of fighting Suyu to the death? Why not cross this not-so-wide Forbidden Sea? Either we can rejoin the Demon City and launch a counterattack on the spot, or we can wait for the Forbidden Zone forces of the Land of Calamity to bypass us. In any case, it's better to stick with this tough nut to crack, Suyu. Suyu's teeth were chattering, unwilling. If these demons were allowed to escape like this, what would be the point of destroying Xianyin's former residence and cutting off the passage to the demon cave? Sigh. Jiang Qin stood next to Su Yu and patted him on the shoulder. Young man, you have already done very well. Let's leave the rest to us old folks. Chapter 236 The Hidden King proves his Tao, slaying myths and ascending to sainthood. The entire Great Xia dynasty is enduring and waiting. But sometimes we can't tolerate it. Maybe like now, if we give up here, all the efforts of Jiangnan province and even the Great Xia over the past 10 years will be in vain. I don't know what Wu Meiming, Xia Tingyin, and your principal Ning Hanwen have bet on you, but I can tell you that the only way to turn the tide is to ascend to the Holy Realm. I am not ready, and perhaps I never will be ready, but all things in this world are never reserved for those who are prepared, but for those who are not prepared yet but dare to do them. Take a good look, you might need it someday. Hee, I'm actually talking so much with a young man like you. Throughout history, geniuses have been as numerous as fish crossing a river, but how many of them can actually reach the saint realm? Demigods transcend reincarnation and possess divinity, becoming part of the ancient era of gods in mythology. But the Holy Realm transcends mythology, seeking not gods and immortals, but only oneself, not believing in fate, but only in oneself. Yen Huiqing's gaze sharpened slightly, as if deep in thought. Jiang Bai sighed. Brother Yin, we've known each other for many years. I never expected you to hide until this time. Jiang Qin smiled and said, as the principal, my students are fighting a bloody battle, and victory is just around the corner. How can I let the sacrifices and bloodshed of so many people go to waste? He rose into the air, his silver spear drawing a streak of light that sealed the heavens and earth, trapping all the demons who tried to escape within a curtain of silver light. A loud sound pierced the sky above the demon's lair. Students and colleagues, do not lose heart. We haven't lost yet. Great Xia hasn't lost yet. All demons and monsters of the heavens, today we slay gods and prove our path. The silver spear stirred the heavens and earth, and in an instant, lightning struck across the demon cave. Silver arcs of electricity flashed in the sky, startling the demons sleeping in the forbidden zone and distant regions. Su Yu's sacred soul celestial painting. The white dragon muttered to itself, so, the power of thunder tribulation is in the hands of you humans. I searched for so many years and still couldn't find it. Quasi-saint realm. He's trying to force his way through the tribulation and enter the saint realm. A flash of lightning struck the chest of both the demon fish venerable and a dragon venerable, the lightning bolt piercing through the demon's lair and stringing the dragon and demon together like a skewer of candied hawthorns. There was no delay, no time left to react. Bang! The electric arc came too fast, and the lightning tribulation descended too quickly. The entire demon cave was shrouded in dark clouds, and even the old monsters in the forbidden area didn't have time to make a move. How dare you? Humans, do you intend to break the rules? Thousands of stars lit up, and golden light and blue glow illuminated the myriad races of the demon cave. Even on Blue Star, the sunlight was obscured by the interwoven golden and blue threads. Jiang Qin's curtain vanished, but before it did, it blasted the surrounding forbidden sea back 5,000 miles. Boom. For at least a short time, the demons of the forbidden zone will be unable to leave this battlefield with their backs to the forbidden sea. Slay the myths, ascend to the holy realm. Golden letters suddenly appeared in the cloudy sky. Rankings of heroes, God's ranking. Jiang Qin, the hidden king of the great Xia dynasty of the human race, newly ascended to the holy realm. He slays the mythical demon lord and the dragon lord to prove his Tao in the holy realm, surpassing even mythology. On the list of gods, there are only names, not rankings. The power of the holy realm is beyond the comprehension of even the wind and cloud ranking. Jiang Qin's voice pierced through the forbidden zone. What do you mean according to the rules? I did not attack the juniors before ascending to the holy domain. An ancient voice echoed. Shameless. Humans are habitually cunning and treacherous. Hidden king. All right, I'll have a go at you. Your human kings are all extraordinary. I'll come too. Within the restricted area, starlight shines. Jiang Qin ascended into the clouds, to the sacred realm of the battle. On a remote, isolated island, Wu Ming sighed. What a pity. You had the potential to go even further. But the hidden king is not bad either. In the more distant lands of calamity, where demons have completely taken over, Redstone City is destroyed, and demonic ash covers everything. A human travels on the wind. Demon Spirit University looked at the sky and muttered to himself, old friend, you still couldn't hold back after all? Or will you choose to believe him and leave the hope of humanity to the young? In our generation, some hope to solve the demon cave on their own, while others hope to trust those who come after them. Let's see if your choice is right or wrong. He continued walking on the scorched ground of the land of calamity, leaving behind mountains of corpses and seas of blood. The demons who failed to come to the aid of Thousand Lakes were wiped out by another method. They didn't even get a glimpse of the rankings, and were even erased from the memories of humans and all races. Only a very few escaped with almost terrifying memories, fleeing the battlefield. As Jiang Qin, amidst his desperate situation, cast aside all his worries and ascended to sainthood by slaying the mythical figure, his single strike shook the forbidden sea, sending seawater within a radius of hundreds of miles flying 5,000 miles away. The entire lake turned into a muddy field. The demons and humans alike were utterly stunned, their jaws practically agape. Such a formidable mythical powerhouse perished in an instant. Sanctuary. Their principal, who looked relatively young and wasn't particularly strong in battle, actually ascended to the holy realm. So you didn't have time to process the meaning behind Jiang Qin's words, but he was the first to realize. Brothers, don't just stand there, slay the demon. Suddenly, all of humanity reacted and swept towards the demons like a tidal wave. The demons, who had just seen a glimmer of hope for escape and a chance to reverse the war, are once again caught in a dilemma. They are stronger than Su Yu's group, yet the ties run even deeper. They are trapped here and destined to be wiped out, but if they try to escape, they will inevitably be entangled by the human race. At this moment, Chi Mayan realized that she should make the decision that was most beneficial to her. Whether the demons, or even the forbidden zones, are defeated is irrelevant to her. She has gained enough. Withdraw, don't get entangled with them. Gods and demons heed my command, and follow this prince away from the battlefield. Long Xian and Long Miue were immediately enraged. Chi Mayan, are you going to disregard Xianhu? They have to pin the blame on the abyss demons. You made the decision first, so you have to bear the responsibility for the loss and the damage to your reputation. Chi Mayan changed her tone and chuckled. I'm sorry, I wasn't sent here with you. I'm only in charge of commanding the Calamity Land. This place has nothing to do with me. This is just my personal decision. Those who are willing can follow, and those who are not can follow these two people who care about Xianhu. Withdraw. Long Xian and Long Miue were so angry that their mouths were crooked. They didn't want to take any responsibility and even tried to shift the blame back to Long Xian. When did the demons become so cunning and treacherous? But the situation has already reversed. The demons' defeat is a foregone conclusion. The Forbidden Sea, Erwin's eyes flickered slightly. The Duke said that the sanctuary can change everything. As expected. Let's go, it's our turn now. We haven't lost this round yet. Chapter 237. One after another takes the stage. The Dragon King descends. Erwin's gaze was fixed on the distance, where a mythical figure from Great Xia, unwilling to accept defeat, ascended to the Holy Land. This has both advantages and disadvantages. The situation on the battlefield was turned around by his own efforts, but it also exposed one of the Great Xia's trump cards. The Holy Domain members in the Forbidden Zone are reluctant to move, but if a Holy Domain member emerges from the human race, they will suppress him with 3 or 4 times the number of people. The battlefield of the Holy Land is not for them to interfere with, but the battlefield between humans and demons presented them with an opportunity. Erwin, aren't we going to directly capture the true ancestor source? Martin asked. Erwin shook his head. I said, don't directly clash with the higher-ups of Great Xia, and that's still true now. Among the Thousand Lakes, not only humans, but also we have backup plans. Did you know that although we are cooperating with the Demon King, the Holy Son and Holy Daughter of the Dragon Clan have also come to the Thousand Lakes Demon Cave? Martin realized what was happening. You mean? I understand. In order to keep them in check, Suyu has to pursue them, while the demons can choose to burn their demonic blood. Martin's eyes shifted. The forbidden seawater is flowing upstream again, and it will probably take 3 hours to completely divide the Thousand Lakes. We'll go downstream and block them. Erwin nodded. Yes, we also need to be wary of the Li family. They won't hand over the source material to us obediently. The 9 pillar families of Great Xia, like Erwin, are full of cunning and scheming. If you truly consider them your close allies, you might get scammed without even knowing who dug the pit for you. To put it another way, Li Fei led the Black Eagle Guards into Thousand Lakes, clearing away the retreating demons along the way. After killing a whale queen, he said, Sixth uncle, are you sure Su Yu and the others are chasing in this direction? Li Jinxi said, yes, a few years ago I controlled a spy from the Capexi family and secretly helped him reach the level of a demigod. He is now in the Milika's ranks, and Erwin's judgment is not wrong. Although the power of the Great Xia family was far less than that of the 8 major families of Milika, under the leadership of the family head Li Hingyang, the family was built up to be as solid as an iron barrel, and its spies were infiltrated into various countries. The only regret is that the harsh internal methods caused irreconcilable enmity between Li Ming, Li Jun, and a group of his own people. Li Fei nodded. Okay. This move might trigger a fierce counterattack from the Academy Alliance and the 9 guards of Great Xia, so we cannot afford to fail. Kill Su Yu, capture the 3 gods, and annihilate the Milika people along with them. After all, the dead can't talk. They can easily shift the blame to the Milika people then. Even though everyone knows that it's inextricably linked to your Li family, without evidence, you must have a plausible explanation. Furthermore, in exchange for killing the demigods and myths of Milika, some of the old guys will relent. A web of intrigue is staking out the place, patiently waiting for the right person to arrive. The dragon and demon races had dire consequences. Many races, seeing that their 2 leaders could not reach a proper agreement and were unwilling to delay any longer, scattered and fled. Even if the enemy is strong and fleeing, if they have no will to fight, 50,000 demons are easier to kill than 50,000 pigs. Su Yu and the others also push themselves to their limits. Everyone knows that the key to the war will be decided in the next few hours. You have to grit your teeth and hold on. Chi Mayan was too lazy to waste words with the dragons. The demon cat venerable who had just joined him and said, Demon cat, use demon blood. They absolutely cannot get bogged down in this mess at Thousand Lakes. The demon clan has no backup plan there, but the dragon clan is different. It's obvious that Long Xian and Long Miyue are hiding something from her. Otherwise, why would they have been so focused on finding a passage to Thousand Lakes? The demon cat venerable's expression tightened. He burned his demonic blood. This was a special technique of a mythical realm demon venerable, which required time to prepare. If he were entangled by the mythical realm, he would be helpless and the cost would be extremely high. Burning demonic blood is burning one's very essence, which greatly weakens one's powers and vitality. Nobody wants to do it unless absolutely necessary. If you don't show your loyalty after joining us, you'll face the same difficulties in the future. He realized that the 9th prince had successively subdued the forces of the 7th and 6th princes and was gradually rising in power, now able to rival the top 3 princes. All right. He made the difficult decision, his demonic blood boiling within him. Long Xian blinked his golden vertical pupils slightly. These damn demons are going to run away. Long Miyue chuckled lightly. They have no backup plan. If they don't run, they will be annihilated. We have achieved our goal, even though the losses are quite heavy. The large-scale war plan by the divine demon has failed once again, and its reputation has undoubtedly plummeted. Dragon's Nest Island will have the upper hand in the battle for dominance of the divine realm at the end of the year. Furthermore, if we can turn the tide at this moment, Long Xian and Long Miyue's prestige will completely surpass that of the 9 demon princes, and they will rise to prominence among all races. Su Yu was unaware of the subtle maneuvering between the 2 races. However, it is clear that both races are stalling for time, using the demons teleported from the land of calamity as cannon fodder. Suddenly, from within the demon camp, a crimson, black pillar of light shot towards the sky. The light emanating from the demon cat venerable, whose demonic blood was burning, spread outwards, engulfing the surrounding demons and transforming them into a jet-black demonic wind that surged and fled towards the forbidden sea in the east at a speed invisible to the naked eye. Jiang Bai stomped his foot on the ground. Demon blood. The demon clan has completely abandoned Thousand Lakes. What a pity, we couldn't kill them here. This is not unacceptable to the Great Xia dynasty. The demon race in the borderlands is destined to plummet in the future. The big brother who abandons his little brother is not trustworthy, and the demons who serve the demon race will also reevaluate their stance. The consequences would be dire, and the defensive pressure on Great Xia would be much less. This is a pity. Su Yu said, that's fine. We don't have enough people to hold off the dragon and demon races. As long as they don't join forces with the demon city, it will delay our time to destroy the Thousand Lakes demon cave. He never intended to kill Chi Mayan, an important source of intelligence. His target has always been the dragons. Dealing with them is difficult, and it's not advisable to use the White Dragon Lord. Even with the contract in place, we dare not use him. With the demons fleeing in defeat, the human race regained the upper hand on the battlefield. Jiang Bai said, Patriarch Yan, Vice Principal Gu, each of you should leave behind at least 1 Dragon Lord. Is that all right? No problem. Certainly. Long Xian transformed into his true form, a crimson dragon, and coiled around him, with 4 Dragon Lords standing at the 4 corners behind him. Humans, do you really think you've already won? Crimson dragon breath surged from Long Xian's body. Yan Huiqing sensed a familiar presence. Not good. Stop them quickly. It's the Crimson Dragon King. Long Xian's voice intimidated the battlefield. It's too late. Holy Descent, Dragon Subduing. The unique talent belonging to the Holy Sun tore apart the dark clouds in the sky, and a huge crimson dragon claw tore open a spatial rift, obscuring the sun and moon. The true Dragon King descended upon the Thousand Lakes. Chapter 238 The Undying Fire Domain, Su Yu's Desperate Pursuit. The Dragon King descended in his true form, a crimson dragon blotting out the sky and soaring through the heavens. The difference is that it failed to cause spatial tremors or earth-shattering. What descended from afar was not the holy domain, but its spiritual embodiment. Even so, it should not be underestimated. Although the spiritual avatar of the holy domain is only at the mythical realm, it is stronger than an ordinary mythical being. Long Xian chose to break through space and descend upon the Dragon King, not to make him fight. He slowly spoke. Humans, do you think you're the only ones who know how to use feints and concentrate superior forces? I'm sorry, but you're the ones who are trapped this time. Yan Huiqing's face was extremely pale. With the avatar of the Crimson Dragon King descending, he already knew what was going to happen. A crimson dragon opened its blood-red maw in the sky, as if to swallow the sun whole, and the scorching heat of the sun descended from the sky. Boom! The crimson flames resembled a purgatory rolling over the clouds. The seawater was scorched dry, and the scorching heat could be felt even from a great distance. The sky was dyed crimson, and then tongues of fire surged forth, and flames fell like a meteor shower, surrounding the humans in a circle. The blazing sun beats down, and flames leap thousands of feet high. They blocked everything, trapping Longjiang, Moling, Jianghe University, and the Yin family in this area. This is the Undying Fire Domain. Even if you are mythical beings, you can only stop its spread but cannot extinguish it. Unless you let these tens of thousands of people come after you, you'd better stay here obediently. The flames, thousands of feet high, stretched for hundreds of miles, cutting off the entire region and even blocking the possibility of reinforcements from the Dragon Eagle Guards. Yan Huiqing did his best to stop the spread of the flames, while the dragons and other demons were, as if they had been granted a pardon. They can easily escape. Judging from the dragons' confident demeanor, it's even possible that following them might turn the tide of the battle. You can stay here and fight the Undying Fire Domain. We will go to the Forbidden Coast to meet our companions who have come from the Land of Calamity, and then it will be the day you humans are defeated in the Demon Cave. Long Xian revealed a terrible consequence. The dragons break free from the battlefield and breach the human blockade of the Forbidden Sea, causing the demons of the Calamity Land to bypass them. They can reverse the decline of the Thousand Lakes Demon Cave. However, Long Xian's mind was a little hazy. He had somewhat forgotten who else was in the reinforcements in the Land of Calamity besides the Blessed Elves. It seems there are more than just those few elves, right? A strong sense of unease lingered in his mind, but he had no time to think about it. Time is of the essence. The Undying Fire Domain cannot be extinguished, but the flames cannot generate much magic power due to the distance between them. Furthermore, the Crimson Dragon King is a spiritual avatar, so his strength is diminished. The domain can only be maintained for about half a day. The Dragon Lord and other subordinate races all fled, and the shadow of defeat left humanity only able to watch them leave helplessly. Yan Huiqing said in a deep voice, Suyu, I remember that your people all seem to have wings like yours, right? Suyu nodded. Yes, but I'm not confident against the Dragon Lord on the other side. Jiangbai said, leave it to us. Lao Yan, you stay here and hold off the fire domain. Don't let them devour our people. Vice Principal Gu and I are responsible for stopping those 4 Dragon Lords. This is a considerable burden for all 3 mythologies. But they were really unwilling to let these demons get away. Suyu gritted his teeth. All right, we'll deal with the other dragons and demons. To break through the Undying Fire Domain, one must either possess a mythical rank or have the wings of a celestial winged race. The divine race, which were isolated from all curses, possessed a speed comparable to that of a mythical being, and could protect the wielder across the insurmountable chasm of death. Yan Huiqing raised his right hand in salute and said, All right, don't fight to the death, just hold them off. I look forward to your triumphant return. Linger, go with him. Suyu, don't forget our promise. He looked at the 2 young people with a touch of tenderness, and even his cold-blooded heart, which had not been stirred for a long time, was somewhat moved. Unexpectedly, in the end, we have to place our hopes on them. Suyu raised the blood-red lotus banner high. Banquet for the soldiers. Reveal your 6 wings. Follow me and pursue the enemy. The outcome of the Thousand Lakes battle, and even the fate of Great Xia, is before us. Tell me loudly, are you going to back down? Thousands of people roared like thunder. No. Spread your wings and follow me. Swish, swish, swish. Countless people from Longjiang, Jianghe University, and the Demon Spirit, carrying hope as they pursued an enemy far stronger than themselves. Thousands of golden and white feathers shot into the sky, just like the resurrection of the skywing species. They looked like real angels dancing. Only their faces were more approachable and incredibly handsome than those of so-called angels. Countless people are sighing. Even though I'm from Jianghe University, I only realized today that this bastard is fucking handsome. We demons are all capable of handling anything. Damn it, you have to come back. I'll treat you guys to drinks when you come back. Not only them, but Yu Guocheng and Song Duo from Li Jin's team, who had initially had some reservations about Suyu, were completely convinced after following Suyu all the way. They seized almost every opportunity that seemed impossible to grasp, constantly turning the tide of battle. Commander, I give up. Just give me the mission. Even if it's to take down a demigod, I'll risk my life to buy you 10 minutes. Yu Guocheng said through gritted teeth. Demigods and reincarnation are an absolute dividing line. Yu Guocheng wanted to hold out for 10 minutes. He would indeed have to risk his life. Suyu smiled and said, no need. Keep your head for eating. Old Lin and Old Bai will deal with the demigods. Bai Ruhui severed the path to godhood. She inexplicably entered another state, a state that required a large amount of life essence to maintain. Although she had no divine artifacts, she was much stronger than a normal reincarnation, and she was only slightly at a disadvantage when dealing with demigods. This situation might be another path, but he is still studying it. It was only interrupted by the war. Now the two of them are responsible for stopping the other side's demigod. Linley didn't feel any pressure. After Suyu helped him advance his mental power, he was like a tiger with wings, and he could easily deal with 3 dragon demigods at the same time. The night banquet group streaked across the sky, swiftly catching up with the dragons who had recently departed beneath the dark clouds. Long Xian and Long Miyue had never seen the Skywing race, which had disappeared into the annals of history. The Dragon Lord, who was quite knowledgeable, narrowed his golden vertical pupils. Skywing race. No. Damn it. Where did they get so many Skywing race wings? Can't this rotten and dead race just die peacefully? Long Xian was equally displeased. The opportunity to turn things around is right in front of you. Why you of all people? Why is it always you? Suyu, how much trouble do you have to cause in the restricted area before you're willing to die? Suyu, it's you again. Fine. Even if we lose the Battle of the Demon Cave today, I will still kill you. Chapter 239, A Heroic Battle Against 2 Dragons, an Appearance from the Shadows. Long Xian glared fiercely at Suyu. The 4 dragon lords have been drawn into the celestial battlefield by the 2 mythical humans, fighting fiercely until the sky darkens and they disappear from sight. Although there were many demonic beasts, they did not have a significant advantage over Suyu's beast taming group. Of the abyss demons as planned, he was a good dagger. But when the knife is pointed at you, it's not so pleasant. If they cannot break through the Forbidden Sea and receive reinforcements from the Land of Calamity, and once the Undying Fire domain disappears and the human race regains the initiative, then the defeat will fall on their dragon race. They either cut their losses and survive, or they quickly deal with Suyu here. Long Xian chose the latter. Why is it that every time they encounter this ant, the Forbidden Zone always loses and always has to back down? Where is the authority of the restricted area? Of the dragon race? Miyu, cover me. Long Xian transformed into his true form, a crimson dragon climbing the fiery clouds, ready for battle. Long Miyue did not reveal her true form, but was only covered by dragon scales, observing Suyu beside Long Xian. Suyu repeatedly ordered, Old Bai and Old Lin, engage their dragon clan's demigod. Zhou Zheng, Li Jun, each of you take a team to cut through their mid lane. Yu Guocheng, I want to see you break through this arrogant dragon's formation within 10 minutes. Yu Guocheng took a deep breath and said, leave it to me. With the pseudo-angelic 6 wings, it's like adding wings to a tiger. The extreme speed of the Skywing race, combined with their combat skills honed on the battlefield, has never imagined that they would have such an extreme breakthrough as they do today. A combat squad of dozens of people transformed into golden light, tearing apart the dragon demons' formation and turning the entire space into a chaotic melee. This rendered the dragon's powerful breath useless. Meat is being ground everywhere. Before you spit out your breath, You should think about whether it will hit your own people. The two dragons circled around each other, but Long Xian only had eyes for Su Yu. Su Yu's lips curled up. Little red dragon, I won't let you leave here. At least today, you're not getting away. Su Yu's orders were to focus on disrupting the formation and engaging in close combat, so that once the Dragon Eagle guards made their way around, the situation in the Thousand Lakes Demon Cave would be settled. I don't have time to waste with you two. Long Xian and Long Miyue's lips twitched. In terms of artistic level, we're both a level above you, right? The next moment, however, they could no longer laugh. Throughout all the remaining life essence liquid, 9 extremes nether spring, pseudo, Saint Demon Inyang fruit, and other items from his inventory. I'm done for. The last miracle. Millions of drops of life essence shone simultaneously, but the power of the falling celestial force that exploded from each drop of the object flowing with stars was not strong, not even as strong as Arya's casual wave of her hand. But when the quantity reached a terrifying level, the wrath of heaven and earth, triggered by the destruction of the treasure, descended in a magnificent display. As if the heavens had shed tears, raindrops like stars fell, lamenting the impending explosion. Boom! That nearly tore space apart vanished, and the fallen celestial vortex that had stirred up a tornado storm that was darker and deeper than Satan itself. Long Xian and Long Miyue were right in the eye of the storm. Of the dragon race had no choice but to use their life-saving treasure, the dragon scales shed by the Dragon King. These scales belonged to the Holy Realm and were used to supply the demons, and decades after being separated from their bodies, they had long lost the glory of the Holy Realm. Sizzle sizzle. The tornado sliced through the scales of the two dragons, their agonizing screams echoing across the sky. Damn it, save the Holy Sun. Su Yu? I'm going to kill you. I'm going to bite through your veins. The dragon demigods frantically tried to break free of Lin Li's blockade and come to his rescue. Long Xian was torn apart by the fallen tornado. His skin and flesh were ripped open, and even his wheel of life was suppressed to the point of almost exploding. Long Miyue's situation was equally bad. The sacred dragon scales had been used far too many times, already reaching their limit, and now they shattered at this moment. Puffed. A mouthful of dragon blood. Long Xian and Long Miyue were swept away thousands of meters, representing the hope of the younger generation of the dragon race. They were about to break through the cycle of reincarnation and had the hope of entering the divine realm by the end of the year. The two dragons fell under Su Yuhao's inhuman offensive. Extravagant, so extravagant. Lin Li gnawed his back teeth. Even for a demigod, no, even for a god-level race like the dragons before him, to waste a third of the production of a demon city's protective demonic plants in a single bombardment was extremely extravagant. Dragon demigod in front of him was stunned. This is fucking. Is it really worth it? Su Yu spared no effort in trying to hold them off. Perhaps because Su Yu relied solely on squandering massive amounts of resources, the popularity rankings did not update Su Yu's ranking. These two dragons are of utmost importance. Even at the cost of being half-crippled by Lin Li, a dragon demigod would rush over to protect Long Xian and Long Miyue. At this point, a glint of brilliance flashed in Lin Li's eyes. We can hold them off without any problem. Thousand Lakes, Great Xia, you're going to win. Suddenly, a cold voice sounded from behind, and the voice seemed somewhat familiar. Amazing, truly amazing. From the shadows of the earth emerged a group of humans of various appearances. Some had blonde hair and blue eyes, others had brown hair, and each was accompanied by a pet beast shrouded in dark shadows. The Shadow Clan is a race residing in the demonic cave guarded by Milika. Lin Li recognized the familiar voice and face at a glance. Erwin Tepesi nearly cornered them in the ruins. It is said that this group lured the demons into the neighboring snowfield's demonic cave, where they sacrificed countless lives before disappearing. Finally, it emerged at this moment. Su Yu's expression was somewhat unpleasant, but his heart was unusually restless. They finally emerged from the shadows, these vermin of the dark side. The demons looked almost desperate. They still thought the humans had come to reinforce them. These 8 mythical figures and 40 demigods could almost kill all the demons present. The dragons, however, unexpectedly recognized them. You are not. Great. Humans of the West, lend us a hand and let us go. At the end of the year, our tribe will also let you go. Long Xian awoke from excruciating pain, his body mutilated beyond recognition, yet he recognized Erwin and his group and laughed bitterly. Huh? Su Yu, you humans are truly interesting. So what if you beat me? We have to leave. It's a pity I can't watch you die at the hands of your own kind. Elwin and his group's attitude was very clear. Almost instantly, Li Zhan, Zhou Zheng, and other soldiers of the night banquet group were suppressed by the demonic pressure and forced to the other side, clearly separated from the demons. Erwin glanced coldly at Long Xian. According to our contract, please leave. This is a matter for our human race. Long Xian couldn't wait to slip away. All right, haha, let's go. Almost everyone on Su Yu's side was furious beyond measure. The victory that was within reach slipped away or was destroyed by humankind. Bah, who is of your kind? Those who are not of our kind are sure to have different hearts. Chapter 240 The Age of Gods. Is it a ticket to the Holy Realm? You Guoqing cursed. You are simply scum and disgrace to the human race. Erwin, dressed in a black tuxedo and a cape and cloak with a black exterior and red interior, shook his head elegantly. It seems you haven't managed your subordinates well. Morality has always been defined by the victors, and the truth will be proven 1,000 years from now. Unfortunately, you will be left here today. The demons and dragons have already fled far away. They don't want to stay here for even a minute longer. Su Yu has already caused them a great deal of trouble, and if they get entangled with this group of equally cunning Westerners, who knows what the outcome will be. There weren't many people from Milica, only about 100. However, they were incredibly powerful. Each member of the Shadow Clan, a race that ranks very high in the hierarchy, possessed a pet beast, which surrounded the night banquet group with shadows. Lin Li and Bai Ruhui looked extremely pale. Without the mythical figure to protect them, they would be almost powerless to fight back once they engaged in combat. Martin praised. You've got a good grasp of things, Elvin. You really managed to corner Su Yu here. It was worth it for us to blow up the Forbidden Sea and pollute thousands of lakes. His feigned arrogance only fueled the indignation of countless people here, as if he were demonstrating against the great Xia. I did it, so what? What can you do to me? Su Yu remained silent, coldly staring at Erwin. Erwin Tsepisi said, You have no backup plan. It will take at least 3 hours for the Dragonhawk guards or anyone else to get here, and I have also informed the Dragon Lord to lure away and entangle the mythical creatures that are with you. Martin then said, Then, Erwin, why bother wasting your breath talking to them? Wouldn't it be better to take him down now? Erwin said, Don't rush. According to my research, although he seems crazy and reckless, he always leaves himself a way out. If we act rashly, we will be the ones who suffer losses. We're different from him. We have backup. Supporters can also be enemies. Erwin knew that Su Yu possessed a Dragon Lord, his trump card, and an extraordinary sacred relic. If they were pushed too far, they would definitely pay the price. Furthermore, the third ancestor's power of immortality also possesses the ability to reverse everything. He couldn't guess what that vampire would do, so he could only try to increase his chances of winning. Erwin reached out his hand and said, Let me guess, what are you thinking? You want to risk your life to replace some of us? I think you can do it, and I'm prepared based on my trust in you, but I'm sorry to tell you, you can't escape. So, I have a proposal. Hand over that vampire to us, and then we'll retreat. You can go after those demons. Anyway, they haven't gone far. Before Su Yu could even speak, the others had already refused on his behalf. Don't even think about it. Commander, we would rather die here today than accept their extortion. That's right. Even if we agree to their conditions, they won't leave. Zhen's support team refused. The idea of sacrificing one person for the greater good is utter nonsense. Su Yu took a deep breath. Did you hear that? Do you think I would agree? Erwin shook his head and sat quietly in place instead. I guess so. But it's all right. I'm waiting for someone too. I might as well wait with you. They were wary of Su Yu's trump cards and the power of the true ancestor. Martin also suppressed his greedy fighting spirit and waited for the Li family to arrive. Since taking down Su Yu would inevitably result in losses, let the Li family share the burden with them, and then each of them can rely on their own abilities. Otherwise, it would be very dangerous. If the Milica people were to bear the consequences, they would likely be discovered and surrounded by the Li family, who firmly believed that this group would do something like betraying their benefactors. That would be foolish. Su Yu gripped the sacred soul heavenly painting tightly in his hand. He had prepared a grand gift for this group. It would be a huge loss if this wonderful gift were only seen by the people of Milica. Su Yu wasn't sure how powerful it would be, so he quietly whispered, Arya, use Undying to protect me later. He returned her a smile. No matter what, I will never give you up. You are my everything. Arya nodded gently, her heart aching, and she quietly placed her hand on her chest. Before that, Su Yu wouldn't mind talking to Erwin. The meal cannot be started until all the guests have arrived. Su Yu also sent a telepathic message to Lin Li, instructing him to tell everyone to rely on the 6 wings of the angel and run westward at full speed. When Su Yu gave the signal, and not to worry about him. This was an order. Lin Li's pupils dilated slightly, but he didn't dare to ask. Suyu must have his reasons for doing this. He is not a suicidal person. While Lin Li was quietly passing on the message, Suyu stepped forward and sat down not far from Erwin. This is the limit of the distance that his spiritual power at the Spirit Sea realm can detect. Since we all want to wait, can you tell me why you are so insistent on collecting the true ancestors' source essence? With your scale of operations, it seems unnecessary to make such a big fuss if you only have the undying source essence. 8 mythological figures, 40 demigods, dozens of reincarnations, unknown trump cards, and others on their way. This is a decisive blow, a blow that leaves no room for error. Erwin narrowed his eyes slightly, seemingly reluctant to speak. Suyu chuckled lightly. Since you firmly believe you will win, I don't think I'm definitely going to die today either. This card table is only exciting if there are wins and losses, right? After a moment of silence, Erwin chuckled and said, you're absolutely right. Before the cards are revealed, you have to place your bets. Okay, then I'll tell you. The source of all this. Martin and the others were somewhat displeased, but remained silent. They cannot lose. Whether to speak or not, consider it an interlude before revealing the full story. A golden goblet appeared before Erwin. After taking a small sip, he said calmly, by chance, we captured a direct descendant of the former true ancestor of the vampire clan, the 7th true ancestor. After stripping him of his power, we discovered that the vampires are different from other divine generations. The true ancestors can use power upon their arrival, while other races can only acquire it through mythology. Admittedly, the powers of the vampires at the beginning could not compare with the powers of mythology and needed to be improved slowly. But we learned through soul-searching that when the 7 powers are fused into one, they can create an unparalleled being above the saint realm. This is how it all began. We then discovered that the divine demon, also made similar moves. Does their unique inheritance system hint at this? The sequence of gods signifies a ticket to the realm beyond the Holy Land. So we searched for the true ancestors' whereabouts for countless years, until by chance, our informant within your university obtained this intelligence. Chapter 241 The Truth Revealed. 1 table of food, 2 tables of guests. Erwin recounted his past in a long and detailed manner, but his voice was not loud, and it was isolated from the sound range, so only Suyu and the 3 women beside him could hear it. He didn't care at all that he might lose. Before sitting down at the card table, every plan is meticulously crafted, all for the sake of final victory. But once you're at the card table, 9 parts of success depends on human effort, and 1 part depends on fate. If fate has decreed their defeat, then let the victors claim all and erect a monument of triumph on their tombstones. Erwin found it amusing that only the winner could win everything. In addition, if we fail, it won't just be the people of Milica who will bear the consequences. He had already considered that the biggest losses would inevitably be suffered by the major families within the Great Xia dynasty after the truth was revealed. Before the Great Xia dynasty resolved its internal problems, he was powerless to interfere with them, which could be seen as leaving a way out for the almost impossible failure. A cunning rabbit has 3 burrows. A master should think thrice. Consider danger, consider retreat, consider change. Before gambling everything, one must reduce the variables for the other party and leave oneself enough variables and a way out. In this respect, he felt that he and Suyu were the same kind of beings. Erwin continued, You've had that thought too, haven't you? Sometimes, casually planting a few hidden agents can yield unexpected results. Suyu was silent for a moment. Is it Arya's blood spirit squad? He had almost forgotten about these people. Erwin nodded. There are many vampires. There are more than 80,000 vampires on Earth. The Tepesi family was built on the back of powerful vampires. And the true ancestors, without revealing their powers, look no different from vampires with great talent. So we watched helplessly as she left our country as an exchange student. This incident filled Erwin with remorse, and from then on, all registered vampires underwent extremely rigorous checks. Later, 2 members of her squad provided us with her report. An immortal Valkyrie on the battlefield, whose wounds heal instantly, exceeding the limits of a vampire. After 6 months of tracking and observation, we finally determined that she is a descendant of the 3rd ancestor. Suyu asked with some curiosity, What conditions did you use to bribe them? I've met those people before. They don't seem like the type to be tempted by money. Erwin said calmly, Yes, neither money nor a ticket to freedom can sway the minds of you magical students, but desire can. Emotions are the most complex and beautiful thing for humans. They admire this descendant of the true ancestor, but she never pays attention to them and treats them like strangers. I promised to use some blood and DNA to create bionic bodies for them after taking away their power. It's kind of disgusting to think about, but that's what sins like greed and envy are all about. Suyu and Arya felt a wave of nausea. The depths of human depravity were truly unimaginable. Erwin continued, seemingly oblivious to the rest. You'll understand what happens next. The people from Hwaying are unreliable. They messed things up and alarmed many people, putting us in a very passive position. Our cooperation with some families in Daxia is based on mutual benefit and each person's own ability. As for why you were able to persuade the Russians to turn against you, it's simple. Your appearance disrupted the balance. There are beast tamers in various countries who have contracted with 3 gods, but the balance is generally maintained. Now, your great Xia has suddenly gained 1 more. Do you understand the consequences? The balance of power cannot withstand any disturbance. Given time, the threat posed by Suyu will completely shatter the balance of the planet, something that no nation or family can tolerate. The family should be conservative and not change, for the sake of the family's interests and the need for its continuation. Naturally, there will be conflicts and contradictions with newly emerging figures like Suyu. Destroying Suyu is a consensus among almost all the families. Acquiring the divine era possessed by Suyu is a coveted opportunity for everyone. Erwin picked up the golden goblet and downed the red wine inside in 1 gulp. I think the rational choice is to hand her over, so you can go after those demons and ensure your great Xia's victory at Thousand Lakes, while I can take what I want. Similarly, with only 2 generations of gods, you no longer possess the power to break the balance, so naturally no one will pursue you relentlessly. Unfortunately, in my judgment, you put your emotions above reason and the bigger picture. Suyu said, your judgment is very accurate. So-called rationality and a sense of the big picture were all put after Arya and the others. If you can't even protect your own loved ones and have to sacrifice yourself for the so-called big picture, then you might as well welcome a magnificent destruction together. I am neither noble nor evil, but I refuse to compromise myself for your sake. Erwin chuckled softly. I've said enough. Fortunately, the other table of guests will be arriving soon. He had barely finished speaking. Suyu sensed a large force approaching from behind, and it was quite numerous. The flags on it were particularly eye-catching. The Li family's Black Hawk Guards, the Pei family's Black-clad Guards, the Bai family's White-clad Guards. Other familiar scents are also approaching. Li Xiang, who was once arrested by Lin Li. I once encountered 2 members of the Blood Spirit Squad. A glint flashed in Suyu's eyes. Great, everyone who was supposed to come has come. I've prepared a whole table of food, so I'm not worried about you having 2 tables of guests. Lin Li and the others looked extremely grim. An unnamed fire was gathering in my heart. You were nowhere to be seen during the great battle, but you've appeared now. We're not stupid, don't we know why you're here? Lin Li's hen didn't know what to do. Principal Zhang Huairen always left Suyu with a spiritual avatar to protect him, but in this situation, even an avatar would be of no use. Should we listen to Suyu? Suyu shouldered everything himself. After working with him for half a year, Lin Li knew that Suyu wouldn't make a fuss without a reason. There were only 2 reasons why he asked them to retreat. He can solve everything, but he doesn't want others to see it. Or, it might affect them. Lin Li thought it was the latter, and Suyu wasn't sure either, but he had the capital to take a gamble. He chose to respect Suyu's will. Since we follow him, there is no reason to doubt his decisions. Lin Li relayed the message of retreat to everyone. Their faces showed either incomprehension, confusion, or impulsiveness. But Lin Li and Bai Ruhui dissuaded them. With red eyes, Mu Qinyu looked at Suyu's back. She had a bad feeling. At this moment, she was a little flustered and trembled all over, as if she was afraid that she would be separated from the man in front of her forever if she left. Yin Linger's spirit split tried to secretly set up a teleportation array, but Erwin, who was in front of Suyu, gently pointed at her. Little girl, don't try anything funny. Your soul has entered the spirit world. It hasn't really disappeared. Even this move was blocked, and she clenched her hands in frustration. Suyu turned around and smiled at the 2 of them. Don't be afraid, Linger Qinyu. Listen to me. Chapter 242 No Way Out. Settle today's grudges today. Suyu's words comforted Mu Qinyu and Yin Linger. When you don't know who to trust, please trust me. No need for underhanded tactics. A true decisive battle has no tug-of-war or reversals. Bet everything at once, and the outcome can be decided in a minute. Suyu was mentally prepared. With banners fluttering, Li Fei led the Black Hawk Guards, Pei Rusong led the Black-clad Guards, and Bai Liqing led the White-clad Guards. The 3 groups of over 15,000 beast tamers formed an encirclement around the perimeter. They do not participate in the core battles. Their main task is to intercept the night banquet group's escape. We must bury Suyu's direct descendants here completely. Meanwhile, those who besieged Suyu were the direct descendants of 3 families, 45 demigods, 6 mythical beings, and Li Fei. Li Fei stepped forward and saw that Suyu had not been taken away by Erwin, which put his mind at ease. As if the prey was already in his stomach, he said with a slight ease, "It's a pity, Suyu, although we have never met. Let me introduce myself, Li Fei, the commander of the Black Hawk Guard. You've been talking for so long. I think you already know everything. How about this? Considering we're all from the Great Xia, hand over your 3 divine beings, and we'll join forces to kill the Milika people in front of us, okay?" Erwin scoffed at Li Fei's words, which was nothing new to him. One moment a family might be working together seamlessly, and the next they could be mortal enemies. Suyu swept his gaze coldly across the room. "I refuse. Compared to them, your Li family is even more disgusting. You've brought quite a few people. We didn't see this many of you when we were conquering the demon cave." The people behind him also cursed angrily. "You are a bunch of scum. How could Great Xia keep such a cancer like you around? As long as one of us goes back, you can expect your shameful deeds to be exposed to the scorching sun." Li Fei gently shook his head. "Unfortunately, the fate of the world is not changed by nobility or baseness. Even if some of you can go back, what then?" Their faces were calm and indifferent, as if they didn't care. With their leader Suyu dead, the support group will scatter like monkeys falling from a fallen tree. No one will be willing to go to great lengths to avenge a pack of defeated dogs. Besides, who is truly arrogant? Boy, the 9 families are still the ones carrying the weight of the Great Xia dynasty. Are you the only ones fighting? Your fighting is meaningless. The battle between the holy domains will be the decisive one. We are the backbone that bears the brunt of everything. If you really want to distinguish who has done more for Great Xia, then I can only tell you that bringing Suyu here is your greatest contribution to Great Xia." Li Fei's words aroused everyone's indignation, and they wanted to say something, but the power that Jiang Qin had just displayed in his Dao, proving holy domain, was simply a despairing wall of size. The combined demigods and myths of both sides floated in the air, sealing off all hope of escape. It seemed that only death awaited Suyu and the night banquet group. It seems that the only thing they can decide is who they will die at the hands of or who they will fight to the death with. Suyu stepped forward. "Really? I don't think so. Perhaps in the eyes of you high and mighty people, we who always call ourselves ants can only submit, only fall before you, only compromise, only choose to survive in a humble way. But is that really the case? What self-deceiving lies you tell, what sacrifices you make for the Great Xia and humanity. You are nothing but ants succumbing to the iron heel of the Forbidden Zone. You have no ability to deal with external enemies, so you try to make up for it by exploiting your own people. You just want to see us kneel down to satisfy your pathetic sense of dignity. But I tell you, insects have never been truly defeated. Even if I die today, I can still break off 2 of your teeth before I die." Suyu gripped the sacred soul heavenly painting tightly in his hand. This desperate strike was his only and last hope. He is ready to be buried with you at any time. Li Fei's face was gloomy. This kid never backed down verbally, so the idea of witnessing the scene of piercing Suyu's heart was destined to remain unrealized. Quick-witted and eloquent. "Suyu, my brother also died at your hands. Since you are so stubborn, then pay with your life. Let us settle all our grievances today. Of course, I would never stoop to letting some scum bask in the glory of our family." Li Fei single-handedly identified 2 members of the Blood Spirit Squad, Wu Xinghao and Su Ping. Young Master Li Wei. Li Fei was too lazy to listen to their flattering words. He had heard enough of them along the way. With a gentle wave of his hand, the 2 seemed to be compressed into meat patties by some unseen force. Bang! Blood splattered everywhere, leaving a bloody mess on the ground. Li Fei brought them along only to observe the actions of the Milika people. He knew perfectly well that the Li family and the outside families were enemies, not friends, but were only temporarily on the same side due to interests. Erwin had no objection, so as not to make him fulfill his promise. The 2 sides were like 2 different dark clouds, one burning and churning on the horizon, the other covered in dense gloom, with no way to escape but to a dead end. Li Fei coldly reminded him, "My dear brother, I'm giving you one last chance. Get back home, or I'll wipe you out today." The 2 locked eyes. Li Jun drew his short sword. "My orders are to obey Suyu's commands." Li Fei let out a soft breath. "Fine, since you've brought this upon yourself, then don't blame us." Bastard child. Today they spoke out all the words that had been buried in their hearts. He mobilized his magic power, ready to engulf Su Yu at any moment. Su Yu's innermost thoughts sank into the sacred soul heavenly painting. White Dragon, today I will keep my promise to you and set you free. The White Dragon Lord had already sensed the presence outside. Humph, don't think I don't know what you're up to. You want to set me free so you can run away together, right? You damned bastard, you've attracted so many enemies. Even I, the Dragon Lord, can't escape now. Bai Longzuan had a very clear plan in mind. It's difficult to get Su Yu to run away, but we need to trick him into releasing us as soon as possible. He doesn't want to die with you, Su Yu. Su Yu said in a deep voice. No, I don't need you to help me escape. I said I would set you free. Bai Longzuan asked with considerable doubt. Really? Even the wicked have a day when they have a conscience? Is it true that a dying person's words are always kind? I still need this painting. So I forged a painting that barely has similar power. It can only let you reside in it, but it can't trap you. You move there, and I'll let you out, okay? By the way, you can also help me hold off a few myths. Dragon Lord immediately cursed. You really didn't have good intentions. However, he felt a little relieved. As long as he could get out, he was still somewhat confident in his ability to escape. Su Yu's lips curled up slightly. Stupid dragon. I've kept you here until today just for this spectacular fireworks display. Chapter 243 The Funeral of 1,000 Lakes. A grand and magnificent destruction. Before entering the demon cave, Su Yu poured all his magic power into creating the pseudo-sacred soul celestial painting, which had reached the point where it could harbor living beings. Although it is useless because it cannot utilize the abilities of the person in the painting and return to heaven, it can still serve the purpose of diverting the White Dragon Lord's attention. Furthermore, the pseudo-saint soul celestial painting position is also a fragmented relic of the sacred realm. Bai Longzuan secretly moved into the fake painting. The tattered painting had truly freed him from all constraints. It took him less than a minute to break through the dimensional barrier of this fake painting. Snort. Su Yu even dared to dream that I would help him restrain the mythical realm humans. It's utterly laughable. He wasn't stupid. He had a trick up his sleeve. His power, burning heaven, can transform into flames and infiltrate the raging inferno, making it difficult for even opponents of the same level to capture him easily. If I hadn't underestimated Su Yu back then and fallen into his trap, I wouldn't be trapped in this damned broken painting. It's a pity I can't witness the tragic scene of Su Yu being dismembered and having his beloved stolen away. What a pity. Su Yu sneered inwardly. Go ahead and be smug, you stupid dragon. This is the last thing you can contribute to me. Your mythical dragon form, your divine artifacts, your power, plus this pseudo-sacred relic. This was a power Su Yu had never experienced in his life. Come on, the Seps family. Come on, Li family. Let me show you this magnificent and dazzling destruction. The two groups gradually drew closer, their patience and waiting reaching their limit. Li Fei said, the outer guards should lock down Su Yu's beast-taming group and not let them escape. The rest of us surrounded and killed Su Yu. After killing Su Yu, we immediately turned our guns on him and annihilated the Milika people. Clear. On the other side, Erwin said, our goal is simple. Force Su Yu and the third true ancestor to use all their trump cards, then seize the source essence and return to the Snowfield Demon Cave through the passage. There's no need for a prolonged battle. Yes, with everything laid out on the table, it seemed that in their eyes, Su Yu was already a lamb to the slaughter, a delicious meal waiting to be devoured. Su Yu took a deep breath. She secretly passed the message to Mu Qianyu. Simple language. Mu Qianyu asked worriedly, Su Yu. Su Yu interrupted, listen to me. After I make my move, you and Linger will take the night banquet group and head towards Sunset City, understand? If you're lucky, you should be able to run into the Dragon Eagle guards who are on their way. Mu Qianyu's eyes reddened slightly, but there are no buts. I want to stay with you. No. Su Yu's voice softened. I'm sorry, Qianyu, for dragging you into this dangerous situation, but as your husband, how can I bear to let you suffer here with me? I haven't been able to give you anything. Yet I'm placing the burden of responsibility on your shoulders. From now on, you'll be the leader of the night banquet group. I don't know if I can. Please, take good care of my family and the people in the group. Please. She detected a hint of resolve in Su Yu's words. That trembling, uncertain tone was the first time she had heard it from this eternally confident man. Mu Qianyu nodded with red eyes. She really wanted to stay here with Su Yu, but she couldn't refuse Su Yu's almost pleading request. Su Yu's eyes flashed. Run. After everyone heard Su Yu's command, the golden light and white feathers transformed into streams of light in the predetermined direction. Li Jun and Su Yu's eyes met briefly, and Li Jun seemed to see the question in Su Yu's eyes. Can I trust you? Abel. Their squad, relying on the demon suppression guards, is now the most combat-effective squad in the night banquet group. He raised his right hand in salute, making an almost solemn vow. Suyu's gaze briefly met Lin Li's and Bai Ruhui's. The two were reluctant to let their juniors risk their lives here, but their firm gazes pushed them back. The person who takes good care of me is the most important. Yanlinger was pulled away by Mu Qianyu. She looked at Suyu's back and tears silently streamed down her cheeks. Night banquet group felt as if a heavy stone was pressing down on their hearts, causing them to flee in near shame, even abandoning their leader as if their beliefs and honor were being tainted. Yet, they resolutely carried out Suyu's orders. Hatred filled his chest, and his heart was burning with the flames of resentment. Commander, please don't let anything happen to you. Li Fei said coldly. Do you think they can escape? Those wings are indeed impressive, but under the confinement of our Black Eagle Guard's 5-beast sealing spirit array, their power cannot escape. Don't waste your energy, Suyu. Suyu raised his head and smiled confidently. Of course they can escape. Li Fei, right? And the Pei family, the Bai family, and Erwin over there. Let's watch a grand and spectacular fireworks display together. Suyu threw the fake painting away. The fake painting was on the verge of collapse, with sounds seeping out of the seal, and even a dragon claw had emerged. Suyu, haha, you'll regret this. This dragon lord is not going to help you. Burning heaven, take me away. The flames of that power almost burned through the painting. But in the last moment before Bai Longzuan escaped, the sky in Bai Longzuan's fake painting collapsed inch by inch, and an unprecedented aura of restlessness and destruction swept through the dimensional space. Suyu, how dare you? I curse you. I curse all of humanity to never. Suyu smiled and said, Bai Long, I swore I would set you free. Aren't you free now? You can't blame it on me. Explode, miracle of the end. The pseudo-sacred soul celestial painting. Along with the sacrifice, the White Dragon Lord's White Dragon Thunder Spear, the power to burn the heavens, and the White Dragon Lord himself were also detonated. 4 forces combined. The Void Illusion Kite's inherent barrier, which S-Night, enveloped Suyu's head. Even the power of the inherent barrier, which is almost an alternate dimension, is uncertain whether it can withstand it, because the power above mythology is qualified to tear the barrier apart from the outside. Li Fei's pupils dilated in shock. The limit of his guess was that Suyu relied on the power of the White Dragon Lord to fight against heaven and earth. Unexpectedly, Suyu had no intention of engaging with them and directly sacrificed his strongest power. Oh no, get out of the way. Countless demigods, mythologists, and beast tamers fled in terror in all directions. Madman. Suyu is simply a heartless madman. A glint flashed in Erwin's eyes. Surprisingly, Suyu. So that's the trick. This exceeded his expectations, yet it was within his imagination. But just because he can imagine it doesn't mean he can easily stop it. Erwin, Martin, Leckman, cover me. Desolation. He unleashed the power of the former 7th ancestor, constructing a force to resist the dazzling fireworks. The winds rose and the clouds surged, and countless magical forces contracted to a single point on the fake painting, as if creating a magical black hole. The surrounding area collapsed violently towards the center, and even the air was filled with cracks. No, this was the power of space itself. Sizzle, sizzle, sizzle. Space was almost shattered, and the collapsing dark fantasy finally broke apart at its limit, expanding outwards. Prepare for this. I'll give you and the 1,000 lakes a funeral. Chapter 244 Interference from the Sacred Relics. Respond to my will. Thousands of miles away, the seawater surged and converged in one direction. Thousands of miles away, a fierce wind, howling and surging, converges on a single point. Endless magical power was condensed, then suddenly shattered. Click, click. Everyone in the 1,000 Lakes Demon Cave heard a sound like shattering glass. The spreading spatial cracks resembled those of a sacred realm entering a demon cave, something this space could not bear. As Suyu said, Li Fei and the other talents didn't have time to care about the fate of the night banquet group. Mu Qianyu and her group escaped into the distance. The others present displayed their unique abilities. Some activated their own protective barriers, some set up magical arrays, and some summoned tens of thousands of pet beasts to bombard the energy beams at the center of the explosion. However, none of this could stop the final miracle from unfolding. The pitch-black magic hole shattered, and crimson, black fallen power, like a blooming rose, crashed down upon 1,000 lakes. It's like a sonata played at a funeral for 1,000 lakes, stripping away all senses and sound. The dark clouds were dispersed, the thunder fled, and birds and beasts scattered, as if a destructive storm was sweeping in. The shattered rose clouds shot straight into the sky, spreading wildly in all directions like the wrath of heaven and earth. The golden characters of the wind and cloud ranking had just appeared when the storm blew away the words. Destiny Demon ranking number 362, White Dragon Venerable was, before they could even fully display in the sky. At least in the Thousand Lakes Demon Cave, even the power of the wind and cloud ranking was obscured. Rumble. Countless plants sprang up from the ground, along with the soil and earth, creating a crater thousands of feet deep. The area of the explosion continued to expand without stopping, impacting oceans, mountains, lakes. Nothing could stop it, and the mountains and rivers trembled. The final miracle, which sacrificed relics from a pseudo-sacred realm and a complete mythological dragon, can truly be described as a catastrophe. In the distance, Wu Ma Ming gazed at the spreading storm, his pupils slightly dilating as he muttered incantations, telling the story of the beginning, when heaven and earth were created. All things in the universe, like stars gathering in a swirling array. Could this extraordinary phenomenon be the prelude to the birth of a human king? He felt a pang of regret. Su Yu ultimately did not choose the path he had hoped for. He chose to live in the face of death. Perhaps Su Yu is right, and I am wrong. The seawater that swept and turned into rain and fell on his face. Whether it was loneliness or hope, Wu Ma knew that perhaps humanity would lose Su Yu forever. In the Li family's secret den of iniquity, Li Hingyang, who had observed Su Yu's decision using some special talent, had a dark expression. Feier is right. No amount of preparation is too much when it comes to dealing with him. Luckily, Feier said she wanted to use that thing ahead of time. Second uncle, please. Li Hingyang's second uncle is the core figure in the Li family's elders' council, the old man who stays in the secret space. The old man's eyes were as still as a dry well. He sighed silently and then picked up the object placed in front of him. A holy dagger lay before him. The complete sacred relic, the thorn of the void-breaking realms, was unknown even to its owner, the sixth wing of the 18 wings, Nomiya, who was imprisoned in a dungeon. The Li family had extracted her divine blood and found it in some ruins. Second uncle? After a moment's hesitation, the old man picked up his dagger and thrust it forward lightly. I am old, and you will have to bear the weight of your own destiny. After he finished speaking, his breath quickly faded, as if he had fallen asleep. The price for mortals using sacred relics that do not belong to them is that they will have a large amount of their spiritual power absorbed. A gentle stroke. Within the Thousand Lakes Demon Cave, the explosive, concentrated power was suddenly interfered with by a tiny arc of lightning. The holy white light shone into the crimson, black rose cloud, gently piercing it. Bang! The source of power, the collapsing final miracle, has been pierced. Everything stopped abruptly. It was as if the raging storm had been stopped in an instant. The silence was terrifying. The spot where they stood had been blasted into a crater 5,000 meters deep. The surging residual energy seemed to testify to the terrifying destructive power that had just been unleashed, and the fallen demigods and mythical figures were heartbreaking. Both the three families of Great Xia and the people of Milika paid a heavy price. On the contrary, the night banquet group escaped unscathed thanks to the speed of the golden light and white feathers. This means endless consequences. But Li Fei couldn't consider these things. He clenched his teeth, his face deathly pale, staring intently at the spot where he had just been. Su Yu is still alive. The darkness of the reality marble, Witch's Night, was torn apart by the rose cloud, almost obliterating the marble along with it. In a sense, the sacred relic, Thorn of the Void-Breaking Realms, not only saved the Li family, but also saved Su Yu's life. Li Fei lifted a patch of scorched earth in front of him. They suffered heavy losses. 2 mythical figures were wiped out, and even 8 demigods died. The Milika people on the other side weren't having it any easier. Erwin's face was frighteningly pale. Li Fei gritted his teeth and roared. Su Yu, fine, you can even do this. But you underestimate the world's vastness. You know nothing about it. If this is your last trump card, then you die. His voice was hoarse. Even fighting a demonic cave hadn't resulted in so many deaths. This was beyond his capacity to withstand. Too many people have fallen from their divine positions. Even the nebulae in the sky dimmed, and rain began to fall, a mixture of blood and demonic energy. From Erwin, should we exploit the Dragon Lord's will to survive and detonate it when it reveals its divine artifacts and powers? He saw through Su Yu's technique and maximized the power of the self-destruction. As a result, they all suffered a great loss. But thankfully, it's still within his expectations. It was the Li family on the other side who lost their composure first and used the relics of the Holy Domain. and they are waiting to sell the sacred relics of the Kaipisi family. Suyu, you've caught me off guard once again. But now, your death is everyone's wish." He waved his hand lightly, and Martin, Leahy Man, and the others glared at him fiercely. They had lost too many people and wished they could devour Suyu alive. Cough, cough. Suyu pushed away the scorched earth on his body, panting and laughing wildly. Ha! How does it feel to have 2 teeth broken? His maniacal laughter carried a hint of sorrow. The sanctuary itself intervened, with a complete sanctuary relic interfering. That's already a power that completely overwhelms Suyu. It couldn't even kill you. Suyu was nearly driven mad. You want me dead? You want to take Arya away from me? Don't even think about it. You think I've reached the end of my rope? Dream on. One more time. Holy Soul Celestial Painting. Heed my call. He not only unleashed the true Holy Soul Heavenly Painting, but also called upon the heart sword within his heart. That holy sword, Ilander, belonging to the King of Angels. If you can sense my will, then serve me. If not, then blow it up. Take us all with you. I would rather die than let them take her away. His desperate cries and frantic roars were gently met by Arya's embrace from behind. No. That's enough, little one. With a sob in her voice, Arya made a heavy decision. I won't go with them, nor will I let you die here. Chapter 245 The Undying Rose, Sequence 001, Old God, Moon Goddess. That's enough, little one. Her voice choked with emotion as she stopped Suyu's madness. Arya hugged Suyu tightly from behind. No matter what, she couldn't bear to watch her lover risk everything for her, and even his own life. When Suyu forcibly summoned the heart sword, and even had the urge to gouge out his own heart and sacrifice the holy sword of the Angel King, Arya already knew that Suyu had been driven to a dead end. Even when he was driven to the brink, he never wavered in the slightest and never considered handing over Arya. Of the vampire progenitor was a life filled with betrayal. At least, she doesn't regret her decision. In this world, only Suyu would never betray her. The man fulfilled his vow with his blood-stained life. We won't die here, and I have no intention of going with them. Little guy, you always tell us to trust you this time. Please trust me too. I won't allow them to bully my man. Arya gently pulled Suyu on to Kong Huan Yuan. Huan Yuan, protect him and don't let him do anything reckless. At that moment, Suyu's heart trembled as if he was about to lose something important. His voice was blocked, his blood was controlled by Arya, and he could not move, and his body was firmly locked by the void illusion kite. Arya spread her dark magic wings, her gaze sharp, her eyes filled with cold indifference and murderous intent. Erwin's gaze sharpened slightly. What? Now you're jumping out to try and negotiate. I'm sorry, I won't give you that chance. Come with us. This is your only chance to save him. Arya said in a trembling voice filled with anger. Shut up, you bastard. You've bullied my man to this extent. My very soul wishes it could tear you apart. She gently stroked her lower abdomen. There was a breath of life within. Unlike the structure of humans, this breath had not yet condensed and needed to draw upon magic and love to truly take shape. I'm sorry, please forgive me, but Mom can't just watch Dad die here. Arya gritted her teeth. In a way, I should thank you for your attack last time. Last time? Erwin's expression shifted, as if something beyond his control was happening. Li Fei wanted to make a move, but was stopped by a legendary figure from the Li family. An inexplicable danger made the old man tremble. Young master, we must not act rashly. It seems we have made a fatal mistake. Arya raised her right hand, and a yellowish-brown crystal danced in her palm. Those were scattered, desolate source materials that fell after the death of the vampire from the Kaipisi family who attacked Suyu in the Eternal Demon Cave ruins. Even if it's just a small amount, enough for just one time, it's sufficient. She pointed at Erwin and said disdainfully, Foolish familia, you only managed to gain knowledge that was not commensurate with the seventh ancestor, yet you dare to covet the divine position. Today, you bunch of bastards will pay the price for your arrogance. Apart from that yellowish-brown, barren source material, behind Arya, one crystal after another appeared. Dark red rose crystals floated, the undying source material. Blue ice crystals condense, freezing the source material. The essence of endless darkness, the source of eternal night. The surging dark tide of amethyst, the instant death, source material. Transparent air fluctuations, the source of imagination. A bright moon shines high in the sky, the divine moon is the source of essence. Arya said coldly, You seem to know about the third ancestor's special methods, and have been holding back your trump cards, waiting for me to use them. But the great aspirations of my people have been entrusted to me, yet I have never cared about the wishes of my people. The only thing I care about is She turned to look at Suyu. Little one, you always ask me what my wish is, and what is the tragic wish of my people. But none of that matters to me. The important thing is that I will protect everything we have. The 7 elements swirled behind Arya. The Moon-Tear Demon's sword condensed in the void, and Arya's fingertips tore open her own heart, pointing the Moon-Tear Demon sword at her own heart. The 3rd ancestor is immortal and indestructible. If the moon's tear, blessed by the moon, is used to penetrate it, creating a paradox in the very nature of immortality and generating an error, it can temporarily contain the 7 source materials. Originally, the abandoned, desolate essence meant that Arya had always been one less than before. The attack by the Sepisi family last time, however, completed this last piece of the puzzle for her. Suyu forcefully broke free of the restraints in his throat and opened his mouth, saying, "No." Arya's voice echoed in his mind. "I won't die. None of us will, believe me. There will be a very small price to pay." Suyu had already realized what the price would be. Death sleep. But it was too late to stop it. The Moon-Tear Demon's sword pierced through, and in an instant, black flashes and lightning tore through the void. Despairing black wings spread and grew, causing the sky to collapse and the earth to crack, the sea to recede, and the entire demon cave to tremble. Along with all 108 edge areas and forbidden zones of the Thousand Lakes Demon Cave, crimson and black lightning flashed. The entire demon cave welcomes the birth of the king. Erwin's mind was buzzing. Source material, 6 pieces of source material. How could they all be in her hands? This was completely beyond the limits of his imagination. He had traced history for hundreds of years and studied all the information, and he could never believe that the essence of their vampire clan had been entrusted to one person. The Undying Black Wings with 7 source essences are on completely different levels from the Undying Black Wings with only Undying source essence. Rumble. A crimson, black thunderbolt swept across the land, and the shockwaves carried sand and stones thousands of miles away. Even the old monster buried deep in the abyss opened its eyes to spy on everything happening in the outside world. What happened? The birth of a king. This is sequence number 001, the old god, the moon goddess. Originating in the beginning, different races and different life forms had different names for the initial sequence. It could be a deity, a species of deity, or an ancient god. They stand at the top of the sequence. They were never born that way. They were forcibly transferred from other race sequences, yet they possessed a power unlike any other race. Black feathers drifted down from the sky, and the briefly evolved Arya possessed the divine power to decide life and death and judge all things. An undying rose, a dazzling flower blooming amidst despair. Holding the Moon-Tear Demon's sword, with a bright moon shining behind him, his wine-red hair turned platinum gold, and 7 source crystals surrounded him, symbolizing the 7 powers he possessed. It's time for you to pay the price. The frozen crystal shimmered, its pale blue ice freezing time and space. With a swift movement, the sword struck, and the piercing demonic light shattered the Lee family's mythical realm warrior at the very front. Bang! Blood mist filled the air, but the lament for the fall of a myth did not resound across the Thousand Lakes. Before the moon goddess, no lament is worthy to resonate. The ice has been thawed. Countless people stared in astonishment at what they were seeing. Erwin felt a chill run down his spine. For the first time, he felt death pressing on his heart. Quickly, asked the clan leader to make a move. Chapter 246 Black-Winged Queen. Slaying saints and gods, sweeping 1,000 lakes. Erwin rarely lost his composure. Any development of events could exceed his expectations, but never exceeded his imagination. But today, Sequence 001, the old god, the moon god, is coming to the rescue from the sanctuary. It thwarted all his schemes. They tried to crush Suyu with force and make him submit, but Arya retaliated by crushing all their schemes and tricks with her own power. This was the first and only time that Arya used the Undying Black Wings to fuse with the 7 origin essences. The past holy ancestors seem to be revived at this moment. The instinct to fight seems to be innate. Instant death. The surging black tide lifted up the pitch-black sea of darkness, covering and pressing down, causing countless people to scatter and flee, only to crash into an air barrier from which they could not escape. The imagination, essence condensed into a transparent space, completely isolating this place from the outside world. No one outside the holy domain can even peek into it, much less interfere with it. Nor can anyone escape it. The pitch-black sea of death surged and swallowed everything in its path. Black hawk guards, white guards, and black guards all struggled in the sea of death. Li Fei's face was extremely grim. The mythical realm expert from the three families gritted his teeth and said to the Milika man beside him, Owen, did you know there would be such a monster? That damn bastard. Is he planning to include them all in his scheme? Martin and Leahy were also drenched in sweat. Arya's surge of black energy wiped out 6 of their demigods. She was like an unparalleled killing god, as if there was no one there. They were powerless to resist her. How did this space allow such a saint-level being to stay for so long? And what about the sacred realm of Earth? What about the sacred realm within the Forbidden Zone? Are they all being observed? Why is no one making a move? Erwin, even Martin was getting anxious. Are you trying to drag us all down with you? Erwin's face turned deathly pale. This is impossible. This is impossible. No, the old patriarch will intervene. Don't panic. He forced himself to calm down and suppressed his loss of composure. A single awakened source essence of Arya is at most a relatively strong mythical realm, not enough to pose a great threat. But the extent to which Arya, with her 7th level source quality, could reach was beyond Erwin's comprehension. He took out a silver dagger and drew an X in the air. The already fragile space was torn open with a gap, just like Long Xian summoned the incarnation of the Crimson Dragon King. This time, Erwin invited Rol Zepesi, the longest-living patriarch of the Zepesi family. This slightly hunched old vampire has lived for countless years. When he forcibly broke through the space and entered the Thousand Lakes, the scene before him astonished him. Moon Goddess, he said tremblingly. That exists only in the legends of the vampire race, the true ultimate. Arya's face was devoid of joy or sorrow, only displaying a chilling killing intent. The little bastard died, and now the old bastard has come? Rol was terrified. Run. Run, you silly children. No one present could stand against the moon god, not even if the real one were to descend. Otherwise, why do you think the holy domain within the Forbidden Zone didn't take action, allowing the moon goddess to destroy space and wantonly commit massacres here? Having gathered all 7 elements, is undoubtedly the most powerful being. Even the Demon King of the Well of Gods and Demons and the Dragon King of Dragon Nest Island might not be her match. The destruction of the spiritual avatar will also cause great damage to the original body. However, for the sake of his descendants, he must hold back the moon goddess at this moment. Erwin and Li Fei were completely dumbfounded. Gone was their arrogance. They fled in all directions in a panic. The people who regarded themselves as the pillars of humanity were now turning around and crushing them, who considered them as ants. Arya will not give them that chance. Shunyue, that brightest and most dazzling crystal, belonging to the first true ancestor's source substance, divine moon, floated into the sky, obscuring the sun and replacing it with a crimson blood moon. Global barrier. Unlike inherent barriers, it does not require the use of mental space to devour. Of the blood moon, there is her barrier, the extension of her power. You bunch of scum. You've driven my beloved to the brink of madness. How can I let you off today? The Moon-Tear Demon's sword was wielded, and with the blessing of the blood moon, a dazzling blood-red light magnified to over 1,000 feet, piercing through Rol. Bang! Rol was destroyed before he could even unleash the sacred artifacts passed down through his family. In Milika, Rol Tepesi's pupils were blasted into blood. Even across the space, his saint-level cultivation trembled at his fingertips under the moon god's aura. Go to hell. The blood moon and blood rain turned countless people into hedgehogs. Bang! Bang! One by one, powerful beast tamers fell, and one by one, their pets perished. Martin was swallowed by the undercurrent of instant death. Lekman was frozen and turned into ice shards. Li Xiang was pierced by the blood rain of divine moon, his heart pierced by 1,000 arrows. God blocks and kills God. The saintly avatar has fallen, the mythical realm has fallen, and the demigod has fallen. The black-clad guards were almost completely wiped out. The white-clad guards were almost completely wiped out. The Black Hawk guards were almost completely wiped out. Blood stained the river, and spiritual rain roared. Today, the Thousand Lakes have become a true funeral, a funeral for humanity, a funeral for the Forbidden Zone. Too many people died tragically. The darkness of the eternal night source was about to engulf him, and with nowhere to escape, Erwin had no choice but to use his last trump card, which was also his most desperate method. His soul left his body, granting him power similar to Yenlinger's, except that he could abandon his physical form. But once you abandon your physical body, you're destined to become a wandering ghost. Suyu, Arya Teeps, you wait. The ugliness of the crushing defeat was too direct. He abandoned his physical body and watched helplessly as he was swallowed by the eternal night. He was only spared death by escaping to the spirit world. The others weren't so lucky. All the men from the Leckman family were wiped out. Watson was killed, and all the members of the Watson family were wiped out. This is hatred born of bloodshed, the raging fury of the Blackwing Queen. She personally destroyed everything that was aimed at her and Suyu's enemies. Suyu gazed at her in the sky, his eyes filled with confusion. So what is the cost? Death sleep. Arya was terrified of death sleep. Suyu had only read her diary once, and she never dared to mention death sleep. Suyu only knew that the diary was used to guard against death sleep. Suyu watched as she swept away all the enemies under the illumination of the divine moon. Even the dragon lords who had already fled seemed to be pursued and devoured by moonlight once they were targeted. Even across thousands of miles, her attacks were relentless. She said she would protect me, just as I would protect her. The everlasting rose, dancing gracefully, ascended to the throne amidst 1,000 lakes. No one from the Holy Land dared to spy on it. This is the realm of the moon goddess. No one can stop her slaughter until the moon goddess's aura dissipates. Finally, they killed the last demigod. As for the ants below the level of demigods, Arya was neither capable nor willing to clean them up. The light and shadow behind her flickered, and she wanted to spend her remaining time with the one she loved most. Chapter 247, The Rose's Farewell, The Vanished Crimson Pact. The black wings gradually dissipated, the light of the 7 source crystals gradually dimmed, and the earthy yellow source crystal belonging to the barren source shattered with a crash. Like a fallen angel, she slowly descended, using her last remaining strength to float into Suyu's arms. Arya. Suyu had never felt so afraid and terrified as she did today. Even when facing death, he could barely remain calm. Only now, with his heart aching terribly and his fingertips numb, did he gently stroke Arya's face, her fair face gazing at him quietly. Tears silently streamed down his cheeks. Subconsciously, he knew he was about to lose the most important person in his life. Why are you crying, little one? You never cry. Arya, I won't die. I'm the immortal 3rd true ancestor. Arya's voice was soft, her strength was waning, her eyelids trembled, and she might soon fall into a deep sleep. The price of forcibly fusing 7 source substances was that he destroyed his own heart with the Moon-tier demon sword to create a mistaken void, which he then used to fill the gap with source substances. When the source substances left his body, the lost life force backfired on him. But the 3rd true ancestor is immortal and indestructible. Her indestructible essence remains, so she will not die. However, it needs to use death sleep to repair its damaged vitality. We survived. You should be happier. Stop talking. Arya, what should I do? You're sucking my blood, taking it all, okay? How can I save you? There was a horrific bloody hole in Arya's chest, and the pierced and destroyed heart made Suyu feel as if his heart was being torn apart. Death sleep? An eternal slumber? Arya gently shook her head, her soft hand stroking Suyu's cheek. It's no use. Little one, I love you. Suyu, tears streaming down his face, cried, Me too, Arya. I'm sorry, it's all my fault. If only I had thought more. If only I had been stronger. If only. Arya's breathing grew weaker and weaker. I've never blamed you. When I fused with the source essence, I saw the memories of the true ancestors. The life of a vampire is a life of betrayal. I'm so proud, little one. I've found someone who will never betray me. Even if I don't do this, I know my little one will fight tooth and nail to protect me. My precious, I'm more powerful than any true ancestor. Suyu felt as if he was having difficulty breathing, and his heart felt like it was being pounded by a sledgehammer. I didn't protect you at all. Arya smiled faintly. I'm very scared. After the death sleep, the fragments of my memories will leave my body. That feeling of blankness and ignorance when I open my eyes. I'm afraid I won't remember you. Promise me, if I open my eyes again, the first person I see will be you, okay? I promise you. I'll agree to anything you ask, Suyu said, her lips trembling as she sobbed. If I forget you, will you pursue me again? No matter where you are, I will chase after him to the ends of the earth. Even if you try to drive me away, I will not leave. Suyu held her tightly. The excruciating pain almost made her faint. Arya cupped Suyu's face in her hands. Promise me you'll never work as hard as you did today, okay? I'm not here with you. Please take good care of yourself. Suyu silently agreed and nodded. My diary. Everything I know is inside. Arya's breath grew weaker and weaker, her eyes glistening with tears. Don't cry. I'm waiting for you to come and save me. My hero. Suyu tilted her head back to hold back her tears, forcing out a smile that looked even worse than crying. Can you kiss me one more time? He gently lowered his head, feeling her faint breathing. Little one, there's something I need to tell you. I'm sorry. I. She took Suyu's hand and placed it on her lower abdomen. I'm pregnant with our. It's a life force, but I gave. Sorry. Suyu's already trembling heart was struck as if by a heavy blow, and blood spilled from the corner of his mouth. He should have noticed this sooner. He should have known. A mouthful of blood gushed out. At that moment, resentment, regret, and rage filled his eyes and consumed his entire soul. No, husband. It's all my fault, Arya. I'm going to kill them all. Leave no one alive. Husband, don't do this. Her eyes slowly closed, and she could no longer speak. Arya, wife. Suyu trembled and shook, but no matter how he called out, he could not wake her up. She closed her eyes and glanced at Kong Huanyuan beside her. I'm entrusting him to you. I wonder if she understood what I meant. Kong Huanyuan took her hand and solemnly promised her an unbreakable vow. In the last moment before his consciousness faded, he felt the weight of that vow and finally closed his eyes in peace. Is it a death sleep? The death sleep I once feared so much that boundless darkness descended. But this time I'm not afraid. Perhaps the little one will be in a lot of pain, but I know that when I open my eyes again, it will be your handsome face. Don't let me see you looking like an old man, little one. This time, I protected the person I love most, my mom. On February 24th, 3092 of the Blue Star calendar, Arya fell into a deep sleep. Her breathing stopped, yet magic still flowed through her body. Suyu called out her name again and again, unwilling to accept it. His mind was blank, and he could only follow his instincts and call out her name. In his mind, the ancient, blood-red pact that had been floating there quietly disappeared. The vow they made came to an end at this moment. Arya asked him to pursue her again no matter what, because she was afraid that after the fragments of her memory were scattered, she wouldn't remember what he looked like, and even the oath to prove her identity would disappear. Suyu looked at the empty, vanished oath in his mind, and could no longer hold back the surge of blood and chi. Overwhelmed by anger, he fainted completely. Before he fainted, he held her tightly and refused to let go. The entire demon cave was shrouded in the aura of the moon goddess, but the aura gradually faded, leaving them with little time. Kong Huanyuan was the first to break free from the sorrowful melody and forcefully maintain her rationality. If Arya falls after she falls into a deep sleep, Arya's sacrifice will be meaningless. Xian was already crying her eyes out, listening blankly. Sister Huanyuan, what should we do? 3 crimson crystals precipitated from Arya's body, seemingly trying to escape in different directions. Kong Huanyuan reacted quickly and managed to control the only memory fragment that refused to leave her body. But the other 2 disappeared in an instant, like a flash of light. Xian, cheer up, Suyu only has us left now. We can't go back to human territory. The 2 women no longer dared to trust humans. Got it. Xian, take them with you. We're going to another place. She stepped forward and immediately selected the still-present souls of the Milika people killed by Arya. After searching their souls, she learned about another passage to the demon cave. Chapter 248, Arya's Diary, The Witch's Tea Party. The land was frozen and snow was falling, and a chill was in the air. Chu Xianyin used the snow feather foxtail to wrap up Suyu and Ilea, while Kong Huanyuan, after searching their souls, confirmed the passage between the Thousand Lakes Demon Cave and the Snowfield Demon Cave. She dared not linger at any of the Thousand Lakes. As the aura of the moon goddess gradually fades, a powerful figure must be spying on her. They had no intention of stealing the remains of the dead, nor did they care that people would chase after the aura of those treasures to trace their origins. The illusionary kite must be extremely careful. I can't believe in humans. They also dared not believe in demons. Soon, they arrived at the snow-covered demon cave, where the frozen white land and biting cold were extremely unsuitable for survival. Even for demonic beasts, living on this snowfield with its special magic, the reproduction rate is extremely slow. This is the demon cave territory controlled by the Bear Kingdom. After the snowfield Queen Adelina and the Forbidden Zone engaged in a forced battle, more than 100,000 lives were sacrificed, and the place is now deserted. Kong Huanyuan found a cave in the snow mountain, placed Suyu inside, sealed off the outside, and used the power of illusion to isolate all aura. Anyone who came here would only feel that it was a snow mountain without magic. After settling in, she felt heavy-hearted. Chu Xianyin squatted on a rock, head drooping, looking dejected. Sister Huanyuan, are all humans like this? She developed doubts about human beings. Why is it that at such a critical moment, it was humans who were the ones who attacked humanity the most, that were the ones who attacked humans the most? Kong Huanyuan thought for a moment and said, humans. Many human legends on Earth mention demons, but based on my observations, the one closest to the concept of a demon is its humanity itself. Chu Xianin felt a little regretful, but she kept it to herself and refused to say whether the great disaster that had befallen Su Yu and Ilia was related to the cursed fate of her own race. But then I felt that Kong Huanyuan's words made a lot of sense. That Li family, those Milika people, they're practically demons. Kong Huanyuan pursed her lips. Let's wait for Su Yu to wake up. She was also a little flustered. This was the best hiding place she could think of. No one would notice that they were hidden in the snowfield. The final decision was still left to him. Only, he was worried about whether Su Yu would be able to handle the mental strain after waking up. Xianin, if Su Yu is still like this, we'll forcefully use illusions to control him. Chu Xianin understood Kong Huanyuan's worries and nodded gently. After a while, Su Yu slowly opened his eyes. When he opened his eyes, the white snow blurred his vision. Even though the ice and snow could no longer make someone of his level feel cold, the chill still froze his blood. Su Yu looked down anxiously, as if hoping that what he had just had was just a nightmare, and that the nightmare should be over now, and that Arya would whisper softly in his ear. Unfortunately, Arya lay quietly in Su Yu's arms, like a frozen rose, asleep yet with a smile on her lips, seemingly not in pain. The scenes that just happened are still echoing in my mind. My throat was still dry, and my heart felt like it was being struck by a heavy hammer. The oppressive feeling was almost suffocating. Su Yu, Kong Huanyuan, and Chu Xianin stepped forward, but Su Yu instinctively hugged Ilia and curled up, saying, "Go away. You two go away." The trembling voice and the bloodshot pupils made it almost impossible to see anything. The two felt a pang in their hearts, but they quickly regained their composure. Kong Huanyuan bit her lower lip lightly. "Su Yu, it's me, you honor. Can you listen to my voice? Get out of my way. He can't hear anything. Sister Huanyuan, hold him down. I'm about to make my move." Su Yu's mental state was terrible. His eyes were almost bleeding. Chu Xianin was worried that his soul wouldn't be able to withstand it if they didn't act soon. Kong Huanyuan felt distressed but reached out to stop him, saying, "It shouldn't be necessary. He still has a remnant of reason." Kong Huanyuan took out Arya's diary and handed it to Su Yu. And with magic, the page opens, and the delicate handwriting seems to echo the familiar sound of silver bells. His beastly instincts were suppressed. And Su Yu's eyes began to dissipate, and his breathing gradually became steady. Kong Huanyuan pulled Xianin back a few steps, ready to forcibly control his mind should anything go wrong. Su Yu watched the diary turn over and over. "I am proud to announce that I have surpassed all the true ancestors of the past, who spent their entire lives without finding a partner willing to sacrifice their lives for them. Every day I spend with the little guy is a blessing from fate. He knows I have countless enemies, but has never complained. So how can I just watch him get into danger? What is love? Perhaps it's when he stands in front of me, his small shoulders giving me an infinite sense of security. I have a bad feeling. If you, little one, ever see this message, it means I've already passed away. Eat well and sleep well. Don't be sad for me. I'm still waiting for you to wake me up, my knight. A vampire's death sleep lasts up to 70 years. I don't want to open my eyes to find you turned into a little old man. The 6 origin essences of the true ancestor reside within me, yet I dare not tell you. Your spiritual power is insufficient to safeguard this secret. The Twilight Lake, the sacred site of the vampires, which lies across the Forbidden Sea. Dead sleep. The only way I can open my eyes is for you to retrieve a drop of true ancestral blood from the Twilight Lake. Listen to me, don't rush. If I really fall into a deep sleep, don't panic. There's no one here to heal you, and you'll be in pain. I don't want you to be in pain, and I don't want you to get hurt. You must promise me, otherwise I will never forgive you when I wake up." Su Yu became more and more dazed as he read. The diary contained a lot of information. The first dozen or so pages only contained key information about the vampires to guard against death sleep, but the last 300 pages were all about every day after they met. That feeling of blood rushing to the head returned, and thoughts of regret and hatred almost took over my entire soul. As the blood gushed forth, the two women realized something was wrong. Phantom soul painting, snow feather purification. But illusions and mental manipulation cannot stop the boiling of emotions. Su Yu spat out a mouthful of blood. Kong Huanyuan looked at him anxiously, for she did not possess the immortality that Arya had. I can only use hallucinations to clear away the emotional pain. At that moment, the witch's crown that Kong Huanyuan had always carried began to shimmer with starlight. Su Yu's soul and consciousness seemed to be drawn away by the starlight of the witch's crown. A dreamlike voice echoed in my ears. Now that you know everything, I'd like to invite you here. Welcome to the witch's tea party. Suyu opened his eyes and found that his soul was in a dreamlike garden under the starry sky. A mature woman dressed in gorgeous clothes picked up a teacup and looked at the newcomer. Surprisingly, Suyu felt unusually peaceful at this moment. Please sit down. And you are? Oh dear, my daughter is all thanks to your care. Suyu. Suyu's pupils dilated slightly. Kong Huan Yuan's mother, the previous ethereal witch and omniscient witch. Chapter 249. The omniscient witch knows everything and turns stone into gold. The woman sat gracefully under the pavilion in the dreamlike garden, her white hair and eyebrows exuding a mature charm. A hint of surprise flashed in Suyu's eyes, and then, recalling what happened to Arya, a layer of sorrow settled in his heart. Seeing Suyu's bewildered expression, the omniscient witch smiled and flicked her finger, conjuring a white chair. Don't just stand there, come and sit down. I amplified your negative emotion of laziness, letting the lazy mood take over your soul and overwhelm your sadness so that your soul could find peace. As for why you came here, you or Yuaner should be wearing the witch's crown. When your soul is close to breaking, I will be able to invite you to my tea party. So that's how it is. Kong Huan Yuan had mentioned to him that her mother's name was Kong Lian Na, an omniscient witch who knew everything about the world. Unfortunately, she only had a vague memory of her mother, which had faded when she was very young. Suyu sat down, somewhat reserved. What should I shout? Senior? Aunt? Mother-in-law? Mother? His laziness amplified, which also made his thinking somewhat sluggish. Relax, my husband is human too, and he knows a little about human society. Just call me sister. After all, I'm only 680 years old, and I don't want you to make me sound old. Suyu. The legendary witches are all incomprehensible beings. He dared not entertain any thoughts, for according to Kong Huan Yuan, all his thoughts and perceptions could be read by her mother. All right, I'm not teasing you anymore. Just call me Mom, or anything else. Suyu wiped the sweat from his forehead and said in a low voice, Mother. Senior. Kong Liana gazed gently into the distance with her deep blue eyes. You've encountered something that has caused you sadness and despair, haven't you? Suyu lowered his head and pondered. Actually, I should have realized sooner that I was too dependent on Arya. The source of my courage to face death is that no matter what, Arya will heal me. But I took all of this as a sign of my courage, always believing that I could find a way out of any adversity. But in the end, she paid the price of fate for me. The mere mention of this matter causes a dull ache in my heart. Kong Liana gently shook her head. That's not the right way to think. You're going from one extreme to another. Suyu, your courage is equally commendable, whether it's your will to protect her or her determination to protect you. It's just that her existence has amplified the lower limit of your tolerance for mistakes. Although I don't want to praise my daughter's rival, she was very happy before she fell asleep. Suyu looked up blankly, Kong Liana, a gigantic book that blotted out the sky appeared, its pages turning as if following her thoughts. The Book of the World, which records all things. Before she fell asleep, she was happy to be able to protect those who loved her and who loved her. She also looked forward to seeing the handsome face of the knight who would protect her when she opened her eyes. She never regretted it. Before she fell asleep, all she murmured was that she didn't want you to be sad or in pain because of her. After all, the memories of the vampire progenitor are mostly memories of betrayal, while every day she spent with you was a happy one. Kong Liana's words warmed Suyu's heart, but also made him feel even heavier. Thank you, Senior. In your great knowledge, what did I do wrong? Kong Liana smiled and said, I just love knowledge and know everything that has happened, but I don't know the future. Wrong? Right? You have to figure that out for yourself. But at least in my opinion, you have been driven to a dead end by everyone, but you have not completely removed the shackles of morality. Suyu's eyes flickered slightly, and he understood. Maybe. He knew what Kong Liana was talking about. I understand, thank you. Mother. Kong Liana said calmly and softly, my daughter wants to cross the forbidden sea to save me, and I cannot stop her. But I am grateful that you were by her side. Otherwise I know that she would have been in grave danger if she had been alone. Suyu scratched his head, remembering a question. Do you really know everything about the past? Kong Liana nodded. Of course. Including the fact that you never wear them. Suyu choked on the tea he had just drunk. Cough, cough, cough. This kind of thing is best left unmentioned. Kong Liana smiled and said, Hee, you want to ask why you couldn't pull out the heart sword in the end, right? Suyu remained silent. In his very last moments, at the very end of his desperate situation, he tried to draw the holy sword of the Angel King, Ilander, something he could only do when his desperate blueprint came to an end. Unfortunately, things didn't go as planned, and the holy sword failed to respond to his will. Arya, not wanting to cut off his future, chose to remain in a state of suspended animation. Kong Liana said, "His name is Heartsword, not Islandil." Oh. Seeing Su Yu's confusion, Kong Liana continued to explain. He was originally formless and invisible, only following the heart. He was once shaped by the King of Angels and named Islandil. Later, before the King of Angels fell, he shattered Elendil, allowing him to return to the state of Heartsword. So when you call upon him by his former name, he will not respond to your will, or rather, he is already yours. You must find his name yourself, refine him, and he will respond to your heart and become your strength. Su Yu seemed to realize something. The things left behind by the Age of Gods were indeed extraordinary. As for the crown in Yuan'er's hand, you will understand when you find me. As the doubts gradually dissipated, the sky of the dream garden shattered like glass. Kong Liana said regretfully, "Unfortunately, it's almost time for the tea party. Su Yu, take out your 1,000-faced mask. I don't want you to go back empty-handed and then be told by your daughter that her mother is stingy." Su Yu obediently took out the 1,000 transformations mask. This thing isn't high-ranking, but it's quite practical. Kong Liana's finger, imbued with starlight, touched the mask of the 1,000-faced demon, and the mask instantly transformed. A completely new image appeared in Su Yu's mind. Demon's lair armed, the witch's painted skin. Rank, demon level. Note, the painted skin that was enlightened by the witch possesses omniscient and omnipotent mimicry abilities. Ability, magic painting. You can disguise yourself as any race and mimic the racial talents and abilities that any race should possess. Side effects, none. At the end of the broken garden, Karina's voice echoed in my ears. Use it well. In addition, the laziness factor remaining in your body will last for at least a day, helping you get out of your predicament. Don't always think you have to shoulder everything. It's just a choice. Trust the people who love you more. Their awareness is no less than yours. The voice faded, and the soul returned. Inside the cave, Kong Huanyuan and Chu Xianin were extremely anxious. They thought Su Yu's soul had dissipated and tried various methods to awaken him. Su Yu opened his eyes again, and the two women covered their mouths like tearful people. Su Yu. Chapter 250, A Sudden Enlightenment. Chu Xuanin's decision. Kong Huanyuan and Chu Xianin hugged Su Yu tightly. They had been genuinely flustered, afraid that they had hit him too hard, and truly believed that Su Yu's soul had vanished. Husband. Su Yu. Su Yu patted the two of them on the back. "I'm fine." Kong Liana made his mind exceptionally calm, although the presence of Arya in his arms still caused him occasional heartache. Su Yu told the two of them what had just happened. Kong Huanyuan's eyes widened. "You mean my mother invited you to the tea party?" Su Yu nodded. Kong Huanyuan held her head, her mind struggling to process what she was thinking. Sigh. She's so old and still so irresponsible. At least, hearing that Kong Liana was safe and sound made Kong Huanyuan feel much better. It's better than waiting in vain. Su Yu took out a soft cushion from the ring and gently placed Arya on it. Remembering his attitude and words before the tea party, he immediately bowed 3 times and prostrated himself, saying, "Illusory kite, mysterious sound. Feel sorry. I actually said those things. I deserve to die. Just consider me biting the hand that feeds me. I'm sorry. You are the ones who are taking care of me and worrying about me, but I am ungrateful. You may punish me or beat me as you see fit." Kong Huanyuan and Chu Xianin exchanged a glance, and the corners of their mouths curved into a smile. "It's all right, honey. I've never blamed you. I know you didn't mean it." That's true love, Su Yu, being able to tolerate the other person's willfulness. The two women helped Su Yu up and comforted him. Su Yu sighed, "But I was forced to calm down by the laziness factor left behind by Mother Huanyuan. I'm worried. That factor can last for a day, but after that day he's worried." A glint flashed in Chu Xuanin's eyes. "How about you leave it to me? I might have a way. Besides, you and your sister Arya might also have been implicated because of me." She hung her head, but it seemed as if she had made up her mind. Su Yu rubbed her head. "It has nothing to do with the fate of your clan. I was just thinking too little. In the past, I always took risks and always thought I could turn the tide in desperate situations. Now I realize that without Arya, I can't be as fearless as before." Kong Huanyuan held Su Yu's hand. "Yes, I hope you really think that way. I made a vow with Arya, and I will allow you to be at the forefront again, just like before. Arya can no longer protect you with her immortality. Xianin and me to charge into battle. Even if we get injured, even if we don't have immortality, Our recovery speed is dozens of times faster than that of humans. Of the gods were unmatched by humans. In the past, with Arya around, Suyu had never paid attention to these things. In the past, Suyu would never have allowed the two women to get hurt in the slightest, but now, he has to learn to rely on the people around him. I understand. Please lend me your power. Of course, we're family. I would be delighted, Suyu. I hope you can treat us like Arya, relying on us without needing a reason. Although he didn't know what method Chu Xianin planned to use to prevent his soul from going berserk a day later, Suyu chose to believe her. Phew, how long was I unconscious? After regaining their spirits, they must face the harsh reality. Kong Huanyuan said, 3 days. After that, I dared not go to Sunset City, nor did I dare stay in Thousand Lakes. I remembered you said that the group of Milika people came from Thousand Lakes, the Snowfield Demon Cave. So I searched your soul and found the passage, bringing you to the Snowfield Demon Cave. Suyu nodded. Yes, you did a great job. Humans can't go back to the Great Xia for the time being. The undying source material alone has attracted the covetousness of so many. Now that it has been confirmed that she possesses all source materials except desolation, this is enough to make any power disregard all consequences. Kong Huanyuan asked, and what about us after that? She was somewhat worried. She couldn't return to human territory, and the monsters were hostile to her. In that vast world, where could she hide? Suyu thought for a moment, then suddenly realized, my God, these old monsters. Suyu rummaged through the ring for the last remaining items. Suyu blew up most of the things. Besides the sacred soul heavenly painting, the angel's 6 wings, the spirit rhinoceros bag, the witch's painted skin, the aurora shadow, a drop of the 9 extremes nether spring, a sacred demon yin-yang fruit, there was another thing he never thought he would use. The 99 Beasts mask was given to him by the Beast Pavilion Master of Fengyan Pavilion. That silent, beast-shaped mask seemed to have been waiting for this moment to arrive. I always felt like everything was being manipulated, and in the end I had no choice but to walk the path laid out by the Beast Pavilion Master. Jiang Xin once said that Xia Tingyin and Wu Meiming bet on me. Is there a path they want me to take? Those truly important people. What exactly did they bet on me? After experiencing dramatic changes, Suyu's view of the world became exceptionally clear. After putting on the mask, Suyu gave a wry smile. That's really unbelievable. What's wrong, Suyu? Suyu took it down and handed it to Kong Huanyuan. Kong Huanyuan put it on. She looked astonished. This mask can shield creatures from the effects of the forbidden sea. Even forbidden creatures beneath the sea cannot perceive it. No wonder the news of Fengyan Pavilion is so widespread that it can even easily find out news about the forbidden zones. An unprecedented longing welled up in Kong Huanyuan's heart, even though she knew it was dangerous. Yuaner, don't worry. We will go to the restricted area, but not now. I need to make some preparations. Also, since some people have placed their bets on me, someone will inevitably come knocking on my door. We just need to wait a few days. Suyu understood the cause and effect and was no longer confused. Although it still hurts, I know what I should do. Yuaner, do me a favor. Extreme Snow Warm Jade in the Snowfield Demon Cave. Could you help me find some? I see. Extreme Snow Warm Jade has an exterior covered in ice, but its interior is warm to the touch. So you wanted to wrap Arya in it. Vampires' body temperature drops drastically if they don't drink blood, and they become extremely cold when they wake up. He didn't want Arya to get cold. These past few days, I've been trying to understand this sword of the heart. I'm just waiting for the people who place my bets to come to my door. I'd like to see who can find me. The day passed quickly, and the laziness in my body gradually dissipated, but the feeling of heartache struck intensely. Every time I closed my eyes, I couldn't help but think about the scene I least wanted to see. Kong Huanyuan was making a warm jade bed when she glanced at Chu Xianin. Xianin, I'm begging you. Chu Xianin walked up to Suyu and pinched Suyu's face. Suyu, look into my eyes. The cure is very simple. Provide stimulation that goes beyond biological instinct. Souls intertwined. Chapter 251 Jean Fox Shadow Bride, An Unexpected Visit. As the laziness factor dissipated, those scenes of light and shadow pierced Suyu's soul. When Suyu's eyes met Chu Xuanin's gaze, it was as if he had fallen into an abyss of dreams. Chu Xianin felt guilty because she had disobeyed the family precepts and run away with Suyu without permission. Suyu took her to travel all over the mountains and rivers, letting her see all the sights in the world. He protected her very well, but he also carried the fate that belonged to her. Although Suyu always said that it was slander from a foreign race, Chu Xianin knew that there was always a reason for this misfortune, and it shouldn't be something you had to bear. In that case, let me do something for you. The Snow Feather Celestial Fox clan possesses unique racial abilities. It is named Fox Shadow Bride. It is not a talent, but a special kind of illusion. In the moment of soul merging with theirs, she can transform into Arya's appearance. Chu Xuaning's mind was as clear as a mirror. Only Arya could awaken him from his slump. The Snow Feather Celestial Fox caused Su Yu's soul to leave his body, and then entangled its own soul with Su Yu's. The two souls merged into one, and the sense of depravity that transcended the limits of human physiology was so overwhelming that even the strongest will could not stop such an indulgence. It was 500,000 times stronger than human willpower. Su Yu's spirit was completely immersed in Chu Xuaning's stunning beauty. But this soul connection can only last for 10 seconds. Otherwise, it will damage the soul. Kong Huanyuan timed her attack perfectly and used illusory soul painting to separate them. Su Yu broke free from the soul fusion. Meeting Chu Xuaning's peach blossom eyes felt like falling into a dream. That familiar face stirred the deepest will within Su Yu's heart. Hey little guy, why are you so down? This isn't like you. Chu Xianing activated the Fox Shadow Bride. In Su Yu's eyes, it was as if Arya's voice and appearance were whispering in his ear. Arya, Chu Xianing placed her finger on Su Yu's lips. I know everything. The little guy has already tried his best. Little one, don't say anything. I'm right here beside you. Is this a dream? No. I heard the little one crying. I couldn't bear to make you sad. You're too burdened. Not everything in this world needs to be borne by you. Put down all your burdens today. She hugged Su Yu, the familiar fragrance filling her nostrils. This was not the scene Chu Xianing had hoped for, but it was her choice to redeem Su Yu in the illusion. Just this once, you're allowed to be lazy, little guy. Promise me you won't be depressed after you wake up. I promise you, let me finish this beautiful dream. There is no gentleness to speak of, only bitterness. Once there is any movement, the illusion will be dispelled. She chose to bear all his emotions. I love you, Su Yu. I know you love Arya. So, will you love me? The illusion made Su Yu believe that everything was Arya, and with them spending every day together, there was no possibility of being exposed. The dream gradually dissipated the following day. After breaking free in the dream, Su Yu felt a sense of healing and soothing on her soul, an unusual tranquility in my mind, as if interfered with by the lazy factor. The dull ache in my heart was already within the limits of what I could bear. Kong Huanyuan bowed her head in greeting. Su Yu looked at Chu Xianing and suddenly understood everything. Arya has fallen into a deep sleep. This is true, but Xianing healed his soul in her own way. Su Yu sighed, picked her up, and said, I really don't know how to thank you. Thank you, Xianing. Chu Xianing nestled in his arms and whimpered. No need to thank me. This is my own choice. After we awaken Sister Arya, you can give me a share of your love. Su Yu had no such thoughts at the moment, but her soul was healed by her most precious gentleness. You're right, Arya is still waiting for me, and for all of you. I'll owe you all my life. The familiar gazes of Chu Xianing and Kong Huanyuan. Kong Huanyuan recognized that look in her eyes, and smiled as she lifted her skirt. Welcome back, my husband. Within his heart, the heart sword that floated in the void trembled slightly. The warm jade bed of the extreme snow-warm jade was carved. Arya lay quietly inside, her faint smile seemingly waiting for the promised time. So you put her back into his beast-taming space. After lying low for several days, someone should be coming, right? As expected, Kong Huanyuan said softly. Su Yu, someone has broken the illusion I set up. They've arrived. Su Yu was extremely nervous. This was when he was at his weakest. But based on his judgment, the first people to come were either from Wuma Ming's side or Fengyan Pavilion's side. The possibility of them being enemies was actually quite small, because Kong Huanyuan had not taken anything from the enemy. There's even a very small chance it could be Chi Mayan. Outside, the ice and snow are melting. Wherever a middle-aged man passed by, everything fell into seclusion. The ice and snow he melted transformed into another form of ice and snow, as if he had left no trace. A strange voice came from outside the cave. Hiding here, it's really hard to find you. Oh, this might be our first meeting? Although you are my student. Su Yu was first surprised, then taken aback, and finally burst out laughing. Student Su Yu greets the principal. The first person to find him was the elusive principal, Ning Hanwen. It seems I've arrived just in time. Although Ning Hanwen looked young, Su Yu always had a feeling that there was something vague about his face. Perhaps his appearance doesn't reflect his true age. You have emerged from the shadows. Originally, I had prepared a gift to awaken you, but it is still very important to you and to Arya. You must have a lot of questions in your mind, right? Don't rush, we have plenty of time. Suyu had nothing to offer the principal, or rather, he harbored a slight resentment towards him, as well as towards Wu Meiming and Xia Ting'an. Ning Hanwen said, I won't keep you in suspense any longer. It's only natural for you to have resentment in your heart. It would be inhuman not to feel resentment. Suyu and Arya? Behind Ning Hanwen, the Book of the World emerged, almost identical to that of the omniscient witch Elena. The difference is that the magic inside is much weaker. Your child, to be precise, that wisp of life still exists, but Arya, with the death of the true ancestor, thought that wisp of life had been extinguished. Suyu stared at Ning Hanwen in astonishment, a light appearing in his eyes. Chapter 252 Your child is still alive, the great Xia King. Suyu's lips trembled, his heart pounded, and he gasped for breath. All of this felt like a true redemption, bringing real solace to my wounded heart. Are you telling the truth? Ning Hanwen nodded slightly. The so-called death sleep is when one is so depleted of vitality that one has to stop all bodily functions and fall into a deep sleep to absorb life force. Before she fell into a deep sleep, that last breath of life ceased functioning and went into a deep sleep along with her mother, which gave her the illusion that her life had been extinguished. All of this is recorded in the Book of the World behind Ning Hanwen. Suyu looked up, trying not to let the tears fall, as if the heaviest stone in her heart had been removed. The thing he feared most was recalling the difficult and desperate choice placed before Arya in the face of adversity. It almost drove him mad. Thankfully, Suyu pressed his hand to his chest, bit his lower lip, and roared silently. Suyu wiped away the tears from the corners of her eyes. Thank you. This is incredibly precious to me and to her. And my heart vanished, and the sky outside seemed exceptionally clear. No wonder, when he left the tea party, Kong Liana told him to trust the lover beside him. At that time, his soul was not whole, and he dared not mention the matter at all, so he could only offer indirect comfort. Ning Hanwen said calmly, I'm just telling you what I know. Okay, now are you in the mood to talk to me about what happened a few days ago? Suyu nodded, I want to know, you, Wu Meiming, and Fengyun Pavilion. Can you see the future? He stared at the Book of the World behind Ning Hanwen. I saw this thing at the witch's tea party. Ning Hanwen raised an eyebrow, and the Book of the World slowly closed. So you were invited to the tea party by the omniscient witch. Compared to the omniscient witch, my Book of the World is not so omnipotent. Including the omniscient witch, we only know what happened in the past. As for the future, Ning Hanwen raised his hand and waved. A stream of water hit the stone wall, and the water gradually branched along the groove. Some of the water flowed downstream, while others flowed upstream due to the interference of magic. No one can predict the future. The future is infinitely vast. All we can do, all we can see, is to interfere with the path of the future, but the final decision-making power for your future rests solely in your own hands. Suyu understood. If they could see the exact future, these old monsters would be terrifying. Then, Suyu said in a deep voice, what kind of path do Wu Meiming and Xia Ting'an want me to take? This was the question that lingered in his mind. Based on the timeline, Wu Meiming and Xia Ting'an were fully capable of rescuing Suyu before the last moment. But they did not show up. At least on their scales, there were some things more important than Suyu. Ning Hanwen said, for a myth to ascend to the realm of sainthood and transcend the mortal world, a person needs a special kind of obsession. This obsession will become the power of the realm of sainthood and will also become everything that people exist for. They want you to become the great Xia King. Suyu's pupils flickered slightly. Although he didn't quite understand the meaning behind it, he knew that this was no ordinary matter. Just like that principal of Jianghe, who transcended mythology to become a saint and a hidden king. He concealed his sharpness. The word conceal encapsulates his obsession. Wu Meiming and Xia Ting'an hoped to end the chaos of the demon cave in their hands. To achieve this, what is needed is not a genius, but a human king who can lead the great Xia and humanity. Ning Hanwen waved his hand, recreating the scene of the decisive battle. Human understanding of the world is rooted in their past experiences. Human king, since it is the obsession of the race, then we must fight for the entire race at all costs and move forward, never stop moving forward. They want you to use this moment to send the night banquet, including the squad Wu Meiming sent to you, to charge towards those besieging you, relying on your wings, and then unleash your abilities. In their calculations, they could just carve out a bloody path and inflict a price the other side could not afford. Cruelty is also a skill for the leader of the herd. Suyu gasped. Beneath that kind face lies a cold and cruel heart. Then Suyu was somewhat angry, but was interrupted by Ning Hanwen. This is their obsession. If you can become the king of men, and one day they are required to make sacrifices, they will do so willingly. Suyu nodded, understood. It's impossible to accuse the two of double standards, but this was not Suyu's choice. Please pass on this message to them both. I hope they will keep their promises to me, but I will not go down that path. Furthermore, our family, in all our hearts, has no regrets towards Great Xia or humanity, so from now on, either of us owes the other anything. Ning Hanwen nodded quietly, indicating that he understood Suyu's decision. As for what happens next, if they try to stand in my way, don't blame me for being ruthless. Suyu was referring to the Li, Pei, and Bai families, as well as the 4 other families including Milikatsapisi. This blood debt was something he could never swallow in his lifetime. Anyone who stood in his way would have to pay with their lives, along with these families. I will pass on the message. All right, I only came here to tell you this. Whether you want revenge or anything else, I won't stop you. I only have one piece of advice. Don't let hatred blind you to love. Suyu nodded. I understand. He took Chu Xianin and Kong Huanyu's hands. No matter where I am in the future, I will not make the same mistake as before. Ning Hanwen said, and his figure disappeared. This is an embodiment of spiritual power. Before he vanished, his voice echoed in the cave. No matter what, the demon spirit is still your home. I have already cleared away the demons in the land of calamity for you. Now it is safe for you to return to Thousand Lakes. Suyu's pupils widened slightly. In this land of calamity, at least half of the demons are still mythical beings and demigods. The only human remaining in that demonic cave was the headmaster. In other words, sanctuary, arts, King Wen of Xia. Suyu's worried expression gradually softened. Illusory kite, mysterious sound. Come on, come back to Qianhu with me. There are things we need to do there. I'll tell you all about it on the way. The 2 women followed, and the 3 of them left the snow-capped mountain. Shanghai, the capital of the Great Xia dynasty. Mu Qianyu and Yen Linger led the night banquet beast taming group to safety. They were extremely anxious. The Thousand Lakes became the realm of the moon goddess, and what happened within was unpredictable. All I know is that numerous myths and demigods have fallen one after another. Although the Great Xia ultimately captured the Thousand Lakes demon cave, the cost was extremely high. Suyu, whereabouts unknown. I don't believe it. Suyu, he must still be alive. Chapter 253 The Aftermath of the Great Battle. We will always be able to reclaim what we've lost. Mu Qianyu tore up the battle report delivered by the Dragon Eagle Guard messenger. He covered his face with his hands and breathed heavily. As the moon goddess's aura dissipated, the main force of the Great Xia swept through the Thousand Lakes demon cave, but the result of the great battle shocked the world. Of course, this world refers to the world of beast tamers. The events that occurred inside were so horrifying that Great Xia, Milika, and the Bear Country all chose to block the news. Ordinary people only know that the Great Xia dynasty conquered the Thousand Lakes demon cave. This is yet another triumphant song and victory. The entire Great Xia was filled with joy. The cost was enormous. More than 20,000 beast tamers died in the entire Battle of Thousand Lakes. If Li, Pei, and Bai are included, the death toll exceeds 30,000. The Thousand Lakes demon cave was leveled, and the Forbidden Coast was sealed off by the Great Xia. Of course, the results achieved were equally remarkable. Dragons, demons, elves, Thousand Lakes, calamity. 22 out of the 29 myths perished in battle. Only Qi Mayan escaped the battlefield with 3 demon lords, and 4 city lords survived in the land of calamity. The 140 demon beast demigods perished, leaving only a few who retreated to the land of calamity. The allied forces of the 4 western families of Milika were wiped out. Erwin Tepesi's soul returned to Milika, but he lost his body and was left like a lost ghost, a pitiful sight. The end of the great battle was exciting, at least for the ordinary soldiers. They were unaware of the higher-level game. The victory was real, but the Forbidden Sea overflowed into the demon cave of 1,000 lakes, polluting nearly half of the seawater. Pessimists say it would take 50 years just to clean up the ruins. However, a large number of mythical figures and demigods perished in the Thousand Lakes demon cave, which can be called a battlefield of gods. Countless treasures and weapons are coveted, and the Thousand Lakes demon cave once became a holy land for cultivation. Almost all beast tamers applied to come to Thousand Lakes to stay for a period of time. The division of interests involved here has stirred the hearts of countless powerful figures. The beast tamers of the Great Xia dynasty have entered a fast track to improving their strength. The gains from 1 year of training here are probably more than 10 years outside. But none of this has anything to do with Suyu or the night banquet. Perhaps, as Li Fei said, Suyu was the backbone of the banquet. Even if Suyu made great contributions, the Dragon Lord who escaped was still killed remotely by Arya. But now that you're gone, what do those who speak up for you gain besides making more enemies? Despite the strong dissatisfaction of the Li, Pei, and Bai families with their unauthorized actions, which almost led to a complete breakdown in relations, the Great Xia Nine guards ultimately forced them to abandon the division of interest in Thousand Lakes and demanded that they destroy at least 2 demon cities in Spring Brocade Demon Cave and Great Desert Demon Cave as atonement. Of course, these families did not have an easy time. The Black Hawk Guard, one of the Li family's most important forces, was almost completely wiped out, a tragic fact that truly crippled the Li family. Li Hingyang nearly fainted upon hearing the news. His once powerful family had plummeted from the top of the 9 families almost overnight. Not to mention that many lives had to be lost in the 2 demonic caves to conquer the demonic city. Whether it was Daxia, the penalty area, or Milika, in the end, they all suffered heavy losses. Overall, Daxia profited quite a bit. The Night Banquet Beast Taming Group was stationed in the Magic City. This was his promise to Suyu before the battle, to protect their families and the remaining troops. The core members of the group gathered at Suyu's residence, waiting for Mu Qianyu's decision. He won't die, absolutely not. His name is still on the popularity list. This is everyone's last hope. As long as they are not removed from the list of influential figures, they are still alive. The Demon Suppression Guard and the Dragon Eagle Guard only identified the person as missing. Mu Qianyu has been under increasing pressure these past few days. The enormous task almost fell on her shoulders alone. Although Lin Li and Bai Ruhui provided assistance, this beast taming group did not belong to the demon spirit or the emperor spirit, but to Suyu. With the key figure gone, it's as if we've lost our backbone, and we can only trust Mu Qianyu. I know you all want me to reclaim the fruits of Suyu and everyone else's hard work in the Thousand Lakes Demon Cave. But Mu Qianyu gently bit her lip and lowered her eyes, saying, if he were here, he would definitely want me to do this. Mu Qianyu made a deal. The merits that Qianhu deserved this time, including the previous profits from Golden Beast City and Floating City, were all transferred to the 3 beast taming universities of Demon Spirit, Emperor Spirit, and River, as well as the Demon Suppression Guard, Dragon Eagle Guard, and Dragon River Guard, in exchange for a large amount of directly usable cultivation resources and some promises from both sides. Yi Yin and Suyu nominally only retained their status as members of the Void Spirit clan. Several battalion commanders, including Zhou Zhang, were indignant and wanted to say something, but Adam stopped them. Gentlemen, the one who is most pained and heartbroken is Commander Mu. Her considerations are not wrong. After calming down, the group realized that Adam was right. No one was under more pressure from the mediation efforts than Mu Qianyu. Mu Qianyu said firmly, everything is for waiting for him to come back. As long as Suyu can come back, everything we've lost can be recovered. But right now, I won't allow any of you to enter the demon cave, and I certainly won't allow you to leave the demon capital camp without permission. Entering the demon cave might improve one's strength, but how could those damaged families possibly be willing to leave behind such a great scourge? Mu Qianyu learned a lot during the 2 months she followed Suyu. Whether it's the 9 guards of Great Xia, other families, or the Academy Alliance, they all act according to their own circumstances. Right now, no one will help them because Suyu isn't here, but once Suyu returns, everything the people at the night banquet experienced in the demon cave became the sharp blade for their counterattack. But I won't let you leave, not so that you'll slack off. We have earned a lot of resources in return for our battle achievements. If he returns in 6 months, all of you must advance to the reincarnation realm. If he returns in a year, all of you must advance to the samsara realm. If resources are insufficient, I will find a way, but I will not allow myself to stand still. Mu Qianyu's words made the battalion commanders ponder for a long time. When they first escaped the den of evil, it felt a little awkward to put this young girl in the position of leader. Now he is increasingly showing the composure of someone in charge. Okay, as you say, Commander. Commander, I'm entrusting Commander Su's matter to you. Commander, we know no one can do it better than you. If you need anything, just say the word. Even if it means risking our lives, the brothers won't hesitate to protect you. Suyu risked his life to cover their retreat and reclaim their dignity. Similarly, they would never allow anyone to bully Suyu's family members left behind. Well, he's not here, we're in a tough spot. I'm counting on you all. Mu Qianyu wasn't the only one with similar worries. The Li family. When Li Hingyang heard the news, his heart almost stopped. Li Fei, along with a few others, less than 300 people in total, escaped back. All 20 demigods were wiped out. Myths are all destroyed. My cousin, Li Xiang, died in battle. Nearly 5,000 Black Hawk guards, wiped out. Even Li Hingyang, who had a large and prosperous family, was so angry that he vomited blood. This humiliating defeat directly shook the foundation upon which the Li family relied for their livelihood. Not to mention the aggressive actions of the 9 guards of Great Xia, which will force the Li family to pay an even heavier price. Sigh, Hingyang, I told you not to underestimate Suyu. Wielded the void-shattering thorn, a true living fossil of the Li family elders, whom Li Hingyang respectfully called second uncle, stepped out from the shadows. He will not become a king. Which boy's plan has failed, but there is something far more terrifying than him becoming the king of men. Hingyang. Chapter 254 Enlightenment at the Frozen Lake. Let's go hunt the dragon. Hingyang, if I'm not mistaken, you're planning to secretly issue a warrant for Su Yu's arrest and hunt him down, aren't you? Li Hingyang gritted his teeth and said, the family has already paid a heavy price for him. For everyone's sake, we hope second uncle can use that thing. The old man shook his head. Hingyang, I'm getting old. The future of the family belongs to you. But this time it won't work. That kid will messed up. He was just looking for an opportunity to make trouble, and you've given him a pillow when he's sleepy. In the previous meeting, Wu Meiming and Xia Tingyan pressed the Li family members into a corner, leaving Li Hingyang with no choice but to remain silent. Originally, as long as Su Yu was captured, paying a certain price was tolerable. But now, who told them to defy the world? If they still want to survive, they have no choice but to cut off their own arm. Fact that they are only required to conquer 2 demon cities. The war in the demon caves is a matter of life and death, and Wu Ma-ming is forcing the Li family to take the lead in the next war and to stake everything on it. The old man said in a deep voice, things are different now. The Great Xia dynasty is no longer the era of families. I know what you're thinking. You're afraid Su Yu will come back, but you're even more afraid he won't. If he returns from the demon cave after he's grown strong enough, it will be a nightmare for the family. Li Hingyang remained silent. My second uncle is right. Listen to me. If he wants to become a force to be reckoned with, he has to go to the divine realm, which opens once every 3 years. If you don't become a demigod, you'll always be a pawn, used as a tool by others. To become a demigod, one must go to the realm of gods. I understand, second uncle. I will keep the clansmen and Feyre in check during this period. The rest of the family sighed. This defeat had resulted in more deaths and greater sorrow, and no one could laugh. The border between 1,000 lakes and a snowfield. Su Yu and his 2 companions passed through the passage and returned to 1,000 Lakes from the snowfield. We are currently located in the northeast of 1,000 Lakes, and the Forbidden Sea is just 100 miles to the east. On the frozen lakeshore, Kong Huanyuan and Chu Xianin watched intently as Su Yu appeared on the lake's surface. Su Yu lay on the frozen lake, lost in thought. He could sense that the holy sword of the former Angel King, Erandil, now the Nameless Heart Sword, had been touched by him. It seemed to be responding to Su Yu's will. Scenes from the past flashed before my eyes, like a fleeting glimpse, playing back endlessly. What kind of weapon do I need? Armed with armor and sharp weapons, we charged forward without hesitation. No, this isn't for me. Aside from Final Miracle, Su Yu has no other powerful offensive abilities, etc. Su Yu had a sudden realization. It's not about what kind of weapon I need, but what kind of person I want to become. Su Yu's other innate talent, the beacon of destiny, I am the tide, responded to his call. I will not walk the path laid out for me by anyone, nor will I ever be anyone's pawn again. I never want to be as powerless as I was before. I will become the tide of the heavens. Wherever I went, all I saw were the corpses and cries of the enemy. I don't want to be the king of men. I will stand at the pinnacle of the hierarchy, before all the kings of the heavens and myriad races. Chung. The illusory sword of the heart condensed and gradually solidified in front of Su Yu. Su Yu reached out and grasped the sword hilt. From this day forward, you will be called Oath and follow me. You are my oath and my precept, so that I will never forget today and never forget the past. Swish swish. The illusory heart swords transformed into countless imperceptible rings, devoid of any outward magical power or spiritual energy fluctuations, which wrapped around Su Yu's 10 fingers. The information about the oath appeared in Su Yu's mind. Demon's Lair armed. Oath. Rank, Divine Relic. Note. The heart sword, forged from the very first primordial divine and demonic seed at the dawn of the myriad worlds, will respond to the host's will and evolve into the ability Su Yu desires. Power. King of Kings. Any soul you imprison will have its talents absorbed and become a part of your vow. Ability: I am the tide. Actively activates the host's talent, Beacon of Destiny. I am the tide, triggering a crimson tide of retaliation against interference from fate. It surpasses even the relics of the Holy Land. Its strength depends on Su Yu's power. Its capabilities depend on Su Yu's imagination. The 10 oath rings encircling the 10 fingers showed no trace of their existence. When Su Yu came to his senses, the frozen lake and the snow-covered mountain valleys have now melted, and spring has arrived with blooming flowers. The two women excitedly waded through the water. Su Yu, you succeeded? My God, the forbidden seawater within 100 miles recedes for you, and the frozen snow lake valley melts away because of you. We need to get out of here right now. Honey, have you thought about where we should go? Kong Huanyuan was both excited and quickly reminded him. Su Yu nodded slightly. Yes, of course. The elevation of his vows requires him to exile his soul. We're going to hunt the dragon cubs that haven't yet left Thousand Lakes. But the hunting grounds should be placed in the restricted area. Let the dragon cubs left here lead us to the restricted area. Restricted area? When the topic of restricted areas came up, the two women's expressions changed. Yes, Huanyuan. Although my current strength is not enough to fulfill my promise to you, we can first cross the Forbidden Sea and take a trip to the Forbidden Zone. Don't worry, I'm not out of my mind. The things my mother-in-law left us are practically tailor-made for us. And absolutely no human or demon could imagine that we would dare to go to the Forbidden Zone. Also, what's needed to awaken Arya? Su Yu took out Kong Liana's Midas Touch, witch's skin. It can not only imitate appearance, it can also mimic the aura and talents of its race. The painted skin, blessed by the omniscient witch, possesses a disguise that no living being can see through. Kong Huanyuan's heart stirred slightly. Crossing the Forbidden Sea to find her mother's whereabouts has always been her long-cherished wish. Was amplified after Su Yu met her mother, Kong Liana, to the point that she longed for it day and night. She doesn't object to taking this step ahead of schedule now. Okay, but where do we look for it? Su Yu smiled and put on the Beast 99 mask. Fengyun Pavilion. This mask seems to be able to transmit information. Perhaps we should make a deal with them. I need to write another letter to Qinyu to let her know I'm safe. There are two sides to the story. Long Xian and Long Miyue have had a miserable few days. They finally escaped the battlefield. The moonbeam that stretched for thousands of miles struck the remaining dragon lords and dragon demigods at the speed of light, causing all of the dragon lords to die in battle. The two holy sons and daughters of the dragon clan suddenly found themselves without any protectors. Furthermore, a complete lockdown of Haibei Daxia is strictly prohibited. They became caged birds. Fortunately, not many people knew they were still in the Thousand Lakes Demon Cave, and the humans were still cleaning up the battlefield and clearing out the spoils of war. Otherwise, they would have launched a dragon hunting operation long ago. Miyui. Get lost. How could I have believed you? Chapter 255 2 Letters. My name is Long Su. I pay my respects to the Holy Maiden. Long Miyue was furious. After leaving the battlefield, Long Xian and Long Miyue had differing opinions. Long Miyue felt that they should take advantage of the forbidden seawater backflow and leave the Thousand Lakes Demon Cave as soon as possible. We should at least go and meet up with the reinforcements from the Calamity Cave before making any further plans. But Long Xian had an idea. Since the human race is fighting among themselves, why don't we hurry to the nearest Aegean island, wait for reinforcements to arrive, and then launch a counterattack? Wouldn't that be wonderful? Long Miyue ultimately couldn't dissuade Long Xian, and the dragons and monsters headed to Aegean Island. However, Arya forcibly switched to the moon god sequence. Under the divine moon, there was nowhere to escape. A beam of moonlight pierced through the only remaining dragon lord, demigod, and demigod of the subordinate demons of the dragon clan, causing them all to perish. As a result, they lost their protectors, the demon birds that followed them scattered like monkeys, and the situation in Qianhu instantly deteriorated. By this time, the Forbidden Sea had been blocked by humans. Moreover, without the protection of the Dragon Lord, it would be impossible for the two dragons to cross the Forbidden Sea. They were trapped in the Thousand Lakes Demon Cave, and if any humans discovered them, their fate would be. Long Miyue's fair face was full of worry. She couldn't think of a better solution than to angrily scold Long Xian. Dragons left in the group. After transforming, they hit on a rocky coastline, not daring to peek out. Meanwhile, Su Yu made contact with Fengyun Pavilion through the mask. He didn't want Li Lingya to act as a messenger, thus revealing his location to Xia Tingyan. The person who came to deliver the message was a member wearing a Dragon 7 mask. Su Yu asked, "Could you please deliver a letter to a human for me?" Dragon 7 said in a clear and melodious voice. Of course, it's just that human territory is difficult to enter now, so you need to pay more. And there's also a letter for you. Upon hearing this, Suyu tossed over a pseudo-Saint Demon Yin-Yang fruit. A letter to me? Who wrote it? Suyu hesitated for a moment before opening the letter, and then suddenly realized what was going on. You big bastard. I know what happened at Thousand Lakes. I didn't write this letter to comfort you. Suyu chuckled. At times like this, even the alien abyss witches looked cuter than humans. There was a rather uninspiring message of encouragement, written not in the common language of all races, but in the human language of the great Xia. Although it seemed to be copied from a book, it still warmed Suyu's heart. If, and I mean if, you have nowhere else to go, please come to the land of calamity to find me. I can provide you with a meal, but I also need someone to give me some advice. Chi Mayan. Suyu scratched his head. Then it seems I'll have to write 2 letters. But for this second one, someone will pay for the shipping. Suyu's letter to Chi Mayan was brief, expressing simple thanks for her kindness, and ending with, you may not believe it, but if you return to the Forbidden Zone, we will meet again there. Suyu. After writing Chi Mayan's letter, he then wrote another letter to Mu Qinyu. Qinyu, I'm out of danger. I'm sorry, I can't go back for now. Arya has fallen into a deep sleep, and I have to go find something to awaken her. The burden has fallen on you and Linger. I'm sorry. No matter what others ask of you, don't fight them. Just let them have their way. Wait for me to come back, and I will take back everything we've lost. This blood debt will never be so easily forgotten. If necessary, we can seek help from the principles of the demon spirit and the imperial spirit. Yours, Suyu. I will definitely come back in a few months at the shortest, and no more than a year at the latest. He could imagine that Mu Qinyu and Yen Linger were not in a good situation, though not in any danger. The day he returns will be the day of reckoning. The big picture? Ridiculous. As Kong Liana said, Suyu has finally shed all moral shackles. In the future, when he encounters people from these families, he will kill them without regard to the occasion or his stance, leaving no one alive. After writing the 2 letters, Suyu asked again, what is it that I want to know? Long Chi's figure turned into smoke and vanished instantly. He really is an energy-saving advocate. He doesn't say a word more than necessary. The note clearly indicated the location. Aegean Island, at the bottom of a lake beneath a crooked banyan tree in a bay. They really know how to hide. Huan Yuan, Xianin, from now on, we're going to change our names. The strange fakes reproduced 2 witch-like faces. After the 3 wore it, their aura, abilities, and appearance all became like those of the dragon race. Crimson dragon scales grew on Suyu's body, giving him the same defensive capabilities as a real dragon. Kong Huan Yuan transformed into a silver dragon and bowed respectfully, saying, Lord Long Su, this humble servant, Long Yuan, greets you. Suyu chuckled and pinched the dragon horn she had conjured. They also purchased information about the dragon clan's holy son and holy daughter. These 2 dragons hold a high position on Dragon Nest Island, and can even summon the spiritual avatar of the Crimson Dragon King to assist in battle. It is a seedling cultivated by this generation of dragons, possessing special talents. If all goes well, I will enter the Divine Realm trial at the end of the year and prove myself a demigod. Becoming demigods, it will further trigger the atavism phenomenon of the dragon race. After their bloodline is purified, their power will far surpass that of any previous generation of dragons. Interesting. 3 people, no, now 3 dragons, are descendants of the dragon race who are pretending to have gotten separated. Due to their inherent nature as dragons, many lowly dragons left behind subdragon descendants in the Borderlands. The main auxiliary force of the dragon race in the Borderlands consisted of these subdragons, which were numerous and varied in form. The dragons don't have the inclination to remember everything, so Suyu's identity is impeccable. Aegean Island, under the banyan tree in the bay. We can't stay in this cold, damp place. We'll only be waiting to die here. Long Miuf frowned and said, I'm leaving and heading to the Forbidden Coast. Long Xian muttered weakly. But if we go out now, won't we become sitting ducks for humans? Shut up, Long Miuf said fiercely. Long Xian hung his head. Although he was fortunate to be the holy son of the dragon clan in this generation, the holy maiden before him was destined to be his future wife. But every gain has its loss. Dragons are all afraid of their wives. Long Xian thought sadly that the treasures he had gathered were not enough to marry the holy maiden. Why do male dragons love to collect treasures? It's just that the price of marrying a female dragon is too high. The fact that these female dragons would leave without asking for anything when they encountered dragon knights from other races was very upsetting for the dragons. That's why the scum dragons interbred with other races, giving birth to countless subdragon species. Sigh, the future doesn't look good. Just as the two dragons were arguing, a stomping sound came from above them. This made the dragons below jump to their throats. Could it be that humans have come looking for us? Damn it. Are we really going to have to fight to the death so soon? Long Miwe gritted her teeth. She would rather die than be relegated to the lowest of the lowly ranks. Unexpectedly, a respectful, soft voice came from behind. Are there any dragon saintesses nearby? I am Long Su, paying my respects to the Holy Maiden. Chapter 256 Long Xian. Brother, you've made me so envious I could cry. Long Su. Long Miwe was initially pleasantly surprised, but then her brows furrowed slightly. She didn't recognize the name. However, it cannot be denied that there are also many subdragon species in the Thousand Lakes Demon Cave. After they were scattered, they fled in all directions, and she could not remember the names of every one of her subordinates. It doesn't seem like a very powerful subdragon species, does it? As expected, under the mental probing of Long Miwe and Long Xian, it was discovered that Long Su only had the cultivation of the Nirvana realm, casting a shadow over the dragons. This is way too weak. We even have to consider whether it's an enemy trap. Even if it isn't, it's not worth the risk. Suyu knew that these dragon cubs had lost all their pride and confidence after being struck by Arya, and were now like frightened birds. So he said, reporting to the Holy Maiden, I secretly joined the Wind and Cloud Pavilion a few years ago, and have a special way to cross the Forbidden Sea. I, Long Su, am in the enemy's camp, but my heart is still that of a dragon. However, as a mere speck of a subdragon, I dare not aspire to the glory of the Holy Maiden. Today, I have the special opportunity to serve the Holy Maiden, and I dare not delay. I have traveled across mountains and seas to come and save her. Long Miwe didn't doubt these words. Dragons, subdragons, and dragon-like species are clearly stratified. For the subdragons in the borderlands, their lifelong dream is to obtain certification from Dragon Nest Island, to go there to remove impurities and cleanse their bloodline. And the logic is perfectly sound. The treacherous creatures of the Wind and Cloud Pavilion are indeed not as close to the dragon race as they are to the dragons. However, it must be admitted that Fengyun Pavilion has some special methods. Are you serious? Long Miwe asked tentatively, and the dragons prepared to flee. Suyu assured, I swear to the Wind and Cloud ranking. I have no human backing me, and I have indeed come to rescue the Holy Maiden from Thousand Lakes. With the oath as proof, the last trace of doubt was dispelled. Suyu was indeed not lying. Getting a ride on the dragon's coattails to the Forbidden Zone is much better than being alone and helpless. As for hunting dragon cubs, of course, one should gain enough trust before stabbing the brothers in the back. With the disguise of a witch, Suyu can take the disguise to the extreme. Crooked Banyan Tree rose from the ground, a special ability of a wooden dragon that concealed its aura and spiritual power. The 18 dragons inside quietly slipped out of the cave, looking quite disheveled. Suyu, being very sensible, ignored their disheveled appearance and instead quietly controlled the fine sand and pebbles on the coastal reefs to shield the dragons. This detail pleased Long Miwe and Long Xian greatly. These people in positions of power are sometimes not afraid of failure, but even more afraid of being seen in a pathetic state by their subordinates. Jilung finished tidying up. Suyu said softly, Holy Maiden, Holy Son, this place is not safe to stay for long. Please come with me. Suyu knew the human race's troop deployment before the battle. The Great Xia had only captured Thousand Lakes a few days ago, so there wouldn't be much troop movement. It wouldn't be difficult to evade the pursuers. Upon arriving at a deserted island, he respectfully said, Holy Maiden, there are no humans here for the time being, so we can rest here. As for crossing the Forbidden Sea, once we reach the shore, I have my own methods. The dragons were quite moved. Long Su's sudden appearance in the face of danger, as well as his calmness and escape route when leaving the banyan tree, were all quite well thought out. Following him might actually allow us to escape this damned land of 1,000 lakes. Long Xian said excitedly, Well done. I can tell from your appearance that you are a descendant of the Fire Dragon clan, and these two seem to be a Silver Dragon and a Water Dragon clan. Don't worry, as long as we return to Dragon's Nest Island safely, I guarantee you can cleanse yourselves of the mixed blood and transform into dragons. Suyu inwardly complained, but outwardly remained respectful and said, Hiss. Thank you, Holy Son. Long Miwe's suspicions dissipated, and her attitude towards Long Su softened considerably. She even took the initiative to step forward and hold Kong Huanyun's hand. Sister, don't blame us for being too suspicious before. You know that Qianhu is truly a terrible place. Surrounded by male dragons, even though Long Yuan and Long Yin were both sub-dragons, Long Miyue still had more to talk about with them. Like pouring beans from a bamboo tube, she poured out her grievances from the past few days. Kong Huanyuan smiled and comforted her. These dragons are really in a sorry state. The power of Arya's attack truly exceeded all comprehension. When asked about their escape route, Su Yu pulled out the fake thousand-faced body. Holy Sun. Long Xian patted Su Yu on the shoulder. No need to be so formal. You saved my life, so let's call each other brothers. Anyway, once the mixed blood is washed away, you will also be a member of my dragon clan. It's no big deal. Perhaps it was the suspension bridge effect, but the dragons who had suddenly escaped the danger had a very good impression of Long Su, and Long Miyue's gratitude was mixed with a hint of admiration for the opposite sex. Humble, calm, courageous, and resourceful, only limited by his low bloodline limit. If we can subdue them, they might become an asset in the future. Su Yu nodded and said, Alas, brother, this is skin peeled from the face of the Ghost Fox clan. I know it is presumptuous of you and the Holy Maiden to wear it on your faces, but it can change our appearance and some of our aura. If we transform into human form, we will naturally not be targeted by the humans who have sealed off the Forbidden Coast. Hiss. The dragons nodded in unison. Good idea. Although they look down on humans, who cares about such things when life and death are at stake? They all accepted the gifts and exclaimed in relief that they were saved. The dragons, who had been under constant stress for a long time, were all suffering from neurasthenia. With this item, at least they could get some rest. Their spiritual power reaches the Spirit Lake and Spirit Sea realms. They can indeed go 10 days and 10 nights without closing their eyes. However, under the intense vigilance and fear, these 4 or 5 days have felt like an eternity. Now that they have transformed into human form, many dragons are finding it hard to keep up and are looking for a place to rest. Su Yu, on the other hand, elegantly set up the tent. This tent, which I bought from humans in the Wind and Cloud Pavilion, is actually quite suitable for use at times like this. We can't really let the dragon saintess be like other tasteless dragons and just find a big tree to rest in, can we? Long Miyue's impression of Su Yu improved. Although the conditions were simple, it was better than sleeping in the open. The downside is that Su Yu only has 2 tents. Long Xian was kicked out by Long Miyue in no time. Despite using every means at her disposal, Long Miyue resolutely refused to sleep with Long Xian. Long Xian was distraught. This time, instead of gaining command of the outlying areas and reaping prestige as expected, he had become a disgrace, like a defeated dog. He wandered around outside helplessly, hoping to see if he could squeeze in with Long Su. Then, a soft humming sound could be heard coming from inside Long Su's tent. Long Xian then recalled that the 2 descendants of the Water Dragon and the Silver Dragon seemed to be very close to Long Su. Oh, so it was his wife. Wow, that's not fair. These 2 dragons are actually quite good-looking, with silver hair and purple eyes, making this henpecked guy, who can't be assertive in front of Long Miyue, feel like he's being scratched by a cat. After being redeemed, Su Yu felt much better and no longer rejected Huanyuan and Xianin. Even in the middle of nowhere, you can have an enviable night. The next day, Long Xian, standing outside the tent, had dark circles under his eyes and was staring straight at him. Bro, you're so damn enviable. Even Dragon is crying. Chapter 257. Did I learn it all? Long Xian's cunning thoughts. Su Yu? Seeing that Long Su was puzzled, Long Xian sighed. He was usually treated as a superior figure by Long and rarely had a proper conversation with Long, who was the same age as him. Although the Dragon clan does not have the cruel system of elimination and inheritance like the Abyss Demon clan, there is still open and covert struggle. Long Xian and Long Miyue are the holy son and holy daughter of the Fire Dragon lineage, and their competition with the other 6 lineages is also very fierce. This led him to feel extremely repressed since the beginning of the incident, and his future wife was much more assertive than him, so he was always the one who suffered. Brother, teach me how you managed to make the mother dragon so docile? This dragon, cough cough, don't tell anyone. This dragon has been hatched from a dragon egg for more than 20 years and still doesn't know what it's like to be a mother dragon. Long Xian poured out his complaints like beans pouring from a bamboo tube. He is not without cunning. He was rescued by Long Su in a desperate situation, and his goodwill towards him was already very high. He also promised to cleanse the mixed blood of the other party, so he would naturally be a dragon of the Fire Dragon lineage in the future. They belonged to the same lineage and were his own dragons, so there was really nothing he couldn't say. Suyu scratched his head. Huh. It's nothing. Haha. These kinds of things require skill. Suyu never expected this. Good heavens, there are quite a few cowards in your dragon clan. This dragon prince is no good. Understanding their relationship might provide a breakthrough. The first soul to fulfill the oath is indeed more suited to imprisoning the holy sun before us. Long Xian whispered. Brother, tell me in detail. I really envy you. Your two wives are no less beautiful than Miyu. Suyu chuckled twice. These kinds of things require both sincerity and tact. You have to know when to be indirect and when to be direct. Long Xian scratched his head, indicating that he didn't understand. Brother, demonstrate it for me. Ahem. Don't worry. I'll leave once I understand how to do it, and I won't pry into your private affairs. Suyu sighed, suddenly finding himself held captive by this eccentric dragon prince, and finding it difficult to find an excuse to get rid of him. All right. Suyu returned to the tent. Kong Huan Yuan had just woken up and was rubbing her eyes when she asked, What's wrong? Suyu stroked her silver hair, which had transformed into a silver dragon, and pulled her into his arms. I've thought about it. Huh? Now? Okay. Keep your voice down so the other dragons don't hear. Long Xian, who was outside, was so shocked by what he heard that his jaw almost dropped to the ground. That simple? Is it true or not? Is this what Brother Long Su meant when he said that you should play a straight shot when necessary? Long Xian seemed to have realized something. Yes, Miyu is my fiancé. As her husband, there's nothing wrong with making a reasonable request. Bro, I've learned it. Long Xian mustered his courage and returned to Long Miyue's tent. Miyu, I miss you. Before Suyu could even begin, a loud explosion was heard not far away. Rumble. Startled, Suyu quickly changed his clothes and came out to see what was going on. Were you attacked? Could it be that humans have invaded? The other dragons were also awakened. These dragon cubs were like frightened birds, and any movement would trigger their sensitive nerves. Result. Long Miyue kicked Long Xian more than a mile away. Shameless, vulgar. Long Miyue gritted her teeth. Long Xian, who usually dared not overstep his bounds between the two of them, was suddenly very bold today, and even almost forced himself on her. Suyu was slightly surprised. The power of that fire dragon's claw strike was not to be underestimated. Then the power of a ghost-level treasure after it explodes. In the distance, Long Xian, his face covered in soot, called out with a long, mournful expression, Damn it, Brother Long Su, your trick isn't working. Suyu was sweating profusely. Never mind. No wonder the myriad races in the Forbidden Zones possess such formidable power, yet they are always being played around by humans on the fringes. What a bunch of idiots. Suyu pretended not to recognize Long Xian and stood beside Long Miyue. Holy Maiden, I am late in protecting you. Who dares to disturb the Holy Maiden? Long Xian's face twisted even more. Damn you, you little brat. Seeing that the dragons had awakened, Long Miyue didn't want to make a fuss and said coldly, Getting on our way is the priority. Long Su, keep an eye on him. Don't let him get within 10 steps of me. This is an order. Here you go. Suyu turned back and pulled Long Xian up. The dragons dared not linger at Thousand Lakes. After resting for a night and recovering their strength, they put on the fake Thousand Transformations masks given to them by Suyu, transformed into human form, and headed to the Forbidden Coast like a human patrol team. Because of the taboo against sea flooding, finding the estuary shortened the distance. Long Xian felt very sad on the way. Why is my wife like this, but Long Su's wife is like that? He even secretly compared them. He discovered that the dragon girl born from the silver dragon and the water dragon was beautiful, and for a moment, he had wicked thoughts. There was no way he could cancel his marriage to Long Miyue. This is a grand plan for the dragon clan for a century. But he really couldn't handle Long Miyue. As for feelings, he actually quite liked Long Miyue. The two dragons grew up together and were always by each other's side. It would be a lie to say he didn't like her, but he couldn't be a monk dragon forever, could he? Since Long Su is so good at educating people, and his wife is so beautiful, compared to the fierce Long Miyue, he prefers the gentle and charming Long Yuan, who is easy to get what she wants. So he secretly brought Suyu along. Brother, cough cough. Suyu frowned. What was this strange dragon up to now? Suyu felt that he was making a fuss. Otherwise, he could just detonate the beast pavilion mask he made with the strange fake on the Forbidden Sea and let them die. However, considering that he was unfamiliar with the restricted area, he decided to hold back. What's wrong? Long Xian said somewhat embarrassedly. It's like this, brother, there's something I want to discuss with you. Don't be angry yet, let me finish. Do you think Miyu is pretty? Suyu tilted her head, unsure of his intentions, and pinched her chin, saying, Of course, the Holy Maiden is not bad looking. That's the truth. In both appearance and figure, She was like a blazing red lotus wreathed in flames. A typical hot girl. Long Xian said, "That's it. Brother, you have to help me. If you promise me, I'll get you anything once we get to Dragon's Nest Island." Long Xian said somewhat dejectedly, "I can't handle her at all, and, how about we swap her?" What I mean is, it's about Long Yuan. You help me educate me to make her look like Long Yuan. I've already given you mine, so during the time you're educating her, you can give me yours too. That way neither of us will lose out. We'll switch them back later." A sharp, killing intent flashed in Su Yu's eyes, and he almost unleashed his full power to wipe out this bastard on the spot. But he has become able to remain calm and composed even when his heart is filled with turmoil. That bastard really wants to die? Seeing that Long Su remained silent and seemed hesitant, Long Xian said, "Brother, actually I'm the one who suffers. Dragons that obtain the source blood of my dragon clan's holy maiden will actually have special changes, but I don't really care about that. I just want to get a gentle and lovely wife." Su Yu initially wanted to confront them directly, but then another possibility came to mind. "I possess the witch's mask, if I could." Chapter 258, Luring the Enemy into the Trap, the Holy Land, and the Bait. It is said that dragons are inherently, and there seems to be some truth to that. Since you're in such a hurry, I'll capture 2 male-born demons, dress them up in fake witch masks, and keep you company. By the time you realize it, you've already become my prisoner. As for the dragon girl's source blood, although its nature is unknown, it is certainly no ordinary substance. Su Yu hesitated, seemingly wanting to refuse, but frowned because of Long Xian's status. Long Xiankai didn't want to give up this opportunity. Other races have no idea about the pain of the dragon race. They may look glamorous on the outside, but which dragon is not afraid of his wife? The treasures they painstakingly collect are not enough to cover their wedding expenses. Long Xian felt utterly hopeless when he thought about his future married life. Fortunately, Long Su had a way to make the dragon girl obedient, but he couldn't learn it yet, so he had to resort to this last resort. Once we return to Dragon's Nest Island and everything settles down, do you, Long Su, still think you can act arrogantly in front of this holy sun? I'll kill you outright, and take Long Yuan and Long Yin with me. In addition, there's the well-educated, gentle, and charming Long Miue. It's absolutely gorgeous. At that time, Long Xian will become the most prestigious holy son among the 7 lineages of the dragon clan, and a happy life awaits him. The price he will have to pay is nothing more than Long Miue's source blood and their first touch. Long Xian felt that his idea was absolutely perfect. How could you, Long Su, resist the temptation of the source blood? Could it be that he doesn't know what source blood is? Seeing that Long Su was still hesitating, Long Xian continued to promote. Brother, you may not know the power of the source blood. Let me tell you, the physical strength limit of ordinary beings is only the star realm, but the lineage of the dragon clan's holy son and holy daughter is different. A dragon that obtains the Sanus's bloodline will awaken a rare dragon god body. Its strength is far beyond what a star realm cultivator can achieve. So you understood. I had long heard that the dragon clan possessed a special physical realm beyond the star realm. So that's how it is. I'll think about it. Seeing that Long Su was clearly interested, Long Xian nodded. Then you'd better hurry up, because once we get back to Dragon's Nest Island, I won't have a month left to spend with you. Dragons are also very busy. Su Yu nodded. Long Xian felt that the matter was basically settled and was in a great mood. Looking at Long Yuan and Long Yin's graceful figures, he could no longer suppress the evil fire that had been dormant for 20 years. Su Yu quickly left this oddball and returned to Huan Yuan and Xin Yin's side. After a series of telepathic exchanges, the 2 women gave Long Xian a disgusted look. Su Yu's plan was like snatching teeth from a tiger's mouth. If he could abduct Long Miue and banish Long Xian's soul, this trip would not have been in vain. At first glance, it seems risky, but this time Su Yu has calculated it very clearly, leveraging Long Miue's gratitude for being saved. The location must be moved outside of Dragon's Nest Island's sphere of influence. As for the excuse, it's quite simple. City of Angels. Su Yu's oath, also known as the Holy Sword of the former Angel King, Islandel, is a token of the winged race's leader. The sealed angel city ended up in the land of eternal calamity, but its core is definitely in the Forbidden Zone. Otherwise, how could Feng Jioga of the Holy Phoenix clan have met him during the ruins assessment? This shows that the myriad races in the Forbidden Zone have never stopped exploring the City of Angels. They coveted the benefits of the City of Angels, especially the god-slaying weapon. Using this as bait, We guarantee that Long Miyue and the dragon clan behind her will fall for it. Not to mention Long Miyue, Suyu also wanted to go and see her. Who can resist such temptation? Suyu moved closer to Long Miyue and told her everything he knew about the Fengyan Pavilion. This includes having met the Beast Pavilion Master and the Beast Pavilion Master's colossal, sky-covering dragon. This unwavering loyalty completely won Long Miyue's trust. The Azure Dragon Lineage. I see. 10 years ago, a dragon demigod from the Azure Dragon lineage secretly fled with a human and betrayed the clan, shaking Dragon Nest Island. The Beast Pavilion Master is actually him. Long Miyue thought to herself. This was the first time Suyu had ever heard of the identity of the Beast Pavilion Master. He was actually a human. Well, that makes sense. He was a beast tamer, so naturally he was human. Reporting to the Holy Maiden, this is all I know. Long Miyue said gently, don't worry. You have made great contributions to my fire dragon lineage. My clan is not as tyrannical as the demons, nor as xenophobic as the elves. We will never mistreat those who have made contributions. Besides that, while you were infiltrating the Wind and Cloud Pavilion, did you know any other special intelligence? Information about the Forbidden Holy Land. Holy Land. So you seemed puzzled. Long Miyue laughed and said, it seems you don't understand things about the Forbidden Zone. No, perhaps it's just a different way of addressing it. They donned Suyu's pseudo-beast pavilion masks and floated on the forbidden sea like seabirds. It has neither lost its magic, nor been polluted by forbidden seawater, nor been detected by the monsters beneath the sea. The dragons were secretly amazed by this magical mask. For the first time, these dragon cubs took the Wind and Cloud Pavilion seriously. The importance of Longsu has risen even further. Leaving the Forbidden Sea was a great achievement, and gaining a better understanding of the Wind and Cloud Pavilion was something they had hoped to achieve. Long Miyue brought over a piece of rhinoceros hide. This is a map of the Forbidden Zone. The 1,000 races of the sequence and the myriad races of the Holy Domain all have descendants in the Forbidden Zone. The so-called Forbidden Zone is a sacred place that is not allowed to be entered from the edge of the land. Their lowly status would pollute the air of the sacred place. We also call it the Holy Domain. Of course, this Holy Domain is not the same as that Holy Domain. It is not about realm. Only those who are recognized by the people of the Holy Domain are allowed to enter the Holy Domain. This is a symbol of status and position. Within the Forbidden Zone, there are 4 particularly powerful holy lands. Dragon Nest Island, God and Demon Well, and Forest of Light and Shadow are the obvious ones. There is also the Holy Land of the Immortal Clan, sequence number 004, Immortal Clan, namely Immortal Moon Palace. However, the Immortal Clan has sealed the palace gates and does not interfere with the outside world, so the Forbidden Zone is dominated by our 3 clans. Of course, other divine lineages also have some hidden holy sites, especially the former site of the City of Angels, which is coveted by all races. When the City of Angels was mentioned, a hint of longing appeared in Long Miyue's eyes. Unlike other sacred sites from the Age of Gods, its location is extremely secretive and cannot be found by anyone other than its descendants. The City of Angels is right there, shining brightly. Whoever can truly enter the City of Angels will have the opportunity to inherit its vast wealth and boundless power. Even the ancestors of the dragon race were extremely wary of the Skywing race from back then. Long Su exclaimed, "The City of Angels." Long Miyue was suddenly startled. "What, you knew?" Long Su nodded slightly. "The people inside said they found some token? What kind of key? It seems to be around here." Suyu pointed to a swampy clearing on the rhinoceros paper. Others are unaware of this. Suyu knew. This is the location recorded in Arya's diary. The Vampire Sanctuary, Twilight Lake. Arya's diary records that those who possess source matter can mobilize the power of the Holy Land, even the Holy Domain, upon arriving at Twilight Lake. We can also fight. Chapter 259, She's Only Fit to Be a Mount. The 2 women who received the letter. This is Suyu's biggest source of confidence to go into the restricted area. Receiving my wife's dowry felt like returning to my parents' home. Having witnessed Arya's moon goddess form, he was basically certain of one thing. Apart from certain old monsters who refused to come out of the world, he was an absolutely safe and invincible being in the Twilight Lake. Furthermore, Suyu was not worried at all about the exposure of Twilight Lake. Without source matter, Twilight Lake was just a simple swamp. Only by using source matter to open up the alternate dimension could one see the true holy land of the vampires. Long Miyue's eyes lit up slightly. "Oh, really?" Suyu nodded, reporting to the Holy Maiden, "It is absolutely true. You will definitely see the token of the City of Angels here. I swear to the wind and cloud ranking. This is the best way to persuade anyone. Suyu wasn't lying. The winged captain's token is on me. If I go there, you'll be able to see it, won't you? Long Miue believed her and looked at Long Su with her beautiful eyes, giving him a second glance. Very good. Then, from now on, would you be willing to be my dragon guard? Dragon guards are equivalent to personal bodyguards. This dragon saintess has never taken in any male dragon guards, which shows how much she values Long Su. The other dragons were somewhat envious. Being taken in as a dragon guard by the Holy Maiden meant they could at least break through to demigod status in the future. After all, the Divine Realm is a territory truly controlled by the three races. Long Xian, standing to the other side, also secretly exchanged glances. Long Su respectfully replied, "That is indeed my wish." Long Miue said with satisfaction, "All right, after we cross the Forbidden Sea, I will personally take you to the Dragon Transformation Pool to cleanse your bloodline. Afterwards, when I search for the token, I will report to the clan leader. With the support of my dragon clan, those clowns from the Wind and Cloud Pavilion will not make things difficult for you, and you can get away smoothly." Suyu appeared pleased, but inwardly she was having doubts. It won't turn me directly into a dragon, will it? Let's go take a look first. Yes. All the dragons were very satisfied, and Suyu was also very satisfied. They've taken the bait. After all, such a temptation would be irresistible, not only to Long Miue, but even to the entire holy domain of your dragon clan. The protectors at that time would undoubtedly be at the mythical realm. If I could exile the power of the mythical realm to my soul and store it within the oath. Thinking of this, Suyu's ambition was reignited. After rethinking his approach, Suyu prioritized awakening Arya and enhancing the oath ability. A dragon soared across the Forbidden Sea. The water shimmered beneath my feet, and apart from the oppressive, dark purple hue, the Forbidden Sea was no different from any other ocean. Occasionally, one can see terrifying monsters roaming among them. Where did these monsters come from? Neither Long Miue nor Long Xian knew this, but they were definitely not among the thousands of races in the sequence. Suyu had some vague guesses. Could it be related to the evil species mother nest sealed by the Skywing species? As he was filling in the gaps in his thoughts, Kong Huan Yuan and Chu Xian-yin whispered to him, "Honey, you haven't fallen for her, have you?" "Yeah. Suyu, what makes her worthy of being with?" Suyu chuckled, "No way." Gently pinched Kong Huan Yuan and Chu Xuanyin's noses. "This Dragon Clan Saintess is not worthy to sit on equal footing with you. I just want her original blood, so I can share it with you. And then, she was only fit to be a mount. How about it? Having a Dragon Saintess as a mount sounds pretty good, doesn't it?" The two women nodded in satisfaction. Not to mention that compared to them, Linger and Qinyu had gone through life and death with them, and even the little Demoness Chi Mayan, they had no objections. After all, that Demoness had helped Suyu a lot. Although the dragon girl was exceptionally beautiful, she had no experience with the others, which naturally displeased the two women. However, as a mount, Chu Xianyin won't have to use her tail to drag everyone away while they fly. They can also experience what it's like to be a dragon knight and thoroughly humiliate the dragon race. It doesn't sound bad. Kong Huan Yuan nodded. "Okay, then I grant your permission. I also granted permission for Sister Arya. But that Long Xian." A cold glint flashed in Kong Huan Yuan's eyes as she mentioned this bizarre dragon. Suyu said in a broad voice, "Don't worry, we'll catch 2 pig demons and reward him properly, letting him imprison his soul in resentment. They are enemies to begin with, and deserve no pity. Furthermore, the abilities the Holy Sun gained after his soul was imprisoned, exiled, and refined should be considerable." Suyu glared at Long Xian's back, a murderous intent rising in his heart. "I've always been the one taking things from others. It's never been the other way around." Long Xian felt a chill run down his spine for no apparent reason. It's eerie and gloomy. Perhaps he was too stressed lately, so he didn't pay much attention. Shanghai, with the end of the great battle, Mu Qianyu and Yi Yan's situation improved slightly. Perhaps because of the voluntary concession, some people felt somewhat sorry for them. Perhaps it was the fact that Suyu was still alive that instilled fear in some people. Mu Qianyu secured 30% more resources than expected, and even a section of the conquered Thousand Lakes Demon Cave was allocated to Yi Yan. Of Golden Beast City and Floating City is only temporary. The Shanghai Governor's Office and the Imperial Governor's Office granted some of her requests, and Night Banquet was not allowed to participate in any military operations for the next 6 months. This lightened the burden on her shoulders considerably. In the days that followed, besides cultivating, he also visited the families and widows of the fallen soldiers on behalf of Suyu, providing necessary assistance. Jianghe University promised to open up enrollment quotas for the children of the soldiers who attended the banquet in the future. We cannot let their blood flow in vain in the Thousand Lakes. After forcing a smile and keeping company with the family members who stayed behind, she felt lonely and sad every night. Yin Linger returned to the Yin family to ask her father for help. Now she's left alone, afraid of the late night. Suyu, you bastard. Where are you? I miss you so much. She silently shed tears in the night. Suddenly, a pebble smashed her water glass. Who? She instinctively became alert, but the person who came had vanished without a trace. All that remained was a wad of paper wrapped around a pebble. She quickly opened it, and the familiar handwriting and words inside stirred her emotions, making her jump up excitedly. She dared not make a fuss, nor did she dare to announce it. But all her grievances and burdens were able to catch their breath at this moment. He is still alive. He's still alive. Suyu will come back and take back everything we've lost. Tears welled up in my eyes, and my heart pounded. Mu Qinyu pressed her hand to the letter and sniffed it, as if she could still smell his scent. She immediately picked up the phone. Linger, come back quickly. I have good news to tell you. In Zishuan City, Qi Mayan, who often paced back and forth and was frequently lost in thought, lay on the chair, lost in thought. The several demon lords and monks were completely baffled. Something's not right. What's wrong with the Ninth Prince lately? The crushing defeat in the penalty area, the Ninth Prince gave it high praise, noting that he preserved the main force of the divine demon well, making him a bright spot amidst the massive rout. Suddenly, it seemed as if it sensed some kind of signal. Qi Mayan dismissed several demon lords. I saw the letter lying in the bedroom. Her eyes flickered slightly. Unable to contain himself any longer, he opened the door and said, "Pack up. We return to the restricted area." Chapter 260 Dragon God's Son. Dragon Girl personally cleanses Dragon Sue's meridians. Is this bastard going to the restricted area? Given his status, didn't he know what he would face if he returned to the restricted area? Also, how did he get into the restricted area? Qi Mayan, who was full of complaints, frowned and formed crescent-shaped brows. Anyway, let's go back and take a look first. She was happy to hear that the bastard was still alive, but she was also worried that he had deliberately jumped into the fire. In short, she wanted to see him alive or dead. Across the Forbidden Sea, the dragons kept the Forbidden Sea a closely guarded secret, daring not to look down or even discuss it. Too many of our kind perished in the Forbidden Sea. Long Xian and Long Miue just wanted to fly there as quickly as possible. After flying for about a day and a night, the dragons finally reached the end of the sea. Suyu estimated that the distance from Thousand Lakes to the Forbidden Sea was about 100,000 li, which was longer than the equator of Blue Star. If we take this as a benchmark, according to the map that Long Miue gave him, the land area of the entire Forbidden Zone is frighteningly large, at least dozens of times larger than that of Earth. No wonder so many races and creatures live here. It is also the holy land that 108 demon caves dream of. The spiritual energy in the Forbidden Zone was ridiculously abundant, as if the air itself smelled of milk. Suyu stuck out his tongue and thought, "Tisk, it really is sweet." Training in a restricted area would likely yield twice the results with half the effort. No wonder the magic circuits of the demons in the Forbidden Zones are naturally much stronger than those of humans. It's all due to the environment. Dragon Nest Island is located in the western part of the restricted area, very close to them. The dragons, no longer feeling the oppression of the Thousand Lakes in the restricted area, revealed their true forms. Wearing the witch's mask, Suyu could also transform into a dragon. His crimson dragon body danced, and his dragon claws climbed the fiery clouds as he flew towards Dragon Nest Island. On the way, Long Miue pointed out some things to be careful about to Long Su. Dragon's Nest Island has 7 dragon veins: Fire Dragon, Azure Dragon, Silver Dragon, Water Dragon, Thunder Dragon, Shadow Dragon, and Illusion Dragon. Each of the 7 factions occupies a giant floating island on Dragon Nest Island and builds its nest on the floating island. Long Xian and Long Miue belong to the Fire Dragon lineage. Although the competition among the 7 families was far less fierce than that among the Abyss demons, it was still a fierce struggle, with each faction vying for the sole throne of the Dragon God. Internal strife is not a human-only phenomenon. There are quite a few dragons who want to see the Fire Dragon lineage make a fool of itself this time. They even hoped that Long Xian and Long Miue would die at Qianhu Lake, eliminating future rivals. Therefore, regarding the proposal to rescue Long Xian and Long Miue, apart from the Thunder Dragon and Azure Dragon lineages who are on good terms with the Fire Dragon, the other 4 lineages have adopted delaying tactics or have only gone through the motions without putting in any real effort. Long Miue was displeased and rushed back to settle scores. We have contributed to the dragon race. We have shed blood for the dragon race. So why should we be left alone in the end? This unexpectedly made Suyu feel a sense of empathy. There is another reason. Each of the 7 lineages has its own holy sons and holy daughters, but there is only one vacant position as the dragon god's son. All 14 holy sons and daughters set their sights on the sole son of the dragon god. Long Miue would not tell Long Su about this matter. Arriving at a vast grassland, Suyu saw the dragon nest island belonging to the dragon clan through the floating clouds. Countless islands floated in the clouds, defying gravity. The floating islands were shrouded in mist and seemed invisible. Only when the wind and clouds surged could their full appearance be seen. The giant floating islands and drifting mountains, with giant dragons weaving through them, kept Suyu, who had never been to this place before, gazing at them. On Dragon's Nest Island, the dragons built enormous palaces and pavilions, layer upon layer, carved with intricate cloud patterns and all made of gold frost ore. They shimmered and gleamed with golden scales, almost blindingly bright. The roar of the dragon echoed in the sky, seemingly indicating that this sacred land belonging to the dragon race would not be allowed to be invaded by any foreign race. The dragons, who love gold, live in such luxurious places, not to mention the enormous amount of wealth and resources they possess. Long Xian boasted that the scale of the Golden Frost Mine he owned alone was twice that of the mine in the Golden Beast City of the Eternal Calamity Land. Suyu's eyes widened in genuine envy. Damn, the guys in this penalty area are the richest of the rich. Compared to their wealth, the 9 pillars of the Milika family are utterly insignificant. Long Xian smiled. Finally, there was something about him that Long Su envied. There's nothing you can do about it. It's just a matter of being born into a good family, a reflection of talent and status. He then whispered in Long Su's ear, "Brother, what do you think of that thing I mentioned?" Long Xian rubbed his hands together, his heart filled with anticipation. Suyu sneered inwardly. "Fine, you wait and see. Your dragon wife and wealth, along with the mines, will all eventually belong to the Su family." Suyu coughed lightly. Cough, cough. "Your Holiness, the difference in status between me and the Holy Maiden is too great. If I want to help you educate her, you'll have to create the conditions for me first." Long Xian felt like he was being scratched by a cat. "I wanted to tell you to have Long Yuan come and keep me company, but I swallowed my words. That would be too dishonest, and Long Su already had information about Fengyun Pavilion and wanted to use him, so I didn't want to break the agreement and cause a rift." "Okay, go ahead," Suyu said. "I will take advantage of the dragon transformation pool to get closer to the Holy Maiden first. But it's best not to make the final move on Dragon's Nest Island." Long Xian asked, puzzled why. Suyu tried to fool him, saying, "Brother, you're being silly. What if you don't handle things right? The Holy Maiden has such a fiery temper that she might flip the table and cause a huge scene on Dragon Nest Island. Wouldn't that make it known to everyone in the Dragon Nest Island? We'll take care of things in the wild when we go to find the token. Even if you're making a fuss, we have ways to keep things calm for now." Long Xian suddenly realized that this made sense. The outside dragons to know about this. No problem. Once the token is found, he will discard it after it has served its purpose. A ruthless glint flashed in Long Xian's eyes. Long Su was good at handling things. He would just have to be patient for a few days and wait to receive his gentle, lovely, and virtuous wife, as well as Long Su's 2 dragon daughters. Seeing that he had been fooled, Suyu nodded smugly. "I felt quite disgusted. This guy is really... I won't be able to vent my anger until I give him a good beating. How dare you covet my woman? You're asking for it. Just wait. I'll make you roam freely in the pigsty." The man and the dragon exchanged knowing, fake smiles. After Suyu's accommodations were arranged, Long Miue, who had reported to the dragon clan's upper echelons, came in person. "Your Holiness, come with me. I'll take you to the dragon transformation pool." "Oh, what? You think this saintess has no intention of keeping her promise?" Suyu chuckled dryly and shook his head. No. He was a little worried that washing away the dragon's blood might have some effect on him. Chu Xianin, however, gave him a look that said it was no problem. "Go, Suyu. Although you are not a dragon, washing your blood in the dragon transformation pool will allow you to master the power of the dragon's roar. This is how our ethnic group's history is recorded." Suyu was finally relieved. "Thank you, Holy Maiden." He followed Long Miue to the top of Dragon Nest Island, passed through thousands of miles of clouds, and landed in a mountain peak and a heavenly pool that resembled a dragon dancing. Because of its enormous size, the dragon could not stretch out easily. After the 2 dragons transformed, Long Miue said calmly, Take it off. Oh. What? This holy maiden is going to personally cleanse your meridians? How can I do that while you're wearing dragon robes? Chapter 261 Lotus Emerging from Water, Long Miyue's heartfelt thoughts. Suyu was momentarily dazed. Could it be that you've taken a fancy to my good-looking body? To be honest, Suyu's fatal allure gave Long Miyue a peculiar feeling, as if she could smell a bewitching fragrance whenever she got close to Suyu. And the closer he got, the more irresistible the exotic fragrance became to him. In addition, since Long Su had saved her life and helped her out of her predicament, she felt an even stronger urge to find out more. Suyu took off his dragon robe and jumped into the dragon transformation pool, where flames leaped like fire. Sensation on the skin was almost unbearable. It felt as if every inch of skin and muscle was being torn apart. Long Miyue also took off her clothes and sank in. The Star Realm. It seems to be a method from the Abyss Demon Clan. Some things can be faked. A witch's disguise can restore one's appearance, aura, and talents. But some things cannot be hidden. To the Star Realm physical body, using the 9 Extremes Nether Spring. Suyu said frankly, reporting to the Holy Maiden, I have accumulated a lot of merits in the Wind and Cloud Pavilion and exchanged them for the 9 Extreme Nether Spring of the Abyss Clan. I still have a little bit left. He presented the 9 Extremes Nether Spring as proof. Long Miyue didn't care. Resources were scarce in the remote areas, and there were no good things to help with cultivation, so it was understandable that she sought help from Fengyan Pavilion. It's all right. Since I've taken you in as a dragon guard, I won't hold these trivial matters against you. You don't need to be too reserved. Saintess is just a title. As a dragon guard, you may call me Miss or Moon Princess. It is all acceptable. Besides Long Su, Long Miyue only took 3 maids as her dragon guards. She rarely had a strategist as wise as Long Miyue. She usually believed that her wisdom was enough to deal with everything, but this trip to the edge of the world made Long Miyue realize that her experience and wisdom were only useful in the Forbidden Zone. After all, the Forbidden Zone is where the dragons are most powerful. Without the obstruction of the Forbidden Sea, the protective dragons can stand up for her at any time and in any place. But the situation is different in the peripheral areas. Therefore, subordinates like Long Su, who may not be very strong but are quick-witted, are indispensable. She personally went down into the dragon transformation pool to cleanse his meridians, which was almost equivalent to bathing with him. Such a favor was something that countless young dragon boys could only dream of. As for Long Xian, that turtle dragon, what does Long Miyue do? Does she need to care whether Long Xian minds or not? If he's not happy, he can just suffer. The so-called cleansing the meridians refers to guiding the fiery dragon spirit nectar from the dragon transformation pool to nourish each meridian. Yes, every single one. There were some things that even Suyu, a seasoned veteran, found somewhat embarrassing. Your subordinate dares not overstep your bounds, Your Majesty. Before she could finish speaking, Long Miyue glared at Suyu. Suyu then boldly changed his address. Miss, some places are too embarrassing. Long Miyue's cheeks also flushed. This was the first time she had ever cleansed a male dragon's pulse. From a broad back and strong abdominal muscles, all the way down. Left with no other choice, the 2 dragons started talking about other things to divert attention from the embarrassing situation. Miss, I heard that the 7 lineages of the dragon clan, with their 14 holy sons and daughters, are all vying for the position of dragon god's son. Long Miyue interrupted her reverie. The divine child can obtain the inheritance of the ancient dragon god. Although our race is not like the Abyss demon race, where losers are slaughtered, the competition is just as fierce. There are also different voices within the dragon race. Our lineage of fire dragons, azure dragons, and thunder dragons advocates taking the initiative to become the first generation of divine races to enter the land of origin. The shadow dragon and the phantom dragon hope to stabilize their base and win the battle within the restricted area, while the water dragon and the silver dragon do not want to participate in the battle and are wavering between the 2 sides. A shadow fell over Long Miyue's eyes. What if I fail to seize the throne? The current generation of Azure Dragon Saint Sun, Shadow Dragon Saint Sun, and Illusion Dragon Saint Sun are all stronger than me. Long Xian is a useless tortoise dragon. There's no way to count on him. This was also on her mind. The pulse cleansing process has reached a critical moment, and there's a feeling that the dragon has seized a vital point. Miss, please, be gentle. Damn it, this dragon girl is so frivolous. Long Miyue responded verbally, but showed no sign of stopping. How could this be? Long Xian isn't even half as good as you. Her ears were bright red. Although she had never seen any other dragons, having grown up with Long Xian, She had always believed that all dragons in the world were. Long Miwa muttered to herself, but said reproachfully, "You're the one who overstepped your bounds. I'm washing your pulse, and you dare to flirt with the holy maiden." Long Su gritted his teeth and said, "Miss, you are so beautiful. It would be a desecration of your beauty if I didn't fall in love with you." A woo. The fiery spring water entered Su Yu's meridians, especially in certain areas, causing him waves of pain. The benefits, however, are real and tangible. Su Yu discovered that the dragon blood had not actually eroded his own blood. Instead, it was suppressed by the crown of blood and became part of his blood. The blood faintly carried the roar of a dragon, and spiritual power could also unleash the might of a dragon. Could it be that the Holy Sun and the young lady? Su Yu's mention of Long Xian extinguished Long Miyue's playful mood, and she immediately deflated like a punctured balloon. Don't mention that turtle dragon. The thought of Long Xian made her feel terrible. What hope is there for my future husband if he can't even be assertive in front of his wife? If he were even slightly more assertive and capable of fighting for the throne, would I have needed to cultivate my own confidence to seize power? Su Yu seemed to realize something. It seemed that not only Long Xian was dissatisfied with Long Miyue, but Long Miyue was not far behind. That eccentric dragon is indeed afraid of his wife. He was kicked out of the tent by Long Miyue as soon as he entered it at Thousand Lakes. Long Miyue tightened her grip again. But you have quite the ambition, daring to blaspheme the holy maiden of the dragon clan like this. Su Yu pleaded for mercy repeatedly. My loyalty to Miss was unquestionable. Long Miyue's lips curled up. Humph. Then you'd better help me obtain the key to the City of Angels. In return, I might give you a chance to serve me. However, we'll have to wait until after I marry that useless turtle dragon. Holy crap, they've reversed the heavenly stems and earthly branches. So you could guess that Long Miyue's source blood must be very important, and since it concerned matters of great importance to the race, it could only be left to Long Xian. But Long Xian didn't cherish it. However, Long Xian was right about one thing. Long Miyue certainly needs education. Still, I'll owe them a lot. Damn it, just wait and see. If you don't etch your loyalty to me into your soul and become my personal mount, you'll have truly wasted your patience today. That damned little dragon girl. She's not as considerate to me as Huan Yuan. Ouch, it hurts. After Long Miyue used her status to manipulate Long Su condescendingly, the cleansing of the meridians in the dragon transformation pool came to an end. Su Yu obtained the dragon's might from his blood. The blood crown floating in his mind was surrounded by a crimson dragon. If anyone else was intimidated by Su Yu's blood crown, this crimson dragon might have an unexpected effect. Long Miyue changed into a dress. The clan elders have a very high opinion of your intelligence and courage. Also, how many of those beast pavilion masks do you have? Having regained her senses, Long Miyue steered the conversation to another topic. Su Yu's heart skipped a beat. This problem. Chapter 262 Dragons, Saliva Bewitching Incense. Long Xian, prepared. This is a difficult question to answer. They used the tiger skin of Fengyun Pavilion to clear their names of suspicion, but Fengyun Pavilion required them to swear allegiance to them and abandon their racial stance. Su Yu is a special case, but the Dragon Clan also values loyalty. Is Long Miyue's inquiry a reflection of the attitude of the Dragon Clan behind her, the Fire Dragon lineage? The masks are extremely useful, allowing one to cross the Forbidden Sea unharmed. Once their numbers increase, they will have strategic value. Su Yu also had a backup plan. After all, it was a fake mask that Su Yu made using strange counterfeits. It can be detonated at any time with the miracle of the end. So whether you return it to Su Yu or not doesn't matter. Su Yu's brain was working at lightning speed. Miss, I stole this from the pavilion. You know how useful these masks are, and these are the only ones the pavilion has left. Sigh, if the pavilion master finds out, I'm afraid I'll be put on the Wind and Cloud Pavilion's kill list. Su Yu threw the question back at him directly. I stole the masks to save you. There are only so many masks. I don't have any more. It also clarified their stance. Choosing to betray the Wind and Cloud Pavilion to save the Holy Son and Holy Daughter of the Fire Dragon lineage will inevitably land them on the Wind and Cloud Pavilion's kill list. Isn't that enough to prove my loyalty? Long Miyue comforted Long Su by gently lifting his chin and saying, Don't take it to heart. I was just asking. The elders have decided that such an important matter should be prioritized for our Fire Dragon lineage. To maintain secrecy, only one mythical figure led the team, secretly heading out to retrieve the key to the token. Her red lips parted slightly, as if with a seductive allure. Although it was a method of managing subordinates, Long Miyue admitted that the male dragon had a very pleasant fragrance, and after examining his entire body, she determined that it was his natural talent. It's not impossible to take him as a male concubine in the future. Since Long Xian, that turtle dragon, can't compete for the position of God's son, he should go and plunder resources to supply me. Suyu chuckled in response. He sneered inwardly. Even a fool could tell what this unreserved dragon saintess was thinking. Just wait, your sweet dream is about to end. If we don't teach her a lesson, this little dragon girl won't be able to ride steadily. If you want to be a dragon knight, you have to tame the unruly dragon first. However, this was not what Suyu was most looking forward to. Twilight Lake. Arya, I never expected to have the opportunity to wake you up so soon. Hopefully nothing goes wrong. Suyu shook his head. It might be difficult to avoid any mishaps. There were too many things he didn't know about the restricted area. Let's proceed with caution. First, subdue Long Miyue and extract information from her. He wants to cultivate his own force in the restricted area as well. In dire circumstances, Suyu could also rely on the power of the Fengyan Pavilion. Suyu will never make the same mistake as in the Battle of Thousand Lakes. After leaving the dragon transformation pool and returning to my residence, Suyu complained to Kong Huanyuan in a sweet, whiny voice. Wife, I've been bullied. Kong Huanyuan glanced at it. Come on, I think you're enjoying this too. To prevent any accidents, Kong Huanyuan used echoes of dreams to place an illusion eye in Suyu's eyes so that she could see everything Suyu could see. At understanding and applying new skills, Suyu snorted. How could that be? I don't have a penchant for infatuation. I'm enduring humiliation and bearing heavy burdens. Chu Xianin chuckled. All right, Suyu, how much longer are we going to hide? Suyu had Long Miyue completely outmaneuvered, and it seemed like he had no problem controlling her. Immediately, once we reach Twilight Lake, we'll make our move. Of course, before that, we need to obtain Long Miyue's source blood. Can also use the source material that Arya possesses. Once we get there, we'll be invincible. Suyu carefully reviewed the entire plan. Once the dragons discovered they had been deceived, they would definitely hunt him down. Suyu would then take advantage of the situation to pretend to flee towards the sealed Angel City. With the wing token in hand, Suyu could at least gain some access to the Angel City. As long as he's playing on home turf and can suppress his opponent's cultivation level, Suyu won't lose. They could also use the pursuers as an opportunity to conduct some experiments. At this moment, Long Xian came over and said, Brother Long Su, are you there? Weird dragons see them even once. Even just seeing Kong Huanyuan being looked at by him made Suyu feel disgusted. Suyu came out and said, I'm here. Long Xian smiled and asked, Brother, how did your chat with Miyu go? Long Su poured out his grievances. Brother, you're absolutely right. The Holy Maiden is just lacking in education. She even wanted to take me as her male concubine and treat me like a worthless vase. How can I, a dignified man, be humiliated like this? No doubt about it. We must give her a good education. Long Xian empathized deeply. As expected, a dragon understands my family's pain. Here, brother, this is what I traded with the Azure Dragon Saint's son, Dragon's Saliva Bewitching Incense. It can arouse the deepest desires of the dragon race, and will make any dragon become its beloved dragon. I'll give you some, and you can help me teach her a lesson. You can also give Long Yuan some, and then, cough cough. Suyu accepted the bewitching incense and nodded slightly. Both the man and the dragon had their own plans, and they smiled knowingly at each other. The Fire Dragon faction acted swiftly. They swiftly selected a dragon to lead the team, a Hellfire Dragon named Long Lian. There are also 2 Fire Dragon demigods, as well as the followers of Long Xian and Long Miyue, totaling only a dozen or so dragons, making them a small target. At the same time, the Fire Dragon lineage will create a stir outside to cover up their true purpose. The Fire Dragon, Azure Dragon, and Thunder Dragon lineages joined forces, and 30 mythical dragon lords went to the Divine Demon Well to demand answers. During the Great Battle, your Divine Demon Well deserted its post, causing irreversible consequences, for which someone must take responsibility. Feign an attack on one side, while secretly advancing on the other, waiting for Long Miyue to obtain the key before turning their forces around and heading towards Angel City. The plan was quite perfect. However, this plan was all based on Suyu's lie of exploiting loopholes in the Fengyun ranking. In early March, the dragons began their operation. The tranquil Forbidden Zone was like a lake, but the sudden mass exodus of dragons from Dragon Nest Island was like throwing stones into the lake. Demand justice from the well of gods and demons. Conquering the starting point is the common wish of all races in the Forbidden Zone, but your demon race deserted in the face of battle. Aren't you sinners of the Forbidden Zone? The commotion here is enormous. Meanwhile, Su Yu and his group of dragons quietly set off for Twilight Lake. On the way, Long Lian seemed puzzled and asked, "Does this obscure swamp on the map really contain the token of the City of Angels?" He was very skeptical. But Long Miue said that Long Su did make a vow to the Fengyun ranking. Even if the vows made to the popularity rankings have flaws, their authenticity cannot be questioned. He was also considering Su Yu along the way. This young dragon is neither arrogant nor impatient. He is indeed quite wise. Divine Realm at the end of the year can help Long Miue reach the Reincarnation Realm. It might really help her compete for the position of Dragon God's son. After several days of flying, Long Xian found a secluded forest to live in. He then used the excuse of seclusion to send Long Lian away, sending him to guard the perimeter of the forest. After everything was arranged, Long Xian found Long Su. "Brother, I've arranged everything." Chapter 263 Tonight, no dragon sleeps. A trace of true feeling is revealed. Long Xian assured him, "You can rest assured, this forest is unclaimed land and extremely barren. I've had Long Lian guard the perimeter. With him there, no foolish races will dare to approach. And it's only 50 miles from the location you marked. Let's have a good time tonight. Hee, after we get the key tomorrow, there won't be any time to rest." Long Xian knew that once he obtained the key to the token and rushed to the City of Angels, his target would be exposed. After that, it became a fierce battle, and there was no more chance to make a move. Su Yu nodded slightly. Twilight Lake is almost here. He felt an indescribable unease and fear. What if the things in the Twilight Lake can't wake Arya? No, Arya has experienced a deep sleep. Nothing will go wrong. What worries him more is that Arya will have her memories erased after she falls into a deep sleep and won't remember herself. How can he convince her then? 3 memory fragments. Kong Huan Yuan said she had collected one of them. 2 more have disappeared. These fragments of memory are completely unrelated and contain no clues or information. Never mind, we'll talk about it when we get there. He promised Arya that even if Arya didn't remember him, he would win her back. We have to stick to it, whether we like it or not. Su Yu said with a forced smile, "Don't be in a hurry. If you're in such a hurry, you'll never be able to appreciate its wonderful flavor." Su Yu offered advice in the tone of someone who had been through it all. He then instructed Long Xian to first capture some pig demons. The meat of the pig demons was delicious when roasted, and after a hearty meal, they would inevitably be thirsty. Only then would it seem natural to offer them water with dragon saliva and bewitching incense. Long Xian agreed wholeheartedly, and he and Su Yu split up to capture the pig demon. This pig demon has actually made it onto the ranking list. Number 996, Pig Demon, even slightly higher than humans. However, you dragons look down on humans and boar demons. Today, your holy maiden will become a human's mount, while your holy son will enjoy the company of boar demons. Su Yu found it ironic that the Forbidden Zone was a world where strength was absolutely dominant, and the power gap between sequences was too great, which meant that strategy often had no place to be used. Use it or lose it. How can the dragon cubs learn their lesson if they don't suffer a big loss? From another perspective, Su Yu is also educating the entire dragon race. Sigh, I'm still too kind-hearted. Long Xian captured more than 30 pig demons and roasted them with a burst of fire dragon flame. Su Yu and Kong Huan Yuan secretly hid what they had caught and went into their own tents. Using illusory soul painting, they easily manipulated the beast's mind, putting on a fake witch's mask and transforming them into the dragon appearances of Long Yuan and Long Yin. Kong Huan Yuan and Chu Xian Yin transformed back into human form, their dragon appearances barely resembling their true forms. If Long Xian were to see the true appearance of the witch and the celestial fox, he would probably tear off all pretenses and forcibly take them on the spot. The 2 women slipped into the beast taming space, waiting for their chance. After Su Yu and the dragon cubs had a hearty meal, they returned to their respective tents. That I won from the Azure Dragon Saint Sun a few days ago. Long Miue held the teacup with her delicate hand, sighing softly. Long Xian, don't get too close to the Azure Dragon Holy Son. Childhood is childhood. Even though our 3 lineages are cooperating now, there can only be one dragon god's son. Your talent is no less than theirs, but you are too soft-hearted. If I had a choice, I would prefer you to inherit the position of the divine child. If there are any sacred artifacts left behind by the winged race during this operation in Angel City, then you will inherit them. Long Xian looked up, almost speaking, but ultimately swallowed his words. The 2 dragons had grown up together since childhood and could be considered childhood sweethearts. But as time went by, everything changed a lot. Long Xian lowered his head, not daring to look at Long Miue. He couldn't lift his head in front of her. Long Miue even wanted to give him the greatest possible benefit. This made Long Xian feel somewhat guilty. Was I a little too much? He handed over Ilong to Long Sulai. But Long Xian quickly shook his head. These were all fleeting expressions of genuine emotion. Long Miue even said she wanted to take Long Su as her male concubine. Long Xian made up his mind. He would make amends later after he had taken Long Miue, Long Yuan, and Long Yinan as well. If we don't crack down on Long Miue's unruly nature, she'll never be able to hold her head up high again. Long Miue drank the Wuji Mountain spring water and felt a little dizzy. I need to rest. You can go out first. Long Xian's lips curled downwards. Damn. Sure enough, he said he'd give it to me, but he wouldn't even sleep in the tent with me. I almost believed your nonsense. Long Xian was drenched in sweat. Brother Long Su was right. The female dragon's words were not to be trusted. About an hour after he left, Long Miue closed her eyes. I just felt inexplicably hot. However, since she is of the fire dragon lineage, she has a strong resistance to heat and doesn't care. After confirming that Long Miue had rested, Long Xian summoned Long Su. Hey bro, how's it going? Everything's all set up here. Su blinked slightly. I'm done here too. That's right. After the two boar demons were hypnotized by Kong Huan Yuan's illusions, they were given dragon's saliva bewitching incense. We're just waiting for you, Holy Sun, to enjoy it. But let me remind you, Yuaner likes dark environments and is extremely sensitive to light. If you are exposed to light, she will be awakened. The witch's disguise only changes her face and other appearance, which is equivalent to a thin layer of disguised skin, but the texture of the skin, and some parts, cannot be imitated. For example, turning a man into a woman wouldn't work. If you turn on the light, you'll be exposed. Long Xian secretly regretted not being able to look at her pretty face. However, this excitement quickly overshadowed their initial feelings. I'll remember that, brother. Don't worry. I'll rest assured. I hope you enjoy your time with the two boars. Long Xian pulled Long Su back, recalling Long Miue's fleeting moment of genuine emotion and the trials and tribulations of the past years. He said with a touch of heartache, by the way, brother, in a moment, you will speak to me you. Be gentle. Long Xian didn't know how to express it, but he felt a little uncomfortable. You can educate her, but don't hurt her. Many of the dragons were extremely violent during their, well, you know. He's really afraid that you, Long Su, will stand up and kick. Good. I promise. I will return to you a gentle and virtuous saintess tomorrow. Long Xian nodded affectionately. After Long Su left, Long Xian's eyes darkened, and the corners of his mouth turned up. But I won't be gentle with your dragoness. He's going to really mess things up. After separating from Long Xian, Su Yu sneaked into Long Miue's tent. Huan Yuan and Chu Xianyin were summoned. Huan Yuan, Xianyin, keep an eye on things for me. By the way, once I collect the saintess's source blood, you two immediately suck a mouthful of my blood. Of course, I should share this with you. Once you've finished your business, don't hesitate. Use your 6 angel wings to speed towards the Lake of Twilight. Chapter 264 Holy Maiden, look who I am. Dragon God's source blood and Dragon God's body. Kong Huan Yuan curled her lip. At least you have a conscience. The Dragon God's body, which is above the star realm, would cause one's physical strength to skyrocket if obtained. All of this requires the Dragon God's blood of the Dragon Clan's Holy Maiden. Long Miue felt her head was foggy today. Logically speaking, Wuji Mountain Spring has the wonderful effect of washing away fatigue and calming the mind. She should have rested well today to prepare for the key-grabbing trip to Angel City. I couldn't sleep well no matter what I did. I tossed and turned, feeling inexplicably restless. She was reminiscing about many things. She recalled growing up with Long Xian, and how Long Xian was bullied by dragons from other lineages, and how she had no choice but to stand up for him and fight back. Ultimately, the fire dragon lineage was the most dominated, and the dragons were more willing to follow Long Miue than Long Xian. Long Xian was terrified of Long Miue. Although they were destined to be husband and wife, he dared not make any demands. Long Miue knew in her heart that she was ambitious and greedy. She fantasized that her future husband would be the most powerful dragon in the dragon race, and she also wondered if she should try her best to let Long Xian steal the limelight instead of herself. As a result, Long Xian was a hopeless case. Without oneself, one is truly useless. She remembered the teachings of the Red Dragon King. Miyu Shinner is weak. The future of the fire dragon lineage will rest on your shoulders. Thinking this, Long Miue suddenly sensed movement beside her. Delete an interaction, about 1,500 words, in which Suyu pretends to have obtained the Dragon God's source blood and prepares to activate the Dragon God's body. You? Long Su, no Long Xian. She couldn't tell who it was anymore. Isn't this what you've always hoped for? Long Miue asked herself this question deep in her heart. But Suyu felt that such retaliation was not enough. The Dragon Clan Saintess was not so fragile. Long Su's identity could not shake her soul at all, nor could it make her completely loyal, nor could it avenge the Thousand Lakes incident. What he needs most is loyalty and honesty. Even if she knew it was Long Su, Long Miue would at most treat Long Su as a male concubine, but she would not kneel down. Then I will completely shatter your pride and dignity, and make you understand that the person in front of you is not Long Su, but a human being who was once your enemy and had a grudge against you. Does Suyu hate her? Hatred, perhaps a little bit of misplaced resentment, but if the dragons hadn't been there, things wouldn't have turned out this way. Suyu unveiled the witch's disguise. Your Holiness, you guessed right. I am Long Su, but I am not Long Su. I forgot to tell you, I have another name. Actually, I met you before I saved you. Back then, the Holy Maiden was quite dashing, leading the dragon army to conquer all sides. Did you ever imagine that you would be captured by me today? Kong Huan Yuan slightly dispelled the effects of Long Mi Yu's bewitching incense. Long Mi Yue's eyes were clear, and when she turned around, she saw a strange man. Yes, men. Unfamiliar, yet familiar. Let me reintroduce myself. My name is Suyu. It is a human being. Suyu. Suyu? Her pupils were wide with terror, and her heart stopped. The humans they regarded as ants, and Suyu, one of the culprits who fought them repeatedly and caused bloodshed, appeared behind her. Long Su is Suyu. Your fiancé says you need to be taught a lesson. I think that's true. The Holy Maiden keeps calling humans lowly, so let her experience it for herself. The feeling of being controlled by the humans you see. Chapter 265 Utterly Insane. Holy Maiden, do you still recognize me? Long Miue's worldview is on the verge of collapse. While it might be said that Long Su had also trampled on her lofty dignity, it was not entirely incomprehensible. After all, which young male dragon in the dragon race did not yearn for a kiss? But now, before her stood the human who had instilled in her the deepest fear. Suyu. Even the resistance ceased. Long Miue was speechless, only astonished. Suyu leaned close to her ear. How are you feeling now, Holy Maiden? Long Miue was on the verge of collapse. You know? How is this possible? How could it be you? Long Su, is he human? No. You. Suyu grabbed her fair wrist. It was me. I disguised myself as Long Su to save you from your suffering. Logically, you should be thanking me. Take your source blood as a thank you gift. But you're really quite good, Holy Maiden. Suyu chuckled. The moment of crushing the enemies will truly brought immense satisfaction. You can't believe it? Miss, didn't you want to take me as your male concubine back in the dragon transformation pool? Why are you kneeling before me now? Where is your arrogance? Where is that contemptuous look you gave us humans? Long Miue's will was wantonly destroyed by Suyu, but her mind became clearer, confirming the shocking fact that Long Su was indeed Suyu. You must be very curious, right? Why am I the one? Your idiot husband sold you to me, hoping I'd raise you into a gentle and virtuous dragon. You're far too domineering towards him. Normally, I never refuse to help others in this kind of fun, but that bastard actually had his eye on my yuaner, so I'm sorry. What's mine is mine, and what's his is mine too. He's probably hanging out with the pig demon I captured right now, but he betrayed you, Holy Maiden. You two are truly a perfect couple for the future. Long Miue trembled all over after hearing this. This devastating truth completely shattered her defenses. She wasn't the kind of woman who was submissive, but she still hoped to leave the dragon god's bloodline to her husband. Although she was strong and didn't care about Long Xian's thoughts, she was still heartbroken to have been sold off by him. Even though you didn't like me that much, and even though I didn't like you that much either, we grew up together. Didn't you feel heartbroken when you betrayed me? Long Miue's spirit was broken, and any rebuttal or resistance would only increase Suyu's interest. Suyu bit her fingertip until it bled. Phantom kite, mystic sound, come. The source blood was transforming his body. It was the inheritance of the ancient dragon god, which Suyu immediately shared with the two women. Chu Xianyin and Kong Huanyuan sucked on Suyu's blood. The crimson gold source blood gradually transformed the skin, bones, flesh, and meridians. From head to toe, it's like a river washing over you. The skin, as radiant as stars, first grew illusory dragon scales, then transformed into dazzling divine light. The dragon god's body, possessing absolute strength, bestows the dragon god's blessing upon any living being in appearance. The illusory dragon scales are like armor, which can greatly reduce external elemental and physical attacks without affecting the texture of the creature's skin. Long Miue was like an empty shell, as if her soul had been ripped out. The utterly destroyed spirit and will were reduced to nothing but a delirious plea. You've also obtained the dragon god's blood, so please let me go. This was a humility and pleading she had never shown before. It has always been the dragons who flatter and elevate the holy sons and daughters to a high position. When have they ever bowed their heads and begged anyone? Suyu smiled and said, "This is nothing. Your Holiness, this is not the way to ask for a favor." 500 words have been deleted. The gist of it is that Long Miue was forced to sign a contract with Suyu. There's nothing we can do about it. Please understand. Sign it, and from now on, I will be your master. Heh. After all, we humans are beast tamers, while you, a dragon, were born to be tamed by me. Suyu also released all the resentment he had accumulated over the past few days. He walked up to Long Miue and lifted the restrictions on her. Now she no longer needed to be on guard. Now, she has lost the will to resist. Suyu pinched her chin. Remember, from now on, I am your only master. You are not a beast tamer's pet. I also need a dragon as a means of transportation. And as my tool, all you need to do is loyalty. Now, offer your loyalty, Miss Miue. Long Miue looked up at Suyu in a daze, completely devoid of any dignity. In front of this man, she was utterly defeated. She lowered her proud head, acknowledging the man's status before her. This was no ordinary contract. It meant she would have no dignity or freedom whatsoever, becoming Suyu's exclusive. I've deleted 200 words, please understand. Of dragons, strength and the supremacy of the strong are highly valued. Of admiring strength is deeply rooted in the hearts of every dragon. They could only wag their tails and beg for mercy, hoping for Suyu's stingy charity. From that moment on, her dignity and her soul belonged to the man. By the time it was dawn and Long Xian realized what was happening, I had already taken away his most precious possession. How angry would they be? It goes without saying. Long Miue lowered her head. She would become Suyu's means of transportation. He wanted the dragons to witness their humiliating moment. You brought slaughter to humanity. Then I'll have to take everything back from inside the restricted area. Anyway, Long Miue can't turn back now, so it doesn't make much difference whether she's taken away or not. Huan Yuan, Xianin, let's go. Moon Slave, do you know what you should be doing? Long Miue said absent-mindedly. Master, you knew we'll tell them everything that happened last night. Suyu chuckled. You're pretty good at it. As night turned to dawn, Suyu and his two companions spread their 6 angel wings and sped toward the Twilight Lake. Those on the periphery realized what was happening. This isn't the power of the dragon race. Chapter 266 Night ends. Dawn breaks. Long Xian, the tricked one. Long Lian was driven to the outer perimeter by Long Xian to keep watch. He used his spiritual power to cover the outside of the forest, and he was certain that there was no aura of a powerful person inside the forest. Suddenly, I sensed an extremely fast movement inside, a speed comparable to mythology. Something's wrong. Terrified, he quickly returned to the camp. To put it another way, before nightfall, Long Xian quietly sneaked into the tent that Suyu had set up. A mix of trepidation and excitement. Long Yuan and Long Yin are similar to Long Miyu in appearance, but their personalities are much better. Their shy and gentle nature is exactly what he desires. That idiot Long Su, does he really think I've been taken advantage of? Just wait. What's yours will be mine, and what's mine will still be mine. Unfortunately, Long Su said that Long Yuan was extremely sensitive to light and could not emit even a faint glow. It's a bit of a pity that we can't appreciate that pretty face. It takes away a lot of her charm. Long Xian lifted the curtain and stepped inside. I've deleted 500 words. The gist of it is that Long Xian was tricked by Suyu, and the pig demon disgusted him to death. There's nothing I can do about it, please understand. I feel like there's something wrong, but I can't quite put my finger on it. He could see clearly through the extremely low visibility that there was nothing wrong with the face. He could only sigh softly, feeling like he had lost out by a tiny bit. The next day, Long Xian was startled awake when the first rays of dawn shone into the tent at the end of the night. Before leaving, Suyu did not forget to detonate the fake witch's mask. Because it was made quite crudely, it did not cause any damage, but it revealed the bright and filthy pig's head and body. Long Xian felt as if he had fallen into an ice cave. Holy shit. Long Su, where the hell are you? How dare you mess with me? Surprisingly, these aren't Long Yuan and Long Yin, but 2 pig demons. You bastard, I'm going to kill you. His unrestrained roar startled the surrounding dragons, and Long Xian stormed out, his eyes bloodshot, looking almost like a demon. Could it be that Long Xian felt as if a heavy stone had suddenly fallen into his chest, and his breathing became rapid and painful. He hurriedly rushed towards the tent where Long Miua was. However, the place was already deserted. Long Miua lay on the ground like a puppet, her hair disheveled and her eyes lifeless, staring blankly at Long Xian as he entered. Miu. Long Xian felt a sharp, indescribable pain emanating from the depths of his heart. Get away from me, you bastard. Long Miua cursed Long Xian softly, then leaned weakly against the wall. Long Xian was furious. What on earth had Long Su done? Why does Long Miua seem like her spirit has been destroyed? I didn't tell you to do that. He noticed that Long Miua had a blood-red rose symbol on her body, along with a line of small text. Human Suyu, visited here. Long Xian felt a suffocating sensation in his chest. Suyu? Long Miua's forced smile was more like a grimace. Long Su is Suyu. Long Xian, I never imagined your resentment towards me was so great. You even sold my source blood. If you really hate me that much, you can possess me, or go and possess many more women, instead of looking for someone else. A tear rolled down Long Miua's cheek, and she bit her lower lip, trembling as she asked, Now, are you satisfied? Let our enemy, humanity, take your wife. Long Xian then realized. His most precious thing was stolen by Suyu. No, he was the one who gave it away. From beginning to end, Suyu treated him like a fool. Long Xian said in a trembling voice, I didn't mean to. I just wanted to gentle you, He tried to hug Long Miua, but she shook his hand off. Don't touch me. Since you want him to possess me, fine, from now on. I'll be his. Long Miua gently scolded him. This was much milder than any of the times she had ever lost her temper with Long Xian, yet it broke Long Xian's heart more than ever before. Suyu. With a thud, Long Xian knelt on the ground. Miu, I don't ask for your forgiveness. Give me a chance, and I'll bring him to you with his head. You know I've always been stupid and foolish. I've even lost you, the most important person to me. I swear on my blood that I will never be a cowardly dragon again. I will cut off Suyu's head and seize the position of the dragon god's son. There is endless hatred in this. Suyu used a pig demon to toy with him and drove Long Miua to a mental breakdown. This is not what I expected at all. Long Miua glanced at him and sighed. At least he made a vow to the wind and cloud ranking. Long Xian realized what was happening. Yeah, that bastard swore an oath to the leaderboard that he could obtain a token belonging to the Skywing race at the marked location. Thank you, Miu. I will wait for you to come back. Do with me as you please. With a whoosh. A red dragon incarnation, with illusory dragon scales attached to its skin. Endless anger and humiliation caused Long Xian to instantly form the dragon god body. Besides the Saintess's original bloodline, the Saintess's extreme emotions will also give birth to a dragon god body. It's just that dragons rarely have such extreme emotions in the past, but this was achieved in this boundless rage. Long Miua felt a slight sense of relief as she watched the rising crimson dragon. If you can really kill him, then I will forgive you. On the contrary, I became his mount completely. Roar. Long Lian, along with more than a dozen other dragons, heard Long Xian's roar and learned part of the situation through spiritual communication. Immediately, they roared across the heavens and earth and charged furiously towards the direction where Suyu had just fled. Suyu, prepare to die. Chapter 267, Suyu vs. Long Xian, the awakened dragon god body. With the help of the angel's 6 wings, Suyu and his 2 companions arrived at Twilight Lake, 50 miles away, almost in an instant. Admittedly, this place is just a swamp on the surface. It was covered in demonic ash, like a calamity-filled cave, and looked almost abandoned. Even a dog would shake its head at the sight of it. However, if the source substance is placed in it, wonderful changes will occur. Arya's diary notes the locations and methods. The undying source essence was to remain in Arya, while the rest of the source essence was left by Arya to Suyu. Frozen, eternal night, instant death, illusion, divine moon. Suyu threw the source crystals into the swamp one by one. The filthy swamp immediately shed its embellished appearance, revealing its true ruggedness. As the dawn breaks, ripples spread across the calm, sleeping lake. A gentle morning breeze caresses the lake, causing the branches and leaves of the distant forest to sway softly and rustle. The lake's surface was as peaceful and serene as twilight, but in the unfathomable depths of the lake, it seemed as if a blood-red rose was blooming. Without a doubt, this is the promised land that Suyu is looking for. Suyu felt an intense mix of emotions, a mixture of hope for awakening Arya and despair at the prospect of failure. No one can guarantee that they will be able to wake up. This is not a fairy tale. One cannot confidently say to Sleeping Beauty, "Rise, my love." For the one and only time, I sincerely pray to the gods to bless us today. But before that, Suyu needed to deal with the uninvited guest, the group of dragon cubs, and the powerful mythical dragon lord who was closing in. Suyu was prepared. After casting down the 5 origin crystals, Twilight Lake, and he had a subtle connection. He could draw upon the power of Twilight Lake at any time if he wanted. Even killing a saint is not impossible. Having secured his escape route, Suyu also wanted to test the limits of his combat prowess. In the battle at Thousand Lakes, Suyu relied too much on Arya's abilities and the countless secret treasures he possessed. Now, all the preparations he had made over the past few months have been wiped out in one battle. After Arya fell into a deep sleep, even the immortal could not provide him with support. He needs to rely on himself, as well as Huan Yuan and Xianyin. Roar! The dragon's roar echoed throughout the universe. Suyu, you bastard, I will kill you today. Long Xian's furious roar swept through the surrounding forest with devastating force, and more than 10 crimson dragons surrounded Suyu and his companions. Long Lian, don't interfere. I want to kill him with my own hands. Long Lian had never seen Long Xian so enraged as he was today. Long Xian, who usually tolerated everything and could only be assertive towards foreign races, was now commanding him to stand aside with an unquestionable tone. Long Xian's true form as a red dragon was tens of meters long, covering the sky. Twilight Lake. Suyu remained calm and instead teased. Oh, you were calling me brother yesterday. What's wrong, Brother Long? Did those 2 pig demons serve you badly yesterday? Suyu's words only made things worse. He started digging into Long Xian's wounds and rubbing salt into them. Get out. I've fallen for your despicable human scheme. You actually. Suyu smiled and said, didn't you give it to me? Oh, right. I forgot to tell you. Miss Miyu's food is really delicious. How's she doing now? Is she behaving well? Suyu deliberately spoke loudly, causing the other dragons to turn their heads and stare at Suyu and Long Xian with strange expressions. What kind of melodramatic story happened here? Could it be? A guess formed in the dragons' minds, which only shows that reality doesn't follow logic and is too outrageous. Long Xian was furious, feeling as if his heart was being squeezed, and he was in unbearable pain. A moment of pleasure can lead to irreversible consequences, and you may even realize who your most important person is only after you've lost them. Damn it, Dot. Long Xian stomped his feet in anger, refusing to waste any more words with Suyu, and unleashed a blazing dragon breath. The crimson flames almost completely burned the wasteland. Crimson dragon breath. Boom. The crimson flames roared in, and Kong Huanyuan and Chu Xianyin stood in front of Suyu to block them. Kong Huanyuan raised her right hand. Phantom of the Void. The space in front of him was folded and partitioned, preventing the scorching dragon breath from penetrating the space and splashing outwards. Sprays of dragon flames landed around the 3 of them, as Long Xian intended to test the defensive capabilities of Suyu and the others. However, illusory dragon scales suddenly appeared on the surface of Suyu and the other 2, completely extinguishing the scorching dragon breath. Seeing this, Long Xian's heart bled. Dragon God Body. This guy? He nodded his back teeth. These should have been his. Something Long Miua had left him. Suyu's calm and serene smile seemed to dance on the surface of his sorrow. Long Xian roared. Roar. The dragon's might and the heaven's wrath. The trembling sound waves nearly ruptured the eardrums of Suyu and the other 2, as the terrifying dragon's might attacked from every angle. Suyu endured the pain in her ears. Without Arya's constant, unending healing, the pain had to be endured alone. An ancient zither appeared in front of Chu Xianyin, the falling Sheng Qingming melody. Using sound waves against the dragon's might, the vibrant musical notes suppressed the dragon's power. She dared not use the essence of returning to 0. That would consume a huge amount of magic power, and once used, it would almost completely disable one's combat ability. Chu Xianyin would only consider using it if the injury was irreversible. After the test was over, Long Xian had a general understanding of Suyu and the 2 women's abilities. He climbed the fiery clouds, his golden vertical pupils meeting Suyu's gaze. The terrifying dragon eyes in Suyu's mind almost shook his soul, causing him to tremble instinctively. Kong Huanyuan quickly used illusory soul drawing to bombard the dragon's eyes with his spiritual power, covering them with illusions. However, with his spiritual power imprinted on his eyes, Long Xian transformed from his massive dragon body into human form, and then, in a flash of flame, appeared behind Suyu and the 2 women. Spiritual technique belonging to the Fire Dragon clan, Fiery Sky Shattering Shadow. Then, it revealed its true form again, with scorching flames igniting on the void dragon scales of the dragon god's body. How could you lowly ants possibly comprehend the magnificence of my dragon god? The dragon god's body, belonging to the dragon race, can cause flames to boil on its scales after awakening. The dragon flames, symbolizing destruction, accompany the dragon's leap and burn the sky. Dragon god annihilated. A colossal fire dragon's shadow burned through everything, including the Witch's Night that Kong Huan Yuan had hastily activated. The pitch-black Witch's Night was burned by the dragon's flames as it spread, leaving only floating debris. The dragon god's body, having surpassed the realm and awakened, descended upon Su Yu and his companions with an overwhelming force. Turned to ashes. Fueled by Long Xian's hatred, Long Yan's destructive aura was almost like the arrival of death itself. The illusory oath ring in Su Yu's hand was lit up. Yeah. Then let me transform into a wave and extinguish your flames. Su Yu had always wanted to test his ability to actively fight back against fate, and today he was able to do so. Beacon of Destiny, I am the tide. Chapter 268 Dragon refines the situation. The awakened Twilight Lake. From one's destiny, fate is only in one's own hands. When the oath has not banished a soul and possesses the talents of others, its only ability is to actively trigger a red tide that counterattacks against one's destiny. A holy son, a divine son. Only truly lowly people like you would beg for mercy. A king's destiny is the path he chooses. Let the red tide sweep everything away. Swish. The crimson and black lightning that condensed from the void tore through the stable space, pouring down like water from the sky. The crimson tide seemed to sense the curse targeting the fate, turning into a surging river that swept and roared. Long Xian stared at Su Yu with hatred. Not only did Su Yu possess the body of a dragon god, but the 10 illusory rings on his fingers also contained unimaginable power. The arrogance of the Holy Sun and all the pride of the divine order gradually fell into a disadvantage in comparison. The most devastating moment for a man is when he loses his composure, his dignity, and everything in front of the woman he loves. At the very least, he cannot lose. Long Xian roared and called out, Crimson Dragon Divine Soul. He turned the fiery red life will belonging to the flame dragon, forcibly using himself as a vessel to welcome the arrival of the Crimson Dragon's divine soul power, and combined with the destructive fire of Dragon God Annihilation to confront Su Yu's Crimson Tide. Looking down at everything from above, Long Lian was terrified. He was certain. The 10 rings on Su Yu's hand must be tokens of the Skywing race. Su Yu, being of a lower rank, could not perceive the divine power emanating from the Oath Ring, but Long Lian, as a dragon venerable of the mythical realm, could sense the terrifying and sacred aura emanating from the Oath Ring at a glance. It originates from ancient legends and is a truly living myth. In other words, Su Yu's power was not enough to unleash the full power of the Oath. Otherwise, even Long Lian might not have escaped death today. Once Long Xian is defeated, Long Lian will seize the Oath Ring. But before that, it is still necessary to maintain the dignity of the Holy Sun. The relentless clash of red tide and blazing flames, the intertwining of tsunami and fire, obliterated forests within a radius of dozens of miles, vaporized mountains, and scorched the earth. Crimson lightning roared across the sky, and flames and waves merged and mingled, inseparable. Long Lian and the other dragons was focused on Su Yu's oath and Long Xian's clash. Unbeknownst to them, despite the terrifying clash, the lake beneath their feet remained calm and shimmering, without evaporating in the slightest. Bang! 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 The crimson tide of fate subdued the indomitable fire dragon, and the power of the dragon god, which begged for divine favor, was no match for the true king. Boom. A power that transcends the laws. A red tide stretching for 10 miles swallowed up the crimson flames. Long Xian withstood the onslaught of the crimson tide with his powerful dragon god body, but he was covered in wounds, and all his illusory scales fell off. It would take several days for them to regenerate. Ugh! Oh! The screams echoed across Twilight Lake. Long Xian was unwilling to accept defeat, but despite his various tactics, he was still unable to defeat Su Yu. This devastating truth broke him down. When people are in despair, they crave the strength around them. Long Lian, kill him for me. No, don't kill him. Cut off his hands and feet. I want to take his head back with me. Also subdue those 2 women. I want them to. Before Long Xian could utter his vicious words, they were completely overshadowed by the pain. Long Lian took a deep breath. How dare you, human, venture into the forbidden zone? You're courting death. No wonder the Dragon Clan and the Demon Clan both fell into your hands. You joined the Wind and Cloud Pavilion, enabling you to traverse the Forbidden Sea and freely disguise yourself as any race. Too bad you picked the wrong opponent. This place is a forbidden zone. Even if all the great Xia kings, King Wan and King Yuan came here, they could not shake the power of the myriad races within this forbidden zone. The ring on your hand is the legendary key to the Skywing race. Isn't it no wonder you dared to make an inviolable vow? It's been in your own hands all along. Very well, it will become a possession of my dragon race. In his view, Su Yu's futile struggle was pointless. Even if you defeat Long Xian, so what? You're amazing, but even the most amazing person can fall here. Now, there's no moon goddess to save you. Long Lian had a general idea of what had happened in the Thousand Lakes region. Although he wasn't there, he could deduce some things from the aura and afterimages. The vampire besides Su Yu was the third true ancestor, who possessed the undying source essence. He forcibly switched to sequence number 001, the moon god, and killed the other humans and the dragon lord. That will inevitably come at a price. Now that the moon goddess is gone, is there anyone who can save you? Su Yu grinned and chuckled. Heh. Do you think I'll do the same thing as last time? Long Lian, do you think I didn't know that you, the dragon lord, were in the group? Didn't you ever think about why I would risk my life knowing all this? You're right. Without Arya, I would have died at Thousand Lakes long ago, but my love left me with more than just slumber. Long Lian's heart pounded wildly as he realized he had made a huge mistake. If that vampire progenitor possessed a large amount of origin essence, it would mean she could utilize the vampire clan's long-sealed sacred grounds. Therefore, Su Yu wanted to lure them here. Not good. Long Lian roared instinctively, trying to lead the other dragons to escape. But Su Yu stretched out his hands and said reverently, Lake of Eternal Twilight, if you can hear my call, please bless your clan's son-in-law, and with the endless twilight of the divine moon, annihilate the invading enemy. Suddenly, the morning light was shrouded by the blood-red twilight moon, and the entire land was shrouded in blood-red and darkness. Responding to Su Yu's call, the Twilight Lake, powered by the 5 elemental substances, transformed into a vast swamp, encompassing the entire land. Blades of light rose from the Twilight Lake, each blade turning any invading enemy into a pincushion. Everything happened so quickly. Everything was so peaceful. Even the celestial phenomena of a fallen myth were suppressed, and no powerful being noticed. A dragon lord was inexplicably wiped out within the Forbidden Zone. Even on the power rankings, Long Lian's name still exists on the Fate Demon rankings. It has not disappeared. Eerie quiet. The Twilight Lake is unfathomably deep, yet the blooming crimson roses clearly reflect everything that belongs to the vampires. Long Lian didn't even have time to react before he was annihilated. All his abilities rendered useless. Only a wisp of his remnant soul remained, which was captured by Su Yu's oath. The Twilight Lake recedes. On the calm lake's surface, only Long Xian remained, an enemy rendered unable to fight. He looked at Su Yu in fear. Even Long Lian had been wiped out. Could he really fight against such an opponent? Long Xian's heart pounded, and his eyes were filled with despair. At this moment, Long Miue quietly arrived from across the lake and witnessed everything. Long Xian Yu. Chapter 269 Utter Submission. The ultimate humiliation of the Dragon Clan. Long Miue thought that even if Long Xian lost, Long Lian could clean up the mess. This is the Dragon Lord himself leading the team. No matter how powerful you, Su Yu, are, you are far from being able to fight against someone above the demigod level, right? Result. Dragon refinement has fallen. This eerie, tranquil, and mysterious lake, filled with blood-red hues, possesses the power to devour all souls. Any invading enemy, if driven, will be slaughtered. Now that Su Yu has mastered a portion of the power of the Twilight Lake, Long Lian will also be doomed. Unfortunately, the bodies of Long Lian and the other dragons were all swallowed by the Twilight Lake. It is likely that the Twilight Lake is the source of the Twilight Lake's power, absorbing the magic and bodies of the invaders to maintain its own strength. The source substance is merely the key to unlock it. However, it left Su Yu with Long Lian's soul. After being taken in and banished by Oath, Oath will gain new abilities. Su Yu ignored all of that for the time being, looking at Long Miue and Long Xian in front of her. Long Xian was covered in blood, with hundreds of horrific wounds from the Crimson Tide. He was only saved by his dragon god form. Otherwise, Long Miue came to him and took out a handkerchief to wipe the blood off his face. Miyu, I couldn't. Long Miue smiled sadly. You were never the competitive type to begin with, and even with this sudden awakening, you won't be able to make good use of your abilities. Suyu stepped forward, expressionless, preparing to kill Long Xian and absorb his soul. The terrifying flames of destruction from the annihilation of the dragon god are still quite good. They are worth using to fill the gaps in the oath. Long Miua looked at Suyu, knelt on the lake, and said, "Can you spare his life?" Suyu's lips twitched. "Now you know how to beg for mercy? What? You're even shedding tears. Don't you think you're really wronged? That you're really pathetic? Humph, if it weren't for you. If you hadn't insisted on marching towards Thousand Lakes, if you hadn't slaughtered my comrades on that damned battlefield, if you hadn't come to Thousand Lakes, Arya wouldn't have." Suyu gritted his teeth. "Now you know you're afraid of death. Now you know to bow your head and beg for mercy from the ants in your eyes. When you trampled on our lives, causing tens of thousands to die in the Thousand Lakes, where was your remorse? Long Xian, you hate me because I stole your lover, but my lover is in a coup. Isn't that because of your collusion with others? That's called retribution. The ants under your feet that you care about will one day come back to haunt you." Suyu clutched his chest, and the thought of that day at Xianhu still caused him a sharp, stabbing pain in his heart. Not enough. You, the Dragon Clan, the Demon Clan, the Elves, the Kaipisi, the Milika, and the Li Peibai family. I will make you pay the price one by one, so you will know the pain, so you will pay for the countless sins you have committed, so you will know that offending me in this life is the end of your race. I will not stop. On the contrary, I will make you experience the consequences of being humiliated by all realms. It's like the whole world knows that day you put my Arya into a deep sleep. Delete 500 words, and nothing happens. Do I need to tell you what to do? Long Xian cried out, "No, Miyu, don't beg him. I'd rather die. I'd rather. I don't want to see you kneeling before him. I beg you, let me die." However, there was no response. Long Miyu simply looked at him and shook her head. Long Xian felt utterly hopeless. Suyu chuckled. He had killed Qi Mulyuan, the instigator of the Thousand Lakes War, and dealt with Long Xian and Long Miyu. He was still missing an elf. Long Miyu pleaded, "Master, I have only one request. Let me send him away and give him a proper burial." Her heart is broken. This can be considered as doing something for Long Xian in his final moments. Suyu nodded slightly. Long Xian stopped resisting and had his neck slit by Long Miyue's dragon claw. Uft. Long Xian died. The soul was absorbed by the vow, and the body was buried in the woods beside the lake. In the sky, the golden characters on the popularity chart change. In the restricted area, Suyu versus Long Xian. Long Miyu. Suyu wins, Long Xian dies. Long Miyu becomes a slave, and Suyu, reborn, rises to 361st place on the Hidden Dragon ranking. The moment the gold lettering appeared on the popularity chart, the Forbidden Zone, including the human realm, caused an uproar. Dragon Nest Island. The Crimson Dragon King's roar pierced the sky. What is Long Lian doing? Where is his dragon? Suyu, a human, actually stepped into the Forbidden Zone? Not just Dragon's Nest Island. The Well of Gods and Demons. Qi Mayan stared at the golden characters in the sky, unable to hide her astonishment. This bastard actually came to the restricted area? They even killed the Dragon Clan's holy son and holy daughter, my goodness. Of the 999 beings on the Hidden Dragon ranking, all were reincarnations and cycles of rebirth, but Suyu alone stood out as the god of Nirvana. That bastard wasn't lying. Qi Mayan's heart stirred with desire. If she guessed where Suyu might go, he might go to the City of Angels, where he formed a bond with the winged race in the land of eternity. Maybe they'll come looking for me. The chances are slim, but what if they do? Perhaps. Qi Mayan smiled and said, "Since you're here, I'll give you a gift. Demon Bug, your subordinate is here. Go and find traces of the descendants of the Celestial Fox clan left in the forbidden area." The insect venerable was taken aback. Looking for the Celestial Fox clan? This group of celestial foxes was sparsely populated and had long since died out. The few beautiful celestial foxes had been taken into the homes of powerful beings from various races and turned into playthings. They are extremely rare. Ordinary creatures cannot find them. Even if we find it, what can we do with it other than use it as a plaything? Could it be that the Ninth Prince is getting restless from being too quiet? He dared not guess what the Ninth Prince was thinking, so he said, "Yes, your subordinate obeys." Unlike the astonishment felt in the restricted area, in different regions of the world, people reacted differently upon learning of Suyu's news. The Night Banquet Beast Taming Group was the first to be affected. They all came to Mu Qianyu, wanting to tell her the news. To everyone's surprise, Mu Qianyu was not agitated at all. Instead, she remained calm and said, "I told you all a long time ago that he wouldn't die. Didn't you believe me?" Only then did everyone realize, good heavens, it turns out that Commander Mu and Commander Su must have been secretly in contact. Chapter 270 Blue Star Reaction, 9 Dragons Trapping the Heavens. In the past 2 weeks, Mu Qinyu has won everyone's approval through her actions. Visiting the families of fallen soldiers, arranging jobs and studies, trading with other forces for beast-taming resources, including some precious talent reagents and pets, while also taking care of Su Yu's family and his own cultivation. She almost single-handedly took care of the mess left behind by Su Yu, taking care of every little thing, no matter how trivial. By Ru Hui and Lin Li helped, Mu Qinyu didn't want to owe too many favors to the demon spirits and the emperor spirits, because there's no end to repaying favors. She didn't want to incur a lot of favors for Su Yu. The night banquet group in their individual capacities. Zhou Zheng asked, Commander Mu, did you already know about Commander Su? Everyone was very excited and eager to know about Su Yu. After hesitating for a while, I decided to let Zhou Zheng speak. Mu Qinyu didn't respond, but smiled faintly and said, I told you, he'll be fine. As for you lot, it's been half a month, and you still haven't had more than 100 people break through to a higher realm. Mu Qinyu tapped her fingers lightly on the reports submitted by the battalion commanders, her expression amiable. The battalion commanders' faces immediately froze. Commander Mu, don't worry. Everyone is gradually reaching their bottlenecks, and next month will definitely be a period of breakthroughs. I will absolutely not hold the 2 commanders back. That's right. I, Meng Qian, have made a solemn pledge that we will achieve a breakthrough for everyone within 3 months. Both regimental commanders are fighting hard. It would be too embarrassing for them to continue to take things easy and relax. Adam, however, was the first to break through to the reincarnation realm. He didn't have many men under his command, which allowed him to focus on his cultivation. In addition, Mu Qinyu allocated him a lot of resources. He gazed at the golden characters on the leaderboard in the demon cave, a glint of light appearing in his eyes. Perhaps when Su Yu returned, it would be the moment he could return to Milika and destroy the blasphemy plan. The governor's mansion of Shanghai. Xia Tingyin said with a wry smile. Well, that kid didn't choose the path you gave him. I'm afraid we'll be resented when he comes back, right? He had old man Ning deliver a message that from now on, we owe each other nothing. Wu Ma Ming's eyes darted around. No, this kid values relationships above all else. At worst, we can let him do as he pleases and add fuel to the fire on his path of revenge, even if that fire needs us 2 pieces of dry wood. His eyes were filled with determination. You and I both know that the demon cave and the forbidden zone may seem dangerous and far away from us, but in fact, they are not far away. We don't have another chance to gamble. Although he didn't go down the path we hoped for, perhaps the path we hoped for was wrong in the first place, and the path he took was the right one. Xia Tingyin nodded slightly. For the sake of great Xia, generation after generation has followed one after another. They must live up to the sacrifices of their predecessors. I hope you don't actually die in the restricted area, Su Yu. Milika, Los Angeles, in a skyscraper. This tallest building, the altar gathers the scattered remnants of souls. Erwin, this is the only physical body that matches you. Erwin Tepesi did not die, but after enduring countless torments, he regained his body. However, his cultivation level is only at the transcendent realm. You've survived a close call, so don't have too high expectations. Furthermore, the family is very disappointed in you. This time, the 4 Western families suffered a crushing defeat, with 8 mythical figures and more than a dozen demigods dying tragically. This almost shook the foundation of Milika, leaving Milika's plans on Blue Star and in the Demon Cave in a precarious state for the first time, with leaks everywhere. If we can get back the undying source essence, then all of this is still acceptable. But they had nothing. Although Erwin is the patriarch, he cannot use his power without limit. The Dukes of the Sepsi family would not tolerate a failed patriarch. Erwin said with a grim expression, Emre, I don't deny that I miscalculated. He never expected that Arya possessed all the source matter except for Wasteland. Emre sighed. I understand, but you are responsible for this operation. In addition, this is the latest intelligence. Emre handed over a document, causing Erwin's pupils to dizzy with shock. Suyu. Not only did he not die in the demon cave and disappear without a trace, but he went on a rampage in the Forbidden Zone. He even killed the Dragon Clan's holy son and enslaved the Dragon Clan's holy maiden. That's incredible. This is a feat that no human has ever accomplished before. Now, not only the people of Great Xia, but even the people of Milika knew this person named Su Yu, and a large number of Su Yu's fans appeared, with some even praising him as the light of humanity. If the fact that they clashed with Suyu in the demon cave were made public, they would definitely be at a disadvantage. Now, there is a wave of resistance against the demon cave by all mankind, which almost confirms their identity as traitors. Damn it, how come Suyu is an unkillable cockroach? A ruthless glint flashed in Erwin's eyes. What do the dukes mean? Emre said decisively. Eliminate him and take back all the source matter. If there was one truly significant piece of news that Erwin brought back, it was the whereabouts of the remaining source material. If all 7 vampire essences are collected, the blasphemous plan will no longer be just a fantasy. I see. The divine realm is a place he must go, Erwin said with unwavering determination. After burying Long Xian, Long Miue stood in front of his tombstone, lost in thought. Suyu was carefully considering what he had gained this time. During the oath, the banished soul of Long Xian was granted an SS-level talent, the destructive flame, Dragon God Annihilation. The soul of the banished dragon is even more extraordinary. The powers and artifacts seem to be temporarily beyond the reach of the oath, but they have taken an entirely new power. SSS rank, 9 dragons trapping the heavens. A forbidden technique that summons 9 dragon souls of different attributes to tear apart and seal everything. It possesses the powerful sealing force of trapping the heavens and forbidden the moon. The cost is that it consumes 1 soul when used. If you do not have enough souls, your own soul will be used. This is the powerful talent that Long Lian obtained when he attained demigodhood. Using the soul as a guide, everything is sealed off. Although there is no limit to the amount of soul that can be consumed, the stronger the soul, the stronger the sealing power. Fortunately, some of the dragon guards from before still had some remnant souls. Suyu gathered up about 8 remnant souls, enough for 8 uses. As for their abilities, they are neither demigods nor holy sons, so they won't be too strong. Therefore, we won't waste the vacancy of the oath for the time being. Better to have none than something of poor quality. Next, that is the most important moment. Huan Yuan, Xianin. He turned to look at the 2 women. Kong Huan Yuan smiled and gently rubbed Suyu's face. Don't be afraid, we will definitely not fail. Chu Xianin said softly. Yes, Sister Alia must be able to hear Ayu's call. The most crucial step was to leap into the twilight lake with the sleeping Arya in his arms, thus regaining the missing life force. Yes, I'll leave things on the shore to you. If I return. This sentence was cut off by Kong Huan Yuan's jade finger. There was only a faint smile. They will definitely come back. Suyu chuckled, picked up Arya, turned around, and jumped into the twilight lake. Chapter 271 Fame, Fortune, and Love. She never chose them, but had to. Twilight. As long as you stand on it, you will not sink into the lake. Only those carrying the source matter can sink in. Once inside the lake, all of Suyu's senses, perceptions, and vision were blocked. The only thing he could feel was the beautiful woman he was holding tightly in his arms. Arya's body temperature was well maintained by the extreme snow-warm jade, and the faint fragrance allowed Suyu to still feel the breath of life. Although it cannot be seen or touched, Suyu knew that she was right beside him. As dusk settled in, Suyu felt as if he were in another dimension. How can we find the missing source of life? Suddenly, a vampire dressed in a gorgeous gothic dress and with long, pink curly hair seemed to slowly walk out from the end of the space. Unexpectedly, after so many years, it is humans who have returned to Twilight Lake. Suyu didn't recognize her, and guessed that perhaps she was a fairy spirit from the Twilight Lake, so he asked nervously, Fairy sister, I want to ask you how to wake up Arya. She fell into a deep sleep to save me. Is it true that she said there is a source of life here that can make up for what is lacking in vitality? The female vampire chuckled, I'm not like those celestial beings. I'm not some kind of fairy. I am Lilith Petrovna, the first progenitor of the vampire clan. Humans, don't rush. When you enter the Twilight Lake, time and space will stand still. We will have countless hours to talk. Please sit down. The first vampire progenitor, the progenitor. It comparable to the status of the Angel King among the winged race. Suyu nodded to her, then sat down and let the unseen Arya lie on his lap. Senior Eye. Lilith extended her hand and said, I know why you've come. But, humans, anyone who comes here with my race's essence, I will grant their wish, as long as I can. Have you really thought this through? Suyu asked, puzzled. Senior, what do you mean? Lilith's black wings unfurled, and she chuckled playfully. I mean, have you really thought this through? To use this precious wish to save a vampire trapped in a deathly slumber. In fact, even if you don't save her, you'll only have to wait 70 years. I can bestow upon you the boundless power of our vampire race, allowing you to effortlessly accomplish whatever you desire, whether it be revenge, or standing at the pinnacle of the forbidden zone. Or perhaps, to satisfy your endless desires, I can remotely invade the spirits of the most beautiful and peerless goddesses and empresses of the myriad races within this forbidden zone, making them your women. Fame, fortune, or power. You can make any wish to me without paying any price. But you can only make a wish once, and only once. Lilith smiled and looked at Suyu. Suyu quickly shook his head, about to refuse, but was interrupted by Lilith. Don't rush to refuse, because you have no idea what it feels like. Let me show you. Suddenly, his 5 senses were completely shut down, and the warmth of Arya in his arms vanished without a trace. As Lilith raised her hand, endless illusions enveloped Suyu. Everything she promised seemed to be coming true. In that real dream, Suyu seemed to have entered a fantasy world, where every move he made possessed the power to move mountains and fill seas. He truly stood at the pinnacle of his race, with all his enemies groveling at his feet. He easily held the lives and deaths of countless people in his hands. One move and the world is shocked. One rage and all races are wiped out. It was as if he possessed boundless wealth, and nothing in this world could compare to the dazzling gold in his pockets. It was as if he had entered a celestial palace adorned with blooming flowers, where a peerless goddess turned her head, every frown and gesture captivating the heart. Anyone who saw her would be enchanted at first glance, and this unparalleled beauty was smitten with him. In that brief moment, it felt as if I had experienced all kinds of lives and all kinds of reincarnations. Returning to this alternate dimension once again, it was as if everything was a dream, and the joyful life I had just experienced vanished in an instant. Lilith chuckled and said, "If you've never experienced beauty, you won't choose beauty. Now, tell me, what do you choose? Why not choose to possess the power of my race? Without power, you can't protect anything, can you? Or choose that celestial goddess? Heh, I've examined your memories. Don't you want to have her in your arms?" Or perhaps, as she was joking, she noticed that Suyu was looking at her coldly. "Senior, please help me awaken Arya," Lilith asked in surprise. "You? No, aren't you tempted?" Suyu smiled and gently stroked Arya's face, even though he couldn't see or touch her. "Thanks to you, Senior, I now know how delightful it is to stand at the pinnacle of one's race. It is also thanks to the Senior that I know there is such a stunning beauty in this world. But fame and fortune, I will fight alongside Arya to reclaim them. For me, love is never an option, but a necessity. You can block her warmth, but you can't block the distance between our hearts. Don't even mention 70 years, 7 years, 7 months. I'm going crazy. She's the soul I can't lose. To me, she is a goddess who belongs to me alone." Lilith tilted her head, and after a long pause, said, "No wonder. She will say you are her pride. Do not let your mind be disturbed by 1,000 thoughts, and do not let your will be broken by a firm resolve. She probably told you that the true ancestor's life was one of betrayal and selling out, but yours is different. Some people can withstand the test of life and death, but they fall victim to sugar-coated bullets. You've passed." Lilith's figure gradually dissipated. Of crimson blood coiled and converged toward Arya's heart. "Suyu, it is the tragic wish of my clan that one day someone can truly unseal the Twilight Lake, allowing the souls of the vampire true ancestor sisters who were once hurt, betrayed, and sold out and sealed in the lake to be reborn, leading my clan back to the pinnacle of the race. I believe that the person I've been waiting for is you. I regret to inform you that while sleep can be cured with the source of life, your Arya will awaken after the source of life is replenished, but she will not be whole." She forcibly jumped to sequence number 001 Moon Goddess, which damaged her soul. She needs a sacred object to heal her soul. Otherwise, all you can awaken is an empty shell that only uses its life instincts. And the sacred objects that heal the soul exist in only 2 places: the immortal Moon Palace of the Immortal Clan and the City of Angels. I think you know what to do. In addition, as a member of your family, I'm giving you a gift, a special source that doesn't belong to the 7 sources, but can only be used by outsiders. The essence of embellishment. Chapter 272. When you open your eyes, all the stars in your eyes are you. The illusory source material, crystal, slowly floated towards Suyu's heart. It is permeated with a hazy, dreamlike power. Source matter is the power to alter the laws themselves. Just as everyone dies eventually, immortality reverses the law of life and death. About this illusory source material surfaced in Suyu's mind. Source essence, illusion, the 8th source essence, not belonging to the 7 source essences. Its very existence is an error. It cannot be integrated with vampires, but can be integrated with other races. Its ability lies in forcibly creating false errors to replace reality. But this requires storing moments of reality to replace them. This power of the illusory source is somewhat obscure and difficult to understand, but it involves laws and the deepest power of the world. Lilith's gift is truly immense. Suyu said respectfully, "Thank you, Senior." He and Arya were moved from the Twilight Lake. All that had just happened was like a fleeting dream, and it didn't take up much time. Arya's missing life force was replenished due to the forced jump to the moon goddess sequence, and she is about to be awakened. But the soul is damaged. Thinking of this, Suyu felt a slight pang of heartache. It won't be long. I'm going to the City of Angels right now. Even if it's a den of dragons and tigers, I will find something to mend your soul. To Suyu's relief, she didn't have to face failure. His greatest fear was returning empty-handed, because this was the only method mentioned in Arya's diary. Thankfully, having a direction was much better than being lost. Swish. Leaving Twilight Lake, Kong Huanyuan and Chu Xianin immediately came over, their eyes sparkling with anticipation. Suyu nodded slightly. The two women smiled broadly, like springtime melting away the ice and snow. It worked. Really? Suyu smiled wryly. Not too bad. Half the battle is won. Suyu carried Arya to the lawn by the lake, and the Twilight Lake, after returning the 5 source crystals to Suyu, transformed back into a swamp, desolate and barren. Arya lay in Suyu's arms, her sleeping face peaceful and serene, the slightly upturned corners of her mouth seemingly expressing the joy before falling asleep. Halfway to success. What does that mean? Kong Huanyuan asked worriedly. Suyu then told the two women what had happened in the lake. This sacred site of the divine era is indeed extraordinary. Kong Huanyuan and Chu Xianin sighed softly. Although it wasn't a wasted trip, it fell short of expectations. Both of them knew how long Suyu had been waiting for this moment, yet he still hadn't been able to fully awaken Arya. They had clearly reached the most dangerous restricted area. At the same time, there was also some sadness, as neither of the two women knew where their clan's holy land was. If they had known, the assistance provided by their clan's holy land alone would have been enough for them to roam freely in the Forbidden Zone. Suyu didn't care about any of that. All his attention was focused on Arya's face. Before she fell into a deep sleep, she said that she hoped to see Suyu's face when she opened her eyes, because Suyu is her sky full of stars. For a long time, the sleeping face gradually awoke, the heartbeat resumed, soft breathing could be heard, and the eyebrows trembled. Suyu's heart seemed to leap into his throat as he gazed upon her stunningly beautiful face. After a while, she opened her eyes, her deep purple, jewel-like pupils reflecting Suyu's face. Tears welled in Suyu's eyes as he whispered, Arya, Arya, can you hear me? Arya blinked, but did not reply. She seemed to have just woken up, but did not understand what was happening before her eyes. Is this a damaged soul? Kong Huanyuan was the first to react. Suyu, memory fragments. The 3 memory fragments that Arya left her body was intercepted by Kong Huanyuan. She quickly took it out, placed it on Arya's chest, and let it slowly sink into her heart. Fragments of memory illuminated the mind, clearing away some of the darkness in the deep purple pupils. Arya parted her red lips slightly, as if she wanted to speak. Suyu choked with excitement. Arya, you can hear my voice, right? Do you remember me? Arya gently raised her hand and wiped away the tears from the corner of Suyu's eyes, saying in a childish voice, Daddy, don't cry. Suyu was taken aback, as were Kong Huanyuan and Chu Xianin. Arya tilted her head, curling up like a child who had done something wrong. Daddy, please don't cry. The sound is not very clear and requires a lot of effort to discern. She was curled up, biting her fingers, with an innocent-looking expression. Suyu covered her face with both hands. OMG. I felt a little sad, but mostly joyful. Yes, Arya woke up. It's just that her soul and memories are incomplete, which is why she's behaving so abnormally. This is already a significant step forward, meaning that awakening her isn't far off. We just need to work a little harder and move forward a little more. Suyu gently rubbed her head. Don't cry. Arya, I'll do whatever you say. Really? Yes, really. I'll do whatever you say, as long as you come back. Perhaps it was some kind of innate attraction, but even though she knew nothing about it, she habitually snuggled into Suyu's arms to gain an immense sense of security. I want to eat candy. Suyu laughed. Is it just an empty shell of life instinct? Not entirely, Lilith-senpai. Suyu had already prepared everything. The only everyday item he kept in his ring was Arya's candy. After all, vampires could only eat sweets before signing a contract with Suyu. After eating the candy, Arya's eyelids drooped, and she quickly fell asleep again, leaning against Suyu. But this time it wasn't a deep sleep, but a rest with breathing and rhythm. Sleep well, honey. Holding Arya, Suyu said, Huan Yuan, Xianin, the plan is going smoothly. Now our news should have spread to the entire Forbidden Zone through the wind and cloud ranking, and they will definitely hunt us down. And they must know we're going to the City of Angels. The reason is simple. Suyu promised the Dragon Clan on the ranking list that he would find the token of the Skywing clan here, and all the dragons know this. A little thought will lead to the conclusion. Perfect timing, we're going too, and now we have another target. Kong Huanyuan perked up. Yes, this time, we will definitely find the sacred object to awaken Sister Arya. Shu Xianin laughed and said, Au is the wing captain of the Skywing race, and the City of Angels is also our home ground. Long Miue, standing to the side, stared at the four of them, lost in thought. Only when he heard about the length of the Skywing species' wings did his heart tremble slightly. What is that fox saying? Do you know what the wing length of the Skywing species means? Suyu looked at Long Miue. Moon Slave, take us to the City of Angels. Now is the time for you, Red Dragon, to take advantage of your speed. After Long Miue transformed into a dragon, she carried the four of them into the sky. In the air, she asked, Master, is the ring on your hand the token you mentioned? Chapter 273 3 Rules, Chi Mayan's Calculations, and Encounter. After experiencing the events of the past 2 days, Long Miue's mental world has been completely destroyed. The gold lettering on the popularity chart is like a seal that judges her. Even if she were to return to the dragon race, a dragon girl who once groveled before humans, she couldn't imagine it. Long Miue wasn't the kind of ordinary person who would be completely lost. It was just that the events of the past 2 days had a profound impact on her. After she emerged from despair and grief, she also reconsidered her future path. Since she can no longer return to the Dragon Clan, and since she cannot obtain the position of the Dragon God's son, then destroy it. Her mind has become twisted. When she saw Suyu's expression towards Arya, his trembling lips and heartbeat, she was certain that Suyu was a human who, though flirting with everyone, was also deeply devoted to love. Since I'm here, I might as well make the best of it. I need to fight for my place. At least I can't be the lowest of the low. Long Miue suppressed her sadness deep inside and asked cautiously. Suyu lay on her dragon back, enjoying the soft fur that belonged only to the dragon girl. Oh, you can't know this unless you make the contract between us more detailed. Long Miue's vertical pupils flickered slightly after transforming into a dragon, and she nodded gently. Please give your instructions, Master. Suyu smiled and said, Let's make a 3-point agreement. First, you must guarantee absolute and unwavering loyalty to me, even towards your own relatives. If I ask you to do something, you must do it. Secondly, when I need you to serve me, you have no choice but to accept it. Thirdly, Suyu looked up and smiled at Kong Huanyuan. Kong Huanyuan understood and added, You must recognize your place, be loyal to my husband, and also be loyal to us. You must serve us wholeheartedly. The purpose of turning an enemy into a concubine is to better gather intelligence on the dragon race and the forbidden zones, and to enjoy life more, not to cultivate a time bomb for oneself. If you agree, then swear an oath before the leaderboard. Don't try to be clever. I'm an expert in this area, Suyu said, scratching his chin. Long Miue pondered and made a vow to the wind and cloud ranking. The vow has become reality. The man and the dragon officially signed a contract, but it was not a beast-taming contract. It was merely a vow witnessed by the wind and cloud ranking. Although the blood-red contract belonging to Arya in Suyu's mind has disappeared, that place will always belong to her. There's still one spot available. Suyu hasn't decided yet. He might give it to Chi Mayan, but it's not the right time. Better to have none than something of poor quality. Aside from the divine era, Suyu looked down on the other pet beasts in the series. Okay, you're right. This item is a sacred relic belonging to the King of Angels, given to me by Angel, the first wing of the Skywing race, and is also a token of the Winged One. What do you know about the City of Angels? Next, they must go there, to mend Arya's damaged soul, and to annihilate the pursuing enemies there. Suyu possessed the Winged Captain's token, and even his former enemy, Long Miue, felt that Suyu was at least 50% certain after hearing Suyu's confirmation. Long Miue was silent for a moment before replying, reporting to Master. The various races' exploration of Angel City has only reached its outermost perimeter. Currently, it is known that Angel City has shattered into 3 pieces. Besides the main city, which remains outside the Forbidden Zone, you have already witnessed the other piece in the Eternal Land. The main town is suppressed by evil spirits, and no living being dares to approach it. Moreover, Each exploration can only last for a maximum of 7 days. Otherwise, it is easy to be affected by the evil spirits. Evil Seed Mother Nest. Although suppressed by Angel using god-slaying weapons, the evil aura it occasionally emits can still infect living beings. 7 days is the bottom line that all races have tested with countless lives. If more than 7 days have passed, there is a high probability that it will become contaminated. Within 7 days, the pollution level is very low, and the evil factors are completely unable to adapt to the external environment and will be naturally eliminated. Suyu nodded slightly. Oh, I see. With boundless wealth within reach, why dare not overstep the bounds in the slightest? 7 days, and your dragon race still hasn't been able to enter the inner city? Long Miu shook her head. No. Angel City has 9 walls, and each district has infected Skywing races. Those fallen angels combine the power of Skywing races and evil races, making them very difficult to eliminate. Moreover, any living being that enters will be forcibly suppressed to the level of a demigod by the City of Angels, and even the Holy Domain is no exception. This was once the strongest clan in the restricted area. Even if they perish, even if they are destroyed by a disaster from beyond the realm, it is not something that other living beings are qualified to explore, not to mention the hidden treasures at the deepest depths. Suyu said, I understand. Hehe, if you follow me closely, you might not be any worse than your fire dragon lineage's holy maiden. Looking at Suyu's strange expression, Long Miu knew that he was plotting something again. It has to be said, the human brain is truly remarkable. Kong Huan Yuan asked, Husband, how do we get in? That place is probably being closely watched by powerful figures from all races. If we show up, we'll be. Suyu smiled and said, It's all right. I guess someone will come to us after seeing the news about the popularity rankings. Who? Chi Mayan was surprised that Suyu had actually come to the restricted area. We rushed back to the Well of Gods and Demons without stopping, and they learned a shocking truth. Suyu may possess a token of the Skywing race, which could be the key to unlocking the sealed Angel City. This immediately attracted the attention of the Abyss Demons, who not only dispatched 6 demon lords to keep a close watch on the area around Angel City, but also sent a large number of demons to search for Suyu's whereabouts. The same applies to dragons and elves. With humans invading the restricted area, Suyu's whereabouts have become the hottest topic in the vast restricted area. Chi Mayan sensed that her opportunity had arrived. Moreover, she had a stirring of interest. At this most dangerous moment, he had no choice. No, with that bastard's intelligence, he must have figured out I was looking for him. He can only choose me, and I would choose him. Chi Mayan smiled and led the demon lord away from the divine demon well, entering the vast forbidden zone. If her guess is correct, although Suyu and his group were headed to Angel City, they could not go there directly because the road from the scene of the incident to Angel City was filled with countless searchers. Where will he come from? If that big jerk wants me to find him, he will head towards the direction of the Well of Gods and Demons. That's right. This is Suyu. His thoughts are always different from others. Chi Mayan instructed, Demon Insect, Demon Horse, Demon Snake, Demon Lion. The 4 of you go to Angel City first, and I will follow shortly. The 4 demon lords worried that if they left, the 9th prince's safety would be in danger. But the 9th prince dismissed her with a single glance. The 9th prince's popularity is growing, and he has quietly become a popular choice among the princes. Yet its divine brilliance is restrained, making it all the more mysterious. The prince must have had a deeper meaning in doing this. Without speculating, the 4 demon lords headed straight for the City of Angels. Chi Mayan, on the other hand, was walking on the road from the divine demon well to the scene of the incident. 1 day, 2 days. As dusk fell on the 3rd day, a crimson dragon carrying the 3 of them slowly descended from the sky. That fleeting glance, bathed in the twilight, brought their eyes together, and they couldn't help but exchange a knowing smile. The old friends are still here, and their youthful faces remain unchanged. Chapter 274 No longer hiding my feelings for you. Chi Musu appears online. You big bastard. Chi Mayan bit her lip lightly and scolded Suyu, who was not far away. Bathed in the setting sun, Suyu's hair shone with a warm hue in the twilight. Suyu had Kong Huan Yuan hold the sleeping Arya while he jumped down from Long Miu's dragon's spine. 1 man and 1 demon, drawing ever closer. Suyu smiled and said, Little Vixen, what are you doing waiting for me here? Chi Mayan's eyes glistened with tears. You're such a jerk. Do you even know? Why didn't you tell me? Her heart pounded. I heard you were at Thousand Lakes. I thought it was you. I thought it was you. Her words became increasingly incoherent, filled with grievance, and her eyes were slightly red. Suyu felt a warmth in her heart and said softly, What did you think happened to me? You thought I was dead? Shut up. You chatterbox, don't say things like that. Chi Mayan gently punched Suyu in the chest. Suyu chuckled again. Little vixen, are you worried about me? I am human. You are a demon. We are enemies. On what grounds are you worried about me? Seeing Suyu's nonchalant and indifferent expression, Chi Mayan really wanted to slap him. Every time I run into this jerk, he never gives me a moment's peace of mind. Would it kill you to agree with me? Humph, we demons don't have as many tricks up our sleeves as you humans. Suyu, you big jerk, I like you, are you satisfied now? Gleaming in the twilight, her alluring and captivating face enough to ensnare any man. Like a kaleidoscope, the abyss which transforms more and more beautifully the more you look at her, and her black dress, inlaid with star-like gems, further accentuates her mystery and allure. Suyu took a deep breath, stepped forward, gently knelt down on one knee, took her hand, and kissed the back of her hand, saying, Your Highness, it is my honor to meet you. I would rather hold your hand than some of my fellow humans. I was presumptuous and ignorant before. From this day forward, I, Suyu, will do my utmost to help the princess ascend to the supreme position of the Demon King in order to repay your favor. This is the most sublime oath among the demons. I will do everything in my power to help you ascend the throne. Chi Mayan no longer wanted to hide her feelings. In every encounter with Suyu and in every letter exchange with him, he cut off the heads of his two dear brothers to clear the obstacles for her. It also touched the heart of the demon. Now, she spoke her mind and received a perfect response, instead of a cold rejection. For Chi Mayan, she had never felt as happy as she did in her life. For Suyu, Chi Mayan's favoritism was initially driven by racial tensions, forcing him to exploit it. However, now that he no longer owed this race anything, and when this alien treated him better than her fellow humans, there was nothing more that gave Suyu a reason to refuse her. Under the setting sun, a human and a demon embraced tightly, their fingers intertwined. Chi Mayan tiptoed, her nose touching Suyu's, and gave him a gentle kiss. Lips separate, Chi Mayan hugged Suyu and whispered, I'm so worried about you. After I found out what happened there, I was afraid you wouldn't be able to get over it. I'm also afraid you'll be found, and then, I want to go find you, but I can't bypass the Demon Lord's protection in these remote areas. Suyu hugged her and said, I know. Little vixen, what if that big jerk needs you to comfort him? Are you willing? Chi Mayan tilted her head back. Are you afraid of me? You think you can eat me? Her fingers circled in Suyu's palm, as if she were willing to do anything for him, even in the middle of nowhere. Suyu chuckled. Of course we can't be so hasty. And, little vixen, I need your help with something. I'm going to the City of Angels. With her hands behind her back, Chi Mayan said smugly, Then beg me. Let me think. How about? Suyu frankly stated, I can agree to any conditions. I have to go there, my Arya. I have to go there to save her, so please. Seeing Suyu's serious expression, Chi Mayan stopped joking and frowned. Tell me everything that happened. Now that I've confessed my feelings to you, your business is my business. We'll talk about it on the way. He jumped onto Long Miyue's back. Long Miyue was stunned. No, when did you guys get together? No, how did Chi Mulyuan die? Her worldview was shocked. Ninth prince of the demon race is actually a woman? And she's having an affair with Suyu? Then Chi Mulyuan must have died at their hands. They're still together. It's still riding on my back. Chi Mayan suddenly realized something. Oh, isn't this the famous dragon clan Saintess Long Miyue? Oh dear, how did I end up as this prince's mount? Long Miyue secretly felt wronged. According to the contract, the master's woman is also her master. In other words, Chi Mayan has completely taken advantage of her. They used to be equals, and she was even slightly higher in status, but now sigh. I can't live like this anymore. So you didn't care about any of that and told them everything that had happened along the way. Chi Mayan listened patiently, sometimes surprised, sometimes astonished. Fengyun Pavilion. I see. So, you can transform into any race. Suyu nodded. Yes, including your demon race. I want to become your bodyguard and enter the City of Angels with you. Chi Mayan said, Of course. TSK, you lot. All of you will become female demons of the demon race and become my concubines. And you big bastard, will become my male concubine. She laughed, making a face. Suyu gently rubbed her forehead. Bushgoman, are you trying to take it all? Your demon lord know that you're a womanizer? Fine, I'll do as she says since I need her help. Kong Huanyuan and Chu Xianin looked at each other, knowing that this was all they could do. Using Chi Mayan's identity to infiltrate was indeed the best option. Not only will it not arouse any suspicion, but it will also gain the protection of the demon race. Chi Mayan then said, "You big jerk, I did you a favor. Can you do me a favor too? Please speak. There's this guy I really hate who went in with us this time. Can we help each other kill him?" "Huh? Who is it?" Chi Mayan patted Long Miue beneath her. "She is of the same clan as the Azure Dragon Saint, Long Songlong. That guy always stares at me for no reason every time we meet. It gives me the creeps. Of course, there's also the older brother who went in with us. It wouldn't be bad if we could take him out on the way." Suyu extended his hand. "No problem. It's a deal." Chapter 275 Assembling in Angel City. A celestial being's transcendence captivates all beings. Suyu and the others put on the witch's mask, including Long Miue, who also put on the mask after transforming into human form. Long Miue shook her head slightly. No wonder she was fooled. After wearing this thing, not only did she lose her aura, she even gained exclusive talents and abilities belonging to the demon race. Who wouldn't believe that? Even Chi Mayan was slightly surprised. "My God, I can't see any difference between you and my people at all." Suyu raised his hand. "I also have the same ability as you. A flower belonging to the underworld quietly blooms. Demonic Ember Flower. But a mini version." Chi Mayan chuckled. "This is way too small." She gently picked it up. It was only the size of a rose, completely unlike her Demonic Ember Flower, which was so vast it could devour a realm and create an inherent barrier. However, she smiled and said, "Small ones are cute too." Suyu's lips twitched. "Who are you implying?" Chi Mayan gently punched Suyu's chest. "Hee, with your ever-changing appearance, according to our demon race's aesthetic standards, you're a typical pretty boy. Come on, give this prince a smile." She lifted Suyu's chin. Suyu delivered a powerful blow to the heart. "Come on, little vixen, I have important business to attend to. Also, please ask Huan Yuan to take care of Arya." Arya now only possesses biological instincts and occasionally asks Suyu for hugs and candy. She is completely incapable of acting independently. After careful consideration, Suyu put her back into his beast-taming space. However, the beast-taming space was dark and boring, and she was worried that she would not be able to live well. So she asked Kong Huan Yuan to use illusory soul painting to create an illusion of Suyu to take care of her temporarily in the spiritual world. Maintaining the illusory soul painting technique consumes an astonishing amount of magic power, so it's best to keep her out of the battle as much as possible. Fortunately, with Chi Mayan and Long Miue around, Kong Huan Yuan's burden was greatly reduced. As long as you can successfully infiltrate the City of Angels, you don't need to worry about these things. After disguising themselves, the group dared not ride the Dragon Moon any longer and floated towards the City of Angels. There, a wave of greedy people is brewing to besiege Suyu. In the southeast of the restricted area, on an alluvial plain where 3 rivers converge, stands a sealed ancient city. Despite the erosion of time, it still suppresses countless petty scoundrels who dare to covet its wealth. In the past, every year powerful clans organized forces to explore the City of Angels, but they either returned empty-handed, fled in disarray, or were completely wiped out. Without exception. However, no powerful race dared to relax their surveillance of the City of Angels. All races understand that it contains countless legacies, unparalleled wealth, and the strongest known god-slaying weapon in the entire Forbidden Zone, the true scripture, God Destroyer. If the races of sequence number 11 no, 20, which are close to the Age of Gods, were to obtain them, they would undoubtedly leap to become the races of the Age of Gods. A dragon demon spirit, or an immortal being yet to be born. Whoever obtains it will have exclusive control of the Forbidden Zone. Originally, the powerful races were gradually losing hope in the City of Angels. But because of Suyu's appearance, and that inviolable oath, that Suyu would obtain the winged token of the Skywing race in a certain place. This oath exists, and Suyu did not perish. Instead, he killed the Dragon Clan's holy son and the Dragon Clan's myth. All of this indicates that Suyu obtained the Wing Commander's token. Otherwise, how could he have accomplished the feat of swallowing an elephant like a snake? Having received the token, where will Suyu go next? It goes without saying that this is the City of Angels before me. The holy sons and holy daughters of the Azure Dragon lineage and the Thunder Dragon lineage have all come, as well as the Bright Dragon Venerable and the Sky Dragon Venerable. 8 Dragon Venerables. Wow, this time the humans have really offended the Dragon Clan terribly. That's right, they killed the Fire Dragon Saint Son and enslaved the Fire Dragon Saintess. Unbelievable. They're probably after that so-called token. Look over there from the Demon Clan. 6 demon lords have arrived, along with the 3rd prince, Chi Mujue, who is about to attain demigodhood. truly among the top 100 on the Hidden Dragon ranking. 4 elders from the Blessed Elves have also arrived. Wait, why is another batch coming from the Well of Gods and Demons? At the edge of the sky, the dark steed, pulling a magnificent black carriage, descended from the heavens. This rising star, the 9th prince of the demon clan, Chi Mayan, is gaining increasing momentum and has the potential to surpass others. The demon race's strength during the continuous wars, but they also led the main force of the demon race away from the infernal battlefield near Thousand Lakes. This led to many of the former supporters of the 7th and 6th princes coming to join them. There were 4 demon lords protecting him personally, and countless others secretly pledged allegiance to him. The 9th prince's guards are getting more and more outrageous. 3rd prince, you can't just keep an eye on the 2 princes in front. You also need to pay attention to the people behind you. The Abyss Demon Princes has reached a fever pitch. It almost came to a point of life or death. It's not surprising that so many races are in forbidden zones. This happens every few hundred years. Chi Mujua sat on the throne made of piled skulls, picked up a glass of blood-red wine, and said with a slight parting of his thin lips, I never realized that this younger brother of mine had such abilities. I'm afraid that Lao Lu's death at Qianhu is also related to him. Perhaps this time, the City of Angels presents an opportunity to eliminate him? Inside Chi Mayan's carriage were several male and female guards, who stood guard closely inside. Although their cultivation levels were not high, they were quite good-looking by the standards of the demon race. TSK, even the 9th prince's seizure of the throne hasn't stopped him from taking in a multitude of beautiful maids. Not only that, she's bisexual. Although they were all whispering, Chi Mayan didn't find it unpleasant to hear. In the demon race's value system, taking more food and possessions is a form of praise. Chi Mayan and Chi Mujua exchanged glances, both sensing the sharp killing intent in each other's eyes. The dozens of races watching here originally thought that the Abyss clan would start fighting amongst themselves first. Result. Huh? What smells so good? My God, what am I seeing? This is unprecedented. Why has their clan come out of the mountains? All the ethnic groups looked up. The bright sky was suddenly enveloped by night. Peach blossoms drifted down from the sky, exuding a refreshing fragrance. Countless petals wove together a flower-covered cart, with each person carrying a flower basket, their face breathtakingly beautiful, and ribbons fluttering behind them, like celestial beings descending to earth as the silver moon swirls. They were otherworldly and refined, as if all ugliness was purified by their arrival. Chi Mayan clicked her tongue and whispered to Suyu, You really have a lot of influence. Even they have transcended the mundane world. Who are they? Sequence number 004, Immortal Clan. Legend has it that they were once the true pinnacle of the mythical era, but were demoted to the descendants of the gods for violating some law. Even so, they are still a race of the gods. Never having left the immortal moon palace, nor having any communication with the outside world, yet here I am today. Suyu looked up, as if lost in memories. He recalled the unparalleled beauty of the fairy moon palace that Lilith had shown him. This city of angels truly holds an extraordinary position. Chapter 276 The Goddess Has a Dream. The world prefers to possess 8 pecks of wine alone. The sudden entry of the Immortal Clan made the situation instantly unpredictable. The Dragon Lord Haolong ascended into the air and questioned, Those from the Immortal Moon Palace, the Immortal Clan usually do not concern themselves with the mortal world. Is today the day you break through your seclusion? Can I suggest that the Immortal Clan intends to participate in the struggle for the Forbidden Zone, or even the path to the starting point? Not only for Haolong Zun, but also for countless races. If the Immortal Clan joins the fray, the triangular balance of power in the Forbidden Zone will inevitably be broken. Whoever gains the support of the Immortal Clan will have the opportunity to dominate the top. Or perhaps the Immortal Clan intends to form its own independent entity and participate in the chaotic and bloody conflicts within the Forbidden Zone. Demon Lord Mo Sha and Elf Elder Ted confront each other from afar. On the float, which was covered with peach blossom petals, a pair of jade-like feet stepped out lightly, each step like a lotus blooming, as if a fairy had descended from heaven. That silvery voice echoed in the ears of every man. You've misunderstood. I and my seniors are only here to retrieve something. We have no intention of getting involved in your affairs. No one believed her, but her voice makes any male want to force his soul to trust her. There was an uproar below. Holy crap, that voice. It's the legendary goddess of the Moon Palace. That's right. The phenomenon of lotus blossoms appearing with every step is a special phenomenon that only the goddess of the immortal Moon Palace can exhibit. Countless races discussed it amongst themselves, and even the slightest news occasionally emanating from the ethereal immortal moon palace could spark heated discussions across the Forbidden Zone continent. Suyu looked up, wanting to take a look, but Chi Mayan pinched her thigh. "Don't look at her." Suyu looked down and saw that Chi Mayan's cheeks were puffed out, and she seemed slightly dissatisfied. "I don't get jealous like you humans. That guy's demonic eyes are supernatural. Looking directly into them will cause you to fall into them and become a prisoner under her mental control, regardless of gender." She emphasized a few words in particular. Suyu laughed. The demon race holds supreme reverence for power, strength, and plunder, and enjoys possessing everything. A demon to be able to suppress the instincts of these races for Suyu's sake and allow him to love others is almost the limit. Suyu gently rubbed Chi Mayan's cheek. "Don't worry. This isn't the first time I've seen that goddess. You won't be disappointed. Listen to what she has to say. She's too preoccupied. I prefer you to her." Chi Mayan suddenly remembered that this guy had said before that he had seen it in the Twilight Lake. "However, I still felt a warmth in my heart for no reason. At least in my man's heart. I am definitely much more important than this goddess who is popular in forbidden areas." If Chi Mayan could remove her disguise, her captivating, kaleidoscope-like face would surely earn her a place among the most famous beauties in the Forbidden Zone. In the air, the goddess descended from the clouds, her feet adorned with radiant red lotuses, unveiling her mysterious veil. She arrived amidst the clouds, like a fairy descending from the moon. Her attire was simple, without any flamboyant or extravagant embellishments. A plain white veil and a ribbon floating behind her created the most perfect work of art in the world. She wore a golden mask with phoenix patterns on her face, revealing captivatingly dark pupils. Her long eyelashes fluttered gently, her eyebrows were like willow branches, and her eyes were like autumn water, seemingly sorrowful yet gentle, as if she could see through everyone's heart and soothe all wounds. Even though he was mentally prepared, Suyu almost lost his composure the moment he looked at her. Fortunately, this wasn't the first time I'd caught a glimpse of it, and I had already guarded my mind. Those captivating peach blossom eyes could indeed win over any member of the opposite sex. It has nothing to do with faith or will. It exceeded the limits of biological instinct. Of course, the biggest contributor was Chi Mayan, who directly covered Suyu's eyes with both hands. "I told you long ago I wouldn't let you watch it." Of the myriad races was focused on the goddess, and no one noticed the ambiguous conversation between Suyu and Chi Mayan. Suyu explained, "No, I have to see. She's after what I have. If I can't even make eye contact with her, wouldn't I have to surrender without even fighting?" Chi Mayan admitted that Suyu's words made sense, but this little bitch was just too strange. Kong Huan Yuan didn't dare to look her in the eye directly. Chu Xianin, on the other hand, stared intently without showing any unusual reaction. "No, isn't this woman very pretty? Why are you all making her sound so scary?" Chu Xuanin's big, bright eyes blinked. This surprised the group. Indeed, in terms of looks alone, Chu Xianin was far superior to her. The reason she was bewitched was entirely due to those enchanting eyes. Etc. So you seem to realize what was happening. "I see. My little Xuanin's heart is much purer than any of ours. Those eyes must be demonic eyes that arouse people's inner desires. As long as the heart remains pure, it will not be disturbed. Therefore, Chu Xianin showed no abnormality whatsoever. On the other hand, it is a paradox that one can remain pure of heart in the presence of a goddess, whose unparalleled beauty is enough to arouse the desires of any living being." Suyu took a deep breath and pulled away from Chi Mayan's hand. Looking at the goddess again, this time, he let his heart choose love. Love the one who belongs to you. You, this pink skeleton, are nothing but a huge obstacle preventing me from saving Arya. At this moment, no longer influenced by the demonic eye, he calmly observed. Seeing that he was unaffected, Chi Mayan smiled and said, "Her name is Meng Shuyao, the daughter of the god of the immortal moon palace. And in the entire Forbidden Zone, if the gods have a stone of favor to the myriad races in the sequence, then the goddess and the goddess alone account for 8/10. Possessing a beauty that could eclipse the stars and the moon, the Queen of Gods has already reached mythical status, and this goddess is about to become a demigod. Compared to them, your biggest weakness lies in your level of understanding. Despite this, Suyu has been cultivating with all his might since he ascended to nirvana. Kong Huanyuan and Chu Xuanin's advancement progress is also basically maxed out. However, the cultivation of the Wheel of Life has not yet been initiated. To unlock the Wheel of Life, one needs to advance to the reincarnation realm. It seems that the only way to defeat this race is to advance to a higher level. Fortunately, after this period of reflection, Su Yu's magic circuit width was widened to 20 millimeters, far exceeding that of ordinary people. Even Chi Mayan was about the same size. Knowing that trying to do too much at once is counterproductive, Su Yu decided to advance to the reincarnation realm in Angel City. Meng Shuiyao and the other immortals drifted down. I have no intention of competing with you. This city of death and chaos is a great threat to my race. We have come here only to retrieve something, and we hope that you seniors will not take offense. Heilongzhen, Masha, and the elf Ted sneered inwardly. They wouldn't even look the goddess in the eye. We want what you want. Do you think you can just take it away with a few words? Heilongzhen retorted sarcastically. That would only work if the person carrying this item came. And who will ultimately win it? Heh, does the goddess think she can take it away just by talking? Chapter 277 Wife, do you want to deflate her arrogance? The goddess smiled faintly, her crimson lips parting slightly. How could that be? A pair of jade-like feet, one in front of the other, her fair legs pressed together and twisting coyly. What if I were included? Whoever can present me with the token of the heavenly winged race, I would not mind marrying him. He uttered the most astonishing words in the most ordinary tone. Even though all the races present knew that this was an empty promise that would never be honored, what if? All the males of the myriad races present couldn't help but swallow hard. Even through the light veil and phoenix mask, her alluring figure and hazy face stirred almost every living being. Even those old masters at the mythical realm couldn't help but be tempted. The benefits of dancing with a goddess and living together as a couple are countless. Even though I know it's a trap woven with lies, I can't help but want to jump in. That damned goddess, she got herself involved in the scheme, the most shameless and unsolvable open conspiracy. That one sentence alone was enough to turn the tide. Almost every creature that received the winged creature's token was moved to offer it to the goddess. What if the goddess, considering the reputation of the Moon Goddess Palace, really does keep her promise? What if, right? 99% of the men present had a voice echoing in their minds. How could I refuse your invitation to dance? The underworld horses below. Chi Mayan gritted her teeth angrily. That damn goddess, what goddess? She's just a little symbol. Even her subordinates, the 4 demon lords directly under her, seemed to be itching to make a move. Of course, what she was most worried about was what if the man she had finally mustered the courage to confess to also. Chi Mayan glanced at Su Yu and noticed that Su Yu was staring directly at Meng Shuiyao, but his eyes were full of indifference and coldness. That expression made her feel slightly at ease. Well, you still call me a witch? Now you're the real witch. Su Yu chuckled. What I despise most in my life is this kind of face. Using a promise that will never be kept to lure countless beings to risk their lives for her. It's like a person high above in the clouds watching countless beings fight each other for her, while she mockingly and coldly stands above all living beings. To disregard the lives of others, to take pleasure in trampling on dignity and crushing souls. They treat everyone like fools and try to fool them. Unfortunately, there are quite a few of these fools, and some are even willing to do so. With a single word from the goddess, countless races were incited to hate each other, and even sisters and brothers of the same race could not stand each other. The most fatal thing is, the goddess's target is Su Yu. Su Yu glanced at her coldly. That pink skull blocking my way. One day, I'll make you taste the bitterness of having your dignity humiliated. After a long period of astonishment, countless groups erupted in a cacophony of discussion. Holy crap! Holy crap! Am I really hearing that? Calm down, Brother Wolf. This must be a trap. How could this be? Why not? That thing might be a true divine artifact, a powerful existence surpassing even relics from the Holy Realm. Even without the goddess's personal promise, it would be appropriate to use it to propose marriage to the immortal Moon Palace. Exactly. How could a goddess go back on her promise? I think you've already figured out what your future kid's surname should be. This chaotic noise made a group of old mythologists lose face. How could their own people all behave like this? Believe it or not, they themselves were a little tempted. Although I'm getting older. But we're still got it. My sword has never been ineffective. The goddess in the sky remained composed, her dark pupils, shining like stars, carrying a hint of mockery and a touch of disdain. Their so-called ambitions are nothing more than a single sentence that can make them kneel at her feet and sell all their dignity to curry favor. Only. Meng Xiao's gaze swept over and she noticed that in the carriage of the 9th prince, a male demon guard was also looking at her indifferently, as if she were a skeleton, nothing special. That's strange. Apart from a very few people in the immortal Moon Palace who know how to evade the divine eye of immortal dust, very few people outside the palace know this. This demon guard, could he be a eunuch? But that's not right either. The divine eyes of immortal dust can even bewitch women. Meng Shuiyao couldn't help but pay more attention. Suyu whispered, "Wife, do you want to deflate this goddess's arrogance?" Chi Mayan's cheeks flushed slightly. Who? Who is your wife? We. Never mind, I want to. Shanghai is arrogant. Who likes to be subdued? Suyu then whispered something in Chi Mayan's ear. Then, he gently bit her earlobe. How about it? Chi Mayan blushed and pinched Suyu, asking worriedly, "Isn't this a bit too risky?" Suyu thought for a moment. Opportunity and risk are equal. Moreover, I'm not fighting alone this time. You're here, someone I trust. If Suyu were to act alone, this plan would undoubtedly be as risky as before, but with Chi Mayan's support, things would be different. Suyu's home advantage and Chi Mayan's influence. At least the risk has been greatly reduced. After weighing the pros and cons, Chi Mayan nodded slightly. She doesn't want to be a puppet of the goddess. Instead, she wants to stand on the stage in the future, rightfully seize the throne of the Demon King, and openly announce to all races that her man is Suyu. Demon insects, demon horses, demon snakes, demon lions, stop looking, Chi Mayan said coldly. The demon lords snapped out of their reverie, drenched in sweat, and said, "We apologize, Your Highness, we were out of line." Chi Mayan said coldly, "It's all right. This woman is too alluring. Don't make eye contact with her. Come with me, Your Highness." As all eyes were fixed on the goddess, the Silver Wolf clan suddenly exclaimed, "Look, the 9th prince of the demon clan, what are they up to?" A gasp drew the attention of all living beings, including Meng Shuiyao, to the 9th prince, Chi Mayan. Chi Mayan adjusted her voice to that of Prince Chi Mayan, turned around, and said contemptuously, "It's laughable that a bunch of lowly creatures are fighting tooth and nail for that ethereal existence." Ikagi's jokes aroused dissatisfaction among some races. "What did you say? 9th prince, I advise you to understand that even if you want to gain the goddess's attention through this, it will be of no use." "Exactly. I saw him keeping a close eye on things just now. What good will it do you to come to the main gate of the City of Angels? No living being has been able to open it for thousands of years. Even if you want to go in, you'd better go through the side gate." "That's right. Suyu is nowhere to be found. I think you're just doing this to curry favor with the goddess." The wolf demons were both amused and exasperated. They followed the dragon clan and didn't mind disgusting the god demon well. Chi Mayan turned around and said coldly, "Pathetic, laughable. As stupid as a monkey. Do I need to please him?" The demons who followed Chi Mayan stood by the gate. This sealed, golden gate has stood firm despite the vicissitudes of countless years. Suddenly, an illusory ring appeared on Chi Mayan's hand. The hazy ring released an unimaginable aura, opening a small crack in the golden gate that had been sealed for thousands of years. At this moment, countless beings finally realized why Chi Mayan had called them ridiculous. The token ended up in Ikagien's hands. Suyu has already been captured alive by this prince. He is imprisoned within the barrier. You all can stay outside and flatter that goddess. This prince will take his leave first. Chapter 278, Suyu has been arrested? Utterly insane. The oath opened this towering, thousands of meters high golden gate in an instant. The demon lord beside Chi Mayan was stunned. Only after Chi Mayan urged him on did he follow closely behind the 9th prince and rush into the City of Angels. Other living beings, however, did not react so quickly by the time they realized it. Holy crap! Chi Mayan has already led his forces and charged in. The golden gate closed again, leaving only the living beings trapped outside. In a short time, the spring breeze blows. But instead of making any creature feel excited, it felt as if the autumn wind was bleak, leaving it feeling awkward. Especially Meng Shuiyao, whose face felt burning hot. Her actions had initially won over most people, who now fawned over her like devoted followers. And what was the result? With just a few words, Chi Mayan shattered all her defenses. "What you want is here with me. As for me, I have no interest in handing it over to you." The other creatures looked even more embarrassed. They were like clowns, being made a fool of. The entire area outside the gates of Angel City was like a large circus, and Chi Mayan and the others were just spectators. Watch them put on such a show, behaving like dogs. No wonder he was so sarcastic at the end. It turns out that he had already obtained the token from Suyu. Suyu was captured alive by him. This legendary figure, who dominated the fringes and forbidden zones, created countless miracles, won countless honors, and caused countless lives and even myths to perish with him, was actually captured alive by Chi Mayan. The ring on his hand just now is definitely the token of the winged captain of the City of Angels. That's right. Otherwise, how could this giant gate have been opened for him? Over the years, Even using sacred artifacts, it has been impossible to pry it open even a little bit. Only the Winged Chief's token could do it. Damn it. He beat me to it. Chi Mujue gritted his teeth, realizing that he had indeed neglected his younger brother for too long. If the latecomer surpasses the former, it is possible that Chi Mayan will gain access to the benefits within the City of Angels. The entire god and demon well will not immediately change course, and will only follow Chi Mayan's lead. Once the position of Demon King is secured, then his brothers, sisters, and other siblings will. No. Let's go in too. Chi Mujue couldn't sit still any longer. Even though entering the City of Angels through side gates or back doors would be fraught with danger, they couldn't worry about that anymore. Chi Mujue was moved, and the Dragon Clan could no longer sit still. Suyu, that damn guy was captured alive by Chi Mayan. What about Long Miue? Their Dragon Clan's Holy Maiden has most likely been captured by the Ninth Prince as well. Besides, how can the Dragon Clan allow the Demon Clan to obtain this boundless wealth and power? The dragons also made a move. The elves followed closely behind. Beside Meng Shuiyao, a maid carrying a flower basket said, "Goddess we." Meng Shuiyao took a deep breath. Let's go in too. The true scripture of the City of Angels, the Godslayer, is one of the few options left to solve our race's problems. It absolutely cannot fall into the hands of others, otherwise. The fairies and maids nodded in agreement. Without hesitation, they followed Meng Shuiyao into the City of Angels shrouded in darkness. The entire City of Angels, and even the entire Forbidden Zone, went completely mad. Even though entering it is a matter of life and death, no living being is willing to turn back. Everyone knows what it means for the other party to receive the legacy of the City of Angels. The news spread like wildfire back to the lairs of all the tribes. Countless forces are also converging on this ancient city that has been sealed for thousands of years. Inside the city, Chi Mayan, who was the first to enter, was in a great mood. At the moment she closed the door, she saw all sorts of people, some astonished, some embarrassed. In short, she completely trampled the goddess's arrogance under her feet, and a group of races became stepping stones. And she was in the limelight, becoming a figure at the forefront of the Forbidden Zone. All of this was brought to her by Suyu. The price was that Suyu's whereabouts were exposed, as well as the fact that they possessed the token. Chi Mayan had asked Suyu about this. She was very worried. Suyu explained, "Little Vixen, your brain isn't quick enough yet. Now that we, who possess the token, have entered the City of Angels, what will the others think?" Chi Mayan replied, "Of course they'll chase us in, steal the token, and prevent us from being the only ones who get the top spot." Suyu smiled and said, "Yes, that's my first instinctive reaction. This concerns their core interests, and we cannot give in. But this is something we'll consider when we're out there. Once they get in, things will be very different. When the threat of death looms, is any profit more important than life and fortune? The circumstances are different, so the considerations are different. Back then, we had the token and the home advantage. Who could protect their lives and property? Us. Who can take them away? Us. Who could possibly give them even a pitiful scrap as a reward?" Chi Mayan tiptoed and gently kissed Suyu. Us. The strategies for offense and defense differ. Meng Shuiyao laid a sweet trap called desire. Suyu then laid a double trap of desire and danger. Humans, or any race, are bound to do something outrageous when they act impulsively, and by the time they realize it, it will be too late. Outside, the whole world is our enemy. In this city, it remains to be seen who the lambs to the slaughter are. The demon insect venerable beside Chi Mayan felt that all of this was too dreamlike. In the blink of an eye, the prince I'm following actually has the potential to kill me with a single blow and seize the throne. The 4 demon lords quickly knelt on one knee to pledge their loyalty. Congratulations, Ninth Prince, on capturing the thief Suyu alive. Several demon lords and some demon demigods were very excited as they talked, but Chi Mayan couldn't be happy. How dare you insult my man in front of me? She was a little angry, but Suyu tugged at her clothes. Ahem, it's just a trivial matter, not worth mentioning. By the way, let me introduce you. This is Chi Musu. It was he who provided me, Prince Suyu, with the information that allowed us to capture this big scoundrel, this thief. I promised to bring him here and give him a name. The others are also my assistants. The demon lords suddenly realized what was going on. No wonder the Ninth Prince treated these people with such low cultivation levels with such courtesy. Now I understand why. Although not of royal lineage, he was given the name Chi, which shows that his relationship with the prince was not ordinary. Greetings, Brother Chi. Thank you for your help. If you can help the prince seize the throne, that would be a great favor, and the other demon lords would also share in the glory in the future. All right, enough with the nonsense. You all know how difficult the side and side gates are to navigate, but at least the main gate allows us to avoid dealing with the fallen angel guarding it. Let's seize this opportunity and explore deeper. Several demon lords and more than a dozen demon demigods nodded and said, yes. However, Suyu said, there's no need to rush into the depths. Chapter 279 Sneaky and Malicious, Ambushes and Traps. Chi Musu's words stopped the demons from acting. The demon lords stared at Chi Musu in astonishment. What are you saying? The prince always keeps his word. How dare you defy his decision in front of the ninth prince? However, to the surprise of the demon lords, the ninth prince listened quietly beside him. What? Do you have a good idea? The demon lords were immediately confused. Wait, when did the ninth prince become so easy to talk to? When the ninth prince is giving orders, how could the other demon lords be allowed to interrupt? After thinking it over, Suyu transmitted his voice and asked, Wife, what is the most precious thing about this city of angels? Chi Mayan replied, Fallen angel. These corrupted, fallen-winged creatures will attack any living being they sense without restraint. And all of us who enter the city of angels will be suppressed to the level of demigods. The Skywing species are incredibly powerful beings. In a battle between beings of the same realm, even those of the god generation would be suppressed. That unparalleled speed and fierce attacks are truly unmatched by ordinary people. Suyu continued to transmit his voice. So, even if going through the main gate reduces the chance of encountering fallen angels, it's still extremely difficult to actually break into the inner city, right? Yes. Chi Mayan did not deny it. Entering through the main gate is equivalent to bypassing the first wall of the city of angels, leaving only 8 walls in front of you. Even if they can't go deep, it's enough for them to reap some benefits in the vicinity. Unlike some races, who spent 7 days exploring but couldn't even break through the first city wall and ultimately returned empty-handed. Suyu calmly said, all things considered, it would be risky for us to explore this area on our own, but our advantage is that we have bypassed the first barrier, saving at least a day. I don't think it's worth it to spend this day paving the way for those who come after. We're going to launch an ambush here, force these forces to completely submit to us, take the lead, and unite everyone's strength to explore the city of angels even further. Suyu must obtain the sacred artifact to repair the soul. The combined strength of Suyu and Chi Mayan might not be enough. Other forces, however, refuse to submit obediently. Then we'll need to fight. Chi Mayan said, what you said makes sense, but our numbers are. Suyu smiled and said, but I have a vow, and we need to make the fallen angels work for us. From what I understand, fallen angels and evil angels are born from the nest of evil species and are no different from ordinary winged species. The only difference is that their souls are corrupted and they will attack indiscriminately, friend or foe. But since there is no difference between them and the Skywing species on a biological level, only on a spiritual level, the Skywing species token might be able to suppress them to some extent. As long as the fallen angels are at our disposal, it will not be difficult to ambush that goddess, dragon, elf, and your brother. Recalling the last test at the Angel Ruins, Angel was able to withstand the influence of the evil seed mother nest for so long. The surviving keepsake, Islandel, likely played a significant role in its creation. Chi Mayan nodded slightly. She sensed the extraordinary power of the oath, a supreme relic symbolizing the city of angels, which could not possibly have no effect on fallen angels. Chi Mayan reached out and tapped Suyu's chest. Okay, then I'll do whatever you say. Chi Mayan's mind raced with thoughts. If she ever got the chance, she would definitely tear that little brat's face to shreds. How dare she seduce my man? She's really gone too far. The demon lords were completely dumbfounded. Bushgoman, when did the ninth prince become so obedient to others? She was as docile as a little witch meeting her lover. Could it be that you two male demons have that kind of relationship? The 4 demon lords felt thunder rumbling in their ears. Suyu cleared his throat. Gentlemen, we have a day to prepare for an ambush. First, we need to capture a fallen angel to study. Suyu and Chi Mayan began making intensive arrangements. Beneath this first city wall, a trap from which escape was laid. Those who chose to enter through the side gate were not so lucky. This place is filled with dark thorns and powerful fallen angels that suddenly appear. Their strength was severely suppressed by the city of angels. Dragon Lord, Immortal Lord, Elf Elder, all were suppressed to below the level of demigods, and the fallen angels they encountered were extremely troublesome. They often gathered in groups of 3 or 5, relying on their speed advantage to sometimes gather together and sometimes defeat them one by one. This resulted in several teams suffering heavy losses in their efforts to catch up with the KGN. A demon lord died. The demon lord was grazed by the fallen angel's sword. This small wound would not be fatal in the outside world, but here, death and evil had already taken hold. Once injured, the power of the evil seed would invade and drive him completely insane. This is one of the most difficult aspects of conquering Angel City. Time is short, injuries are not an option, and a strategy of trading injury for survival cannot be used to advance quickly. Normally, it's considered lucky for a powerful clan to advance to the third wall. The best record was once held by a lake elf among the blessed elves, who reached the fifth wall. Several tribes subconsciously and tacitly formed an allied army. To be honest, many demons regretted coming in. In a moment of impulsiveness, they charged in, only to find themselves surrounded by dangers that made it almost impossible to breathe. Fallen Angel with her lotus treasure, Meng Xiao frowned in disgust. This evil aura, the power emanating from the evil species mother nest, is indeed a deadly threat to our race. The immortal venerable Xian Yuehu said, "Your Highness, the situation is already extremely urgent with the immortal moon palace. Who would have thought that the mother nest would give birth to a branch nest under the immortal moon palace? Destroyed the Skywing race back, then may now be repeated in the Fairy Moon Palace. This is also the reason why the Fairy Moon Palace had to open its gates and allow the goddess to descend to Earth. To effectively deal with the mother nest, one would need at least a god-slaying weapon. The god-slaying weapon of the immortal moon palace will absorb all the magic power of the banished immortals, turning them into mortals without magic circuits. In that case, it would be better to abandon the ancestral land and choose another home." It was only by chance that they learned of Su Yu's arrival with the token, which led them to send the goddess and immortal venerable to this city of angels to see if they could seize the true scripture, Godslayer. After enduring hardships and a day and night of fierce fighting, they finally broke through the first city wall at all costs. Among them, Haolong Zun suggested, "Everyone, Chi Mayan has the token and has captured Su Yu. I think he is everyone's biggest threat. We might as well join forces to deal with him first. Su Yu has a great grudge against our clan, so we hope that all clans will give him to our clan. As for the token, let's make sure we catch up with and defeat Chi Mayan first. Then we can each rely on our own abilities, shall we?" The various tribes looked at each other, then nodded in agreement. No problem. That's how it should be. Joining forces is imperative. If one calculates everything along the way, it will be difficult to catch up with a KGN at this speed. All right, then let's all swear an oath before the ranking of heroes. As the tribes raised their hands to swear an oath, a sneer came from the city wall. Why did it take you so long to arrive? Besides, he's just as stupid as he was outside." Chapter 280, A Mind-Numbing Operation. Almost Supernatural Intelligence. Chi Mayan sat by the city wall, swinging his legs, seemingly mocking the demons below. If they hadn't heard the voice, many creatures would have instinctively thought that the person sitting by the city wall was a beautiful young woman with a slender figure. The Dragon Lord, the Demon Lord, the Elf Elder, and the Immortal Lord were all slightly startled. Chi Mayan, without any guards, dares to face all the demons alone? Does he realize what he has in his hands means? The repeated battles with the fallen angels have caused immense suffering to several races. Even if the winged race's token cannot control the fallen angels, it should at least have some effect on them. Isn't he afraid we'll rob him? The fearless are fearless. Although Chi Mayan was unattended and no one was standing beside him, he exuded an inexplicable pressure. The oppressive atmosphere was suffocating. Chi Mayan sneered inwardly. So this is how her husband usually feels, treating a group of creatures like fools and making fun of them. The worst part is that they don't even know it, walking into the trap they've set like idiots. In the end, they will fawn over me, willingly kneeling at my feet. What did you say? Lord Haolong was furious. This junior, although he was a prince of the demon race, was so arrogant. Did he really think they wouldn't dare to make a move? Besides, even if the dragon race can't interfere, the third prince of the demon race is also there, so letting him take action is not a bad option. Chi Mujue's face was stained with black blood, the blood of a fallen angel. Having gone through a bloody battle, Chi Mujue said coldly, "Ninth brother, you really don't respect your older brother, or my seniors from the demon race." He stretched out his hand. "Hand over the token, and I'll spare your life for the sake of our shared kinship." "Where are your men?" I hope they didn't die in there." The major powers all sneered, agreeing with Chi Mujue's assessment. The ninth prince was alone with a demon, so he must have encountered something terrible inside, right? Chi Mayan said with a grin. "Guess." She played with the oath ring on her hand. Su Yu put the oath ring on her hand, and she was quite pleased with it at the time. I've heard that, in the human world, this is a symbol of a marriage proposal. This is the key to the trap. She also had something else in her hand, a pair of six-winged angels that Suyu had given her. Third brother, when will you become a little smarter? Otherwise, what if other races think that I, the ninth prince, am just as dim-witted as you? Chi Mujua clenched his fists. What did you say? Chi Mayan sneered. Use your dog brains to think about it. I knew you would come, yet instead of running away, I deliberately waited for you here? Without a single attendant or the demon lord. Is that even possible? The ninth prince's words made the hearts of all the demons sink. Yes, why did he come alone? Everything was under Chi Mayan's control. Because, I've prepared a gift for you. And my entourage are all waiting outside the city. Now, this prince will not keep you company any longer. No sooner said than done. A golden light flashed behind Chi Mayan, and her 6 angel wings unfolded perfectly. She took off, drawing a perfect golden arc in the dark city of angels. All mythical realms were suppressed. The speed of the 6-winged angel was unmatched. The most crucial step Suyu took to ensure Chi Mayan's safety. A strange counterfeit with no side effects, which can be worn even by people of other races. Whoosh! A golden light flashed, and Chi Mayan used the oath ring to open the golden gate of Angel City and left Angel City. It was only 0.1 seconds before and after. There wasn't even time for other races to react. By the time they realized what was happening, Chi Mayan had already vanished. And the gift that Chi Mayan mentioned arrived as scheduled. Thousands of fallen angels, their red and black wings intertwined, their heads stained with blood, their hands wielding angel spears, exuding darkness and cruelty. It took Suyu and Chi Mayan a whole day to figure out the extent of the oath's influence on the fallen angels. It cannot be controlled, but it can guide and direct in a certain direction. It cannot harm them, but it can slow down their perception, making them unaware of its location, as if it were invisible. It cannot be eliminated, but its cruel killing intent and actions can be suppressed. That's enough. The 4 demon lords lingered in the vicinity for an entire day, attracting over 1,000 powerful fallen angels with strength ranging from reincarnation to demigods, enough to give several powerful races a run for their money. Even though fallen angels are born from the nest of evil species, do not possess divine artifacts, and are relatively weak in their own power, they appear exceptionally powerful when other beings are suppressed below demigods. Damn it, Chi Mayan, you bastard your whole family. The Azure Dragon Saint couldn't help but curse, accidentally hitting Chi Muju next to him with an area of effect attack. The goddess Meng Shuyao, Haolong Zun, Chi Mujua, and the elf Elder Ted felt their scalps tingle. Holy crap! What kind of operation is this? That damn bastard. The ninth prince and his men fled outside the city, leaving behind a powerful fallen angel. Then, based on everyone's fighting strength, when they are about to give up, come in and harvest the leeks. What the hell? Who came up with this plan? That's absolutely outrageous. That's absolutely vicious. Who the hell got the token of the Skywing race, and instead of focusing on the deeper god-slaying weapon, set their sights on their fellow travelers? All living beings trembled, a chill creeping up from behind. It was no accident that this ninth prince was able to defeat the 6th prince and seize the power of the 6th and 7th princes. This is unconventional. It goes against the grain. At least we can harvest these hundreds of lives. Amidst cries of agony and anguish, hundreds of beings were forced into a full-scale war against thousands of fallen angels. Gentlemen, listen to me. Let's work together and eliminate the fallen angels here as soon as possible, or that bastard will stab us in the back. That's right. Everyone bring out your most treasured secrets. Don't die before you've used them. Go all out and clear the battlefield as quickly as possible. Besides, think about it. Chi Mayan will definitely come back. The faster we clear the battlefield, the more likely we are to ambush him. All living beings took a deep breath. What Lord Haolong said made sense. They fought desperately and bloodily. Outside the city, Chi Mayan smiled and told the demons what had happened inside. The 4 demon lords were utterly impressed by Chi Musu, who was standing beside the ninth prince. I'm convinced. With you, ninth prince, as our strategist, we are absolutely confident in our ability to claim the throne. That's right. Everyone says that human Suyu is so intelligent he's almost demonic, but I think you're no less so, brother. Brother Chi Musu, what do we do next? I reckon these old monsters are still pretty strong. They could probably take out the fallen angels in 2 hours. Shall we go in at the right time? Suyu smiled slyly. Idiot. I have an even more. Oh no, an even better way. Chapter 281 Shattering the Mentality of All Races. Even the goddess is quite lucky. Suyu gradually gained the power to speak. Chi Mine was happy to have her man offer her advice and suggestions. Demon insect, I must criticize you. Your brain is too dull. How can you possibly help the ninth prince ascend the throne like this? The demonic insect blushed and stammered. Then, what should we do? They possess immense cultivation levels, yet they are a group of martial arts fanatics obsessed with training. It would be truly difficult for them to manipulate minds. Suyu beckoned, and the demons drew closer. That's how we'll be. Got it. Upon hearing this, the demon lords were dumbfounded. Holy crap, that's two. Oh, not very clever. Damn, this is the first time I've done something like this. We demons usually believe in overwhelming each other with force. This is the first time I've done something like this. Why does it feel so good? Just a few of us demon lords and demigods have managed to toy with hundreds of mythical beings, demigods, and guards. The demons exclaimed in admiration. Chi Musu's move was too cunning. But it has to be said, who would refuse to scheme against someone when they can? Only those who are too stupid to be taken advantage of will call others despicable. Okay, let's do it. Suyu emphasized, remember, maintain a unified pace. You all have only 3 seconds to catch them off guard. Don't worry, young brother Chi Musu, you can completely trust us when it comes to taking action. Moreover, the wings of the skywing species that the ninth prince seized from that little thief, Suyu, are like adding wings to a tiger. Haha, I can't wait to see the shitty look on my old rival Heilongzhen's face. The demon lords and demon demigods were all very happy. He stared intently at the giant golden gate. Countdown, 5, 5, 4. On the other side of the door, between the allied forces of all races and the fallen angels immediately escalated to a fever pitch. The powerful clans unleashed their trump cards and secret treasures, transforming the area in front of the first city wall of Angel City into a sea of elements. Thunder roared, flames burned, the divine tree stood tall, and the azure dragon soared, engaging in a series of fierce battles with the dark and powerful fallen angels, finally managing to suppress them. Heilongzhen secretly realized that at this pace, there was a chance to end the battle within an hour. Although more magic will be lost, the trump cards of each race will no longer be a secret. But it's worth it. Chi Mine outside would never have imagined that they would act so quickly and cooperate so closely. You've miscalculated. You little demon brat. The thought had not yet faded. Suddenly, the golden gate behind them opened a crack. Swish swish. 20 golden lights flashed, and in an instant, the demonic energy locked onto their old rivals with whom they had grudges. Lord Haolong, I will repay you for the grudge of that claw attack from back then. Baona, you humiliated me when I proposed to you. Now I'll show you what I'm made of you. Ted, back in the divine realm, it was you who stole my divine treasure, causing my divine artifact to fail at the last moment. You're going to take my life. It can truly be said that revenge is taken. They didn't greedily attack. Each demon that charged in would strike the opponent in the back, and then use the powerful speed of the angel's 6 wings to retreat. Then Chi Mine immediately closed the door with the oath. Bang! It's said to be 3 seconds, but in reality, it only takes a little over a second. There was no time to react. The main thing is that no one expected that these devils would launch a sneak attack in less than 5 minutes. This resulted in several top mythical figures, including Heilongzhen, Ted, and Baona, being struck by a palm strike for no reason, and then being attacked from both sides by the fallen angel, nearly getting injured by the fallen angel. This is really bad. Being injured by demons is fine, but if you were injured by a fallen angel, you could really die? What a ditch. How despicable. They actually launched a sneak attack. Inside, there was constant cursing and hatred. Outside the door, however, there was a burst of laughter. Haha, did you see that little bitch Bana's expression? It feels so good, kicking a dog when it's down. Bro, can we do it again in 5 minutes? The demons weren't satisfied. Suyu smiled and said, don't rush, listen to me. After the first sneak attack, they are on guard. If we open the door again, what will they do? The demons realized. They're trying to escape. Suyu nodded. Yes. So we do it this way. Inside the door, suppressing the fallen angels, all races communicated with each other. The goddess Meng Shuiyao said proactively, friends, don't panic. This is actually an opportunity for us. Send a few people to keep watch on the gate. As soon as there is any sign of it being opened, everyone rush towards the gate with all their might. As long as we escape, we can naturally surround and wipe them out. Meng Shuiyao's suggestion won the approval of all the demons. That's right. This time, you tried to steal a chicken but ended up losing the rice instead. The battle lasted for about 7 or 8 minutes, when the golden gate suddenly opened a small crack again. All races reacted immediately. Turn around, charge. Even though the fallen angels' attacks did not weaken, everyone surged toward the giant gate like a tidal wave. However, the gap had only just opened, and the demons outside had no intention of coming in. Boom. The door closed again. Bang, bang, bang. Hundreds of living beings, including demons, shoved each other against the giant golden gate. It hurts. You dare to bully me? The fallen angels are here. What happened to your demon race covering our retreat? Chaos erupted immediately. The original plan was disrupted by the instinct for survival, which allowed the fallen angel to seize the opportunity and injure more than 20 demons. Instantly, 2 mythical beings, 6 demigods, and 15 reincarnation realm guards perished. Damn it, whose terrible idea was this? All races are going to cry. Is this some kind of joke? The demons had no choice but to turn back and fight against the fallen angels. They had just turned around when the door opened again. The myriad races had just turned around. The door closed again. The repeated torment and struggle were making all races want to vomit. They did this 3 times in a row, and everyone was reminded not to fall for it. The door opened again, but no one turned around. But then the sneak attack came. Haha, isn't that great, Long Hao? Take this kick. Bang, bang, bang. Another large group of demons were ambushed. The difference this time is that Suyu also joined the raiding team. His goal was very clear. During the previous 4 or 5 opening and closing of the door, he secretly memorized the goddess's location. As soon as the door opened, he rushed to the goddess's back and hugged her tightly. TSK goddess, just as I thought. Truly extraordinary. Meng Shuyao's originally calm, fair, and flawless face suddenly turned red, and her hatred and anger erupted like a volcano. The counterattack generated by the lotus flower beneath his feet almost swallowed Suyu whole. It was only because Suyu possessed the extreme speed of the 6 wings of an angel that he barely managed to dodge. Only a group of astonished immortals remained, along with the goddess Meng Shuiyao, whose mind was blank and filled only with anger. Asshole! I kill you. Chapter 282, A Treaty of Surrender. 5 steps forward, 2 steps back, manipulating all beings. The goddess's exclamation left all races completely dumbfounded, including the demon lords who stormed in with Suyu. How dare you desecrate this? You know what? It seems that in this situation, one could actually desecrate the incomparably beautiful goddess of the Moon Palace. However, due to inertia, no one thought of it in this direction. So you gotta eat crab. Come on, what are you standing there for? Suyu quickly sent a message. Don't you guys just stand there. The demon lords and demigods finally realized what was happening and exclaimed, Damn, we almost got stuck here. They quickly ran outside, only to have the giant golden gate close again. Inside the door, only deathly silence remained, along with the goddess of the immortal Moon Palace who was on the verge of going berserk. In Meng Shuyao's hand, a 7-colored lotus flower condensed, which seemed to be a relic from the holy domain. That thief stole something from her. If he dares to come in again, I'll kill him on the spot. Outside the door, Qi Mian glared at Suyu. Of course, Chu Xianin and Kong Huanyuan also glared at them. Suyu scratched his head awkwardly. You know, I just wanted to provoke them as much as possible. Anger makes you lose your mind. It's not about taking advantage of her. The demon lords, including the demon insect and the demon lion, pretended not to see it. Even they don't believe that. As for the prince and these female demons, your relationships are too complicated, we don't want to know, and we dare not know. They wisely slipped away to rest, planning the next time they would open the door. The girls surrounded Suyu, their eyes gleaming. Qi Mian asked worriedly, You weren't affected by her, were you? Rather than being jealous, she was more worried about whether Suyu had been bewitched by those bewitching eyes with that little mark. Kong Huanyuan and Chu Xianin were also very worried. Suyu clasped her hands together softly and said, I'm sorry for making you worry. It's really nothing. You know, the more something is forbidden to be desecrated, the more I want to touch it and try it out. In my eyes, unless she truly submits to me, I will never show her even the slightest bit of affection. Trust me. Qi Mian rolled her eyes at him. I'll believe you for now. 200 words of dialogue between Suyu and Qi Mian were deleted, involving Qi Mian's jealousy. All right, let's get down to business. His lungs must be about to explode with anger inside, right? Several demon lords chimed in, saying, I'm afraid that regardless of whether we open the door or not, they'll have to grit their teeth and spare some of their forces to defend against us. Suyu laughed and said, What's so difficult about that? A group of demon lords gathered around to listen. Holy crap, genius. How could I not have thought of that? The slow, gentle simmering process had thoroughly tested the mental fortitude of all races. Next, it's time to reduce the sauce over high heat. Your Highness, cough cough, prepare. Chi Mayan arrived in front of the Golden Gate and activated it once again. Meanwhile, a group of demon lords gathered their most powerful forces. Divine artifacts, powerful abilities. His cultivation level might be suppressed internally, but not externally. With the power gathered from the outside, why don't I just open the door and blast it in from the outside? So you could guess that the demons inside were probably furious. Especially that goddess and the fairy moon palace. Although Chi Mayan kept calling them little symbols, it was undeniable that the immortal moon palace never allowed outsiders to desecrate them, treating them like a sore spot that would provoke their wrath if touched. Regardless of the circumstances, this opening will be a tough blow to Su Yu's side. If you're ruthless, then I'll be even more ruthless. The door opened again. This time, the allied forces of all races went mad. Even enduring the relentless bombardment of the fallen angels, they were determined to deliver a fatal blow. Haolong Zun unleashed his full power. The Azure Dragon lineage, which controls the magic of the sky and the earth, is the most powerful lineage among the dragons. The earth trembled as a colossal stone dragon, hundreds of feet tall, clung desperately to the Golden Gate, trying to buy a mere moment. In just a moment, a single instant would be enough for the allied forces of all races to break through and rush out to stop the giant gate from closing. But what greeted them was neither a sneak attack by the demons rushing in, nor the closing of the giant gate. Instead, 4 demon lords and 6 demon demigods gathered divine artifacts and powers, turning the surrounding dozens of miles into a raging abyss of demonic energy. Dark magic surged, and the profound destructive power belonging to the demon race condensed into a red and black beam of light that tore the heavens and earth apart. A sudden burst of energy. Sizzle. A beam of red and black light, hundreds of feet wide, blasted into the city from outside, annihilating many fallen angels along with it. The dragon was pierced through half its body. The elves' divine tree was destroyed. 2 immortals of the immortal moon palace perished, and the demon lord beside Chi Mujue, who fought desperately to resist, was also severely injured and on the verge of death. 2 of the demon lords even ran over crying and pleading. Ninth Prince, stop fighting. We surrender to you. Please let us out. This final, overwhelming power left the allied forces of all races utterly devastated. They were completely under the control of the Ninth Prince and had no way to escape. All they need to do is bombard the area from outside the door with the power of a mythical realm, and the people inside will be helpless. Chi Mayan sneered coldly. Continue. Where did your arrogance go? I have 9 ways to kill you all. 9 ways. You've only used 3 moves. How come you can't hold on? The hearts of several ethnic groups were filled with sorrow. That was truly unbearable. Please let me go. This last attempt was repelled, and then besieged by the fallen angels behind them. In just half an hour, hundreds of lives were lost. If the fighting continued, they would probably all die inside before Chi Mayan could even intervene. For mythical demon lords are blocking the door. I won't go in. If you dare approach me, I'll kill you. Let's negotiate through a crack in the door. Chi Mayan said. In that case, 5 conditions. You swear an oath before the leaderboard that you will follow us to explore the city. Obey my orders without question. Attacks against us are not permitted, or we will suffer the consequences of our oath. Hand over all your secret treasures and sacred relics. You are not allowed to keep any. Each of you must also consume one of my demonic ashes poisons to make it easier for me to control you. This is almost the same as death. This naturally provoked strong rebuttals. Even at the cost of his own life, Haolong Zun used his divine artifacts and powers to self-destruct and blast a bloody path through. The situation is about to get out of control. Su Yu and his companions' goal was to explore the City of Angels and find the sacred artifact that could heal souls. He then said, Wait, how about this? You don't need to give us your secret treasures and sacred relics, but we must distribute whatever we obtain inside afterwards, without question. Also, you must take the demonic ember poison, but we can guarantee that we can retrieve it after we leave Angel City. How about that? After some concessions, at least, orders were only to be obeyed within the City of Angels. It seems that it's not entirely unacceptable. Chapter 283 Applying Maximum Pressure. I want 3 hostages. Asking for an exorbitant price and then settling for a lower one. Compared to the initial conditions, Su Yu's revised conditions slightly softened the bottom line in the hearts of the demons. Continue negotiations or fight a bloody battle to the death. We are not really going to be wiped out. To be honest, if they disregarded their own lives and insisted on self-destructing to clear a path, even if the losses were extremely heavy, it wouldn't be impossible to carve out a bloody way out. However, the cost was too high. Who would dare to go to such lengths unless it's the very last moment? Suyu left them a way out, giving the demons hope of survival. But your price is too high. One of the immortal venerables said indifferently, "These conditions are too much. If we agree, wouldn't that mean we're at your mercy? You're sending us to our deaths, and we cannot disobey. If you covet the goddess, wouldn't we just have to watch helplessly?" Others can agree. But Dian Wuxin absolutely could not agree. Just now, a petty thief from the demon race dared to take advantage of the goddess during the chaos. This is the most noble and magnificent body among the immortals, and even among all the races of the Forbidden Zone. It is the eternal dream of countless beings, and yet it has been defiled by that little demon thief. Beauty beneath the phoenix veil from afar, and he was eternally captivated, willing to serve as her servant. Now, even if it meant cutting off his head, he would never allow it. The other tribes became extremely vigilant. Yes, there's a trap here. The scope of this following orders is a bit too broad. Suyu scratched his chin. These guys aren't completely stupid after all. And that goddess Meng Shuyao's pupils were fixed on him. If staring could kill, this would probably be the state he was in now. That almost bone-deep hatred was completely unlike the expression of promise to marry him outside the city. Looks like a master of words, but with zero practical experience. However, the fallen angels will not slow their attacks because of the negotiations among the demons. Fortunately, if Suyu does not launch an attack, the powerful clans can still hold on. Suyu and Chi Mayan exchanged a glance. Chi Mayan nodded gently. "I'll leave everything to you." Suyu stepped forward and said, "Then how about this? The ninth prince and I can also make a vow that we will never deliberately send you to your deaths. How about that?" Oaths are such a useful thing. With just one sentence, he could dispel the doubts of many demons. The demons hesitated again. As long as they can save their lives, that's enough to make them compromise now. The resistance is nothing more than a struggle for better conditions. Haolong Xuanlong said, "Your Excellency, this is still going too far. You don't need to deliberately send us to our deaths. Anyway, you have the demonic ember poison in your hands, and you have as many ways as you want to kill us. The last condition must be removed, otherwise we will not agree. Yes, we won't allow it." The demons were united in their resolve, displaying a desperate fighting spirit, and their recently weakened arrogance seemed to rise again. Suyu immediately shouted sternly, "Then what the hell are you talking about? Do you really think we can't do anything to you? Close the door, that's it. Senior demon insect, let's go to the side gate and create a dead end for these ungrateful brats, a path from which they can never return. Let some scum know that their lives are in our hands. You have no bargaining power. Do you really think you can carve out a way to survive by self-destructing and fighting your way out? Dream on." Chi Musu's demonic voice sent chills down the spines of all the tribes. "Worry. That's incredibly vicious. Close the main gate, then set up an ambush at the side gate. It would take at least a day to get back to the side gate from here, which was enough time for Chi Mayan to set a deadly trap for them. Chi Musu is right. They have no bargaining power. And those vicious schemes just now definitely came from the hands of this despicable devil. What you can't get on the battlefield, you can't get at the negotiating table." Chi Mayan stepped forward and further stated, "This prince does not care about antagonizing your races. It is not impossible to explore the city of angels after annihilating you. We only brought you along to reduce casualties, so don't push your luck and don't be ungrateful." With their voices echoing each other, and seeing that the negotiations were on the verge of collapse, the demons who were preparing to activate their backup plan to wipe out the entire coalition of myriad races looked grim. They become arrogant when you are weak. Once you take a hard line, they'll kneel down in a flash. If you're going to fight this hard, then fight to the very end. Chi Mayan manipulated the golden gate, which gradually closed in the final moment before the rupture. Meng Shuiyao gritted her teeth. Wait. If she doesn't express her opinion, the immortals and demigods around her will definitely fight to the death for her. The Immortal Clan's mission this time is no small matter. It concerns the survival of their race. They must endure any grievances they suffer. "Uncle, we accept it." Dian Wuxin wanted to say something more, but Meng Shuiyao pressed her hand down and forced a bitter smile. Since the goddess has temporarily yielded, there is no need for the other races to persist. Ikeji stomped his foot in frustration, being stepped on by her own younger brother, who knows how much humiliation she'll suffer later. But it's better than losing your life. Two of his subordinates, demon lords, had betrayed him and wanted to join the ninth prince. Demon Insect Venerable had no objection to this and did not attack the two demons, letting them go. The two demons are currently kneeling on the ground, swearing allegiance to Chi Mayan. It made his face feel incredibly hot. Long Hao and Ted stopped pretending and finally nodded. We admit it. Don't go. We're willing to surrender. Under Su Yu's extreme pressure, the tribes finally couldn't hold out any longer. Furthermore, since these leaders refused to surrender, the demigods and reincarnations below are already showing menacing expressions, and it's hard to say what they might do. Long Hao and Ted were filled with sorrow. In terms of unity, they are not even as united as the immortal clan who never leave the mountains and are detached from worldly affairs. How embarrassing. Chi Mayan stopped the Golden Gate's blockade and sneered. Why didn't you do this earlier? What a bunch of scoundrels. She made some sarcastic remarks, but not too much. We'll still need these demons to put in the work later. Like a victor, she floated into the air, pulling Su Yu along with her, enjoying the moment when all races submitted and worshipped her. Swear an oath, do as I say, and don't make a single mistake. Otherwise, you will be with the fallen angels and decay eternally inside. Left with no other choice, the various races, in the lull between defending against the attacks of the fallen angels, swore allegiance to Chi Mayan. Although he only trampled a small group of elites from various races under his feet and had not yet truly ruled the entire Forbidden Zone, he had still had a small taste of the feeling of being able to overpower all races. This feeling was brought to her by Su Yu. This is her man. She loved her man more than ever before. Su Yu held up 3 fingers and pointed in 3 directions. If you had agreed earlier, there wouldn't have been so much trouble. Now, the price has gone up. I want 3 hostages. Su Yu's finger was pointed directly at the goddess Meng Shuiyao, the Azure Dragon Saint's son, and the Light Elf Saintess. Chapter 284 Goddess, the Fatal Temptation of Relaxation. When they finally made up their minds and made a vow, the little thief beside the 9th prince actually raised the price. The other races were naturally furious. How could you demons be so untrustworthy? Furthermore, from the very beginning, they were thinking, who are you? How dare you speak on behalf of Prince Chi Mayan? But unfortunately, the 9th prince nodded. Just as he said, now, the price has gone up. You have 5 seconds to consider, otherwise, everything is null and void. We will continue to fight to the death. 5. However, Chi Mayan not only did not refute the little thief, but also listened to him and did whatever he said. Only 5 seconds. This extreme amount of time for thinking is enough to make anyone want to vomit blood. No, how can we let the goddess, Dian Wuxin, Dian Luosheng, and several other immortal venerables and half-immortals said in unison. The light elves and dragons reacted similarly. Goddesses, holy sons, and holy daughters are all objects of special protection by various races. They are descendants with the qualifications of being chosen by the gods. In other words, once they touch that realm, the value of all myths combined is not as great as theirs. Especially the celestial goddess, who is equivalent to Long Mue obtaining the position of the dragon clan's divine son, is naturally half a level stronger than other races. Furthermore, since the fall of the old gods, the disappearance of the illusion god race, and the extinction of the Skywing race, the 4th-ranked immortal clan is the noblest existence in the entire Forbidden Zone. Su Yu's demands directly crossed the bottom line of several clans. No, even if we all die in battle, we cannot. Before Jian Wuxin could finish speaking, Meng Shuiyao stopped him, saying, Uncle Jian, it's all right. No, goddess, no. Meng Shuiyao shook her head. They're just hostages, it's all right. Moreover, thanks to your protection along the way, I also need to do something for you. She had been staring intently at that little devil for a long time. Initially blinded by anger, Meng Shuiyao made an astonishing discovery after calming down. All living beings believed that Su Yu was lusting after her beauty and taking advantage of her. However, from beginning to end, this little demon with low strength never fell into his divine eye, which means that the little demon had no desire for him, or respect you like family, such as parents, and those who have absolute loyalty to you, like Dian Wuxin. Another way is to be able to restrain all greed and view things coldly. The latter is extremely rare. For what is the difference between suppressing desires and death? It's impossible for living beings to completely control it. What method did he use? Thinking about this, Meng Shuiyao calmed down. If he is truly lustful, then there is nothing to fear. He will inevitably be controlled by the divine eye of immortal dust, at which point, the balance of power will shift. But now, Meng Shuiyao couldn't tell Dian Wuxin what she was thinking and could only try her best to soothe her subordinates' emotions. Mira the Light Elf and Long Tsonglong, the holy son of the Azure Dragon, had no other choice. Since even the most esteemed goddess has agreed, they have no reason to refuse. When Chi Mayan shouted one, Long Hao finally gave in. We agree. The three were handed over and sent out through the Golden Gate. The other creatures then made an inviolable oath, in accordance with the agreed-upon vows. Suyu scratched his chin with amusement. So, my dear wife? Chi Mayan transmitted her voice. It feels very enjoyable. What do you plan to do about that goddess? If you want to take her, I'm not against it, but you'll have to be after me in line. Suyu smiled and chuckled. Would the demon's possessiveness agree to this? What are you thinking about, you little vixen? You mustn't touch that. You've forgotten her bewitching eyes. I have to control her, especially by blindfolding her. Those demonic eyes was too great. Suyu worried that the demons in his camp would be tempted by them, thus giving them a chance to turn the tide. This last hole must be plugged. Yes, you've thought of everything. I'll listen to you. The vow was also quietly returned to Suyu. Only one remained on his ring finger. Suyu didn't care. It can't be filled in a short time. There's nothing wrong with putting one with the little Demoness first. In the critical moment in the City of Angels, it might save his life. The oath is made. Long Songlong, Mira, and Meng Shuiao approached Suyu and Chi Mayan with trepidation. Although Meng Shuiao was mentally prepared, she was still a little worried. Suyu's gaze swept over the three people, lingering briefly on the light elf Mira, with a hint of barely perceptible, chilling killing intent in his eyes. This guy? The favor upon the elf race during the Battle of the Thousand Lakes? Okay. Unexpectedly, I ran into my enemy here. Suyu vowed to kill all the demons who participated in that battle, leaving none alive. Naturally, this includes her. He then looked at the goddess and extended his hand, saying, Your Majesty, I look forward to your guidance in the future. A group of demon lords were stunned. They were holding the goddess's hand. Believe it or not, they wanted to. That goddess who had never been defiled by anything, yet Chi Musu repeatedly invaded her domain. Behind Meng Shuiao's light veil, her brows furrowed slightly, and she finally extended her hand. I hope you will keep your vow. Otherwise, I would rather die than be defiled by you. She remembered what Chi Musu had just said to her behind her. The thought of that made her want to kill that little devil. But she knew this was a tactic Chi Musu used to incite her hatred, so she had no choice but to endure it. Suyu felt the wonderfully warm, jade-like sensation in his palm and couldn't help but squeeze it a couple of times. Yes, don't worry. But now, Your Majesty, please wear this. Suyu took out the fake witch's mask and sculpted a one-sided translucent mask. What you see is too dangerous. I can handle it, but my friends can't. The demon lords then realized what was happening. No wonder Chi Musu demanded the goddess. The ninth prince trusted her implicitly. Besides being smart, this demon actually withstood the goddess's demonic eyes? Surprisingly, when the two looked at each other, Chi Musu showed absolutely no sign of being bewitched. This astonishing discovery raised the opinion of several demon lords and demon demigods even higher regarding Chi Musu, who were now regarded as the second most important person in charge after the ninth prince. After all, under his planning, the demons got their revenge and stole the limelight. Meng Shuiao stared intently at Suyu and finally relented, putting on the mask. Why is there an extremely sweet and tempting scent emanating from this mask? It seemed to be several times better than the most wonderful taste she had ever experienced in her life. That was a drop, what? She subconsciously tasted it. Suddenly, my back was drenched in sweat. That was a drop of blood. Suyu's blood. Deadly temptation. The higher the ranking of an entity, the stronger the temptation. The goddess, ranked fourth in the sequence and possessing all the beauty and charm of heaven and earth, lost her reason amidst the fatal temptation, the blasphemous anger, and the humiliating peace talks. When she finally calmed down, her defenses were at their weakest. Suyu delivered the fatal blow. Chapter 285, Decorative Source Essence. Power that is no longer false. Meng Shuiao realized she had made a big mistake. This mistake should never have happened. Even if her guard was down, she could not have willingly succumbed to such a fatal temptation. With her divine eyes, she should be extremely sensitive to traps of mental manipulation. Suyu chuckled softly. It was a success. Whether the blood hidden in the fake witch's disguise could seduce the goddess was originally only a 50-50 chance. Based on Chi Mayan's reaction when she first encountered the fatal temptation, the temptation was strong, but not entirely unbearable. To lure her in, even if one's guard was down, it would be difficult to make such a mistake. Suyu suddenly remembered. Of the source material that Lilith, the progenitor of the vampires, gave him was The illusory source essence can forcibly create errors to replace reality. At this moment, Suyu used the bloodline source essence, a power inherited from ancient mythology, which completely replaced the judgment of reality at that moment. This led the goddess to make a fatal mistake. Trivial application of the illusory source essence. The power mobilized by this powerful source essence was less than 1/10 of its original strength, yet it could alter the most fundamental logic of a living being's spiritual level, truly terrifying. This also confirms that manipulating the mind is not an embellishment of the original essence's inherent ability. It can only influence it. Otherwise, then Suyu won't need to create a window of complete mental relaxation for it to work. Meng Shuiyao glared fiercely at Suyu. This drop of blood transformed into an unparalleled crown, suppressing her spiritual sea as if it could command her everything. What did you do to me? Silver thief, if you dare. Suyu held his finger to his lips and whispered, the king's command cannot be refused. From now on, I forbid you from threatening suicide at the drop of a hat, even if I... Heh. Meng Shuiyao knew that this was the little devil's way of tormenting her mentally. But as those words echoed in her mind, they truly chilled her to the bone, making her feel as if she had fallen into an ice cave. If this noble body, revered by all races in the Forbidden Zone, were to fall into the hands of this little devil, I fear. Fortunately, the effect of that single drop of blood is indeed very limited. Once this mandatory command was imprinted deep within his soul, the crown of blood vanished. The little devil stopped making disrespectful remarks to her and instead ignored her. This puzzled Meng Shuiyao. If an ordinary foreign tribe had the opportunity to control her, they would definitely do something. Just like when the little devil rushed in and slapped himself. Thinking of this, a blush crept onto her face beneath the light veil covering her phoenix-shaped face, making her very uncomfortable. Suyu walked to Chi Mayan's side. Chi Mayan asked softly, how is it? Suyu smiled and said, not bad. Maybe there's a chance. Chi Mayan leaned closer and said, if you really manage to win her over, remember, she will be ranked after me. I want the noble goddess to serve me. Suyu pinched her delicate nose. Stop fooling around. Let's get down to business. This time, little vixen, I need to grant you real, not false power. A glint of light flashed in Chi Mayan's eyes. She realized what Suyu was referring to. From beginning to end, Chi Mayan's power is built on a false lie. Like sand dunes, no matter how majestic, they can be blown away by a strong wind. Originally, she planned to bury all her brothers before taking over the Demon King's authority and stepping into the limelight. Suyu said, this is an opportunity. Let all the creatures of this race be plunged into a desperate situation, and then you will save them, establishing an absolute and unbreakable oath so that they have no choice but to honor you as their queen, even if they know you are a woman. You said you wanted all the races in the Forbidden Zone to know that I am your man, and so will I. How long can this identity be kept secret? It's hard to say whether things will go wrong at the crucial moment of seizing the throne. So let's prepare in advance and be prepared to seize the throne even if our identity is exposed. Since Qianhu, Suyu has been more considerate of those around him. If a risk exists, then that risk must be eliminated. Chi Mayan held Suyu's hand tightly and nodded gently. I trust you. Caused a misunderstanding for Meng Shuiyao, who was not far behind. No wonder he could ignore me. He was neither a eunuch nor. He's a male demon, and his relationship with the ninth prince is actually. He's that one. This astonishing discovery greatly improved the goddess's mood. At least she no longer had to worry about being taken advantage of by this demon. After all, it was just an illusion. He likes the ninth prince. The hostage farce has come to an end. With the oath of all races established, Chi Mayan and her group plunged into the City of Angels, joining forces with other races to fight against the fallen angels. With the addition of the oath, on the allied forces of all races was immediately reduced. Oaths cannot directly destroy fallen angels, but they can guide, interfere with, and reduce their perception, among other things. That's enough. Long Hao, Ted, and Dian Wuxin, having nowhere to vent their anger, took it out on the fallen angels. With the protection of their oaths, they easily killed more than a dozen demigod fallen angels. Even though their realm is suppressed, the suppressive force here is not as strong as that of the Forgotten City because of its wider range. Below the level of demigod, they can do far more than a mythical being suppressed to nirvana. Bang! After killing the last fallen angel, forces of all races sat on the ground, still shaken. Even if you win, you don't feel much of a sense of victory. There was only the relief of escaping with their lives and the sorrow of becoming prisoners. Chi Mayan beckoned. We didn't have time to talk in detail just now. Now, let's have a proper talk. We must confirm the details carefully, so as not to give the allied forces of all races any loopholes. They need to constantly feel that they are a piece of meat in Su Yu and Chi Mian's mouths, living in fear, and that if they dare to have any evil thoughts, they will be swallowed whole. Driven by fear, they are gradually tamed and domesticated, reduced to pigs, not in terms of ability, but in terms of intellectual laziness, abandoning thought, and becoming manipulated puppets. Leaders of several factions, along with all the beings of the mythical realm, gathered together. Chi Mian's deep, magnetic voice was extremely penetrating. To be frank, I don't actually have any irreconcilable grudges with you. My goal is simple, to penetrate deep into the City of Angels, which has 9 walls and is divided into 9 districts. We have already broken through the first district. Once, a lake elf broke through 5 walls and reached the 5th district. So this prince must at least reach the 6th district. After all, this prince holds the token. She brought to light the only oath ring that Suyu had left her. This has drawn sighs from all living beings. So, tell me everything you know. Rest assured, I keep my word and will not send you to your deaths. That is not in my interest. As long as we can go further, I don't mind sharing the treasures we obtain with you. The prerequisite is obedience. You should all know the consequences of disobeying, right? Chapter 286 Wandering Souls, Exchanging Information. Chi Mian showed a magnanimous side. Having already subdued the various tribes, they appropriately eased the situation and offered a way out. Dividing the treasures is not out of the question. But you have to listen. Having endured the repeated tug-of-war and torment, the various clans had lost the courage to confront Chi Mian. The 9th prince wasn't a demon skilled in scheming and trickery before, was he? They realized that the reason lay with Chi Musu, the guard beside the 9th prince. Not only can they change the mind of the 9th prince of the demon clan at any time, but they also often put them in the most passive and unwilling situations. This feeling, the light elf Kayla, and a few dragons suddenly seemed somewhat familiar. How Long Zuanlong Hao said in a low voice, I dare not. It is entirely up to you, 9th prince. As long as you abide by the agreement, we will do our best. Long Hao never expected that his bottom line would be so flexible. Just being alive is enough. If this gets out, it will be a slap in his face. Ted said, our tribe is the same. As long as you keep your promise and let us leave safely, we don't need the spoils of war. If we have to say, let's consider the intelligence as spoils of war. Ted didn't dare make any demands. He noticed a trap in the oath. Chi Mian couldn't intentionally send them to their deaths, but he could ask them to do risky things, like treasure hunting. By compensating them with some treasures afterward, their power can be easily reduced, despite the heavy losses they suffered. In reality, the strength of these races is not weak at all. Despite losing over 100 demons, there are still more than 380 living beings. Including Chi Mian's side, there are over 30 mythical realm experts and over 100 demigods. The luxurious lineup made Suyu sigh. The big shots who are rarely seen on Blue Star are quite common here. But that's normal. There are tens of thousands of races here, and each race produces a few prodigies. The Forbidden Zone is home to tens of thousands of talented individuals. Only by controlling such a powerful group could Suyu have the confidence to penetrate deep into Angel City. At the same time, this was also the starting point of his and Chi Mian's path to becoming kings in the penalty area. The Immortal Clan Palace said coldly, that sounds nice, but why are you forcing us to hand over the goddess as a hostage? The guard beside your highness has been so disrespectful to the goddess. If your highness wishes to show sincerity, you might as well chop off his hand as an apology. Otherwise, there's no need for this pretense. Let's just do what we've vowed to do. Dian Wuxin's words immediately created a tense atmosphere. Chi Mian crossed her legs and said threateningly, I refuse. I can tell you clearly that he is the most important person to me, and I will never compromise on this point, even if I give up the throne and wander to the ends of the earth. Our demon race's love has always been passionate and intense. The feeling of having to hide things is really uncomfortable, even though she is now disguised as a male demon, which may cause other races to point fingers and gossip. She doesn't care at all. My man will never be sacrificed. Chi Mian's attitude warmed Suyu's heart. This is a level of unwavering protection that has never been received even in human-controlled territories. Demon lords behind Chi Mian were stunned. Chi Musu. Is he really that important to the 9th prince? The goddess standing to the side became even more certain that between the two male demons. However, this is also the 9th prince's weakness. Meng Xiao secretly pondered that perhaps this was a way to break free from the control of the perverted demon. Seeing the ninth prince's firm stance, Dian Wuxin wanted to retort but was restrained by Meng Shuiyao's subordinates. Dian Wuxin swallowed his breath and stopped speaking. Seeing this, Long Hao tried to smooth things over, saying, "All right, ninth prince of the demon clan, we are bound by our oath and will not do anything out of line. But please keep your word and don't get us killed. If your highness is sincere, we may exchange information with each other. Our Azure Dragon lineage can first demonstrate our sincerity." None of the tribes had any objections. If the ninth prince is truly willing to share the treasure, that would be excellent. If one is unwilling, being able to save one's life and explore deeper to obtain intelligence is not too much of a loss. Long Hao said, "As we all know, the City of Angels has 9 walls and is divided into 9 districts. We have now barely broken through the first wall and arrived at the second district. Further ahead, besides the fallen angels, our race has encountered some special beings. Some beings who sing hymns, like wandering souls. I'm not sure if they are friends, but they are certainly not enemies. They won't help us, but dragons have witnessed them attacking fallen angels. Perhaps the reason why the City of Angels was not completely taken over by the fallen angels is because of the existence of these lonely souls." Long Hao's words piqued Su Yu's interest. These wandering souls. He remembered Angel's dying words to him. Angel's instructions differed from the information gathered by the dragons. For example, Angel said that the City of Angels was divided into 4, but Long Mua once said that the Dragon Clan's intelligence was divided into 3. Mentioned by the dragons may be what Angel entrusted to us. The City of Angels still seals away the people of the Skywing race, and this generation of winged leaders is needed to save them. Su Yu was not alone and helpless in the restricted area. Of the Skywing race are naturally obligated to be loyal to him. Su Yu said, "Lord Haolong, since you have shown your sincerity, then I will also show my sincerity. I swear to the Feng Yun ranking that everything I say next is a reasonable judgment based on the information I have. Those lonely souls are probably the winged people of the heavenly wings who were sealed by the god, slaying divine weapon, and they will naturally fight against the fallen angels. As for the City of Angels itself, it should be divided into 4, not the 3 that is rumored in the Forbidden Zone." Chi Musu's words sent a chill down the spines of all the tribes. As expected, the popularity rankings did not punish him. This means what he said is true. There may be some wordplay involved, but the intelligence is indeed much more accurate than that of the Dragon Clan. Long Hao nodded. "I understand. I believe in your sincerity. This intelligence is very important. This shows that the lone souls are potential partners. The City of Angels is fraught with danger, but it also has allies." Ted, the angel who bestowed blessings upon the elf race, spoke up. "In that case, I will also share some information about my race. As you all know, one of our lake spirits once reached the 5th wall and even entered the 6th district." All the tribes nodded in agreement. "What I'm saying is that District 4 can be skipped, but Lady Catherine regrets skipping District 4, otherwise she wouldn't have stopped before District 6. She once said that the key to entering District 6 lies in a certain item in District 4, but she didn't know what that item was." At this moment, Dian Wuxin spoke up. "It is said that the 4th district is the crossroads of life and death, and there exists a sacred object there. Holy relic. It surpasses the relics of the Holy Realm and is second only to the god-slaying divine weapon." Su Yu frowned, his heart pounding with excitement. A sacred relic on par with the oath, the crossroads of life and death? He understood. The sacred relic that healed Arya's soul is right there. The exchange of intelligence among the powerful clans truly gave all the clans hope. At this moment, Chi Mayan's third brother, Chi Mujua, said, "Although I don't want to dampen everyone's spirits at this time. But, Chapter 287 Promotion Ceremony, Passionate Confessions, in Love." Chi Mujua squinted and said, "You should know that there is no clear boundary between the 2nd and 3rd districts. The 2nd city wall is embedded in the 2nd and 3rd districts. The city wall is called the Planetary Corridor, and it generates different disasters based on celestial changes. The more people who come, and the stronger they are, the more severe the disasters will be. Therefore, with so many powerful individuals like us, I'm afraid. There's another point. We're still under the protection of the 1st city wall, the outer city wall. Before I came here, the astrological chart was weak, which greatly increased the danger. Once we step into the 2nd zone, the planetary corridor might forcibly separate the team. Although the 2nd and 3rd districts have been combined into one, and information about the planetary corridor has been obtained, it is beneficial for exploration. However, the dangers also multiply. Chi Mayan was unaware of Chi Mujua's intelligence, and the intelligence within the demon clan could not be verified between each other. Even now, With 2 demon lords under his command defecting to Chi Mayan's side, the situation is extremely unfavorable. He guessed that even if his younger brother would spare others, he would definitely not spare him. We must devise a plan to get rid of him. While it may seem that the oath restricts them, it is not actually so. As long as Chi Mayan and Chi Musu die, the oath will lose its effectiveness because it has no one to whom it is loyal. Someone can act as the sharp knife. Chi Mayan said softly. That really is. Thank you for sharing the information, third brother. I hadn't heard of this during my previous exploration of Angel City. There might be a trap that Akeji Satoru has set inside. You big bastard. We both have tokens, so we're unlikely to be affected. As for the other demon lords, that's hard to say. This was also a concern for Chi Mayan. If the team were to split up and encounter another race's mythology, and their strength were suppressed, even with the constraints of an oath, it would be difficult to guarantee that no unexpected events would occur. What are your thoughts? Suyu asked. Chi Mayan thought for a moment. You and the others are almost at the reincarnation realm, right? Me too. Although I can break through directly, the lack of a ritual makes my life wheel after advancement imperfect. Before advancing to demigod status, a ritual is not mandatory. Having one is better, but it can be compensated for if not. I've got it. If we get separated, you and I will team up to advance. All schemes are ultimately based on absolute power. Suyu and Chi Mayan do not possess the strongest power, and all races are now dominated by fear, yet they are unable to willingly submit. Good. The two agreed. On the other side, Chi Mujua was also secretly sending a message to Meng Shuiyao. I have heard that Her Majesty the Goddess's reborn lotus body can bring the dead back to life. If I could create a one-on-one opportunity for you, Your Majesty, could you? Meng Shuiyao's pupils trembled slightly, which was one of the reasons why she was not afraid of being taken hostage by Suyu. She could use the Lotus Sacred Domain relics to bring the dead back to life and even break free from the oath's binding force, but the price was staggering. She didn't want to use them unless absolutely necessary. A relic from a sacred realm, or I will not agree. To reverse life and death, a sacred relic must be sacrificed. If the regenerated lotus body were really that useful, Meng Shuiyao would have already taken action. Why would you need to bring it up? Chi Mujua's lips twitched. Although he had long guessed that the price would be high, he finally gritted his teeth and said, Fine. Your Majesty, the teleportation location in the planetary corridor is not random, but based on the star position. When you are teleported, stand about 3 meters southeast of Laojiao and Chimusu. After the teleportation, you will be less than 1 kilometer away from them. Make a deal. Meng Shuiyao didn't expect that she could get revenge so quickly. Make that little devil pay the price. She wanted to cut off Chi Musu's hands, gouge out his eyes, and obliterate his soul. A brief discussion, the various tribes decided to set off. As all beings stepped into the 2nd district of Angel City, beams of starlight descended from the sky. The planetary corridor sensed the intruders. A special celestial configuration of the Ziwei constellation rotated, with the 7 killing star, the Broken Army star, the Greedy Wolf star, and others revolving around the central Ziwei star, scattering the intruders into the desolate city of the 2nd and 3rd districts. Then, one after another, blood-stained fallen angels, like sharks that have smelled blood, followed in their wake. Among them, some wandering souls sensed something and gathered together on their own. Before teleporting, Chi Mayan gave a few instructions to her subordinates, the demon lords. Everyone has a secret treasure that can pinpoint their location. After being teleported, they immediately moved closer to the 9th prince. As the starlight began to fall, the allied forces of all races officially entered the City of Angels. Swish. As expected, the winged species token holds an extraordinary status in the City of Angels. The people wearing the Oath Ring were indeed teleported together. What Suyu didn't know was that after wearing the Oath Ring, one would be immune to celestial interference and attacks from the planetary corridor, and naturally would not be forcibly teleported away. With no one around, Chi Mayan had a chance to reveal her true appearance. You big bastard. And your two beauties too. Time is of the essence, so I'll just say a few words. We need to break through to the Wheel of Life realm, and a breakthrough with a ritual will make the Wheel of Life itself more powerful than one without a ritual. There are generally 3 types of advancement ceremonies: slaying a powerful enemy and stepping over their corpse to complete the advancement. When pushed to the limit, they unleash unprecedented potential. And there is one last kind, an unprecedented legend that no living being in history has ever accomplished. Chi Mayan tore off her disguise, revealing the true face of the Abyss Witch. In the history of our race, There has never been a time when the abyss demons and humans have united and ascended together. You, me, and their souls are intertwined. It will be unique in the long river of time, and it will serve as the cornerstone for our advancement. At this point, a blush spread across Chi Mayan's face, and she felt uneasy. This wasn't the first time Suyu had experienced a fusion of souls. This requires complete trust between two souls. Otherwise, it could easily hurt both parties. Not to mention, this time it's the fusion of 4 souls. Suyu must take the lead. Kong Huanyuan and Chu Xianin trusted Suyu, and so did Chi Mayan. But Chi Mayan had doubts. Demons never bothered to hide their love, and they preferred to be passionate and public knowledge. But could it be that Suyu is just using me? She kept this doubt to herself. Suyu understood her meaning, stepped forward, placed her hand on his heart, and confessed, "Little Demoness, listen to the voice of my heart. When I was desperate, even my own human race would prevent me from going back for their own benefit. Of all the people in the world at that time, only you were willing to accept me regardless of everything. I know the risks involved, that it might reveal your most important secret, but at that moment, I admit, you are one of the reasons I was saved. In this world, there are still demons who love me and are willing to accept me." Suyu knelt down on one knee, took her hand, and kissed it gently. "I love you, more than my tribe itself. When I was at my lowest point, your trust and love overcame all those messy things like interests and positions. Now, are you willing to believe me just this once? Honey, may I hold your hand?" Chapter 288 Reincarnation Realm. The Goddess's 3 Lifetimes of Destiny. Rebirth Lotus Body. Chi Mayan smiled gently. "Of course I'm willing, husband. Your eyes can deceive you, and your ears can deceive you too. Only the heart does not." Chi Mayan was listening to Su Yusen's voice. Promotion Ceremony. In the long river of time, traces that have never appeared before are among the rarest rituals. Humans and the demons of the abyss are natural enemies. Warlike demons have never been willing to cooperate with humans, and even when captured, they have never become human pets. Today marks the beginning of this precedent. Please understand the deleted section, which roughly translates to the interaction where Chi Mayan gives her magic circuit to Suyu. Long Miyue's eyes were filled with envy. No one had ever loved her as much as Long Zhan, who was willing to give everything for her. Despite being of different races, with different upbringings and wills, they were able to abandon everything for each other. An unprecedented sense of loneliness and desolation surrounded her. This man was more powerful than she had imagined. The magic circuits in his body were lit up, and magic power gradually accumulated, seemingly about to break through the obstacles and advance to the wheel of reincarnation. Meng Shuiyao and Qi Mujue reached a deal. Qi Mujue reluctantly asked the demon lord to give Meng Shuiyao a sacred relic to replace her sacred relic, the life lotus. The price of sacrificing a sacred relic is to temporarily reverse the laws of life and death. An inviolable oath can only be used to punish living beings once. If you could bring the dead back to life, you could naturally avoid it. But the laws of life and death are the original laws since the beginning of the universe, and there is no way to reverse life and death without paying a price. Meng Shuiyao was teleported into Zone 2 according to her star position. It should be less than a kilometer from Chimusu. Her spiritual consciousness expanded outwards. The Spirit Sea realm allowed them to sense a living being in the distance. It really was him. Chi Musu, Chi Mayan, and the other demons. However, their aura felt strange to Meng Shuiyao. It seemed different from that outside. Even if one could be brought back to life, the taste of death is not pleasant. Meng Shuiyao's eyes were filled with a death wish. This time, she's going to kill several demons. Obtain the token, seize the god-slaying weapon, and save the entire clan. The Immortal Moon Palace and the Immortal Clan are both waiting for her. Shuiyao, your father, mother, clan members, brothers and sisters are all watching you. Don't let them down. Meng Xiao gritted her teeth, and the golden lotus beneath her feet transformed into a blood-red lotus as she sped away. A crimson comet streaked across the sky and landed beside Suyu. "You little thief, I have been holding back for a long time. Now I've come to take your dog's life." With a soft scolding, Meng Shuiyao, who was about to make a move, witnessed a shocking scene. That surge of magical power breaking through the barrier was the tide of breaking through the reincarnation realm. The backlash made her teeth ache. But that's not what surprised her. You people, are you human? A KGN is a woman? Both humans and demons need to reveal their true selves. Chi Mayan's bewitching beauty and the goddess's stunning beauty locked eyes, the two women vying for attention, and for a moment it was difficult to determine who was superior. In terms of appearance, the goddess is superior, but the little demoness appearance becomes more and more alluring and beautiful the longer you look at her. At this moment, she is no less capable than Meng Shuiyao. Suyu turned around and smiled. What a coincidence, it's you standing next to me. Since you've seen through me. Mu Yan, she cannot disobey our oath and our orders. I will mobilize the fallen angels. Meng Shuiyao clenched her teeth. Don't even think about it. Celestial Palace, Liyue. A jade tree rises from the ground, belonging to Meng Shuiyao's inherent barrier, the Celestial Palace of Liyue. The cold palace fairyland, built with the jade tree, is the purest and most pristine illusion in the world, a blessed land belonging to the banished immortals. The bright moon hangs high, bathed in its light. Her reincarnation realm cultivation level allowed her barrier to activate much faster than Qi Mayan's and Kong Huanyuan's. Suyu's pupils narrowed slightly. You attacked us? This violates our oath. Among the inviolable oaths is the promise not to attack Suyu and Qi Mayan. Those who break their oath will naturally be punished by the rankings. A bolt of golden lightning pierced through the heavens and earth, even breaking through the barrier of the angel city and the inherent barrier, and struck Meng Shuiyao on the head. A goddess has a dream, a beauty beyond compare. The goddess, beloved by the world, was struck dead by heavenly tribulation lightning, without even having time to react. This is the price of breaking the oath. This was the first time Suyu had ever seen such a scene. Qi Mayan only then realized. Something's not right. You big bastard, you don't know she can reverse life and death. She remembered the legend of that little sign. The crimson lotus beneath Meng Shuiyao reformed, sacrificing a sacred relic from the holy domain, the life lotus. The lotus light intertwined, reversing the laws. A white glow flashed before my eyes. 3 lives, 1 destiny, rebirth in the lotus body. Dressed in white, with a phoenix-shaped veil on her head, and possessing breathtakingly beautiful eyes, she reappeared before Suyu and Qi Mayan with her perfect figure and stunning beauty. At the same time, her voice was cold and tinged with anger. Do you think I would willingly become your plaything and your hostage? Do you think that an oath can bind me? You think you can live on after blaspheming me? Don't even think about it. I only learned today that the 9th prince was actually a woman disguised as a man. Hee, no wonder. But today you two are probably going to be a pair of star-crossed lovers. Clad in white robes and wielding a long sword, he stood tall and proud. That exquisite figure would enchant any living being. Suyu's eyes narrowed slightly, and she chuckled softly. All right. In the end, this restricted area is all about strength. You can't control someone unless you completely defeat them. Mu Yan, are you confident? Qi Mayan remained completely unfazed. Nonsense. Suyu, Qi Mayan, Kong Huanyuan, Chu Xianin, and Long Miyue. 5 against 1, they might not necessarily lose. Even so, this is the best among those below the demigod level in the restricted area. Ranked 3rd on the hidden dragon list, goddess Meng Shuiyao. Demonic flower from purgatory quietly bloomed, and the witch's night, which painted the heavens and earth, eroded the bright moon of the celestial palace. A double barrier against Liyue. Snowflakes drifted down from the sky, collecting scattered magical energy. Let me introduce myself. Your Majesty, goddess, I am Suyu of the human race. And also your future master. Meng Shuiyao's pupils contracted. You are? Suyu. Ha, how arrogant. You humans were once nothing more than members of our banished immortal race. Chapter 289 Suyuchi, Mu Yan vs. Meng Shuiyao, human and immortal. You humans were nothing more than slaves to our race. Seemingly having touched on some taboo, Meng Shuiyao bit her thin lips and swallowed back the words she was about to say. There's a history to the idea of calling humans lowly in restricted areas. However, this history has been forgotten by countless races over the years, and only the immortal clan has preserved it intact. Meng Shuiyao, dressed in flowing white robes, stood before 5 lotus flowers of crimson, gold, pink, blue, and green, their petals blooming beneath her feet. Behind her, 13 flying swords emerged, each radiating a chilling power. It's like a celestial being descending to the mortal world. How dare a mere ant presume to be its master? Today I will bury you here. Die, you silver thief. Suyu was somewhat surprised. The goddess seemed to have a hidden meaning in her words. A slight smile played on his lips. Heh, you can only afford to pay the price of resurrection once, right? Fine, then I'll beat you into submission, shut you up, and pry your mouth open. Pry out all the secrets you know. Keep all the secrets you see to yourself. With a wave of her hand, Meng Shuiyao sent 6 flying swords dancing in the celestial palace, their arcs of light illuminating the scene. The dual barriers formed by Qi Mayan and Kong Huan Yuan are eroding. Celestial Palace Liyue. Faced with Witch's Night and Demonic Ember Flower, the structure of Asgard is gradually becoming unbalanced. Meng Shuiyao did not find it easy to fight 5 opponents alone. Moon Slave. Su Yu issued the order. Long Miue reluctantly transformed into her true form as a crimson dragon, climbed the fiery clouds, and spewed out scorching dragon breath in the air. Boom. The dragon's breath surged and swallowed the 6 flying swords that shot towards it. Chu Xianin stretched out 9 fox tails on the ground, the tails stretching endlessly, and attacked Meng Shuiyao. Meng Shuiyao lightly stepped on the red lotus beneath her feet. The 6 flying swords that were swallowed by the dragon's breath transformed into 6 small black holes, absorbing all the scorching dragon's breath and converting it into their own power to release again. Rumble. The blazing heat forced Chu Xianin to use the falling Shung Azure Nether Melody to extinguish the flames with the Azure Nether Water. Meanwhile, the soul-binding cage formed by the foxtail was pierced and shattered by the beam of light from the golden lotus beneath Meng Shuiyao's feet. Su Yu and Meng Shuiyao were both assessing each other's strength. The 5 colorful lotuses beneath her feet each possessed unique abilities, making them extremely difficult to deal with. The 13 flying swords were extensions of the power of the 5 colorful lotuses, and the flying swords were tightly bound to the 5 fingers of Meng Shuiyao's right hand, making them as easy to use as an extension of her arm, and their power was considerable. Long Miyue's flying sword, which resembled the Dragon Emperor's flame breath, could not withstand it, but Meng Shuiyao easily absorbed and deflected it. Chu Xuanin's attempts yielded no results. Qi Mayan and Kong Huan Yuan working together to barely suppress Xian Gong Liyue. If her barrier were to be fully activated, even the 5 people present tied together wouldn't be enough to defeat her. That's really impressive. Meng Shuiyao's eyes narrowed slightly, and the alluring light of her immortal dust divine eyes passed through, but it had no effect on Su Yu and the heavenly fox. Sure enough, he mastered the method to deal with the divine eye of immortal dust. The 2 witches were protected behind her, preventing her attacks from getting close. The Asgardian Palace Liyue being able to unfold, the 13 Silver Moon Liyue swords cannot receive the blessing of the Asgardian Palace and cannot unleash their full power. To achieve a swift victory, we need to deal with Su Yu first. This human is the core of this small team. You can use the Snow Dance Divine Needle. Meng Shuiyao's eyes hardened, and she supplied half of her immortal power to the Immortal Palace Liyue. The Immortal Palace on the Jade Tree broke through the blockade of the Demonic Ember Nether Flower, and the rising Jade Tree tore the Nether Flower apart alive. Meanwhile, the moonlight of Liyue pierced through the eternal darkness of the night, illuminating the epic scroll of the witch. Radiant light, Liyue. Murmur, Meng Shuiyao merged into the moonlight, completely destroying the barrier resistance of Qi Mayan and Kong Huan Yuan. Beneath the dazzling moonlight Immortal Palace, everything shone for the Silver Moon Glass Sword. Driven by immortal power, the 13 flying swords clanged, rendering all defenses as thin as paper and resistance futile. Go to hell. The ethereal kite materialized into a phantom image in front of Su Yu, severing the space between them. However, Meng Shuiyao, wielding the Silver Moon Glass Sword, cleaved through the folded space with a single hand, and under the moonlight behind her, she was unstoppable. Under conditions of extreme magic consumption, Kong Huan Yuan's control over the witch's night weakened, forcing her to release Arya from the barrier. Arya lay on Su Yu's back, looking at everything around her with a blank expression. Su Yu was stunned for a moment, then took her hand and said, "Don't be afraid, I'm here." Seemingly driven by some kind of instinct, Arya habitually added to Su Yu's name, "Immortal." The return of that familiar feeling gave Su Yu the illusion that he was invincible. "No, it's not an illusion. With Arya around, I will never lose. Your moonlight is indeed amazing, but..." A crystal slowly rose from Su Yu's hand. Divine Moon, source material. It belongs to the source essence of the first true ancestor, and has absolute control over the power of moonlight. Although it does not belong to Su Yu cannot forcibly merge with it, otherwise he will lose his life and spirit like Arya. But the Divine Moon essence was like a black hole, absorbing all the moonlight behind Meng Shuiyao, like a glutton enjoying a feast. Meng Shuiyao's pupils constricted. Su Yu actually had a way to deal with the Celestial Palace, Liu. This caught her completely off guard, and her immortal body had already rushed in front of Su Yu. "Take this, Your Majesty the Goddess." The illusory ring appeared on Su Yu's hand. A vow to abstain. Meng Shuiyao then realized that the token belonged to Su Yu, not Qi Mayan. Chi Mayan only claimed to have captured Su Yu, which led her to assume that the Wing Commander's token already belonged to Chi Mayan. Not good. By the time you realize it, it's too late. Su Yu once again slightly used the illusion source essence, creating a logical fallacy, and Su Yu vaguely sensed the true use of the illusion source essence. But at this moment, Meng Shuiao was greeted by an endless crimson tide, and the power of the mythical realm dragon refinement, 9 dragons trapping the heavens, was sealed within the oath. What sweeps in from the horizon is the rebellion against fate, fueled by the oath. Those who proclaim themselves immortals are nothing but a bunch of self-aggrandizing skeletons in a tomb. I am the tide of all races in the heavens. The red tide surged and swept across, completely engulfing the Jade Tree Immortal Palace in the vast ocean. Meng Shuiao's immortal body was also swept away. At the same time, a dragon's roar burst forth from the oath, and a colossal phantom of a 9-headed, crimson gold dragon, hundreds of feet long, blotted out the sky, swirling and tearing apart the glass moon in the sky. Long Miue's heart trembled slightly. Wasn't this the ultimate technique Long Lian used when he became a demigod, the 9 dragons trapping the heavens? When was it taken by Su Yu? Could it be that the power of those 10 rings is shocking? A sacred relic with the ability to plunder at will is indeed full of domineering power. Meng Shuiao's Wheel of Life was frantically activated, and the lotus-shaped Wheel of Life resisted the surging red tide. With the support of the blue lotus power, a flying sword silently pierced Su Yu's heart from behind. Bang! Illusory dragon scales appeared. Meng Shuiao's eyes widened. Dragon God Body. Are you really human? Chapter 290, A World of Illusion. 9 Dragons Forbidden Heaven. Capturing the goddess twice. Those illusory dragon scales were a gift from the dragon god, and even her silver moon glass sword could not easily penetrate the dragon god's body's defenses. Meng Shuiao bit her red lips, her astonished expression remaining unsettled for a long time. Su Yu shattered her celestial palace moon and blocked her silver moon sword. It even triggered a massive red tide, forcing her to use 4 of the 5-colored lotus flowers to barely withstand it. This was truly beyond Meng Shuiao's imagination. Especially these 9 swirling crimson dragons. Their auras clearly do not belong to abilities that Su Yu, at his level, should possess. This power was obtained from the realm of the gods. The power of deification. Roar! The crimson dragon roared, and 9 crimson dragons, after tearing apart the moon, surged downwards, surrounding her from 9 directions. Su Yu activated the oath ring with all his might. The power he had captured after banishing his soul was indeed extraordinary, surpassing his own realm. Under the activation of the oath ring, he was able to unleash his power, but it consumed Su Yu's own magic power. All 1,460 magic circuits were lit up, and endless magic power was drawn to supply the 9 dragons' forbidden heaven. This is a sealing technique that Long Lian once designated as a demigod. Goddess, you have no way to escape. Helpless, Meng Shuiao lightly stepped on the pink lotus flower beneath her feet. Her SSS rank ability, 5-colored lotus, resonates with her sacred relic, the life lotus. The pink lotus's special ability is achieved by perfectly blooming through the sacred lotus of life. The ground and the sky were covered by the shadows of lotus flowers, including the 9 red dragons that plunged headlong into the vast expanse of pink lotus flowers, which resembled a great marsh. A magnificent sacred lotus, the roar of a dragon's shadow. During the investiture of the gods. This is her magnificent talent, ranking 3rd on the hidden dragon list, standing proudly above all races in the Forbidden Zone. Even if you include Arya, the 5 generations of gods wouldn't be able to easily defeat her, the goddess. At the very moment the lotus shadow devoured the 9 dragons, Meng Shuiao lightly tapped her finger, and several streaks of light flashed through the world that was already shrouded in a hazy white color by the snow feather purifying soul heaven. The needle thread, finer than a hair, pierced through the snow and snow. The key to Meng Shuiao's manipulation of the silver moon glass sword, the snow dance divine needle, heading straight for Su Yu's brow. When you realize that this invisible, colorless, and magically silent needle has touched your brow, it's already too late for regrets. Even if the needle only touches a single drop of your blood, it will be enough to kill you instantly, a fatal blow. As expected, Su Yu was caught off guard. Even a spiritual aura at the spirit abyss realm wouldn't be able to detect the snow dance divine needle. Die, you silver thief. This is the price you pay for blaspheming me. Su Yu and Chu Xianin only realized it when the needle tip pierced Su Yu's brow. When Meng Shuiao smiled victoriously, time and space stood still, as if frozen by some force. then backwards. The whole world, time itself, is going backwards, including her snow dance divine needle, including her 5-colored lotus. What's going on here? Chu Xuannin's 9 foxtails were seen mobilizing all the power gathered by the snow feather pure soul heaven. The essence of zero. Let time turn back. Reboot. Meng Shuiyao gritted her teeth. She simply couldn't believe that this heavenly fox actually possessed the power to reverse time and space. Although it could only reverse a small portion of time and space, it exposed her ultimate killing move to Suyu. After the zeroing essence ended, space-time did not return to normal. Kong Huan Yuan used her remaining magic to activate Paradise, which, final judgment, shattered like a glass surface, along with her 5-colored lotus flower. The 5-colored lotus flower beneath her feet was completely pulverized by the spatial mirror. Immediately afterwards, Qi Mian was transported behind Meng Shuiyao by the spatial power of Kong Huan Yuan. Little symbol, you were pressing down on me so hard just now, it was really uncomfortable. Heavenly Abyss Demon Blade. The black and red abyssal demonic blade struck from behind, like a beam of light interwoven with black and crimson, blasting Meng Shuiyao into the sky. She relied on the powerful sacred lotus wheel of life to withstand Qi Mian's sneak attack from behind, but her condition was extremely poor. Suddenly, she realized something. Her 5-colored lotus flower was regressed and disappeared by Chu Xuannin's zeroing essence, but Suyu's 9 crimson dragons were freed as a result. Roar, the red dragon roared. 9 dragons trapped in the heavenly forbidden zone. 9-headed red dragons rose from the ground and surrounded her. It was as if they wanted to seal her away completely. Panting, Meng Shuiyao gritted her teeth and said, "Don't even think about it." Immortal dust, divine eye, unseal. Her pupils gleamed with golden light, and the veiled phoenix mask was reduced to dust by the unsealed divine eyes of the immortals. Suyu was finally able to see her face. The celestial beauty that was slightly more captivating than the little demon girl, even with her phoenix face veiled by a light gauze, was revealed after the gauze was removed. Even the starry sky and the full moon could not compare to her unrevealed face. No need for any jeweled ornaments or flamboyant makeup. A simple white dress and understated attire are enough to make the world pale in comparison. The immortals possess divine eyes, each pair unique, like a clear autumn lake or an endless abyss. Her long hair cascaded down her back, reaching her waist, shimmering like starlight. The moon goddess in mythology is no more than this. That ethereal beauty could easily pierce through any man's defenses without needing any divine eyes. Suyu bit her tongue to force herself to stay calm. She couldn't afford to be lenient with the perfect opportunity her loved ones had created for her. Meng Shuiyao's unsealed immortal dust divine eyes crushed the 9 crimson dragons into blood mist with just a glance. As far as her eyes could see, almost infinite power slammed down on their heads, making it difficult for any living being to resist. But something beyond the goddess's comprehension happened. Her divine eye of immortal dust was indeed activated, and those 9 crimson dragons were indeed destroyed by her. But at this moment, everything before her eyes was no different from before she activated the divine eye of immortal dust. The only difference was that her magic power was severely depleted, and the price of unsealing the divine eye had almost caused her to lose her spirit. How is that possible? Hallucination? Impossible. Her spiritual power at the Spirit Sea realm is no weaker than Suyu's. She would definitely notice if it were an illusion. Suyu was drenched in sweat, and his heart was pounding. Using the illusory source essence just once almost exhausted everything. This is the true usage of embellishment. It's not a spiritual mistake, but a mistake of the world. Before Meng Shuiyao unsealed the divine eye, the illusion, power imprinted an illusory world, and after Meng Shuiyao used the divine eye, the erroneous world covered the real world. For any living being, it is nothing short of an instantaneous change in the world. This is not an illusion, nor is it interference from mental forces. It is the creation and regeneration of a real world. The 8th source material, the only source material that the vampires can use, given to outsiders. All of Meng Shuiyao's struggles were thwarted. You're really strong, Your Majesty the Goddess. If even this trick doesn't work, I really don't know how to take you down. 9 dragons trapping the heavenly barrier. Boom. Outside the City of Angels, the golden characters of the popularity chart appear. Human Suyu versus Goddess Meng Shuiyao. Human Suyu wins. He captures the goddess alive. Chapter 291 third on the Hidden Dragon list. The world is astonished. Human Suyu versus the celestial goddess Meng Shuiyao. In the City of Angels, Suyu advances to the reincarnation realm, defeats and captures the goddess Meng Shuiao alive with the aid of a special environment, and rises to third place on the Hidden Dragon ranking with his reincarnation realm prowess. The appearance of the golden lettering stunned the entire Forbidden Zone, and indeed all the borderlands and human territories. The Fairy Moon Palace is located atop an eternal sacred jade tree. An angry roar erupted. Dian Wuxin, Dian Wuming, Dian Luosheng, what are you good for? Shuiyao Shuiyao. My lord, please calm your anger. Shut your mother's head. Issue the order. All immortal venerables of the Immortal Moon Palace must leave the country and head straight for the City of Angels. Also, didn't we hear that the 9th Prince of the Abyss Demon Clan captured Suyu alive? Their divine demon cannot escape responsibility for this either. I demand to see him alive or dead. The Immortal Clan will never suffer such humiliation. Here you go. I will obey the divine decree. On this day, countless races witnessed the Immortal Moon Palace, which had never interfered with the situation in the Forbidden Zone, with 10,000 swords dancing and immortals ascending into the sky. Meanwhile, the Dragon Clan and the Holy Phoenix Clan, who had previously clashed with Suyu, also took action upon hearing the news, dispatching even more forces to the City of Angels. The goddess was captured alive. Something unimaginable must have happened. Otherwise, even dragons, elves, and demons who weren't exactly on good terms with humans wouldn't stand idly by and watch humans capture the goddess. This is like stepping on the face of the Forbidden Zone of all races, slapping them repeatedly with your feet. After you finish smoking, you have to spit out some saliva. If even the most beautiful things in the Forbidden Zone can be desecrated by lowly humans, what will they have left in the future? This is not a remote place, and there is no forbidden sea to hinder it. If we suffer a crushing defeat in the penalty area, there will be no excuses. The last fig leaf will be torn off, and the dignity of the powerful race will be utterly defeated. Therefore, all races and subordinate races moved with the wind, and Suyu suddenly broke through the sky, becoming the eye of the storm in the entire Forbidden Zone. It is foreseeable that when Suyu leaves Angel City, the Forbidden Zone will tremble. Above the ethereal clouds, a pavilion stands tall amidst the clouds. The name Fengyun Pavilion, besides meaning to stir up wind and clouds, is itself based on wind and clouds. Above the pavilion, the 5 pavilion masters, God, Demon, Dragon, Ghost, and Beast, stood in 5 different positions. Right in the center, a golden beam of light shot straight into the sky and connected with the wind and cloud ranking. Brother Beast, the humans you chose back then have really caused a huge mess. Are you planning to take action? Brother Long, he is now the wing chief of your clan and is working hard to unseal your homeland. Logically and morally, I should ask you first. The pavilion master chuckled. The pieces that are unwilling to be controlled have jumped off the chessboard, and their future is already racing wildly in an uncontrollable direction. The demon pavilion master asked, then, Brother Divine, what do you think of this time? Master of the divine pavilion laughed and said, isn't he also a member of our pavilion? The ghost pavilion master chimed in. That's right. He's put on our mask and is now on the same path as us. The concept of neutrality has always been a false proposition. They are either puppets of the powerful or have enough power to stir up trouble. Clearly, these entities belong to the latter category. The divine pavilion master. Sigh, what a troublesome fellow. Let's go and meet our old friends from all the races. This era, the era of all races, is about to come to an end. Perhaps these next few days will be the sonata of the end of the era. We cannot miss the moment when the end of the era begins. Swish, swish, swish. The beams of light vanished on the spot, leaving the clouds. Human territory. News of Suyu in the penalty area has come again. Mu Qinyu and Yin Linger jumped for joy. Through various channels, they learned about the so-called celestial goddess's status in the forbidden area. While happy for Suyu's safety and success, they also had some suspicions about what was going on. Therefore, it's not about killing, but capturing alive. I'm afraid it's just as my sister guessed. What a jerk. However, the more renowned Suyu became, the smoother things went for them in the rear. Not only did she regain many of her original rights, Yinlinger also persuaded the Yin family to help her establish contact with the Snowfield Queen on behalf of Suyu, allowing them to exchange information. The only thing I look forward to is his return. It's truly a case of some rejoicing while others grieve. Upon hearing news of Suyu, the Li family and the Kaipei family are not having an easy time. I felt like I was sitting on pins and needles. I thought that Suyu's appearance in the restricted area meant certain death, and even just in case, I was confident that I could kill Suyu completely when the Divine Realm opened at the end of the year. But now, Suyu, now at the Reincarnation Realm, was already capable of forcibly defeating the goddess Meng Shuiyao, despite being at a higher level. Although the popularity charts say that special circumstances were taken advantage of, but that's Suyu's skill. Now, even the most optimistic family elders are starting to doubt whether they can absolutely guarantee that Suyu will be killed in the divine realm. Furthermore, given Suyu's vengeful nature, if he were to return to the human race one day, I'm afraid. Feeling deeply threatened, Li Hengyang reconnected with Erwin Tepesi. The two races agreed to seal off the entrances to all the peripheral areas and absolutely not allow Suyu to return. Furthermore, the holy domain within the family will dispatch spiritual avatars to infiltrate the forbidden zone and search for Suyu's whereabouts. There's a huge uproar outside. The creatures within the city of angels knew nothing of this. Chi Mayan was slacking off in the battle against the goddess because she didn't want her name to appear on the popularity list for the time being, otherwise it would cause endless trouble. Therefore, he only helped Suyu suppress Meng Shuiyao's inherent barrier. Now, the winner is undoubtedly Suyu. Defeated, Meng Shuiyao lay on the ground, completely devoid of the arrogance and nobility of a fairy. Only blood trickled from the corner of her mouth, her long eyelashes drooping, and she was on the verge of fainting. Suyu slowly walked up to her, squatted down, and reached out to pinch her chin. Her skin was like solidified cream, and her face was as beautiful as a startled swan. Is that so? Stunning beauty stained by the ashes of battle, she still captivates the heart. You thief, kill me or torture me, it's all up to you. Just give me a quick death, or else. Even if it meant death, she would never allow herself to be defiled by humans. Seeing that Suyu did not make a move, she clenched her teeth and attempted to bite her tongue to commit suicide. However, Suyu inserted 2 fingers into the tip of her teeth. Uffed. Fresh blood flowed out. Meng Shuiyao bit down hard, even intending to bite off Suyu's finger and then bite her own tongue. But Suyu smiled and asked, "Are you sure there's no problem, Your Majesty? You bit off my finger, so my blood you want some?" Suyu's blood, with its deadly allure and endless fragrance, was seducing her mind and soul. The smell of his blood made Meng Shuiyao's soul burn for the man before her. She had completely forgotten about that. Now, it's too late for regrets. Suyu stood up and withdrew his finger. You should be able to feel that my blood is nourishing your damaged soul and immortal body. Now I'm asking you, do you want a drink? She knelt on the ground. How could a proud goddess ever be so lowly? But at this moment, like a dog being rewarded with a bone by its master, it could no longer resist the temptation of its soul, opened its mouth, and bit Suyu's finger. Complete surrender. Chapter 292 Pet Beast, Immortal Goddess, All Talents SSS. Tears streamed down Meng Shuiyao's face. This was utterly humiliating. She wished she could get rid of herself. Faced with this fatal temptation, she helplessly and humbly begged for Suyu's favor. Suyu felt a sharp pain in his fingertip. To be honest, the goddess was so eloquent that she almost bit off his finger. But his blood entered the goddess's throat. This signifies the activation of the crown of blood. Deep within Meng Shuiyao's soul, above her vast sea of consciousness, a blood-red crown exuded a terrifying ancient aura, shaking her spirit and soul. Suyu originally had a vacant contract position, which he had long ago planned to reserve for Chi Mayan so that he could subdue her. Gaining a deeper understanding of the demon race's values and the little demon girl's burning love, the two no longer needed a contract to maintain their relationship. So, Your Majesty the Goddess, you will be my pet. Your Majesty, one day I will make you willingly serve your master. This forced melon is not only sweet, but also thirst-quenching. Not only her, but all the beings who entered Angel City this time, except for Chi Mujue and the Light Elf Mira, are targets for Suyu to control, to establish his own absolute loyalty to the little demon girl in this forbidden zone. Let me go. Meng Shuiyao glared fiercely at Suyu. Suyu chuckled helplessly. Your Majesty, it's you who's holding onto my hand. Furthermore, from now on, you should change your address to Mastered. Crown of Blood. After drinking enough of Suyu's blood, one will be forced to sign a contract with Suyu. This time, Suyu chose the pet contract. No, you can't. Unmoved by Meng Shuiyao's heartfelt cries, a golden contract, shimmering with dazzling gold and supported by a 5-colored lotus, coalesced in Suyu's mind. Goddess Meng Shuiyao. Race, Immortal Goddess. Sequence, number 004, The Immortal Clan. Rank, 6th Order Reincarnation Realm. Talents, Asgard Liyue SSS, Celestial Eye SSS. Abilities, 5th Level Lotus Flower SSS, Snow Dance Divine Needle SSS. Feelings, affection, hate, and fear. Magic circuits, 1440. Wheel of Life. Wheel of Immortals. 320 revolutions. Congratulations, host, on obtaining your fourth pet beast, the Immortal Goddess. You have gained a brand new talent ability. New SS tier talent. Dark Night and Bright Day, reigning over stars. You will become the king of stars above all others, like the purple star reigning over the eternal night. You will be the light in the darkness, bestowing star marks upon your followers. Those beings you grant star marks to will become your most loyal servants, and your commands will pierce the astral plane to reach the ears of every star mark holder. Tiny star patterns appeared on the pads of Su Yu's 10 fingers, a brand new and powerful talent. The system grants a new talent after acquiring the fourth pet. In addition, it was truly extraordinary. A celestial goddess, possessing SSS-level talents across all abilities. She is worthy of the title. Each of her talents and abilities is extremely difficult to deal with. If it weren't for the Oath and Illusion Source Essences, which are almost divine artifacts and powers, he would have no way to deal with the celestial goddess. Meng Shuyao's soul trembled. Her eyes held boundless hatred, as well as a deep fear of Su Yu. If she had been tricked into falling into Su Yu's trap, then she was wrong. However, in this face-to-face confrontation, Su Yu defeated her despite being a level below her. The overwhelming power, beyond her comprehension, almost robbed her of any will to resist. Are you a human or a ghost? Are you really human? She curled up in fear, but Su Yu's blood nourished her soul and immortal body, allowing her to regain her mobility. Su Yu smiled and said, "Of course, a genuine human being. Do you still want to kill me now, Your Majesty?" "No, now we are bound together by fate. You are my pet beast." Meng Shuiao shook her head, trembling, but she couldn't change the established facts. Now, she can't even bring herself to commit suicide. Su Yu lowered his head and chuckled softly. "Let's get along well. I'm very good to women. I need your strength too. I have something to ask you later, so please calm down first." Such a proud fairy could not accept the sudden and drastic changes, which led to her mental breakdown, but she would soon recover. Just like Long Miyue. A genius is someone who has the courage to face reality again after despair has struck. Meng Xiao hugged her arms. Her breathing gradually became steady, and her trembling gradually stopped. They didn't touch me. Clearly, he had already obtained command authority. The goddess raised her head and looked at Su Yu's back. With Arya on his back, Su Yu came to the group of women and extended his hand. "It's our victory, Huan Yuan, Xianyin, little Demoness Miyu." Chi Mayan chuckled and said, "You've really gotten a great deal." "No, it might be a major crisis." Su Yu was stunned for a moment before she understood. "It's all right. In this city of angels, I am the master, and they are the guests." The news that Su Yu had obtained the token was known to all races. However, what the myriad races did not know was that Su Yu was the next wing commander personally promised by Angel, and possessing the token was merely proof of this promise. The two are vastly different. The latter gives Su Yu a legitimate legal basis to take over Angel City. Chi Mayan then asked, "How are you feeling?" This promotion ceremony was absolutely perfect. The ceremony that propelled Su Yu to the reincarnation realm was the first time in history that the souls of a human and a demon had merged. Moreover, he had previously benefited from Chi Mayan's assistance in cultivating the eternal wheel of grace bestowed upon the elf race. The boost brought by this wheel of life, which has the most abundant vitality among all races, was by no means ordinary. The eternal wheel that revolves 100 times. Su Yu, having just advanced, has already reached the threshold for advancing to the reincarnation realm. This is the effect of a perfect ritual. This newly formed wheel of eternity is green and gold, representing the rhythm of life and prosperity. Su Yu's goal is to push her to over 300 laps, at least not weaker than Meng Shuiyao. It was a pleasant surprise. Su Yu sat on the ground, somewhat exhausted. The illusion power could be used once to almost drain all the magic power. The results were truly amazing. It can be described as the power of creation. Chi Mayan also had questions in her mind, so she waited for Su Yu to catch his breath before patiently listening to his explanation. Delete one interaction, the gist of which is, Arya, who is unconscious, sees Su Yu exhausted and has no magic power, and instinctively feels sorry for him and wipes his sweat. That's all. Chi Mayan stared at Caxelin's big eyes, speechless for a long time. After recovering, the human and the demon came to Meng Shuiyao, and her spirits were slightly better. Su Yu asked, "Just now you said that our human race was once what to your immortal race. What do you know?" He had a vague feeling that what Meng Xiao knew might be just the beginning of uncovering the tip of the iceberg of this world's secrets. Chapter 293: The Secrets of the Human Race. The end of the sequence is also the beginning of the sequence. Meng Xiao sat on the ground, no longer possessing the noble air she had when she stepped on the lotus flower. Her eyes trembled, and she shook her head, saying, I know nothing. Her voice trembled slightly, and she curled up, resisting all communication. Suyu scratched his head. It seemed he had just frightened the goddess quite a bit, and she hadn't recovered yet. Chi Mayan had originally planned to verbally humiliate the goddess and have some fun, but the goddess was so frightened that she lost interest. Demons love to fight and make a big fuss, but they have no interest in dealing with creatures that are terrified. Suyu sat down in front of her. Although you might not believe anything I say, let's make a deal first. Okay, whatever I say, you answer. Tell me everything you know, and I swear I will never touch you against your will. How about that? Suyu never intended to desecrate the goddess in his haste after obtaining her. One was a promise to the little vixen that he wouldn't let her fall behind, and the other, he had important things to do, and he would only indulge in pleasure when it was time to relax. Meng Shuiao's eyes shone brightly, her mind calmed slightly, and she nodded gently. Is a master of rhetoric in public, capable of throwing out the bait of marriage. She never intended to let any man touch her. This promise is very important to her. All right, what exactly is the relationship between humans and immortals? And why do you call Earth the starting point? The former was something Meng Shuiao had just let slip, and the latter was a question he had always had. But no one could answer, including Chi Mayan. The demon race seemed to have no interest in the inheritance of history, and their understanding of history was practically non-existent. Meng Xiao sighed. Our immortal moon palace has records of events from ancient times. Of the Skywing race is the dividing line. The period before that is known as the Age of Myriad Races, and the period after that is known as the Forbidden Zone Age. Before the Age of Myriad Races, there is the Ancient Era, and even further back, the Age of Gods. The number 001, Old Gods, also known as the Divine Race or Immortals, marked the end of the Age of Gods and ushered in the Ancient Era after their fall. As for the history of ancient times, there are very few records from various tribes. They don't even know where the dividing point is. The Fairy Moon Palace actually have a complete historical record? Meng Shuiao continued. Humans, the human race, you are a special race. In ancient times, our immortal clan were banished immortals, demoted from immortals to banished immortals. In ancient times, humans were servants of the gods, and also our servants. This is why the Forbidden Zone refers to humans as lowly. But humans are special. They come from the land of beginning, which is said to possess everything from the Age of Gods and the Ancient Era. Whenever all races try to invade the land of beginning, there are always human heroes who emerge to turn the tide. For thousands of years, no race has ever invaded and occupied the starting land as a group. On the contrary, the human race has grown stronger and stronger. We guess. She paused slightly before voicing her long-held suspicion. An ancient saying has been passed down from the Fairy Moon Palace. They are the end of the sequence, and also the beginning of the sequence. It is called the Land of Beginning, and the humans who live there may have been the beginning of everything. Suyu was slightly taken aback. These ancient events were truly thought-provoking. We are at the end of the sequence. Sequence number 999, the lowest in the sequence race, is born without a magic circuit, unlike the sharp-toothed boar, which is sequence number 998, which is born with a magic circuit. We have never had any talent. But today, a celestial goddess said that we too are the beginning of this sequence. Meng Xiao continued. In the divine realm, there is a stone tablet with the Tai, Chi, Yin Yang symbol on it. That place is a legend passed down through generations of all races, and it is a place where humans are absolutely forbidden to approach. During each journey to the divine realm, it doesn't matter how many demigods humanity ascends to. As long as humans approach that place, saint-level experts will forcibly enter. Suyu took a deep breath, as if he had touched upon the greatest secret of the world. Humanity is the beginning of the sequence. So that's why it's called the Land of Beginnings? Suyu kept this secret to himself. Okay, I understand. As stated in the preface, I will keep my promise. Just tell me what you know, and I will never violate you. I swear to the wind and cloud ranking. Are you relieved now? Suyu's expression didn't seem fake. Meng Shuiao nodded gently. Suyu asked, then let me ask you another question. What brings your immortal clan here? Meng Shuiao dared not refuse to answer. For the god-slaying weapon. A mother nest of evil species has been discovered underground near the immortal moon palace. Suyu and Chi Mayan exchanged a glance. The evil seed nest, the culprit that once caused the extinction of the Skywing race, has now appeared beneath the immortal moon palace? If this thing is not controlled properly, it will be a disaster that sweeps across the forbidden zones and all races. Meng Xiao hung her head. But now, it's impossible for me to do it anymore, isn't it? She shook her head with a wry smile. The goddess is the hope of her race. She is the strongest being below demigod among the immortals, and the only one with the best chance of reaching the depths of the City of Angels. Keep in mind that she had only been in the reincarnation realm for less than a year, yet she was already ranked third on the hidden dragon list. The first two are the Fairy of the Lake, who bestowed the gift of elves, and the Silver Dragon Saint of the Dragon Clan. Both of them have spent many years in the reincarnation realm. In terms of talent alone, she is the most outstanding existence below the demigod. Even Suyu agreed with this. Chi Mayan crossed her arms and said jokingly, "If this is your goal, then I think you should try to please my man even more. After all, he is the next wing commander personally acknowledged by Angel, the former wing commander of the Skywing race, and is the most qualified person to take over the City of Angels." Meng Shuyao's beautiful eyes widened slightly. What? She had only heard that Suyu had found the token of the Skywing race, but she was unaware that such a relationship existed within it. The four-wing commander's promise. If the City of Angels is unsealed, there is no doubt that Suyu will be the next wing commander of the Skywing clan. That god-slaying weapon, there's no need to fight for it from the Skywing clan. Suyu already possessed control over both the true scripture, God-slayer, and the false scripture, Dragon Slayer. Suyu clicked his tongue and said, "TSK, TSK, TSK. It seems our relationship can improve. Your Majesty, I will call you Shuiyao from now on. Shuiyao, perhaps we can make a deal." Meng Shuiyao's heart pounded. She had thought she was being captured and living a life worse than death, but then things took a turn for the better, and she seemed to have hope again. The man in front of me didn't seem as unpleasant as I had been at first sight, although he was a complete thief. But if it could save the entire race. In this City of Angels, you must help me. If I can obtain the god-slaying weapon, I will find a way to resolve the disaster for your race. In return, I need your magic circuit. Chapter 294. You just won at the beginning of breaking the ice and building favor. The secrets of humanity and the hidden mysteries of the world are not things that Suyu can change now. All Suyu can do is become stronger, possessing the power to change everything before the tide of history arrives. At the moment, transplanting magic circuits is the most effective way to improve one's abilities. Suyu's victory over the goddess relied on illusion and oath, both of which are major consumers of demonic power. Such formidable power requires an astonishing amount of magic. 1460 magic circuits, even in the Forbidden Zone, that's an exceptionally rare existence. But compared to the consumption of magic power, it's a bit insignificant. Fortunately, Suyu's talent, Heavenly Beacon, I am the Tide, can accommodate the magic circuits of any living being. Transplanting magic circuits requires a soul fusion based on complete trust between the two individuals. Chi Mayan's magic circuits can be transplanted to him. We just confirmed that our souls are compatible. Suyu also wanted the goddess's magic circuit. If the two women were to transplant the magic circuits into him, Suyu would possess 2,180 magic circuits. With the added bonus from the Wheel of Life, he would be able to withstand such magic consumption. Meng Shuyao's beautiful face immediately flushed red. You. She was so shy that she almost stammered. Soul fusion, that's even better than. More intoxicating, more intimate. Even lovers don't usually merge their souls easily. You even said you couldn't do that. I see you just want to be a lecherous scoundrel. She clenched her teeth and whispered. Suyu was slightly taken aback, feeling a little embarrassed. He seems to have been so focused on pursuing power that he forgot about this. She quickly explained. Ahem. No, Shuiyao, you've misunderstood. Even with Huan Yuan and Xianyin, the time our souls merged never exceeded 10 seconds. It was definitely not because we were indulging in desire. Meng Shuyao's expression became even stranger, her brows furrowing as she softly asked. Could it be that your soul has already? That won't do. After she calmed down, she came to understand many things. One person, one immortal, a contract is signed. Moreover, Suyu holds the hope of saving her people. The two might end up together, and she certainly didn't want her future partner to be. Suyu felt sluggish. No, what are you thinking about all the time, you proud goddess? Kong Huanyuan and Chu Xianyin also chuckled. The more Suyu tried to explain, the worse things became. Finally, Kong Huanyuan came over and sat down next to Meng Shuiyao, took her hand, and said, All right, Xiao, I was also taken away by him back then, just like you. But in the end, he fulfilled all the promises he made to women. You're right about one thing, he's definitely a thief. But with Sister Shuyao being so beautiful, it's hard not to think about her being greedy, isn't it? The two women sat there chatting about Kong Huan Yuan's past experiences. From the human realm of Blue Star, then across the Forbidden Sea, to the Forbidden Zone. She had once desperately cultivated, but could never hope for was now within reach. She had a chance to save her mother. Xian also has the possibility of finding her clan again. And there was Arya, fast asleep, lying on Su Yu's back. The ethereal witch's words gradually made Meng Shuya believe them. He never lies to his women. Trust is indeed an issue, but you don't need to trust each other. Instead, believe in each other's promises, and that will be much better. Had only a superficial understanding of Su Yu's situation before. Having learned about the past today, the scales in my heart have finally tipped slightly. From initial attraction to fear and resentment, then open and honest communication. Once things are out in the open, we can trust each other's promises. The tense relationship between the human and the immortal thaws and begins to loosen. Chi Mayan approached Su Yu, and they smiled at each other. With the goddess captured, the myriad races in the Forbidden Zone could no longer escape the control of the two. Rather than being jealous, Chi Mayan wanted to stand at the pinnacle of all races with this man. I'll share my magic circuits with you. Remember, my magic is your greatest asset. A bewitching face brushed against her, and the two souls merged. Belonging to the Abyss demon race were transplanted and connected to Su Yu's body. The two souls were intertwined and reluctant to separate. Ultimately, the soul was divided. After that, with the goddess's permission, Su Yu took Meng Shuyao's hand. Her skin was as smooth as cream, and the touch of her palms alone was enough to evoke all sorts of fantasies. Meng Shuyao said shyly, "Just this once." Su Yu nodded, After this, you will no longer be my hostage. On the surface, you can return to the ranks of all races. Meng Shuyao understood Su Yu's intentions and helped him monitor all races. It's really being sold out and then having to help the seller count the money. At the same time, she harbored even deeper hatred for Chi Mujua, who had suggested she attack Su Yu. Why did I have to listen to this bastard's terrible idea? This attempt to steal a chicken backfired spectacularly, costing him everything. We only believe in each other's promises. Don't forget your promise to me. Yes, I will never forget you. Two souls left his body. Although the process was tortuous, Su Yu became the first person in the world to feel the gentleness of the goddess's soul. The process of transplanting the magic circuit only takes a few seconds, but it allowed him to enjoy endless tenderness. Even after we parted ways, I still reminisce about and cherish the feelings I had just experienced. It is more uplifting than a gentle spring breeze. Soul points. Meng Xiao's soft, boneless fist slammed into Su Yu's chest. You lecherous thief. Su Yu stuck out her tongue. The taste of a goddess. That's truly captivating. Thank you for the gift, Xiuyao. Within the body, immortals and demons coexist. The starlight illuminates 720 magic circuits. Including the original magic circuits, there are a total of 2,180. The magical circuits rotate in a series of cycles. A nebula burst forth and spread outwards. Meng Shuyao stared at Su Yu in astonishment. This magic circuit, this abundant magic. It was as if I had witnessed the birth of a miracle. If he could really take the supreme position in the City of Angels. So it seems that being worthy of him isn't a disgrace to myself. Etc. Meng Shuyao was surprised by her own feelings. Unconsciously, she leaned towards him. Su Yu raised an eyebrow and put the witch's mask back on. Shuyao, remember to keep this a secret. Now, we're all in this together. Meng Shuyao released the immortal palace Liyue and returned to reality. There were 3 groups of people who arrived. The palace maids of Xianyue Palace, including Dian Wuxin, the demons under Chi Mayan, and the demons including Chi Mujua. Goddess, Dian Wuxin ran over worriedly. He had just learned of Chi Mujua's proposal and was deeply worried. Seeing that the goddess was unharmed, he managed to calm himself down. Meanwhile, Chi Mujua looked at Meng Shuyao, his younger brother Chi Mayan, and Chi Musu with a strange expression. No fight broke out. Or have they already fought, but the outcome is still undecided? Just as he hesitated, Su Yu took the initiative. Eliminate this demon now, when will we? Third Prince, your malicious attempts to sow discord between the 9th Prince and the goddess can be considered a breach of your oath. What is your punishment? I, Chi Musu, am the 9th Prince's most loyal demon guard. You I will kill. Chapter 295 Killing Chi Mujua to establish intimidation against the demon clan. Su Yu suddenly brought up the matter. This was to preemptively strike, completely subdue the forces under the 3rd Prince, and solidify his position as second only to Chi Mayan among the demons. and the promise I made to Chi Mayan back then. She sent her beloved brother to his final rest. Chi Mujue also has 4 demon lords following him, but these 4 are not steadfast in their will, and the demon race itself is not known for its loyalty. They are all watching and waiting. Choose the prince who has a better chance of seizing the throne. So you needed to do was to carve star marks on them, making them completely loyal to him and Chi Mayan. In addition, by stirring up trouble, the attention of all races will be drawn to the conflict between Chi Musu and Chi Mujue, thus ignoring the fact that the goddess had been in contact with Chi Musu and other demons for a long time. Therefore, we must eliminate Akeji Satoru now. Suyu's sudden attack caught Chi Mujue off guard. He was still pondering why the goddess hadn't gotten rid of this little devil, yet she had been subjected to a severe scolding. The demon lord behind Chi Mujue sneered. Insolence. You are nothing but a mere demon guard. How dare you speak to His Highness the Prince like that? They really don't know what's good for them. He only made sarcastic remarks, but did not actually intervene, seemingly intending to observe the situation. The demon lord's attitude displeased Chi Mujue, and even his subordinates' attitudes became somewhat ambiguous. Before he could speak, Chi Mayan changed her tone and said in a low voice, "You're the one who's being insolent. Demon Tiger, don't forget your oath. Besides this prince, you also have to obey Chi Musu. If you can't understand your place, this prince is not sure what I might do." Chi Mayan's low, menacing threat, though seemingly delivered in a soft tone, sent chills down the spine of the demon tiger venerable. Back then, Chi Mulyuan, and even earlier, Chi Muhuai, seemed to have been tricked to death by the 9th prince without making a sound. This one is the one who truly kills demons without getting his hands dirty. The demon tiger immediately fell silent, and the demon lords present held Chi Musu in even higher regard. It seemed that this demon's position in the 9th prince's heart was more important than the face and loyalty of a demon lord. Akeji Satoru was put on the hot seat and couldn't back down. He couldn't help but feel annoyed. You little thief, don't be so arrogant. Our oath stipulates that you must not intentionally harm our lives. You should think carefully about the consequences of breaking this oath. Besides, do you have any evidence? Suyu sneered. Your Majesty the goddess speaks with your golden words and would not deceive me. Under the witness of the wind and cloud ranking, our oath can be voided. We will decide who is superior and who will live or die. Do you dare to accept the challenge? I dare not, for the evidence is conclusive. Suyu isn't going to waste time with any nonsense about evidence. He's just asking if you dare to accept this life or death pact. You are a dignified prince of the Abyss Demon Clan. Not daring to accept the challenge is not only a great loss of face, but also confirms the fact that you have stirred up conflict between the celestial goddess and Chi Musu. I can't refuse. Chi Mujue sneered. Fine, then this prince will send you to purgatory today to be judged. The goddess betrayed him. Damn it, I got ripped off with a sanctuary relic for nothing. Wasn't there an oath involved? Wait. At that moment, Akeji Satoru realized something extremely dangerous. Is there any possibility? The goddess has already fought a great battle with Chi Musu. Then, by the time they realized this, it was too late. As soon as he uttered those harsh words, he sensed that Chi Musu's treacherous scheme had succeeded. Suyu was already full of fighting spirit. Chi Muju is also at the Samsara realm, but compared to the goddess, he is not much better. Good. Akeji Satoru accepted the challenge. The pitch-black eternal night descended upon him, pulling Akeji Satoru into the witch's night. We don't need Chi Mayan's help to deal with this thing. Suyu acted too quickly. Before Chi Mujue could react, a scorching dragon's breath had already spewed out above his head. Suyu revealed his true face. Dragon God annihilated. 9 dragons trapping the heavenly barrier. The dragon flames of oath and the true soul of the crimson dragon surged forth, while Long Miyue's dragon god radiant flame and Chu Xuanin's snow feather purifying soul heaven rained down on him. No, you're not a demon, you are. Chi Mujue was overwhelmed. As soon as Mo Jinmenji's domain was activated, it was suppressed by both the Void Witch and Shuyu Tianhu. Belonging to Long Lian completely locked him up. Suyu sneered, idiot. Even goddesses are my defeated opponents. You still dare to struggle? Keep dreaming. A world of illusion. Before Akeji Satoru could even begin his counterattack, it was replaced by a false world. He was completely bewildered and had no idea what was happening. The 9 dragon souls had already bitten off his limbs and head, and dragon flames pierced through his chest. Phantom of the void kite shattered the entire space around it. Bang bang bang. Blood mist filled the air and exploded. A demon prince, in the most incomprehensible way, died a pathetic death without even knowing who his enemy was. Barrier lifted. All of this happened far too fast. The demon prince was beheaded by Su Yu in an instant. Meanwhile, the allied forces of all races gradually gathered. All they saw was Su Yu, who emerged from the inherent barrier, carrying Chi Mujue's head and standing on his body, like a true king. The loser eats dust, the winner is king. Su Yu glanced around, his gaze sweeping over the group of demon lords and demon demigods. Now, who do you want to follow? The demon lords who followed Chi Mujue fell silent in fear. The one under the ninth prince's command is a truly ruthless demon. They immediately knelt down before Chi Mayan. We will follow the ninth prince forever, even if it means going through fire and water. Su Yu said in a low voice. What's the use of just expressing determination? You can betray Chi Mujue, and you can also betray the ninth prince. Su Yu's words sent chills down their spines. This forced them to make a vow. However, Su Yu didn't seem to have that intention. He raised his hand. Come forward, I have a gift for you. Don't worry, this thing is very useful. Chi Mayan raised his head, tacitly approving of Chi Musu's actions. Either offer your loyalty, either die in this city of angels. Left with no other choice, the demons knelt down and accepted Su Yu's gift. Dark night and bright day, reigning supreme over stars. Su Yu's fingertip star mark was etched onto the necks of the demon lords. This is a binding bond, even stronger than an oath. Once the star mark is engraved, it can sense the other person's emotions at any time, including whether they have thoughts of betrayal. However, if one goes against the will of the Lord of the Stars, a divine punishment even more terrifying than the oath tribulation lightning will descend. When this ability is obtained, Su Yu was thinking about this moment. At this moment, Su Yu truly had subordinates who were absolutely loyal to him in the restricted area. The demon lords have already sensed the abnormality of Star Mark. It felt like getting on a pirate ship and never being able to get off. Chi Mayan was also very satisfied. These opportunistic demon lords have finally submitted to my rule. All of this was brought to her by her man. Su Yu turned around. Everyone, don't just stand there. Are you now willing to obey my orders and challenge this planetary corridor? Chapter 296 The Planetary Corridor, Stars Reign Supreme, Forging a Heavenly Ladder. The demon lords gasped and bowed their heads. After the other races arrived, their fear of the demon guards surrounding the ninth prince grew even stronger. Long Hao even believed from the bottom of his heart that the truly ruthless one was not the ninth prince of the demon clan. It was Chi Musu, the new demon guard whom the ninth prince had just taken in. Ikeji Satoru was disposed of without any struggle. This terrified Dian Wuxin, a member of the immortal clan. To be fair, even if Her Majesty the goddess herself took action, she wouldn't be able to kill him so quickly without going all out, right? Although he is a celestial being. However, if he were to fight Su Yu to the death in this angel city where his cultivation level is suppressed, the outcome would be uncertain. Thinking of this, Dian Wuxin broke out in a cold sweat. Even he couldn't defeat Chi Musu. Then who can protect Her Majesty the goddess's safety? With mixed feelings, Dian Wuxin could only grit his teeth and lower his head, while looking down at Meng Shuyao's beautiful figure. Meng Shuyao, still half-veiled by a light veil, turned around and said in a low voice, Uncle, my relationship with him has improved. Dian Wuxin blushed instantly. So, we're just going to let it go like this? That's how he got away with insulting the goddess? Meng Xiao sighed. Uncle, we bear the fate of our clan on our shoulders. These words calmed Dian Wuxin down. The fate of the tribe forced even the goddess to compromise with this little silver thief. Goddess, you have endured too much. Dian Wuxin couldn't help but sigh for Meng Xiao. The other races nodded in agreement. As agreed, we will follow your orders. The same applies to the dragon race. The same goes for the elves. Su Yu smiled and said, All right, I'll return the hostage to you as a sign of sincerity. With the power he has demonstrated, he no longer needs hostages to deter the petty schemes of various races. He sent a message to all ethnic groups. If I discover that you have betrayed the ninth prince, I can kill your clan's important descendant in an instant. Just like killing Ikeji Satoru. Long Hao took a deep breath and changed the subject, saying, May I ask, about the demon guard? How do we conquer this planetary corridor? The various tribes are now in District 2. Zone 2 is connected to Zone 3, so you can go directly to Zone 4 or skip Zone 4 to go to Zone 5. The challenge lies in the stars in the sky. The stars have coalesced into a ribbon, ready to unleash the power of the nebula and bring down disaster at any moment. For example, it attracts fallen angels. Although the ninth prince possesses the token, if it attracts a horde of powerful fallen angels, the entire race will be in serious trouble. Su Yu, however, sensed something was amiss. No, Perhaps it was when he acquired the new talent, dark night and bright day, reigning over stars, that he felt as if he had become the master of the stars. The starry sky seemed to be answering my call. Suyu chuckled and said, "Of course, let the stars guide our way." In the eyes of all races, Chi Musu was exaggeratingly spreading his arms wide. "Lie up to the heavens, and if you are responding to me, then guide me to the 4th district, the crossroads of life and death. My Arya is waiting for me to awaken her." Tiny starlight, descending quietly. Other ethnic groups were also discussing the matter. The light sprite Mira whispered, "Uncle Tai, he wouldn't have something wrong with his head, would he? This is the city of angels. How could a planet belonging to angels obey his call?" Ted sneered and transmitted his voice, "Playing tricks. I'm afraid he has obtained some power from the token and thinks he can become the master of this city of angels. Let's see how he gets out of this mess." Not only Ted, but also Long Hao, Dian Wuxin, and other affiliated races shared this idea. Chi Musu is proficient in all kinds of schemes, tricks, and violence. They also felt a genuine sense of fear. This planetary corridor without doing anything. That's outrageous. Meng Xiao blinked her beautiful eyes slightly. This man became her master. In the City of Angels, a place where the golden characters on the leaderboard are nowhere to be seen, no one knows that she has already surrendered to Suyu. Meng Xiao muttered to herself, "Can he really succeed? Even though he is a wing commander." After a long while, there was still no movement in the planet corridor. The number of fallen angels that could be gathered gradually increased. The other tribes were all waiting to see Chi Musu make a fool of himself. Long Hao couldn't help but suggest, "Ninth Prince, we cannot linger here. Staying in this planetary corridor for too long is not a good choice. Perhaps we should." Chi Mayan glanced at Suyu, and seeing that Suyu was still facing the starry sky, she shook her head and said, "Let's keep waiting." Ted was somewhat annoyed. "Are we still waiting? Ninth Prince and the Demon Guard brothers, if we wait any longer, we'll be surrounded by fallen angels." As Ted questioned him, subordinate races followed suit and launched an attack. Ming Ling of the Shadow Clan said in a low voice, "Ninth Prince, didn't we agree that you wouldn't deliberately harm us?" Wu Ming of the Xuanwu clan said, "Yes, we are willing to obey your orders, but your highness, look outside. Over 100 fallen angels have already surrounded us. If this drags on any longer, it will attract a mythical fallen angel, and we'll all be finished." Huang Qing of the Holy Phoenix clan said, "Ninth Prince, please give the order to at least allow us to evacuate first." Chi Mayan frowned slightly, but still decided to believe Suyu, and said in a low voice, "All living things, remain still. Those who disobey will be killed." Such decisiveness naturally aroused dissatisfaction among some creatures. However, before they could launch their attack, streaks of silver light streaked across the sky, like stars falling from the sky. Splash, splash, splash. What happens? Damn it, the planetary corridor has activated. Damn it, he's the one who killed us all. Chi Musu, you're going against. Suyu said coldly, "Shut up. Stars, heed my command." He had barely finished speaking. Thousands of silvery stars descended, and to the astonishment of all beings, the stars paved the way and the starry sky became the ladder, illuminating the dark city of angels, and a starlight barrier stood in the air. A curtain of starlight descended, and all the fallen angels who had their eyes on all races were blocked by the powerful starlight, unable to get any closer. Any fallen angels who dared to trespass through the veil of starlight were all annihilated by the falling stars. This exaggerated celestial phenomenon seemed as if the stars were obeying Chi Musu's commands. "Stars, guide me." The stars seemed to be dancing, as if sensing the arrival of the Lord of the Stars, shimmering and twinkling on both sides of the curtain. A starlit avenue stretched out before Suyu, while the star-studded staircase awaited the arrival of the Lord of the Stars. Suyu smiled slightly. "Let's go, Your Highness, to District 4. At the same time, he turned back to look at the various races that had been mocking him earlier. "By the way, who was complaining just now? My hearing was a little blurry. Who was it?" Of all the races nearly dropped to the ground. Upon hearing Suyu's question, he immediately broke out in a cold sweat and hurriedly waved his hands. "No, no, no, Lord Demon Guard, you misunderstood. We are worried about the approaching fallen angels. Yes, we originally planned to guard the Demon Guardian's ritual, but since we don't speak the same language as the other races, expressing it in the universal language might sound a bit problematic." "That's right, that's how it is." The tribes looked at Chi Musu in horror. This thing can actually move stars. Chapter 297 Crossroads of Life and Death, taking control of the situation. What's this guy's background? The demon lords were all wondering to themselves, when did our demon race produce such a brilliant and talented individual? In terms of both popularity and talent, he seems to be even more outstanding than the Ninth Prince. But the Ninth Prince wasn't angry at all. The demon lords were truly impressed by this magnanimity in accepting the demon's advances. Furthermore, it seems that the Ninth Prince is also trying to enhance Chi Musu's status and influence within the demon clan. Why do you trust him so much? According to the Ninth Prince, they had only known each other for a few days, yet their relationship was practically one of entrusting their lives to each other and never abandoning one another. Chi Mayan had no intention of explaining. The god-slaying weapon, another purpose of this trip to the City of Angels, is to reveal her true gender. Suyu is right. False power is built on lies. When a lie is exposed, it bursts like a dream bubble. Suyu will bind all living beings to Chi Mayan's chariot here. Now, Suyu has inscribed star marks on the 10 demon lords and the 26 demon race demigods, which can be considered part of her power. Demon lords and demigods have openly and secretly pledged allegiance to her. The Well of Gods and Demons originally had 206 demon lords and 872 demigods. She must control most of the remaining power in order to compete for the title of Demon King, even after revealing her true identity as a woman. This is the beginning. After learning about the strength of the restricted area, Suyu remained silent for a long time. A powerful race has thousands of mythical demigods. No wonder they look down on the fighting strength of the human race. Suyu turned around. What are you still standing there for? The Path of Stars can only last for half an hour. Suyu and Chi Mayan disappeared above the starry sky ladder. Only then did all living beings react, scrambling and rushing up in a disheveled state, afraid of being left behind in this planetary corridor filled with fallen angels. Suyu led the girls on a stroll through the starry sky. Chu Xianyin quietly lifted a corner of her mask, her eyes blinking as if she were truly dancing on the starry sky. Suyu, she whispered. It's so beautiful. The girl's eyes sparkled like stars. Suyu smiled and said, yes, once I awaken Arya and unseal this city of angels, you can come to this planetary corridor whenever you want. Chu Xianyin said sweetly, It's a pity that if I still had my people, I wonder if they would have been able to see the same scene as me. The Celestial Fox clan has had a tumultuous history, and they are considered among the most beautiful in the Forbidden Zone. Aside from the exceptionally beautiful goddesses, the other immortals in the banished Immortal clan are truly less attractive than the Celestial Foxes. Chi Mayan seemed to remember something and transmitted her voice. Suyu, and Little Fox, I previously asked my subordinates to help search for traces of your Heavenly Fox clan. It seems that we have learned some information about your race in this sacred land. Chu Xianyin quickly turned around and looked at Chi Mayan. Sister Mayan, are you serious? Being suddenly called older sister is a little strange. She always dressed as a man and was rarely treated as a girl. Suyu was the first, and Xianyin was the second. Of course, this princess's words are not false. It was discovered by the demon priests of my Abyss Demon clan who directly peered into the myriad races record. The location is in the far north snowfield in the northeastern part of the restricted area. However, I don't recommend you go, at least not before you reach demigod level. Chu Xianyin held her hand and gently thanked her. Sister Muyin, thank you. No, it's nothing. Chi Mayan was a little at a loss. She really wasn't good at responding to other people's thanks. As for Chi Mayan's suggestion, Suyu decided to follow it. To rashly search for the Celestial Fox's tracks. Exposing the whereabouts of the last remaining members of the Celestial Fox clan when there is insufficient power to protect them will only bring disaster. During the conversation, a large group of people arrived at the 4th district, the crossroads of life and death. Everything was shrouded in darkness. The 4 districts have only one intersecting crossroads, and floating inscriptions in the common language of all races, reading Path of Life in green and gold and Path of Death in pale white. Keep moving forward, and you will find the Path of Life, leading you through the 4th city wall and into the 5th district. To the left and to the right lies the path to death. Any living being with a sound mind knows how to choose. A member of the elf race said, Ninth Prince, Pool Demon Guard, this is the 4th district that my clan's Lake Fairy once mentioned. She regretted not obtaining the corresponding sacred object in the 4th district, which caused her to stop in the 5th district, before the 5th city wall. I only observed the 6th district from the outside. It is said that endless treasures await those who enter the 6th district. Chi Mayan said coldly. Ted, you wouldn't be deliberately trying to trick us into entering the path of death, would you? Ted broke out in a cold sweat. No. I swear to the rankings, I absolutely did not lie. Suyu also turned around and looked into his eyes. Ted, a mythical elf, felt as if his soul had been seen through by Chi Musu's direct gaze, and quickly said, "Oh right. I remember that the fairy of the lake mentioned that this path of death does not represent true death, but rather the annihilation of the soul. After the soul is annihilated, the trials of the Skywing race will be triggered." At that time, the fairy of the lake was not confident in passing the test, so she chose to take the path of life. After all, if she failed, the sacred objects here would not restore her soul. Suyu's eyes widened in surprise. Sure enough, the sacred object for repairing the soul is right here. He then stroked his chin and smiled. Anything else? While swearing an oath to the popularity charts may be believable, telling only half the truth is often more deceptive than telling a lie. Ted slapped his forehead. Oh right, Fairy also said that only beings related to the Skywing race have a chance of passing the test. That's it. It's really over. I've already told you everything I know. As Suyu approached, Ted shook his head. Who would dare to mess with Chimusu now? Even if you're a mythical figure, you still have to behave yourself in this city of angels. Suyu beckoned to Suyu and said, "Let's make a deal. I cannot allow your highness to test whether you have revealed all the information. Moreover, you have no connection with the Skywing race. Sending you in would be tantamount to sending you to your deaths. Therefore, in order to verify the truth of your words, only your highness and I are willing to risk our lives. I cannot let your highness go, so I will carve a star mark on you. If I die because of your words after I go in, I will trigger the star mark and take you with me on the journey. On the contrary, if I come out from inside, you can choose any item you need, except for the sacred object." How? From the other races objected to Chi Musu's proposal. There are gains and losses, it's quite fair. Moreover, if he and Ted really died, it would be a good thing, and no one would object. Seeing that he was in a difficult situation, Ted could only whine and say, "Okay. Actually, there's one more thing." Chapter 298, The Deathly Hallows. The Star Cup. Arya temporarily awakens. Ted no longer dared to play petty tricks. He observed that the various races were not united, and Chi Musu cleverly used this to divide them, so no living being would support him. However, Chi Malwei, this is not something I deliberately concealed. This message came from the soul of one of my elves before he perished. Once this message comes into contact with you, it will be sensed by the deathly relics on the road to death. They can even cross geographical boundaries to forcibly kill any soul that knows about it. We have sealed the information in this crystal, and you can integrate it when you enter. Ted did indeed tell everything he knew, but he kept this unknown fact a secret. The allied forces of all races took a deep breath. Good heavens, they're all old foxes. Almost every living being is taking advantage of the rules of the wind and cloud ranking oath. This was also discovered by Chi Musu. Suyu took the crystal, and the demon lord behind him checked it, and, after confirming that it was correct, handed it to Suyu. Lord Demon Guard, this crystal contains the curse of fate, which is why it was hunted down for thousands of miles and had its soul annihilated. Suyu was slightly taken aback, then smiled. Fate. He walked up to Chi Mayan with the crystal in his hand. What if I hadn't come back? Before he could finish speaking, Chi Mayan covered his mouth. You'll definitely come back, you bastard. I won't allow you to die in there. Suyu smiled and said, What are you all so nervous about? Don't forget who I am. Others may be in danger in the City of Angels, but I'm different, right? What I mean is, if I didn't come back, it wasn't because I died inside, but because I discovered something. At that time, Huan Yuan, Xianyin, and Miyu, you will all follow Chi Muyen. Please take good care of them for me. Chi Mayan nodded. I will. Don't forget our agreement, you big jerk. Suyu gently pinched Chi Mayan's delicate nose. Although they were separated by masks, their intimate actions were seen by all races. From their perspective, you two are both. Wow, so that's what your relationship is like. No wonder Chi Musu is so trusted. Everyone was whispering among themselves, as if they had discovered some secret with excitement. What they didn't know was, the truth that will utterly shatter their values will be revealed in a few days. After explaining everything, Suyu carried Arya, who was sleeping with the witch's mask on, and the two walked towards their deaths. Arya's spirit is almost annihilated. She is an empty shell without a soul, and this is the path she must take to restore her soul. Suyu did not want the girls, including Kong Huan Yuan, to experience the fear of their souls being annihilated. Several women stopped there. Zone 4 is an absolutely safe area, and there are no fallen angels there. Only by making a choice. The road to death grew ever darker, a pitch-black darkness obscuring the eyes, as if true death were approaching. Suyu chuckled softly. Death is not the end. The memory crystal merged into Suyu's soul. The throbbing relic of death within conveyed a curse of fate. However, Suyu possesses the heavenly mandate beacon. No fate can curse him. And behind it spread the 6 wings of a celestial being. The oath ring in his hand floated in the air, swirling and revolving around Suyu. All of this demonstrates his supreme status among the Skywing race. Junior, Suyu of the human race. Please enlighten me, esteemed sage. Everything has a spirit, just like the oath, which can actively adapt to the host's emotions and preferences. They definitely have souls. As darkness descended, Suyu, who was holding Arya, sat down on the ground. His soul gradually fell into eternal sleep. He opened his eyes again. Imagine being in a dreamlike garden, looking down at the ground from the sky. City of Angels. Moreover, it is not the angel city that was destroyed by disaster, but an unrecorded history. This angel city was actually built on a gigantic divine tortoise. The divine turtle, carrying the city of angels, roamed the sky, standing like a true king in the center of the entire sacred land. Behind Suyu, there was a golden cup emanating a golden spiritual liquid. He seemed to still be conscious, and a soft voice came through. I know you, Suyu. Angel chose you. I don't know if she was right or wrong. I only believe my own eyes. Let me see, and let all the winged races in Angel City see what you will choose. This is the ancient era. You're absolutely right. Death isn't the end, forgetting is. This is a forgotten history. Gods, ancient gods, immortals, this powerful sequence number 001. Even though the age of gods has fallen, some remains still exist. Next, is it the age of gods, or? One note in the middle was extremely indistinct, seemingly due to some kind of special interference, making it impossible for Suyu to hear what the deathly relic was saying. Whose era? Oh, it seems I said something I shouldn't have. I am the Star Cup, a celestial wing species. I can be an angel or a celestial official. I have various names, and the celestial wing species has also had different branches. Our choices back then may be the root cause of all our suffering. Here, I can do you a favor first. I am too weak. If it were before, I could gather the soul and all the memories of your lover at any time. But right now, I can only help you maintain this for 3 days. If we see your choice, then I will use the last of my strength to awaken her soul. Suyu's heart trembled slightly, unable to conceal her emotions. That is, I want to hear her voice again. Thank you, Senior. An overwhelming sense of happiness and excitement washed over me, completely dispelling the fear and pain I had felt when my soul had just perished. The elf's memory holds many memories, but she never had Suyu's identity. Star Cup didn't bother to give her any hints or explanations. This made it impossible for her to move an inch in the ancient city of angels. In contrast, Suyu, the Deathly Hallows directly granted him what he most desired. The clouds are scattered. Suyu and Arya were teleported to a room in a dilapidated tavern. In the room, sunlight streamed through the window and fell on Arya's face. The warm sunlight seemed to herald her awakening. Suyu sat beside her, gently stroking her face. He had imagined their reunion countless times, but he never thought they would meet again during the trials of the Skywing race. Even if it's only temporary, he was happy to do it. The Star Cup not only brings together souls, but also memories. Arya's eyelids twitched slightly, and she opened her eyes to wake up. Their eyes met, and Suyu excitedly hugged her, saying, Ilea, my wife, I finally. Tears welled up uncontrollably, and emotions that had been suppressed for so long were released like a wild beast. Arya's voice echoed in my ears. Little one, I knew the first thing I saw when I opened my eyes would be you. You've suffered a lot, haven't you? You've lost so much weight. Arya, I'm sorry even now, the time we can spend together is only. Don't say sorry, just tell me what happened, okay? Chapter 299 Reunion and Familiarity, the beginning of ancient times and myriad races. The two embraced tightly, and Suyu had so much to say. But when it came to the words, I didn't know how to begin. So he could only say, Arya, soul, fusion. The unspoken emotions and endless stories he couldn't express would waste far too much time that would otherwise be spent on their long-awaited reunion. Moreover, the two are facing their biggest crisis yet. Arya nodded and gently kissed Suyu's forehead. If we had time, I really wanted to stay here with him and cherish each other day and night. What a pity. As the two souls merged, Suyu's memories flooded into Arya's mind like a tidal wave. The path he traveled during this time led him to the Forbidden Zone, to the Twilight Lake, and now to the road of death in this city of angels. Every single incident, Every single detail resonates within her spirit. Every free night, he would clean her up thoroughly. Every sunrise and sunset, I would hold her and feel the radiance of the sun and moon. What touched her the most was, it was something the witch and Ning Hanwen had said. With her recovery, the life force of her and Suyu's child is also regaining its vitality. This was a tremendous redemption for the two of them. Otherwise, they might never have been able to overcome this hurdle in their entire lives. Soul points. Suyu knelt down in front of Arya like a child. Honey, I really, really miss you. Me too. Sleeplessness is like being conscious, vaguely hearing sounds from outside, but being powerless to wake up no matter what. It was like a nightmare. The two poured out their hearts to each other, even though time was short, for this was the most important and precious moment. Suyu pressed his ear against Arya's lower abdomen. I can't hear you, my child. Fool, we vampires are different from you humans. We must first condense our breath into energy, and then condense that energy into a soul before we can be conceived. Of course you can't hear us. This is wonderful, wonderful. I can see the little one with this little one. Holding Suyu's head, he suddenly whispered, Humph, are you doing this on purpose? Tricking me into calling you dad before my soul has even awakened? Suyu? I'm innocent. I'm innocent, my wife. It's you. Yes, it's all my fault. I don't care how much my wife scolds me. Suyu then said in the softest and gentlest tone, feigning anger. But, Arya, listen up. From today onwards, you are not allowed to use that move anymore. I've confiscated your source essence. You're not allowed to use it again until you can truly fuse with it without injury. We swore an oath to share the same bed in life and the same grave in death. Don't forget that. If you do this again, I'm about to get angry. I'm going to enforce the family rules. What you're doing is so cruel to me. You know that. Arya chuckled softly, nodding with tears in her eyes. Yes, little one. I'll listen to you from now on, okay? She raised her hand and promised, I will absolutely, positively never do such a thing again. The two embraced and remained silent for a while. Arya said, we need to get down to business. Little guy, my memories were probably forcibly pieced together by that deathly hallows, the Stargrail. Perhaps then, Suyu laughed and said, I will definitely bring you back. Don't worry, you can't run away anywhere. Arya parted her red lips slightly. Then let's discuss this trial for the Skywing race. That familiar sense of security has returned. Even though Suyu had no one else following him at this moment, and wasn't as powerful as he was outside, a familiar feeling came over him. It was as if no matter where he was or what injuries he suffered, Arya would instantly heal him with her indestructible power. Suyu took a deep breath and said with a solemn expression, well, that elf's memory crystal saves us the trouble of gathering information. This is the ancient city of angels, and now the Skywing race has come to a critical crossroads. 3 days later, the god who created the Skywing race, the number 001 old god, the king of angels, also known as the lord of the heavenly court, will fall, and the Skywing race will face a choice. After the end of the age of gods, the old gods either disappeared and perished or lingered on for a long time. The term divine generation sequence is not a designation for this era. At this moment, whether it's the Skywing race, the abyss demons, the dragons, the gifted elves, the vampires, they all faced two choices. First, they used everything they could to prolong the king's life. All that was gained was a king who continued to eke out a living. And although the king's power was immense, how long he could prolong his life was unknown. What can you gain after your life is extended? It is also impossible to determine. Another option, kill the king, so that his final favors may extend to the entire clan. That's a nice way of putting it. The truth is, killing the queen caused a whale to fall and all living things to come to life. The king's body was incredibly large, and what he left behind after his death was divided and eaten, allowing the king's power to flow into the bodies of every living being, enabling the entire race to ascend. They became beings second only to the gods, yet surpassing all other races, thus firmly establishing their race's position among all races. The result is obvious. It's better to kill the king than to gamble on an uncertain future. After all, sacrificing just one king could benefit the entire tribe. Almost all the divine races chose this path. However, the consequences varied. The king, who embodied the aspirations of his race, offered almost no resistance. Perhaps for the gods, a life of mere survival is also a form of torment, and they are also seeking liberation. This is an ugly and sordid history. No ethnic group really wants their descendants to know this, so this history has been erased, and the ancient times and the era of myriad races have been passed down in a vague way. Suyu took a deep breath. Clearly, this is not the whole story. According to this elf's memories, this era, there is no evil mother nest. There is no forbidden sea. There are no borders. The Forbidden Zone, also known as the Sacred Land, the edge of the land, the starting point, is a completely adjacent continent, a vast continent more than 100 times the size of the Blue Star, a continent where all races truly live. And then came the age of myriad races. We have everything, including the monsters of the Forbidden Sea, including the mother nest of the evil species, and also human history. There is a huge secret hidden here. It's not as simple as just killing the king. Suyu only has 3 days to find the secret, make a choice, and let all the Skywing races see it. If it cannot be completed, let alone saving Arya, his own soul will also perish on this path of death. How to do it? I'm sure the little guy has already thought it through, right? Suyu raised an eyebrow. There is a way. I've noticed that the moral compass of all races, or rather, the races of the Age of Gods, is perhaps a little too high. Chapter 300 Morality may decline, but it's for better survival. Arya tilted her head. Too high? Arya pouted and teased. It seems quite a bit more. Even that little vixen is willing to fall in love with you without hesitation. On the other hand, humans, TSK, are all heartless men. It also has a slightly sour taste. I've only been resting for less than a month. You humans have the lowest moral standards, which is utterly despicable. Suyu scratched his head and chuckled awkwardly. His wife was quite tolerant of him. Although she teased him a couple of times, she generally allowed it, and she mainly meant other people on Earth. The little Demoness, a group that is relatively indifferent to life in the Forbidden Zone, are still willing to risk everything for their lovers and relatives, and to risk their lives on the front line for the benefit of their tribe. In contrast, humanity. One day, I will make all the creatures that once lived in the Thousand Lakes pay the price. I've changed my mind. After this Angel City event, we'll go back to Earth. Arya tapped Suyu's forehead. I'll listen to you, but don't get carried away and don't do what you did last time. Suyu nodded. Yes, not anymore. Let's go and solve the disaster before us. Suyu took Arya's hand and walked out of the dilapidated tavern room. I never want to let go. A Skywing creature outside the guest room jokingly asked, where did this foreign couple come from? Suyu was not intimidated at all. This isn't my first time in the City of Angels. I don't need to prove myself to gain status. I think I shouldn't be considered a foreigner. Could you introduce me to the 18 Wings Society? The rundown tavern owner, Terrence, chuckled. Young man, do you think you can just go to the 18 Wings as you please? This is the great City of Angels. Bathed in the king's glory, the king's 18 wings all possess long lifespans, great power, and the wisdom to see through the past and the future. It's not like you, a foreigner, can just go there whenever you want. Before Terrence could finish speaking, the crowd in the dilapidated tavern burst into laughter, filling the tavern with a joyful atmosphere. Suyu smiled faintly, and 6 pairs of golden and white feathers rose behind him, perfectly unfolding the 6 wings of an angel. The mockery and sense of superiority came to an abrupt end at that moment. A 6-winged angel? This is the recognition from the Angel Academy, proof of the status of the most outstanding student. Those who can wear 6 wings or more are all important figures. But how did you end up here? From 1 pair to 18 pairs, representing differences in innate talent. The upper limit for ordinary angels is 5-winged angels, and to achieve 6 wings or more, one needs the approval of the Angelic Academy. As for Suyu, an outsider who does not possess wings, giving him 6 wings is equivalent to making him stand out from the crowd and become the most outstanding student. You can take me to the Holy Academy to see Principal Raphael. It would be even better if I could see Angel of the First Wing. Terrence's face stiffened, and he said with trepidation, All right, please follow me, distinguished guest. He dared not be negligent. This led Suyu and the other person to the Angelic Academy once again. The sacred temple still stands, but it has gained a bit more spiritual energy and is now more magnificent than when I last visited. After all, this was during the heyday of the Skywing race. Terrence, a tavern owner sponsored by the Holy Academy to gather intelligence on foreigners for the Academy, led the two directly to the headmaster's sky garden. Lord Raphael of the Third Wing. 2 foreigners claim to know you and wish to see you. Please come in. Stepping into the principal's office, Raphael still had that familiar kind face, but compared to him 1,000 years later, he was less composed and more passionate. Raphael paused slightly when he saw that the visitor was Suyu. Suyu noticed his unusual behavior. Principal, do you perhaps remember me? Raphael smiled faintly and said, Suyu, although this place is a remnant of history, We 18 wings have all left a trace of our soul power here. It's not just us, it also houses all the surviving winged race members in the entire city of angels. Suyu was suddenly startled. Those wandering souls, could they be? That's right. Raphael's words made Suyu realize something. No wonder the Deathly Hallows, the Star Cup, said it wanted to show all the sky wings in the city what kind of decision the new wing commander would make. Raphael remarked, "The memory of the last time still echoes in my mind." That really restored the confidence of the dejected Skywing race, and it was truly exhilarating. Suyu was slightly embarrassed, and then said, "Principal, could you tell me about your choice, and what happened afterward?" Raphael smiled wryly. "I only possess a wisp of soul power, which cannot bear so many memories. Only when I see you can I remember anything related to you." However, Raphael said solemnly, "The 18 wings have already made their choice, but it was rejected by the king." Suyu remained silent. Yes, even if the race wants to preserve the king, death may be the only relief for the king. The wings want to protect the king, and the king wants to die for his people, right? Raphael nodded. Suyu scratched his chin. "I understand. Principal, please take me to see the 18 Wings Society, to see your king." Raphael's heart skipped a beat. "You have a way?" Suyu shook his head. "I haven't thought it through yet, but it's at least much better than your two options." Raphael took a deep breath. "Please come with me." 18 pairs of wings lifted the clouds and carried the two of them into the sky. Power meeting in the City of Angels, the Council of the 18 Wings. At the roundtable meeting, the officials looked worried and helpless. "Are we really going to send the king to his death? I won't accept that. Ramil, no one among the Skywing races here can accept this, but it is the king's decision. Angel, are you just going to stand by and watch all this happen? Or do you think that now that the king is gone, you, as the wing commander, can?" "Ramil, watch your words. Angel is the one most hurt by this." "I'm sorry, I was just a little impatient. I apologize." Just as the atmosphere became tense, Raphael pushed open the door and entered. "Everyone, perhaps I have another way." The crew members turned around and saw Suyu. Their long-dormant memories seemed to be awakened. "Suyu, Suyu." Suyu greeted them. "Hey everyone, it's been a long time. Why do you all look so miserable when I arrive at this meeting that spans 1,000 years? Let me guess, you're also at a loss and don't know what to do, right? Gentlemen, listen to me. Your morals are too high, and your ambitions are too great. When it comes to the survival of your people, you have to advance regardless of everything. That's right, you are facing a choice. But other races face the same choice as you. I have a plan. Since gods must die, why can't it be other gods who die? Since you can divide and devour the king, why can't the king devour other kings?" Chapter 301. The Skywing clan is confused. A chain of suspicion and the god slaying plan. The 18 wings were immediately dumbfounded. Although I was prepared for Suyu to say something surprising, I was still shocked. Far too many uncontrollable factors involved. This plan? It's not that no Skywing race would think of it. It's that they simply wouldn't dare to even consider it. The races that possess gods are now all eyeing each other with covetous intent, keeping a close watch on each other with utmost vigilance. Other powerful clans, such as the Shadow Clan and the Holy Phoenix Clan, also hope to get a share of the pie. Therefore, the king made this choice. If war breaks out, and the goal becomes killing gods, how perilous would that be? How many Skywing race would die? These are all problems. How could that be? If you do this, other races will inevitably wage war against us. How will our Skywing race then fight against these dozens of powerful races? If your king devours another king, then won't you become the most powerful of all races? Will other races just sit idly by and watch you and everything? Suyu smiled and said, "Ramil, no, you're overthinking it. These powerful clans without a king won't attack us like you're saying. On the contrary, they would rather besiege a race without a king and get a share of the spoils in the chaos. It's not that they can help us win, but that they will help us if we win. They'll side with whoever wins." This, Suyu's words silenced the Skywing race. To be fair, if the Dragon King were to devour the King of the Elves, would they really go to war with the dragons? That's difficult, isn't it? Rather than fighting the Dragon King at his peak, it would be better to devour the already conquered elven race. Hiss. It seems that's really true. Suyu continued. Also, why do we need to launch a full-scale attack on a race? I don't quite understand that. Lady Angel, do the kings of races that still possess gods all die peacefully in the next few days? Angel nodded. Yes. The king said that there was a severe shortage of materials to support the existence of the old gods. Either the king will devour all our wealth and magic, or we. In short, Although the time when the king of each tribe dies varies, it will not exceed 3 days. The Angel King is the most powerful of the remaining kings. He can hold out for at least 3 more days. Suyu smiled and said, I understand. My lords, I am not sure what the consequences of our actions will be, but I am clear about one thing, and you can also see it clearly through the memories of your souls. Killing one's own king to strengthen one's race is wrong, and it has caused irreparable consequences. Perhaps, from your perspective, there's nothing wrong with doing this. After all, even the king himself wanted to be free. But if I were there, I would never allow such a thing to happen. If someone is destined to die, then why not someone else? Even if 10,000 or 100,000 others die, as long as it saves us one life, I secretly think it's a very worthwhile deal. Moreover, we don't need to launch a full-scale attack at all. There is absolutely no need to prolong Wang Yongheng's life. Suyu smiled mysteriously. We only need to extend Wang Duo's life by 1 day. Just 1 day is enough. Other ethnic groups face the same choices as you. Obviously, your thinking is the same. The king dies, a whale falls, and all things come to life. Then why can't we think about it differently? We'll extend their king's life by 1 day. Their king is dead. While they're devouring him, we'll take the remaining blood of our king and eat him. 18 wings. No, bro, your morals seem a tiny bit too low. Ramil retorted, impossible. That's just wishful thinking. The king is not dead. This news cannot be kept from the other kings. If our king is still alive, perhaps the other races will too. I'll be just like you. Suyu smiled and said, that's great. So gods can sense each other. In that case, Lord Angel, Lord Ramil, please announce to all races now that we intend to extend the king's life by 1 year. What? The Skywing race was completely dumbfounded, unable to guess what Suyu was thinking. Everyone, you see, even you can't guess what I'm going to do. How could the myriad races possibly guess? In reality, we only gave Wang 1 more day to live. The difference between the cost of extending 1 day of life and extending 1 year of life must be significant, right? By announcing that we will extend their lives by another year, we have seized the initiative. Let them guess. In the end, they will be forced to extend their lives by our preemptive strike because they dare not gamble. If they lose, the end for a clan without a king is to be devoured. And once they believe us and extend the king's life by a year, the lost power and magic will be something that no race can ever make up for. At that time, one of the elves, dragons, or other races will inevitably become fish on our chopping board. Hiss. The 18 wings looked at each other. Even now, they are not sure which of Suyu's words are true and which are false. The 18 wings, who trusted Suyu, couldn't figure it out. It's even less likely that they could tell if it's a foreign tribe. This is the chain of suspicion. The real plan is known only to Suyu and cannot be verified in any way. Ultimately, most groups will choose the most conservative and seemingly safest path. This safest choice is precisely a form of intellectual laziness. Suyu has constructed such a comfortable trap, waiting for all races to jump into it. When it comes to matters of race, the only thing to do is to seize the initiative at all costs. Suyu continued. Also, Lady Angel, besides smokescreens, a favorable diplomatic environment is equally important. Which race's kings are still alive? After thinking it over, Angel said, there are vampire Lilith, ethereal witches, demons, dragons, gifted elves and banished immortals, weapon spirits and Xuanwu. There are 21 existing kings. Suyu smiled and said, that makes it even simpler. Lady Angel, please contact Lilith, the progenitor of the vampires, as well as the witches and the demons. Let me give you a heads up. We have a way to keep the king alive. We'll ask them if they're willing to work with us. If they are, we'll announce it at the same time, extending the king's life by a year, which is actually just extending it by 1 day. Hiss. It's a calculated scheme. With 4 powerful clans announcing this simultaneously, who among the other clans wouldn't believe it? Aren't you afraid of those races that don't extend their lives? Will you extend your life or not? If you continue, you'll suffer heavy losses, and then we'll come and devour you. Holy crap, the Skywing race felt their noble morals were sinking along with Suyu. Suyu stroked his chin again. How about we bring the elves along too? Allies aren't immune to betrayal. As long as we discuss it with our true allies beforehand, we can set a trap. The noble angels couldn't hold back any longer. Enough. That's enough. Please stop talking. We are all honest angels, pure of heart, and cannot bear the deceit and treachery of you humans. Chapter 302 The Winged Race's Recognition. The Birth of the Evil Race and the Forbidden Sea. The Skywing race dared not let Suyu continue. These plans are enough to give the descendants of the gods a real hard time, and they offer a great chance to save their king and grant the Skywing race the right to breathe in the sunlight. As the story unfolds further, the Skywing races believe that they will lose even the slightest bit of their noble virtues. Suyu shook his head with a hint of regret. Actually, I have 2 more wicked plans. Oh no, brilliant plans. Majesty, the future winged one, we are very clear about your choice, and we have already informed the king. Suyu clicked his tongue in slight regret. This is a case of using one enemy to devour another, sowing discord, and then having us use witches to disguise ourselves as dragons to slaughter elves, and then disguise ourselves as elves to slaughter Xuanwu. We finally gained an absolute advantage and became a race with the powerful fighting force of the Skywing race. Being forbidden from using it feels like ants crawling all over my body. The 18 wings are all saint-level experts, and Suyu's thoughts can be heard unintentionally amidst strong emotional fluctuations. These words have already reached their ears. The 18 wings felt their scalps tingle and quickly covered their mouths. That's enough. One should still have some morality. We are not bloodthirsty people. Suyu tilted his head, and another idea popped into his mind. The Skywing race isn't bloodthirsty, so they could try targeting the demon race. It's not out of the question. Angel didn't dare let Suyu think any further. That's enough. Let's get started. The swift and decisive Skywing race immediately implemented the plan. Really, the joint statement issued by several powerful clans, along with their decision to extend their king's life by another year, shook the Holy Land. The various ethnic groups were filled with fear and immediately gathered together. Are you going to announce it or not? Why aren't you announcing it? What are you planning to do? How long do you plan to extend their lives? A year? What if the winged race, the vampires, can extend their lives for more than a year? What if they get an extra life? The life-extending ritual can only be performed once, and there's only one chance. The Skywing race's statement stirred up trouble, instantly escalating tensions between the various races to the extreme. It seemed that no one was on good terms with anyone else, and no one could stand the side of anyone else. Previously, all races had discussed this together, and the kings of each race were willing to sacrifice themselves for the benefit of their people. The myriad races even discussed that when the final day arrives, the mythical realms of all races must make an inviolable oath to the heavens, respecting the king's decision and the decision of their race. At the same time, this history will be erased, making the ancient era a mere echo of the mythological age and causing future generations to completely forget this history. Result: the Skywing species suddenly encountered a change of fortune. This statement caused the moral standards of the originally simple and kind-hearted people to plummet by 1,000 years. Entire tribe felt insecure, as if anyone who didn't declare how long they would extend the king's life was considered an enemy. The entire sacred land seemed to have become a pitch-black dark forest. Shortly afterward, the dragons and elves jointly declared that they would extend the king's life by 1 year. More and more ethnic groups are declaring their intention to extend the king's life, and subconsciously choosing a year. Many ethnic groups have discussed this internally. If you choose a period longer than a year, you will become the target of everyone's criticism. If you choose a period shorter than a year, you will be seen as having ulterior motives and will inevitably be targeted and attacked by other groups at all costs. Ironically, the 4 tribes that initially made the joint announcement became the benchmark, the ones monitoring other tribes to maintain control. The next day, all the tribes declared that they would extend the king's life. Something strange happened. Some races paid a heavy price. The king consumed almost all magical items and a large number of magical circuits under his command, and many races were reduced to a state worse than that of the middle-ranking races. But the various races of the Skywing race suffered relatively little loss. Once they realized what had happened, the group that had fallen for the trap became fish on a chopping board. At a moment of life and death, it is not the time to talk about morality. A single misstep could lead to the destruction of tens of millions of lives in an entire community. Suyu made her own choice. I would rather die than see my fellow Taoists die. Faced with an inevitable fate of destruction, no means are shameful in the name of the survival of the race. Life and race are paramount. Suyu stood at the highest point of Angel City, gazing at the Skywing races and the Angel King fighting in the distance. Angel walked to Suyu's side. The two looked down at the sacred land, feeling quite moved. Suyu asked softly, "Lady Angel, you must be the embodiment of the deathly relic, the Star Grail, right?" The real Lady Angel seems to have included her soul as well. The Forgotten City, one of the 4 corners of the City of Angels, perished along with all its power. Angel nodded slightly. You're absolutely right. But that's not entirely true either. The star cup itself also belongs to Lady Angel. How far into the future can you see? This place can only simulate the world after choices are made, but it's not the same as reality. Suyu shook his head. I can't see it. The future is always changing in an instant. All I need to do is have more cards up my sleeve to deal with the moment that is about to come. If I were to stand at the forefront of this era, all I could do is prioritize the interests of the community above all else, and the beliefs of the community above all else. Angel, the embodiment of the star cup, seemed to understand, saying, No wonder. You are both at the end of the sequence and yet still part of it. Your choice may be wrong, or it may be right. I don't understand. But at least, the Skywing races are willing to believe you. Sizzle sizzle. Half of the illusion created by the star cup has disappeared, leaving behind the endless cries of the souls of the Skywing races. Their souls were preserved on the road to death. Their bodies became wandering, lonely souls roaming the city of angels, waiting for someone to come and awaken them. The avatar of the star cup asked, On behalf of all the winged races, are you the one who will awaken us, the one who is promised? Suyu shook his head. No, there is never any predetermined fate. The choice to awaken you has always been in your hands, not mine. Only those you have chosen, those you have trusted, are qualified to reopen the city of angels and lead the entire race to live under the sun once more. Billions of souls cried out beneath the road of death. Never before had they recognized a stranger as much as they do today. The Star Cup avatar took a deep breath. I understand. Then let me show you the end of this era. Even if you made your choice, the outcome may still not be perfect, but for us Skywings, your decision is undoubtedly a better choice. Suyu's decision sparked a war of gods. The king of angels devoured the king of elves and returned to his peak. But because of the fall of the king, because of the fall of the number 001 old god, the star positions and destinies of the gods inevitably turned into endless resentment at the moment of the god slaying. The race created by the gods, together with the gods, solidified this resentment and curse into reality. The Forbidden Sea, the evil seeds, and the monsters beneath the Forbidden Sea entered the sight of all races for the first time at this moment. Chapter 303 wasn't perfect, but it was a perfect result nonetheless. Sequence number 001. The fall of the old gods was extraordinary. They all had corresponding star palaces. When the gods fell, their corresponding star palaces descended from the sky, crashing into the vast and boundless sacred land like comets. This is different from the catastrophe at the end of the mythological era. This is a movement to devour the gods. It is destined that souls unwilling to be devoured will be born, and endless resentment will arise. The Star Cup avatar said, In the past, even though almost all races chose to sacrifice their kings to save their races, and even under the leadership of powerful races, a common treaty was signed to ensure that this disgraceful history would not be known to anyone. But accidents can happen all the time. Some races' gods, such as the Void race, the Celestial Fox race, and the Blood race, have problems with their kings. When the king is devoured, many races cannot withstand the powerful divinity and instead fall into depravity. Especially for beings at the Saint Realm, who have already reached the pinnacle of ordinary life. After consuming the king, their state is somewhere between the Saint Realm and the God Realm. In this situation, they cannot withstand divinity, and the consequences are. Suyu took a deep breath. Evil seed mother nest. The birth of the evil seed nest stemmed from the mistake made by all races themselves. Perhaps this problem wouldn't have occurred if the king had simply died of old age. But this created another chain of suspicion. Those races that successfully divided the spoils of the king became the divine races, while some that had kings but failed to divide the spoils became second-rate races, such as the heavenly destiny Black Tortoise or other races. There's no solution to this situation unless one of the factions has already fought the war to unify the Holy Land. The falling stars shattered the entire vast continent. From then on, it was divided into 4 parts. The Sacred Land, the Beginning Land, the Edge Land, and the Forbidden Sea. The place where the most gods died became an untouchable taboo. Their souls drew the waters of the river Styx back to overflowing, and the monsters in the Forbidden Sea were beings that had once devoured gods and could not bear the fall of divinity. Having devoured a deity, its power is far greater than that of other beings. Suyu stroked his chin. Then what exactly are humans? The most crucial point is, what role did the human race play in its history, its origin, the beginning of the sequence, and the end of the sequence? Star Cup clearly knows something, but can't bring himself to say it. It seems to be some kind of fateful banishment. The Star Cup Avatar said, I cannot explain what I know. However, what I know is only fragmented information, and even if I told you, you would still make a misjudgment. To know everything, there is only one place to go. Suyu nodded, Divine Realm. The Star Cup Avatar nodded slightly, then raised its hand and waved lightly. Let's see the future of this world. With Suyu's involvement, the world changed. Nothing has changed. Even in the Forbidden Sea, the breeding grounds of evil species continue to be born. Some races are no longer part of the divine order, while others have joined the ranks of the gods. Perhaps nothing has completely changed, only the people have changed. But perhaps much has changed. The kings of the Skywing race, the vampires, and other races survived and gained another 1,000 years. The race that will bear the brunt of the next outbreak of the evil race's nest will no longer be the Skywing race, but another race. The Star Cup Incarnate said, this may be a tragedy. But for the Skywing race, for the race, there is no doubt that you, Suyu, have bought us 1,000 years and given the king a glimmer of hope. I, and the souls of the Skywing race sealed beneath this road of death, sincerely await the moment when you unseal the entire city of angels, and under your leadership, we fight for our race. Squeak, squeak. Beneath the road to death, the chorus of millions of souls seemed to crown him with the will of all living beings. Suyu took a step back, placing his hand on his heart. It is my great honor. I, Suyu, hereby swear an oath. Today, let us return to the sunlight. Reclaim the glory that belongs to us. At this moment, Suyu seemed to hear the cries of the Skywing race beneath the road of death. Glory belongs to our king. Glory belongs to our king. Suyu is the only man in history who, as a foreigner, won the recognition of the entire Skywing race and became the king of angels. The Star Cup Avatar exclaimed, then let us fight for you and for our race. Please rest assured, the entire Skywing race will protect you on your journey ahead. The Star Cup dissipated, condensing into an illusory relic of death, which fell into Suyu's hands. All illusions. The annihilation of the soul. It vanished completely, like fleeting clouds. The Star Cup's final voice echoed in Suyu's mind. I will repair your lover's soul, but you will have to find her memories yourself. This world will restart in one more day. Consider this day a gift I leave for you. Nothing will be spying on you or disturbing you. Suyu said softly, thank you. The Star Cup landed in my hand. The world returned to darkness. The Star Cup has temporarily exhausted its power. The legendary being, known as the creature of death and holding the power over life and death, thus came to belong to Suyu. A message flashed through my mind. The Deathly Hallows, the Star Grail. Rank, Relic. Completeness, 100%, exhausted and asleep. Note, this is a death artifact belonging to an angel, the first wing of the Skywing race. It governs life, death, and reincarnation, possessing a life force that transcends all others. Ability, Cycle of Life and Death. His existence can create special inherent barriers that prevent the annihilation of souls from dissipating temporarily, allowing them to be nurtured within the cycle of life and death until the day of their revival. Ability, Star Fate, possesses the powerful ability to traverse the astral plane, pursuing destiny to cause destruction and instant death. Suyu was not overly excited. Unfortunately, this thing is dormant. Otherwise, he could now pursue his destiny, cross the astral planes, and annihilate all his enemies. Fortunately, he had a day to talk to Arya about what had happened during this time. The two could no longer restrain themselves and immediately intertwined like two flames. Honey, won't this be bad for the baby? Fool, it's only a wisp of life. Little one, we haven't had you in so long. We've almost forgotten what you taste like. It was my fault. No matter when or where in the future, you will always be the most important person to me. Outside the road of death, Chi Mayan paced back and forth, biting her fingertips. The oath ring also failed to react. Is everything really okay? She resisted the urge to go inside. If even Suyu couldn't escape the path to death, then if she went in, she would surely die. The only good thing is that they died together. Suddenly, the ring began to glow. Chapter 304 Return. The Deathly Relic, instantly sliding to its knees. Chi Musu is coming back. Chi Mayan was so excited that she almost forgot to change her voice. The allied forces of all races have been waiting for a long time, and some groups are already preparing to watch the show fail. As a result, Chi Mayan's shocking remark disrupted the previously tense atmosphere. A profound silence fell. Shimmering light on the ring must be the agreement between the Ninth Prince and the Demon Guard. This is what everyone thought. At the same time, I was secretly alarmed. Damn it. How can one return from the path to death? Long Hao, the holy son of the Azure Dragon, Dian Wuxin, Ted, all turned their heads. Especially Ted, who was prepared to travel with Chi Musu. If sacrificing him could lead to Chi Musu's death, then the Ninth Prince's control over all races wouldn't be so strong. Other races also secretly promised to protect the light elf Saintess Mira as she left. Result: Chi Musu is coming back. The hearts of everyone were once again in their throats. What kind of genius has the demon clan produced? They could even conquer the death road in the City of Angels. At the end of darkness, starlight shone. Under the starlight, Suyu held the star cup in one hand and supported the sleeping Arya on his back with the other. The star cup awakened Arya's soul, but it will take some time for her soul to recover. Suyu knew that when Arya woke up, he would probably see Arya who had lost her memory and couldn't remember who he was. It may create a rift. Perhaps even love will be forgotten. But he has to get it back. In the past hour, which was also a day on the road to death, Arya recharged him. It's normal for Arya to be cold towards him after losing her memory. Arya herself has never shown any kindness to Suyu or anyone else that Suyu values. Arya said that perhaps when she wakes up and senses the life force in her womb, she will desperately search for her husband. Although her husband is Suyu, even if Arya confirms that Suyu is her husband after losing her memory, she will still have some doubts. However, Suyu is already prepared. We absolutely cannot lose her again. After he came out, the more than 400 creatures present looked at Suyu with strange eyes. Suyu tossed the star cup into Kong Huan Yuan's hand before he could say anything. Chi Mayan stepped forward and hugged him tightly. The entire race was stunned. Holy crap. You two, are you even going to stop acting? You two are male demons. The demon lords covered their faces, too embarrassed to speak. Suyu paused for a moment, then transmitted his voice. Little Vixen, on the surface, we're still. Chi Mayan chuckled lightly. I don't care, I'll be telling everyone soon anyway. Do you know how worried I was out there? She pinched Suyu's waist. Suyu chuckled twice. All right. Although it's going to be announced, I don't want them to laugh at me. Chi Mayan pouted. You humans are really. Kong Huan Yuan and Chu Xianin saw Suyu return. They came up to take Arya from him, their eyes slightly questioning. Suyu nodded slightly. He should wake up soon. At that time, Kong Huan Yuan responded. Yes, I'm ready anytime. The fragments of memory that she had forcibly seized back then have been stored in the barrier of Witch's Night. If we're lucky, this fragment of memory might be related to Suyu. Suyu turned around, and the strange expressions of the myriad races immediately disappeared. Gentlemen, during my absence, there must have been some guys who hoped I wouldn't come back, right? Suyu said in a low voice. This terrified the few dragon lords who were feeling guilty. This plague god can even conquer the path to death. Outside, these dragon lords might not even give Chi Musu a second glance, but inside the City of Angels, these proud dragon lords and elven elders were terrified and sweating profusely. No. Chi Mawe, you're overthinking it. We're all looking forward to your return so you can lead us onward. Yes, Chi Mawe, you know we made a vow? See, I didn't lie to you, right? That memory crystal is definitely not fake. At this moment, Ted stepped forward and took credit. Several dragon lords and immortal lords cursed him in secret as shameless. Where did that righteous and awe-inspiring demeanor go? Wasn't I prepared to take Chi Musu with me on the road to death if Chi Musu were to perish on the road to death? How did she suddenly become his most loyal, groveling dog? The phrase digging a hole, first standing and then bowing, is laughable. So you didn't bother to say anything. At this moment, Ted was unaware of the restrictive effect of the star mark on him. And Suyu, when I sense the star marks, even though the deathly relic has fallen into slumber. However, the Star Cup's ability, Star Fate, can resonate with his new talent, Dark Night and Bright Day, and Starry Night. Both abilities utilize the astral plane. Although the Star Destiny has exhausted the power of the Star Cup, it cannot be used as a vessel. Yet it can be triggered using Suyu's star mark as a medium. In other words, although it cannot directly erase someone from the realm of fate and cause and effect, it can erase anyone who carries a star mark by annihilating their soul and obliterating their fate and existence. It can be described as the most terrifying annihilating power in the world. Once this annihilation power is activated, it can be detected if the target is too close. Suyu took a deep breath. Maybe. Suyu smiled and said, It's all right. I won't regret what I promised you. Suyu took out one of the treasures he had obtained from the Star Cup and threw it in front of Ted. A drop of the former Elf King's blood should be quite useful to you, right? What? All races gasped in shock. Even Ted was dumbfounded. Former Elf King. Isn't that a true god who fell countless years ago? This thing exists on the road to death. Ted has been stuck in the mythical realm for a long time and has never been able to break through to the sacred realm. A single drop of the Elf King's blood is enough to increase the chances of a successful breakthrough by at least 30%. How could he not be excited? Chi-Musu, how could you be so generous? Suyu said coldly, what I say, I will always do. I also advise you to tell me the truth. I won't be stingy with what I get. But if I find that my sincerity is met with betrayal, I will take back my sincerity tenfold. Smack. As soon as he finished speaking, Chi-Musu is willing to share all the good things from the mythical era. What are you waiting for? Racial dignity? Position? That thing, compared to my advancement to the Saint Realm, it's really lacking. Lord Demon Guard, I have urgent news to report. It concerns the 6th District. I'll go first. Lord Demon Guard, we actually also have information about District 6. My Lord Demon Guard, there is actually a secret within District 5 that connects to District 7. Apart from the loyal Dian Wuxin, countless powerful beings at the mythical realm were all kneeling in despair. Meng Shuiao bit her lower lip and gazed at Su Yu's figure. Could this man be? If that's the case, there's something he might be able to do. Chapter 305 The road ahead is no longer dangerous. The wing commander returns to his loyal city-state. Su Yu shook his finger. Everyone. Although I really like your attitude. But unfortunately, if you tell me everything before I enter this path of death, perhaps I will consider giving you some benefits. But now, the situation is different. Your intelligence is of no use to me. The Star Cup is almost a clear indication of Su Yu's intentions. The City of Angels will make him king. This means that the road ahead is no longer dangerous. All Su Yu needs to do is return to the loyal city-state that rightfully belongs to him. All races were dumbfounded. Useless? Could it be that? Su Yu stood with his hands behind his back and lightly snapped his fingers. Crunch, crunch. The 4th city wall, standing at the crossroads of life and death, suddenly opened up into the distance. The golden light shone into the distance. Of the Star Cup pierced straight ahead into the distance. Boom. It seems that the giant gate of the 5th city wall also opened for him. The light continued to spread, seemingly without end. Su Yu turned around and chuckled lightly. Haven't you always suspected that I wanted to send you to your deaths? Huh, that's no longer necessary. You can leave now. The entire city-state is no longer a danger to me. Of all the races were so exaggerated they almost hit the ground. Hundreds of beings stared blankly at Chi-Musu, including the demon lords, none of them expecting what Chi-Musu had gained on the path to death. Now, Chi-Musu told them to go home. Certainly, life was saved. But, with the path to heaven and endless wealth within reach, who would want to leave? But ironically, the oath bound their souls. In the City of Angels, you must listen to what Chi-Musu and Chi-Mayan say. It would be better if we couldn't see it. The most painful thing is, Su Yu took a tiny bit of the treasure from the Star Cup, just enough for the elf Ted to use, greatly increasing his chances of breaking through to the Saint Realm. Nobody's a fool. Is there even a question of how many other benefits are involved? Su Yu teased. What? You're not leaving? Do you intend to break your oath? Long Hao and Ted finally swallowed their pride and said, Chimawe, please don't be in such a hurry. We had some misunderstandings before. Su Yu raised an eyebrow. A misunderstanding? No, it's our fault. We were ungrateful and caused you to misunderstand. Actually, you see, even if these walls were opened for you, even if the road ahead is no longer dangerous, there are still a lot of fallen angels to deal with, right? Of course we are willing to obey your orders, but you also need some help, don't you? We guarantee to obey your orders. If you agree, we will not hesitate. It was quite embarrassing and shameful for a group of powerful beings at the mythical realm, including dragon venerables and immortal venerables, to bow down to this junior. But when faced with temptation, we have to do even the most shameless things. Su Yu frowned. You agree to everything? Certainly. No problem. We will obey your orders here, as long as we can leave alive. Also, like Ted, we'll get some benefits. Su Yu and Chi-Mayan exchanged a glance. It's settled. Facing the possibility of advancing to the Holy Realm. Faced with the temptations of the City of Angels. Finally, complete surrender. Su Yu raised his head. Fine, then I have only one request. I don't trust you, so I will mark you with star marks. Ted, I can communicate with you directly through the star mark. You should be able to sense it. If any living being betrays me, star mark may not be able to kill you, but I will ensure that those who betray me receive the punishment they deserve. By placing a star mark on someone, that person will become a loyal servant, because the star mark can be used to directly torture the soul that has been marked. Although it may not kill, It can devastate the opponent's spirit. However, once you possess the Star Cup, the Star Mark can not only torment your soul, but also obliterate you across star planes. It can be said to be a perfect match for Suyu's new ability, Chi Musu's request. To be fair, it doesn't seem like an exaggeration. They weren't worried that there was a trap involved. To put it bluntly, you, Chi Musu, are just a demon in the reincarnation realm. Your abilities may be impressive at your level, but they are not enough at the mythological level. There are countless ways to erase the Star Mark. Of course, they didn't know that this was a power that transcended the astral plane. It is extremely difficult to erase. They were even more unaware that the Star Cup could resonate with the Star Mark. Otherwise, there's no way I would agree to Chi Musu's conditions. Alright, let's put aside our racial prejudices and cooperate just once, right here in this city of angels. Chi Maowei is generous, so he won't disappoint us. Our Shadow Clan is fine. The various tribes all agreed, but each had their own plans. Suyu didn't care, as long as you obediently engraved it. He raised his fingertip and gently pressed it against their necks, imprinting a crimson rose mark on their skin. It was as if I had connected with their souls. These myriad beings cursed Chi Musu inwardly, realizing he was indeed up to no good. This thing was a deadly weapon for tormenting the soul. In the worst-case scenario, it would cause immense damage to the soul, essentially rendering the body incapable of fighting even if the body remained unharmed. But in order to be able to travel with Chi Musu, they had no choice but to grit their teeth and accept it. Suyu patted the shoulders of all living beings with satisfaction. Trust me, you won't regret it. Someday in the future, you will be glad you made the decision today. A fake star mark was also imprinted on Meng Shuyao's neck, but he didn't say anything to stop it. She knew that this army of hundreds of elites from all races was now completely under Suyu's control. From arriving full of high spirits to becoming a prisoner. It only lasted a short moment. Only. Suyu, although we have a partnership, the news that you forced me to become a pet beast will definitely make the headlines. At that time, all races will be blocked outside the City of Angels. Even if you obtain the true scripture, Godslayer, you will not have the power to use it. What should you do then? If you can still win. I have something important to tell you then. She made a promise to herself in her heart. Outside the City of Angels, a true gathering of all races. Immortal deities, dragon kings, demon kings, elf kings. Even those from the Holy Realm and beyond descended upon this place. The City of Angels has become the eye of the storm. The Divine Lord's overwhelming power shook the mountains and rivers, and his voice was as earth-shattering as a tsunami. Demon King, what happened to the human Suyu? Wasn't he captured alive by your son? Could it be that the Abyss demons are about to launch a full-scale war against my immortal clan? The matter mentioned by the deity must be related to the goddess. The Demon King's voice was so deep it made the world seem like an abyss. My lord, even I do not know. Although the various races are engaged in open and covert struggles, they never harm the sons or daughters of other races. This is a consensus, unless my own son also. The Demon King's speculation sent a shiver down the spines of the demons gathered there. Could it be that even the ninth prince was taken down by Suyu? Chapter 306 The Heavenly Wings Dance with Spiritual Light. The seal of the City of Angels loosens. The sanctuary, hidden in the clouds, watches over the City of Angels. The conflict between the various races almost completely broke down because the goddess Meng Shuyao was captured alive by Suyu, and Suyu had previously claimed to have been captured by the ninth prince of the demon race. Demon King Qiyuan, remember what you said. If the goddess suffers even the slightest mishap, the immortal clan would rather exhaust all the power of the immortal Moon Palace to fight the demon clan to the death. Celestial being from the banished immortal clan threatened. The goddess is carrying the future of the immortal clan on her journey. The immortal clan plans for the goddess to explore the City of Angels in 3 separate trips in order to obtain the god-slaying weapon hidden deep within the City of Angels. If the first attempt to enter is doomed, who else among the immortals can obtain the divine weapon? What will become of the future of this clan? The God King has considered this. If the goddess truly cannot return, then the immortal Moon Palace will naturally be untenable. Sooner or later, that place will be corrupted by the evil species' mother nest, turning into a deadly wasteland like the City of Angels. Rather than that, it would be better for the entire race to fight the demons. From the blessed elves and dragons, whether openly or secretly. The Demon King and the other demon lords felt a chill run down their spines. Ninth Prince, what are you doing? Do you know how big a mess this is? Demon King. Demon King Qi Yuan gently pressed down with his hand. It's all right, if Jiu'er can obtain the divine weapon. The implication is that if Chi Mayan enslaves Su Yu and captures the goddess, he could very well obtain the deepest divine weapon, and then it wouldn't be impossible for him to fight against the banished immortal. The tension between the two groups immediately escalated, and the air itself seemed to grow tense and menacing. Dragons, elves, and other powerful races second only to the gods each took sides, seemingly plotting or needing to invest in and help one of them. If we can use this to defeat a divine race, a whale falling and all living things coming back to life will also be staged in this era. The number of races and powerful individuals gathering in the City of Angels is increasing. Immortals, demons, dragons, spirits, xuanwu, holy phoenixes, shadows, each with over 100 subordinate races, hundreds of thousands of descendants, and thousands of myths and demigods. This place is about to become the largest battlefield of 10,000 races in hundreds of years. Suddenly, amidst the tense atmosphere, the long-sealed golden gates of the City of Angels creaked and groaned. Crunch, crunch. The golden gate suddenly opened wide. Belonging to the Skywing race, opened its giant gates to the outside world for the first time on its own initiative, without any manipulation by anyone. Hiss! Why did the gates of the City of Angels suddenly open? They couldn't have been scared by us, could they? What are you thinking? Back then, when the immortals didn't appear, the dragon, demon, and elf races besieged the Skywing race and didn't suffer any defeat. Even today, this race remains a nightmare for powerful races. The most warlike and combative race. Even if there is no one there, even if everyone knows that the Skywing seed was sealed away in that catastrophe. Today, no one dares to openly set foot in their territory. One of the dragon lords mustered his courage and said, "The 18 wings have long since withered away. Things are different now than they were back then. Even the Skywing race cannot withstand the passage of time. My lads, follow me into the city. Enter the city. Enter the city." Perhaps it was the dragon race that emboldened everyone, as tens of thousands of races flocked into the City of Angels. The City of Angels' suppression of realms remains effective, but the lingering fallen angels were no match for this overwhelming number. They were being quickly wiped out. As if the wealth of the City of Angels, its former treasures, and the god-slaying weapon are all within reach. Rush! My comrades, thousands of years have worn away the power of the City of Angels. Do not be afraid, march forward. The Holy Lands remained locked in a fierce standoff, refusing to let any of them be drawn into the fray. Having reached the saintly realm, one is no longer subject to the suppression or constraint of so-called realms. They have their own world inside them. One can use the world to defy the rules. Demon King, I advise you not to act rashly. Besides, do you really think this divine lord wouldn't dare to deal with you, a mere false king? The secrets belonging to the king are naturally known to the elite beings of these races. The true Demon King has already been devoured. This is merely a demon lord who has gathered the most remaining power of the Demon King, a false king. Demon King Chi Yuan chuckled knowingly. I'm a false king, and what about you? Heh, back then. The deity coldly retorted, shut up. If you want to spar with me right now, I'll grant your wish. Chi Yuan stopped speaking. He had touched on a sore spot for the divine lord. This is a secret known only within the sanctuary. The secrets of the banished goddess, the goddess queen, and the god king. However, he had to admit one thing. The immortal clan is very strong, perhaps even stronger than the heavenly winged clan. Unlike them, they were the kings of food sharing, which is why they became the race of gods. The banished immortals are a race that has fallen from the ranks of the old gods. Just as the holy realms hesitated, in the City of Angels, the majestic 9 walls began to crumble. The marks of time were clearly visible on the walls, and the gaps between the bricks seemed to tell the story of the weight of history. Golden light shone on the mottled stone walls, and bricks fell off, revealing what was originally the City of Angels, the gemstone wall, used by the wealthy Skywing race as a dragon-level treasure to pave roads and build city walls. Its magnificent color shines into the eyes of countless living beings, and at this moment, a sense of fear arises spontaneously. The City of Angels, has it been unsealed? Was once buried under the mighty power of the god-slaying weapon and sealed along with the mother nest of the evil seed, has reappeared under the sun after countless years. Those wandering, lonely souls seem to have regained their intelligence. The path to death collapsed, and tens of millions of souls descended like rays of light, like a rain of spiritual energy, a magnificent sight from afar. The greedy allied forces of all races charged straight into Zones 2 and 3. However, what awaited them there was the merciless fall of stars in the planetary corridor. Yu and the other beings had already passed through the 5th, 6th, and 7th districts. No one stopped. Except for Yu, they all focused their greedy eyes on the deepest district, the 9th district, including the Angelic Academy, the Temple, and the 18-Wing Society. Yu turned around, his voice traveling through the star realm and impacting the planetary corridor. Stars, respond to my will. With the power of the stars, drive away the enemy. Stars, shine for the king. Starlight crashed down, tearing a gap in the sky with a comet corridor, and thousands of meteorites fell into zones 2 and 3 at near the speed of light. Boom. Explosions and screams filled the air. All that remained was the panicked flight of all races. The creatures following Yu were unaware of what was happening and remained completely in the dark. When they arrived in District 9, Yu looked at Chi Mayan beside him and chuckled. Little Vixen, do you regret it? No regrets. Let us show our faces to all living beings. Yu looked at the bewildered crowd and quietly removed the witch's mask. Everyone, I've had a lot of fun with you along the way, but now, you are facing a choice. Let me reintroduce myself. I am a human, and my name is Yu. Chapter 307, Identity Revealed. The Star Cup, the annihilation of the star's fate. Yu removed his mask, revealing his human face. At that moment, all the hundreds of beings in the allied forces of myriad races, except for Meng Shuiyao, collectively had a mental breakdown. Reason became meaningless at that moment. Who traveled with them all the way, a man of extraordinary talent, who conquered the planetary corridor and the road of death, is actually the legendary human Yu. Then that. Everyone was stunned. The demon lord stared at Yu in disbelief. Chi Musu was his disguise. The demon insect venerable roared. Damn it. Human, what kind of bewitching potion did you give the 9th prince? I know now. You attacked the 9th prince, mentally controlled him, and that's how you managed to disguise yourself and come here, right? Your Highness, please say something. If you've been threatened, all the tribes here will join forces to capture that little thief, Yu, for you. Their brains were almost shrunken, and they subconsciously offered an explanation they could accept. Right. That's right. If the 9th prince of the demon clan was controlled, then all of this would make sense. But Chi Mayan remained silent for a moment before speaking. I am not being controlled by the demonic insects. And I also have something to tell you today. Chi Mayan also removed her mask. Her great mother paid the ultimate price to conceal her identity as a woman, donning a disguise that no demon, including the demon king, could see through after giving birth to her. Demon insect, I was never born a man. My mother, the demon queen, sacrificed herself to give me a way to live. I am the Abyss Witch. My real name is not Chi Mayan, but Chi Mayan. Moreover, perhaps you can't understand, but I fell in love with the man next to me, Yu, and he helped me get rid of the 7th prince, the 6th prince, the 3rd prince, and will also kill all the princes and princesses in the future to help me be crowned king. Chi Mayan and Yu simultaneously revealed their identities and showed their true faces, completely stunning the already short-circuited minds of all races. I'm dreaming, right? Actually, I was hypnotized and put to sleep, right? That's right. This must be the damn Skywing race's test. That's right. How did the prince suddenly become a princess? And to fall in love with a human. That's even more impossible. Impossible, absolutely impossible. Chi Mayan calmly interrupted. Unfortunately, that's reality. The demon lords were expressions that were even more unsightly than tears. Other races could understand, but the demon race's unique inheritance system meant that only princes had the right to inherit. Princesses were born to be sacrificed. The demon lords looked at each other, completely bewildered. The other immortal lords, dragon lords, elven elders, and venerables and demigods of other races were not much better off. They were all completely bewildered and at a loss. With their knowledge accumulated over hundreds or even thousands of years, they could not comprehend what was happening before their eyes. They almost completely gave up thinking. The demon lords were on the verge of collapse. Meanwhile, the other races were eager to see Yu and the demon lords make a fool of themselves, and their thoughts were wavering. One of the dragon lords, Long Jia, said with an unfriendly expression, Haha, this is truly a strange story. I've certainly broadened my horizons. But you're still too green, you little human thief. You actually chose this moment to reveal your identity. You've dug your own grave. We swore an oath of allegiance to Chi Musu and Chi Mayan, but now you two are fake. The inviolable oath will no longer bind us. And you, and her, a human and a demon have actually fallen in love? Then let you two become a pair of doomed lovers. But thank you anyway, you little thief. Oh no, human Suyu, you're really something, managing to bring us here. But unfortunately, you have no right to boss us around now. You will pay for the blood debts you incurred. Long Jie's words awakened all living beings. Yes, we are no longer bound by the oath. Aside from the Demon Lord and Meng Shuiyao, their attitudes suddenly changed, and they began to eye Su Yu and Qi Mayan with hostility. Meng Shuiyao pulled Dian Wuxin back and gently shook her head. Dian Wuxin was puzzled and about to ask when he heard Su Yu burst into laughter. Oof. Ha ha. You guys are ridiculously stupid. I feel bad for bullying you. It seems that after living for so many years, your brains are filled with muscles and magic, and you have no desire to think at all. Qi Mayan chuckled and stood behind Su Yu. A bunch of idiots. Don't you realize that if I didn't have a way to control you, would I have revealed my identity at this time? To tell you the truth, from today onwards, you will no longer belong to your original race, but will become my servants, Su Yu's bodyguards, and part of my night banquet beast taming group. As for you, Demon Lord, you must wholeheartedly assist Mu Yin. Even if she is a woman, you must help her seize the throne. Although the Dragon Lords felt a sense of doubt and foreboding, but he yelled, "You're dreaming. I think you've lost your mind. Wishful thinking. Why waste words with him? Let's all attack and take him down." Su Yu gently shook his head, holding the star cup in his hand. Do you know? The reason I decided to reveal my identity is because the power of the death relic can affect my talent, Star Mark. The moment those words were uttered, all the Dragon Lords, Immortal Lords, and other beings who had mocked and ridiculed Su Yu and Qi Mayan regretted it. Star Mark. Although the star mark can damage the soul, it is not fatal. It is a form of torture, a way to subdue the spirit. The powerful beings in the mythical realm have many ways to endure it. But if you add the Star Grail, a death artifact wielded by the Skywing race, the situation becomes. Su Yu glared at Long Jie. You were being really cocky just now, weren't you? Gently wipe the starlight on the star cup with your hand, and even in slumber, the power of its star destiny is activated by the star mark. Regret making an enemy of the stars. Die. All beings saw that starlight suddenly traversed the star realm, descending upon Long Jie's head along with destiny and soul. Long Jie immediately revealed his true form, and his hundreds of foot-long dragon body was suddenly compressed by the star cup. 500 zhong, 100 zhong, 1 zhong, 3 qi, 1 hao. The enormous white dragon was instantly obliterated by the power of the star cup. It was compressed to the extreme in the most cruel and brutal way, leaving not even blood mist or bone fragments. The jaws of all the beings were slammed to the ground. Long Hao, Dian Wuxin, and Ted's pupils dilated, and they desperately tried to pry off the star marks on their necks. It's no use. Star mark is already linked to your fate. With just a thought, the pursuit of fate and the annihilation of souls will cause you to vanish completely beneath the sky. Don't have any ulterior motives. My star mark can hear your thoughts. Do you think I don't know what you're thinking? Now, you only have one choice. Death or kneel down. Chapter 308 Kneel at my feet, a pledge of allegiance. Kneel down or die? Kneel down, you high and mighty divine races, the race that despises humans at the bottom of the hierarchy. Grovel at Su Yu's feet. Completely abandon all your dignity and stance, and serve your supreme master. Otherwise, prepare to face the most miserable death. Of Long Jie just now made even the dragon venerables and immortal venerables of the mythical realm tremble. Deathly Hallows. Su Yu has completely taken control of the death relic, crossing astral planes, challenging the annihilation of fate. The terrifying power of Angel, the first wing of the Skywing race, has once again been unleashed. Long Hao found his hands trembling. He, a dragon venerable, was actually afraid of a human he regarded as an ant, a mere reincarnation realm human. Dian Wuxin gritted her teeth. Your Majesty, Goddess? I have another sacred relic here for your lotus body to use. We will cover your escape. Meng Shuiyao sighed. Uncle, don't you understand? Su Yu, all the roads have been blocked. I learned of his identity beneath the planetary corridor in the 2nd district, and I was already powerless to resist. The palace was filled with trembling emotions. Because Su Yu had created so many incredible things, he subconsciously overlooked the awkwardness of Qi Musu and Meng Shuiyao standing together at that time. Meng Shuiyao smiled bitterly and helplessly. I have been controlled by him and turned into a pet beast. Uncle, stop resisting. Dian Wuxin and the other immortal venerables have all collapsed. A goddess willingly becomes a human's pet beast? Meng Shuiyao added. In exchange, he promised to find a way to cooperate with our clan to eliminate the evil species mother nest after he mastered the true scripture, God Destroyer. Once this reason was given, the immortals completely lost their motivation to resist. The goddess chose to sacrifice herself to serve Suyu in exchange for a way to resolve the crisis facing her race. Same. Consequently, they too must submit to Suyu's command, otherwise. Clang, clang, the weapons in the hands of the immortals fell to the ground. The celestial race, sliding to their knees at lightning speed. One by one, the immortal venerables knelt on the ground in humiliation. The goddess knelt beside Suyu, like a most dazzling vase, a prized possession, reduced to an object of admiration. Even the immortals have submitted. The other tribes. Mira, the light sprite, stared blankly at Ted beside her. Ted was also conflicted and didn't know what to do. Unexpectedly, Suyu then spoke up. 10 seconds have passed. The price has gone up now. Ted, kill Mira, or grant the entire elf race an execution. Long Hao, you too, kill Long Songlong. Demon insects. I'll give you 20 seconds to consider this, out of respect for Chi Mayan. Unless you are confident that you can kill me in 20 seconds. Huan Yuan. The illusionary kite unfurled its witch's night, capturing Suyu within its inherent barrier. Just as Meng Shuiyao said, Suyu had already blocked all the paths. They didn't even give these creatures a chance to fight to the death and perish together. 20 seconds. Beings in the mythical realm have the ability to tear apart inherent barriers, but those in the city of angels, who are suppressed to below the level of demigods, cannot do so. They were given only 2 choices. Die, or kneel down. There is no middle option. Chi Mayan, mindful of the hardships the demon lords had endured in following her, said calmly, Demon insects, you have followed me for quite some time, and I know it's hard for you to accept. However, this city of angels is about to be unsealed by Suyu, and he will become the wing commander of this city of angels. Do you think you can win in the end by following the other princes? Not necessarily, but with me, at least in just a few months, he and I killed off the 3rd, 6th, and 7th brothers. This is a fact, an undeniable fact. 9 princes of the demon clan, a 3rd were killed by Suyu in just a few months, and another was abducted. The demon race also needs a complete overhaul. The position of my demon clan's holy domain is not unchangeable, but the prerequisite is that you have the courage to follow me and the demon king in a desperate struggle, even to betray the demon clan. The demon insect, the demon horse, the demon snake, and the demon lion hesitated for a while before finally making up their minds. That's right. The 9th prince, or rather, the 9th princess, makes a good point. Even if the prince they follow wins, they may not necessarily get a place in the demon clan's holy land. Conversely, if Chi Mayan wins, it will definitely be them. Because Chi Mayan wants to completely overturn the inheritance system of the divine demon well from its very foundation. The demon lords exchanged glances. Let's gamble. We are willing to follow your highness. With a whoosh, 10 demon lords and dozens of demon demigods knelt on one knee. Compared to other ethnic groups, they do not need to humiliate their dignity because of Chi Mayan and Suyu's relationship. Other ethnic groups are in a much worse situation. Suyu wanted Ted to kill Mira with his own hands. She was the holy maiden of the light elves, and of great significance to the light elves among the elven race. What to do? Mira looked at Ted with a panicked and pitiful expression. Ted turned his gaze to Chi Mayan. Your Highness, I beg you to plead for Mira. Chi Mayan stood with her hands behind her back. You haven't offended Suyu, have you? Heh. You're really forgetful. Let me remind you, during the Battle of Thousand Lakes, Suyu's most important person almost perished there. Who was the leader of the elf race back then? At this point, Myra's face turned deathly pale. Ted knew it in his heart. This was both a way to get him to prove his loyalty and a means of revenge. By killing Mira, Ted was essentially betraying the elven race, and even without Star Mark, he could never go back. Is similar for dragons. Long Hao never imagined that one day he would have to kill his own family's holy son. Chi Mayan reminded her, there's not much time left. 3-2. Ted's eyes narrowed sharply. Mira, I'm sorry. Ted Yua. Song Lang. Dragons will be punished by heaven and earth if they don't act for themselves. Go to hell and resent me. Bang. The various clans directly beheaded their most important young geniuses as a pledge of loyalty to Suyu. Their hearts felt heavy, as if they had boarded a pirate ship. I regret it. Perhaps I shouldn't have coveted this god-slaying weapon in the first place and come to this city of angels. Suyu stepped out of the barrier of the witch's night and smiled mysteriously. Congratulations on making a wise choice. I have never liked regimes of terror, and now it seems there is no need to do so. They've already pledged their loyalty. Their original community will no longer accept them. Believe me, I've said before that you might not be willing at first, but you'll thank me for this decision later. Demon insects, aren't you proud enough to hold your heads high by following me? The demon lords thought about it, and it seemed to be true. The enemy I used to hate the most has become my boss, and I feel a strange sense of security. Suyu was overjoyed. They made a fortune this time. 36 mythical beings, 122 demigods. This signifies that Suyu has acquired his first batch of subordinates within the Demon Cave Forbidden Zone. Chapter 309 The City of Angels Unsealed. Heavenly King Suyu. After all living beings submitted to Suyu's feet. The most magnificent hall in Angel City. The Holy Temple of Angels, a castle in the air, the 18-winged society. Magnificent palaces are scattered in the air, their foundations floating like outstretched wings. Wherever Suyu walks, all kinds of exotic flowers bloom in competition, vying for beauty, as if encompassing countless colors of the world. Along the way, one could almost hear the prayers of angels, their songs like heavenly music, seemingly willing to pledge allegiance to the king. The crown of the Angel King of Suyu was not inherited from mythology, nor was it bestowed by anyone. Rather, it was the choice and will of the entire Skywing race. The king will lead the Skywing race back to the sunlight. The allied forces of all races. No, now it's the Night Banquet Beast Taming Corps, all races camp. Hundreds of creatures followed Suyu and ascended into the magnificent golden palace in the sky. Haunt of the evil race deep underground. Has it already been eliminated? Suyu murmured. Perhaps it was with the mindset of, since I'm here, I might as well make the best of it. Or perhaps they had cut off all their escape routes and given up completely. The demonic insect ran over and said, Your Highness, Su. It seemed that no matter how it addressed him, it was inappropriate. The demonic insect felt very awkward and was reluctant to call Suyu master. Suyu smiled and said, Just use the old way of addressing it. The demonic insect breathed a sigh of relief. Chimawe, look, this evil species' mother nest has been completely destroyed. How do you know? The demonic insect said, You are unaware that the existence of the evil species' mother nest lies between illusion and reality, belonging to the error of two worlds, making it extremely difficult to destroy. However, as long as we create instability in it, causing it to sink completely into illusion or be pulled into reality, it will not be difficult to destroy it. Therefore, we need a god-slaying weapon. A god-slaying weapon is a sacred artifact of the outer realms, possessing the power to shatter even the stars of a world. Clearly, it has been pulled into reality and destroyed by the divine weapon true book of the Skywing race, God Destroyer. So you took a deep breath. Maybe this saved the safety of the Forbidden Zone and the Sacred Land. But the outcome was the annihilation of the entire Skywing race. Was this choice worthwhile? The demonic insect remained silent. After all, the demon race is the one who benefits. The demon worm itself is unsure whether it will remain loyal to the demon race. Chi Mayan said, Suyu, look there. Divine weapon. Suyu looked at the god-slaying weapon and murmured, Since the mother nest has been destroyed, then, let's unseal Angel City. In the ancient temple, two divine weapons, like white jade pillars supporting the sky, stood on either side of a giant angel statue that was about 1,000 feet tall. That was a statue of the Angel King, with two god-slaying weapons standing in a crosshair. The weapons trembled, shaking off the rust on their surfaces, revealing a cold, metallic luster, as smooth as flowing water, and engraved with ancient and obscure symbols. Suyu walked up to the divine weapon with the complete oath. City of Angels, lift the lockdown. True Cannon, God Slayer, False Cannon, Dragon Slayer, lend me your power to protect the homeland of my race. Huffing and puffing, the stone pillar that locked the divine weapon collapsed with a crash, and the ancient murals behind the statue seemed to reflect the glory of the gods in the past. A flash of golden light appeared. Young man, I'll leave you these two divine weapons, heavenly winged race. Never to perish. Suyu raised his hand and swore. I, Suyu, the new wing commander of the Skywing race, hereby swear that I will give everything for the survival of my race. Rumble. The two divine weapons transformed into a temple in the sky, seemingly containing powerful energy that could create the world, ready to answer the host's call at any time. A message popped up in Suyu's mind. God-slaying weapon, true scripture, God Destroyer. Ability, a star strike that gathers the full magic power of all the Skywing races, possessing the immense power to shatter worlds and create new realms. Price, Drain all remaining magic power of the Skywing race. God-slaying weapon, pseudo-cannon, Dragon Slayer. Ability, based on the magic of the City of Angels. Unleash a heaven-splitting blade capable of destroying mountains and rivers. Price, requires sacrifices to provide magic power. Control of the two divine weapons belongs to Suyu. Suyu reached out to grab the two divine weapons, but unfortunately, before his hands even got close, they were almost melted by the true scripture, Godslayer. That's not something he can touch. Even their souls were nearly damaged. While the pseudo-cannon Dragon Slayer was much weaker, it was still within our control. But enough offerings are needed. Offerings. Those fools who trespassed into the planetary corridor, haven't they already given their lives to become sacrifices? Swish, swish, swish. With the collapse of the path of death, the God-slaying weapon unsealed the City of Angels. The original appearance of the City of Angels was fully revealed. The city walls and roads are as magnificent as jewels, and tens of millions of flying angels ascend into the sky, shouting in unison. Welcome back to the throne, King of Angels. King of Heaven Suyu. From this day forward, the King's will is our will. The King's enemies are our enemies. The angels hovered in the air. A group of powerful Skywing creatures flew over. Captain Edna, the Commander-in-Chief of the Angel King's Direct Guard, greets Your Majesty the Angel King. Orlando, the Captain of the First Wing Guard of the 18 Wings, greets His Majesty the Heavenly King. Second Wing Guard Captain Svil greets His Majesty the Heavenly King. Elixir, the Chief Instructor of the Holy Academy, greets His Majesty the Heavenly King. Everyone's a legend. Mythical realm belonging to the Skywing species. None of the original 18 wings remain. Otherwise, with the 18-winged sacred domain by their side today, no race could stop the resurgence of the Skywing race. Suddenly, beyond the city-state, a chilling voice that pierced the soul echoed. This really surprises me. I never thought that the damned Skywing race would rise from the ashes again. Suyu, fine, you're very good. And my daughter, Muyen, I never imagined that you could keep it from me and the whole world. The same voice pierced through the air. Ted, you have abandoned the pride of the elves and murdered the holy maiden. From this day forward, you shall all be banished. Today, you too shall pay the price. And the roaring dragon god king. Suyu, do you think that by unsealing the City of Angels, and even being crowned the Heavenly King, you can gain a foothold among all races? Foolish. Let me tell you, lifting the seal on Angel City is your biggest mistake and your greatest arrogance. What you will bring to Angel City will not be revival, but destruction. No powerful race wants to see the Skywing race, who once dominated the Forbidden Zone, rise again. Especially at this moment. Especially when all 18 wings are absent. They are driven only by greed. Only by eradicating the Skywing race's greed, their greed for treasure. Daughter, regret what you've done. Chi Mayan smiled and said, Father, today, your daughter hereby proclaims this to the Demon Clan. Chapter 310 Pseudo-Scripture, The Dragon Slayer. God, slaying weapon versus the sacred domain of the entire Forbidden Zone. Chi Mayan's voice, carried by the City of Angels, pierced through the habitat of the myriad races in the Forbidden Zone. Since ancient times, the demon race has used fratricide as a system for selecting the Demon King. Today, the ninth daughter of the Demon King, Chi Mayan, hereby proclaims this to all races. From this day forward, I, the Abyss Witch, declare war on my father, the Demon King, to completely rewrite the tragedy of fratricide and brotherly slaughter. From me onwards, each Demon King shall only have one descendant, and either male or female shall be allowed to succeed to the throne, making fratricide a thing of the past, giving all demons a single and trustworthy object of loyalty, and ensuring that there is no betrayal or internal strife among demons. I, Chi Mayan, will end the era of the Demon King. I, Chi Mayan, will join hands with the human Suyu. I, Chi Mayan, will break the taboo of the Demon Clan. Chi Mayan's declaration stirred the thoughts of the demons outside the city, and even the demons of the Divine Demon Well. She gained the support of powerful forces by taking advantage of the unique environment of the City of Angels. Next, we should strive for the support of the Demon Lords and even the Holy Realm. This requires a clear and unequivocal pledge to let followers know your ideals and believe in your promises. The demon race for thousands of years are inseparable from this cruel system of inheritance. Then tear him to shreds. This will ensure that the Demon Lord and Demon Saint will have no more worries from now on. Clearly, Chi Mayan's words sounded somewhat absurd at first glance. The Abyss demons even thought her idea was too outrageous to actually marry a lowly human. However, When they actually started to consider things for themselves, they found that there were quite a few benefits. You don't need to choose followers. You only have one person to whom you are loyal from beginning to end. No longer needing to fight to the death with other demon lords, the internal strife within the demon race comes to an end. This seems not bad either. Demon King Chi Yuan's voice was like thunder. Good daughter, you seem to be one of the few among your brothers and sisters, just like the eldest, with the true bearing of a demon king. If I promise you that you can return to the demon clan, and that you have the right to inherit the demon king title, would you be willing to return? Chi Mayan chuckled and replied, I don't want to. The demon race's creed. Once you've done something, don't regret it. If you regret it, don't do it. Once a step has been taken, how can it be changed overnight? Chi Yuan laughed loudly. Good, good. Divine Lord. You see, it was not my intention, nor did I expect it. It was my former son, now daughter, who tricked me. So you've actually mixed up with humans. Fine, then I, the king, will grant your wish today and let you accompany each other on the road to the underworld. The holy domain, and even above the holy domain. The resurgence of the city of angels cannot be tolerated today. Edna, the captain of the direct guard, declared, all winged races, heed my command. Protect the king until death. War. It was almost an unconscious act by the Skywing race, fighting for their kind. Now, without the evil spawn's nest, and without the constant threat of betrayal by comrades, they are free. If I die fighting for it? War. The most warlike race under the heavens. The Skywing race never fears powerful enemies. Suyu opened his arms wide. Don't panic. All 18 wings of the guard. Listen to my command. Close the gates of the city of angels. The stars will guide us. The planetary corridor transported the corpses of countless intruders to Suyu's front, thus triggering the activation conditions for the pseudo-scripture, Dragon Slayer. You are very strong. The Holy Realm was a realm that Suyu could never reach. But do you dare to accept the star strike of the god-slaying weapon? The Demon King, the God King, the Elf King, and the Dragon God King prepared to launch a full-scale attack on Angel City. They felt a strange tremor. Oh no, this bastard is going to throw the god-slaying weapon. Suyu, how dare you? Have you disregarded the treaty between all races? Behind Suyu gleamed golden light. A treaty I haven't signed is just a piece of waste paper. If the false cannon, Dragon Slayer, can't make you retreat, then the true cannon, God Destroyer, will. I am not Lady Angel, nor am I the Angel King. I have no responsibility for all races or the forbidden areas of the Holy Land. I can only shoulder the responsibility of the winged race and my own. Skywing races, ask yourselves, are you willing to walk the same path as me? The Skywing race, their blood boiling, roared like thunder. We are willing to follow the Heavenly King. We swear to die without regret. The magic power gathered from countless myths and the fall of demigods is driving the starry blade of the pseudo-scripture Dragon Slayer. Suyu calmly crossed his hands and spoke in a low voice in some ancient language. The stars in the sky, keeping watch over the long night. The splendor of the night, the sacred feast. Gathering the breath of the heavenly stars, bathing in dragon blood to slay gods and destroy the Tao. Lust, greed, ambition. These are the traits of humanity and the nature of imperial rule. I arrive, I see, I come, I possess, I conquer. Pierce through this heaven and earth, this vast sky. Let the false throne be stained with the blood of the grand ceremony. The pseudo-scripture, Dragon Slayer. Suddenly, the dark clouds in the sky were swept away, and the sky became clear and the night was illuminated by the stars as bright as day. Then, thousands of starlight beams condensed into a rushing beam of light and converged on a single point. Suyu's magic power was insufficient, so he could only rely on external forces. Although the power of the sacrifice was limited, it still mobilized a star strike that pierced through heaven and earth. At this time, all the races realized that Suyu had always been a scoundrel who didn't follow the rules. Slaying weapon. You think you can just say you don't need it? I'm going to use it. If you want to destroy my people, I will drag you down with me. It's better to die together than for some to live on in vain. That's Suyu's motto. This will soon become the creed of the Skywing race. Stars fall. That star-studded holy blade, spanning tens of thousands of miles, was about to slice through heaven and earth and cleave mountains and rivers. Demon King Chi Yuan said angrily, God King, Elf King, Dragon God King, are you going to sit idly by and do nothing? Each race has its own god-slaying weapon, but none are as convenient as the Skywing race. Most of them are similar to the true scripture, Godslayer, requiring the draining of the entire clan's magic power. Let's attack together. All forbidden zones and sacred domains, heed my command. Resist the fall of the stars. A series of brilliant arrays surged above the clouds. When power, almost unseen since time immemorial, reappeared, the accumulated power of the old men hidden among the various races was blasted out by the divine weapon suddenly used by Suyu. After all, if they don't come out soon, even if they don't destroy the world, at the very least the forbidden continent will be permanently cut off, which is something no living being can tolerate. Bang! As if space itself had shattered, the clash between the god-slaying weapon and the entire forbidden zone and holy domain caused a surge of magical power to spread across the forbidden sea, with even the demons of the forbidden sea rejoicing at the magical tide. Demon King, God Lord, these beings above the holy realm, had blood spilling from the corners of their mouths. Even though the divine weapon wasn't activated perfectly, it still caused these powerful individuals to suffer great losses. Damn it, bastard. Suyu, don't you have any tricks up your sleeve yet? Do you think you can run rampant in the Forbidden Zone just because you have a god-slaying weapon? Dream. Chapter 3:11 Overt Strategy and Deterrence. The Pavilion Master appears below the ranking of glory. The Demon King, the god, gazed upon the jewel-like, dreamlike city, a city destined to be reduced to ashes today. They barely managed to withstand even that attack that pierced through the stars. Since you, Suyu, cannot use the true scripture, God Destroyer, what else can stop their advance? Suyu remained calm, ignoring the Demon King's threat, and shouted to all the Skywing races in the Dream City, brothers and sisters, the enemy chieftain wants to trample on our homeland. Only our flesh and blood can stand against their size. From this moment forward, I command, all the Skywing race, including myself, will fight to the death against the enemies who dare to invade the City of Angels. If you fall, I will use your corpses and the enemy chieftain's corpses to unleash the god-slaying divine weapon. If I fall, Edna, Orlando, and Svil, in the order of the 18 winged guards, will use my flesh and blood to activate the pseudo-scripture Dragon Slayer. Demon King, God Lord, you boast that you can withstand it once, but can you withstand it 10 times, or 100 times? If the City of Angels is destined to perish, Edna, don my oath ring, and you will succeed as Wing Commander. Unleash the true scripture, Godslayer, and drag down all those who seek to conquer the city-state and annihilate my race. By the way, whichever race enters Angel City first, besiege that race first, regardless of casualties, until the very end. Edna, the first powerful race to enter Angel City, will be granted the true tome, Godslayer by you. Edna knelt on one knee, her eyes shining. Yes. Worry. The Demon King, the God Lord, and even the other holy realms were caught off guard. It's a calculated scheme. Suyu knew from the beginning that they would come to besiege Angel City, hinder its revival, and even destroy the entire city-state. Therefore, from the very beginning, Suyu was prepared for mutual destruction. And his greatest asset is the god-slaying weapon. This directly hit the sore spot of all races. Who the hell dares to go up there? The Prey's final, desperate attack is the fiercest and most intense. Now that Suyu and the Skywing race don't have a powerful holy domain to protect them, they can be said to have nothing to lose. On the contrary, the powerful clans were hampered and restrained. Suyu is right. He doesn't need to win. He just needs to be more fearless than you in the face of death, and then randomly drag a race down with him to accompany the Skywing race before he dies. Dragons, demons, spirits, and immortals, who wouldn't fear them? Who would dare to cross that line? But Suyu's decision was highly praised by the Skywing race. These damned angels are the most arrogant group. Rather than force them to kneel and surrender, they would rather drag their enemies down with them. Otherwise, it would be a defilement of the angels' noble dignity and soul. Until death do us part. Until death do us part. The shouts shattered the sky, making this the most dangerous and difficult part of the war to exterminate the race. You force the opponent to use a god-slaying weapon. A race is destined to suffer a counterattack, especially the once powerful overlord, the Skywing race. Situation. They froze in place. No race dared to attack the city without authorization. What stood in their way was not power, but fear. Suyu's lips curled up, a cold smile playing on his lips. So-called powerful clans are actually more afraid of death than anyone else. As long as the deterrent is effective, Suyu and the Skywing races will be absolutely safe. For a moment, Chi Yuan hesitated and said, Dragon God King, back then you fought the most fiercely against the Skywing race, and even their divine weapons were named after your race. This credit for being the first to reach the summit naturally belongs to your dragon race. The Dragon God King snorted coldly. Demon King, the number of demons who died at the hands of the winged race is no less than that of our dragon race. You should give this credit to Chi Yuan. Of course, my dragon race can provide everything within the Skywing City without taking a single penny. The Elf King chimed in. The animosity between my elf race and the Skywing race is not as great as that between your two races, so I will not compete with you for it. Argued back and forth like a football, eventually turning their attention to the Divine Lord. My lord, the celestial goddess is in Su Yu's hands. Why don't your clan go and attack her? The deity's face was cold, and he had no intention of replying. It was completely frozen in place. Chi Yuan continued. Since that's the case, then all four of our clans will use their god-slaying weapons to fight against the heavenly winged race. As for who will ultimately suffer the most, that will be up to fate. What do you say? No sooner had these words left his mouth than the Dragon God King subtly mocked. Chi Yuan, you've really got a good plan. I suddenly realized that you might have orchestrated all of this. Your beloved daughter married Su Yu, and then you joined forces to use the god-slaying weapon to kill the Skywing race and one of our three races, with your demon clan ultimately reaping all the benefits. Isn't that right? Chi Yuan was taken aback. He hadn't really thought of it that way. But the leaders of the other three tribes suddenly realized what was going on. The father and daughter's breakup is reasonable, but it can't stop the speculation of conspiracy theories. This concerns the life and death of the race. Who would dare to act rashly? Chi Yuan. Ah, so it was you. No, I can swear on the popularity rankings. Humph. At our level, the constraints of oaths aren't that great anymore. And it's not like there aren't loopholes to exploit. Su Yu didn't even have to exert any effort, yet the four clans themselves exploded internally due to the threat of the god-slaying divine weapon. Just as the stalemate was at its peak, 5 beams of light flashed in the sky, surging like a tide, accompanied by a highly penetrating voice. Heroes rise and fall with the times. Once you enter the world of martial arts, time flies by. I can't believe that after all these years, you're still the same, cowards. The kings of the 4 races, dozens of holy realms, and hundreds of mythical figures immediately recognized the voice. Fengyan Pavilion. Lord of the Dragon Pavilion. Not just him, but the Beast Pavilion, the Ghost Pavilion, the Demon Pavilion, the God Pavilion. What's going on? The 5th Pavilion Master of Fengyan Pavilion has actually come here. This mysterious organization claims to be the most loyal believers in protecting the wind and cloud ranking. Anyone who wants to join must abandon their stance and everything else and obey the mission of the Wind and Cloud Pavilion. But Su Yu knew there were exceptions. Those who were invited, like him, had freedom of choice. 18 pairs of wings suddenly appeared behind the Dragon Pavilion Master, their golden light and white feathers seemingly foreshadowing his identity. Skywing species. 18 wings. The Dragon Pavilion Master is one of the 18 wings of the former 18 Wings Society. The Dragon Pavilion Master stood atop the clouds and said softly, "Gentlemen, and young friend Su, instead of fighting to the death, why don't we come out and have a talk? The god-slaying weapon is Pandora's box. Once it's opened, it can never be contained. I must warn you all, just now, the water level of the Forbidden Sea at the edge of the restricted area has risen by a full 3 meters. If you continue fighting, the entire restricted area may be swallowed up by the Forbidden Sea today." Chapter 312, The Second Wing of the Skywing Race. A gamble on the life and death of a race. Forbidden Sea. The sins of all races, a true death trap. Even kings above the Holy Realm, though unharmed by the Forbidden Sea, are equally helpless. That is a forbidden zone for life. Once touched, it leads to the demise and depravity of life. And sea level is no small matter. If the intensity of the battle reaches a certain level, all 5 races will unleash their god-slaying weapons, causing the Forbidden Sea to overflow. The consequences will be unimaginable. Don't expect to clean up the endless sea of taboos for at least several decades. Humanity gained access to the land of 1,000 lakes, yet did not declare victory, and this is why. But, the Demon King said with a sinister expression, "Humph, your Wind and Cloud Pavilion is nothing but a bunch of opportunistic clowns, yet you spout nonsense here. Do you really think you can stop the war between races with just the 5 of you? Don't think we don't know. Su Yu, this human is from your Fengyan Pavilion. Are you trying to protect him by intervening in the land of calamity, and this time? I tell you, it's impossible. He was just tricked and framed by several clans. But the person Demon King Chi Yuan truly resented was Su Yu. If Su Yu hadn't abducted Chi Mayan, how could the demons be so restless and on the verge of splitting apart? You think you can end the war with just a few words? That's impossible. So what if the Forbidden Sea overflows? Indeed. Do you even deserve to stop me? Your reputation is impressive, but it's just that all races need your existence. Once the races no longer need you, you'll be nothing. However, the Dragon Pavilion Master smiled calmly and removed his mask. Qualified. Qi Yuan, since you seized the throne of the Demon King, your IQ hasn't increased, but your temper has certainly grown a lot. What? Old friends reunited. Have you all forgotten my voice? Over the years, you've been climbing the ladder, and so have I. Qi Yuan was initially curious. Why did that voice sound so familiar? His mind went blank for a moment. You, the second wing of the Skywing race, Gabriel. Once one of the 18 wings, a hot-tempered and stubborn representative of the brave warriors, he has also had his edges smoothed out by the years, and his speech has become more composed. Below them, the Skywings seemed to sense a familiar presence. Lord Gabriel. It's Lord Gabriel. The wing commander, the 18 wings. That's great. I thought all 18 wings from back then were already gone. Faced with the catastrophe, the Skywing races were somewhat similar to the Great Xia, with their bravest and strongest individuals taking the lead. Few of the 18 wings survived, even Angel of the First Wing. So you finally relaxed. The most dangerous moment has passed. Although it is unknown why Fengyun Pavilion is involved here. But Suyu always knew one thing. His actions were being watched by several pairs of eyes. King Wen of Great Xia, Wuma Mingxia Tingyan, and those who saw the farthest, the Beast Pavilion Master and the Dragon Pavilion Master. What were they after? Suyu is still unable to fully grasp what path he should take. But at least, Suyu needs their help on his own journey. Suyu doesn't like to place her hopes on others. But Arya's experience taught him that the safety of those around him always outweighs his own likes and dislikes. Chi Mayan's tense nerves gradually relaxed. Did you know they would come all along? Suyu chuckled and shook his head. I don't know, but there's a 30% chance they'll interfere directly and a 60% chance they'll interfere indirectly. The Skywing species is reviving. Such momentous events, which affect the balance of the entire restricted area and determine the course of an era, cannot be without their involvement. Otherwise, they would not deserve a neutral stance. Gabriel transmitted his voice. Young friend Su. No, now I should respectfully address you as Wing Commander. Please come here. Suyu left the Oath Ring with Chi Mayan and Edna in case of emergency. He went alone. Since ancient times, kings have never met. Above the clouds today, apart from Suyu, the lowest level cultivators are all at the Saint Realm level. It seems that even a single breath from them could kill Suyu. However, Suyu has stepped onto a stage that only those at this level can possess. High above the clouds, Suyu nodded and said, Senior, you flatter me. I was just doing what I was supposed to do. In addition, he looked at the Beast Pavilion Master. Thank you for your help back then, and for the mask you gave me. Otherwise, The Beast Pavilion Master smiled and said, It's nothing. I just placed a piece casually, and I didn't expect it to bear such a brilliant fruit. If the Beast Pavilion Master hadn't knocked him into the icy pool, he wouldn't have met Chu Xianin, and none of what followed would have happened. Step by step. It's likely all part of this terrifying human calculation. Suyu knew that this guy was probably one of the strongest people in the Holy Domain, perhaps even on par with the Demon King, and no less powerful than those in the Holy Domain. The Dragon Pavilion Master said, Everyone is here. Gentlemen, we have come here today to mediate the fight, and we are naturally prepared for a big fight to break out. If you're not convinced, let's have a go. The 5 elite leaders of Fengyun Pavilion all came out, and the leaders of Longa Pavilion were all old rivals of the Demon King. The other Pavilion Masters are certainly not weak, perhaps even stronger. For a moment, the 4 kings stared at each other. They are the kings of their tribe. It would be too shameful for them to retreat like this. But if we were to actually go to war with these 5 saints, and with the addition of the 2 god-slaying divine weapons of the Skywing race, the only outcome of today's battle would be mutual destruction. After hesitating for a long time, Demon King Qi Yuan suggested, If that's the case, why don't we take a gamble? Suyu, the 5 of you, none of us want the Forbidden Zone to truly fall, but now we are being forced to sit idly by and watch the Skywing race rise again and carve up our territory. We cannot simply accept this without saying a word. So, how about we make a bet? Suyu, I won't bully you. You can fight one-on-one with one of the people below the demigod level here without using divine weapons or the sacred artifacts of the Skywing clan. If you win, we will leave without even asking any questions, as long as you abide by the basic rules for all races to compete for territory in the future. If we win, you and the Skywing race either choose a borderland and migrate together. We don't care how you go, but you're not allowed to stay in the Forbidden Zone. or go back to your place of origin. Today, it is impossible to exterminate the Skywing race. Then we'll force the Skywing race to get out of the restricted area. This was also the consensus among the four kings. The Beast Pavilion Master scratched his chin. How fair is that? Haha, never mind. Suyu, what do you think? His words carried a hint of playfulness. The 5 Pavilion Masters all seemed to heed his advice. It seems that if Suyu just shook his head, they would rather fight each other. Suyu was silent for a moment before saying, "Okay, I accept. He needs to win this battle. The Skywing species also needs it. The opponent will definitely send out the current number 1 on the Hidden Dragon list." But there was one thing they didn't know. Meng Shuiyao, who ranked 3rd, had already. Chapter 313, an episode that shocked the world. Is the goddess a pet beast? Suyu needs more than just victory. We still need a swift and complete victory. He is now capable of doing it. Passing through the cycle of life and death, Suyu discovered that the wheel of life within his body seemed to have doubled in size, from 100 rotations to 200 rotations. This may also be one of the gifts that the Star Cup bestowed upon him. Suyu said softly, "Demon King, if you don't allow me to use the sacred artifacts of the Skywing race, then I am a human, a beast tamer, and all my pets and mounts must participate. You don't have any objections to that, do you?" Qi Yuan nodded slightly. Forbidding Suyu from using the sacred artifacts of the Skywing race is already a rather harsh requirement. To then demand that a human beast tamer not fight alongside their pets would be a bit too much of a slap in the face. Qi Yuan, isn't that shameless? The 4 kings gazed at each other. The immortal spirit of the lake, or the holy son of the silver dragon, who should go? Both of them are ranked among the top 2 on the Hidden Dragon list. They have accumulated more experience in the reincarnation realm than Meng Shuiyao, and their combat experience and intelligence are also better. The Dragon God King said, "Lake Fairy, my clan's fire dragon lineage's holy maiden has suffered a crushing defeat at the hands of humans." The Elf King had no objections. The fairy spirit of the lake, the number 1 on the Hidden Dragon ranking, has been accumulating power in the reincarnation realm for a full 6 years. No one knows what preparations she has made. All that is known is that if we talk about who is the strongest below the demigod level, it is undoubtedly her, Melissa. The Elf King said, "My lake fairy Melissa, I will bring her here in 1 minute." As soon as he finished speaking, a flash of green light streaked across the clear sky. Suyu smiled and said, "Then may I have my people come up as well?" The kings and the Pavilion Master all nodded in agreement. Before long, Kong Huan Yuan Chu Xianin, Long Miyue, Qi Mayan, and Meng Shuiyao appeared. The Divine Lord immediately said coldly, "Suyu, we agreed that only your pet beasts and mounts are allowed to participate in the battle. Shuiyao, come here." Suyu suddenly shook his finger and said, "No, no, no, Your Majesty, I did not break the contract." "All right, you guys didn't know that, did you? Your Majesty, the goddess, has become my pet beast. This contract between the goddess and me is proof of that." A dazzling golden contract, entwined with colorful lotus flowers, was presented to everyone in the form of a soul manifestation. Now, the Divine Lord, along with the other banished immortals, including all races and even the heavenly winged race, stared wide-eyed. Holy crap, goddess, how did the goddess become a human's pet? Was she captured and forced to sign a contract? But aren't the pet contracts of humans signed voluntarily by both parties? Could it be? No way. How could Her Majesty the goddess be with this human? Damn it. Yeah, most likely the battle has already been triggered. Those who know. If the goddess fell into your hands, would you let her go? She's probably already thoroughly satisfied with your divine body and completely conquered. You bastard, how dare you slander our goddess? Defamation? Open your eyes and look at that contract. All races were in an uproar. Qi Yuan chuckled. TSK. Just now someone was conspiring to say that I married off my daughter to someone else, and now his own daughter is being treated like someone else's pet. Even worse than me. The god's face was filled with intense anger. This anger was directed not only at Suyu, but also at Meng Shuiyao. Meng Shuiyao met the god's gaze as usual, but Suyu vaguely sensed something strange about it. It seems not to be the father's anger at his daughter being bullied. More like, Suyu shook his head, not wanting to think about anything else, nor daring to be distracted. The Dragon God King gritted his teeth and said, "Objection. I have an objection. With the goddess joining, plus the rest of you scattered here and there, and me you too, how come you're also?" Suyu said jokingly, "Don't you know? She's my mount, and mounts are allowed to participate in battle, right?" The Dragon God King was so angry his nostrils were practically steaming. Qi Yuan, on the contrary, transmitted his voice with schadenfreude. TSK. You guys were all saying that I was giving away my daughter. What about you? Impressive. One of you is giving away a pet beast, and the other is giving away a mount. Who exactly is putting on an act with Suyu? Divine Lord, I think you're the one with the problem. Sending a goddess to seduce men, trying to take over Angel City by relying on her beauty, isn't it? Even if everyone shares the same interests, it doesn't mean they are close friends. Between the demon race and other races has never stopped. When you can stomp on it a few times, you should stomp on it as hard as you can. The Divine Lord forcibly suppressed his anger. This is not fair. The goddess is not much weaker than the Lake Fairy and the Silver Dragon Saint. Your side has too many people. Furthermore, the Demon King's daughter is neither your mount nor your pet. Is she? Chi Mayan's lips curled up. Oh, father, your daughter is here to replace Suyu, that vampire. After all, she's still unconscious, but if you insist on making it this rigid, it's not impossible for Suyu and me to sign a pet contract right now. Suyu and Aria's relationship no longer needs a contract to maintain or prove it, although it would be better if it did. The same goes for Chi Mayan. With the previous Blood Red contract gone, Suyu's spiritual sea realm still had a space left for a contract. This made Chi Yuan so angry that his teeth itched. This really shouldn't be signed. If his own daughter were to also become a human's pet beast, she would inevitably be ridiculed by these old men, just like he had just ridiculed the god. Moreover, he had a vague feeling that among the 5 pavilion masters of the Wind and Cloud Pavilion, besides the Dragon Pavilion Master whose identity had already been revealed and the Beast Pavilion Master who was most likely human, the other 3 Pavilion Masters also possessed a familiar aura. The Age of Myriad Races? The Ancient Era? Or the Age of Mythology? I don't know. Anyway, he's an old monster who survived. This Fengyun Pavilion can no longer be regarded as a neutral organization. The Elf King arrived with the Lake Fairy. He noticed the situation. I also protest. If even goddesses become pets, the disparity in numbers is too great. I propose that the Silver Dragon Saint Sun also join the war. That's fair. That's right. Agree. Otherwise, even if the Fairy of the Lake is strong, she can't win against 6 opponents in one. A human beast tamer progresses, the more terrifying their power becomes. Even though Suyu was only at the reincarnation realm, he had already put tremendous pressure on all races. In a one-on-one fight at the same level, he is almost impossible to defeat. Suyu smiled and said, "Okay, I'll just consider it, this winged captain of the City of Angels letting you have your way." Upon hearing this, the Skywing races exclaimed in unison. That's right, hurry up and call for reinforcements. What's wrong with letting you have your way? They really have a strong sense of contractual responsibility, agreeing to everything and even going back on their word. You don't understand. They are the kings of their race. What is a king? Apart from our Angel King, who doesn't keep their word and get rich quick. Chapter 314 Suyu vs. Lake Spirit and Silver Dragon. Illusion breaks through the Milky Way. The Elf King's face was grim, but he had to push it through. He even wanted to propose that the number of people on both sides be equal. The lake cannot lose, otherwise the Elf King is worried that the Fairy of the Lake's Tao heart will be damaged, and thus there will be regrets when she proves her Tao in the divine realm. The Fairy of the Lake has waited for many years just to obtain the divine artifact deepest in the divine realm. However, the 5 leaders of Fengyun Pavilion would not agree to such a request. Adding another Silver Dragon Saint Sun might be a bit shameless, but it's still acceptable on the surface. Otherwise, there are too many of you. Suyu smiled and said, "It's fine. If you think we have too many people, we can add 2 more." The Elf King took a deep breath. No need. Ultimately, one still has to save face. The Lake Fairy and the Silver Dragon Saint, 2 powerful beings who have reached the 6th stage of the reincarnation realm, are more than capable of defeating Suyu. Not long after, the Dragon God King also brought the Silver Dragon Saint. The gamble that would determine the fate of a race, the duel to decide who was the strongest being below the demigods, thus began above the clouds. Suyu transmitted his voice. "Xueyao, is everything all right?" Behind Meng Xuyao's phoenix-shaped veil, she lightly bit her red lips. After this, if you can stand tall in this forbidden sacred domain, I have something to tell you. Suyu replied, "Okay. Perhaps this is the beginning of a truly closer relationship between the human and the immortal. Now, let's take them down together." Meng Xuyao transmitted her voice. The fairy spirit of the lake won't go all out. She didn't come in her true form. I clashed with her once near the river of light and darkness. She is no longer the 6th reincarnation as rumored, but a 9th reincarnation, which has never appeared before in history. This is just a puppet of hers, so there's no need to worry too much. Its strength should be limited. As for the Silver Dragon Saint, your abilities are quite effective against him. Meng Shuiao seemed to recall unpleasant memories. Use that trick you used on me that I didn't understand, to deal with him severely. After hearing Meng Shuiao's message, Suyu became somewhat solemn. The Fairy of the Lake had traveled to the farthest point in the City of Angels on her own without the help of any token. As expected, it lives up to its reputation. Why didn't the Elf King bring his true form when deciding on such a crucial matter for his race? You don't know? Possibly. There's also the possibility that they have bigger plans and don't want to be exposed. If Meng Shuiao hadn't fought against Melissa, the Fairy of the Lake, Suyu would have been completely clueless. Melissa wore a light green dress and a floral headband. Her eyes, as tranquil as a lake, and her long, light green hair gave her a gentle, refreshing look, as if representing the ultimate meaning of life. Meanwhile, the Silver Dragon Saint transformed into a silver dragon, baring its fangs and brandishing its claws. It was tens of feet long and seemed ready to pounce on Suyu at any moment and tear him apart. Suyu clenched his fist, deciding to test whether there was any difference between himself and the Silver Dragon Saint, although the level of understanding is behind. However, Suyu has already reached the 200th stage on the path of the reincarnation realm. Although it is not the top stage, it has reached a relatively high standard for advancing to the reincarnation realm. And Suyu now possesses an unprecedented 2,180 magic circuits, so he may not necessarily be at a disadvantage in a clash of magic. The battle began without warning. The moment their eyes met, the secret began to unfold silently. The clouds were cleared away by the masters of Fengyun Pavilion and the Four Kings. Tens of millions of beings on the ground are watching this battle, which may determine the fate of the Skywing race and the strongest individual below the demigod level in the next generation. The silver dragon roared, outlining a dazzling silver light. It was as if the stars in the sky were lit up. Protected by the stars. No wonder Meng Shuiao said I restrained him. Miyu. Suyu jumped onto Long Miyue's back. Having walked the path of death and embraced Arya again, Suyu felt his anger subside considerably, and he no longer treated Long Miyue with the same harshness and humiliation. Perhaps it was the influence of fighting side by side, or perhaps Arya simply didn't blame them, since they were originally enemies. Long Miyue seemed to sense the subtle change in Suyu's attitude, but I didn't think much about it during the battle. Master, silver dragons are the rarest and most special among the dragons. Their power is mysterious. We must break through their veil of mystery, or we will fall into the illusion drawn by the silver dragon. Suyu chuckled softly. Isn't that a coincidence? I'm all about illusions and pretense. Complete restraint. On the other hand, Chu Xianin, together with Meng Shuiao, will face off against the Lake Fairy Melissa. Because Xianin, like Suyu, is not affected by Meng Shuiao's beauty, if Huan Yuan were to come, she might also be bewitched. Around Melissa, a lake condensed in the sky. Blessed spirit born from the lake and blessed by the gods, even though she is not in her true form, still possesses the powerful strength of a sixth reincarnation. She remained silent, like a mechanical puppet. The sacred tree grew wildly, suppressing Meng Shuiao's five-colored lotus, while plucking flowers and leaves to knock down all of Chu Xuanin's snow feathers from the snow feather purifying soul heaven. Swish, swish, swish. Melissa's puppets still possess considerable combat power, holding their own even when facing two opponents at once. However, all we need to do is stall them. Suyu, Kong Huan Yuan, Qi Mu Yin, and Long Mi you will deal with the Silver Dragon Saint's son first. Silver Dragon gently shook his head. Miyu, it seems you've abandoned your dragon dignity in order to survive. To think they'd become human mounts. Then let me clean house. Suyu said coldly, you're quite arrogant. Even if it's my mount, it's not for you to judge. Come on, I don't think you're the kind of person who dawdles. Silver Dragon's whiskers fluttered. Of course, my cultivation level is higher than yours. I won't bully you. If you can withstand this move, I'll admit defeat. Illuminating the Milky Way, piercing the sky. The light of the Silver Dragon illuminated the entire starry sky, shining the heavens and earth with brilliant silver light. Reaching the ultimate point of reincarnation, the Silver Dragon Saint, who is about to prove himself as a demigod in the divine realm this year, has already been able to unleash his power with a terrifying might that is no less than any divine miracle. It was as if a space creature had torn open the Milky Way, and the silver beam of light that pierced through the heavens and earth was released, and then converged, gathering at a single point. Suyu frowned deeply. This seems to be even more impressive than the pseudo-canon, Dragon Slayer. He possesses power surpassing even the god, slaying divine weapon. No, that's not right. False, mysterious. So that's how it is. Let's use illusion to reconstruct the world. The galactic world depicted by the silver dragon Saint Sun, with himself at its center, unleashed an absolute dominion that no being of the same realm could ever break through. Most people's souls and spirits will perish in this move. Yes, it's an illusion. However, illusions can harm one's true mind and soul. It belongs to the power that shatters illusions in the real world. This illusion cannot be easily broken by one's own strength. However, Suyu possesses the illusory source quality. Everything returned to the beginning, to the very origin, to the point before the battle even began. The silver dragon Saint was momentarily stunned, bewildered. Did time rewind? Wait a minute, his galaxy did activate. And his group had already reached the top of his head. Chapter 315 The hidden dragon emerges from the abyss, startling the world. The king of stars is unparalleled. That one moment. Even the kings of the 4 clans and the masters of the 5 pavilions were stunned for a moment. It's like going back in time, but it doesn't seem like it. Although the ability to rewind time is very rare, it is not unheard of among those above the holy realm. The reversal of time often brings back all that is magical. But the silver dragon Saint had truly consumed most of his magic power, illuminating the Milky Way and piercing the sky. It was the silver dragon Saint's trump card ability. Even the artifacts of demigods could not forcibly tear apart the world of the galaxy. Back then, the Fairy of the Lake was also forced to fight the silver dragon Saint in the world of the galaxy and barely won. Suyu actually broke through the silver dragon Saint's most confident and effective ultimate technique with ease. Chi Mian's Heavenly Abyss Demon Blade, Suyu's Oath, Dragon God Annihilation, Kong Huanyun's Spiritual Shadow, and Long Miyue's Blazing Dragon Roar poured down on his dragon's spine. Ugh! The silver dragon Saint let out a painful scream in utter disgrace. He simply couldn't accept that his signature move, which he considered the best among his peers, had been inexplicably broken. He certainly still has the strength to fight again. But this is like a shattered Dao heart. For the first time, the silver dragon Saint Prince began to doubt his own abilities. Suyu thought this was a good idea and wanted to directly imprison the silver dragon Saint's soul and banish it to the oath. Unfortunately, doing so in front of the Dragon God King was still too risky. If the power of disguise is used even once, these kings will probably be able to guess at least half of it, and the oath must not be exposed again under any circumstances. The silver dragon Saint was engulfed in demonic flames. After a blood-curdling scream, his handsome silver scales were stained with a mixture of black and bloody flesh. His face was ashen as he stammered, I surrender." A resentful whisper made the Dragon God King stomp his feet in anger, while the Skywing race below cheered with joy. This is their new king. Even the strongest silver dragon is like a toy in front of the new king. The silver dragon prince, his face ashen, scurried back behind the Dragon God King. The elf king scoffed. Humph, he's obviously someone who's never lost and has been groomed as a candidate for godhood. His Dao heart was shattered after being defeated in just one move. The Dragon God King glanced at him and said coldly, "Elf King, watch your words." He fought for the sake of the 4 clans. Now that Linner has fallen, do you think the Lake Fairy spirit will benefit from this? But the principle is sound. Instantly killing the Silver Dragon Saint, Suyu turned around and attacked the Lake Fairy spirit. Spirit, surrounded by the 6 people, shrank the lake, pulling Suyu and the other 6 into it. At the same time, Kong Huan Yuanxi Mu Yin and Meng Shuiao also opened their own inherent barriers. 3 against 1. 3 barriers to fight against the immortal lake. The chaotic spatial storm within the barrier even obscured the vision and perception of the 4 kings and the 5 pavilion masters. A complex and entangled barrier. Melissa tilted her head slightly. "You are?" "Suyu." Suyu jumped down. "You seem to have something to say to me? I can tell you haven't gone all out, only sending a puppet. What is the purpose of this?" Melissa gazed at Suyu for a long time before saying softly, "Mira the Light Elf and Kira the Night Elf are 2 sisters I raised. One you killed, one you captured. Perhaps we are enemies. You have your justice, but I have mine." There was no hint of hatred in her tone. Perhaps she was simply hiding her true feelings well. "I will avenge them. Just like you're seeking revenge for your lover. I can't kill you here, but you'll be fine if you dare come to the divine realm. You, including them, are doomed to die." Melissa's pupils reflected light, and she seemed very confident. As soon as he finished speaking, the puppet shattered into pieces. The world of Fairy Lake also collapsed. Suyu frowned and looked at Meng Shuiao beside him. "Shuiao, Based on your understanding of her, is what she said true or false? Meng Xiao thought for a moment. It seems that she really wanted to kill you, but the reason she came up with was rather far-fetched. Although the Grace Elf race has a more harmonious relationship among peers than other races, it shouldn't be to this extent. So you nodded slightly. I understand. But no matter what, it's a victory for us. Melissa has her own plans, perhaps those of the Grace Elf race, willing to stand by and watch the Skywing race revive and rise again. Since it was beneficial to Suyu anyway, Suyu was happy to accept it. The fairy lake is shattered. The group flew away, and the lake's spirit vanished without a trace. Suyu smiled faintly. It seems that I have won. With his declaration of victory, beneath the city of angels, above the clouds. A moment of silence followed, then the cheers of the Skywing race. We won. Wing Commander. Heavenly King. We won. Instant kill. This is the strength of our Wing Commander. This is the Wing Commander chosen by our Skywing clan. Golden lettering once again fluttered in the sky. This time, it seems to have been confirmed without any suspense. Human Suyu and Demon Chi Mayan versus Silver Dragon Saint and Lake Fairy Spirit. Human Suyu wins. He rises to number 1 on the Hidden Dragon ranking. Chi Mayan rises to number 72 on the Hidden Dragon ranking. There was no embellishment, nor any reason. There may be many explanations. The true form of the Lake Fairy may not have arrived, but Suyu also has a backup plan. There is no doubt that Suyu won everything. The Elf King and the Dragon God King looked rather grim. Demon King Chi Yuan watched his daughter's expression, which flickered between light and shadow. The deity clenched his fist and whispered, Xiao, don't forget the responsibilities of your race. As for the rest, it's up to you. Meng Xiao responded softly through the light veil, yes. Father, with the titles of Silver Dragon Saint and Lake Fairy, and witnessed by tens of millions of living beings, Suyu became the number 1 in the Hidden Dragon clan, allowing the Skywing clan to truly stand in the sunlight. The Beast Pavilion Master chuckled. Hee, a hidden dragon has emerged from the abyss. Brother Dragon, are you perhaps planning to leave the Wind and Cloud Pavilion and return to your clan? We wouldn't object. The Dragon Pavilion Master shook his head. This is his era, the era of their younger generation. An old fellow like me won't get involved in their affairs. The fate of our race and the path it should take in the future are decisions that he and the entire Skywing race should make. The Divine Pavilion, who had not spoken before, said calmly. It seems that now that this matter is settled, our appearance here was not a loss. Perhaps he is the most crucial person to create the waves of the future. Did you guys see that clearly just now? The personal intervention of the Fengyun Pavilion will inevitably arouse the fear of all races, and they will no longer be able to act with impunity as before. But their plan. We must protect Suyu here. Suyu also submitted a perfect answer sheet. The Ghost Pavilion and Demon Pavilion responded. We saw it clearly. Deceptive power. A vampire, a winged race. He also bears the crown of a witch, the favor of the Abyss Witch, and the heart of a goddess. None of this is a coincidence. The emergence of dragons from the abyss has shaken the universe. Surely the human race will be uneasy now? Chapter 316 Earth Shakes. A nightmare that could return at any moment. Suyu did not hear the 5th Pavilion Master's whispered conversation. He opened his arms, basking in the glory and adulation of his triumph. The winged ones raised their golden white feathers upwards, beams of golden light soaring into the sky, paying homage to this foreigner, who had become the king of angels, with the highest honors of the winged ones. The 4 kings looked grim, each with their own thoughts. Perhaps it's not a loss after all. Suyu could see that although the powerful clans seemed to be doing their best to prevent the resurgence of the Skywing race, they were actually being quite lenient in certain areas. Perhaps the emergence of a new disruptor is in the interest of some races? Before leaving, the 4 kings left a message. Heavenly King Suyu, let's call him that for now. Please abide by the most basic rules of all races. Otherwise, you win. No one will stop you from living in the sunlight anymore. After saying this, the Dragon God King and the Demon King disappeared one after the other. Before disappearing, the deity glanced at Meng Xiao, but Meng Xiao didn't seem to want to follow the deity, and simply nodded. After the 4 kings left, the countless allied forces of various races could only leave the City of Angels in disappointment. Such a large-scale operation ended in a dismal failure. However, the fact that Suyu had forcefully used the god-slaying divine weapon to fight against the entire Forbidden Zone and Holy Domain left a deep impression on all races, and they did not want to experience such a scene again, so they ran faster than the last. Suyu is an absolute madman among madmen. He throws out his divine weapon at the slightest provocation. He is not someone to be trifled with. All the races retreated. The Dragon Pavilion Master flew over. Suyu. Suyu nodded and said, Senior. The former second wing, Gabriel, who was somewhat rigid and stubborn, has also been washed away by time and become calm and dignified. Consideration of its own interests. But Suyu had to admit it. The help they provided to Suyu outweighed the potential threat. Senior, would you like to stay? Gabriel shook his head. No, this is your time. An old guy like me won't hinder your choices, young people. Perhaps. There should still be some of the 18 wings alive. They might be happy to join the newly formed Angel City. Gabriel's words carried a hint of melancholy. It would be impossible for him to have no feelings for his race. However, they had failed before. If we let them take power again, the future may not be any better. Suyu clasped his hands in thanks and said, Then thank you very much, and thank you to all the Pavilion Masters. Although, I seem to be considered a member of the cabinet as well. I will remember this favor. If needed in the future, Suyu will not refuse. Gabriel put his mask back on and resumed the majesty and tone of the Dragon Pavilion Master. Junior, improve yourself first. If you don't get to our level, you'll never be on the chessboard. We're leaving. Remember, never again use the god-slaying weapon lightly. Magic power is constant, and it is the cornerstone that maintains the forbidden zone and sacred land. However, the divine weapon that slays gods is the supreme weapon for destroying magic. The weakening of magic power is the essence of the rising water level of the Forbidden Sea. The four kings also realized this. Knowing that they could not use the god-slaying divine weapon, they understood that it was impossible to force the Skywing race to be exterminated today. They could only force you to make concessions. Gabriel's words made Suyu understand. No wonder. The myriad races within the Forbidden Zone are like living on a large ship. The god-slaying weapon is like a hole in a ship. Digging a hole might kill one person, but ultimately everyone will sink. Clear. After saying that, the fifth Pavilion Master also disappeared from the spot. Suyu descended from the sky, greeted by endless support and cheers from the Skywing race. Suyu's defeat of the Silver Dragon Saint and the Lake Fairy was announced across the entire region by the Fengyun ranking. The news also reached the outskirts and even the earth. Mu Qinyu strictly forbade the members of the Night Banquet group from going to the Demon Cave, and she kept a close watch on everyone's cultivation day and night. Everyone was holding on to one thought, to wait for Suyu to return. After not hearing any news for almost half a month, I couldn't help but feel restless and worried. Finally, a series of messages shook the entire world of beast tamers on Blue Star. Suyu captured the goddess alive. Suyu fought against the Silver Dragon Saint and the Lake Fairy, becoming the #1 on the Hidden Dragon ranking. Suyu unsealed the City of Angels and was crowned Heavenly King. The 9th Prince's true identity has been revealed. She is a woman and has decided to marry Suyu, leave the demon clan, and establish her own household. Every message is astonishing. The human hero of yesteryear, a key figure in winning the 2 great battles of the Eternal Demon Cave and the Thousand Lakes Demon Cave, was now forced to retreat to the Forbidden Zone, where he earned a reputation for unwavering integrity. It just leaves one with mixed feelings. Those who don't know the truth are very confused as to why Suyu is so close to the Skywing race and the demon race. Those who know the truth know one thing. Suyu gained the upper hand in the penalty area. Furthermore, there is always the possibility of returning to Earth. The day Suyu returned to Blue Star was the day the internal conflict among the human race on Blue Star began. Of the Thousand Lakes incident is still vivid in my mind. This has caused panic among countless people and has also presented a challenge for some. The governor's mansion of Shanghai, Xia Tingyin and Wu Meiming were taken aback when they heard their subordinates report. What started as a joke has actually come true. Suyu and the 9th Prince of the Demon Clan. No, the 9th Princess, it really is because of love. It's truly unexpected. How did she manage to deceive the Demon King, the myriad races, and even the ranking of heroes? Xia Tingyin asked, Do you think he will come back? Wu Meiming replied directly, yes. He values relationships very much, and he will never miss an opportunity for revenge. I'm afraid some people won't be able to sleep tonight. Xia Tingyin nodded. If he comes back, perhaps we don't need to wait any longer. The Li family's residence, in a basement. Li Hingyang was in a state of distress. He felt like he was sitting on pins and needles whenever he heard good news about Suyu. Just how far has Suyu grown now? The #1 person below demigod? In that divine realm? Even more frightening is the possibility that he might return to Earth with powerful allies. That It will be a bloody and brutal conflict that completely tears off all pretense of civility. No, we need to start preparing immediately. Once Suyu quietly returns to Blue Star, some restless individuals within Great Xia, such as Wu Meiming, may immediately prove their Dao to the Holy Domain and turn against the Li, Pei, and Bai families. Also, Li Ming, Chief Instructor Qin Yuan. He immediately got up and contacted the Sepisi family in Lika, across the ocean. Something has happened. They were even more worried about Su Yu's return than the Li family. It is Erwin Tepesi, of course. After regaining his body, Erwin did not have a good life. Even with countless resources, he barely reached the Nirvana realm level. It is far removed from the demigods it once was. After receiving the call from the Li family, Erwin remained silent for a long time. I understand. Perhaps I have a general idea of which path Su Yu will take to return to Blue Star. In the City of Angels, Su Yu, the Skywing race, and the new members of the Night Banquet group gathered together. Gentlemen, if I may ask, would you like to go there? The Beginning Ground. Chapter 317 The Goddess's Past. Do you want to go to the Land of Beginning? Su Yu's words caused the newly revived Skywing races and the newly surrendered Myriad races camp to pause slightly. To the place of origin? This. Su Yu smiled and explained, Edna, I'm not asking the Skywing race to abandon their families and come with me. Of course, we need to develop within the restricted area. After this great battle, the Skywing race and Angel City will not be in great danger for the time being. But our attempt to seize territory under the sun will inevitably be targeted. What I mean is, to consolidate our overall strength and focus solely on restoring our own combat capabilities while searching for the whereabouts of the former Skywing race. Also, send a small winged squad with me back to human territory, which is the Land of Beginning. Nomiya, the sixth of the 18 wings, is sealed and imprisoned by humans somewhere in the Land of Beginning. What? Edna and the other captains of the 18 wings were slightly startled. The 18 wings, as expected, besides Lord Gabriel, there are still living beings. Only. Damn humans. Oh, Winged Lord, I wasn't talking about you. Su Yu waved his hand. It's all right. I was also driven out by humans. The guard captain snarled. They really are damned humans. Su Yu. It seems like they insulted me, but it also seems like they weren't really insulting me. Su Yu cleared his throat. Ahem. In short, whether it's me or you, we all have a reason to go to the Land of Origin. Of course, aren't the members of the Myriad Races camp also looking forward to going to the Land of Origin? Long Hao, Taida, Dian Wuxin, and Mo Chong. These venerable ones looked somewhat embarrassed. It seems that they had painstakingly tried to go to the place of origin, to explore the place where everything began, but they just couldn't break in. Now, it seems like it's within easy reach. Life circumstances are truly wondrous. It seems that Su Yu humiliated me and forced me onto his seemingly sinking ship, but somehow it didn't sink, and the more I look at it, the more promising it seems. How is that possible? Chi Mayan shrugged. I'm not going. You big bastard, I also need to gather some demons from the demon clan who are on my side. Next time, I'll go back with you next time. Since Chi Mayan couldn't leave, many beings in the demon race agreed with her views. Perhaps with some persuasion, they could break free from the Demon King's control and join Chi Mayan, which would be very helpful for Su Yu and her to establish themselves in the Forbidden Zone. Although Su Yu is nominally the wing commander of Angel City, he has no experience in leading a major power. Su Yu is quite adept at deciding on major directions and strategies. But when it comes to the details of management and maintenance, they're completely lost. All right, Edna, you can stay too. You can discuss things with Mayan if anything happens. Also, since Mu Yen is staying, you demonic insects shouldn't go either. Stay by my wife's side and make sure nothing happens to her, or I'll wipe you out across the star realm. The demon lords of the demon insects suddenly felt a chill run down their spines. These damn humans, they seem so kind, but when they turn ruthless, they'll wipe you out. Meanwhile, these demon lords had some regrets. They actually really wanted to go to the starting point. Chi Mayan saw through the thoughts of these demon lords. Humph, fine, you can go with him. You big bastard, I'm not so fragile that I can't go out without the demon lord by my side. Su Yu asked with some worry, but Edna immediately replied, Commander, please rest assured, we will definitely protect your wife. The 18 wings are no longer there. But the captain, guard captain, and vice captain of the 18 wings are all there. The mythology alone has over 50 figures. Even if the Angel City's fighting strength is reduced to less than a quarter of its original strength, it is still like a centipede that dies, but does not fall down. However, not many of the Angelic Academy and Skywing City Guard survived. The highest level they reached was only demigod, which is somewhat regrettable. Chi Mayan nodded and smiled. In any case, she and Suyu have already established themselves in the penalty area. Suyu said, "Okay, then it's decided. All of you from the Myriad Races camp, come with me. Anyway, you're all pretty happy to go. Let bygones be bygones. We humans have a saying, since we're here, let's make the best of it. Go and prepare yourselves. We're leaving tomorrow." Long Hao, Ted, and the others could only manage a wry smile. That's all we can do. However, I'm still quite excited to be able to go to the starting point. During the intermission, Suyu talked about the two women with Kong Huan Yuan and Chu Xianyin. The Celestial Fox clan lives north of the snowfield, and it's not suitable for anyone below the demigod level to go there. Too many people would easily expose the target, and it's not suitable to bring too many strong individuals. As for the witch, Kong Huan Yuan also came to terms with it. The 3-year promise she had made had been fulfilled in less than a year, and Suyu had arrived in the Forbidden Zone and achieved brilliant success. Then let's wait until the demigods, or even myths, are found before searching for the witch Kalina. Holding the witch's crown, Kong Huan Yuan vaguely sensed that her mother's affairs might not be so simple. The being capable of sealing away witches is not someone they can deal with. Therefore, both of them supported Suyu's return to Blue Star. We must avenge our wrongdoings. Meng Shuiao also decided to go to the starting point with Suyu. The evil spawn nest beneath the immortal moon palace can't be rushed. Suyu truly masters the true scripture, Godslayer. Suyu sat down in front of the goddess and said, "Shuiao, now that the fight is over, can you tell me what you wanted to tell me?" She gently lifted the veil covering her phoenix face, and no matter how many times you look at her radiant beauty, it will feel like a dream. Ahem. Suyu lowered his head. "If you're trying to seduce me, it won't work. A gentleman may be attracted to beauty, but he acquires it through proper means." Meng Shuiao rolled her eyes at Suyu. "Get lost. Let's get down to business. Suyu, what do you think of me? Is it pretty?" Suyu frowned. "Sister, weren't we supposed to be talking about serious matters?" Meng Shuiao smiled faintly. "If I told you, I would give you the chance to enjoy both the goddess and the empress at the same time. Are you willing?" Suyu looked up, staring intently into her pupils. "Huh? What did you say?" "She's not yours." Meng Shuiao shook her head. "No, she is not my mother. The god is not my father either. Few people know about this. Even the God King only doubts whether I know about it or not." Suyu's heart pounded so hard it almost jumped out of her chest. Goddess and queen. It can be said to embody the best qualities of a forbidden zone. The empress, in particular, was resplendent and beautiful. Meng Shuiao, holding Shue's arm, whispered seductively in Suyu's ear, "Hatred, you have it, and so do I. My father, the previous God King, was killed by this God King. He forcibly took my mother, and my mother refused to submit even unto death. The goddess queen is a woman from another branch of our Meng family, and she was also an ally of the current God King during the palace coup. If you want me to submit to you, then you, please take her in front of the god, and then, can you grant my wish?" Chapter 3:18 Arya awakens. "I'm your husband." Those delicate, red lips, moving slightly, evoke endless fantasies. However, Suyu shook his head and said, "I refuse." Meng Shuiao was stunned, somewhat bewildered. Suyu smiled and said, "Shuiao, perhaps you don't understand me. I can trade anything, but not love, whether it's a lover or a family member. Your offer is very tempting. It's really tempting. I'm a man too, and your face makes me want to pin you down right now. But I can't. If I do that, neither you nor I will be happy in the future. Let's take a test." Suyu raised his hand and reached for her collar, as if he was about to. Meng Shuiao was trembling all over, seemingly speaking with ease, as if she were willing to offer herself at any moment. But when the man's hand actually reached out, his own immortal body couldn't help but feel fear. She closed her eyes, seemingly unwilling. Result: a sharp pain shot through my smooth forehead. Suyu flicked her forehead. "Stop showing off all you want, Shuiao. I will consider your wish. But as for us, maybe one day you'll really fall for me. Then we can spend the night together." Suyu gently lifted a strand of her platinum hair and inhaled her fragrance. Then he drifted away. Meng Shuiao's cheeks flushed as she recalled what Suyu had just said, a strange feeling welling up inside her. Is love never a bargaining chip? Perhaps that is why the ethereal spirit, the abyss witch, the celestial fox, and the vampires surrounded him, remaining loyal until death. Perhaps it was precisely because this was the most precious and important thing in his heart that he could turn a blind eye to her celestial beauty and divine eyes. This is the power of humanity. Meng Shuiao rubbed her widow's peak and spoke softly. Men possess an indescribable charm. It has a kind of charm that makes people want to believe and follow. Chu Xianin sat down next to Meng Shuiyao and said softly with a smile, Sister Shuiyao, you won't be able to seduce him like this. Chu Xianin really liked sitting next to Meng Shuiyao. Compared to others, the banished immortal possesses a unique, subtle fragrance, and the celestial fox is particularly accurate in perceiving the scent of others' souls. Sitting next to Meng Shuiyao is like a gentle spring breeze, making one feel comfortable. If you really want to force him to give in, you can suddenly join us while he's with us. As long as neither Sister Huan Yuan nor I help him, he'll definitely give in to you. Chu Xianin smiled happily. Men are the hardest to talk to when they're rational. Once it's loaded, it really will agree to anything. Hearing this, Meng Shuiyao's ears turned red. She really was just a master of empty talk. Once she entered the realm of actual combat, her mind went completely blank. Meng Shuiyao covered her face shyly and patted Chu Xuanin's head. Go away, what are you saying? You little fox, you never learned anything good. Chu Xianin covered her head and said, I was just trying to give you an idea. They're all terrible ideas. That's a good idea, it'll definitely work. If that doesn't work, I have another trick. We usually play with masks, like I'll put on a witch's mask and become Sister Shuiyao. Then halfway through I'll blindfold him, and then we'll switch. Stop. Meng Shuiyao covered her face. Even the purest celestial fox has been led astray by those damned humans. In her mind, Su Yu's image was not only very charming, but also, the stereotype of the silver thief has been reinforced even further. Su Yu's room is in the dream garden of the sky garden. He placed Arya in a riot of flowers and then laid down beside her, embracing her. When will you wake up? When you wake up, will you still remember me as you did on the road to death? Whether you remember me or not, I will win you back. Arya has 2 more fragments of memory scattered around, one of which, when observed by the sky illusion kite, seems to have flown towards Blue Star. There was no news about the other one, which was found in the restricted area. Perhaps in some remote, undeveloped area. Perhaps it's right there in Thousand Lakes. As Suyu meditated, Arya's eyelids twitched slightly in his arms. The blood red rose opened its eyes. Deep purple pupils concealed a chilling yet utterly contradictory feeling, a mixture of indifference and warmth. Suyu exclaimed excitedly, Arya! He hugged her even tighter. As a result, Arya first raised the corners of her mouth slightly, then frowned and pushed Suyu away forcefully. Who are you? Who do you think you are? Her words were laced with cold anger. The Blood Queen, who manipulates blood, seems to have her sights set on Suyu. Suyu quickly realized what was happening and raised his hand, saying, Wait a minute. Arya's memory fragments were extracted, and the one left behind by Kong Huan Yuan may not be related to Suyu's memory. Arya, we are lovers. Really. Others heard the noise and came running. Sister Arya? Chu Xianin said softly. Arya looked at Suyu and the others suspiciously, rubbing her head. You are my lover? Suyu laughed and said, Of course. It's the real deal. Arya pouted, her eyes filled with coldness. Suyu also knew that, apart from being nice to Suyu and the people around him, Arya was extremely cold to everyone else, which was something Suyu liked. Gaining her trust won't be easy. Arya frowned again, gently touching her lower abdomen, a strange feeling creeping over her. How come? No, you're lying to me. Oh, you're still pretending. I definitely already have a husband. You're still saying I'm your lover. Suyu immediately understood. As Arya's soul was awakened, the wisp of life within her womb also awoke from its slumber. That's why Arya misunderstood. Isn't this a joke? No, Arya, I am your husband. The baby in your belly is our child. Really? After saying that, Suyu wanted to get closer to prove it. But Arya reached out and stopped him, saying, Hey, don't come any closer. You're a bit, how should I put it? I'm the last royal descendant of the vampire clan, and you. The moment I opened my eyes, you were hugging and cuddling me, and even said I was pregnant with your child. A little downwards. Puffed. Apart from Suyu, the other girls were both amused and exasperated. Suyu was struck by lightning and almost turned to stone. Although we might act a little strangely, we're genuinely excited. Suyu clutched his head and said, No, I really didn't lie. We once had a contract, though it's gone now. You can drink my blood. You may not remember me, but you will definitely remember the taste of my blood. Arya frowned even more. I only drink my husband's blood, male blood. You're going even lower. Holy crap. Suyu gritted his teeth and sighed helplessly. Why is my wake up your lover function different from others? Although I'm a little, well, Arya, you're way too loyal to your husband. You don't even know who he is, yet you completely disbelieve everything any man says. Although this is good, I feel very uncomfortable being treated coldly by you right now. Chapter 319. I've forgotten everything, but I'll never forget him. Sigh. Suyu sighed silently. Although I was mentally prepared, I knew that Arya, who had lost her memory, would be difficult to handle. But when you actually face it, it's still very painful. Looking back, weren't countless men who pursued Arya met with even more ruthless and indifferent blows and humiliations? I'm really a lucky guy. At least, I'm the first person she sees when she opens her eyes, so she'll naturally have some positive feelings towards me. At least, she might remember my scent. Suyu silently encouraged himself. I promised my wife I would win her back, and no matter how cold I am, I must earn her trust. Phew, Arya, I swear to the heavens that my words are absolutely true, and if I have broken them, may I be struck by lightning. Before he could finish speaking, outside the city of angels, a deafening roar. Boom. Suyu was startled. Arya pointed outside. Look, even God doesn't believe in you. Suyu stared outside in astonishment. Hey, don't mess with me, God. However, the crackling lightning did indeed strike right next to Suyu. Holy crap. No, which bastard made the same oath as me? I'm the wife who was dragged into this. Boom, 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 several bolts of lightning struck down in succession, and Suyu barely managed to dodge them by dodging left and right. Not a buddy. Suyu angrily walked onto the balcony. Who the hell was making those random oaths over there? Edna ran over apologetically. I'm sorry, Wing Commander. We encountered a small problem installing lightning power supplies for the Angelic Academy and the Dream Garden. Suyu was so angry he laughed. You guys have really screwed me over. Never mind. Go ahead and do your own thing. Suyu turned back and said, Look, wife, it's not my fault. Arya pouted and said disdainfully, Can you please stop calling me wife? I have a husband. Maybe you saved me, but if you keep doing this, don't blame me for ignoring your life-saving grace. I will only ever have one husband. Suyu sighed and asked, Then who is your husband? Arya hesitated. I don't think I can remember. Suyu suddenly remembered something and took out Arya's diary. That's right. Wife, this is the diary you wrote yourself. It can prove my identity, right? There's a lot about me inside. Arya asked suspiciously. You didn't secretly write something in my diary to fool me, did you? How could that be? See for yourself. Arya flipped through the pages for a long time, and Suyu's heart pounded with anxiety. After reading, closed the book. That's right, you're a bastard. Oh, look, the last sentence of this diary, which I wrote in vampire secret language, is that the first man you see when you open your eyes is a big jerk. Uffed. Suyu covered her face. Oh my God. Arya, how could you do this? This is just a disservice to her husband. I'm emotionally exhausted. Perhaps it was the tension from days of fighting that suddenly eased, or perhaps it was because Arya felt no particular sense of security after her recovery. An endless sense of exhaustion overwhelmed him, and he collapsed onto Arya's lap, falling into a deep sleep. Suyu, husband, the girls asked worriedly, but Arya shook her head, a smile on her lips. It's nothing, he's just exhausted. Kong Huanyuan said, Alia, could it be that you? Chu Xianyin ran over and hugged Ilia's arm, saying, Sister Ilia, you haven't forgotten Xianyin, right? Actually, Suyu did this for you. Arya smiled, ruffled Suyu's hair, and looked at the girls, saying, Of course. I've forgotten a lot of things. But even if I forget everything, I will never forget him. I have no attachment to the past. The life of a vampire is a life of betrayal, until I met my lover who is willing to die for me anytime, anywhere. How could I bear to forget him? The only fragment of memory that refuses to leave my body is the one that holds my memories. Kong Huanyuan let out a long sigh. Then how did you? Arya scoffed. Humph, how many days have I been unconscious? Less than a month, right? Then, pointing at Qi Mayan, Meng Shuiyao, and Long Miue, he said, 1, 2, 3. In just over 20 days, there are already 3 more. Unbelievable. Don't you guys try to persuade him to be more restrained. Arya covered her face and said with a hint of sourness, and he promised me he'd pursue me again. Give him a little punishment. On this point, the women were unanimously agreeing. Indeed, that big jerk really knows how to philander. It said, he even has some women back in the starting point. Even our goddess almost succumbed just now. Get out of here. Sigh anyway, I support it. Xianyin also supports it. But don't keep it from him for too long. Suyu has had a very hard time saving my sister. Arya smiled gently. Of course I know. It won't be long. It's just a small punishment, only for a few days. I'll tease him a bit. How could I bear to see him sad and upset? Uh-huh. Arya leaned close to Suyu's forehead and gave him a gentle kiss. You got off easy. You should be secretly happy to have met us, you big jerk. The diary was turned by a gentle breeze, and a passage of vampire cryptic language emerged in human language. I will never forget the people I love. So you slept for 3 days and 3 nights. He had been working tirelessly all the way here, and his brain had never stopped thinking for even a second. Finally, the spring breeze of March awakened the one I loved. In a hazy vision, he seemed to see Arya kissing him. Maybe it's just my imagination. She's forgotten about me. How could she? But that's not right either. Once Suyu calmed down in her inner world, she realized that some of her reactions would feel very strange if she forgot about me. Her rebuke was not angry. Based on Suyu's understanding of Arya, as for saving someone's life, she's practically immortal, so she wouldn't care about such a trivial matter. Any man who is in her presence will only receive a cold response. So, she should at least remember my face, or at least some of it. Suyu opened his eyes, lying in Kong Huan Yuan's arms. Awake, husband. Where is Arya? Taking a walk outside. Don't worry, honey. She's just confused. Anyone who wakes up and finds they can't remember anything will definitely feel confused and helpless. Suyu nodded slightly. He was too impatient. For a girl who is terrified of the unfamiliar world, it is indeed quite frightening to be asked to recognize someone as her husband right away and to have intimate behavior. Suyu patted his face. How long have I been asleep? 3 days. Suyu sighed. Sorry, I lost my composure a bit. Chi Mayan and Chu Xianin sat down next to them and smiled. You big jerk, it's okay to lose your composure in front of us. It's nothing. Suyu nodded. This was home. There was no need to hide anything. She could freely show her most childish side. I've had enough rest. Perhaps I should go back. We'll slowly piece together the fragments of memory, but there's a blood debt to pay. I can't wait any longer. Chapter 320, taking an unconventional approach, turning the world upside down. Suyu's meaning was very clear. It's time to go back to Earth. Seeking revenge on one's enemies is only one aspect. They also need to rescue Nomiya, the 6th of the 18 wings of the Skywing race. He had made some preparations for this before he came. The Yin family had an agreement with him that if they were to break into the core area of the Li family one day, they would not stand idly by. Kong Huan Yuan asked, which way should we go back? No matter which road you take, it's not safe. Kong Huan Yuan speculated. If I were from the Li family or the Capexi family, I would definitely have left spies in various demon caves and would never allow us to return to Blue Star easily. It would be best to suffocate us in the demon caves. That's right. Once Suyu is released back to Blue Star, back to Great Xiao, some potential supporters will inevitably help Suyu launch an attack. I dare not say more, but Emperor Ling, Demon Ling Jianghe, and the Academy Alliance behind him, the Yin family, and its allies, Xia Tingyin and Wu Meiming may also lend a hand. These are forces that the Li family alone cannot suppress. It wouldn't be unreasonable to use Suyu as a pretext to launch an attack on the Capexi family, or even the entire kingdom of Lika. Therefore, these two families will do everything in their power to prevent Suyu from returning. Suyu smiled and said, It's all right. If I were the head of the Li family, or anyone else, I could at most guess my first step. Walk through the Snowfield Demon Cave. The Snowfield Demon Cave has a passage leading to Thousand Lakes. This is a hidden road that allows one to detour back to Daxia. If the other party has a strategist and is willing to use their brain, you could have guessed that. But the humans know too little about Suyu. There are 2 things they absolutely do not know. That is, Suyu can roam freely in the Forbidden Sea by relying on the masks of the Wind and Cloud Pavilion, and can also mass-produce these masks. Secondly, Suyu is no longer alone. The Myriad Races camp, which includes the demon insects and Long Hao, has 36 mythical realm experts. The Skywing Guard will also send 10 mythical realm experts and 20 demigods as the Wing Chief's escort team to accompany him, with the mission of protecting Suyu and saving Nomiya. With their strategy of contraction in place, the Skywing race will not face much interference. All races are waiting for the opening of the Divine Realm at the end of the year. Until then, it will be a rare period of peace for the Skywing race. Although fighting is inevitable in the struggle for resources in the surrounding areas, the intensity of the conflict is definitely controllable. Kong Huan Yuan said, So you know they guessed you might go to the snowfield. Are we still going? Suyu nodded. Go, why wouldn't I go? Make them feel fear and pay the price. Also, I need to see the Snowfield Queen. Adelina, the Snow Queen of the Northern Bear Kingdom of Great Xia. When the Likas helped the demons descend upon the demon cave, sacrificing 100,000 bear men, Adelina would never forget this blood debt. They were also determined to take revenge on the Likas. This is a natural ally. Suyu needs someone to deal with the Lika people's mythical realm. Then, after that, We'll go around to the Western Demon Cave and help them break through the passage to the starting ground. Since the facade has been completely torn off, Suyu will never again talk to the Likas about the relationships between humans. They were treated as alien beings, even more despicable than all other races. Whenever Suyu recalls the 1,000 lakes of yesteryear, he longs to completely annihilate the 8 great families of Lika, so that their people can also experience what happened back then. Our despair. After finalizing the plan, Suyu went to the courtyard. "Arya, Ms.," he said, his pronunciation strained. Arya stood at a distance that was neither too close nor too far from him, and asked with a hint of wariness, "Are you all right?" Suyu felt a little happy. "Are you concerned about me?" Arya crossed her arms. "After all, maybe you're the one who woke me up. I read the diary, and you could be my husband. So, I've decided to follow you and see for myself whether you're real or not." Suyu exclaimed excitedly, "Really?" He instinctively wanted to hug her, but forcibly restrained himself, saying, "I mean, I'm absolutely not lying to you. I'll do anything as long as you're by my side." Arya said softly, "Yes, it's settled then. I'm going to find my fragmented memories." "This is equally important to me," Suyu nodded. "One of your memory fragments should have gone to the starting point. Let's go back there to look for it, okay?" "Good," Arya answered calmly and directly, without beating around the bush. She sat quietly on the lawn of the dream garden, like a vibrant blood-red rose, only with thorns that made her untouchable. Arya gazed at the sky, seemingly reminiscing about the past. Suyu didn't disturb her anymore and quietly lay on the lawn, enjoying the peaceful afternoon. Night, taking advantage of the darkness. The group quietly left the City of Angels. Suyu gave everyone a fake witch's mask and a fake beast pavilion mask. The former can disguise itself as any being and change its aura, while the latter can roam freely in the Forbidden Sea. Long Hao and Ted then realized what was going on. So that's how Suyu managed to sneak into the restricted area undetected. This is simply unbelievable. Fortunately, there's a strange sense of security when the most cunning enemy becomes the leader. Moreover, the place where I once dreamed of visiting no longer seems so far away. Chi Mayan stood atop the city wall of Angel City, watching as Suyu departed. Suyu turned around and waved. Their eyes met. Their separation would not be long. When Suyu returns, she promises that both he and his business will be established, and the landscape of the restricted area will undergo the largest reshuffling in history, especially in the borderlands, where people will have to completely choose their own side. Undercurrents were swirling, and Chi Mayan knew that the ceasefire was merely a helpless choice made by the powerful clans to avoid further turmoil. This year's Divine Realm is especially important. End of March. Suyu and his group arrived at the Snowfield Demon Cave. They disguised themselves as weak earth bears from the Snowfield Demon Cave and roamed the vast white snowfield. Long Hao couldn't help but sigh. These 2 masks were really useful. He, a dragon lord, was able to escape any surveillance, arrive at the edge of the land undetected, and escape the torment of the Forbidden Sea. At the same time, they became bolder. "Commander Su, should we take advantage of this opportunity to wipe out a demon city for fun? To attract human attention, there's nothing more eye-catching than destroying a demon city, isn't there?" What was once a behemoth to Suyu is now just a casual playing around in Long Hao's mouth. Suyu smiled and said, "Don't be silly. We don't need to attract attention at all. You see, people will come to us." At the end of the snowstorm, a familiar voice seemed to be coming from there. "I had no idea that the snow bear could travel such a long distance from the snowfield." "Ha, Suyu. Stop pretending. Erwin was right after all. You really did choose this path." Through the wind and snow, Suyu recognized the face on the other side. Li Hingyang's eldest son, Li Fei. Also, who did he just mention? Chapter 321, Capturing Li Fei, Adelina, the Horn of Counterattack. Li Fei's Black Hawk Guard was almost completely wiped out by Arya in the Thousand Lakes Demon Cave, with less than 300 survivors. It ended in a crushing defeat. The Li family also lost countless elites in that operation. No one expected that Suyu would detonate the pseudo-sacred domain relic along with the Dragon Lord, and that Arya would suddenly unleash the source essence that wreaked havoc on all sides. For a long time, the Li family's prestige among the 9 pillar families greatly diminished. Negotiations with other families have also faced numerous obstacles. In order to pay off the debts and conquer the demon city for the Great Xia dynasty, even more manpower was lost. It was an extremely embarrassing situation. Now that he heard that Suyu was coming back, Li Fei volunteered to come and stop Suyu. "Your disguise skills are getting better and better. You can even suppress your aura to below the Nirvana realm level. You brought quite a few people with you. Isn't your night banquet group still in Shanghai? You really have a way of getting them to come and join you. Li Fei mocked ambiguously. In his opinion, what kind of subordinates could Suyu possibly have? At most, they would try to send a message back to Earth. For example, Fengyan Pavilion. Have the night banquet group come and meet up with Suyu. Could it be that he can still gain a foothold in the penalty area and gather a group of loyal subordinates? Ridiculous. The demon lords and dragon lords behind Suyu stared at each other in disbelief. Why does a mere beast tamer in the reincarnation realm dare to spout such nonsense here? With all those demigods he's with, there are quite a few, about 7 or 8. They are considered extremely strong in remote areas, but using them to stop them is somewhat like a mantis trying to stop a chariot. Suyu chuckled. Ha ha ha, I thought you guys had at least made some progress. All right, I overestimated you guys. Your information is really outdated. Very well, this first blood debt will be repaid to you. Demon insects, Long Hao, Ted, make your move. I'll keep this guy. The venerable ones grinned broadly and said, yes. Finally, they can bully the weak. They almost got themselves into a state of frustration in Angel City. Just as Li Fei was about to make a sarcastic remark, in an instant, the group of earth bears transformed into soaring dragons, pitch-black demons, spirits rooted in the earth, and celestial beings floating above the clouds. Angels soaring through the sky. Myth. Nearly 50. Li Fei's eyes widened. His world and his knowledge were no longer enough to contain the shock that Suyu brought him. The demigods of the Li and Capexi families were annihilated in an instant before they could even put up a fight against such overwhelming power. Before Li Fei could react, Suyu had already rushed to his face. The 2 rings on her hand were lit up. Dragon God annihilated. 9 dragons trapping the heavenly barrier. 9 dragon souls emerged, using a heaven-sealing and sun-locking force to strangle and besiege Li Fei, while the blazing dragon god flames also engulfed Li Fei in a sea of fire. Li Fei tried to resist, but his body was bound and torn apart by the dragon soul, leaving him powerless to struggle. Above her head, Meng Shuyao's snow dance divine needle struck her right between the eyebrows. Bang! 13 silver moon glass swords pierced through Li Fei's heart. Bang bang bang. The blood mist exploded, and he was torn in 2. The surviving souls are absorbed by the oath. So you wanted to thoroughly interrogate this soul and see if it had any abilities worth plundering. The fall of 7 human demigods triggered a snow mountain collapse in the Snowfield Demon Cave. Such a great battle phenomenon might not be able to reach the Forbidden Zone. After all, the old guys in the Forbidden Zone can't keep an eye on the edge of the land all the time. But it still reached the ears of Adelina, the Snow Queen. Since the Licca people sacrificed blood to open the spatial channel for the Bear people, the Snowfield Sisters and the Bear Kingdom have suffered heavy losses. Even if they want to retaliate, they are worried about not having enough combat power and have been holding back until now. Now, another demigod is fighting fiercely in the Snowfield Demon Cave, which shows they really don't take her seriously. Adelina's spiritual avatar personally led the Queen's Guard deep into the Snowfield Demon Cave. But atop the iceberg, she saw a face that was both unfamiliar and familiar. Adelina chuckled. You're not going to tell me that the demigod battle happening here was your doing, are you? Suyu. Having only met Suyu once in a video, she couldn't help but sigh when she heard that Suyu had been forced into exile. Now, seeing them again and witnessing Suyu's brilliant achievements in the penalty area on the leaderboard, I am filled with emotion. At the same time, the races led by Suyu were even more diverse. Demons, dragons, elves, and there seemed to be immortals I've only heard of but never seen, and the winged race that has disappeared into history. What exactly happened in the restricted area? Have you perhaps allied yourself with? If Suyu is determined to join the restricted area, it's not entirely incomprehensible, but it still feels somewhat uncomfortable. Suyu smiled and said, These are all beings who have sworn allegiance to me. Your Excellency Adelina, I made a special detour to the Snowfield Demon Cave just to ask you one thing. Adelina was slightly surprised. Suyu denied joining the restricted area. Moreover, this group of mythologists seems to follow Suyu's lead blindly. What's going on? With a question in her mind, Adelina asked, What is it? I want to ask the bear people, Shiyuan, do you still have any backbone? Do you dare to join forces with me? Join forces with me, not with Great Xia. This demonstrates both Suyu's stance and his confidence. He certainly has the confidence to be an ally. Putting everything else aside, the sheer number of myths and demigods attacking any country would be enough to give them a serious hard time. Adelina seemed to understand who Suyu wanted to hit. Of course, the Russians will never forget their blood debt. A blood debt must be a blood debtor. Suyu nodded. Okay, then I only have one request. Hold back the sacred domain of the Likas for me. I'll take care of the rest. If you can't let any of the holy domains pass through, I can give you the result you want, such as making them pay 10 times or 100 times the price. Once, Erwin sacrificed 100,000 Russian soldiers and caused tens of thousands of Great Xia soldiers to die in the Battle of Thousand Lakes. Su Yu's mention of 10 times or 100 times represents his unwavering will to take revenge. Adelina hesitated. It's difficult, because we have to cross the Forbidden Sea. I will give you the means to cross the Forbidden Sea. Adelina took a deep breath. No problem. The snowfield always retreats when facing the Lika people, and always yielding. Today, in the name of the Snowfield Queen, I swear an unbreakable oath to Su Yu, to do everything in my power to ensure that the holy land of the Likas does not meet its end. The strength of the kingdom of Lika and its allies far surpasses that of the Snowfield. However, in the event of a sudden attack, its allies will inevitably hesitate and consider the consequences. Meanwhile, the Snowfield could secretly mobilize their allies to assist in the retaliation. Su Yu tossed 20 masks to Adelina. Once you put it on, you can cross the Forbidden Sea without hindrance. They will self-destruct in 20 days. The attack date is set for April 14th, which is my Memorial Day for them. Good. Chapter 322, A Cunning Rabbit Has 3 Burrows. Mu Qianyu's actions. Adelina readily agreed. She had kept this to herself for a long time. It was a thorn in the side of both her and Xu Yuan. If they are not removed, they will forever live in the shadow of fear of the strong. Does the mask Su Yu gave me really have such an effect? Adelina probably doesn't think otherwise. Su Yu doesn't need to joke with her about something like this. Furthermore, Su Yu's ability to cross the Forbidden Sea to reach the Forbidden Zone itself proves the mask's power. I trust you. Su Yu nodded. I believe you too. Dear Adelina, could you please send this letter to Mu Qianyu in Shanghai? It's my personal request. Adelina smiled and said, It's my pleasure. In exchange, may I ask what exactly happened inside the restricted area? This was what she was most curious about. Upon Su Yu's return, she could clearly sense that he possessed the aura of a superior, a kingly presence that commanded respect without even flinching. The captain of the Skywing race guard beside Su Yu said, Madam, the Winged One is the most esteemed king of our Skywing race. He unsealed the City of Angels, and, within the Forbidden Zone, with the kings of the 4 races, demon, elf, immortal, and dragon, gathered, forced them to acknowledge the status of the City of Angels and the status of the Skywing race. He is our king, the most powerful young man in the entire restricted area. Despite having heard about it before, Adelina was still shocked when she heard it. They also understood the restricted area and what the resurgence of the Skywing species meant. The key question is, how did Su Yu manage to do that? Adelina shook her head. As an ally, I naturally hope you become as strong as possible. I hope our friendship will last. Su Yu delivered the letter. Then it depends on your capabilities on the battlefield. If you allow reinforcements from the restricted area to enter Thousand Lakes again, as you did last time, our friendship will only remain at the personal level. After all, no one needs an ally who only holds them back. Adelina said firmly, You can rest assured about that. A heaviness settled in her heart. They hadn't been able to stop Erwin and the demons of the Forbidden Zone, leading to the devastating battle of the Thousand Lakes. It's hard to guarantee that Su Yu won't harbor resentment. This time, we absolutely cannot afford any mistakes. Their conversation was brief, and they quickly disappeared into the snowstorm. Su Yu didn't dare to put Bao Quan on top of her. Trusting outsiders is a very unreliable thing. A cunning rabbit has 3 burrows. This is only the first one Su Yu has laid out. Mu Qianyu knew that Su Yu was dominating the penalty area. She felt much more at ease. But every time I hear news about Su Yu, it's always after 10 days or half a month. After a while, I started to worry again. Before she knew it, the man had become her everything, her everything. Mu Qianyu's mother was also slightly dissatisfied. She didn't want her daughter to become a concubine with a very powerful man, as it was both dangerous and unlikely to bring happiness. Mu Qianyu said firmly, Mom, they didn't treat me like a little girl, and besides, after my daughter got together with Su Yu, she realized how high the sky is and how wide the earth is. He will come back. She kept comforting herself and urging the members of the night banquet group to cultivate diligently. Finally, at the end of March, she received a letter from Su Yusin from Agent Natasha. A brief message, to be burned after reading. Qianyu, I miss you so much. Forgive me for saying this. It sounds a bit cheesy, but I can't wait any longer. I have returned from the Forbidden Zone. Don't tell Linger about this yet. I'm afraid she won't be able to keep up the act with her father. By the time you receive this letter, I will have already left the Snowfield Demon Cave and headed south. You would never guess that I could cross the Forbidden Sea. I'm going to settle all the blood debts of the past one by one. I've thought about whether to go to Thousand Lakes or the Land of Calamity to pick you up, but I can't leave Linger alone in Daxia, and I need your help. Tell Principal Ning, Principal Jiang, and Principal Jiang that I'm back, and I'll start with the Western Demon Cave. Wu Miming and Xia Tingyan, don't be too explicit. Just hint at it. We don't want them to take action, but we do want them to keep a close eye on the Li family. Yours, Suyu. We'll meet soon. This time, I must make sure you have mine. Mu Qianyu blushed as she read the following content. What a scoundrel. You stole my heart back then, and this time you must give it back to me. After reading it, he didn't dare linger and burned the letter. Then, someone come here. I need to meet with Mo Ling, Di Ling, and the president of Jianghe University. The matter entrusted to Suyu. This is a matter of great importance. This might ignite a major war between human beast tamers, settling all the scores from the past few years. We cannot afford to be careless at this crucial juncture. She went to the Demon Spirit Temple in person and visited the three principals. The three principals had different expressions, but all of them remained silent, only saying solemnly, I see. She then visited two powerful governors, Governor Xia, Governor Wu. An old friend wrote me a letter. Perhaps it's not just the myriad races in the Forbidden Zones that are experiencing turmoil, but also the humans of Blue Star. This statement is only meant to be pointed out. Wu Meiming and Xia Tingyan fell into thought. Clearly, this was Suyu's message. However, Suyu's relationship with the two was no longer as harmonious as before, and there was some resentment between them. They can only stand in the same camp for the sake of their own interests. Wu Miming was silent for a moment before saying, I understand. No matter how turbulent things become, Governor Xia and I will make a choice. Please rest assured. Suyu was about to make his move, but Suyu doesn't intend to rely on them too much. That means both of them need to show their stance. Keep a close eye on certain people and certain things. Then there's still a possibility of continuing cooperation and fighting side by side. Otherwise, we'll only talk about interests in the future. Mu Qianyu left the governor's mansion and returned to her residence. Suyu couldn't suppress the urge to come and pick her up. Mu Qianyu was the same. The night banquet group is your army. When you take action, we will fight for you. All troops assemble. Commander Mu, what is it? The most important thing. Tell Linger to come here immediately. Also, have all the things I asked you to do been arranged? Zhou Zheng said to Adam. Commander Mu, rest assured, everything is being carried out discreetly and is under control. Mu Qianyu knew that Suyu would definitely take revenge on everyone who went to Qianhu, especially the Likas, so she had been making preparations in secret. A certain legal loophole in the Likas allows for the creation of a person who exists only in documents and materials by forging birth certificates. Mu Qianyu then created a group of such non-existent people. Now, they will have a physical presence. Under the cover of night, everyone at the banquet donned the fake 1,000 transformations mask and disappeared from the camp. Since there had been no activity at the banquet for over a month, all parties had lowered their guard. Even if they suddenly and quietly disappear, no one will know. Chapter 323. Time has passed, people's names and shadows remain. Suyu and his group bypassed the Forbidden Sea and arrived at the Western Demon Cave. This is the Demon Cave on the western coast of the Kingdom of Lika, a region characterized by towering mountains and dense forests, with 8 demon cities standing here. The Shadow Clan, one of the most powerful races among all races, is mainly distributed in the Western Demon Cave and Shadow Demon Cave of the Kingdom of Lika. The difference is that the Shadow Cave is full of martial spirit, and it destroyed the frontline city of the Kingdom of Lika, forcing them to retreat to the starting point and abandon the Demon Cave. As the stronghold of the 4 major families in the West, the Shadow Clan in the Western Demon Cave has repeatedly been at a disadvantage in their battles against humans. In a major battle last year, 10 demigods of the Shadow Clan were killed, and the battle lines were pushed back 500 kilometers. If the situation continues, perhaps it won't be long before the Kingdom of Lika is able to completely pacify the Western Demon Cave, until some people who shouldn't have been there showed up. Even with the perfect mount, Long Miyue, Suyu still preferred to sit on Chu Xuanin's foxtail, which was his VIP exclusive spot. Xianin, I've noticed you've been spending a lot of time with Xueyao lately. What do you two usually talk about? Xianin was about to speak when Meng Xueyao covered her mouth. Stop asking about girls' business. Xiao Xianin, don't take his side too seriously. You can't talk to a lecherous scoundrel like him about this. Suyu scratched his head, slightly confused. Chu Xianin chuckled for a while. He whispered, I'm not little at all. Sister Shuyao, although you are older than me, I am the woman, and you are just a young girl. Meng Shuyao's cheeks puffed out. This little girl had been corrupted by that lecherous Su Yu. The purest and most innocent snow feather celestial fox now talks about that kind of thing all the time. Just like that. Is it comfortable? Meng Shuiyao had mixed feelings. However, being able to come to the place of origin has always been her wish. Words passed down from the restricted area. The beginning and the end of everything. They're all here. She still took this very seriously, saying, Suyu, what should we do? A direct assault? Suyu clicked his tongue and said, why do you guys always think about fighting and killing? War is not just about fighting and killing, but also about human relationships and social interactions. All of you come here. I'm asking you, what do you usually do? Demon Insect, Long Hao, Ted, and Jian Wuxin gathered around and, after thinking for a moment, said, Of course, we should control the races on the outskirts and have them launch a strong attack on the human race's frontline cities. That's right. This way we can reduce our losses and deplete the strength of the border regions, keeping them in awe of the Forbidden Zone. Suyu laughed and said, That's why you guys always lose battles. Everyone's faces darkened. Especially Jian Wuxin. He noticed that the goddess and Su Yu's relationship was becoming increasingly intimate. Wouldn't it be soon that she would finally succumb to his charms? Su Yu said, Remember, if you're going to work with me, you'll need to be more quick-witted in the future. As the saying goes, war is based on deception. On the battlefield, to survive and to win, you must use any means at your disposal. You do not understand humanity. You may think of humans as the lowest of the low, the most insignificant and weak. But humanity's courage and despair surpasses that of almost all other races and creatures. Using brute force can only meet the fiercest resistance. So we need to change our approach. In the past, you all regarded yourselves as pampered people in the clouds, never considering the thoughts of the races in the borderlands, let alone giving them a chance. But now it's different. Our first step is still to subdue these races, but afterwards, we'll do this. The demons were amazed to hear about human strategies for the first time. There is a kind of feeling that is as if a door to a new world has been opened. Perhaps, such a strenuous and forceful attack was unnecessary in the first place. Suyu also sighed. Time has passed, and the once powerful demon city now possesses the power to directly force them to submit. In Shadow City, City Lord Ming, he inquired. Mingyu, were the losses significant in this battle against the Likas? The demigod Mingyu of the Shadow clan looked grim. Not bad. The Lika people have been acting strangely lately, pushing forward their battle lines at an alarming rate, and a large number of vampires have joined the battlefield. Judging from this, they seem to be planning to take over 1 or 2 city-states by force. Mingyu was deeply worried. Although the Western Demon Cave did not experience a large-scale strategic decisive battle like the Thousand Lakes and Eternal Calamity, the intensity was still considerable. If this continues, even the Western Demon Cave will fall. Mingyi said, Humph, I heard that the humans of Thousand Lakes and Eternal Calamity won a great victory, which made the people here restless. The human race has never truly been harmonious from within. The Forbidden Zone is a bunch of bastards too, just hoping we'll die, so they can clear the way after they break into the starting grounds. If they had put in even a little more effort, would the Western lands be like this? Speaking of restricted areas, Mingyi gets angry. The Shadow Caverns received substantial assistance, which is why they fought so well and broke through the Lika's defenses. What about them? Well, perhaps there will be no chance of ever entering the land of beginnings again in this lifetime, and perhaps even the race itself will. Just then, an untimely voice reached the ears of the shadow demons. Ahem, Lord Mingyi City, it seems your situation is also quite dire. If I can lead you to break through the defenses of the starting land, I wonder if Lord Mingyi City, or the races of the Western Demon Cave, would be willing to switch sides and choose to join us. Who? The shadows were startled and looked up at the sky above Shadow City. On the suspended, shadowy tree trunk, several figures could be vaguely seen sitting, of unfathomable depth and being on the edge of an abyss. Ming, he was suddenly startled. Who are you? What brings you into my Shadow City? Several demigods standing nearby said with solemn expressions, Your Excellency, although our Shadow Nether clan is not a race of the Age of Gods, and Shadow City is not the entirety of the Shadow Nether clan, Your Excellency keeps calling for the entire clan to serve and submit to you. You are showing far too little respect for our clan. Exactly. Who are you to lead us to conquer the land of beginning? Even the 9th, 7th, and 6th princes of the demon race from the Age of Gods couldn't do it, and even the 7th and 6th princes died at the hands of humans. Why should we believe you? His dissatisfaction was evident in his words. The young man smiled and said, "Why should I? That's a good question. Just because the 6th and 7th princes of the demon race died at my hands. Just because the 9th prince's true identity is the 9th princess, who is my lover, and just because I am the one who has caused the myriad races of the Forbidden Zone to suffer repeated defeats. I am Suyu, the leader of the 18 wings of the Skywing race, the new king of angels, the leader of the Night Banquet group, the #1 on the 3 lists of Beast ranking, 1000 Ghost ranking, and Hidden Dragon ranking. I have unsealed the Angel City, forced all races to acknowledge my status, and have an irreconcilable blood feud with the Licca people. Based on this, do you believe me?" "What?" The Shadow Clan members stared wide-eyed. Was it him? Chapter 324. The Shadow Clan. A little trick, but the advantage is mine. City Lord Ming, he felt a chill run down his spine. Why is it this fierce god? The most talked about person among all races recently, it would undoubtedly be Suyu. A human, not belonging to any of the divine races, ventures deep into forbidden zones to capture the Dragon Clan's holy maiden and the immortal goddess, steals the divine abyss Demoness, opens the city of angels, and is crowned king. In the city of angels, he defeated the fairy of the lake and the holy son of the silver dragon, becoming the #1 person below the demigods of all races. One thing after another, it seemed that wherever he went, calamity followed. The demigods and myths who died on Suyu Road piled up into small mountains, a truly malevolent god. Now, the evil god has arrived in Shadow City. Mingi took a deep breath. You are. Suyu chuckled softly. Relax, I mean no harm. My purpose is very clear, and there's no time for nonsense. You only have 2 paths before you. Those who willingly surrender to us, I will lead you into the starting land. I am not a forbidden zone, and I never mistreat my loyal subordinates, even if we have had past disagreements. Either, I can't reveal my whereabouts, so I have no choice but to give you all up here. A cold glint flashed in Suyu's eyes. In the air, countless creatures tore off their masks. A powerful mythological aura suddenly appeared, with 48 myths and hundreds of demigods, instantly giving Mingi the urge to prostrate herself on the ground. A person's name is like the shadow of a tree. Once you gain fame, people will tremble at the mere mention of your name. Ming He dared not disobey. Your Majesty, Ming He, the City Lord of Shadow City, is willing to submit to your command and is also willing to persuade other city lords to recognize reality and follow you. Suyu raised his hand and said, "There's no rush. Tell me about the Shadow Clan and the Western Demon Cave first. Rise up, all of you. Rest assured, as long as you offer your loyalty, I can bring you unprecedented victories and glory. We can make a vow to each other." The unbreakable oath of the popularity rankings accelerated the process of building trust between the 2 parties at this moment. Mingi had long disliked the Forbidden Zone, and now with the sudden rise of new forces, he was very quick to make his move. As one of the first to contribute to the cause, they may well occupy a crucial position in the future. Immediately, Suyu completely subdued Shadow City without any obstacles. Mingi also revealed the whole situation here. Your Majesty, here are the 8 demon cities, the 8 mythical city lords, and the guardian demon plants, as well as more than 30 demigods. Our Shadow Clan is divided into 3 branches. 1 branch that stays in the Forbidden Zone and 2 branches that manage the Western Lands and the Shadowlands. However, our branch has never been valued by the Forbidden Zone. The other 2 branches intend to watch us be destroyed by the Licca people, hoping to reap the benefits. Other races also have internal conflicts, though not as treacherous as humans, but it's hard to say they're of one mind. Everyone wants to claim to be the legitimate race, so the weakest lineage, the Western Demon Cave, will inevitably become the target of elimination early on. The Liccas on our front have established the City of Freedom, where nearly 60,000 human beastmasters reside. It is the Licca's most fortified stronghold. There aren't many powerful humans in Free City, but if we plan to besiege it, a large number of powerful individuals will pour in through the Demon Cave passage, including vampires and werewolves who have chosen to settle among humans. Suyu nodded. How long did it take for the Nalika's powerful warriors to quickly deploy and pour in after you besieged Free City? This is crucial. It might be the fatal blow that strikes at the snake's vital spot. Mingi thought for a moment and said, about 6 hours. Suyu was taken aback. 6 hours. This is no ordinary force. It is a powerful force of mythical beings and demigods, as well as a rapidly deploying force mainly composed of beings from the reincarnation realm. According to the standards of the Great Xia dynasty, The entire process from their assembly to entering the demon cave should not exceed 1 hour. Is this a relaxed feeling unique to Likas? Suyu chuckled. Okay, I understand. Mingi, go and do 2 things next. Tomorrow is April 1st, and I'm going to play an April Fool's joke on the Likas. Suyu relayed the message to Ming-hee, whose eyes widened in surprise. This works too? Suyu smiled and said, of course. To put it bluntly, the Likas on your side are different from other humans. You're fighting them to the death, and they're having a lot of trouble too. Even Agent Smith is finding it difficult to make a move. Mingi took a deep breath. I'll get on it right away. Shadow Clan changed their course of action. He invited the lords of the other 7 demon cities to gather in Shadow City to discuss important matters in the Western lands. Then a strange scene unfolded on the battlefield. In the frontline conflicts with the Likas, the Shadow Clan, who used to fight to the bitter end, would often be routed as soon as they made contact, allowing the Likas to advance unimpeded and push the front line outward by 50 kilometers almost every day. This tremendous victory also had a consequence. The resources consumed were astronomical. Who could resist the temptation of winning battles and having the opportunity to completely push down the gates of the 3 demon cities in less than half a month? The kingdom of Lika on Earth is quite delicate. After winning the 2 major battles of Eternal Calamity and Thousand Lakes, people have come to regard Great Xia as the hope for the salvation of humanity. Most of the outstanding students born in the new year have taken the initiative to go to Great Xia to study, or even directly join the army. This puts the country of Rika in an extremely passive position. They desperately need to win a major victory in the Demon Cave to maintain their #1 position. Then, the 8 families of Lika gathered for a white table meeting. Erwin, you look so pathetic after your resurrection. Ha ha ha. All right, stop making that face. Have you heard anything from Suyu? Erwin shook his head. No, what is certain is that Suyu has returned to the snowfield. Li Fei, who was monitoring the snowfield, and our people suddenly lost contact. Based on Suyu's previous movements, he probably knows the special path between the snowfield demon cave and the forbidden zone. Even if Erwin racked his brains, he couldn't figure it out, but Suyu can now cross the forbidden sea at will. Olga Martin said, we must kill this damned little thief this time. My brother Sam also died at his hands. His brother, Sam Martin, was working with Erwin when he was tragically killed at Thousand Lakes. Let's ignore him for now. Everyone is aware of the recent situation. The Great Xia is secretly trying to replace us and become the leader of mankind. We cannot tolerate this. Therefore, we must fight a great victory. The strategist's idea is to fight a battle in the Western Demon Cave. How? No one has any objections. This has long been a consensus among everyone. I've heard that the penalty area has been unsettled lately, and at least for the time being, it's unable to provide support here. That would give us a huge advantage. Go all in. We've never encountered such a formidable battle and opportunity in our lives. With a high-end combat strength ratio of 3-to-1, the advantage is on our side. We must end this battle as quickly as possible. Chapter 325, an April Fool's Day joke, complete collapse. The 8 Demon Castle Conference was successfully held. Contrary to its usual practice, the Shadow Clan demanded that the other 7 demon cities follow them in a decisive battle against humanity. They also claimed to have received help from another force. As for who it is, Mingi cannot disclose. But Mingi will prove it with its actions. The other 7 city lords of the Demon City looked at each other and decided to wait and see. If the Shadow Nether clan could really take up the banner of the Western Demon Cave, it wouldn't be a bad thing for them to follow in the footsteps of the Shadow Nether clan and pledge allegiance to the power behind them. The restricted area is far too cruel to those living on the fringes of society. Just like the periodic reduction of nomadic tribes, this ensured that they could never threaten the status of the Forbidden Zone, and even led to the destruction of some demonic lairs. The Shadow Clan had accomplished this task. Mingi sent some shadow envoys to approach the mid-level commanders of the Lika people. These mid-level commanders are different from the high-level commanders and top-level beast tamers. The only way for them to advance was through military achievements, and the resources they possessed were far less than those of powerful beastmasters. Thus, the two sides quickly reached an agreement. The Shadow Clan would retreat 50 kilometers each day, allowing them to easily expand their territory and gains. Instead of pursuing the Shadow Clan warriors, they fought a tacit agreement, helping them accumulate merit. In return, the Shadow Clan wanted to understand some strategic moves to avoid being truly wiped out. These mid-level commanders and soldiers are quick-witted and understand the principle of nurturing enemies to enhance one's own importance. If the Likas really managed to pacify the Western Demon Cave, then we'll lose such a good target for making a name for ourselves. What will we do then? As a result, the returns far exceeded Mingyi's expectations. Your Majesty, you are absolutely right. I can hardly believe my eyes and ears. We retreated 400 kilometers of front line, exchanging minimal losses of military supplies for all of Liberty City's military deployments and strategic forces, as well as their patrol plans, preparation plans, and even their leave plans. Are humans really this lax? Suyu shook his head. This is a common weakness of humans, and even all races. Vanity is my favorite original sin. Greed is endless. Throughout human history, if you offer a high enough price, someone can sell you weapons so you can kill them with your own hands. This kind of thing has happened countless times throughout history. Suyu said, the next thing to do is very simple. They are expanding outwards at all costs for merit, and have carved out a convex corner area. Mingyi exist. Make arrangements so that Manhwa, Mingyu, and Minglong will launch an attack on the last night of March when they change shifts, using a pincer movement to surround the advancing 20,000 men and draw their main force to their aid. Then you personally lead all the Shadow Clan demigods to launch a fierce attack on the city-state while they are away from Free City, forcing out the human experts to show themselves. Mingyi asked, I understand, but Your Majesty, are we really fighting, or just pretending? Suyu's thoughts were always a mix of truth and falsehood, and he couldn't quite grasp them, so it was best to ask him directly. Suyu said, if we really fight, judging from the Lika's deployment time, it will take them 6 hours for their strongmen to travel from Los Angeles to Free City to provide support. The day you attack is the day before their troop rotation, which is when they are most relaxed. Furthermore, their day off the next day is good news. If all goes well, you can wipe out these 20,000 beast tamer troops within 6 hours. Mingyi still found it hard to believe. Is a holiday really that important? Suyu smiled. The Lika and Golden Flower people had a self-deprecating joke. They had to hope that the Bear people would attack from Monday to Friday, because their commanders couldn't find their soldiers on weekends. The intensity of the war in the Demon Cave is much higher, which has already made the Lika people much more restrained, not as exaggerated as in peacetime. However, it would be difficult to get them to be as tense as in the Great Xia, given their relaxed culture. Besides, in a battlefield where you hold an absolute advantage, can you imagine that your retreating opponent is planning to completely annihilate you? The victory in war, the glory, and the flowers are more addictive than anything else. Once greed becomes uncontrollable, reason will be abandoned. At the end of March, the spring breeze at night caressed the faces of the Lika people. Thompson lit a cigarette and said, Hey Tim, this war is way too easy. Look, I went from private to second lieutenant in just 1 week. Tim chuckled. Yeah, tomorrow's the holiday. It's a shame. I really wanted to stay in this hellhole a few more days. These shadow people are really outrageous. They retreat even faster than the cold people every day. We can't even use the positions we just set up. Ha, they're just scared out of their wits. Is it raining? Thompson touched his face and felt something dripping down. In the dim light, he realized. That was blood. Oh no, Tim. Before he could finish speaking, his neck was snapped by a shadow crow. The Shadow Clan, which was close to the divine generation, already possessed extremely strong frontal combat capabilities. Coupled with their unpredictable stealth techniques, they were perfect for night battles and surprise attacks. The Likas on the front lines were immersed in the joy of victory and holiday, unaware that danger was approaching. Just after midnight, Suyu delivered his carefully prepared April Fool's Day joke. More than 100,000 Shadow Clan members built a massive nether pool, and nearly 20,000 Lika Beastmasters were massacred in the riverlands of the Wild West. By the time the Likas realized what was happening, more than 4,000 people had already been killed in the first wave of contact. This is bad. All troops on alert. Free City? The front lines are calling for Free City. Damn it, this isn't the time for you to sleep in. We're surrounded by the Shadow Clan. It's a trap. Request immediate reinforcements. Damn it. What happened to the promise of mutual benefit? You bunch of treacherous scoundrels. Who talks about loyalty and integrity with you? The Heavenly King is right. Greed makes people stupid. 1 hour into the war, a third of the frontline troops were killed, and more than half of the Beastmasters perished in the nether pool before they could even display their abilities. Finally, Liberty City realized what was happening. 30,000 beast tamers rushed to the scene. 2 hours after they left the city, over 200,000 Shadowkin surrounded Free City. There are fewer than 10,000 beast tamers in Free City, including 2 mythical figures and 6 demigods. Facing an enemy many times their size, they frantically called out to Los Angeles in the middle of the night, requesting reinforcements. The front lines have completely collapsed. This is Liberty City. We request reinforcements. Liberty City is about to fall, patriarchs. Erwin was awakened in the middle of the night and, in a great alarm, immediately ordered the most efficient vampires to assemble. And at this moment, after killing a group of Milika people, Suyu and his group disguised themselves as them using the witch's skin. Everything is under control. We have entered the second phase of the plan. Chapter 326: Infiltrating Los Angeles. The differences between the starting point. Since reshaping his physical body, Erwin Tepesi's physical condition has deteriorated significantly. He is unable to stay awake for a whole month, and his body is also unable to withstand the powerful soul force. Therefore, a vampire, someone who once led the Zepesi family forward, needs to hibernate constantly. As a result, on April Fool's Day, he received some bad news. Liberty City requests reinforcements. The Shadow Clan has launched a massive invasion. The 11th, 13th, and 16th Brigades are surrounded. Erwin rubbed his eyes and got up, his mind a complete mess, unable to make a quick and accurate judgment, and had no time to think it through. Alora, Rafer, gather the family members to support the front lines. Also, immediately notify the other 7 families that the frontline defenses are about to collapse, and ask them to quickly gather their forces and enter the demon cave. What is going on? Didn't they just recently claim an epic victory, chasing the enemy for dozens of kilometers every day and capturing thousands of targets? Erwin wasn't stupid. He didn't believe in battle reports. The Likas like to exaggerate their achievements in their reports to gain more credit. But he believed in the front lines. The battlefront is advancing towards all races, and the deployment seems to be without problems. How could it have been breached so quickly? Could it be someone is sabotaging us? Or is it that the penalty area has joined the battle? But soon, the answer he almost guessed was drowned out by the flood of intelligence coming from the front lines. No other races have been found yet. The enemy is mainly composed of Shadow Clan members, and the number of Shadow Clan experts exceeds expectations, seemingly 2 to 3 times the number we already know of. No trace of human beast tamers from other countries has been found yet. The intelligence is true. It was gathered by spies personally trained by Erwin Tepesi. He even bought intelligence from Fongyun Pavilion to verify it, confirming its authenticity by comparing the 2 pieces of information. But fate played an April Fool's joke on him. Suyu and his group wore witch masks at all times, making it impossible to distinguish their races. Furthermore, Suyu is already a member of the Fongyun Pavilion. Would they be willing to sell their own intelligence if he wanted to buy it? The subtle changes in the Fongyun Pavilion situation among all races and forbidden zones are something that humanity has not been able to grasp. Everything was kept in the dark from his eyes. Suyu laughed and said, "How about that? This is called fishing in troubled waters, or hiding in the dark." Long Hao, Long Jie, and the other members of the Myriad Races camp all expressed their feelings. It really was too easy for them to sneak in. Suyu ordered the Shadow Nether clan to launch a large-scale frontal assault, causing the Lika people's casualties to soar to more than 7,000 within 3 hours of the start of the war, including the destruction of 2 organized beast-taming regiments. Just then, Suyu and his group of several hundred people put on masks and transformed themselves into the 2nd Regiment of the 11th Brigade of the Lika people, who had been defeated by the Shadow Nether clan. Suyu distributed to all races was a downgraded dragon-level treasure. It could not completely change the temperament or replicate the other party's abilities. It could only match the appearance and hide one's cultivation level. This is sufficient for the Myriad Races camp. Even after advancing his cultivation level, Suyu could only create no more than 10 demon-level treasures a day using strange counterfeits. Dragon-level treasures were more cost-effective, and he could create 100 a day. The Myriad Races camp, wearing the fake witch masks distributed by Suyu, pretended to flee and escaped all the way to the Demon Cave passage. And then, that was it. Yes, that's right. After checking everyone's ID, the guards responsible for guarding the Demon Cave passage sent this retreating army back to Earth to rest. He even mocked. The 11th Brigade looks impressive but is useless. It was defeated in just a few hours. Haha, they're recruited from the West Coast. Aside from having their own fathers supporting them, how can they compare to our ancestors' Marines in terms of fighting ability? What a bunch of useless trash. Long Hao and the rest of the Myriad Races camp were all suppressing their laughter. No, we have to get there quickly. Never before has there been such a wonderful start. The ridiculous humans were still mocking their clumsy acting skills, but they never expected that the humans' lax defenses would allow them to easily sneak into the starting land. At the same time, the respect that the various clans had for Suyu deepened even further. That's amazing. With just a few simple tricks, They completely outmaneuvered the Likas. His final order to Mingi was that the attack should last only 7 hours, and after annihilating the 20,000 beast tamers in the salient, they should withdraw from the battle before the Likas could provide reinforcements. This way, one can gain prestige and command the remaining demon cities in the Western Demon Cave without suffering too many losses. It also covered up Su Yu and his group's plan to infiltrate Luo City. The general offensive was launched at 3 a.m. on April 14th. At that time, by combining internal and external efforts, all the pride of the Lika people will be shattered in one fell swoop. As he passed through the teleportation tunnel, Su Yu vaguely saw a familiar gaze from the opposite direction. He recognized that voice and aura, even if he had a different body or was burned to ashes. Erwin Tepesi. Vampires have joined the fight. Su Yu quickly pulled Arya into his arms. This subconscious action caught Erwin's attention, but he didn't think much of it. Beast tamers on the front lines have long since rotted away, so too men. Isn't surprising at all, and we can't even assume their gender. Arya's deep purple pupils gleamed like jewels, and this time she didn't push Su Yu away. Don't be afraid, Arya. I won't let them hurt you again. Softly, involuntarily, and the trembling veins and sweat on his forehead made Arya's heart tighten. She picked up a handkerchief and wiped her face. Don't rush, you little rascal. No, let me go. Su Yu was just coming to his senses when Arya's heart skipped a beat. She almost blurted out little guy and gave herself away. Thankfully, he didn't seem to notice. Su Yu smiled. He thought he had just misheard. Did Arya call him little guy? He immediately shook his head. Perhaps he was just too tense. Los Angeles, the passage to the demon's lair. Leaving the wild western den of demons, the air of the kingdom of Lika seemed to be mixed with the sweet scent of gunpowder and blood. Meng Shuiao took a deep breath. This is the place of origin. Magic. Magic is desperately scarce, but the earth is blessed. As long as you stand on the earth, the magic of the ley lines will continuously bless everyone who sets foot here. Su Yu and his fellow humans have lived on Earth for over 20 years, so they certainly wouldn't be able to perceive the subtle differences. The myriad races that had dreamed of coming to the land of origin sensed something amiss as soon as they arrived. Long Hao said quietly, the place of origin, the beginning and the end of everything. I heard a voice. Commander Su, in the land of origin, or rather, in this kingdom of Lika, there exists a call from the ruins. Su Yu raised his eyebrows. Remains. In the once forgotten city, Su Yu gained many things. Could it be? Infiltrate first. Don't rush, we still have almost 2 weeks. Just when everyone thought everything was going well, a somewhat familiar female voice came through. Sir, please show me your identification. Oh dear, a mere Legion soldier's ID isn't enough to leave this area. Chapter 327. If only we could meet again, life would be like our first meeting. The voice carried a lightness and tenderness, making Su Yu feel an overwhelming sense of familiarity. Although the woman's voice carried a hint of pretense, it couldn't fool Su Yu's current level of insight. No way. Could it be? The woman had blonde hair, her hands resting on the table, her chin propped up. This is Los Angeles, the most free place. However, sir, if you cannot provide proof of identity, credit card statements, or other documents, we cannot let you in. The other tribes had never seen anything like this before. There were no identification documents or anything like that. They distinguished their own kind by smell and appearance. The human world seems so different from theirs. There is no towering world tree, no islands floating in the sky, no abyss extending deep underground. Yes, they are skyscrapers, unique modern buildings. Faced with the woman's questioning, the demons and monsters were speechless. I don't know how to answer. Su Yu sat down at the table in disbelief, even tearing off his mask, his eyes trembling slightly. Young lady, do you have any ideas? The blonde woman paused for a moment, and all the other creatures were even more puzzled. If you're not Su Yu, why did you tear off your mask? Aren't you afraid of being exposed? The human race has a sacred domain overseeing them. The blonde woman smiled gently. Yes, how do we solve this? Some people act on a whim and always despise the rules, so they never bother to prepare anything to adapt to them. Sigh, what can I do but be unlucky enough to run into them? These 500 identity documents, corresponding birth records, bank statements, expense records, and tax payment records, can all prove that you have lived in this city for decades. Remember them, and accept them with gratitude. Su Yu smiled, accepted the gift, and murmured, Then, can I take you with me? Beauty of Shuiao and Xianin, nor was she as powerful as Huan Yuan and Mayan to stay by his side. But now, she has come to Su Yu in her own way. She is not a vase kept by a man. She stood in front of him and solved the problem he couldn't solve. Mu Qianyu laughed and said, "You're dreaming." Her smile was as beautiful as a flower, as if reflecting the scenery of spring. "All right, let's go into the city. I'll come see you later." A glance exchanged speaks volumes, more than a heart-to-heart talk. If only life could be like the first time we met. Suyu seemed to see the red tassel flower again, so heroic and dashing. Another pair of warm hands grabbed Suyu. "Really, leaving us behind? Do you know how worried everyone was? Next time, we won't grant your ridiculous request. Even if you try to kick us out, we won't leave." That was Yin Linger's voice. They all came. Only the Skywing race and the Myriad race's camp members who were with the team were surprised. "What's going on?" Chu Xianyin explained to Meng Shuiyao and the others. "It's just that. They are all Suyu's people now. Of course, it seems that Suyu's former subordinates have also come looking for us." All living beings suddenly realized the truth. He thought to himself, "I knew I hadn't followed the wrong person. When exactly did this wise leader make contact with the human race? He actually arranged everything in a foreign land." After they received the information, they all realized that this infiltration mission was incredibly difficult. This place of origin holds too many secrets. Perhaps following Suyu would offer a better future than staying within the original clan? Apart from Dian Wuxin, the other demon lords, dragon lords, and elf elders seemed to gradually realize that following Suyu wasn't such a bad thing. This is what it means to turn misfortune into good fortune. Suyu didn't explain, as it was too difficult for them to understand the social rules of humanity. Just follow orders. He just didn't expect that his Qianyu was so opinionated and had already arranged everything. The night banquet group cultivated desperately for more than a month after he left, almost exhausting all the resources he left behind, and all of them reached the reincarnation realm. These were Su Yu's direct subordinates, and although they were not the main force in this war, they were more worthy of his trust. Moreover, they are more effective as spies for gathering intelligence than the ignorant races. The familiar Ledoux. Although I've never been here before, I know the map here very well. The contact point was set up in an underground bar near the Cardia Business Center. This place is crowded with people from all walks of life. After the arrival of the Demon Cave, the number of homeless people in Lika increased several times over, and there were unidentified people everywhere. Su Yu, a normal person with proper procedures and a life trajectory, was simply a model citizen. The Wanzhou camp was also set up nearby. Su Yu then went to meet his old subordinates first. "Long time no see, everyone. Commander Su, is that you, Commander?" "My goodness, when Commander Mu said I'd get to see you, I thought." "Commander, you're inside the restricted area? Is that true?" Su Yu nodded and smiled. "It's true. All right, let's leave the reminiscing for later." Su Yu's expression turned solemn. "The people here still owe us a blood debt that we must collect." Everyone's expression turned solemn when the matter was mentioned. Several battalion commanders and deputy battalion commanders, including Lin Li and Bai Ruhui, were also brought along by Mu Qianyu. When Lin Li saw Su Yu again, he was filled with emotion. In the blink of an eye, the boy who once abducted a female student from his own school has grown into a figure of great importance among all races. They suffered heavy casualties at Thousand Lakes, with nearly 1,000 ultimately killed in action. This can be described as an unprecedented loss for Su Yu. We will make them pay the price. A blood debt must be a blood debtor. A blood debt must be paid in blood. Su Yu took out the map of the Western Demon Cave that he had surveyed on the way. "I just collected a little bit of interest. If things go smoothly, at least half of the nearly 20,000 beast tamers in the 3 vanguard brigades of the Lika people will have been annihilated by now. But that's far from enough. We'll make the Likas pay an unimaginable price, so they'll regret being our enemy, even in hell. I'll give you some props later. Don't worry about the way back. I can cross the Forbidden Sea and bring you back through it." Su Yu reassured everyone. Then, the other plans and necessary preparations were discussed. Midnight. Everyone was excited and went off to prepare. Su Yu then went to Mu Qianyu and Yin Linger's room. As soon as I entered the door, I was attacked hard with pillows by the 2 women. "Damn it, you made us stay in Great Xia." Tears welled in the eyes of both women, as if they were trying to release all their pent-up frustration. Su Yu parried repeatedly. "It's been so long since we last met. Could you please not slap me in the face or there? Ouch. Don't bite me, it hurts. I was wrong. I was wrong. I promise I won't do it again." Chapter 238 The Dance of the Blood Rose, I Lost to You. After some playful banter, Mu Qianyu was pulled back by Su Yu. "Ahem, although I really want to catch up with Qianyu, but I am currently under observation." Thinking about Arya, Su Yu felt a little down and recounted what had happened in the restricted area during that time. Mu Qianyu, and Yin Linger lowered their brows and frowned slightly. It turns out that so much happened in between. It turns out that Arya once. Suyu is occasionally awakened by nightmares when he wakes up in the middle of the night. Now that Arya doesn't acknowledge him, it makes him even more upset. So during this period of observation, Suyu managed to stay away from women. After listening, Mu Qianyu chuckled and said, "You're such a fool. Those involved are often blinded by their own perspective. I think Arya doesn't really care about these things, and I'm sure of one thing. She remembers you 100%, and even Huan Yuan and the others may know." Although it felt a bit off, this was the first time Suyu had been pointed out. Mu Qianyu crossed her arms. It's a very simple logic. Although she says she doesn't remember you, hasn't she been making all sorts of excuses to stay by your side? To put it another way, if Arya were no longer by your side, even if you didn't remember who Arya was, but only knew that the most important person in your life had left, what would be your first thought? Suyu blurted out, "I'll go find her. Whether I remember her or not, I have to find her." It seems I understand now. Suyu suddenly realized. Yes, given Arya's personality, if she wakes up and doesn't remember Suyu, but then discovers a life force within her, she'll undoubtedly know he has a husband, especially considering he just woke up from a deep sleep. She will definitely do everything in her power to find her lover. She wouldn't even consider the idea of being saved. The only reason she stayed by Suyu's side was that she was certain of who Suyu was from the very beginning, and she had never forgotten him. Suyu said excitedly, "I understand. Qianyu, Linger, thank you both. I'll come back to find you later. Get out of the way. Go quickly." Filled with excitement, Suyu returned to Arya's room. He was almost kicked out as soon as he entered. You, didn't I say I'd observe you first? Wait, what are you doing?" Suyu didn't care about anything else and went straight forward. "I don't care. Arya, I think my Arya will never forget me. My Arya will never hurt me. Now, I will fulfill my duties as a husband. If you want to hit me, then do it. Even if you break my neck right now, I won't stop." Arya snapped angrily. "You pervert, get out of here." Her words were icy, as if she wanted to scare Suyu away. Suyu smiled and said, "I believe my Arya will not refuse me. Get lost. I'm not even sure if you are." "Are you sure?" "You're absolutely sure. If you keep doing this, I'm going to take action." "Then go ahead and do it. I'm willing to take your beating." A thought struck Arya. Could it be that someone betrayed her? Or did Mu Qianyu figure it out? Her face remained icy cold, her blood surging, and the streaks of blood suspended Suyu in midair. Arya said coldly, "You really aren't afraid of death. You frivolous scoundrel, since that's how it is, then go die. I'm giving you one last chance. Get out of here." Blade appeared in Arya's hand. It was her moon-tear demonic sword, blessed by the gods and indestructible. Suyu swallowed hard with his eyes closed. If he guessed wrong, he would be in real trouble. But he could no longer tolerate the coldness of his closest relatives. Qianyu is right. I have faith in Arya. I absolutely do not believe you will forget me. Then go ahead and do it. My Arya never wastes words on others. Arya lowered her moon-tier demon sword slightly. Fine. If death can't threaten you, then I'll make sure you can't be a man. Do you believe me? Suyu shuddered. No, are you serious? Even though you are immortal, you can revive even if you are cut off. But I don't believe it. I don't believe my Arya would hurt me. If you dare, then do it. Suyu closed his eyes and recalled the past. Arya, do you know? After we met, you said our meeting was destined. Actually, it wasn't destined at all. It was just that you chose me, nothing more. Without you choosing me, I wouldn't be where I am now, and I would only have an ordinary life. But at least, I have no regrets after meeting you. It's so good that you've woken up. Suyu felt the cold back of her sword slicing across his stomach, gradually moving downwards. Maybe I really guessed wrong. He closed his eyes. I don't believe that she would talk so much nonsense when a stranger is so close to her. From the very beginning, even getting close would have been impossible if it weren't for me. Suddenly, Suyu opened his eyes and found that Arya was no longer attacking him, but instead said helplessly, I really lose to you, little guy. You're such a fool. How could I possibly forget you? Tell me who betrayed me. Or rather, who guessed it? With tears welling up in his eyes, Suyu cried out, Alia, my wife, my wife. He broke free from the bloodshot skin binding him and threw himself into her arms, embracing her. Wife. I knew it, I knew it. Arya hugged him and whispered, Humph. Suyu choked up and said, Well, I've always been like this. Honey, how much do you actually remember? These past few days have been driving me crazy with worry. Arya gently shook her head. I can't remember anything before I met you. Perhaps, I seem to have forgotten some rather important things. But compared to you, None of this matters. I wasn't planning on letting you off so soon, but seeing you were crying just now, fine, I'll let you off easy. Suyu smiled and said, I knew my wife was the best to me. You know, I've only been asleep for a short time, and when I woke up I saw 3 people I didn't recognize at all. Ahem, let me explain. Also, is a pet contract still necessary between you and me now? Suyu replied without hesitation. Yes, I need to. I would go crazy if I didn't have a contract with you in my mind. Chapter 329, A New Contract. The Mystery of Reincarnation and Its Omissions. Arya, it's not a question of whether or not a contract is needed. It's a question of whether or not I need you. Without your contract, I feel completely at ease. Arya said indulgently. All right, you. Now, you've even surpassed my level. During the time Arya was asleep, she remained in nirvana, while Suyu had already reached the reincarnation realm. So what? I'm willing to let you suck my blood anytime. Arya gently patted Suyu's chest. You're really bad. The two held hands. This time, let's make a love pact. Listen carefully, Arya. We made a vow that I will not allow you to use the undying Blackwing's fusion with the source essence. Perhaps you can try it again when you reach the mythical realm and confuse with power, but for now, it has been sealed away by me. You made a promise to me on the road to death. Do you remember? Arya nodded slightly. I remember. You confiscated all my source matter. How could I forget? An ancient, blood-red contract occupied Suyu's mind, vying for attention with the other ethereal, fox-white, and radiant gold contracts. When Suyu, who had truly acquired the 4th generation of divine power, appeared in the sky above the kingdom of Lika, strange phenomena occurred. On this day, the Likas were astonished to find that the moon had been dyed red. The crimson moon descends, and the winds and clouds rise. The tsunami crashed against the coast, breaching the seawalls. Inside the demon cave, Erwin and his men had finally managed to assemble and engage the Shadow Clan, but the group fled, leaving behind only 3 brigades that had been decimated. Even more terrifying, just when they thought it was over, the night sky over the demon's lair was shrouded in a red moon. The crimson light of the blazing moon caused the heavens and earth to shatter in Free City, the city-state and the land itself breaking into 7 or 8 pieces. Many did not die in the war, but instead went mad amidst this strange phenomenon, falling into unseen fissures from the earth's cracks. After the red moon, Erwin received the reports from various units, and his face turned grim. Oga, this battle was very strange. We did almost nothing, yet we lost more than 20,000 men. The 3 brigades that went out first were not weak. Even if they were surrounded by the main force of the Shadow Clan, they shouldn't have suffered such a heavy loss. Olga Martin said, I asked the commanders, and it said, that someone was in cahoots with the Shadow Clan, selling intelligence to them, and in return, the Shadow Clan made concessions step by step in the past few days. As a result, the Shadow Clan suddenly violated their private agreement and launched an attack, taking advantage of the shift change to launch a surprise attack. And you know, our soldiers were supposed to have a day off today. Erwin was furious. Nonsense. Do we have to inform the enemy that we're on holiday before we go to war? Oh God, our troops actually did it. They really did notify the other side. No wonder they fought so poorly and suffered such heavy losses. Erwin sighed. I feel there are signs of manipulation involved. How could we, who have been fighting against the Shadow Clan for years, not know what methods they use? Oga asked. You mean, there's a mastermind behind this? Is it the Great Xia? Erwin hesitated. It's hard to say, but it would be difficult for Great Xia to cross the demon cave to reach an agreement with the Shadow Clan, wouldn't it? The previous Shadow Dance Ravens were all sold to Great Xia by us, so they have no way of contacting the Shadow Clan. After thinking it over, Erwin seemed to have an idea. In that case, we'll pull the front line back to Free City and also suppress the news so it doesn't get back. Erwin, have you thought of anything? Erwin clutched his chest. The process of elimination. This doesn't seem like the style of play used in the penalty area. If the Great Xia, the Russian Bear, and their families don't interfere, there seems to be only one person with the ability and style. Olga Martin exclaimed in surprise, Suyu. How is this possible? Erwin shook his head. Nothing is impossible. Don't think about how far-fetched this might be. First, investigate and make sure there are no people among us who are actually Suyu in disguise. Suyu is good at disguise, but if it's just an appearance disguise, he can't escape multiple rounds of investigation. A person always leaves traces of their life. If we can't find any trace of their life, but they have our soldier's identification, then it must be Suyu in disguise. That makes sense. I'll go arrange it right away. Suyu hadn't forgotten why he was there. Immediately, He summoned Huan Yuan, Xianyin, Shui Yao, Qianyu, Ling Er, and Miyu to discuss how to deal with the Kai Peishi family. Arya grabbed Qianyu and Yin Linger by the ears. You two betrayed me, didn't you? Otherwise, how would Suyu know that I haven't forgotten him? Ah, Sister Arya, I don't know. Suyu grabbed Huan Yuan and Xianyin by the ears. You two dared to keep this from me, huh? And you, Xianyin, even you lied to me. After a period of playful banter, Suyu called out, all right, so I'm the only one who was kept in the dark. Everyone knows. You wait here. Never mind. Let's talk about something else first. Shuiao about this. Shuiao, if I want to advance to the reincarnation realm, what am I still lacking? Arya came to Meng Shuiao's side. The queen and the goddess are indeed extraordinary. My sister is so beautiful. She must be quite skilled in cultivation, right? Through the veil covering her phoenix-shaped face, Meng Shuiao asked frankly, reincarnation? Meng Shuiao materialized her own wheel of life. If the wheel of reincarnation is about making the wheel of life turn, the more life threads are wrapped around it, the stronger the amplification of magic power and vitality will be. Although there is no limit to the wrapping of life threads, under normal circumstances, it should not exceed 300 turns. Suyu had already reached the 200th lap through the perfect promotion ceremony. I was wondering whether I should keep pushing forward. Meng Shuiao continued. Reincarnation is about carrying the wheel of life through tribulations. Each time you overcome a tribulation, your life cycle will become twice as strong. Reincarnation and demigods are where the real powerhouses create a huge gap. I am a 6th reincarnation, currently only slightly less than the Lake Fairy who is a 9th reincarnation. Of course, it cannot be ruled out that there are some races that have hidden their identities or even erased their names, and have not been recorded in the ranking of heroes. Suyu, to be fair, if you didn't have that special power that I simply cannot understand, and the sacred object given to you by the Skywing Seed, could you have defeated me? Suyu shook his head. That was indeed true. Without embellishment, he would be no match for Meng Shuiao and the Silver Dragon Saint. Chapter 330 Mastery of Magic. Mental Power Cultivation and the Blasphemous Plan. In that battle, it was the combination of oath and deception that stunned Meng Shuiao and the Silver Dragon Saint. These two things are too strange. It is completely impossible to defend against. However, this is risky. No matter how powerful an ability is, once the opponent has fully figured it out, there is a risk that it can be cracked or weakened. Your deadly move must be guaranteed to hit its mark on the first strike. The trump card should not be used lightly. This is also why Suyu needs to improve his own strength. We can't rely on these two things to conquer the world forever. You're right, so what should I do? Meng Xiao asked. Your advantage lies in the number of magic circuits. The Wheel of Life seems to be the eternal wheel of the elf race, which is also very powerful. Reaching the reincarnation realm will test your mastery of spiritual power. How is your cultivation of mental power techniques progressing? Mental strength? Suyu recalled. In the Spirit Sea realm, there are 3 secret techniques, but most of them are only superficially cultivated, remaining at the Spirit Stream realm or Spirit Lake realm. 3 secret techniques, including the Spiritual Vault of Fragrance, can materialize a spiritual space. The Celestial Shattered Shadows can cause the body to alternately produce afterimages. The ability to create illusions can expand the boundaries of mental power, forcibly increase the level of mental power, and allow one to spar with opponents in the mental power world. Meng Shuiao chuckled lightly. That's too simplistic. Breaking through the reincarnation realm means using the Wheel of Life to break through in the spiritual space. What is reincarnation? Actually, your opponent is yourself, your past self, your present self, and your future self. The fusion of these 3 bodies is reincarnation. Everyone's reincarnation is different, but spiritual strength determines how far you can go in the cycle of reincarnation. So you'll find that most beings who can achieve demigod status have at least reached the Spirit Sea realm in terms of spiritual power, right? Suyu suddenly realized, so that's how it is. It seems I can't rush this. I need to improve my control over my mental energy. Suddenly, Suyu chuckled. No wonder the little vixen gave me this secret technique. The ability to create illusion sounds similar to the vampire's power of illusion, as both races are masters of manipulating illusions. By embellishing and creating illusions, and by cultivating through soul fusion with a sparring partner, one can enhance their spiritual power. Sure enough, this allows one to cultivate both magical power and mental power simultaneously. He looked at Long Miyue. Although, since Arya has woken up, I don't hate you as much for your involvement in the Battle of 1,000 Lakes anymore, but you seem to quite like the way we get along. Long Miyue nearly choked. I don't like it. It's okay. I'll just assume you like it. Long Miwa lowered her eyes, looking slightly aggrieved. Can't you be a little nicer to me? Even back then, back at Thousand Lakes, I was being chased by you from beginning to end. What bothered Suyu was that she was present during the Battle of Thousand Lakes when Arya fell asleep, but it was true that their dragon race was being hunted down by Suyu all the time. However, Suyu couldn't get over the hurdle in his own heart. Suyu's magic circuits have reached 2180, which is almost 7 times that of human prodigies and 3 times that of the divine generation. This is necessary to support the enormous consumption of magical energy. Now, the only one I can integrate with is Long Miwa. As for the Skywing race, Suyu intends to fuse with one of the 18 wings in the future, since the magic circuits of these guards are far less pure and powerful than those of the 18 wings. Arya walked up to Long Miwa with a smile, and then delivered a powerful chop to Long Miwa's head. Snap. It hurts. All right, I'll consider this revenge. Little one, just let it go. After all, the one who really hurt us wasn't her. She was just the one you took your anger out on. Suyu scratched his head. Okay. However, I'll treat you better in the future, Miyu, but occasionally, you'll still be my you-knew. Long Miyu sighed helplessly. What's the difference? She felt a little wronged, but she knew that there was a rift between Suyu and her, and she needed to find a way to resolve it. Suyu flicked Long Miyue's forehead. There shouldn't be any problem with trust. After all, you can only rely on me. And I want to help you secure the position of the Dragon God's son. This Dragon God's legacy must also belong to me in the future. He pulled Long Miyue over. Unite our souls, concentrate our minds, and let our souls not be harmed. After merging with Long Miyue's magic circuits, Suyu reached a total of 2,500 circuits. The abundant magic power, combined with the Wheel of Eternity, even allowed him to activate the illusory Source Essence 2 or 3 times. The true pinnacle of magic. Suyu couldn't help but sigh. Perhaps others' cultivation paths were full of thorns and dangers. All I need to do is learn how to resist temptation. The technique of creating illusions and illusions truly lives up to its reputation as a demon-level mental power secret technique. In almost a day and night of mental power cultivation, the boundary of the Spirit Sea realm expanded by a full 3,000 feet. According to Meng Shuyao's estimate, Suyu might be able to advance his 3 mental power secret techniques to the Spirit Sea realm in less than half a month, and perhaps he could break through to the Spirit Abyss realm this year. However, at this time, we cannot focus solely on cultivation. Simple language. Did Adam bring it? Mu Qianyu nodded slightly. I brought it. Okay, let's go see him. Mu Qianyu's actions changed Suyu's plans. Suyu originally planned to sneak into Luo City and then go into the central mountainous region of Lika to lie in wait in a remote place. But Mu Qianyu filled in a crucial gap, allowing him to launch operations directly in the city. Adam, we talked about you, about the kingdom of Lika, and the blasphemous plan. Now that you're back in your homeland, is there anything you'd like to say to me? I know you didn't just come to me to survive. Now the opportunity is right in front of you. Adam Smith drew a triangle in front of him. Commander, you're right. Back then, although I had high hopes for you, I also thought it would take at least 3 or 4 years to get to this point. Clearly, I was short-sighted. Commander, do you still remember the blasphemy plan? Suyu nodded. It's the Lika people who obtained the cells of the sequence number 002 Phantom God Seed and are planning to cultivate artificial gods. Adam said, yes, to be precise. Their blasphemous plans have consistently failed, but in a sense they have also succeeded. Commander, I need your help. My mentor has been killed by them, but I think I can at least save those who share my background. Artificial Gods. Chapter 331 The Beginning and End of the Blasphemy Plan. Undercurrents abound. Artificial Gods has fused with the cells of a phantom god and can unleash the abilities it once possessed in the fantasy world. What does success to some extent mean? Adam Smith admitted, I told you before that only 6 of the 88 test subjects in my cohort survived. But that was 6 years ago. After that, they continued to expand their scale, and now there are at least 300 artificial weapons that have been transformed into phantom god species. This group of people had tragic pasts. In the country of Lika, they were used as experimental subjects by the authorities and lived a life of darkness. God never smiled at them, and they lived as if they were cursed by Satan. Adam continued, before I left Lika, I heard that the plan had moved on to the next stage. Do you remember that the Kaipisi family possessed a vampire source material? Suyu nodded slightly. Of the 7 original essences of the vampires, Arya has 6, the Kaipisi family has 1, and Suyu has 1 alien essence. This source material may be the key to Arya's future ascension to mythology. Adam said, the blasphemous project involves a being within the illusion god seed that can replicate everything in this world. This seems to be similar to your strange counterfeit, Captain. They plan to replicate the wasteland source essence and then implant source essence into each illusion god. In the history of the Kaipisi family, there seems to be a similar record. An alien race that fused with this source essence of the vampires had the ability to forcibly jump to sequence. Number 001, Old God, or rather, a divine species or immortal, and become an existence that replaced the long-sealed divine position in the past history. So you frowned. This didn't seem to be a lie. Back then, Arya also forcibly fused with the source essence, jumped to the moon goddess, and raised her power to the saint level, ending the Thousand Lakes War with overwhelming force. But the price paid was equally heavy. If the Lika's experiments succeed and they create a batch of artificial weapons capable of leaping to the old gods, that would be unimaginable. So you took a deep breath. So what's the price? Adam clasped his hands together, like an ascetic. I don't know. I only know that in recent years, so many people have mysteriously disappeared in Los Angeles, with even their bodies never found. 500,000. So you couldn't help but cover her mouth slightly. This was truly freedom. So you nodded. I understand. Just like I saved you before, I will allow you to live. This time, I will also save these poor people, in accordance with my promise to you. Adam knelt on the ground and prayed fervently. May the merciful Lord bless you. I am willing to follow you until death. This promise means touching the deepest interests of the Sepisi family and even the entire Lika family, crossing their bottom line, which means a fight to the death. This promise is of paramount importance. Arya smiled gently and said, no matter what, I always think that the little one is actually a very gentle person. Suyu smiled. A gentle assassin? However, some things must be paid for with blood. Adam, you will be in command of Meng Qian's battalion for the time being. In the next 10 days, I need you to find out all the experimental sites of the blasphemy project. We only have one chance to strike, and it must be a sure thing. You can make any requests regarding how many witch skins you need, or how many resources you require, including demigods and mythology. Adam drew a triangle over his heart. I will not fail in my mission. It took Erwin a lot of effort to settle things at the Western Demon Cave. The Shadow Clan's sudden attack caused them enormous losses. Nearly 20,000 Beastmasters were systematically annihilated. This is an unimaginable loss anywhere else, not to mention the subsequent disturbances caused by the family members. The thought alone gave him a headache, so Erwin and the 8 families reached an agreement. If we can't solve the problem, then we should deal with the person who caused it. Send them all to the research station in District 15. Their presence only disrupts Lika's stability. Anyway, this is a land of freedom that countless people yearn for. It's just a matter of slightly opening the border and bringing in a new batch of people. Once the population shortage is filled, then deport the surplus immigrants. They've been doing this for centuries, and this time is no exception. Alvin arrived alone at the Zepesi family's castle in the wilderness. Beneath the castle lies Chapasi's most mysterious research institution. Although this area belongs to Los Angeles, it is extremely remote and is usually surrounded by a misty barrier. The special fog goes unnoticed. Instead, once inside the forest, people subconsciously take a detour back, failing to notice the ancient castle within. Owen, what's going on outside? It's a mess. The one in the lead was also a vampire, dressed in a black tailcoat, with a pale face and a top hat. Erwin said respectfully, Duke Douglas, the Demon Cave has suffered a defeat. We suffered considerable losses, but we also received 20,000 excellent test subjects. Douglas held up his wine glass, swirling the red wine inside. Bring it in. Resurrection, or giving life, has always been taboo, a power belonging to the gods. However, our excellent test subject number 9527 successfully jumped from the phantom god species to the old god, goddess of life sequence. She can give these dead souls life. Then add in the cloned phantom god cells. When these beast tamers come back to life, they will be even more powerful than the original ones. Erwin exclaimed in surprise. The research has progressed to this stage? Douglas laughed and said, that's right. Perhaps it was the inexplicable battle in the Forbidden Zone last month that caused magic to flow from the Forbidden Zone to the Land of Beginning. As you know, this place is called the Land of Beginning because all the life, power that disappeared in the Forbidden Zone flows here. And the power of death formed the river Styx and the Forbidden Sea. The abundant magic that flowed and made the experiment a success. Erwin could not hide his excitement. If so, they will soon have a legion of phantom gods. Given time, the Sepisi family will become the kings of the world. Erwin, this is a critical moment. Whether it's the Forbidden Zone, the Demon Cave, or the Great Xia, the Bear, or even the other 7 great families of the Kingdom of Lika, you must hold on. The 3 dukes of the Sepisi family cannot leave here, and the same applies to the 9 marquises and the 27 earls. If you need to, you can only mobilize the power of the Viscount and the Baron. Erwin nodded. Duke Douglas, please rest assured. For the future of the Kaipisi clan, even if we perish completely, we will not allow anyone to invade this place. Yes, also, we need to capture that vampire progenitor as soon as possible. Her essence will accelerate our research by at least 10 years. Clear. Chapter 332 The Simultaneous Pressure from Great Xia and the Demon Cave. Where is he? Erwin seemed to see the Zapisi clan's ambition to rule the world right before his eyes. The Chapisi clan, once the royal family of vampires, enjoyed immense prestige. These vampires, who had settled in human territory, also took pride in calling themselves Chapisi. Today, they consider themselves the leaders of the once extinct vampire clan. And they have never forgotten the day when they would return to the restricted area and rediscover their ancestral homeland. The secrets of the vampires must be hidden in that mysterious Twilight Lake. Duke Douglas nodded in satisfaction. Although Erwin suffered repeated setbacks, he also forced out the true progenitor of the vampire's trump card, the ability to fuse with source matter to forcibly jump through sequences and even ascend to the saintly realm in one step. Its power surpasses that of the 3 vampire dukes. However, that move is not long-lasting, and the true ancestor will inevitably pay the price of a lifelong sleep. Now, the true ancestor's body should be in Suyu's hands. As long as we find Suyu, everything will eventually settle down. Neither the Great Xia, the Russian Bear, nor any other family could stop the Kaipisi family's path to kingship. Erwin looked toward the western den of demons. Suyu, where exactly is it? Is it in a restricted area? Is it in the Western Demon Cave? Or have our people already infiltrated Los Angeles disguised as us? Or perhaps in the Great Xia? The last place Suyu was seen was in the restricted area. After that, he might appear in the Snowfield Demon Cave, followed by the bizarre battles in the Western Demon Cave. Erwin slowly deduced in his mind that if he were Suyu, he would not come to the Kingdom of Lika before obtaining the power to exact revenge. The fact that they dare to come shows they have the confidence. The battle that took place in the Western Demon Caves seems very much like Suyu's doing. He seizes your weaknesses and beats you mercilessly, but despite the great fanfare, it all amounts to nothing in the end, indicating that he is concealing his true purpose. That's right. He has already infiltrated Los Angeles. This is the worst-case scenario. That's the best-case scenario. Suyu has already delivered the true ancestor and the origin essence to his door, but how to sign for them is the biggest problem. The forces that follow Suyu are probably not weak. At the very least, the legendary Skywing race would support at least 10 mythical realm beings, which would be insufficient to support the few viscounts and barons under his command. Barely surpassing the existence of demigods, they are unable to contend with the divine sequence of mythology. He needs to unite the 7 great families, unite the 9 pillars of the Great Xia dynasty. So, as Erwin emerged from the misty forest and was preparing to take action, he received a call from Olga Martin. Erwin, where are you? Return immediately. Something terrible has happened. Calm down, Olga, Erwin said. What is it? Today, the Great Xia dynasty issued a telegram to the entire nation, claiming that during the Battle of Thousand Lakes, a large number of traces of the Lika people helping the Thousand Lakes Demon Cave were discovered, resulting in the sacrifice of tens of thousands of Great Xia soldiers. The Li, Bai, and Pei families have also cut off contact with us. These guys are obviously tied up and dare not openly stand on our side. Erwin sighed. If it's just a statement and condemnation, that's fine. Olga said coldly, no. The Longjiang Guard, one of the 9 guards of Great Xia, specializing in naval warfare, and the forces of Jiangxing Yuling University have set sail. With the governor of the imperial capital Wu Ma Ming and the governor of the magic city Xiating in personally overseeing the operation, they have already broken through our ocean warning line and are approaching the center of the ocean. The other party completely disregarded our protests and demanded that we take responsibility for what happened in the Thousand Lakes. Furthermore, the Russian state issued a statement saying that they were also attacked by us in the Snowfield Demon Cave. More than 10 other countries also issued statements at the same time. Chaos. Utter chaos. The sudden attack from Xia and Mao Xiong made Erwin slightly uneasy, but he quickly calmed down. Accountability indicates that there is still room for leniency. It's nothing more than an exchange of interests, except that this is putting the conflict in the open and openly oppressing people, just as he was deciding to deal with it. Another phone call came in. Hello? Maurice, aren't you stationed in Liberty City? Maurice Lehman, the elder brother of Conrad Lehman who died in the land of 1,000 lakes, is also the eldest son of the current head of the Lehman family. This morning, the Shadow Clan united 8 demon cities in Shadow City, and all the demon cities swore a blood oath, determined to fight us to the death. Led by the Shadow Nether Clan, 8 demon cities, 8 races, and nearly 600,000 demons are launching an attack on our position from 7 directions. We request reinforcements. Liberty City is under strength and requests reinforcements. The pressure came crashing down like a mountain. With the strength of the Kingdom of Lika, they can easily withstand anything. But now, with pressure coming from 3 directions simultaneously, even the powerful Lika 8 families were struggling to cope. Damn it. Erwin was convinced. Suyu is 1000% certain that he has returned to Blue Star and has definitely already communicated with these forces. It must be that damn Suyu. Where are you? The Great Xia dynasty, the Li family. Li Hingyang never expected that 2 killing gods would come to his family today. King Ming, Li Ming, King Yuan, Qin Yuan. Patriarchally, whatever path we choose to take, at least no one wants the Kaipisi family to win, right? Humans are cunning, scheming, and have extremely low moral standards. But there is one thing. They harbor terrifying ambitions. Whether it's the Li family or someone else, whose plan, whose ambition, and whose is weaker. Li Hingyang replied, I understand, but I'd like to ask, whose plan is this? Is it King Ming or King Yuan? Or perhaps, Qin Yuan coughed slightly. Does it matter? Important. It's the younger generation's plan. That's a rather ambiguous statement. Junior? There are so many younger ones. However, we can roughly guess. Is this Wu Ma Ming's plan? Among the young and promising generation of Xia, only he and Xia Tingyin are capable of shouldering the responsibility. The rest, who are under 40, are too inexperienced. No problem. But this only includes dealing with the Sepisi family. The Li family does not have a good relationship with some people. The relationship with Caspian remained merely a cooperative one. Behind the scenes, the 2 sides were also embroiled in a bloodbath. He was willing to see that Sepisi families suffer misfortune. He doesn't intervene. He simply avoids causing trouble. But that's enough. King Ming and King Yuan left. Li Hingyang said with a sinister look in his eyes, go and investigate what exactly is going on with Feier. Also, go and track down someone. Who? Suyu. While the entire planet Blue Star was frantically searching for Suyu's whereabouts. Suyu was lying there leisurely when Mu Qinyu stood at the door. Agent Smith, there's absolutely no problem with our identities. Just a small tip, nothing more. The blonde man at the door smiled, accepted the $500, and leisurely left. This chaotic area is great. You can easily make a considerable profit even by casually looting. Mu Qinyu closed the door and nestled against Suyu. Suyu wrapped his arms around his waist. You've suffered these past few days. Mu Qinyu gently bit Suyu's lip. I don't want to clean up your mess anymore. Suyu wrapped his arms around her waist and pressed down on her. So what do you want to do? Do you want to have something like Arya? Who would have thought? You okay, I want alright. Chapter 333, let's start with a little trick. The path to demigod. Give it all to me, give it all to me. I also want to have your child. Suyu and Mu Qinyu were entwined in a passionate kiss. Perhaps at this moment, no words were needed to express the feelings between them after their long separation. Suyu held Mu Qinyu, who was still basking in the afterglow. You are truly my comforting presence. Then he pecked her on the cheek. The thing I regret least is winning you over. Even if people criticize me, I want it to be mine forever. Mu Qinyu punched Suyu's chest with her small fist and said in a deliberately arrogant tone, my biggest regret is believing your nonsense. Do you know that I haven't slept for more than a month? I can see hair falling out almost every morning. I must have lost my mind to clean up your mess. Now that you're back, it's time for me to step down. Suyu hugged her and said, no, from now on you'll be the leader of the night banquet group. I'll be the man behind you, supporting you wholeheartedly. Roll. Suyu gently stroked her lower abdomen. If you're lucky, you might get pregnant. Look at me and Arya. They say the chances are less than 1 in 10,000, but I'm still as accurate as a sniper. Mu Qinyu pouted. I only said that to make you happy. Who wants to have your baby? Right now, there's no time for that. Suyu scratched his head, held her soft hand, and said, there will definitely be a chance. He didn't want to make a promise he couldn't keep. But now is definitely not a good time. Arya's situation caught him off guard, and the cycle of the vampire progenitors was extremely long, almost exhausting his attention. If there were a few more, Suyu would really be overwhelmed. Mu Qianyu lay in his arms and said, "All right, we've all kept you company for 2 days to relax. Are you really planning to rest until the day of the final offensive?" Suyu's gaze sharpened. "Let's start with a little trick." "What trick?" "I had Zhou Zheng handle it. I'm afraid that Erwin Tepesi won't be able to sleep." He whispered in Mu Qianyu's ear. Mu Qianyu laughed and said, "You're so disgusting. You're making a big fuss over nothing." "Oh my God, you're not allowed to do that again. I don't want to see someone who isn't you, and then get excited and hug them." Suyu's face darkened. "Damn, you're right. We can't do that again, but this is a special case. Come on, let's go see Lao Lin and Lao Bai. While I was away, it was all thanks to you and them that we were able to get by. We should thank them properly. Erwin has been going crazy these past 2 days. In addition to the pressure from the 3 sides, the Demon Cave, the Great Xia, and the Russian Bear, a very strange scene unfolded throughout Lika. A deluge of intelligence reports flooded his desk. Traces of Suyu have been discovered in Yueqing. His appearance is exactly the same. Five Lake City discovered that Suyu had made a move, and his abilities were very similar. Decheng discovered that Suyu spent the night at a female celebrity's house and was photographed by his henchmen. Erwin angrily retorted, "In just 1 day, Suyu has been spotted more than 600 times in over 80 cities. Is that reasonable? Is he going to split in 2 or something? What are you bunch of bastards from the Investigation Bureau doing? Didn't they catch a single one?" Viscount Aidon, standing to the side, said, "We caught quite a few, but we discovered that they were all homeless people wearing this mask. Someone gave them $100 and let them wear masks and wander around all day, doing whatever they wanted. There was even a homeless man who asked to spend a night with a celebrity, and they actually did it." Erwin was furious, just as he became certain that Suyu had infiltrated the kingdom of Lika. Suyu then pulled this stunt. This rendered their search completely ineffective, and a large number of beast tamers were mobilized to search everywhere, but they only managed to catch a group of homeless people. As for the mask, it was made from the face of a ghost fox, not sculpted by Suyu using strange fakes. To be honest, the quality is very low and it's quite defective. If you get close, you'll find that the disguised Suyu doesn't look like him at all. But the agents were too eager to advance, so Erwin slammed his fist on the table. "Suyu, it's probably unrealistic to think we can catch him through a manhunt. So," a cold glint flashed in Erwin's eyes, "if you're going to play, then play big. In this life-or-death struggle, there is no turning back. Viscount Aidon, Baron will exist. After you leave this building, there's no need to disguise yourself. Just take a detour around Los Angeles and then head to District 15. Viscount Aidon exclaimed in surprise, "What? To go for real, or?" Erwin replied firmly, "Really? Erwin, are you crazy? If District 15 is really exposed, even the other 7 great families of the Kingdom of Lika will." Erwin lowered his head and said, "There is an old saying in Great Xia. You can't catch a wolf without risking your cub. If it's fake, it's bound to be exposed. So let's tell them it's real. Let them know that we, Kai Peishi, are here. All the secrets are here. Come and see if you dare. The 3 dukes and 9 marquises are not allowed to leave District 15. Then I'll lure you here." Suyu felt a great sense of warmth upon seeing Lin Li and Bai Ruhui. "Old Lin, old Bai, my family and subordinates have been well taken care of while I was away." Lin Li joked, "I thought you were so engrossed in your new relationship that it would take you at least 4 or 5 days to come out of it." Suyu chuckled, "Am I that hungry? You brat, I heard what happened from your guard captain Carol. It's unimaginable. If this gets back to Great Xia, it will probably shock countless people. Hidden Dragon number 1. You're amazing, kid. You even managed to subdue a celestial goddess who only existed in legends." The 2 witnessed Suyu's transformation from weak to strong. "I can't help but regret the choices I made back then." Suyu said, "All right, let's catch up later. I called you here because I have something to discuss." Bai Ruhui and Lin Li exchanged a glance. "Perfect timing. We also need to talk to you about something." "Oh." Suyu raised an eyebrow. "Then you guys go first." Bai Ruhui nodded. "Suyu, do you remember? I once sacrificed my ascension steps." Suyu nodded slightly. "I remember. In the Battle of Wangxian Forest, Bai Ruhui sacrificed herself to ascend to the divine level and gained extraordinary power, slaying mythical figures with her sword. However, this also severed all possibility of advancing to demigod status. Of ascending to the divine steps is not an organ and cannot be healed by immortality. Suyu used unimaginable life essence, 9 extremes nether spring, and sacred demon yin-yang fruit to keep his life afloat until today. I used to think that maybe I would never become a demigod. But now, things seem different. My body has undergone a transformation under the nourishment of countless life essences and the 9 extremes nether spring. Suyu, there may be more than one path to becoming a demigod. Chapter 334 The Possibility of Physical Ascension. Interrogating Li Fei. Demigod. It is the dividing line between advanced and intermediate beast tamers, and it is your first step onto the chessboard. To attain enlightenment in the realm of gods, one must transcend the ascension steps to become a demigod. Suyu is also making preparations for the divine realm at the end of the year. He is now perfecting his spiritual power techniques and continuing to entwine the wheel of eternity. However, they also had to consider the matter of demigods. Suyu asked, "Teacher Bai, what do you mean?" Bai Ruhui nodded slightly. "Although, my magic has not undergone any fundamental change. But after the ascension staircase was destroyed, did the destroyed magic really disappear? Perhaps not. The magic from the destroyed staircase seems to have seeped into the body, into every inch of blood vessels, bones, muscles, and skin. My body is changing. Even though I am still a beast tamer in the reincarnation realm, my physical strength is no weaker than Shangguan's. This is only less than 6 months after the mutation." Bai Ruhui's words made Suyu vaguely realize something. He raised his voice and said, "Xueyao, come here. Gentlemen, the goddess's divine eyes are no joke. Try to look at the floor or close your eyes as much as possible later, otherwise." A banished celestial goddess. Suyu never dared to let her appear alone in front of others. The reason is simple. The passive activation of the immortal eyes will immediately captivate all living beings. On the one hand, it was for his own sake. Suyu had already regarded this otherworldly beauty as his own possession and did not want anyone to see her. On the other hand, it was also for the sake of his friends and subordinates. Looking directly at the goddess would be bewitching them with divine eyes, and at best they would fall into depravity, and at worst they might go insane and die. Both understood, and, having heard the legend of the banished goddess, closed their eyes. Meng Shuiyao came to Suyu's side and whispered, "I heard everything. I'm not as scary as you say. You just want to have me all to yourself, is that it?" Suyu pinched her slender waist. "I'm starting to suspect that you've corrupted my Xianyin." Meng Shuiyao's lips twitched. "You corrupted my own music. You're slandering me." He lightly punched Suyu on the forehead, and Suyu rubbed it. "Stop fooling around. We're talking about serious matters." Linley thought to himself, "Why can you withstand the so-called divine eye?" "Ahem, Shuyao, is there such a saying among the myriad races of the Forbidden Zone?" Meng Xiao was silent for a moment before recalling, then said, "No. No one would sever their path to godhood. Sacrificing one's path to godhood means that even if one obtains the origin in the divine realm, one cannot become a demigod. Who would take such a risk? A golden path to godhood lies before us. Instead of climbing up, you're thinking about how to dismantle the ladder? Impossible. Moreover, it's not that no one in history has ever sacrificed their own path to godhood, and without exception, they all became useless. On the contrary, your situation is the rarest. Furthermore, besides the possibility of becoming a god through sacrifice, ascending to godhood also accelerates the loss of life force, which is a bottomless pit of life force. Yet you spared no effort in using a life-enhancing treasure to keep him alive. You are truly unique in history." Suyu nodded solemnly. "Is there no precedent?" Bai Ruhui came here to seek revenge and save Suyu. In any case, she risked her life to save Suyu from a huge crisis. Suyu said that Lao Bai owed him spiritual liquid and 9 extremes nether spring for 500 years, but he didn't actually make him pay it back. He can afford to pay for this. But this unexpected possibility was discovered. "Teacher Bai, if you want to take your physical strength to the next level, what do you need?" Bai Ruhui smiled and said, "Vitality, inexhaustible vitality. I thought I had no hope. But if it can pave a path for you younger generations, it seems like a good thing. Vitality." Suyu seemed to remember something, and a sacred object shimmering with starlight appeared in his hand. "Xueyao, hide behind me. Please open your eyes, both of you. Within the astral plane lies the star grail, an absolute relic that draws the stars together, the deathly relic." Suyu still remembered the notes on the star cup. A death relic belonging to Angel of the First Wing, possessing life and death power that governs life, death, and reincarnation, surpassing all others. Even though he is asleep. "Teacher Bai." Bai Ruhui extended her hand, her expression slightly serious and apprehensive. He sensed the unparalleled and immense life force of the star cup, a life force belonging to the starry sky, filled with the star power of countless stars. Immediately, Bai Ruhue's body were lit up by starlight, which penetrated his blood vessels, bones, and everything. His aura suddenly intensified. The blessing bestowed upon a human who is not even a demigod would not deplete the overflowing life force of the Star Cup. This miraculous scene opened a completely new door for Suyu. Because, before Bai Ruhue's eyes stood a 3-foot-long green sword. A magical artifact. Meng Shuiao hid behind Suyu and gently covered her mouth. He didn't ascend the divine ladder, yet he achieved demigodhood. There were no extraordinary phenomena of heaven and earth that led to becoming a demigod, because his divine brilliance was concealed and his outward appearance remained that of an ordinary person without magic. He only ascended to the position of demigod because of his physical strength. Lin Li exclaimed in amazement. Old Bai is amazing. This discovery is too important. No, we must keep it a secret. This may be a major crossroads that will change the future path of beast tamers. The Divine Realm. The Divine Realm is controlled by all races, making it extremely difficult to obtain the origin. Although humanity can obtain a considerable amount of origin each time, most of it is leftovers. This will definitely change the future. Lin Li was a mentor before, so he was very dedicated to academic research. Bai Ruhue nodded. I'll go back and study it slowly. Let's prepare everything before Suyu goes to the Divine Realm. Suyu clenched his fists. Perhaps, after becoming demigods, humanity can give all the races in the Forbidden Zone a huge surprise. Suyu said, then we'll go back and study it further. Now, there's one more thing I need your help with. Suyu took out the oath rings, and from among the 10 illusory rings, he released a soul. Li Fei, the eldest son of the Li family patriarch, was killed by me, and his soul was banished by me. I need 2 people to help me interrogate him. What scheme is the Li family preparing? I feel that the Li family's ambition is probably no less than that of the Kai Peishi family. Lin Li's expression was solemn. Okay. By the way, Suyu, do you remember Li Fei's younger brother Li Jun? Suyu then realized. I remember him. What? Did he come along? Suyu had only met with the core members of the night banquet group, and not many people knew about him. Right. I think he might also be willing to help us interrogate his unfortunate brother. Oh, how come you know about him, Lao Lin? Is he reliable? Of course, you should be able to sense that his hatred for the Li family is no less than yours. I've used my connections to investigate him thoroughly recently. Listen to me. Actually, Chapter 335 Brothers Fighting, Different Ambitions and Choices. Li Jun's squad initially left the Demon Suppression Guard and joined the Night Banquet Gang. He promised Suyu, making a solemn vow to take care of his people and relatives after he left. In fact, it also helped Mu Qinyu build a bridge to communicate with the Demon Suppression Guards, while also overseeing the relatives' quarters of the Night Banquet family members, preventing anyone from disturbing them. Now, they have even followed the Night Banquet group to the Kingdom of Lika. However, I have never met Suyu. How so? Suyu asked. Lin Li smiled and said, it's a story from the past. This Li Jun is the second son of Li Hingyang, the head of the Li family. But unlike his other 2 sons, Li Fei and Li Mu, Li Jun is not the eldest son. It was a pretty nurse that Li Hingyang met in the hospital after he was injured. A rich and powerful man like that is incredibly attractive to the opposite sex. Immediately, Lin Li said seriously, and so, Li Jun came into being. However, the difference in their family backgrounds was too great, and Li Jun's mother was killed by Li Hingyang's legal wife. People, well, Suyu rubbed his eyes. He showed no mercy to his enemies, but that was somewhat disgusting. Meng Shuiao leaned against Suyu's back, wanting to ask, but Suyu stopped her. You don't need to know about this kind of thing. It won't do you any good to know. Oh, Lin Li continued. Not only Li Jun's mother, but his entire clan was also. Li Hingyang is an ambitious and cold-blooded man. He would never stand up for that little nurse. His wife is from the Pei family, and she is the bridge between the 2 families' blood alliance. Suyu nodded slightly. So that's why there's this overwhelming anger? Yes, the ones who saved Li Jin back then were Li Ming, the current commander-in-chief of the Great Xia dynasty, and Wu Ma Ming, the garrison commander of the Demon Suppression Guard, which led to what happened later. Understood, call him over. Li Jin passed through a dark tunnel. He had heard the legend of Suyu these past few days, and the flame that had once been extinguished in his heart was rekindled. He had thought that although Suyu harbored hatred for the Li family, it was merely a life-or-death struggle for survival, not enough to warrant the overwhelming anger of annihilating the entire clan and eradicating them completely. He also felt regret over the Battle of 1,000 Lakes, but a demon was lurking in his heart. Great, finally someone pitiful enough to share his stance no matter what. The end of the tunnel. Commander Mu, We've come here this time. He discovered that a familiar face was sitting in the basement. Mu Qinyu sat down next to Su Yu and said softly, I brought it. Li Zhen, you once objected to my unprovoked activities in Lika. Now, is it still unprovoked? Li Zhen clasped his hands in greeting and said, Commander Su, you're back. Su Yu stood up and said, Yes, I'm back, for those who can't come back, and to avenge our blood debt. It's just that I can't reveal my whereabouts, so not many people know about it these days. Please forgive me. Li Zhen shook his head. I understand. Since you've summoned me here now, you probably already know about my past. That's right, Su Yu said. So, I'm going to give you a gift that I think you'll be happy with. Above the vows, the light of stars shines. A soul was banished. Su Yu, I beg you, don't kill me, spare my soul, and I'll tell you anything. Su Yu chuckled. Oh, so this is the eldest son of the Li family? When I first captured him, he was saying he'd rather die than let his blood flow. Why is he behaving like this now? Although Su Yu disliked torture, he had his share of methods for tormenting people, especially the spiritual aspect. Su Yu created an effect similar to the night of the illusory kite, which in the oath, where thousands of witches and monsters would endlessly whisper in your ears, driving you to madness and depravity, and destroying your soul and will. Li Zhen was taken aback, seemingly realizing what Su Yu meant by gift. Su Yu leaned back in his recliner and said, Although I've pretty much got him under control, you should take the final step. Although his soul has lost its body, it can still feel physical contact with the outside world. Li Zhen pulled out a wolf-tooth iron whip, and the usually composed man laughed maniacally. Yes, Commander. I guarantee I'll make him spill everything he knows. Bang, bang. Each time the iron whip strikes, the iron spikes on the wrist bones stimulate the nerves of the soul, triggering an explosion. Bang. I'll talk. Brothers, how did you treat my mother back then? Huh? When my mother begged you for mercy, did you let her go? You, and your mother, that bitch, and the Pei family, the entire Li family. One day, I will make you all feel my despair. It drives even the most composed person crazy. Su Yu shook his head helplessly. The blood debt is immense. Li Zhen lashed out 2,000 times before he seemed to calm down a little. Tell me, where's the Li family's basement? It's the secret den where captured gods are imprisoned. In the capital city, the Eternal Demon Cave, a twin entity, actually possesses 2 demon cave passages. What kind of beings have you all captured? Winged Skywing, 1 illusion god, and 1, a cell of a god. Su Yu and the others gasped in shock. Goodness, the Li family quietly made a fortune. What the Li family secretly hid was far more terrifying than what the Kai Peishi family had obtained. Li Zhen coldly asked, Then let me ask you, what exactly is your family plotting? I haven't seen anyone from the family council for many years. Where are they all? Li Fei said painfully, I don't know everything either. But our family has never given up. More than 1,000 years ago, our clan once ruled the entire Great Xia and even the entire continent. At that time, even the demon cave was sealed and suppressed by our clan with our own strength. We simply want to reclaim our family's past glory and history. Yes, Su Yu, and all of you, you are great. You are remarkable. But our Li family isn't as useless as you think. It's Su Yu who. I'm afraid of death. I'm really afraid, but our family has never been anyone's dog, and we have never feared the Tepesi family or the restricted area. Perhaps this is the only dignity he has left. He's so afraid of death that he begs for mercy, but he'll still talk back when you insult the dignity of his family. This is an indelible mark on my soul, etched into my very bones. I see. Then what is the purpose of capturing these creatures? Li Fei said tremblingly. The Kai Peishi family, they want to blaspheme. They want to replace the vampires and become gods themselves. Our Li family, we are the kings above all humankind. We just return to our promised throne. As for those of you who perished along the way, you were nothing but ants that your family could crush at will. Heh. Oh. Li Fei's soul finally went mad during the final torment. Chapter 336 Target Discovered? Erwin's Methods. Su Yu said softly. No wonder he took Su Yu's suggestion so seriously when he approached Yin Linger's father. Family would be tempted by this. The phantom god species plus the skywing species, and also includes a cell from a godlike species. The Li family has gathered all 3 of the top 3 positions in the sequence. What are they trying to do? Reclaim the glory that belongs to their clan and utterly trample the lives of the people under their feet. Oh, perhaps he is an outlier, leading the human race and the Great Xia to conquer Blue Star and all races. But similarly, for ordinary people like Su Yu, let alone offending them. As long as they dislike him, he will be ruthlessly crushed. I will never accept such a filthy honor. Suyu also enjoys the feeling of wielding power over the world and having the power of life and death, but as long as you don't offend me to the point of death, I won't bother taking your life. But they are different. Ambition. Vanity is the devil's favorite original sin. Suyu stood up and said, I did underestimate the ambitions of these families. None of them are simple. They also underestimated the ideas of those in power. For someone of Wu Ma Ming's caliber, realizing his ideas is certainly important, but if he fails, he would probably rather give the final victory to the Li family than to Kai Peishi or the Forbidden Zone clan. This is their game and relationship, full of antagonism, but also a helpless choice after each other's defeat. If humans are like this, then it's impossible for the myriad races within the Forbidden Zones not to have their own secrets. Meng Shuiyao remained noncommittal, but her perception changed after she followed Suyu to Blue Star. Humans are terrifying. Even though they have nothing, even though it seems like a race that could be crushed in a minute if all races were united and there was no obstacle from the Forbidden Sea, they are secretly carrying out a chilling plan. These are just two families among the human gorillas. Among the myriad races is also related to the place of origin. They look down on the human race. As long as the Forbidden Zone was decided, the starting land would be theirs for the taking. This was a deeply ingrained belief among all the divine races. If a divine race were to wage war against humanity with all its might, could it truly win? They are the end of the sequence, and also the beginning of the sequence. As Suyu sighed with emotion, Adam Smith returned with the team. Commander, we've located the target. Suyu and the others focused intently. Speak. Adam and Meng Qian spread out a map of Los Angeles and said, we found 2 vampires with titles in the Tequila bar. They were only dressed in simple disguises and had been seen entering and leaving the Tequila family's properties and mansions. I personally led the team to follow them and track them all the way to a misty forest outside the mountains. This misty forest is very special. We dare not enter, for fear of being detected. But on the way, Adam discovered traces left by the same group of people who had been with him before. Meng Qian's S-rank talent, Shadow Array, is a veil that can cover everything. The infiltrating team follows within the shadow, and Lin Li has tested it. Even with his demigod cultivation and spiritual power at the Spirit Abyss realm, it is difficult for him to sense it. Therefore, the intelligence is not the problem. At the very least, those 2 vampires of considerable status definitely did not discover any trace of Meng Qian and Adam. Los Angeles District 15. Without a doubt, the clues to that mysterious research institute lie here. The other battalion commanders also returned one after another to report. Commander, in the eastern part of Lika, we searched all the towns related to Tepesi, but found nothing. There are none in the central mountains, and I've never even seen a vampire from the Chapasi family. The east and central regions are, after all, the territories of the 4 eastern tribes of the Lika kingdom. Although they are a nation, they are families and enterprises disguised as a nation. Without the permission of the 4 eastern tribes, the 4 western tribes cannot set foot in them. Without a doubt, perhaps, this is the only core research institute. Suyu listened to everyone's reports and fell into deep thought. Seeing Suyu hesitate, Lin Li urged, Suyu, have you thought this through? The opportunity has appeared, and it won't come again. Once they become aware of our presence, everything at the research institute will be moved. Besides, we've already prepared for the attack, haven't we? It's just that the appointed day hasn't arrived yet. Although Lin Li was not clear about the full picture of Suyu's plan, he could now glean some information from publicly available news. Suyu shook her head. No. Old Lin, Old Bai, Adam, Meng Qian, this is a trap. No, it's not a trap. Huh? What do you mean? Everyone was confused by Suyu. Suyu looked up and said, this really is a difficult problem for me. Los Angeles District 15, I think this place is most likely the real place, the stronghold of the Clapey family. And the sacred domain of the Sepisi family is probably also here. However, this is still a trap. Erwin once said that we are the same kind of people. Disdain to use lies to build traps, prefer to use the truth to build traps, because lies will always be exposed, while limited truth is the most effective way to deceive people and leave them speechless. Will he know that I can guess it? Suyu was suddenly startled. Something's not right. Everyone assemble. Quickly. Damn it, there's no time to explain, hurry. Everyone was taken aback, full of doubts, but seeing Suyu's urgent expression, they subconsciously obeyed the order. Arya and the others rushed over. What's wrong, little one? Suyu's thoughts were instantly connected to theirs. It is obvious that, if I were Erwin, I would prepare for both scenarios. on one hand, gather forces in District 15 of Los Angeles, and on the other hand, someone will definitely be following those two vampires, no matter how clever the methods are. The area surrounding District 15 of Los Angeles is deserted for miles around, but the entire region has been thoroughly monitored. That misty forest, it can most likely sense the wasteland outside as well. The fog in the forest is an illusion. The wasteland outside is already part of the barrier. This kind of fishing comes at a price. The price he paid was that he revealed the true core of the Kaipisi family to Suyu. Everyone moved with astonishing speed. But the knocking from the very outside still stirred the hearts of countless people. Knock, 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 knock. Mr. Philip, Ms. Janice, this is the Bureau of Investigation. Please open the door. Those were Suyu and Mu Qianyu's fake identities. Wow, that was fast. But Erwin probably never imagined that he had stirred up such a hornet's nest today. Suyu didn't want to reveal himself so early, but he wasn't afraid to fight when the time came. However, once exposed, it will be difficult for the Kingdom of Licca to hide. Outside the door. Owen, you were right. I didn't know what I was getting into until I checked. Everyone in this underground bar has a somewhat suspicious background. Erwin remained unusually calm. Don't let your guard down. Even if this is our territory, since Suyu dared to come, he must be difficult to deal with. Chapter 337 Clash. Soldiers at the night banquet, drawing their guandao. Finding traces left by Suyu was an unexpected bonus. But this also put Erwin at a disadvantage. The best original plan was to lure Suyu into District 15 of Los Angeles, the territory of the Kaipisi family, so that the dukes and marquises who could not leave District 15 would take action and forcefully eliminate them. Unfortunately, Suyu was more vigilant than expected. If Suyu wanted to launch a surprise attack, the main force would have already set off. Suyu is not one to hesitate. They monitored the underground bar for 2 full hours, but saw no movement whatsoever. This shows that, after thinking it over, Suyu realized it was a trap. At this point, we can't wait any longer. We must take the initiative. Elwin rallied the elites of the 4 Western families, many of whom were still on their way, and they were to face Suyu's first counterattack. Erwin, is it really necessary to make such a fuss? Olga said dismissively. You want to mobilize almost half of the power of the 4 families. Suyu isn't even a demigod. You're giving him far too much credit. Olga Martin's words were not without a hint of mockery. Your repeated defeats at the hands of Suyu, with your men suffering heavy losses, demonstrate your incompetence to some extent. But it doesn't mean that someone who isn't even a demigod can stand on the chessboard and command our attention. Erwin said coldly. Even so, I'm afraid it's still not enough. Olga, tell your patriarch to have the sanctuary, prepare. Although Olga Martin was dissatisfied, he still nodded. But Lechman, who was standing to the side, objected. Sanctuary? Erwin, are you kidding me? Our sanctuary is still guarding the ruins. If the Holy Land is mobilized, the location of the ruins within Lyca will also be exposed. Have you thought about the consequences? Erwin said, if we can kill Suyu, it will be worth it. That's just your opinion. Forget about the sanctuary. The power here is enough to kill him. If you're scared, take your vampire and leave. Kevin Lechman rejected Erwin's proposal with displeasure. The members of their family, the Lechman family, suffered heavy losses last time they followed Erwin, including the deaths of 2 mythical figures. What right do you have to command them? Get out of the way. I'm going to force my way in. Kevin kicked open the door to the underground bar. His mental energy spread forward. Stop hiding. Suyu, you people of Great Xia are like rats from the ground. You went to great lengths to come to our Licca kingdom, only to rot in this place that's as stinking as a sewer. You can't escape. The sound echoed in the underground bar. Then, a series of auras followed Suyu as he appeared. A familiar face appeared in front of Erwin. I never expected that you didn't die back then. Erwin knew something was wrong. Suyu never fights unprepared battles. Although their surprise attack was unexpected, it could not shake Suyu's confidence. Erwin stiffened his neck and said, yes, you didn't die either. Suyu said coldly, I will cut off your head and the heads of everyone in your family. Erwin clenched his fist, but unfortunately, this is the kingdom of Licca. Even if you cut off my head, you can't leave this place. Lechman, he's in your hands now. Since Lechman wanted to provoke this trouble, Erwin also began to have second thoughts. Lechman scoffed, don't worry. So you're Suyu? All right. I thought you were some kind of powerful figure, just a beast tamer in the reincarnation realm. I've confirmed it. This entire underground bar only has 1 or 2 demigods. How pathetic. Erwin had already retreated behind the group, and some of the vampire viscounts and barons seemed ready to run away as well. Suyu chuckled. Although I wasn't looking for you. Your clan was involved back then, right? Perfect. I originally wanted you to have a peaceful early April, but unfortunately, you insisted on stirring up this hornet's nest. I won't stand on ceremony. Anyway, this isn't Great Xia territory, so you'll have to bear any losses. Suyu turned to the side and raised his right arm. Gentlemen, today, we don't need to hide anything anymore. Today, we will tell the world that our banquet is here, and I, Suyu, am here. Our names will be etched into the deepest recesses of our enemies' souls, so that they will regret being our enemy, even in hell. Soldiers of the night banquet, remove your masks. Soldiers, at the night banquet, draw your guandao. Chop off the heads of our enemies to avenge our fallen brothers. Today is the day you are buried. There is no need to worry about the sanctuary, even though it's not yet April 14th. But the level of the holy domain. Each faction's sacred domain is watching the entire blue star, and any slight disturbance will cause them to restrain each other. The power Suyu brought was enough to make the entire four families tremble. Lekman was about to make a sarcastic remark, asking what a group of demigods could possibly accomplish. But his smile was only halfway through when it abruptly stopped and froze. With the masks removed, the terrifying aura of the myriad races camp instantly enveloped the entire city of Los Angeles. Erwin felt a chill run down his spine, and beads of sweat covered his forehead. 46 myths, 144 demigods, and countless cycles of reincarnation. Golden-feathered, white-winged celestials, dragons covered in dragon scales, celestial beings atop the clouds, demonic beings from the abyss, their energy boiling, elves leaning against the sacred tree. Suyu has led the entire forbidden zone of 10,000 races into this place. Demon Bug, your subordinate is here. Cut off this man's head and have it with your drinks. Yes. Carol. Exist. All winged races, follow me to hunt down Erwin. Yes. Long Hao, Taida, Dian Wuxin, Lao Lin, Lao Bai, kill all of these people in front of you. Let's go all the way and eliminate them. After that, all of Night Banquet's main forces will attack District 15. Clear. Qinyu, notify the Western Demon Cave to act ahead of schedule and breach Freedom City within a day. Clear. As orders were issued one after another, Lekman and Ogo were left with a buzzing in their ears, unable to react or anticipate what was happening. The power Suyu wielded completely exceeded the limits of their imagination. Erwin, when they came to their senses. Erwin has already fled. Are you kidding me? They have fewer than 10 mythical beings combined, yet they surround someone with nearly 50 mythical beings and over 100 demigods. They're practically courting death. Crisis, a major crisis. Duke Douglas. Emergency. The Sepisi family, all members, prepare for battle. Behind him, mountains of corpses and seas of blood had already been unleashed. Golden rays and white feathers flashed in the sky above Luo City, as a giant dragon soared through the heavens. Follow my orders. Do not attack innocent people, but do not hold back either. Clear. Kill. Kill. Chapter 338, A Cataclysmic Change on Earth. The sky over Los Angeles is crimson with blood. Suyu understood that he was there to play the villain. Venting hatred and avenging blood debts, even fighting in the wilderness, the magical tide will surely cause an impact. However, this is not a reason for evildoers to act recklessly and without restraint. This world needs. Violence begets violence. The demonic insect grabbed Lekman's head. What are you, a demigod, yelling about? Our captain is the princess's man. How dare you criticize him? Bang. With a forceful squeeze of his claws, he crushed Lekman's skull. One by one, skulls fell off, and blood mist filled the air. The blood rain caused by the fall of the demigod stained the sky of the entire city of Los Angeles red with blood. This is the first time that a high-level battle has broken out in a major town. This violates many of the rules that were once followed between nations on Earth. But, when blood debts and hatred have reached the heavens, any oath or morality must give way. Your blood is blood, but is the blood of the soldiers who defended the land from the demons not blood? If anyone were to try to persuade Suyu to let go of his hatred at this moment, Suyu would definitely chop off their head first. Fortunately, those who share the same ideals as Suyu are not hypocritical scoundrels. But other people living in Los Angeles think differently. Especially the fearless reporters, who filmed this horrific scene with their cameras. Soon, everyone on Earth witnessed the prelude to this great war that would change the course of Earth's destiny. The demons have breached our defenses. Los Angeles. It's in danger. I saw an angel for the first time. Angels really do exist. Amen. I'm in Los Angeles, just got off the plane, and I'm panicking because I can't get a return ticket. On the contrary, the Great Xia side was gloating. Serves them right. They really deserve it. Karma has finally come. Damn it. So many of us died there because the Licca people blew up the Forbidden Sea coast, causing the Forbidden Sea to overflow. They deserve it. Tap the electronic wooden fish to randomly curse a Licca person to die. Great. Absolutely great. I wonder which benevolent person has finally opened their eyes and led the demons into the kingdom of Licca. Don't you have any compassion? If one of us is gone, the other will be too. Get the hell out of here. My brother died in the Battle of Thousand Lakes. If you're so compassionate, why don't you go fight for the Liccas? We found out. His IP address really is in Liccas, so he used a middleman to get there. Damn it, serves him right. Although it was bloody, and although the reported casualty figures were surging at a terrifying rate. But a few days ago, the Great Xia dynasty revealed the inside story of the Battle of Thousand Lakes. The countless blood deaths had already raised the emotions of the entire Great Xia dynasty to the brink of losing their minds. We can endure defeat. We can endure not seeing any hope of pacifying the demon's lair in this lifetime. But I can't stand being tricked by you fellow human beings. Hatred must end when one side is completely stripped of its fighting spirit, everything, and forced to kneel in submission. Otherwise, the so-called breaking of the chains of hatred is nothing more than forcing conscientious people to endure while allowing the shameless to roam freely in the world. Snowfield, Your Majesty, Suyu has made his move in Luo City ahead of schedule. Adelina nodded. I know. Don't rush. Our mission is to contain the Licca's holy land. As for the other forces, I believe Suyu has the ability to handle them. Tell our allies that no one should act rashly before the Licca's sacred domain makes its move. Once the real war begins, I demand that you remove all the Licca's thorns and bridgeheads around us as quickly as possible, within a single day. No problem. Adelina gazed at the distant sky. Little boy, don't let me down. She was waiting for Suyu to turn the entire country of Licca upside down. Meanwhile, in Daxia, the magic city, Xia Tingyin said to his deputy, So, they've been gone for at least a week, and you only realized it today? Deputy General Sun said with remorse, I am ashamed that I failed to keep an eye on them. I am certain that Suyu's banquet party has arrived in Licca and has already made its move. Xia Tingyin paced back and forth, thinking, that brat is really going to cause trouble. Skywing species. Something extraordinary happened in the restricted area, and he learned the gist of it from Li Lingya. The current heavenly king, Suyu, indeed wields immense influence. So many demon lords and dragon lords fought for him. This battle might just completely shatter the ambitions of the Zepesi family. Someone come here. Send the message to the demon spirit, the emperor's spirit, and the demon suppression guard. Don't move the main force of the Dragon Eagle Guard. Immediately send people to protect the families of those attending the banquet, especially the families of Suyu and Mu Qianyu. Hurry. Yes. Once a life-or-death battle breaks out, any means are possible. Xia Tingyin thus eliminated any worries Suyu might have. Meanwhile, Wuma Ming's main force of the Demon Suppression Guard continued to advance from the ocean, and within an hour, they seized 6 islands that originally belonged to the Licca people. Los Angeles was already in ruins, and no one cared about the ever-approaching forces on the other side of the ocean. Wu Meiming ordered that the Demon Suppression Guards must seize all visible islands within a day, and he wanted to see the west coast of Licca Kingdom unobstructed before dawn the next day. The Great Xia Command issued 3 orders at the same time, warning the Hua Ying and Han Ming people not to act rashly, and dispatch personnel to directly deter them from the ocean islands. At this point, Irwin escaped back to District 15 of Los Angeles. Duke Douglas, we greatly underestimated Suyu. He's here for revenge, and his target isn't me, it's the entire Tepesi family. Immediately, Irwin recounted everything he had seen. Even Douglas, who stood at the pinnacle of life and was hailed as the strongest vampire, fell into a long silence. The enemy is already within reach. Irwin, what's the situation in the other areas? Irwin's face was grim as he said, It's terrible. In just 2 hours, over 100 of our strongholds and external spies have been eliminated. At this rate, the Great Xiatown Demon Guards will be able to land on the west coast by tomorrow morning. In addition, Free City is in dire need of help. The Shadow Clan, in alliance with the 7 demon cities, has mobilized all its forces. Over 1 million alien races have been divided into 20 groups, launching attacks at a rate of 4 to 5 groups per hour. They are practically fighting to the death, determined not to give up until they have taken Free City. The Li family also refused our communication requests. The Forbidden Zone, even the Demon King no longer heeds our calls. The situation was in a state of utter depravity. Douglas said, Don't panic. Contact the 4 major families in the east. If we fall, they won't fare any better. They are required to withdraw their troops from the remaining 7 demonic layers and do everything in their power to plug the loopholes in the western demonic layers. Let the Lekman family guard the coastline. As for us, let's meet this uninvited guest right here. Chapter 339 Breath of the Wilderness. An unexpected ruins appear. Erwin's lips curled up slightly, almost imperceptibly. Very good. He has finally achieved his initial goal. Suyu, you see me as an enemy you must kill, but I am not. You are just a pawn I need to use. I hope you'll put in the effort, and ideally take down Douglas as well. Vampires and bloodlines possess a secret technique that allows them to drain the lifeblood of their victims when they are on the verge of death, thus replacing them. Erwin's soul was resurrected in the body of a low-ranking vampire using this method. Each time you are resurrected, your soul is damaged. Given Erwin's soul strength, he can only use this method once more at most. This time, he set his sights on the highest-ranking vampire, the Vampire Duke, an absolute sanctuary. It can be said that, whether it's killing Suyu, or Suyu killing Douglas or the other 2 dukes, it will satisfy Erwin's needs. In the dim light, he even hoped that Suyu's desire to win would be stronger. The blasphemous plan sounded wonderful, but he would definitely not be the first to enjoy it, and the best divine seeds and old god potions would not be left for him. It would be better to replace it. Yes, this is a dead end, but he trusts the enemy more than his allies, believing that Suyu is ready to face the attack from the Holy Realm. I just hope nothing unexpected happens. Suyu and the Skywing Guard were the first to arrive at the outskirts of District 15 of Luo City. Follow-up troops arrived in pursuit. The entire city of Los Angeles was engulfed in war. After a few mythical figures and demigods from the 4 Western families were killed, the rest scattered and fled in all directions. The resistance in Los Angeles had basically collapsed. This was the first time the 4 families had truly faced Suyu's power, and the first time they had felt fear. Immediately following Douglas's plan, the 8 families of the East and West shook hands and made peace. The various demon caves drew power from each other, and the demigods and mythologists of the entire kingdom of Licca were gathering in Los Angeles. Suyu brought a large and very strong group of people. In terms of numbers, it is indeed still not as good as the strongest nation on this planet that has gathered its forces with all its might. However, the other demon caves are too far away, while Suyu is too close. In addition, the battle in the Western Demon Cave has reached a fever pitch. The Shadow Clan has discovered that the Licca people have no reinforcements. All the demons are attacking desperately. Whether they can break through Free City depends on this battle. At this point, the Liccas finally revealed their weakness. Suyu's troops advanced rapidly, as if entering an empty field. Long Hao arrived with his troops and said, "Your Majesty, Luo City has been completely taken over. We have surrounded and killed the 3 human myths, and the other 5 have escaped." The demonic insect laughed. Fighting alongside you is so much fun. It's all about crushing the enemy. Suyu calmly said, "Don't be careless. A fierce battle awaits us." This is District 15 of Los Angeles. Ahead lies the misty forest, but that's a disguise. The next step into the wilderness is a barrier, and anyone who steps into it will be detected. The sacred domain of the vampire clan and all its power lie dormant here. Sent a chill down everyone's spine. Even knowing that someone would target the holy domain, it would be a lie to say that they weren't worried. Besides, this is someone else's home turf. What if something goes wrong? "Commander, what should we do?" Suyu scratched his chin. "Like this, Long Hao. Exist. All dragon lords and dragon demigods, gather together. Use your dragon breath, your power, and your divine artifacts. Turn this place into a sea of fire." "No problem. Also, on Earth, you can all call me Commander." "Yes. What distinguishes demigods and mythology most is their divine artifacts and powers. Let me see the pride of your dragon race. I've never seen anything like it in the City of Angels. We will certainly not fail in our mission." Long Hao transformed into his true form as a blue dragon, followed by the other 8 dragon lords and 27 dragon demigods who ascended into the sky. 36 colossal dragons, blotting out the sky, wielded their divine weapons. Like a pale sun, the blazing white fireball crashed down as they intertwined and merged. The sphere of light, as vast as the sun, contained awe-inspiring power. Long Hao used his own power, Azure Annihilation. Above the blazing white sphere, the breaths of countless dragons crashed down onto the land of District 15, carrying the sphere with them. Rumble. The clouds in the sky were instantly blown away to thousands of kilometers away. The entire Earth was torn apart, space was trembling, and the roar of the Azure Dragon killed the souls of countless living beings. This is the kingdom of Lika, so there's no need to worry about destruction. Dance wildly. Rose from the dragon's flames, engulfing the entire area in terrifying fire. Then, Carol led the Skywing Guard, unleashing golden light and white feathers. The power of the golden light cleansed the flames, blowing away the dragon fire and residual energy. Longhao curled his lip. That's why he hated the Skywing race the most. Their dragon breath was devastating, but the Skywing race could easily wipe them out. But the damage has already been done. The ground was a mess. The dragon's flames, like the breath of the wilderness, swept across the entire vicinity for hundreds of kilometers. Only Los Angeles was spared. However, barring any unforeseen circumstances, something bad is about to happen. One thing no one expected was the information gap between the starting point and the Forbidden Zone. Meng Shuiao once said that the magic power in the starting place is thin, but it is not the case when standing on the ground. The magic power of Blue Star comes entirely from the earth veins, and when the Kaipisi clan chose a research institute, they naturally chose the place with the most abundant earth vein magic power. The abundance of ley line magic has a reason. With the repeated bombardments from the Dragon Lord and the Skywing Guard, the ground was dinted hundreds of meters deep, and even hundreds of large craters exceeding several thousand meters in size were created. The Sepsi clan stood in the center of the forest, defending against the attacks of the Dragon Lords. But, below the castle, further down from the research institute, a spatial vortex of black and white intertwined revealed just the tip of the iceberg. The demonic insect, with its sharp eyes, exclaimed, "Commander Su, it's the ruins of the beginning land." The Kaipisi tribe stands a ruin from the beginning of the land, its age, time, and origin unknown. Outside the black and white intertwined spiral, two large characters are engraved on a stone tablet. Mo Yuan. Suyu wasn't the only one who was shocked. Even Duke Douglas, who had been watching the outside world, as well as Adelina, Wu Ma Ming, and an elder from the Li family who were watching from a distance, all looked astonished. Remains. The ruins of Blue Star. The cratered earth revealed faint ley lines teeming with magical energy. The places where these ley lines converge are ruins. Erwin clutched his chest, a sudden tremor running through him. When you're most afraid of something going wrong, that's exactly when it happens. The discovery of the ruins has made the already complex and chaotic situation even more chaotic. Chapter 340: The Ruins of Mo Yuan. A cataclysmic event for the world. The sealed history. Duke Douglas was speechless with surprise. How is this possible? How could there be ruins underground? His saintly domain perception had long ago detected a range of tens of thousands of meters in the sky and on the ground, yet he had never discovered anything. As a result, the Mo Yuan ruins appeared right under their feet. They were only a few kilometers away. How is that possible? The myriad races camped beside Suyu were also in a state of shock. Meng Shuiao was the first to react. Suyu, the magic of the origin land gathers by relying on the Earth's veins, and the ruins are located in the core area of the Earth's veins in this region. The core of the Earth's veins must be within the ruins. In other words, whoever controls the core of the ley lines, the magic of this area, is under their control. The war has indeed begun. But now, an objective emerged that seemed to offer an easy path to victory in the war. The core of the Earth's veins. Long Hao and the other dragons also reacted. Suyu, don't hesitate. Most of the ruins are formed after the fall of beings above the Saint Realm. To control the ruins is to control everything. Ruins cannot be perceived by magic, because they are the masters of magic. Only what you see is real. Seeing is believing is the characteristic of ruins. Even if the ruins are just a meter away from your feet, you won't discover them unless you dig them up. This is definitely not a vampire trap. They cannot control magic. The power to control magic belongs to the number 001 old god who achieved a status above the sanctuary. The experts from all races around Suyu easily solved the problem that Duke Douglas couldn't figure out even after racking his brains. Erwin was equally surprised. His win-win plan encountered a completely unpredictable situation before it even began. Suyu made a decisive decision. The night banquet group, disperse and move out in all directions as planned. Wanzhou camp, Lao Lin, Lao Bai, Qianyu Linger, follow me into the ruins. Suyu, who was closest to the ruins, did not hesitate. The Tsepesi clan is here, and everything about the Tsepesi clan is here. They cannot move everything away. Even if it's moved, so what? According to Longhouse speculation, this area where the ley lines spread covers 1/3 of the kingdom of Lika. Does this mean they have completely abandoned the west coast? Suyu's team moved with incredible speed, plunging headfirst into the black and white spiral below. After his initial shock, Duke Douglas exclaimed, "Erwin! All vampires with titles, enter the ruins. We absolutely cannot let Suyu take control of the ruins. Otherwise the Kaipisi clan, and even our 4 Western clans, will be wiped out. Leichman, Martin, Watson, and Rockefeller, Anderson, Merlin, Robinson from the East. If you don't want to see the West fall and you're the next ones to be targeted, please come to our aid with all your might." Douglas's voice pierced the entire sky and could be heard by anyone with magic power in any corner of the kingdom of Lika. In an instant, the sky was filled with clouds and the stars shifted. Countless human experts, including those old silver coins who had never been recorded before, also emerged. At this moment, Adelina understood her mission. "Hey, Douglas, there's an old saying among the great Xia people. What goes around comes around. Today it's my turn to give you a piece of my mind." "Damn it, Adelina, do you want to wage all-out war against Lika?" "Nonsense, others can go in, but you 3 dukes will stay here." The Snow Queen of the North crossed the Arctic, covering the entire northern region of Lika with vast snow, enveloping the 3 dukes of the Tepesi family. Across a frozen landscape, 3 holy vampires clash with the Snowfield Queen and her personal guard. Meanwhile, on the east coast, at Adelina's request, all 5 reclusive sanctuaries from the Bear Kingdom landed from the east and blocked the sanctuaries of Anderson, Merlin, and the Robinson family. Having confirmed that Great Xia would also participate in the war, Adelina naturally held back, choosing to block half of the Holy Domain's power, which was also a way of keeping her promise to Suyu. The Snowfield sisters' personal guards were handed over to the Natasha sisters, who were then parachuted into District 15 of Los Angeles to compete for control of the ruins' treasures and magic. Subsequently, the Great Xia joined the battle. With King Mingyuan stationed on the west coast, he forced Leichman, Martin, and Watson to do everything in their power to protect the coast. Ning Hanwen and Jiang Qiyin, the newly enlightened president of Jianghe University, descended upon the central region of Lika Kingdom, blocking the rest of the Holy Domain. The demon suppression guards landed on the west coast and immediately engaged in battle with the allied forces of the 4 families. The 3 governors, Wu Meiming, Xia Tingyan, and Zhang Bai, along with Lu Xingyuan, the commander of the 9 guards, led the elite troops of the 9 guards and 9 schools of the Great Xia dynasty to parachute over Imo Yuan. The elites of the 9 families also came with them. Cherry Blossom people, Cold Nether people, Golden Finch people, Iris people, including a group of mysterious masked figures, the Wind and Cloud Pavilion, led by the spiritual avatar of the Beast Pavilion Master, secretly followed them in at the very back. When an unclaimed ruin appeared and possessed the power to control the magic of the kingdom of Lika, everyone who had been lying in wait abandoned all stances and waiting. They couldn't wait to join this feast that belonged only to the winners. The winner takes all, the loser eats dust. This catastrophe, which would truly determine the fate of Earth, began unexpectedly and suddenly. Everyone who steps into this place is mentally prepared to die. The black and white spiral carried batches of humans to the deep underground ruins. Suyu was the first to enter the Incubus ruins. Everything flowed like black and white ink splashes, and within it lay astonishing magic. After all 2,500 of Suyu's magic circuits were lit up, the speed at which he absorbed magic factors from the air was 10 times that of the outside world. Yes, it seems that here he is even able to use embellishment and oath without restriction. Another point is that the realm suppression here seems quite lenient. Longhao said, "Demigods, it seems that the most people who enter here are suppressed to the demigod level." He breathed a sigh of relief. It was the weakest suppression effect he had ever seen among all the ruins. If we suppress it to below the level of a demigod, he'll be relegated to a background role again. At least this time, these demons from all races had a chance to prove themselves. Suyu nodded slightly. He didn't rush to go deeper into the area. This is a special teleportation space. The space is extremely large, and the surrounding area seems to be filled with ancient murals, which contain a special power. This is... Suyu sensed that the sacred relic in his ring, the Sacred Soul Heavenly Painting, was responding to the magic of the mural. Could it be that? Suyu hurriedly took out the Sacred Soul Celestial Painting, a special, incomplete relic of the sacred realm, its black and white afterimages intertwined with the murals. The owner of this relic had once snatched most of the Sacred Soul Celestial Painting from the Skywing clan. Chapter 341, The Complete Holy Soul Celestial Painting. Holy Heart, Illumination. Longhao said, "Commander Su, let's go in quickly. If we stay here too long, we'll lose our advantage of getting in first." Suyu smiled and said, "Don't rush. Have you forgotten the key points of conquering the ruins? The entrance is precisely the place that cannot be ignored. Didn't you suffer enough back in the City of Angels?" At this point, Long Hao and the demon insect were in a bad mood. It was really, they were attacked from both sides, and even the goddess was taken advantage of by Suyu. It was truly too tragic. What's reassuring is that the person who used to torment them has become the leader, and they've developed a strange sense of dependence on him. Arya leaned against Suyu. "What's wrong? Have the sacred soul painting and the mural merged?" Suyu nodded slightly. Perhaps we can obtain the complete sacred soul heavenly painting here. Carol, did the winged race ever have conflicts with humans? Captain Carroll shook his head. No. In my memory, the history of the Skywing race has never had much interaction with humans, except in ancient times or even earlier. Aren't they human? Since the owner of this ruin possesses the complete Holy Soul celestial painting, it means that he stole it from the 18 wings of the Skywing race and settled on Blue Star. He is either a human, a vampire, or the Skywing race itself. No, you can only use your own relics from the sanctuary. Otherwise, you will pay the price with your soul. If the Sacred Soul heavenly painting hadn't been gifted to Suyu by its previous owner, it would never have been so easily used by him. Soon, the black and white murals revealed the Divine Soul painting. The Sacred Soul celestial painting, gold, white, and black intertwine, seemingly forming its complete form. A message entered my mind. Legacy of the Divine Age, celestial painting of the Sacred Soul. Rank, Sanctuary Relic. Completeness, complete, 100%. Note, this is a sacred relic of Elso, one of the 18 wings, possessing the power to imprison and create, as well as the power to interfere with souls. Complete ability, person in the painting. You don't need to know anything about the other person. You only need to draw their appearance and name to trap them within the painting. Full ability, Resurrection Heaven. Your paintbrush possesses the power to transform images into reality. New ability, Sacred Heart Illumination. Forcibly elevates mental power by a major realm, initiating a clash at the soul level, using the blazing sun to incinerate the soul. Once held by the complete 18 wings indeed possessed extraordinary power. In addition, a voice entered Suyu's mind. Since it chose you, then let's return it to you. Young man, this is Mo Yuan, the last hope I left for humanity. If you want it, then prove it to me. The sound only echoed in Suyu's mind. It dissipated quickly. Suyu snapped out of his reverie and smiled. It seems that those who wait do indeed receive good things. Looking at the complete Sacred Soul heavenly painting in Suyu's hand, the members of the Myriad Races camp also breathed a sigh of relief. From the very beginning of their trip to the ruins, they were ahead of the others. Ted stepped forward and suggested, "Then, Commander, you should assign us a mission. How should we trick them? Oh no, how should we ambush them?" Demon Insect, Long Hao, and Dian Wuxin, these victims who had been tricked by Suyu in the past, were eager to try their luck again. Suyu tilted his head first, and then an idea came to him. "I have an idea." Then, Suyu unfolded the Sacred Soul heavenly painting and, comparing it with the structure of the ink splash space of this mural, drew a perfect picture. The only difference was that he changed the entrance to the passage to be closed. Sacred Soul celestial painting, return to heaven. From the Skywing clan interferes with reality. Part of the originally spacious space for splashing ink on murals has been covered up, and the entrance has been hidden. Suyu's group, on the other hand, sat in front of the entrance. "So, I'll study the murals first. After the others came in, we just stood by and did not make a move. I'll go in after I figure it out." The demonic insect took a deep breath and transmitted its voice to the other venerable ones. "Hiss, the commander's brain is really sharp. If it were me, I certainly wouldn't have suspected there was something wrong with this space the moment I walked in." Long Hao nodded. "That's right. By the time they realize we've covered it up, the commander will have already figured out the mural. At that point, will they follow us or not? If you don't come in with us, we might be able to get our hands on the core of the Earth's veins. Come in with us, and we'll have the home advantage." Wonderful, absolutely wonderful. Following Suyu was definitely the right decision. Before long, the members of the Kaipisi family poured into the Mayuan space. Erwin led 9 marquises and 27 earls, almost all of the vampire elites, a total of 36 vampire myths, with extraordinary combat power. As their stronghold, they've pulled out all the stops. If we lose, it's tantamount to the extermination of our entire clan. What they have accumulated over 1,000 years by the Percy family may be destroyed in this day. Their eyes met. Arya's gaze was equally cold, while Erwin's heart trembled slightly. The true ancestor. Unbelievable, unbelievable. He never expected that the third true ancestor was still alive. This made him hesitant to act rashly, leaving a deep and painful impression on the Tepesi clan. If it happened again, even if it were the Tepesi clan's last trump card, the old patriarch role Tepesi would not be able to withstand it. Although Erwin knew Suyu very well and believed that Suyu must have sealed this move after that incident, one say ain't be too afraid of the unexpected. Suyu, who was looking at him across the distance, smiled contemptuously. Oh, the rats in the sewers, they came pretty quickly. He pointed at Erwin. You can't escape. I'm going to cut your head off. Erwin frowned. He still had one trump card up his sleeve. Douglas gave him the research findings on the Sepsi family. If all goes well, even though they outnumber Suyu, they might still be able to put up a fight. In addition, Long Hao and the others were also surprised, not expecting that the Capexi clan had so many myths hidden in their hearts. At least 2/3 are not on the list of players in the restricted area. Soon the second group of people entered. The Snowfield Sisterhood, sent by Snowfield Queen Adelina. Caroline Natasha, who was in the lead, gently gestured to Suyu. My friend, the Queen, keeping her promise, has blocked the 3 holy domains of the vampire clan and the entire holy domain level forces of the 3 families in the east for you. Our Snowfield Sisterhood will stand by your side. Suyu sneered inwardly. Don't think I didn't see through your little schemes. You're using that excuse to give me a discount, right? Suyu didn't bother to expose him and replied, okay, more help means more strength. Immediately afterwards, a third group of people arrived. The Great Xia Demon Suppressor Guard. The 3 governors of Great Xia, along with the 3 principals of the Imperial Spirit University, entered with a group of people. Many of the faces were familiar to Suyu. Suyu, hey, how have you all been? Chapter 342 The Convergence of All Forces on Earth, A Chaotic Situation. Wu Meiming and Xia Tingyan, 2 leading figures of the middle generation of Great Xia, along with a generation of geniuses and the demon suppression guards, the elite of the 9 schools, and the reserve forces that were not originally intended to be directly deployed to the battlefield, were all put into the battle after discovering the unclaimed ruins. Wu Meiming smiled calmly, as if nothing had happened, but his eyes betrayed his loneliness. The Great Xia Human King, whom they had once favored, ultimately did not follow the path of the Human King as they had hoped. To reach the sacred realm from mythology, one needs an unwavering conviction. The obsession of the Human King has been deeply ingrained in Wu Ming and Xia Tingyan, as well as in the marrow and soul of many high-ranking figures in the Great Xia dynasty. It's impossible to get them to abandon their obsessions. Even if Suyu doesn't take this path, they will train someone else to follow it. Huang Wenba, the vice president of Jianghe University, who had met Suyu a few times, said, I really didn't expect that we would meet in this kind of situation. Suyu replied casually, indeed, if I survive, I might have the chance to catch up with you all. But now, everyone has their own stance and purpose. Huang Wenba sighed. The most outstanding genius of the Great Xia dynasty was forced to embark on this path. The culprits who caused all this arrived late. Next to enter were the 9 families of the Great Xia dynasty. This time, Li Hengyang, the head of the Li family, personally led the reorganized Black Hawk Guards, with the support of the Senate, and a large number of old monsters who had previously lived in seclusion emerged from their hidden demonic lair. It wasn't just him. All 9 families, Li, Pei, Bai, Lu, Yin, Tang, Lu, Han, and Zheng, were present. All 9 pillar families that could attend were there. This time, the Great Xia dynasty also invested unimaginable resources. After that, in the western part of Lika, and the 4 families in the eastern part, each led their own forces into the ruins. This is far from over. Iris Country, Broom Country, Cherry Blossom Country, Long Hao and the other dragons were stunned. When did the humans, who oppose them and guard the starting point, conceal so much power? To their Dragon Nest Island, and may even surpass it. Who exactly belongs to the divine order? Humans are perhaps a little too terrifying. If the human powerhouses present were to truly clash, it would require at least the all-out, no-holds-barred efforts of a divine race, plus the obedience of a mythical city lord from a peripheral region, to have any chance of victory, let alone annihilation. No wonder the defenses that always looked so fragile could never be breached. Their assessment of human capabilities was wildly inaccurate. Within the ink-splashed space, a situation of confrontation among multiple forces has clearly emerged. Suyu and Xuan, the 8 families of Lika and their vassal states, the 9 families of Daxia, the 9 guards and 9 schools of Daxia, the Iris and Golden Finch Alliance. Some smaller factions also switched sides. The 5 main factions are locked in a multifaceted power struggle, and none of them are pushovers. In terms of size, the Lika family, together with Hana and Han Ming, has the largest number of members and the strongest strength. The 9 guards and 9 schools of Daxia, and the 9 families may join forces with each other. The alliance between irises and brooms is also a fence-sitter. They'll side with whoever wins. Li Hingyang grasped this point, and their friendship with the Kaipisi family was about to come to an abrupt end. If we can control the ruins, the Li family's plan might be realized ahead of schedule. At this critical juncture, it is absolutely impossible to reunite with the Chapasi family. Li Hingyang suggested, Governor Wu, Governor Xia, let's set aside our conflicts for now and ensure that the ruins belong to Great Xia, shall we? Wu Meiming frowned. We have no objection, but Suyu probably won't agree. Li Hingyang's eyes met Suyu's, and they both saw the hatred and fear in each other. Suyu, my son Li Fei. Suyu made no attempt to hide anything. That's right, I killed him. His soul is still alive, but I've driven him mad. Do you still want it? Li Hingyang's molars were making a creaking sound. Finally, she bit her lip until it bled, and said coldly, very good, very good. It seems that neither of us has a way out. Only for this reason, within the ruins, we will first cease hostilities and deal with the Likas. Outside the ruins, it will be a fight to the death. Suyu crossed his legs. Okay, but I won't make any promises. If I kill your people, don't blame me. Li Hingyang coldly replied. Then let's see who has the best skills. In principle, dealing with the Likas is one thing, but behind the scenes, it depends on who's more ruthless. While Suyu was negotiating and trying to secure benefits, he began studying the murals. In this space, only Suyu, the owner of the Sacred Soul Heavenly Painting, can see through the disguise and see the scene outside the painting. Negotiations within the Likas themselves take a very long time. Unlike the Great Xia, these 8 families, though powerful, were more like 8 feudal lords, with a stronger sense of division. Although they were all in the same boat, they all flocked to the ruins for survival. However, the specific division of benefits must be clearly discussed, otherwise no one will be willing to put in the effort. Natasha also seemed to be flirting with the Iris Flower Man. The Golden Flower people were being courted by both the Likas and the Great Xia. It seems there are still people from the Great Xia disguised among the Hana Sakura people. Their relationships are such a mess. Suddenly, Suyu saw something unexpected. An uninvited guest appeared in his group, and no one except himself noticed the incongruity of his presence. The Beast Pavilion. Pavilion Master? Shoo, young man, let me hitch a ride. Suyu chuckled. Even Fengyun Pavilion had gotten involved. It was quite a lively scene. Suyu looked at the mural for a long time, but still shook his head. It seems to be telling the story of a human's growth. He was once adopted by a dragon and taught talents and abilities by the dragon. In the end, he slayed countless dragons in a grand ceremony and attained enlightenment. What does this mean? Arya pulled Long Miyue over. Yuanu, Long Hao, tell me, are there any records of humans in the history of the dragon race? I'm talking about the more distant history. Long Hao shook his head. It seems that the Azure Dragon lineage does not have it. Long Miyue then transmitted her voice, saying, the Fire Dragon lineage has some fragments of information. In the Crimson Dragon Lake above our Fire Dragon lineage's dragon nest, there exist 3 special bone fragments. The bone fragments seem to be relics from ancient times. Each of the 3 fragments has a character, but this character is neither the language of the dragon race nor the common language of all races, but rather, your ancient human writing system. Suyu asked in surprise, huh? Long Miyue said, only the Holy Son and Holy Daughter know this. But it is certain that the bone fragment belongs to the dragon clan, because the Fire Dragon lineage uses those 3 bone fragments to determine the Holy Son and Holy Daughter. This is what the text above looks like. Suyu barely recognized it. It seemed to be small seal script. The 3 characters were paired with a pattern similar to that of the mural. Dragon God Festival. Chapter 343 Humans, Dragons, and Angels. Ladies and gentlemen, I'll go in first. Dragon God Festival. Humans have rarely appeared in the history of the dragon race. Based on what Meng Shuiao had said, Suyu vaguely grasped something. Long Miyue was very surprised. In ancient times, could humans really slay dragons? It should be noted that the human beast tamer is a cultivation method that has only emerged in the last few decades. Before that, human cultivation was almost unheard of, and even the existence of the origin land was once just a legend. It was only in recent decades that the edge of the world opened up a demonic passage to the Blue Star, and humanity rose up by fighting back and mastering the method of making contracts with pet beasts. Strange, there's something odd about it all. Suyu clearly realized that both humans and all other races were missing a very important part of their history. On the path to death constructed by the Star Cup, Suyu had also heard that humans existed in ancient times. So where did they end up? What exactly happened? Has human history been deliberately erased? Long Hao lowered his head and said in a deep voice, If this is true. In other words, at least in ancient times, or perhaps even further back in the past, there was a time when humans slaughtered dragons on a large scale during a sacrificial ceremony and bathed in dragon blood. This is simply unbelievable. I've never heard of his name before, from ancient times to the present. And the timing doesn't match up either. If this person existed in ancient times, or even further back in time, why would they steal a portion of the sacred relics from the end of the age of myriad races after the fall of the Skywing race? At this point, Long Hao paused for a moment. This presents two possible outcomes of a time paradox, but also a unique possibility. Unless it's the Dragon God. Dragon God? Suyu asked, puzzled. The current king of our clan is called the Dragon God King, and above him, the former gods were simply called Dragon Gods. The Dragon Gods gathered the combined power of the 7 lineages of the Dragon Clan, and one of the Dragon Gods was named the Dragon of Time. Although I don't know the powers of the Time Dragon, time travel is impossible. In the few records available, the Time Dragon can exert influence at a certain point in history through special means. Perhaps it is possible to achieve this by being ranked number 001, which surpasses even the dragon race. Suyu took a deep breath. So, no matter how outrageous it seems, there is still the possibility that the owner of the ruins could influence the timeline, and that a special dragon-slaying event called the Dragon God Sacrifice once occurred. The owners of the ruins may have been human. Mo Yuan. Wouldn't it be possible? Suyu considered one possibility. It's a ruin, but for us humans, the place of death is also called a tombstone, where we would carve our names. This black and white ink-splashed space may be misleading us. Mo Yuan may be his real name. When Suyu mentioned this, it seemed he vaguely sensed that a certain star in the astral plane had quietly undergone a change. He took out the star cup, the starlight on which reflected the image of the star realm. The astral plane sensed the recitation of the true names of deities? Arya, could it be that the old gods are immortal? Come to think of it, didn't Lilith, the progenitor of the vampires, also leave behind a remnant of her soul at Twilight Lake? Arya replied, Fool, I can't remember anything from before. However, the diary mentions that Lilith's soul and body have perished, but as long as the corresponding star does not fall, it will still retain remnants of her soul in the world. Suyu scratched his head. I'm used to it. All right, now that we know enough. Suyu stood up, and all the members of the Myriad Races camp stood up as well. All factions noticed the unusual movements of Suyu's side, and immediately became extremely vigilant. Among those present, no one can overlook the key figure, Suyu. Even if you know nothing about what happened in the restricted area, just looking at the popularity rankings should make it clear that Suyu is no longer the same person he used to be. Everyone, I've had enough rest. By the way, I played a little joke on you all, but the good thing is that almost no one noticed my little trick. Now, I'm going into the ruins. Suyu snapped his fingers. Snap. The power that had interfered with reality, created by the Holy Soul celestial paintings all around, dissipated like ink staining white paper, revealing the original ink-splashed space and those eerie murals. Behind Suyu, the entrance with its black and white intertwined spiral was clearly visible. Goodbye. There was absolutely no time for anyone to react. Before everyone could react, Suyu led his men into the Mo Yuan ruins at top speed. Natasha's head was buzzing. Was everything around her just now an illusion? At that moment, she remembered Queen Adelina's instructions. When there is no absolute certainty of victory, they will do everything in their power to align themselves with Suyu. Come with me, Natasha ordered. She didn't have time to study the contents of the murals, otherwise she would definitely have fallen behind Suyu's team. The others were even more astonished. Is this an illusion? Damn bastard. While we're still arguing about how to divide the spoils, Suyu might have already deciphered the mural's contents. He's probably already found a way to conquer the ruins. What should we do? Study the murals, or go in together? This move caught even Erwin off guard. The 8 families of Laika, including the 9 families of Daxia, did not expect that Suyu had tampered with the space itself. This is the power of a sanctuary relic, and it's complete. Otherwise, it would have been impossible to deceive the eyes of a group of mythological figures and demigods. In everyone's mind, Suyu's threat level increased by 3 points. Gentlemen, it's a matter of mutual dependence. If our Kai Peishi family falls, Do you think you'll benefit? That's right. Now is not the time to talk about these things. Take care of Suyu first. The 8 families of Leica quickly reached an agreement, and the other 7 families followed in single file, leaving the Rockefeller family outside to study the murals before catching up with them. Governor Wu, what should we do? Wu Meiming seemed to understand something in his eyes. Chase after them. We don't actually need to understand what's in the murals, do we? The deputy commander of the Demon Suppression Guard immediately nodded. Clear. Li Hingyang gritted his teeth, so you definitely wouldn't tell him. Pei Tong, you stay here and open your third eye later. Rest assured. The various factions dared not linger and followed Su Yu into the black and white spiral of the ink abyss. Su Yu opened her eyes. Beneath the spiral, it seemed as if they had arrived at a battlefield filled with black ash. What's in the air? Demon ash? The unique demonic ash found in the Calamity Cave can damage magical organs, making it unsuitable for prolonged stays. Of the demon are burning, and in the distance. Roar. A soaring dragon roar pierced the sky, and a real dragon danced in the heavens. In comparison, even Long Hao's true form is only 1/10 the size of them. Chapter 344 Dragon God Sacrifice, the Ancient Era Revisited. Azure Dragon in the sky made Long Hao's dragon body tremble. Compared to them, I am like a worm. The demonic insect exclaimed. Ghost, Long Hao, your dragon clan has such a large azure dragon? Long Hao trembled and said, Impossible, absolutely impossible. Judging from its aura, this dragon is only a demigod, without even any power. It's even weaker than me. How could it be so huge? The overturning azure dragon was not particularly powerful. Its dragon breath lacked the terrifying, world-destroying power of Long Hao. However, its appearance alone made it look like a divine dragon, rather than an ordinary dragon. Suyu was also very confused. Since arriving here, everything was strange and eerie. This seems to contradict his previous understanding. Just then, a young man who looked human approached. Oh, travelers, what are you doing here? It's too dangerous, come with me. Suyu and the others exchanged glances, then clasped their hands in greeting and said, Brother, may I ask? Excuse me, where is this place? What is the date today? The young man looked at Suyu, tilting his head, and said, You guys don't even know where this is? Hee, this is Dragon Cliff. Do you see that flowing magic waterfall on the horizon? Anyone who wants to become a dragon god will spare no effort to climb the clouds and ascend to Dragon God Cliff. The world-destroying azure dragon was ultimately defeated beneath the waterfall cascading from the sky and fell to the ground. Bang! Its body crashed into a huge crater, and the earth trembled immediately afterward. The young man continued, As for the year and month, this is the summer of the 369th year of the divine calendar. All right, stop arguing and come with me. If we don't leave now, we'll become food for those dragons. Divine calendar? Suyu looked at Long Hao, who shook his head. Meng Xiao began. In ancient times, after a god fell, the first year after that fall was designated as the first year of the divine calendar, and the period before that was the mythological era. The Immortal Clan has a richer record of the history of all races than other races. Is this a projection of the early ancient times that they created? Long Hao denied it, saying, No, this is not a projection. He picked up a handful of soil from the ground. When the ruins create a virtual illusion, the one who supplies the demons relies on the ruins themselves, or on the power brought by the sacred objects. Here, even the soil contains magic, and beneath the earth lie ley lines. This is the real world. The power of the Dragon of Time, the myth reborn. What? The crowd's pupils constricted slightly, meaning that the Mo Yuan ruins were not a simple trial. Instead, it is about reenacting the true history. Long Hao swallowed hard and said, If we don't achieve the result expected by the owner of the ruins, we will all forever erased from the river of time. A terrifying force. At this moment, behind Su Yu, the second wave of Mao Xiongren, the third wave of Licarin, and Desharon filed in. Su Yu, stop. You. Olga Martin had intended to attack Su Yu as soon as he entered. The sight before them stunned everyone. Tens of thousands of world-destroying dragons climbed Dragon God Cliff, their dragon breaths clashing against each other at the magical waterfall. The dragon breaths traveled hundreds of miles, razing nearby villages and towns to the ground. Countless living beings are wailing, and countless souls are weeping. Where am I? More and more people gathered, from various factions, until there were over 1,000 people. And each one is incredibly powerful. The young man was stunned. It's not you guys. We're doomed. With so many people, the dragon guards will definitely catch our scent. Suyu smiled and patted him on the shoulder. It's okay, brother. I still don't know your name. The young man, with a mournful face, said, My name is Xiachi. It's all over. You guys have really ruined me. He seemed to have given up struggling and was waiting for death to come. Sure enough, it only took a single breath. More than 20 slightly smaller dragons followed the aura and came over. TSK. Humans, there are so many humans. The Dragon Kings will be very happy this time. These are all top-quality delicacies. The dragon guards were not human-shaped, but rather resembled yakshas, only covered with dragon scales and claws. Xiachi squatted on the ground, helplessly holding his head. Suyu turned around and said, Although I also want to fight you guys here. But it seems not quite right. The Likas communicated amongst themselves, realizing that fighting here was not a good idea. Even if they were confident they could kill Suyu, the location was simply too poor. Within sight, there are tens of thousands of strong dragons. Even if Suyu is killed and the person dies, it would be a huge loss. Agreed. Now is not the time to take action. No one else had any objections. Are you kidding me? Those dragon demigods may not look strong, but their cultivation levels are suppressed here. If a real fight breaks out, one of them could take on 10 dragon demigods, which would be enough to give everyone a hard time. Long Hao replied, Yes, Commander. You brat, a mere dragon that hasn't even grown up yet. How dare you act so presumptuously here? You're all so ugly. Compared to dragons, you're more like demons. The demonic insect said unhappily, What do you mean? Immediately, after being glared at by Suyu, the two dared not talk back. Long Wei sneered, You ignorant and arrogant human, you're courting death. Humans? Long Hao and the demonic insect were somewhat surprised. You treat us as humans? Even though we've taken human form, our racial characteristics should still be quite distinct. But I didn't think much of it. With a wave of his hand, Long Hao crushed the dragon guards into dust. Uft. Xiachi opened his eyes and was completely stunned. When did human tribes emerge from this state? Suyu said from behind him, Brother, I told you there was no need to be afraid. All you need to do is take us to your gathering place. Also, I have something to ask you. Xiachi nodded blankly, already impressed by the group's formidable strength. If it were them, perhaps they could save the tribe? I'll take you there. That's good. As everyone set off, Erwin realized that they were far behind. We can't let Suyu monopolize this key figure. That's right. Everyone spoke up. Suyu, even if there is a temporary truce, we must still share intelligence. At the very least, we have the right to know about that human. Otherwise, you wouldn't want us to fight here, would you? This is both their weakness and Suyu's weakness. Suyu squinted and said, No problem. Brother Xiachi, how about we take turns protecting you? Xiachi nodded in agreement. To him, they were all strong individuals, and all of them were valuable to the tribe. Although Erwin had a premonition that Suyu would not refute him, but it's clear that getting him to reveal what he knows is hopeless. Suyu, who was initially responsible for protecting Xiachi, asked, Brother Xia, what is the Dragon God Festival? Chapter 345 Dragon God Marrow, you are clearly humans. Xiachi asked in surprise, You don't even know about the Dragon God Festival? You guys are so strong. Suyu smiled and said, We come from another continent and are not familiar with the situation here. Hee, there are quite a few people like me on our continent. Xiachi seemed to understand, but he was certain that this group of people knew nothing about what was happening here. That's wonderful. The clan leader would be so happy if he knew. The tribe's hope for survival may lie in these people. In fact, the Dragon God Festival is a celebration that takes place every 666 years to create a dragon god. Any dragon has the potential to become a dragon god, regardless of its cultivation level. As long as it can climb Dragon God Cliff, it will receive the dragon god's blessing. However, every Dragon God Festival comes at a price. Cost. Suyu looked at the magic waterfall flowing down from the sky, and it seemed that, after the tragic death of that dragon demigod, a trace of golden-red color had appeared in the magic waterfall. Xiachi said, The waterfall at Dragon God Cliff needs to be filled with magic power, and that requires sacrifices. Don't be fooled by how powerful those dragons are. They were actually forced to come early to fill Dragon God Cliff with magic. The truly powerful dragons are yet to come. Of course, besides using dragons themselves as sacrifices, they also like to capture all living beings of all races, sweeping away wealth and blood to replenish the magic power of Dragon God Cliff. Suyu was quite surprised. How did you know about this? Xiachi lowered his eyebrows and said with a pale face, Dragons are both powerful and lazy. They have informed our tribal chief Xia Mo and demanded that the chief hand over 10,000 humans as blood food to replenish Dragon God Cliff this time. Our tribe only has a little over 20,000 people in total. It is said that the dragon race began to raise us humans, or other races, 2 or 3,000 years ago. Their requirements were similar, to protect this land from being invaded by other races. Correspondingly, every 666 years, we are required to offer living sacrifices. Xiaqi's words made Suyu frown. Humans in ancient times merely appendages of the dragon race? That doesn't seem right either. Besides the dragon race, there are also humans among the immortal race. In addition, the previous ethereal witch, the all-knowing witch, who is also the mother of Huan Yuan, Kong Liana, was also human. Furthermore, among the descendants of vampires and bloodlust, there are rumors circulating that the land of origin holds everything, while the Tepesi family, a group of vampires, collectively migrated to Earth. At least 4 ethnic groups have close ties with humans. Furthermore, legends about dragons, demons, and elves have been passed down in the history of the human race. What exactly are these things that are being covered up? Suyu patted Xiaqi on the shoulder. Brother, I understand. Don't worry, this time we will not allow the dragons or any other races to invade your homeland. Xiaqi asked excitedly, really? Suyu smiled and said, how could it be fake? By the way, see that group of blondies over there? Those guys aren't good people. They might help you, but they'll run away once they get the information they want. Just pretend you don't know anything when you talk to them. Xiaqi was filled with gratitude for Suyu, who had saved him first, and immediately nodded in agreement. No problem. Finally, Suyu smiled and pointed at Long Hao. By the way, didn't you notice? This guy is a dragon too. Xiaqi shook his head. How could that be? Brother Su, don't lie to me. Although I'm not as strong as you, and our cultivation methods are different from yours, it's obvious that he's a human. Long Hao couldn't hold back any longer. You little rascal, you can eat whatever you want, but you can't say whatever you want. I've transformed. I'm a noble dragon, not some lowly, cough, not human. Long Hao quickly changed his words after feeling Suyu's kind gaze. Xiaqi looked at Long Hao and Suyu as if they were idiots. That's not true. I judged him to be human, not because of his appearance. He simply possesses the magic of a dragon, the body and flesh of a dragon, even its heart and magical circuits. But he is still human. He doesn't have the dragon god marrow. Long Hao was stunned. The dozen or so dragon lords and demigods of the dragon race behind him, as well as Long Miue, were also frozen in place. Dragon marrow, what is that? Holy crap. For the first time since birth, their dragon identity has been questioned. But unfortunately, this is not an illusion. The real earth and magic. This is a recreation of ancient times. Everything here is real. Could it be that they really aren't dragons? Dragon's essence? Hey little brother, what's that? Xiaqi proudly raised his head. I told you long ago, you don't even know about the dragon god marrow, yet you call yourselves dragons. Stop pretending. Dragon god marrow. Every dragon receives the blessing of the dragon god from birth, and its bone marrow evolves into dragon god marrow. This is the source of the dragon race's magic power and everything the dragon race has. Without the essence of the dragon god, one is merely a pretender in a shell and will never be able to become a dragon god in one's lifetime. At the same time, Xiaqi asked in confusion, but you guys are indeed quite special. Apart from the dragon god marrow, you are no different from the dragon race. Of course, you are all small compared to the dragons. But it's small and cute. The dragons didn't have time to refute Xiaqi's complaints. Rather, their long-held beliefs were almost completely shattered. Are we human beings? How could we possibly be human? The gap between us is ridiculously large. Demon Insect, Ted, and Dian Wuxin were not in the mood to watch Long Hao make a fool of himself. They surrounded Xiaqi and asked, then, what about us? Xiaqi tilted his head and said, you are human too. But your existence is also strange, completely different from humans, only lacking one thing inside. Just like they lack the essence of the dragon god. Buzzing. The minds of all living beings were buzzing and in complete chaos. At this moment, Suyu coughed lightly twice. Cough. Children speak without thinking. You old folks are all getting on in years, and you don't even have this much self-control. All right, Xiaqi, we agreed to take turns protecting you. Now it's the Lika's turn. Don't worry, they may not be good people, but at least they won't harm you. Xiaqi nodded and jogged over to Erwin. Although I won't harm you, if Brother Su says you're bad people, then you are bad people. I definitely won't tell you anything. However, Suyu's side was in complete chaos. Don't overthink it. Don't panic about things that aren't certain yet. All right, I have a few guesses for you to hear, so you don't scare yourselves. Chapter 346, True Dragon vs. False Dragon? A chilling truth. Suyu had no intention of telling Long Hao and the others about his guesses. But in order to stabilize morale, he had no choice but to speak up. He transmitted his voice, saying, "There are many possibilities. If the content of the mural is true, and combined with the 3 bone fragments of the fire dragon lineage, we can deduce a conclusion. Whether your origins are human or dragon, they can be traced back to this dragon god festival right before our eyes. But I think that even if your origins are not human, they must be closely related to the human race. And it's not just you. The ethereal witches, the banished immortals, and the vampires have all had inextricable intersections with human history at crucial junctures." Xiuyao once said, "Humanity is both the end and the beginning of the sequence, the start of everything, and the end of everything. What you should be doing is not worrying about whether you are human, demon, immortal, or dragon. What we should do is, after learning the truth, figure out how to secure a tremendous benefit for ourselves. Why is this part of history being covered up? Why can't the outside world know about this? There must be a reason, right?" Suyu's words calmed everyone down. No matter how much you struggle with it, what's already decided cannot be changed. You can only adapt. There's just a slight awkwardness. Also, I've asked many people why the beings of all races who can transform all look similar to humans after transformation. There must be a reason for this. Perhaps the human form is your true form, and your so-called true form may be due to the fusion of other bloodlines. That's not entirely unreasonable. This question wasn't just asked by Suyu. Many beings from all races had pondered it in their childhood. However, their rigid, lowly status at the end of the sequence gradually led them to adaptively exclude this possibility from their minds. Like a human? Humans are like us. Suyu added. Therefore, although there are many possibilities, they can be summarized into a few. Either the origin of humanity itself is extraordinary, but due to special reasons, it became the last in the sequence, and the truth is hidden. Either those who fly overhead are the true dragons, and you are false dragons. But after these dragons were wiped out, you, with your human characteristics, took their place. Either there is another possibility, which Suyu has kept silent about. Just by looking at the sky above, I could see that special space, like ink splashed across the heavens. Everyone understood. Alternatively, one could associate with the owner of this ruin. Mo Yuan is related. The objective of this trial then becomes clear. In this decisive battle that will determine the fate of the dragon race, marking the end of the mythological era and the fall of countless dragon gods, and in the first dragon god festival that begins in ancient times, how will you perform, and what role will you play in this dragon god festival? Mo Yuan might be one of the people they will encounter later. Long Hao and the others clasped their hands in unison and said, "Then we will follow the commander's orders." At this moment, for the first time, they regarded Suyu as being slightly higher than their clan or racial status. They have separated from their community, if they could understand the truth about their past. So perhaps they should put themselves in their shoes and think more about themselves. Even the most steadfast resistor, Dian Wuxin, had his resolve waver slightly. Furthermore, with the goddess growing closer and closer to Suyu, she has no choice but to accept this fact. He was no longer a banished immortal, but a soldier under Suyu. It couldn't be simpler than getting a soldier. Suyu lowered his gaze. He didn't mention his last guess, except that it would be perceived by the stars represented by Mo Yuan. I'm also worried that if I tell them, the dragons won't be able to handle it. The murals and bone fragments from that dragon god festival are one possibility. Mo Yuan killed all the dragons in this dragon god festival, bathed in dragon blood, and was crowned the sole dragon god. His descendants are the dragon race we know today. This speculation is too terrifying. A human has replaced the dragons. However, it is not impossible. Mo Yuan was raised by dragons, received their power from them, bathed in their blood, and transformed into a dragon after conquering Dragon God Cliff. This also explains why Long Hao and others did not possess the dragon god essence. Because humans are not born with it. With this question in mind, the group followed Xia Qi to the Xia tribe. Xia Qi's constant stammering annoyed Erwin. They didn't ask anything of value. However, in the Xia tribe, there were several dogs, and Xia Qi remembered exactly how much grain they planted each year. The only mention of the Dragon God Festival was a few snippets they overheard from Su Yu's question earlier. Xia Qi only said it was a dragon celebration. He didn't know anything else. They followed the group to the tribe without knowing anything about it. On Wu Ma Ming's side, there was a female beast tamer who could listen to the voices of all things. She got along very well with the dog that Xia Qi was with, and that's how she got a lot of information from Xia Qi. The Xia tribe is located in a valley in the woodland. They lived a very primitive life, relying on slash-and-burn agriculture and living near mountains and rivers. But Suyu noticed that this group of people had one major difference from humans. Chinyu Linger, have you noticed? The two women nodded slightly. They, even children, are born with magical circuits. This is different from modern humans. Humans today are not born with magic circuits, and they need pets to guide them in the initial stages of cultivation. Just like Suyu, if he hadn't met Arya, he would have been destined to be a useless person. Xiaoqi ran up to the clan chief and said, "Clan chief, Qi, where did you run off to? Your parents are worried sick." Xiaoqi scratched his head and said, "Clan leader, I encountered travelers from another distant continent. They are very powerful. Even the dragon guards are no match for them." Oh, Xiaomo frowned, walking over with a wooden staff made of animal bone in hand and wearing a grass headband. "Honorable guest, I am the chieftain of the Xia tribe." Suyu extended his hand and said, "Clan leader, my name is Suyu. I came here from the eastern continent, and I have some questions for you. Rest assured, from today onwards, you no longer need to offer blood sacrifices to the dragons." Suyu's words carried arrogance and power. Even though the people behind him belonged to different camps and had deep-seated hatred for him, they now shared the same goal. They were also waiting for their people to decipher the secret of the murals. The best time to turn against Suyu will be when we are confident that we can overcome the trial. Suyu said, "Clan leader, I want to know. Do you know the meaning of the word Mo Yuan?" When Suyu mentioned this, everyone's hearts were in their throats. Why did Suyu mention Mo Yuan here? Did he think this ordinary old man knew something about Mo Yuan? What secret did he possess? Chapter 347: The Differences in Ancient Martial Arts Cultivation Methods. Operation to Annihilate Su. Xiaomo shook his head. "I don't know. Is this a place name?" Suyu smiled and said, "It's nothing, just asking." Suyu believes that Mo Yuan is most likely a person's name. However, he may not have truly become Mo Yuan yet, just like Xiaomo, whose name contains the character Mo Wo. So perhaps he has that possibility. According to the murals, Mo Yuan was a boy adopted by the Dragon Clan. That might be. Chief Xia, are you aware of any humans who have been adopted by the Dragon Clan? Xiaomo was stunned for a moment. How did you know? These words immediately alerted everyone, and their eyes were fixed on Xiaomo. They hadn't fully deciphered the murals outside. They'd only glanced at them briefly, but it seemed to depict humans being adopted by dragons. Xiaomo sighed. "Alas, that's my child Xia Yuan. Once, I took him up the mountain to chop wood, and as a result, we encountered a giant dragon that was passing by. It kidnapped my son and wanted to take him as its servant. But later, I don't know what happened. Xia Yuan ran back and said he was safe. The dragon made him recognize the dragon as his godfather and taught him his skills. However, Xia Yuan has never returned since then. It must have been more than 10 years, right?" Xiaomo's eyes were filled with sadness, though he had already guessed what was going on in his heart. Xia Yuan might have run away on his own that time. The so-called adoption is probably just a fabricated lie. Finally, the dragon discovered them, and then, eat it. Suyu pinched his chin, seemingly having realized something. Xia Yuan must be that Mo Yuan. He took his father's name, Mo, and his own name, Yuan. "Old man, as far as I know, your son should still be alive," Suyu said calmly. The beast staff in Xiaomo's hand fell to the ground with a thud. You're telling the truth? You've perhaps seen him before." Suyu smiled and said, "Although I have never met him, I have heard his voice. Before entering the ruins, I heard Mo Yuan's voice." Xiaomo stared intently at Suyu for a long time, his eyelids twitching slightly. "Friend, your expression tells me you're not lying." "My child, he's alive. He's alive." Tears welled in Xiaomo's eyes, and he was visibly agitated. Suyu held his hand and said, "I understand how you feel. He is indeed still alive, but..." Suyu recalled the time when Ning Hanwen found him and told him this. He and Arya had received immense salvation. Xiaomo smiled bitterly. "None of that matters anymore. In this world, all I need to know is that he's alive. Guests, please follow me. Men, bring out the meat we've stored for the winter to entertain our guests from afar." Behind him, Erwin's face was gloomy. Suyu always inexplicably acquires information that he didn't know before and quickly becomes one with the humans in the time replay. Instead, they've been left hanging here. Should we take direct action? Stop fooling around. Erwin was willing to openly confront them, but the Seps family would never agree to that. Everyone still wants to get out of here alive. They calculated that, in terms of the number of strong individuals, the Lika 8 families, together with Hua Ying, Han Ming, Jin Ke Hua, and Yuan Wei Hua, outnumbered the combined forces of Xia, Suyu, and Mao Xiao. Moreover, they were still leading by a significant margin, and this advantage made everyone feel that it would be difficult for them to lose. Have no choice. Erwin, settling for second best, said, "Gentlemen, as you all have seen, Suyu has once again gained the upper hand." Several marquises, along with other family leaders, nodded in agreement. This is also what makes them unhappy. If we try to use conventional methods to compete with Suyu in breaking through the key to the trial, we will undoubtedly lose. Everyone's hearts sank. Just because they don't want to die together in a fight doesn't mean they're happy to watch Suyu sweep everything away and bury them all. Erwin, do you have any ideas? Erwin's face hardened. Who says the key to solving the trial can only help humans? Olga suddenly realized. You mean? Erwin nodded. That's right. Let's go find the dragons of this era. Our strength is enough to earn their respect, and we'll reveal what's going on here to them. Compared to the fragile human tribes, the powerful dragons are the allies we should choose, aren't they? Everyone suddenly realized. I see. Great idea. If all goes well, we'll join forces with the dragons and wipe out all the humans here. Let's bury those despicable forces like Suyu, Great Xia, and the Russian bear here forever. Let's go. Let's take action now. If the irises and brooms don't know what's good for them, we'll wipe them out too, and we can also take their wealth. Let's get started. Lekman, you go ahead and scout ahead. We'll follow shortly. The plan to annihilate the Soviet Union hinges on this. The Likas quickly reached an agreement and dispersed. At this moment, Suyu's focus was not on Erwin. He was determined to avenge this, and he would make them pay the most terrible price. What is the most devastating price to pay? Seize the core of the Earth's veins and wipe out the sacred domain of the Capexi family as well, turning them into the most lowly wild dogs among all races and heavens. In addition, he discovered something else. Clan Chief Xiao, I've noticed that your cultivation methods are different from ours. Are you all born with magical circuits? Xiaomo shook his head. No, that's not it. Mr. Su, we are at the end of the sequence. How could we have magic circuits? But, well, we can use the power of prayer. Pray? Suyu was puzzled. Is it about believing in gods and waiting for their blessings? There are still gods in this era, and the power of the old gods is beyond imagination. Xiaomo smiled and said, Honorable guest, you don't understand. We pray to the stars in the sky. The starry sky will guide us. We offer what we possess, our possibilities, our magical stars, our wheel of life, our stairway to godhood. It matches up. Bai Ruhui sacrificed himself to ascend the divine steps, but instead of becoming weaker, he embarked on a different path. So that's where the root of the problem lies. The cultivation methods of ancient times, unlike those of beast taming, involved offering sacrifices to the stars. The starry sky, the stars. Even after the gods perished, they still wield influence in the astral plane. You will receive strength by praying to them. What do they need these vows for? Does that mean? Suyu covered her mouth. This ancient martial arts training method hides a huge secret. I understand. Thank you, Chief Xia. We will do everything in our power to protect the Xia tribe. After a lively celebration, Suyu said, Alia, Shuiyao, come with me for a moment. Meng Shuiyao was chatting with Chu Xianin when she heard this, and her eyebrows furrowed slightly. She found that her attitude towards Suyu seemed to be getting increasingly. Chapter 348 The Goddess Has a Dream, Holding Your Warmth in My Fingers. Meng Shuiyao didn't think she had fallen in love with this thief. Her ideal partner must be someone who can step on the head of the God King and, under the witness of all the races of the heavens, make her a true, peerless goddess. Unfortunately, even if Suyu really reaches that point, it will be Arya who becomes the queen of gods, not her. She asked Xian why she liked Suyu so much. Because Suyu brought her out, Suyu actually knew in his heart that the fate of the Heavenly Fox clan was fraught with misfortune, but so far, Suyu had been bearing the burden of her fate. Suyu endured all the misfortunes and life-or-death moments. Along the way, she witnessed the ugly faces of countless living beings. But I don't regret it. Unwavering loyalty is the cornerstone of Xian-in's affection for him. Why am I becoming more and more concerned about him? Is it because he is changing the world little by little? Although it sounds absurd, Suyu is taking steps toward her goal. Huan Yuan said that Suyu would never go back on his promise. The Forbidden Sea alone for Arya. To be honest, she was envious. Among all races, countless people pursue her, including the Immortal Clan. Some are loyal to her, and some are willing to give their lives for her. But without a doubt, all of this is for her stunning beauty. If beneath the Phoenix veil was just an ordinary girl, neither good nor bad, All the glamour would be ineffective, and those who were willing to give their lives for her would abandon her. But she was certain that no matter what Arya became, whether she was beautiful or ugly, loved or not loved, this man was fulfilling his vow with his blood-soaked life. If only someone could treat her like that. The more you lack something, the more you want it. Tired of the glitz and glamour and the accolades, I yearned for pure love. If only I were Arya. Meng Shuiao shook her head with a wry smile. She was becoming increasingly lost in her own thoughts due to Chu Xuaning's influence. Even Chu Xuaning's daily explanations of her and Su Yu's private affairs made her feel as if she had opened the door to a new world. Shuiyao. It's nothing, I was just spacing out. Arya brought her tongue close and swirled it around, saying, I haven't seen my sister's face behind the veil yet. And, you smell really good. Huh. Her heart was pounding. What did that mean? You like them all? Su Yu smiled. She said your blood smells good. Look at my neck, it's covered in her teeth marks. Arya pinched Su Yu's waist. Come on, I always restore you to your original state, okay? She then looked at Meng Shuiao. Don't lie to my sister. You were staring at the little guy's back the whole time. You were totally distracted. What were you thinking about? Let me tell you, if you have those kinds of thoughts, it's not impossible, but I need to see your true feelings. At the same time, Arya tore off Meng Shuiao's phoenix veil. A blush of peach blossoms appeared on the frost-like cream. Meng Shuiao's heart pounded wildly. No way. Her beauty amazed Arya. No wonder she is a legend in the Forbidden Zone. Goddess, anyone would be captivated by your face, even the little one. He just can endure it. Although Su Yu could withstand the divine eyes of the immortals, he would not stare directly at her celestial face for too long, otherwise he would easily feel as if he were in a dream. Su Yu leaned against Arya. So it's really not my fault. Any man who says he doesn't want to possess her is lying. Arya tapped Su Yu's head. Humph, you've hit the jackpot. All right, wife, Shuiyao, I have something to ask you. Su Yu's expression turned serious. In the history of your race, you say that humans were once your servants, just like the dragons before you? Meng Shuiao shook her head. I've told you everything I know. My mind is in turmoil right now. Su Yu, long how could they really be? Su Yu said softly, don't tell anyone yet. Based on my speculation, during this Dragon God festival, the man in the mural conquered Dragon God Cliff and became the Dragon God. He then began a large-scale dragon slaughter, bathing in dragon blood and annihilating all the ancient dragons. Perhaps Long Hao is his descendant. If so, do the Demon Clan, the Immortal Clan, and the Blood Clan all have similar origins? You said that humanity is both the end and the beginning of the sequence. Is the root of this? Su Yu's hypothesis may still be far from the truth, but that's not important. The only thing that needs to be verified right now is what role Mo Yuan played in this Dragon God Festival, in what form he appeared, and why he ended the Dragon God Festival, causing the place named Dragon God Cliff to never be heard of again. Meng Xiao said, according to the records of the Immortal Clan from ancient times, if, and I mean if, the 9 ancestors of the Immortal Clan were all human. Meng Shuiao suddenly thought, Mo Yuan. Xia Yuan. Yes, the Mo Long tribe, among the 9 ancient tribes of the Immortal Clan, may be his origin. Humans transformed into dragons, appeared in the history of the Immortal Clan. She had always thought that the tribe's leader was named Mo Long, hence the name Mo Long tribe, but now she realized. Unbelievable. Her celestial body trembled, as if all her understanding had been completely destroyed. Is she human too? What am I really? Lost. For cultivators embarking on the path to godhood, the greatest fear, besides death, is getting lost, losing themselves in the very things they have always believed in. If she has to doubt even what she is now, what can she believe in? Su Yu quickly grasped her soft hand and intertwined their fingers. The soft, fragrant cream made Su Yu feel its intense heat even in his palms. Don't panic, I'm here. Shuiyao Meng Shuiyao? Your Majesty, can you still hear me? Meng Shuiyao finally snapped out of her daze. What am I? Listen to me. Me? Am I just a human being? We immortals, have we been a deception for thousands of years? Su Yu pulled Meng Shuiyao into his arms. This was the first time he had ever embraced the goddess. But it wasn't because of his own desires. The strong shoulders and the warmth of his embrace brought a moment of peace to my chaotic and confused mind. You are you. Does it matter what the origin is? So, in that case, humans originated from a group of monkeys. The important thing is that you are now the celestial goddess Meng Shuiyao. I am who I am. Yes, no one can impose any destiny, origin, or title on you. You are you, and you are mine. We have a contract. Don't overthink it. I'm telling you these things because I think you're one of the smartest and most insightful ones among them. None of that matters. What matters is what you want to become and what you want. Meng Shuyao raised her head, and the flying magical ash fell like black rain onto Su Yu's face. But suddenly she felt that the person in front of her was radiating light. Chapter 349, The Goddess's Love, Su Yu's Play. Su Yu held the woman in his arms as if in a dream. If he weren't so determined now, he would have quickly succumbed to her charms. I'm sorry. I didn't mean to overthink things, but... Meng Shuyao looked pitiful with tears streaming down her face. Su Yu gently wiped away her tears with both hands and said, Don't cry. You look better when you smile. It's really hard to have your perceptions overturned. But there are advantages too, aren't there? Meng Shuyao frowned, seemingly not understanding what the benefit was. Su Yu pulled Arya over and rubbed the two women's bellies at the same time. Look, my Arya is already carrying my child. If we are of different origins and different species, we would be fundamentally isolated and would not have any offspring. Look, maybe one of my babies will be in your belly someday. Meng Shuyao's face immediately turned bright red, and she punched Su Yu hard in the chest. If you don't know how to comfort people, you don't have to. Who would want to give it to you? A flurry of punches came, but no magic was used, so the blows didn't hurt much, but they did help dissipate a lot of the resentment in my heart. After a flurry of punches, Su Yu smiled and asked, How are you feeling? Do you feel much better now? Well, when your mind is in a mess, it's best to vent to someone. Was he deliberately provoking me to make me angry? Meng Shuyao blinked her beautiful eyes. Yes, I'm a little better. Thank you. At the same time, her face was flushed. She hadn't thought about that kind of thing yet, and besides, she really didn't want to accept becoming a tiny part of Su Yu's family. However, she also admitted that Su Yu seemed to have a radiance about him. It seems that he can ward off any troubles. It seems he smells very, very good. Su Yu stretched out her finger. You bit my finger until it bled. You're lucky, have a taste. A deadly temptation. She had tasted Su Yu's blood, and it was simply irresistible. Only Arya and I know this. No one else can see it. Her excitement any longer, Meng Shuyao stepped forward and took a bite. Blood was flowing. The higher the rank of a being, the stronger the allure of Su Yu's blood. Meng Shuyao felt her nerves and flesh soften and melt. Even now, the man in front of her made that kind of request, wanting to take away her most precious thing, and she couldn't refuse. Arya pursed her lips slightly, feeling a bit annoyed that her delicious food had been shared with someone else. Hey, can you smoke less? This is my man. Meng Shuyao felt both humble and happy at this moment, and shamelessly asked Su Yu for his blood. Even if we replace fresh blood with 10 units of blood now, she wouldn't refuse, would she? After losing her composure, Meng Shuyao put her light veil back on. I'm waiting for you. Then she ran away, looking embarrassed. Su Yu understood what she meant. The past was her lingering obsession. If one day, Su Yu could solemnly promise her that he would return to the immortal Moon Palace, she was willing to give herself to Su Yu, including her body and her love. Arya raised an eyebrow. You've got me completely charmed, poor goddess. Su Yu scratched his head. How can you call it pitiful? And Arya, haven't you thought about that? Su Yu was right. Arya gently stroked her belly. The two of them, whose chances of having offspring were extremely low, or even impossible, had become mothers. Humans are ranked number 999 in the sequence. It is far from being ranked in the age of gods. Just like the sharp-toothed boar number 998, even the dragon clan, who are not picky eaters, have never had offspring with the sharp-toothed boar. However, vampires had offspring with humans. This inevitably leads to a guess. They belong to the same origin. Arya lowered her eyes and said, Unfortunately, I have lost my memories of the past. The diary says that my mother told me something similar in the past and asked me to come to the place of origin. Su Yu pinched her cheek. Humph, if you had told your husband earlier, would this have happened? How dare you hide so much source material from me back then? You really deserve a good lesson. Arya, with her little belly sticking out, said, Then come on over. I don't know if it's your daughter or your son, but I'll tell him that his father is a really bad guy. Su Yu sighed and surrendered. He took her arm and led her back into the crowd. I just got back. Long Hao then said, Su Yu, someone from the Great Xia is looking for you. Su Yu looked up and saw that it was his mentor from the demon spirits. Teacher Shangwan, what brings you in here? Shangwan Ling smiled and said, I was in the second batch to enter. I heard about your story. The students from back then have come so far. All right, let's catch up later, Shangwan Ling said seriously. Elwin and his group have run away. They ran away? After his initial shock, Su Yu's expression immediately turned cold. Did they run towards the dragon's nest? Shang Wanling nodded. That's right. It's not just the Licca family, but also the cherry blossom, the cold nether, the golden finch, the iris. Once they join forces with the local dragons, the humans here, including us, they will be wiped out. They realized that it was impossible to win against Su Yu in the competition for the locals' favor. The Liccas will only kill the locals and then take over their territory. Why would I lower myself to fawn over them? What was the Li family's reaction? Shang Wanling said. Li Hingyang refused. This time, he should stand on the side of Great Xia. His attitude was ambiguous. Since learning about what the Li family was hiding and the full picture of their blasphemous plan, Su Yu was certain that the Li family was also plotting a massive scheme no less ambitious than the blasphemous plan. I understand, he. Long Hao. Oh, you guys can help me put on a show, okay? Having grasped the essence of dragons and the differences between ancient and modern dragons, these information gaps can create a huge misunderstanding. Seeing Su Yu's malicious smile, Long Hao and the others knew that their leader was about to trick them to death again. Of course I'd love to. Commander, I want to go too. No problem. At the Li family residence, Li Hingyang raised his hand and said, Excuse me. I think I mentioned to Erwin that we're not suited to cooperate right now. He once again rejected the proposal to join forces with the Sepisi family. Lazal Tsipisi said, Master Li, please don't be in such a hurry to refuse. This person won't act until he sees the rabbit. The only thing that could sway him was the price. Su Yu possesses some items that I know you are already very interested in. The ethereal girl wears the crown of the ethereal race, and Su Yu also has the Star Cup, a sacred relic of the Skywing race, as well as the divine artifact, the divine sword Islandil, the king of angels. These things are intelligence that Feng Yun Pavilion sold to us. As long as we capture Su Yu, all we need is the Blood Clan's source essence and the earth vein core of this place. We will offer up everything else, including people. Upon hearing this, Li Hingyang's initially disdainful gaze softened slightly. Chapter 350 Dragon God Palace. Now that we have seen the Dragon God, why not kneel? Li Hingyang pondered for a long time. What makes you so confident? Lazal was filled with resentment. Li Hingyang was not someone who could be easily persuaded. Patriarchally, putting aside strength and such, we have all been suppressed to the level of demigod. Even if we have more people, you certainly don't believe that we can win for sure. Let me put it this way. Just now, on our way to find the dragons, we discovered a clue. If you agree, the Kaipisi family is willing to share this clue with you. I can make an inviolable vow before the leaderboard. Lazal's words touched Li Hingyang once again. What Lazal was swearing an oath for must be extremely important. Okay, I agree. But I advise you not to take me for a fool. If the clues you provide aren't valuable enough, don't blame me for turning on you right now. Also, Su Yu, this person should be handed over to us to deal with. Su Yu killed his eldest and third sons. The second son was a rebellious son who ran away with Su Yu. This hatred can be described as endless. Only by killing Su Yu can the hatred in his heart be appeased. Lazal nodded and said, Don't worry. Patriarchally, we just discovered this thing 50 miles east of the Xia tribe. Li Hingyang's attention was drawn to it. They were 3 bone fragments that looked quite old, with 3 ancient human characters faintly engraved on them. Dragon God Temple? How could it be written in the ancient script of the Great Xia dynasty? Lazal laughed and said, That's the problem. Didn't you notice that Su Yu and the chief of that Xia tribe kept rambling on about things we couldn't understand? Clearly, Su Yu had already obtained this information. Your Great Xia, or rather, the history of humankind and the history of all races, may hide astonishing secrets. We had these 3 bone fragments examined, and they have been passed down for at least several thousand or tens of thousands of years. Given our vague understanding of the history of the Forbidden Zone, they may be relics from ancient times, or perhaps even more ancient. Li Hingyang said, But this is small seal script, it's not that old. This is a problem that needs to be solved by you, patriarchally. I can only say that the information we have is accurate. The Dragon God Temple is not far away. There, you can receive the blessing of the Dragon God, or something else. In any case, we are sharing this benefit with you, patriarchally. Li Hingyang nodded. I understand. I will personally lead a few people with you. There can't be too many people, otherwise Wu Ma Ming will notice us. Furthermore, I will only stab you in the back at a crucial moment. If you can't do that, then pretend we never met. Can. Pledge. Established. Su Yu patted Long Miyue on the shoulder. Not bad. Your drawing skills are amazing. Long Miyue complained. Didn't I say I wouldn't use this name anymore? Su Yu instructed her to perfectly replicate the 3 bone fragments using the Holy Soul Heaven painting, only changing the character Jeet. Sacrifice. To Dan. Hall. Dragons like Long Hao have a far stronger perception of the Earth's magical power than humans. So they followed the Earth's veins and temporarily built the Dragon Nest Temple on the floating island where the veins converged. I've changed my mind. From now on, you'll continue to be a monthly slave, a term used to describe someone who is overweight or under the influence of menstrual blood. Think about it. This is Dragon God Cliff. Besides me, the one who will benefit the most is you. You took so many things from me. You'd better be more obedient from now on. Long Miue sighed helplessly. Some interactions with Long Miue have been removed, but this does not affect the plot. You're right. But at least, in front of outsiders, please give me some face. He couldn't possibly keep calling himself Moon Slave in front of his subordinates. That would be too beneath him. All right, I'll reluctantly agree. Let's go. You're playing the Dragon Goddess this time. Isn't that cool enough? Long Miue nodded. She couldn't help but feel wronged and resentful. In the eyes of other women, Suyu was always the kindest and gentlest person, but only she. The first impression was just too bad. After thinking it over, she realized that her initial strategy was wrong. If you keep trying to please Suyu, he will only become more demanding. The person who should be trying to please is Arya. Or perhaps you could cry your heart out and break down his defenses. Olga, are you sure it's okay? Olga Martin scoffed. I personally authenticated this bone fragment. How could it be fake? Those 3 bone fragments were indeed real, and they were quite old. Perfectly drawn from the complete Sacred Soul celestial painting. It really is real. The Dragon God Temple is of extraordinary significance. Once we decipher the treasures within and our relationship with humanity, we will gain more than just the land beneath our feet. Perhaps we can conquer all the races of the Forbidden Zone. Moreover, I'm sure there are many more mysterious and large-scale ruins like this on Earth. This point was unanimously agreed upon by everyone. That's absolutely right. Humanity and all races is evident in this trial. Following the instructions on the map, the Likas climbed onto the floating island. On the floating island, a temple where 9 dragons converged stands proudly before everyone. Surrounded by mountains, majestic and magnificent, it resembles a dragon palace above the clouds. The temple is entwined with 9 dragons, their scales covering the walls. The illusory pillars bear the language of the dragon race, while the moss-covered walls bear the marks of time. The sounds of dragon roars filled the air, as if a real dragon were present within. This is still a barrier. Without going deep into the floating island, there's no way to detect it, and there's absolutely no magical fluctuation from the outside. Everywhere you look, you can sense the peculiarity and eeriness of the Dragon God Temple. Found it. We found it. Quick, hurry in. I bet there's the dragon race's most mysterious heritage inside. People rushed in one after another. It was as if this trial was made for them. Inside the majestic Dragon God Temple, the Dragon God in the center, the Dragon Goddess on the right, the Blood Dragon King on the left, and the hundreds of statues behind him exuding powerful auras were awe-inspiring. Even the statue exuded an aura of mythical power, while the Dragon God in the center was completely mysterious and impenetrable. Spiritual energy penetrating it was like passing through a veil of mist. That's right. This is the Dragon God Temple. And this is the Dragon God. The Dragon God in the center resonated in the temple with a deep, resonant voice. Where did this junior come from? Now that you have seen the Dragon God, why do you not kneel? Chapter 351. I see. Then I'll reward you with some Dragon God liquid. The majestic voice of the Dragon God resonated deep within our souls. As Suyu spoke, the Dragon Lords unleashed their dragon might, creating an overwhelming force. Apart from the Beast Pavilion Master who had once caught a glimpse of beauty, none of those who entered the Mo Yuan trial were from the Saint Realm. Naturally, it is impossible to discern whether the combined might of several Dragon Lords and dozens of Dragon Clan demigods is genuine. They only felt the overwhelming power of the dragon approaching, and any human would tremble before its might. Junior, now that you have seen the Dragon God, why do you not kneel? The Dragon God's majesty left Elvin slightly puzzled, but Olga couldn't help but want to kneel down. You idiots, kneel down now. We're here to seek benefits. Who cares which Dragon God this is? His aura can't be faked. As long as the Dragon God bestows some benefits upon us, once his soul power disappears, won't everything in this Dragon God Temple be ours? If we anger the Dragon God and he runs away with the Dragon God Temple, will we still have such a good opportunity? Olga's pragmatism won the approval of most people. That's right. Whether you kneel or not, there's nothing shameful about showing respect to the gods of the past. Erwin didn't want to kneel. He didn't really believe in any gods or anything like that. but he had already lost power and was too weak to go against everyone's wishes. All right. Kneel. Pat pat. Thousands of Lika, Hanming, Huaying, Jinkewa, and Iris Flower people all knelt down, humble as an ant. And they did it willingly, even finding it sweet. Meng Shuiyao stared blankly at this scene. Is this what Suyu often refers to as the foolishness of greed? Yes, yes, they never learn their lesson and always want too much, so Suyu keeps making a fool of them. Xiao Xianin explained the pros and cons to Meng Shuiyao from behind the scenes. That's what makes Suyu different from others. He will not kneel for power. He will not yield to power. If there's anyone in this world who could make him willingly kneel down, perhaps it would only be when he proposes to us or admits his mistakes. Meng Shuiyao seemed to understand something. Faced with the ruins from the ancient trials, how many people could resist greed? Suyu is one of them. Inside the Dragon God Temple, countless people pleaded, "Revered Dragon God, we are your descendants' friends. Now that the Dragon Clan is facing a great calamity, we yearn for your power and for the friendship of your people." They lie without batting an eye. This made Long Hao scoff. Who are you friends with? You lowly humans, except for my master and me. Suyu's magnetic voice said, Good. In that case, we will reward you with some Dragon God liquid. Hee, your bloodlines are too mixed, and your magic circuits are uneven. Drinking the Dragon God liquid that we give you will transform you completely. Your magic circuits, life wheel, artifacts, and powers will all inherit the characteristics of our great Dragon God lineage. Are you willing? Holy crap! Countless people exclaimed in their hearts in various languages. Dragon God liquid. Is there really such a wonderful thing as a complete and radical transformation? Not everyone is like Suyu, that freak, who supposedly has over 2,000 magic circuits. Most people are already considered amazing if they have 300 or 400 magic circuits. When clashing magic circuits are the foundation, the wheel of life is the amplification, and artifacts and powers are the extensions of power. Who wouldn't want to strengthen the foundation? Yes, yes. Your Majesty, Dragon God, we are more than willing. Your Majesty, Dragon God, we are willing to be your most loyal servants. The Likas are people who admire strength. Once they discover someone greater than themselves, they immediately become as servile as dogs. But if you are humble towards them, they will think you are weak and want to bully you. It can be said that barbarians fear power, but not virtue. Suyu said in a deep, resonant voice, Agreed. You all must leave the hall and not stand around watching. Extracting the Dragon God liquid is a top secret of our Dragon God lineage. If you dare to peek, even our soul forms cannot kill you. We can only take the Dragon God Palace and disappear on the spot. Oga exclaimed in alarm. No problem, Your Majesty the Dragon God. I assure you, not a single person will see us. Come on, stop looking, everyone come out. Everyone was curious about the Dragon God liquid, but they obeyed the Dragon God's instructions and left the hall. After they all left, Long Hao confirmed that no one was spying on the Dragon God Temple barrier. Long Hao asked, puzzled, Commander, what is Dragon God liquid? How come I've never heard of this? Are we really going to give him something nice? Suyu rolled her eyes at him. Idiot. Arya, Miue, you two go to the back first. This place is not suitable for you to watch. Arya guessed Suyu's wicked sense of humor and went along with it, leading Long Miue and several other women to the temple. Then, Suyu pointed at Long Hao's stomach. You drank a lot of water today, didn't you? Yes. I also feel a bit like I need to pee. Suyu smiled and said, That's perfect. Let's make some utensils. Come on, everyone. Let's all make some Dragon God liquid for the people outside. Holy crap. Everyone realized what was happening. That's outrageous. But it's also very exciting. People usually like to use force to intimidate others. This time, TSK. Without paying any price, we made the enemy kneel before us and let them experience the most humiliating moment. No problem. Open the floodgates. Release the water. A moment later, the voice came from inside. Youngsters, come in. Oga, Erwin, Meichuan Hauer, and other leaders from various clans rushed in excitedly, only to find an indescribable, strange smell inside. And it even smelled a bit unpleasant. Suyu said in a weak voice, This is Dragon God liquid, a special substance extracted from our souls and flesh, which has a fishy smell. If you don't want to, you don't have to drink it. Oh, I see. No wonder the Dragon God's aura suddenly became so weak. That's all. Dragon God, thank you for your blessing. Suyu said in a weak voice, From now on, I will work with the Dragon Clan to revitalize our clan's great cause. Rest assured, Senior. We will stand with the Dragon Clan from now on. By borrowing the dragon god's elixir from our senior, we pledge our oath. The dragons and demons were barely holding back, biting their tongues as they waited for the group to drink. Okay, cheers. Cheers. Everyone picked up the pot and began to slurp and savor the flavor. Everyone's expressions were varied and unpleasant. What do you taste like? It's a bit sour and a bit fishy. Didn't His Majesty the Dragon God say that it would be abnormal if something extracted from the soul and flesh didn't have a foul smell? Perhaps this is the most authentic taste of Dragon God liquid. That's right, it has to taste exactly like this. Chapter 352 Erwin, the Dragon God liquid tastes pretty good, doesn't it? The more they drank, the more something felt wrong. If Dragon God liquid is said to have the effect of transforming one's body, many people have drunk a whole liter of it and have not felt any changes in their bodies, except their stomachs feel a little uncomfortable. But no one dared to easily question the Dragon God, the Dragon Queen, or the Blood Dragon King. He could only ask cautiously, Your Majesty, Dragon God, does this Dragon God elixir take a long time to take effect? Suyu said wearily, It will take about 10 minutes. Please wait patiently. Hee, some people drink too fast. This is not good. I see. Although Oga found the tank of yellowish-green stuff disgusting, he had no choice but to grit his teeth and do it for the sake of his grand ambitions. 10 minutes later. Your Majesty, Dragon God. It's having no effect at all. Wait a little longer. Your Majesty, Dragon God. It's been half an hour. Young man, if you don't even have this much patience, how will you climb to the top? Finally, 2 hours later, Oga couldn't hold back any longer. No, this thing is completely useless. Your Majesty, Dragon God, we worship you with all our hearts. Even if you want to test us, you don't need to make fun of us. Erwin felt very unwell. His stomach was churning. It was as if what they had drunk was not the Dragon God's elixir. Suddenly, he realized, no, Oga, no, you're not the Dragon God. The true old gods would never waste time with such nonsense as mortals. They utterly despise any living being. You are a false god. Tell me, who are you? Erwin finally realized what was wrong with him. They're so stupid. That's too greedy. For that incredible benefit, they even gave up thinking. Oga and Meichuan both woke up and said, That's right. Who are you? What is this Dragon God liquid? This aura, it's definitely the aura of a dragon, but could it be? Now that he had been exposed, Suyu stopped trying to hide it and immediately tore off his disguise. Ha, bunch of idiots. Only now you've realized it, Erwin. How was the Dragon God liquid? How did it taste? Suyu. It was Suyu. Long Hao, Mo Chong, Mo Ma, and Jian Wuxin all tore off their disguises. Following the captain is so much fun. How about it, humans? The Dragon God elixir you're drinking tastes pretty good, doesn't it? Demons danced wildly, and darkness laughed maniacally. It seems to be mocking their weakness. Commander Su is right. That's how Ulika and Huaying people are. When you encounter someone stronger, you're more willing to kneel down and accept their favor. That's right. They never even considered the possibility of resistance. Damn bastards. What the hell are you giving us to drink? Olga Martin roared. Erwin already had a terrible idea. Suyu then said, What? Can't you taste it? Of course it's our own holy water. What do you think, Erwin? I specially picked out a Dragon God elixir from a demon race for you. His stomach and intestines are really bad. TSK, the taste. Demons, dragons, and elves were all laughing wildly, and even the immortals couldn't help but chuckle. That's fantastic, Commander. I absolutely love this idea. Kneel down. Lick a people. Drink our Dragon God elixir, and you'll be our slaves from now on. Never be human again. That's right. They even thanked us just now. One sound after another, one sentence after another. Let's max out the anger of this group, making them completely enraged. Bastard. Suyu, I will kill you. Never mind. Let's settle this here today. Even if we all die together, I'll send you to your death. Ugh. For angry people, there is something more painful than anger. Disgust. Ugh. Just thinking about what they drank made my stomach churn. With their physical strength, there's really no problem. Mythology is already immune to all poisons, and demigods are not much less powerful. The wheel of life can purify most of it. Unfortunately, the psychological damage outweighed the physical damage. It made everyone want to vomit. Kill me. Suyu's mocking expression instantly turned icy. The only ones who deserve to die are you. Long Hao, make your move. Take advantage of your weakness and kill you. Don't worry about whether dragons will come to cause trouble. With me here, if the dragons come, the only ones who will help us are us. Even Long Hao didn't know where Suyu's confidence came from. But unfortunately, Suyu's words were resounding and powerful. They didn't even intend to hide it from Erwin, Oga, and the other Licca and Flower Cherry people. Their hearts stirred slightly. Before taking action, I felt fear. Could it be that the dragons of this era will really help Suyu? They were already extremely uncomfortable. Their minds were clouded by Suyu's manipulation, and their chests were filled with anger, yet they also began to fear the threat Suyu posed. Really? Or not? Erwin retorted angrily. Don't believe a word of it. He's all about bluffing. It's fake, it must be fake. Suyu activated his oath of discipline to the fullest. This triggered a crimson tide that fought back against fate, engulfing the entire dragon god temple. Fake. Hee, I never lie. Erwin, and you bunch of Liccas, remember, Thousand Lakes, you wanted me dead, and I'll make sure you're all buried with me. This time is no exception. I know you intend to pledge allegiance to the dragons of this era. But I'm telling you, it won't do you any good if you go. Before you kill me, I'll drag you all down to hell with me. Besides, it's only you who will die. Where do you think those 3 dragon bone fragments came from? Did you really think they were from the dragon god temple? What? Those 3 bone fragments. Oga took out the bone fragments and compared them side by side before realizing that this was a trap carefully set by Suyu. Suyu unfolded the sacred soul heavenly painting, and dozens of similar bone fragments fell out. Don't you know the secrets of the ancient times of the dragon race? I'm telling you, I already know. That means you have no way to survive. Suyu. Time and again, they coerced. Time and again, they played tricks. Time and again, they surprised everyone. They forced him to flee to the Forbidden Zone and forced him to fight against all the races. But this man, who could even abandon the Great Xia, returned with a group of powerful warriors. Is he about to create another miracle? Can he do it? That's amazing. Erwin's plea was to no avail. The cold netherworld ran incredibly fast, as if his feet were greased. Iris followed closely behind. The broom flower was not to be outdone. Run. Are you looking to die if you fight here? Liccas, this is your land. It has nothing to do with us. Go ahead and fight. We're leaving. Suyu, we have no deep-seated hatred. You fight with the Liccas, don't come after us. Oga stomped his feet in anger. He realized that Suyu was bluffing. But what's the use? Chapter 353, A Crushing Defeat, kneeling down to lick Shu Sauls. The group was terrified, looking like they were about to collapse from exhaustion. They scattered and fled, completely disregarding their former alliance and friendship. Erwin, what do we do? Oga cried out in a panic. After recovering from his initial shock and nausea, Erwin said, Don't panic. Oga, Raymond, Lazel, they're outnumbered. Gather all the members of the Leica family. Don't run around. Retreat slowly. At this point, it was too late to fight. If we only consider the Licca family, they are actually stronger than Suyu's side. But on the one hand, they suffered the most devastating psychological blow, and one by one they became listless and completely lost their fighting spirit. On the other hand, actually, they were also a little intimidated by Suyu. Even if they knew he was bluffing, what if he really could command the dragons to fight for them? They wouldn't feel at ease until they saw the real dragons of this era. Retreat. Find the dragon clan first, and all doubts and fears will be resolved. The Leica family members had previously mocked and ridiculed for Erwin had vanished. In this critical moment, they still had to trust him. Thus, among the routed humans, it was the Liccas who managed to hold off the retreat in an orderly fashion. So you noticed this. It's not easy to crush them all at once. However, successfully disgusting them is a great satisfaction. Long Hao, don't worry about the Liccas. Capture Hanming, Huaying, Iris, and Golden Finch people with all our might. They don't have the same level of organization as the Liccas. Should we not pursue a cornered enemy? No, 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 we should beat a drowning dog to a pulp. Especially those who are opportunistic and fickle should be thoroughly trampled. Moreover, it can reduce the losses on Suyu's side. Brand the opportunists with star marks, forcing them to risk their lives. Although they are not loyal dogs, they can help Suyu indirectly influence and control their own kingdom. Suyu, we have no grudge against each other, why? Shut up. The commander has ordered you to be arrested. Meichuan, we only came with you because we trusted you. You bastard. Damn it, doesn't Suyu hate the Liccas the most? Why doesn't he go and fight the Liccas? After retreating, Erwin belatedly realized Suyu's sinister intentions. Clipping their wings, besides weakening their fighting ability, it also weakened their appeal. Next time, it won't be easy for them to gather such a large number of auxiliary troops. If you can run away once and abandon these people, then you can abandon them every time. But he couldn't let the Liccas, who had lost all fighting spirit, turn around and attack Suyu again. He glared fiercely at Suyu. Suyu, it's still uncertain who will win and who will die. As long as we can win the final victory at this ruin. The Likas fled in disarray, and the Liko alliance, which clearly held the upper hand in the Dragon God Temple, crumbled and scattered like birds among monkeys. It can be said that the army suffered a crushing defeat. A group of myths and demigods have become lambs to the slaughter. They let Long Hao and his men dance and kill in the crowd. Black Insect's magical light even strung together the 7 heads of the Flower Cherry people, causing the other Flower Cherry people to immediately kneel down and surrender. The rest of the people were no exception. The fastest Hanming people couldn't escape the Dragon God Temple's territory. Their spines were also very weak. A gentle poke would send them sliding along the tracks. On the contrary, Iris, who has always performed consistently, immediately raised her hands after realizing that she could not escape. Goldenrod was no exception, but it couldn't raise its hand as quickly as its arch-rival. Long Hao raised his eyebrows triumphantly and said, "That was awesome. I've never defeated a human in the mythical realm so easily before. The further back in human history we go, the stronger and more monstrous we become. Any race to win, every time, victory is only possible after a bloody battle." Suyu smiled and said, "No matter how strong a human is, once they lose their morale and fighting spirit, they are nothing more than large lambs, nothing to be afraid of." Apart from a few people who managed to escape, the 36 mythical figures and 100 demigods who followed from the 4 kingdoms all knelt down and were bound. "Suyu, we were only being coerced." Suyu scoffed, "Do you think I believe that? However, I can give you a chance to live." Suyu raised his hand. "If I carve a star mark on you, you live, otherwise you die." The group could vaguely guess that this was definitely not a good thing. But reality doesn't allow us to refuse. "I'm willing, I want to live." "That's right, me too. Me too. Since you've already slid down, then slide down to the very end. This thing, maybe I can find a way to get rid of it later." Suyu reached out and pressed down, etching star marks on each of the hundreds of people in turn. "Very good. Remember, from today onwards, you are no longer the myths of your respective countries. You are dogs, my vicious dogs. You must do whatever I tell you to do. Otherwise." Suyu pointed to the farthest point. "Hey you, Ishikawa, I know you Hanasakura people were just putting on a show last time. There must still be survivors in the Ishikawa family. Isn't that you right here?" Suyu summoned the Star Cup. Dark night and bright day, reigning supreme over star marks. Star Cup, destiny of the stars. Having traversed the astral plane, following the obliterating power of fate, and activated by the Star Cup. The guy surnamed Ishikawa didn't even have time to resist before he was crushed into a meat patty by the immense spatial pressure. Bang! Then, all flesh and soul were directly erased from this world. Ishikawa-kun. A group of Flower Cherry people were dumbfounded. Even with their knowledge, they couldn't understand what methods Suyu had used. They only know a little bit. That star mark combined with the Star Cup is absolutely terrifying. To kill the chicken as a warning to the monkey. Even if someone has the thought of opposing Suyu, they will immediately see Suyu's cold gaze, as if he were looking at a dead body. Countless people fell silent in fear. Even Long Hao and the others were still shaken. Fortunately, he surrendered early enough. After getting to know Suyu better, he almost forgot how ruthless Suyu was towards his enemies. Suyu sat on the throne in the Dragon God Temple. "Look at you all. Blood is everywhere. This is what will happen if you don't listen to me in the future. Don't think I don't know what you're thinking. Go, rinse your mouth clean." Then, there was a huge pool of blood, and my shoes were all dirty. Upon hearing Suyu's words, many people's first reaction was instinctive anger, which was then overwhelmed by fear. Then, the Hanming people were the most enthusiastic. After rinsing their mouths, they rushed to Suyu as quickly as possible and gave him a good beating on the soles of his shoes. The more Suyu stomped on their faces, the happier they laughed. Even Suyu felt that their lack of dignity was somewhat perverse. Never mind. If he can do what dogs are supposed to do, then his efforts in raising these 100 or so dogs will not have been in vain. Moreover, he can also use them as test subjects for experiments. Chapter 354 Dancing with Dragons, an Ancient Dragon Clan Festival. Don't feel ashamed. My star marks can see into your hearts. Resentment, hatred, cowardice, shame, fear, dread. After Suyu pointed out their secret, everyone looked at Suyu as if he were a ghost. Their emotions and their thoughts were completely seen through the star marks. All that remained was deep fear. However, you'll find out sooner or later. Kneeling down before me isn't such a bad thing. Ask Long Hao over there, and Ted over there. They weren't willing to bow down to me or follow me back then, but look at them now. Long Hao said awkwardly. Commander, past grievances are in the past. Of course I'd be willing to follow the regimental commander now. Ted lowered his head and said, "Who says otherwise? The starting point, which used to be impossible to reach even if you died, is now like a backyard. You can come whenever you want. I regret not getting to know the leader sooner. Forest of Light and Shadow. I'm not familiar with it." The group felt a little more relaxed. The mark of shame needs to be relieved by oppressing others. Suyu was well aware of this. "You're my dogs, of course I'm unhappy. However, I will also allow you to go and collect the dogs for me. Then it's yours. How about it? When I'm able to overpower Cherry Blossom, Cold Nether, Golden Finch, and Iris in the future, you'll all be in charge of ruling for me, okay?" At this point, everyone's sorrow was gone. Is this even possible? It seems it's not entirely unacceptable. The situation took an unexpected turn. I had thought that my future would be filled with humiliation and darkness. It seems that Suyu's meaning was. Immediately, someone knelt down and kowtowed to pledge their loyalty. "Lord Suyu, we swear to follow you to the death. As long as you rule over the Golden Plantagenet and bestow Queen Elizabeth upon us, we are ready to obey your every command." Suyu's gaze froze for a moment. "Damn, you guys have some pretty unusual tastes. In this world where cultivation is possible, how old is the queen? Although I don't know how old Arya is, she's still quite young. It's nothing. Then, Lord Suyu, I think." Each of these people voiced their deepest, most sordid wishes and most greedy dreams. Suyu casually agreed. "Anything is fine. As long as you help me conquer the world, what difficulty is there in this?" Snap. Hundreds of people knelt on the ground in unison, bowing their heads and saying, "We are willing to follow the eternal sun, Lord Suyu." Suyu sighed and shook his head. "Sometimes, people are just that despicable, and their morals are just that low. We really can't expect too much." In short, this group of people successfully became Suyu's chained dogs and his sword. Long Hao, Long Qian, Long Ju, have all the Licca people run away? Long Hao nodded. "Yes, Commander. I think they ran straight to Dragon God Cliff. I'm afraid they're willing to take the risk to join the dragon race of this era." At this point, Long Hao felt a pang of sadness. This era, and they may already be two different species. Dragon's essence. That thing haunted his nightmares. It's all right. Since this is the grandest celebration of the ancient dragon race, we should also participate. Let's see how this dragon god was born. Looking at Suyu's confident face, the group felt reassured. The commander must have already considered some possibilities, and he's at least more confident than those Liccas. On a floating island far from the dragon god temple, a man sat on the back of a broad, azure dragon and said, "Hey, tell me, was the dragon race's past demise truly a consequence of their own actions?" The azure dragon is named Long Ku, and its appearance is more similar to that of the ancient dragon race. After transforming into human form, Long Ku said quietly, "Otherwise what? Although I am not qualified to say this, wasn't it because the ancient dragon race adopted one of your human children that they were completely reduced to dust? Speaking of which, could he be considered my ancestor?" The man shook his head. "Not entirely. The dragon that adopted the human, according to my investigation, is actually one of the three forms of the time dragon." Long Ku was taken aback. "What?" The man's gaze sharpened. The past incarnation of the dragon of time raised that child, and then had that child kill him, thus bathing in dragon blood and undergoing a metamorphosis. He almost wiped out the entire dragon race, leaving only a few female dragons as vessels for his own reproduction. And this is the beginning of the 7 lineages of your dragon clan. Then why would the time dragon, as one of the dragon gods, exterminate its own kind? Long Ku was dumbfounded. The young man never mentioned these things to him. The man smiled and said, "Think about it again. Think about the well of gods and demons. Isn't the answer obvious?" Long Ku frowned. "Slaughter an entire clan, to unify the clan's power?" The man neither admitted nor denied it. Sequence number 001. Whether they are ancient gods or deities, have they truly fallen? I don't think so. Some races perished because of external forces? No, it was precisely because of the actions of their elite leaders. Long Ku's mind was in turmoil. He couldn't understand why. The man gazed into the distance. "What choices will Suyu make?" "Mon. Hee. What a nostalgic name. It's been so long since anyone called me that." The man took off his mask, which would have startled Suyu if he were there. His face was no different from the person in the mural. But Suyu remembered his voice perfectly. It belonged to the Beast Pavilion Master of the Wind and Cloud Pavilion. Erwin and his group struggled to reach Dragon God Cliff. The dragons here are absolutely genuine dragons. At first, They were besieged by the dragons, but as they demonstrated their strength and followed suit, like Suyu, they claimed to be special humans from another continent, different from the humans here. They want to cooperate with the ancient dragon race, because another powerful group of foreigners has come here. Erwin went to great lengths to promote his theory of the Suyu threat. Those foreigners are quite powerful, possessing the strength of at least several hundred demigods, and they have a variety of tricks up their sleeves, but they are limited by something that confines them to mythology. Especially their leader, a human named Suyu, who claims to have the key to Dragon God Cliff and is planning to cause trouble for you during your upcoming Dragon God Festival. We know Suyu extremely well. He's incredibly cunning. You should prepare yourselves. Of course, we lack manpower and you lack intelligence. We are a powerful alliance. After a series of threatening punches, even the ancient dragons were somewhat bewildered. This group of humans seems to be a little different. Humans, then we, the great dragon race, will grant you the opportunity to serve us. Chapter 355 Reinforcements arrive. Artificial Phantom God Seed. Of the ancient dragon race greatly displeased the Lika people, but they chose to endure it for the time being. Yes, Great Dragon King, please allow us to serve you. The Likas were greeted by an iron dragon covered in scales resembling iron armor, but this iron far surpassed the quality of human steel. This species seems to have already become extinct in the future. Arguing with an extinct race is rather pointless, so the Likas chose to tolerate it. Iron Dragon King, they are currently settled in the nearby Xia tribe. What do you think? Should we launch a raid and completely destroy them? Iron Dragon King was taken aback. The Xia tribe? That's right. What's wrong? Is there a problem with the Xia tribe? Iron Dragon King paused for a moment. No problem, but don't provoke that tribe. Recently, a very strange thing has happened. All the dragons in the dragon race who are above the level of demigods will mysteriously disappear as soon as they get close to that tribe. That area has been designated as a mysterious place by the 9 dragon god kings under the dragon god. Even if the holy domain gets close, there is a risk of destruction. What? Erwin never imagined that the small Xia tribe was hiding such a secret. In short, since you say they want to interfere with our dragon clan's great celebration and sacrifice, then let them come. We will set up our formation here and meet their attack. Erwin was dissatisfied with the Iron Dragon King's attitude. Give Suyu time, and Suyu will give you something big. At present, Suyu's understanding of the trial is certainly not yet complete. At most, he has grasped some key clues and made some speculations. But once you give Suyu enough time to prepare and uncover the truth of this era, your ancient dragon clan will be unreliable. After all, in real history, your ancient dragon race has already been wiped out. Judging from Xiaqi's words and the appearance of modern dragons, you are not the same race at all. But on the surface, Erwin remained respectful. No problem. But Iron Dragon King, you also said that only dragons of demigod rank or higher will encounter trouble, right? How about we have our people, in coordination with the dragon guards below the demigod level, take the lead and attack? They are not lacking in high-end combat power. After all, the Lika family has come out in full force this time, and the forces from Great Xia, Russia, or other countries are only a part of the total. What we lack is manpower. When their allied forces defected to Suyu, they were outnumbered, and even if they launched a surprise attack, they were still outmatched in terms of troop strength. Iron Dragon King said, no problem. Since you are willing to charge into battle, I, the Dragon King, will grant your request. Iron Dragon King flicked his hand, and his most elite Iron Dragon guards followed. Having gained enough power, Erwin still had plans to take revenge on Suyu. Olga asked somewhat nervously, Erwin, are you sure everything's all right? These dragon guards can only handle the low-level combat power of the other side. We don't have enough manpower to deal with those below the demigod level. The most crucial question is, who will take care of Suyu? All 8 families are more concerned about this issue. Compared to demigods and myths, Suyu posed a greater threat to them. Erwin laughed and said, don't panic. Our reinforcements have arrived. Rockefeller family reinforcements. Erwin shook his head. They did make a complete copy of the mural and have already come in. I just got in touch with them. But they are not the only reinforcements. Our Kaipisi clan has a group of people specifically dedicated to dealing with the prodigies of various countries. You should have all heard about this to some extent. Our clan has not deliberately hidden it, right? Everyone felt a chill run down their spines. Blasphemy plan. How far has the research on stealing the power of the Phantom God Seed progressed? The strongest experimental subject they created before, Adam, not only betrayed the Likas and ran to Suyu, but also revealed the entire plan, putting Likas in a very passive position internationally. This test subject is far superior to Adam, making him the perfect candidate to deal with Suyu. During the conversation, Rockefeller and his group of artificial test subjects arrived. Everyone's eyes widened. No wonder the higher up in the sequence, the more beyond imagination they are. A phantom god seed, that's far superior to the Skywing seed, a being from the realm of fantasy. I never expected this. Not only that, they have also fused with a portion of our vampire's essence. Perhaps one person could lose against Suyu, but if these three go together, they will never lose. The cells you obtained were actually... That's right. Compared to them, does the Holy Phoenix clan even deserve to be called a phoenix? They are nothing more than wild chickens with a little bit of real phoenix blood. That's why they are ranked in the top 20. The strongest android, the strongest experimental subject. Suyu suddenly didn't seem so scary in their eyes. After Suyu led his men back to the camp, he greatly intimidated the Li family, one of the 9 pillars families. Li Hingyang hesitated again. Lazul is unreliable. Didn't you say you were sure you could win? Where are they? They had just said they were heading to the Dragon God Temple, but when Li Hingyang chased after them, he couldn't see the Dragon God Temple at all. They were just wandering around among the thousands of floating islands. They dared not leave the Xia tribe for too long, fearing that Wu Ma Ming and the others would discover something amiss. The result was a complete waste of effort. Upon Suyu's return, he immediately assigned personnel to various tasks. Remember the multiple arrangements. If I were Erwin, after getting involved with the dragons, I would be eager to come and take revenge, instead of waiting for us to go to Dragon God Cliff. The reason is simple. We inflicted an indelible humiliation on them at the Dragon God Temple. At the time, they felt both ashamed and terrified, and they fled in panic. But now that they have recovered, they will reflect on their actions. If they realize we're bluffing and that the ancient dragons won't side with us, their anger will consume their reason, and they'll immediately launch a full-scale retaliation. They will launch a surprise attack on the Xia tribe. Suyu's assessment was unanimously agreed upon by the major powers. Although they didn't know exactly how Suyu had humiliated the Likas, they were somewhat able to understand when they saw that the servants of the 4 countries had all become Suyu's vicious dogs. This group of people must have been dealt a very, very bad blow by Suyu. Qinyu, you and Linger take the people of the Xia tribe to seek refuge. Mu Qinyu shook her head. I'm not leaving no matter what. You promised me. Suyu was taken aback, then smiled. Okay, then you guys stay and help me. Teacher Shangwan, please discuss with the demon suppression guards and ask them to evacuate the people of the Xia tribe. A great battle is about to break out here. Good. Chapter 356 Artificial Illusion God. Suyu versus 3 Divine Phoenixes. A hint of coldness flashed in Suyu's eyes. Unfortunately, Erwin Tepesi may not be coming this time. Suyu could guess that they were planning a sneak attack. Erwin could probably guess that his decision to launch the sneak attack was a last resort. A person who does not conform to the will of the group cannot become a leader. He was different from Suyu, whose subordinates all followed his personal will. But it's different for Erwin. Therefore, he most likely won't come. Instead, he'll take the opportunity to eliminate his rivals. Arya held Suyu's hand and whispered, "Don't worry. All these people will be buried by us." Hatred is something that, if left unchecked, can easily backfire. Fortunately, Suyu has anchors. The people he loves are the anchors that hold him in place. Yes, honey. All you need to do is think about how to bury them one by one. But for them to live, there are many more things to consider. Suyu chuckled. This time, we'll fight side by side. Linger, protect Arya. I don't need your protection anymore. No, this is an order. You're weaker than me now, so you have to listen to me. Arya nodded. Yes, the little one has become much stronger than her. She is still some distance from the wheel of reincarnation, and even further from the cycle of rebirth. She didn't want to hold Suyu back, and at least wanted to reach the reincarnation realm before the divine realm opened at the end of the year. There wasn't much time left for Suyu and the others to chat. The Lika people's retaliatory attack surged like a tidal wave, and with the addition of the Iron Dragon King's Iron Dragon Guards, more than 3,000 reincarnation realm Iron Dragon Guards, the entire Xia tribe was surrounded like an iron barrel. Where is Suyu? Today, you won't escape our encirclement. Suyu was taken aback. Was this a sneak attack? Well, maybe they drank too much Dragon God liquid, and their brains went haywire. Lazul Teeps took the lead, roaring angrily from midair. Erwin had mentioned to him that these people were driven by hatred and wanted to take revenge on Suyu on the spot. They were likely to fall into Suyu's trap. He suggested that after getting close, the Iron Dragon Guard should go first, and then he could deal with them slowly. He himself led a small group to provide support from behind. Lazel thought it made a lot of sense before he left. But the closer he got to the Xia tribe, the more he recalled the scene of Suyu giving him a vat of dragon god liquid, and the endless humiliation made him want to explode immediately. After arriving in the skies above the Summer tribe, Lazel finally reached his breaking point, as did the other 7 families. Don't even try? Let's just go for it. That's right, all 8 of our families are here. Our strength is evenly matched with theirs. We'll hold off those above the demigod level, so you can use the products of the Percy family's blasphemous plan to deal with Suyu. Drat. After all, it was their home ground, and even though Suyu reversed a wave of minions, the Likas were still able to maintain a roughly equal force. But Suyu remained silent. If you call me out, I'll just come out. Wouldn't that make me lose face? Lazel's roar was useless. After spreading his mental energy, he realized that the people of the Summer tribe had moved away in a short period of time. Speculation immediately arose. Really? Suyu had guessed they would come. Yeah, would a man not come? This is a humiliating disgrace that must be avenged. Merlin, Robinson, Rockefeller, you 3 families go and stop the people from the 9 guards of Great Xia. Li Hingyang is in contact with us and won't break through with all his might. Leichmann, Anderson, your 2 families must stop the people from the 4 countries of the Russian Bear and the Flower Cherry. No problem. Walson, Martin, let's deal with Suyu and his men. The Likas acted with lightning speed, and the 8 families gathered all their elite forces, descending to begin a carpet-bombing sweep in coordination with the Iron Dragon Guards. The first wave of fighting broke out immediately. Wu Meiming and others got entangled with the 3 families in the east, and the 9 families of Xia also decided to join the war, making the 2 sides evenly matched. The Bear men were clearly more determined, given their prior agreement with Suyu. The only thing the Likas didn't expect was, you Flower Cherry Blossom people and Iris Flower people working so hard. When you were with us, you weren't working this hard. Mei Chuan, I know you're being controlled by Suyu. Can't you just? Bah, Suyu-sama is the greatest son, and we are loyal to him. You can't shake our center. Leichmann was stunned. Are you still the same people who hate Suyu? One has to wonder what kind of brainwashing techniques Suyu used to turn them into the most loyal dogs in the world, even though this trial suppressed people's realm to demigod level. But the artifacts of demigods are already powerful enough to destroy the world. Several mountains were blasted apart, rivers dried up, and trees were completely destroyed. At the very least, the Xia tribe would not be able to survive here. Suyu felt a little guilty, but the battle continued. He was somewhat surprised by the person who approached him. Lazel personally brought 3 Phantom God Seed test subjects with him. Lin Li met his gaze. Suyu, I'll hold him off. You deal with those 3 guys. Don't be careless. Those 3 guys are suspicious. Lazel's eyes were bloodshot. A bloodstained, jet-black scythe slashed down as Lin Li used his mental power secret technique, Heavenly Star Shattering Shadow. 2 fragmented shadows materialized around him, making it seem as if Lazel was fighting 3 against 1. Even with his advantage in cultivation level, although he was also suppressed to the level of a demigod, he could only barely suppress Lin Li with the addition of his power. However, he wasn't in a hurry. The 3 special experimental subjects were actually responsible for killing Suyu. Lazel had observed that he, in his reincarnation realm, was no match for them. Swish, swish, swish. 3 figures spread their crimson wings, like phoenixes burning the sky, proudly soaring above the heavens. Their wings are more sacred and fiery than those of the Holy Phoenix. They are more majestic and larger than the legendary Phoenix. Meng Shuyao's pupils dilated slightly. Divine Phoenix, how is that possible? Sequence number 002, Phantom God Seed, Divine Phoenix. Suyu said coldly, nothing is impossible. They once obtained some cells of the Illusion God Seed, and it seems, one of them is from the Divine Phoenix lineage. Prepare for the enemy. Suyu gently took Meng Shuyao's hand. Shuyao, actually, being human isn't shameful, is it? Look how crazy they are. Meng Shuyao bit her lower lip lightly and nodded slowly. Humanity has always been creating what she considers impossible. Let's fight side by side for the first time, truly. Good. Suyu's 10 oath rings floated in the air, his expression solemn. State your name, whoever comes. I, Suyu, do not kill nameless nobodies. Phoenix in March, picking peony. Phoenix 6 grass, picking peishi. Phoenix wing kai peishi. Suyu sneered, his voice filled with contempt for human life and dignity. Just how many people's blood and lives were used to fill in these numbers? I will end the evil of your race. Kai Peishi. Chapter 357 The Divine Phoenix Dances, The Nirvana chant is sung, and the soul perishes. The three were half human and half phoenix, their bodies already eroded by the divine essence of the phoenix. Just like Yin Linger's ex-boyfriend back then, his whole body was torn apart, a bloody mess. Only his divine essence maintained his body. Without a doubt, the success rate of such a forced fusion of divine essence is extremely high, even if it's only 1 in 10,000. These three were clearly not as rational as Adam. They were like killing machines, only responding to commands. Lazel gave the order, "Kill them." Linley frowned deeply. He could clearly sense the threat posed by the three. In terms of combat power alone, they were perhaps no less than a true demigod. The only difference is that there is no divine artifact. Although Suyu had more people, they were severely suppressed in terms of cultivation level. Linger, protect Alia and Mai. Suyu turned around and said softly, "My child." Yin Linger nodded slightly. If anything went wrong, she would take Arya and escape through the spirit array. Arya wanted to join the battle, but Suyu stopped her, taking the Moon-Tear demon sword from her hand. "Trust your man, he can protect you. Furthermore, I need you to heal my injuries at all times. As for the enemies, I am your sword, and I will cut them all down." Suyu took the demonic sword, and the illusory oath ring in his hand shone brightly. "Huan Yuan Shueyao." The two women responded. "Realistic marble, deploy." "Witch's Night." "Celestial Palace, Liyue." The two inherent barriers merged and unfolded simultaneously. The pitch-black eternal night, combined with the silver moon hanging high in the sky, made the heart image space seem to be about to devour the three divine phoenixes in an instant. After the three divine phoenixes looked at each other, Three Phoenixes Rebirth, Ode to the World. Screech. The phantom of a three-headed, fiery red phoenix shrouded in holiness spread its mythical wings, its sharp cry halting the spread of the two inherent barriers. The divine phoenixes, with just their wings, tore apart Witch Night and Celestial Palace Moon. Even Meng Shuiyao, who was originally among the top 3 on the Hidden Dragon list, felt immense pressure. In their forbidden zone, although there were some monsters whose names had been erased, there was truly no existence below the demigod level like the illusion god species. Liyue of Asgard Palace, facing an opponent of the same level for the first time, struggled to even deploy her full power. The illusion god race is almost equivalent to a god. If the divine nature of the Skywing race is more human-like, then more than half of the illusion god race's divine nature is that of an old god or a god. The only difference is that they do not have divine essence. The first encounter was extremely challenging. Suyu closed his eyes, and his spiritual power spread out, spiritual sky splendor. His mental power cultivation, which had been delayed for so long, has made great progress in the last half-month, and the mental power world in his mind has been materialized. The land was shrouded in a sea of blood, and Arya seized the opportunity. The Blood Queen. Blood grabbed Huang Yi from the bottom, and the crimson dragon of the Undying Temple behind him pulled at the blood with its claws, violently dragging Huang Yi towards Suyu. Golden light shone behind Suyu. Six-winged angel. With incredible speed, in an instant, the Moon-Tear demon sword was swung and slashed at Phoenix one wing. The Phoenix's wings closed, and even the most indestructible Moon-Tear demon sword could only cut in 3/10 of the way. It wasn't that the Moon-Tear demon sword couldn't destroy the Phoenix's wings, but that even if the Phoenix's wings were torn, they could still deflect most of the power. Suyu's strike was like a blow to a water sponge. Damn it! 9 dragons trapping the heavenly barrier. The oath shines. 9 dragons danced, their illusory shadows biting down on Huang Yi's wing, seemingly intent on completely sealing it off. Beneath Meng Shuiyao, a 5-colored lotus shimmered, and the snow dance divine needle manipulated 13 silver moon glass swords to merge into one, aiming at Huang Yi's brow at superluminal speed. Bang! The silver moon outlines the scene. Phoenix one wing was chopped off and torn apart, head and body together. However, he did not actually die. His wings spun and rotated, the flames of rebirth burning fiercely. While suppressing Linley, Lazel sneered. "Suyu, do you think that just because you've become the number 1 person below the demigods of all races, no one can deal with you? Let me tell you, compared to a true god of illusion, you are not qualified. Rise from the ashes. Legendary Phoenix, slay him." The phantom god experimental subject greatly excited Lazel. Sepsi's research reached? If reincarnation could be implanted with cells of the phantom god seed. What about demigods? What about mythology? What about the sanctuary? Even if he hated Suyu, he had to admit that Suyu's strength was well-deserved and the certification on the popularity rankings was genuine. But Even if you, Suyu, are incredibly powerful, you will still lose to them. The flames of rebirth will restart everything. Huang Yi, as if nothing had happened, gripped the phoenix flame and charged at Suyu once more. Behind them, Huang Luqiao maintained the three phoenix nirvana, ode to the world, while Huang Sanyue circled to the side, her phoenix fire rings blooming behind her as she attacked Arya behind her. When the attack stopped working, and Lazel felt that Suyu had no chance left to fight, Chu Xianyin clasped his hands together. The essence of zero. Time seemed to be going backward. The phoenix with the flames of rebirth that had just ignited returned to its headshot state, while Suyu had already finished drawing the image of the Sacred Soul Heavenly Painting. Sacred Soul Celestial Painting, Sacred Heart Illumination. Suyu's spiritual power suddenly surged. The new ability of Sacred Soul Heavenly Painting, Sacred Heart Illumination, forcibly raised his spiritual power by a major realm, from the Spirit Sea realm to the Spirit Abyss realm. Looking directly into Suyu's eyes felt like standing on the edge of an abyss. When Huang Yi was blown in the head, Sacred Heart Candlelight forcibly clashed with his spiritual power. The blazing sun of the Skywing race scorches the soul. Ugh! Ah! For the first time, cries of agony echoed from these emotionless killing machines. After his power was completely destroyed, Suyu activated the power of the man in the painting. It was sealed inside the Holy Soul Celestial Painting. Then he swiftly activated this strange counterfeit, creating a fake Sacred Soul Celestial Painting, stuffing Huang Yi into it, and throwing it at the other two. Your souls are dead. There is no possibility of redemption. Then go and be reborn in the cycle of death. As for your grudges, I will take them on for you. Essentially, Suyu felt quite sorry for these test subjects. But this is not a reason for him to be soft-hearted. On the battlefield, being soft-hearted can cause your loved ones to suffer the consequences of your soft-heartedness. The last miracle. Sacred Soul Heavenly Painting, which imprisoned Phoenix Wing, exploded instantly between Phoenix 3 Moons and Phoenix 6 Grasses. The crimson and black intertwined power of the fallen celestials reappeared, and a rising mushroom cloud engulfed the surrounding area for thousands of meters. To Lazel's astonishment, Suyu completely killed one of the 3 divine phoenixes. The dazzling maneuvers left Lazel speechless. This was the first time he had witnessed just how far Suyu had progressed since returning from the restricted area. Monster. He's a monster. Chapter 358, Slaying Lazel. Banishing the Flower of Sin. Suyu's combo left Lazel somewhat bewildered. To be fair, the 3 divine phoenixes were already powerful enough, even forcing most of Suyu's abilities to become ineffective. But how much divine power did Suyu gather? True Ancestor, Celestial Fox, Witch, Immortal, Winged Race, Dragon Girl. No wonder, Erwin was right. Your appearance was destined to disrupt the balance. If we also consider his relationship with the witch in the Forbidden Zone, apart from the old gods, the illusion gods, and the gifted elves, Suyu has gathered all the remaining races of the God Era sequence. The Kaipisi family members had already launched a full-scale attack, engaging in fierce combat with Suyu's subordinates. This also ensured that no demigod could come to Suyu's aid. In particular, those powerful and extremely fast Skywing species were specially guarded. There is no better opportunity than now. Suyu only had Lin Li, a demigod, by his side. Then I'll take care of you too. Lazel clapped his hands. Count of the Night. His own inherent boundary. He was merely a lower-ranking vampire, a true progenitor of the bloodline. But after ascending to mythology, his bloodline power was greatly enhanced, and he gained the power of an inherent boundary. In the Earl's territory of the Dark Night, a castle descended, from which countless blood-red monsters poured out. It seemed to be a degraded version of Arya's Undying Temple, only its power was forcibly elevated to a terrifying level based on its cultivation level. The demon covered the sky, engulfing Suyu and the others. Phoenix 6 Grass, Phoenix 3 Months. With 2 more divine phoenixes and himself, they would be enough to kill Suyu. Even if it comes at a price, I'm willing to pay it. This person is too dangerous and cannot be kept alive any longer. Otherwise, this trial at the ruins may very well end in a complete defeat for the Kaipisi family. Seeing that Lazel was finally about to unleash his full power, Suyu transmitted a message to Lin Li. Old Lin, this is an opportunity. Are you confident you can kill him? Lin Li smiled wryly. Suyu, you overestimate me. He's a true legend. Suyu's Sacred Soul Heavenly Painting could imprison him. The power of a complete Sacred Domain relic is by no means inferior to that of a myth. The difference is that Suyu needs time. The more powerful the soul, the longer it takes to imprison it. Moreover, Suyu wanted to kill him, banish his soul, and fill it into the oath. The Divine Phoenix is quite impressive, and Lazel's power is by no means weak either. It suits him perfectly. Don't rush. What conditions do you need? Linley said seriously. At least 3 seconds. If he doesn't make any move within 3 seconds, I'm confident. It sounds simple, but a duel between experts can often be decided in less than a second. A full 3 seconds of controlled restraint is indeed enough to kill even those who cross borders. Suyu said, that's outrageous. Okay, 3 seconds it is. Get ready. Linley was stunned. Did Suyu really mean it? Do you know how difficult it is to control a mythical being whose realm has been suppressed for 3 seconds? However, Suyu had already taken action. Chu Xinin's snow feathers drifted down from the sky, only to be swept away by Lazel's black magic scythe. Immediately afterwards, the demonic plants controlled by Kong Huanyuan rose from the ground and tethered the 3 of them to their lower bodies. Phoenix 3 months Divine Phoenix fire burned away the demonic plants, and a breath of Phoenix flame came forth. Golden light and white feathers appeared behind Suyu's group, and their wings flapped to evade everything. Lazel's hand, stained with red and black, proclaimed, Suyu, arrogant. Trapped by a myth. You really think too highly of yourself. Your power is nothing more than a game between ants below the level of demigods. Power, blood drain. Primal essence, wasteland. Power of blood extraction extracts all that can be turned into blood from the earth and all things, transforming these substances into blood energy that Lazel can control. Tens of thousands of blood-red spider spears were aimed at the space where Suyu was. Meanwhile, the demons that emerged from the Dark Knight Earl's territory behind him grasped the blood spider spears in midair, creating a formidable fighting force of tens of thousands of people single-handedly. This is a legend. One man forms an army. Only myth can fight against myth. This is a realm that ants cannot reach in the high-level battlefield. The desolate primordial essence turned everything around into dust. All life was converging, power was merging, and the aura of each of those demonic creatures was increasing rapidly. This endless sea of people will overwhelm Suyu. Linley was anxious. He was gathering his strength to attack, but if he stopped now, a single glance from Suyu calmed him down. Yeah. Lasser, you lickers are just like you, a bunch of arrogant idiots. Why can't you use your pig brains to think? Do you think I was able to come back from the restricted area by luck? Do you think you're the only one who possesses vampire essence? Suyu's barrage of questions left Lazel completely bewildered. What do you mean? Old Lin, get ready to make your move. Power and deception. The illusory crystals danced in my palm, and everything in this world came to a standstill. Then, the terrifying blood-red spider spears and endless monsters vanished as if they had never existed. But Lazel definitely felt his magic power being depleted. The ability I just used was indeed activated. What they got in return was nothingness. He did not drain the earth of its magic, nor did he draw the blood from any living creature. Everything returned to its original state. The illusory essence. It replaces the real world with a mirrored world. This exchange of worlds, this power that transcends time and space, makes it impossible for anyone to react the first time they see it. Then, Kong Huanyuan seized the opportunity and unleashed Paradise Switch, Final Judgment. Time and space-time freeze, and spatial rifts spread, cutting through space itself towards Lazel. Lazel's mind sluggish for 2 seconds before reacting. He then suppressed his fear and decided not to think about how Suyu had done it, but in any case, it must not have been done by conventional methods. He needs to eliminate the immediate threat. The blood formed a blood shield, enveloping his entire body, and he barely managed to maintain his condition despite the spatial slash. But 3 seconds, Lao Lin. Linley was too preoccupied to panic. He was equally amazed by Suyu's abilities, but he always kept his mission in mind. Golden Soul Seal, Soul-Stealing Thorn. His divine artifact materialized, and the golden seal radiated a soul-devouring and deadly golden light, coalescing into a divine spike that pierced through space. Its power can pierce through the body of a mythical being, but its drawback is that it requires the gathering of origin power. 3 seconds is the limit of his mental control. It was precisely those 3 seconds of Lazel's distraction that became the death knell that took his life and soul. Bang! A golden light pierced through his forehead, blasting his head off. The lost soul was captured by Suyu's oath. I will banish your sins. Let the 2 divine phoenixes come along too. Lin Li's soul-stealing thorn spread out, taking both divine phoenixes with him and killing them in the supreme light. Exile the soul. They took the oath and gained new abilities. Chapter 359, Sepsi's Conspiracy, New Abilities. The battle ended, and Lin Li was still shaken. Su Yu's move just now seemed to turn the world upside down, almost like a time reversal, but the magic power he was gathering was not stopped. It felt like, the problem wasn't me, but the whole world. Su Yu smiled, but didn't intend to say anything. This is too complicated to explain. We just need to get them used to this power. Without a doubt, Lazel's reckless attack not only failed to gain any advantage, but also delivered a huge gift to Su Yu. The 3 divine phoenixes, as well as the soul of Lazel, were perfectly banished into the oath. Even Erwin probably couldn't have guessed that Su Yu was able to banish souls to forcibly plunder the abilities of others. From Erwin's perspective, this was more like a test. If they can kill Su Yu, all the better. If they can't, they can still test the combat power of the illusion god seed. The result is obvious. Its combat power is excellent and very strong. Even Su Yu had to use his trump card to break through it. Even Meng Shuiao seemed to struggle when she attacked, and this was a former top 3 on the Hidden Dragon ranking, while the opponent was just a mass-produced android of the illusion god species. Even though the battle is over, Meng Shuiao is still confident that she can take down 1 or even 2 of them. However, the performance of these mass-produced experimental subjects was enough to satisfy Erwin and make Su Yu wary. After a few seconds of silence for Lazel, Erwin, quite pleased, relayed the message to Duke Douglas in a special way. He took out a piece of parchment and wrote on it. Foolish Lazel paid the price for his recklessness. However, subjects 622, 2959, and 8253 all performed well and were capable of confronting Su Yu head-on. They would not be at a disadvantage in the short term unless Su Yu went all out. However, Su Yu is equally terrifying. Even a phantom god seed wouldn't be confident of taking him down. The ink on the parchment disappeared quickly, and then he received a reply. Their brain terminals located in the underground laboratory have been extracted. The combat data is being analyzed and synchronized to all experimental subjects on the neural network. Erwin, it's clear you're quite wary of him. We'll send in a special experimental cell. Would you be willing to try? It will allow you to evolve into a demigod of the phantom god species. However, due to the nature of the divinity, your body will most likely be destroyed, and it is unclear which phantom god the cell belongs to. Duke Douglas's words made Erwin frown. They're waiting for me here. Did she notice his restlessness? Maybe. Duke Douglas is currently being blocked by Adelina and is unable to interfere with the ruins. He can only send out simple messages. The ruins must be protected, otherwise the outcome of the battle for the Holy Land and the safety of the laboratory will be at stake. I do. He had to take a gamble. Otherwise, if he returned in such a disgraceful manner, he would be executed by his family. Fortunately, enough combat information has been collected, especially using Su Yu's fighting style as a template, which will create a large number of extremely powerful warriors. As long as he can hold on. The Sepasi clan's return to the Forbidden Zone, their rise to power, and their attainment of vampire status may not just be a pipe dream. Okay, I'll bring it to you right away. Su Yu banished 3 souls and gained 3 new abilities. SS, Count of the Night, a castle that rules the deepest night, capable of summoning endless creatures of the night, provided there is enough blood plasma to conjure them. SSS, 3 Phoenixes Rebirth, original text, manifests a phantom of a divine phoenix, activating the flames of rebirth. Within the range of 3 Phoenixes Rebirth, anyone who dies will be reborn, and it can also resist the spread of any barrier. SS, a divine phoenix, heavenly fire, a blazing fire belonging to the illusionary god seed, divine phoenix, capable of descending 99 divine phoenix crimson lotuses, burning everything in its path. Furthermore, this flame can transmit its seed to others, granting them a flame that possesses both destructive and healing properties. This is a bit terrifying, this legendary phantom god species. Nirvana is different from Arya's immortality. Arya's immortality is about healing any injury and keeping you alive and indestructible. But Nirvana allows you to die after all your life functions have completely disappeared, and then uses the fire of Nirvana to awaken your soul and life. Horrible. What a generous gift. So, did they send these people just for revenge? Initially, Su Yu thought that Erwin would be unable to suppress the vengeful anger of these people. But now that I realize there might be another conspiracy involved, otherwise sending someone to deliver the package would be rather foolish. It's probably a case of using someone else's strength against them, going with the flow. Whether this group wins or loses, Erwin can accept it and get what he wants. Their usual tactic is to first secure an invincible position, and then consider how to win. Lin Li was quite excited. Su Yu, my god, this vampire has a lot of treasures on him. Su Yu smiled and said, I'll leave it to you. I've already gotten a lot. Linley was puzzled. It seemed that Suyu had only contained the soul. Is a soul really that valuable? Well, since Suyu doesn't like it, he'll just accept it without a second thought. It contains demon-level weapons and demon-level treasures, which will significantly boost his combat power. The enemy has retreated. How come they ran away as soon as we won the battle here? That doesn't make sense. The death of a myth is indeed a big deal. But compared to the massive mobilization of the Licca family, it seems a bit anticlimactic. Suyu shook his head. What I'm worried about is that they ran away. Perhaps I guessed wrong and fell into a trap. Didn't you notice just now? When you blasted open the heads of those 3 divine phoenixes, there were no brains inside. Only blood-red tissue resembling a chip. At this point, Linley suddenly realized. These people are deliberately trying to provoke Suyu. Suyu's face darkened. Even at this critical moment of life and death, when they were fighting for the core of the Earth vein, the Capexi family had not given up their research and seemed to be handling things with ease. Do they have any trump cards to deal with us? Could it be that the cells of the Phantom God Seed, the blasphemous project, can now affect anyone? Should we go after them? Suyu shook his head. We can't catch up. Since they have such a plan, our pursuit will only be in vain. Go back and find the Xia tribe. Linley was puzzled, so Suyu asked again. Old Lin, are you willing to take a gamble? If you lose the bet, I'll take care of you for the rest of your life, and you'll never have to go to the battlefield again. Linley got goosebumps. Go away, go away. What you said is really scary. What are we betting on? Anyway, you can't possibly harm me, can you? Suyu frowned. I'm not very confident either. If you lose, you'll be like Lao Bai for the rest of your life, forever below the level of a demigod. Linley's face turned pale, as if he understood what Suyu meant. Chapter 360 Old Lin's State of Mind, Prayers and Stars. Suyu vaguely realized that perhaps the greatest gain from this trip to the ruins was not just the historical truth of Dragon God Cliff. More importantly, it depends on whether one can choose their own path. Break the cycle of reincarnation, obtain the origin from the divine realm, prove yourself a demigod, gain power, and prove yourself a myth. This seems to be the orthodox cultivation method, and all races, including human beast tamers, are following this path. But there's a problem with this path. For thousands of years, the realm above the Holy Land and below the gods seemed to be the limit. If you want to take another step forward, the answer from the Forbidden Zone is to come to the Land of Beginnings, where everything is. Suyu had never considered this possibility before, ever since Bai Ruhui told him about that incident. Suyu was tempted. Furthermore, the cultivation method of the Xia tribe is different from that of the beast tamers. Could it be that there is a special path hidden here? Could it be that Bai Ruhui's chosen path is the right one? After thinking it over and over, Linley said, I understand. Okay, Suyu, I believe in you. The worst outcome is just like Lao Bai's, right? Anyway, you don't lack life essence and 9 extreme nether spring. If surviving isn't a problem, then perhaps the special path you're thinking of has a higher limit. Linley looked up and said, I have no ambition, no obsession. Perhaps the highest realm I can reach in this life is the mythical realm. Even the mythical realm was just a pipe dream before you gave me that sacred demon Inyang fruit, and now that hope is just SOSO. If there is another path that can lead to another way of life, I would be willing to give it a try. Perhaps one day, I too will become a saint. Perhaps our little family has surpassed the 9 pillar families because of me. Speaking of Suyu, do you think that if we replace the 9 pillars families, our descendants will also become like this? The events of the past year have made Linley extremely disgusted with these families. For their own benefit, they did not hesitate to harm countless lives. Suyu shook his head. I never make such assumptions. Because with this assumption, you first establish another assumption. What assumption? We will die. This is the assumption. And I think that in this world, it is not impossible to live forever, or even after becoming a god, it is not impossible to live eternally. I still have this confidence. Even if I cannot live forever in the end, I can still drink a drop of Arya's blood and become a vampire's servant, and I can still live forever. Linley was taken aback for a moment, then smiled. You're ruthless. You can choose to cease being human just by talking and laughing. Linley gritted her teeth slightly. I was being dramatic. All right, let's give it a try. I can already sense it. If I don't put in some effort, I won't even have a place here as a demigod anymore. That won't do. I'm one of your angel investors, damn it. Let's do it. Maybe in the future we can roam freely in the Forbidden Zone and even snag a few female elves to play with. By the way, aren't female elves pretty? Suyu chuckled. I forgot you're not young anymore, and you're still single. Light elves are generally very beautiful. I've also seen a lake fairy, which is absolutely gorgeous. As for night elves, I think they'd suit your taste. Get lost. I don't like anything that's dark and gloomy. That's the decision. Suyu and the others returned to the Xia tribe. The original settlement had been completely destroyed, and the chieftain Xiaomo's face was full of sorrow. Suyu comforted him. Don't worry, elder clan chief. This is nothing. So many demigods and myths. It's just that they're unwilling to condescend to do the work. Otherwise, one demigod would be worth 1,000 construction teams. Especially for beast tamers who are skilled in wood-type talents. When paired with beasts capable of heavy work, a building can rise from the ground with just a clap of their hands. The farmland was restored to its original state with ease. This made Xiaomo feel much better. Elder Chief, I told you, even if the dragon guards and even more powerful enemies come, we will still protect you. Xiaomo believed it to be true. Thank you. I believe it now. Suyu leaned closer and said, Elder Clan Chief, why don't we discuss the differences between our cultivation methods? What I want to ask is, are your wishes to the starry sky addressed to a specific deity? The stars, the gods will die, but the symbols of the gods in the astral plane will not die. Arya and Meng Shiyao concluded that even after a god dies, it is highly likely that he can still be resurrected through the symbol of the astral plane. If that's the case, then perhaps gods who fell thousands of years ago are now being resurrected. Yes, our Xia tribe worships the witch god. The power we gain by praying to the witch god is more inclined to the abilities that the witch god once possessed. There used to be a fire tribe nearby. They worshipped the fire god and thus possessed fire-based abilities. Of course, you can also pray to yourself instead of to the gods. Suyu's eyes lit up. Pray to yourself? Xiaomo nodded. That's right. Face the unclaimed stars in the sky. Make a wish to yourself. Offer your own things, whether it's the wheel of life or the ascension to godhood. You will receive the blessing of the stars. You will become a god without relying on gods or having special powers. Of course, this path is very difficult and slow to show results, so very few people try it. Hearing this, Suyu breathed a sigh of relief. So that's how it is, Elder Chief. Thank you so much. After your homes are built, don't go back yet. I've left enough food for you to survive for a year. Something big is probably going to happen at Dragon God Cliff. Xiaomo smiled. They were already used to farming and fishing. There was enough food, enough to survive. Friend. I believe in you. You are somewhat different. Yeah. Did Xiaomo say those words? Or was it said by the owner of this ruin through Xiaomo? After obtaining sufficient intelligence, Suyu summoned Lin Li and Bai Ruhui and truthfully recounted what he had just learned. Bai Ruhui said regretfully, It's a pity we can't see the star boundary. In the astral plane are not the same as the stars in the sky. Suyu shook her head. Not necessarily. We can't see it, but the star cup can. Suyu took out the star cup, which reflected the countless stars of the star realm onto the sky. Old Bai, can you find the star you sacrificed to ascend to godhood? I'll give it a try. Bai Ruhui's heart pounded. In his confusion, he felt as if he had found his way in the desert. That earthy yellow star, among the hundreds of thousands of stars in the astral plane, held a special, mysterious attraction for him. That is my star. Are you sure? I'm not sure, but as soon as I saw it, it seemed somewhat familiar. Chapter 361 Pray to yourself. Gather great power within yourself. Bai Ruhui reached out to touch it, but the illusory stars never responded to mortals who did not revere them. Bai Ruhui said softly, I really felt it. As if as long as I offer a sacrifice to it, it will grant me power. Suyu asked seriously, Teacher Bai, is he a deity, or yourself? There are significant differences between them. Each person has a symbolic meaning in the astral plane, and the Xia tribe's method is equivalent to surrendering their symbolic meaning to the gods, allowing the gods to absorb their own stars. It's myself. My own stars are calling to me. Suyu, let me take a gamble first. Old Lin still has a complete foundation, while I have no chance to ascend to the next level of godhood. Bai Ruhui said firmly. The threat from the demon cave, the matter of the forbidden zone, and the secret preparations of various families on Blue Star had already made Bai Ruhui's scalp tingle. He could no longer catch up with the world's top combat power, and he would no longer be able to truly help Suyu or his family. Okay, don't worry. Even if your life force loss increases 3 or 10-fold, we can still afford to support you. Suyu's strange counterfeit gave him confidence. Lin Li patted Bai Ruhui on the shoulder. Don't worry, Lao Bai. After you make your wish, I will follow suit and make my wish too. Even if I'm really crippled, we can go fishing by the lake whenever we have free time, and that'll be our retirement. Bai Ruhui smiled, then looked seriously at her star. It seems that he learned the prayer he wanted to give himself without even having to learn it. Distant stars. We have never believed in gods or respected fate throughout our lives. We only believe in ourselves. If all of this is a divine power, I will offer it as a sacrifice. May the starry sky guide us forward. We only believe in the destiny that we ourselves can control. Sizzle, sizzle, sizzle. Bai Ruhui's wheel of life crumbled inch by inch, and the emerald green wheel of life turned to dust under the illumination of the stars and under the gaze of his own star. Bai Ruhui's cultivation level continued to decline, and Suyu sensed that his cultivation level had fallen to the nirvana realm. Having lost the wheel of life, Bai Ruhui, already weak and listless, aged 30 years in an instant, becoming a complete old man. Subsequently, something amazing happened. Bai Ruhui is the symbol of the star realm, and his earthy yellow light shines in harmony with him. His white hair faded and turned jet black. His wrinkles disappeared, his skin became smooth again, and his life was revitalized. Please take my magic circuits as well. I don't need the magic of this world. As Bai Ruhui prayed, the magic circuits in his body simultaneously collapsed, causing him to plummet from the nirvana realm to the awakening realm. Having lost his magic circuits, the pet beasts and demonic plants he controlled also disappeared one after another, and his magic power faded. Instead, it's a surge in physical strength. His skin had surpassed the star realm and continued to advance, with illusory scales resembling those of a dragon god growing on his skin. These scales then solidified into invisible particles that adhered to the surface of his skin. His vital energy was overflowing, and although he had completely lost his magic, his every move seemed to be more powerful than the original divine artifact of a demigod. Old Bai, how are you feeling? Linley asked. It feels a little strange. What I use now is no longer magic, but the power of the stars' wishes. I understand now. No wonder the gods bestow power upon the beings who sacrifice to them. The power of will can only be obtained through the prayers of others. The more people pray to you, the more power of will you receive. At the same time, you can also share your abilities with them through the symbols of the astral plane. The moment he sensed his own star, he understood everything. So, Old Bai, how does the power of willpower compare to magical power? Even if no one prays to me, as long as I pray to myself, the power of will not lose to the power of magic. Suyu's eyes lit up, and he took a deep breath. The secrets between gods, the secrets of cultivation. It seems that at this moment, only the tip of the iceberg has been revealed. Old Lin, no need to say anything, I'll do it. His experiment was equally important because Lin Li's mental strength was at the spirit abyss realm, and he had obtained the power of origin in the divine realm, forged a divine artifact, and was already contemplating his own power with the power of origin. Giving up everything at this point requires great courage and is also a risk. If we sacrifice these, will the power we gain be much stronger than that of Old White? This will pave the way for Suyu. Is it before entering the realm of gods, to pray to oneself, or after entering the realm of gods, after forging the divine artifact, to pray to oneself? Linley gazed intently at the starry sky projected by the star cup. His influence on the future of Great Xia was nowhere near as significant as Suyu's. Clearing the path and dispelling doubts for Suyu may be the mission bestowed upon him by heaven. Linley discovered his own star, a small star that emitted a faint white light and had never received any nourishment. Respond to my call, and your desire will be eternally connected with mine. We do not believe in gods or fate, but our wishes will last forever. Everyone's prayer is different, but when you see your own star, you will understand everything. Lin Li's divine artifact, the Golden Soul Seal, was something he obtained in the divine realm. It had fought alongside him for years and felt like an extension of his own arm, but today he had no choice but to abandon it. Perhaps you still exist in the astral plane. Sorry, old friend. Bang. The artifact shattered, and the faint white starlight surged. The blazing white star felt nourished by the power and expanded rapidly, even swallowing a nearby star. Bang. The magic circuit, the wheel of life, and even Lin Liling's spiritual power from the abyss realm were all poured into it, and the blazing white light sphere became the boss of the nearby star system. The penetrating white light made the surrounding stars feel fear. Lin Li's prayers were answered by his own stars. The starlight, like shooting stars, left its mark on his heart. Upon feeling the star mark on his heart, Lin Li exclaimed excitedly, Suyu, my divine artifact. The divine artifact will not disappear. The divine artifact you sacrificed will become your own star artifact. The original Golden Soul Seal has now transformed into the Star Gold Seal, with golden light and star blue intertwined, giving it a terrifying, abyss-like feel. if the previous soul seal destroyed everything with its chilling golden light. The current star gold seal, though its divine radiance is restrained, is 3 times more powerful. If Lin Li were to face Lazel now, even though Lazel was a mythical figure with his own powers before his realm was suppressed, Lin Li felt confident that he could kill such an enemy on his own as long as his realm didn't fall behind. The star gold seal requires no charging. It can be released perfectly in an instant. His spiritual world has undergone a complete transformation. Suyu, my mental energy has materialized. Look. Chapter 362, A Sea of Stars, Our Path. Suyu's spiritual power is a vast spiritual sea. Moreover, with the help of the mental power secret technique, illusory creation, given to it by Chi Mayan, it is expanding outward every day. Lin Li's original spiritual world was the abyss of spiritual power, was created in the spiritual sea, and all the spiritual energy oceans collapsed inward toward the central spiritual energy abyss. What collapsed and caved in was the endless abyss of spirits. And now, the spiritual power manifested by Lin Li was a sea of stars transformed into a rift in the starry sky. His spiritual power world was like a black hole, devouring the endless sea of spiritual power. Lin Li exclaimed, I can feel my mental energy being replenished all the time, as if I have really become a funnel of mental energy. This is outrageous, Suyu. Lin Li subsequently proved this point. Shattered Star Shadow. Lin Li, who could originally create 3 afterimages, has now separated them into 300. Suyu, the heavenly star shattered shadows were originally distributed according to the abundance of spiritual power. My original limit was 30 shadows, and all 30 shadows were illusory, while 3 were solidified. But now, the mental energy I create as mental illusions is being consumed faster than it is being replenished. I can create 300 illusory images and 30 real images. 10 times. A full 10 times. Lin Li was amazed by his own fighting prowess. He was so astonished he couldn't close his mouth. Lin Li has always been a laid-back person. He doesn't need more magic circuits than others, just enough to be on par with them. He doesn't aspire to the highest level of origin for his artifacts. Even a top-tier one will suffice. He is a fairly powerful demigod, holding a place among demigods, but not at the top level. He thought that if he could become a legend in the future, he would also be a legend-level master who could stand up for the younger generation and have some say. He sometimes envied those geniuses of his age. Wu Ma Ming wasn't much older than him, yet he possessed extraordinary talent and was currently preparing for the Holy Realm, while he remained stuck at the demigod level. Now, all this envy no longer seems like a pipe dream. Suyu? Oh, thank you so much, really. Among the myriad races in the Forbidden Zone, can I also have a name that belongs to me? Suyu smiled and said, Of course, Lao Lin. Wow, 300 afterimages. With my level of mental strength, I really can't distinguish which ones are afterimages and which ones are real. Lin Li opened his arms wide. Of course. I am a spirit abyss realm cultivator. No, from today onwards, my spiritual power level will be different from others. This is my starry sea, our path. This is called the Star Abyss realm. Really, Suyu, I'm not kidding. Once I reach the mythical realm, I'm definitely going to the elf clan to find a few elf girls to be my wives. This has always been my dream. Bai Ruhui couldn't help but laugh. Shameful. How old are you to still be dreaming? Lin Li shook his finger. You, who have a wife and children, shut up. I'm only 36. That's young for someone with cultivation. Look at your principal, Ning Hanwen. I think he's an old guy who's at least 200 or 300 years old. That old magician is still single. What can I say? Suyu looked up and thought for a moment. That's true. Ning Hanwen is too mysterious. This King Wen of Great Xia seems to have lived for a very, very long time. No problem, Lao Lin. But your life force is draining away a bit too quickly. Gloating for a while, Lin Li's face darkened. Holy crap. Suyu, hurry. Give me as much of the elixir of life as you can. Holy crap. Lin Li discovered that after sacrificing his wheel of life, it transformed into the wheel of stars, and the rate at which his life force was draining away was comparable to that of a broken mobile phone with less than 50% battery health. It felt like my life force was being drained away every single minute. Helpless, Suyu tossed him a storage ring. 5 liters of life essence. Let's make do with that for now. It seems the fundamental problem hasn't been solved yet. Lin Li's anxious heart finally settled down. It should last at least a few months without any problem. However, Suyu was right. This only treats the symptoms, not the root cause. The experiment was a success. The cost was also very high. Suyu could afford to support 1 or 2 people. But what about Suyu himself? And what about his women? Suyu's magic circuits and life wheel are top tier, and there is no doubt that after praying to himself, he will gain several times or even 10 times the power. The problem is that the backlash might also increase tenfold. Until a way to stop the leakage of life force is found, Suyu cannot immediately take this path. Linley gulped down 2 mouthfuls of the life essence liquid. Suyu, my combat strength is now astonishing. When do you need me to take action? Or I could practice with Long Hao. Old Lin is now bursting with confidence. With Long Hao's cultivation level suppressed, Linley felt that he might not necessarily lose to such a top-tier dragon lord. Suyu said, calm down, don't get agitated. Perhaps this trial will give us the answer. Since this trial has provided this method, the answer must be hidden within. Dragon God Cliff. How long until the Dragon God Festival? Bai Ruhui said. After my ex-wife communicated with the clan chief and the others, she said that the Dragon God Festival was also determined by looking at the stars. Every 666 years, when the Ziwei star returns to its position, that is the day to select the Dragon God. Ziwei star. Suyu took out the star cup and watched as a dazzling star, interwoven with yellow and purple, traced a star trail across the sky, shimmering as it passed over the star cup. It's tomorrow. Oh. Get everyone ready immediately. Also, Teacher Bai, please inform Xia that I need their help. Tell Wuma Ming to help me wipe the previous debts clean. Bai Ruhui nodded and said, okay. Go ahead and tell me. In the established history, Mo Yuan became the Dragon God, so the answer he seeks must be on Dragon God Cliff. So he was going to climb up Dragon God Cliff. He has no intention of dealing with others, the Likas, or the dragons. He needs someone to shield him. Moreover, those other families within the Li family might betray them at any time. This requires someone to give orders and take control of the situation. Suyu considered all the candidates. In the end, it was the governor of the Demon Suppression Guard, with whom he had a falling out, who remained the most composed. Although everyone's paths are different, even if Suyu did not choose to follow the path of the heartless king that Wu Ma Ming expected, he still needs Suyu on his path. Teacher Bai, just tell him like this. Inside Wu Ma Ming's tent, Wu Ma Ming frowned, holding his teacup, and said, did he really say that? Bai Ruhui said, yes. After a brief moment of thought, Wu Ma Ming raised his finger. Okay, tell Suyu that I agree. But I have one request. He wants to go to Dragon God Cliff, and I need him to bring someone with him. Chapter 363 Dragon God Sacrifice. 10,000 dragons appear together to climb the divine peak. Suyu smiled and said, so, Governor Wu wants me to take Li Zhen up with me? Bai Ruhui nodded. Yes, that's what he said. Originally a squad leader in the Demon Suppression Guard's Direct Guard unit, but later left the Demon Suppression Guard's organization and joined the Suyu Night Banquet Group's combat sequence. But I still have feelings for my former employer. Wu Ma Ming chose a middleman who was acceptable to both sides, and Suyu was not sure what he would gain from climbing Dragon God Cliff, but he vaguely felt that it was related to ancient martial arts cultivation methods. The power of prayer can be combined with the training methods of beast taming. If you pray to the gods, your star will be swallowed by the gods' stars, and you will be controlled by the gods for the rest of your life. Praying to oneself and sacrificing what one has cultivated through the beast taming system to oneself can grant one terrifying power beyond ordinary people. Suyu felt that this seemed to be a special trend of deification. However, it will greatly deplete vitality, and once the number increases, there will not be enough energy to replenish the lost vitality. Something is missing. Block the things that consume life force. This thing may be the secret buried at Dragon God Cliff, and also the key step for countless powerful people to climb Dragon God Cliff and become dragon gods. Suyu doesn't refuse anyone who is willing to climb with him. Just let him come with me. Besides him, Lao Bai and Lao Lin, you two have to come with me to Dragon God Cliff. The key to finding a cure for your loss of vitality lies there. The two nodded, understood. After the two left, Suyu went to the room behind him. Aliyah, Shueyao, which do you think is the real path, this one or the orthodox one? Arya and the other girls watched the entire process of Lin Li praying to them. It has to be said, it was quite risky. Meng Shuyao hesitated for a moment before saying, there's no record of anything like this in our clan's history. It's too far back, like what? Meng Shuyao activated Celestial Palace Liyue, pulling everyone into the barrier. Some things are dangerous to even mention. An inherent barrier can still slightly conceal something after disrupting the space. A banished immortal is a deity who has been demoted or exiled. If such a cultivation method truly exists, and the immortal clan is unaware of it, then there is only one possibility. This was once the method to become a god. Use the power of prayer to unite faith, and use faith to bridge the gap between the sacred realm and the gods. Otherwise, even the demon king, the dragon god king, the elf king, are only considered to be above the holy realm, lacking something. The method to become a god. Suyu bit her lower lip lightly. Lack of faith? You mean, if someone were to offer a sacrifice to Lin Li and by Ruhui's stars, the power of their prayers would stop the loss of their life force? Meng Shuiao shook her head. Probably not. What's lacking is definitely not something that can be easily achieved, otherwise everyone would have done it already. Suyu let out a breath. The answer is still at Dragon God Cliff. Ilia, Huan Yuan, Xianyin, Qinyu, Linger, Shuiyao, Miyu, you will come with me to climb Dragon God Cliff. Unfortunately, Muyin isn't here. The 7 women nodded in agreement. Suyu and their opponents will be the Dragon Clan's Wanlong, which feels like a huge boulder pressing on their hearts, and the pressure is immense. The next day, at the far end of the sky, a magnificent light tore through the horizon. Like a rainbow, the light of different elements roared and condensed in the air, refracting into a surging waterfall of magic that poured down. The power of Dragon God Cliff was fully revealed. It connects to the starry sky and the Milky Way, and is extremely far from the ground. The sky in this world is not like that of Earth. The higher you go, the farther away it seems to be to fly out of the sky. 10,000 kilometers. 100,000 kilometers? The sky seems to have no limits. But magic has its limits. Although the magical waterfall at Dragon God Cliff washes over the bodies of all living beings, it provides a place for people to rest. Dragon God Cliff is hundreds of thousands of kilometers wide, like a rift across the planet. The captured Dragon Guard said that if they wanted to climb up to the stars and take a look, the only way was to go to Dragon God Cliff. 10,000 dragons roared in unison, their cries shattering the heavens. At the edge of the sky, countless colossal creatures climbed the vast and boundless Dragon God Cliff, obscuring the sun. Suyu clenched his fist and said, "Let's go." On the other side, the Iron Dragon King said, "Humans, just as you said, a group of vermin are coming from the direction of the Summer Tribe, trying to disrupt our dragon race's greatest celebration. The fate of all dragons is now in your hands. Today, there is only one destiny for all dragons." The Iron Dragon King joined forces with the 18 Dragon Kings, leaving behind the 18 Dragon Guards and over 100 Dragon Demigods to work together with Erwin and others to stop the outside world from invading. In addition, the 18 Dragon Kings also need to remotely deter those alien races who dare to spy on Dragon God Cliff. The other dragons all rushed to climb the sacred peak. Erwin fused with the demigod cells of the Phantom God. His divine essence almost completely devoured his body. His limbs were cut off, his skin was completely ulcerated, and his entire shape resembled a mini version of the legendary Phantom God, Tao Tai. Of the Phantom God granted him immense power. Erwin's devouring power could absorb any magical skill and convert it into his own magic. Its hard scales provided incredible defense. Even Oga, whose cultivation level was suppressed, couldn't penetrate its armor despite going all out. As for the cost, he can hardly be considered human anymore, or even a vampire. It was all worth it. As long as we capture Suyu here and protect the core of the Earth's veins, then the Seps family reigns supreme over all races will be the day Erwin rediscovers his humanity. He stood in the air. "Stop right there, Suyu. This road is blocked." Erwin led all the members of the Leica family to stand in front of Dragon God Cliff. "I know you want to seize the core of the Earth veins and completely destroy my Kaipisi clan. Unfortunately, that's just wishful thinking. With the assistance of the ancient dragon race, you will not be able to cross this line today, no matter what." The Leica family also cursed. "Suyu, you bastard. You actually fabricated the Dragon God Palace to deceive us. Today is the day you die without a burial place. Let's settle all our old and new scores. Don't think that just because you've allied with Great Xia and the Bear and subdued the people of the 4 kingdoms of Flower and Cherry Blossom, you have the right to fight against us. Today, I will tell you that the title of the Leica people as the #1 beast-taming powerhouse is not just for show. Suyu, only your blood can atone for the sins you have committed." Every time they recalled what happened in the Dragon God Temple, they felt a wave of nausea. If Suyu isn't killed, this hurdle will never be overcome in this lifetime. Suyu turned to look at Wu Ma-ming. "It's up to you. Leave it to me. You just need to focus on conquering that cliff." Suyu sneered, "It's a pity. I cannot do as you wish today." Linger. Chapter 364, Climbing the Cliff. Blood debts must be paid for, the day of retribution. Knowing full well that you would stop me, would I just leave without making any preparations? Linger. A ray, which had been set up in advance, transported Su Yu and the others to the foot of Dragon God Cliff. Then, a short flute appeared in Wu Ma Ming's hand. Everyone, please don't go over there. I promised that young man I wouldn't let you interfere with him. Olga Martin said coldly, get out of the way. Wu Ma Ming, do you intend to start a full-scale war with us Likas here? Do you know what that means? Su Yu's sudden attack and escape surprised many people. Only later did I realize that this guy could have sent a spirit to teleport him in advance. But then I thought, if you, Su Yu, leave, the others might not be so eager to fight back. Besides you, who else can't negotiate a price? Name your price and clear the way. Otherwise, after killing Su Yu, the next targets will be you. Don't forget, this is our territory, Lika Kingdom. We have a steady stream of reinforcements. The ancient dragons are also on our side. Olga's threat caused some people from the 9 families to frown slightly. That's true, a direct confrontation seems. To everyone's surprise, Wu Meiming's attitude was unusually resolute. Oh, I thought we were already at war. Back then at Thousand Lakes, you suddenly attacked and wiped out my comrades. Su Yu has not forgotten the old grudge, and I dare not forget it either. Even here in the Mo Yuan ruins, even if I have to abandon my obsession of more than 10 years, I will never let you cross the line. The demon suppression guards, since their establishment, have not only been sweeping away demons from the demon cave, but also you monsters and ghouls who walk among humans. Wu Ma Ming's eyes were covered in golden light, and the short flute in his hand played a somber and dull melody, as if he was ready to fight to the death. His unspoken message sent chills down Olga's spine. Obsession. The existence of mythical beings who reach the holy realm is invariably driven by a fanatical obsession. Wu Ma Ming has already touched the edge of the holy realm. Could he cross that limit at any moment? Damn it. Are you insane? Give up your obsession, and your holy domain will never be complete. Jiang Qian, the former president of Jianghe University of the Great Xia Dynasty, gave up his obsession for Su Yu and became a saint in a single thought. Although he achieved sainthood, he was far from reaching the level he had envisioned, but he did save Su Yu at that time. Now, Wu Ma Ming is also about to make this crazy gamble. Great Xia Beast Tamers, Night Banquet Group, and friends from the other 5 kingdoms, I have been entrusted by Su Yu to block the enemy here. Anyone who dares to desert in the face of battle, don't blame my sword for being merciless. Sword? You only have a short flute in your hand. Where did you get a sword? The starlight in the sky had transformed into a giant, blazing white sword that was falling from the sky. Heavenly Star Sword Rain. Forbidden technique for destroying nations. Even though Su Yu was dozens of miles away, he couldn't help but sigh when he witnessed Governor Wu's all-out effort for the first time. This is a human suppressed to the level of a demigod? Lin Li said enviously. Su Yu, Wu Ma Ming's artifact is hailed as one of the 7 most powerful artifacts in the divine realm. Therefore, whether it is humans or the kingdom of Lika, its danger is second only to the holy realm. Some people have even said that the day Wu Ma Ming attains enlightenment in the holy domain will be a day of earth-shattering change for humanity. Yes, a crazy obsession. The obsession of a ruthless person who is willing to sacrifice everything, including his own life and that of his family, to bring about the birth of a great Xia king, is so profound and so powerful. Etc. Obsession? So you had a vague feeling. If there is any connection between the old cultivation methods and the prayer methods, is this obsession also a special kind of wish power? There must be a secret hidden in the sky above Dragon God Cliff. Let's go climb the cliff. Brother Li Zhan, Governor Wu specifically asked me to bring you to the cliff. He is even willing to pay a price for it. Although I have a grudge against him, don't let him down. Li Zhan said solemnly. Don't worry, Commander. For you, for Governor Wu, and for myself. I have already sensed the magic waterfall at Dragon God Cliff. It is not a weakening of magic, but a destruction of will. This magical waterfall washes away a person's willpower. It is a force that directly harms the soul and astral symbols. From underground to the sky. How far? 100,000 kilometers? 1 million kilometers? Nobody knows, but the only thing that is known is that the person who climbed up was the real dragon god. Just then, a venomous voice came from behind Su Yu. Stop right there, Su Yu. With me here, you won't be climbing up. Su Yu turned around and recognized the owner of the voice. Erwin Tepesi. Indeed, Wu Ma Ming can hold off the others, but you must have had a backup plan all along. Well, I've always wanted to take your head to pay tribute to my fallen comrades. Come on, Erwin, let's settle this in the Magic Falls. I'm not afraid to tell you, as long as you climb the magic waterfall, you will have the chance to become a god. Then, without looking back, Su Ming led everyone into the magic waterfall. Erwin's heart pounded wildly. Is this a trap set by Suyu? No, he's looking forward to going in and facing off against himself in the baptism of the magic waterfall. Erwin, wait, I'll help you. Olga, you weren't talking to. Olga Martin shook his head and said, the fighting over there is fierce. Wuma Ming is really terrifying. He is fighting against hundreds of dragon venerables all by himself, and that is with his cultivation level suppressed. We have a little extra manpower on our side, and Li Hingyang created a weakness, so I came to support you. Moreover, my younger brother also died at Suyu's hands. We all have blood debts that we cannot repay. Erwin nodded and said, okay, let's go together. Today, kill Suyu and climb to the divine cliff. Okay, please. The two of them plunged headfirst into the magic waterfall. Upon entering, the cascading waterfall is an illusory nothingness of energy, like thousands of needles piercing the soul, subjecting the soul and will to constant torment and continuously weakening mental strength. No wonder even those powerful ancient dragons couldn't reach the top. Once someone falls from a height, it means their will has been worn down to the extreme, almost to the point of having their soul obliterated. Naturally, they are powerless to struggle and will fall to their death. Suyu, stop right there. Just the two of us? That's fine too. Old Lin, Old Bai, you two are in charge of dealing with that Oga. Owen, I'll kill them. No problem. Oga sneered, arrogant. Suyu, you don't think we're unprepared to fight you to the death, do you? My great family, lend your power across time and space to your descendants. Chapter 365, Suyu vs. Erwin, Lin Li vs. Oga. The Martin family's special heritage, the demon-slaying array, and space in a special way, which is somewhat similar to the Dragon of Time. Olga Martin sneered. Suyu, do you think you're the only ones who have uncovered the secrets of Dragon God Cliff? Do you think you're the only ones who can be associated with the Dragon clan? Our Martin family was once hailed as the Dragonborn, and every member of our family can. Half-dragon transformation. Olga Martin's body transformed into dragon wings and claws, wreathed in dragon flames and hard scales, as the Martin family's demon-slaying array magic was infused into Olga Martin. Olga temporarily broke through the magical seal, raising his state to a level that was barely close to mythical. Activating the power of mythology can unleash about half of its power. Today, only you will die. Suyu frowned. Old Lin, Old Bai, can you handle them? Lin Limo clenched his fists. Yes, I also want to see whether I, after my transformation, can defeat a near myth. I can't let all that life energy of yours go to waste. Olga noticed that Lin Li and Bai Ruhui were acting abnormally. Their life force was leaking out like a flood. Could they survive for another month under these circumstances? What exactly happened to them? But there was no time to think about it. Such things could be done after eliminating them and then plundering their souls. Olga focused his attention on Lin Li, and with a gentle clench of his dragon claw, a huge phantom of the dragon god appeared. The Dragon King's claw, symbolizing the lineage of fire dragons, seemed about to crush Lin Li. Lin Li summoned the Star Gold Seal, and the Jade Seal, radiating starlight, condensed into a spherical protective shield that even the dragon's grip strength could not budge. Olga, if you think you're the only one who's special, isn't that a form of arrogance? Today, Lin Li, reborn as a new man, will annihilate you and pave the way for my path. Arrogant. Bai Ruhui and Li Jun stood by as support, while Lin Li focused all his efforts on fighting Olga. Suyu turned his gaze to Erwin. It's our turn. I don't want to waste time, and I believe you feel the same way. Today, our feud ends here. Erwin's pupils contracted slightly. Of course, I'll take you out halfway up Dragon God Cliff. Suyu said coldly. I'll kick you down like I'd kick a stray dog to death on the roadside. Erwin said, really? Hee. Actually, Suyu, I admire you a lot. I really admire you. You rose to power too fast. Even the Likas didn't have time to react before you were on the verge of destruction. The Tepesi family and the Li family feel only fear towards your rise. There is an old saying in your Xia kingdom. The tallest tree in the forest will be felled by the wind. Your existence has disrupted the balance. You think those people were harmed by us, but they were killed by your own actions. We're actually the same. We'll stop at nothing to achieve our goals. Suyu scoffed. Ridiculous, you're just like me? It's just that our ways of thinking are slightly similar. Yet you have this misconception. Erwin, you will never understand why you are destined to fail. I don't want to argue with you about justice and evil, but some things, some people do, and heaven is watching. There are always some things in this world that cannot be done. You are utterly depraved and have a heart of snakes and scorpions. You may win all the way, but let me tell you, if you don't get rid of people, heaven will surely get rid of you. And my standing in your way is perhaps a punishment from fate for your greed and vanity. I don't believe in fate, but fate often arranges things this way. Just like today, you will become a skeleton in the grave beneath my feet. Erwin's expression changed slightly. Further words are pointless. Erwin Teeps's jet-black wings fluttered up, and the only remaining feature of the vampire was this pair of black wings. The rest had all transformed into the appearance of a gluttonous beast. How disgusting, Erwin. You're willing to give up being human and being a vampire for power. Heh. It's said that this is a ferocious beast from your great Xia legends. History and mythology always seem to have a special connection, don't they? Today, I'll use it to send you on your way. Huan Yuan. Xueyao. Undoubtedly, the initial clash is the inherent boundary between the two sides. This battle was also Su Yu's first direct confrontation with a demigod. Don't hold back. The opponent is a demigod. The slightest hesitation will mean our defeat. In addition, Su Yu has also made some preparations. If the will can't win, Witch's Night and Asgard Palace Liyue were activated simultaneously, and the two reality marbles engulfed Erwin. However, Erwin's true form, the Tao Tai, opened its blood-red maw. All magic comes to my appetite, devouring the heavens and the earth. Within the barrier, along with its immense power, was completely devoured by the devouring power of the Tao Ye's true form. The pitch-black eternal night was shattered, and the celestial palace and the bright moon were torn apart by its giant fangs. Demigod, a true demigod. It's far beyond what you can fight against. Su Yu, without the suppression of realm, how will you deal with a demigod? The power of origin surpasses all your previous understanding. Any methods you employ are nothing more than a primitive man wielding a special spear before a demigod. While they may seem somewhat novel, you are ultimately just a large ant, powerless against them. This is also why Erwin was willing to take this bottle of phantom god cells. Those beings below the level of demigods are ultimately ants compared to demigods. Su Yu responded, "You people always talk about ants, but you always manage to mess up with the people you despise the most. Today is no exception." With a snap of his fingers, Su Yu caused the 6 wings of an angel behind him to gleam. He then raised Arya's Moon-Tear Demon's sword, which flashed a golden light through the air and struck Erwin squarely in the heart. Blood gushed out. The magic sword blessed by the moon, forged from the world's hardest substance, tears of the moon, is so powerful that even a demigod would not be spared from its blade, amplified by the speed of the angel's 6 wings. Erwin gritted his teeth and forced himself to suppress the humiliating screams. Right from the start of the battle, Su Yu made the demigod pay the price for his contempt. Good, very good. I never underestimate you. Su Yu said coldly. Underestimate? No, you have no chance. Today is the day I execute you. If the reincarnation realm can't defeat you, then enter the cycle of reincarnation. First arrived in Luo City, he was already preparing to enter the reincarnation realm. Because he entered the reincarnation realm hand in hand with Chi Mayan and had a perfect ceremony, the time he needed to stay in the reincarnation realm was greatly shortened. Although the Wheel of Life had only slowly accumulated 300 revolutions, it was decided to adopt Meng Shuiyao's suggestion. We shouldn't linger on this for too long. Su Yu grasped Arya's hand. Arya, you used to guide me in improving my cultivation level. Today it's my turn to guide you. Chapter 366, Merging the Past and Future. Breaking through the realm. Reincarnation. This is also why Su Yu insisted on signing another love contract with Ilea. When I was weak, you led me through thick and thin. Now, I will take you, cherish you, and protect you. Although Arya didn't say it, she seemed to be content to play a support role from behind. But in fact, Yanlinger and Meng Shuiyao had secretly mentioned it to Su Yu. Arya secretly asked them to share some of her blood to accelerate her cultivation. She really didn't want to fall too far behind the little guy, even though she was pregnant. She wasn't a canary hiding behind the little guy. She didn't want to hold Su Yu back. Su Yu kept it all in mind. Arya, it used to be me, the weak one, who was protected by you, the strong one. My previous thinking was flawed. I know you never wanted to hide behind me, so let me share my breakthrough power with you. But you shouldn't rush to the front, for the sake of our children. Arya blushed, and then glared at Yanlinger and Meng Shuiyao. Those 2 girls would definitely betray her in a heartbeat. She nodded slightly. I am not your pet canary. Don't underestimate me. Little one, vampires have incredibly strong vitality. I will protect you and the most important person in your life. Meng Shuiyao bit her lip lightly. You too, stop showing off your love here. Su Yu, remember the key points of traversing the cycle of reincarnation. No matter how long you stay in the mental realm, it's just a moment in reality. Carry the wheel of life through reincarnation, merging your past and future. You must imagine your strongest past self and your possible future self. 9 cycles of reincarnation. Each cycle can merge 9 times. Suyu nodded. Understood. Immerse yourself in the space of your mind. Does it blend the past and the future? When was I at my strongest? Was that me a second ago? No. It was the moment when Angel bestowed upon me mythical power in the Forgotten City, and the moment when I wielded the pseudo-scripture Dragon Slayer in the City of Angels. I was at my most powerful when I could turn my hand to make clouds or rain. When will I be at my strongest in the future? Was it I who made me a demigod, a myth, and a sanctuary? No, I can't imagine that far ahead. What happened afterward is unknown, and the future bodies fused with other beings in the cycle of reincarnation are certainly not in the distant future. My strongest future. He should have sacrificed himself like old Lin, offering up the ascension staircase, his magical circuits, his spiritual power, and the wheel of life. My symbol in the astral plane has completely taken control of my own destiny. This is my future self. Within his spiritual sea of consciousness, Suyu vaguely grasped the illusory figures before and after him. These were all me. I was me in the past, and I will be me in the future. I'll keep the power for myself. I will give my strength to my beloved. As Huan Yuan's mother, Kong Lianna, once said, you should trust the person you love. Without a doubt, Suyu's past and future forms will bring him to an unprecedented level of power, even surpassing the divine sequence pets that Suyu has contracted. But what's the cost? Should I go far away and leave my loved one behind? No, that's impossible. We vowed to protect each other. We'll keep our promise to each other with our lives. Arya, Huan Yuan, Xianin. I share my power of reincarnation with you, and I believe that our paths will eventually intersect. I believe this is the right choice. A single star cannot light up the entire night sky. Suddenly, Suyu found his future self holding Arya's future self's hand, Arya then holding Xianyin's hand, Xianin holding Huan Yuan's hand, and then the past self of Kong Huan Yuan holding Suyu's past self. They never left, and as long as Suyu didn't leave them, they wouldn't leave him either. This is eternity. The wheel of eternity turns silently. Bang, bang, bang. Suyu, together with the 3 women, broke through the shackles of reincarnation and entered the realm of reincarnation. The text on the 3 contracts in my mind quietly refreshed. Blood Queen. SSS. The true ruler of blood, with a capture range expanded to 10,000 meters. Any substance with the concept of blood will be under your control. Phantom of the Void. SSSS. The casting range is increased to 1,000 meters, and 9 spatial distortion barriers can be released simultaneously. The power of spatial distortion can also be stacked. The Falling Melody of Azure Heaven. SSSSS. The azure waters stirred by the music can not only erode magic, but also the soul and spirit. Breaking into the cycle of reincarnation. Suyu felt that after the 2,540 magic circuits in his body merged with the past and the future, they surged to 7,620. At the same time, Suyu's past self left behind a deterrence of godhood within his body, which can unleash the mythical power that Suyu once possessed when he suppressed everything in the Forgotten Town in an instant. The future body left Suyu with spiritual power blessed by the starry sky, and Suyu's spiritual power transformed from the Spirit Sea realm to the Star Sea realm. And we're getting closer and closer to the Star Abyss realm. Erwin clenched his fist, and in an instant, Suyu's aura surged more than 3 times. That magic power was almost overflowing. That magic power was so abundant it was almost overflowing. Even though he had already become a demigod, his magic circuits were still only slightly less than twice the size of Suyu's. Erwin admitted that he was jealous, really jealous. How did Suyu, this freak, grow up? What exactly pushed him into my presence? Could it be, just as Suyu said? What punishment did fate inflict upon him? If man doesn't eliminate them, heaven will surely eliminate them. Impossible. Even so, you are still below demigod. You can't possibly beat me. Suyu tilted his head back, his expression unchanged. Maybe so, maybe I can't beat you on my own. But we will definitely beat you, Erwin. In the end, you will be all alone, but I will not. Erwin scoffed. The path of a king is destined to be lonely. Suyu tossed the moon-tier demon sword to Arya. No, not really. Fine, all I can give you is death, and to capture your soul so you can witness the end of the Kaipisi family. Let me show you my special power. Deception. Suyu replaced the original real world with a world created by the power of illusion. The world that was copied happened at the very moment Suyu swung the moon-tier demon sword and struck Erwin. In a daze, Erwin found himself pierced through the moon-tier demon sword once more, blood and chunks of flesh flying everywhere. He had no idea what was happening. This time, Suyu didn't even unleash the golden light and white feathers. Huan Yuan, Witch of Paradise, Final Judgment. The space between Suyu and Erwin was also solidified. The slash that tore through space managed to sever the Taoye's flesh with great difficulty. Arya manipulated the blood, blending it with the tears of the moon. Explode, blessed by the moon. Chapter 367 Devouring Heaven and Earth, Earl of the Night, and the Rebirth of the Three Phoenixes. As the moon's tears were infused into the blood, the explosion of the moon caused Erwin to let out painful screams. Ugh! Oh! You all deserve to die. Erwin could no longer suppress the divinity within him. The divinity of the gluttonous beast replaced his humanity and became dominant. He completely degenerated into an ugly monster. Awoke, devouring the heavens and the earth. He opened his blood-red maw as if to swallow everything in the world. The surging magic power continuously gathered in his mouth. The severe wounds were torn apart by the gluttonous beast that Erwin had transformed into. After the rotten flesh was cut off, the original parts regenerated and reappeared. This process must have been very painful, but the ferocious nature of the mythical beast was fully revealed at this moment. Its roar shook the surrounding waves, and even Suyu could feel the sharp edge within this wave of magic, which pierced his spine. He went berserk. The berserk Erwin relied entirely on instinct, targeting anyone within sight with his killing spree. But even in its rampage, Taotai retained a trace of calm, perhaps because Erwin's humanity had not yet been completely crushed by his divinity. There is a good balance between advancing and retreating. He deliberately went berserk. However, there is no difference. Suyu unleashed the Oath Ring, and a phantom image of a 9-headed dragon appeared, biting at Erwin's limbs from 9 directions. 9 dragons trapped in the heavenly forbidden zone. Elwin's enormous gluttonous beast god swung its tail, sweeping everything away, its sharp teeth crushing the dragon's phantom body along with it, sucking the magic power from its bones. The illusionary god seed is indeed extraordinary. To devour the heavens and the earth, that's quite an impressive ability. Erwin, I know you can still hear me. I'm telling you, you made a terrible mistake. Yesterday, you let Lazel launch a sneak attack. Although I don't know what your family's purpose is, but you won't be able to see that moment. Because Suyu's vow continued to be lit. Count of the Night. 3 Phoenixes Rebirth. Ode to the World. Belonging to Lazel and the 3 divine phoenixes was seized by Suyu. Erwin's pupils trembled slightly. The dark count's pitch black count's territory, combined with Arya's Blood Queen, extracts and controls everything in the surrounding area that has the concept of blood, transforming it into an endless stream of pitch-black creatures within the Dark Count. In this way, Arya's immortality can be preserved as much as possible to protect everyone's lives, instead of opening the Temple of Immortality and using the precious immortality essence for attack. At the same time, the phantom of the 3-headed divine phoenix appeared, hovering with the flames of rebirth. Even if you are a gluttonous beast of the illusionary god species, you cannot swallow the divine fire that belongs to the phoenix. Phew! The deep cry of the divine phoenix echoed in the air. Phoenix fire it spewed ignited the Taoye's body, causing it to burn fiercely. The Taotai surged towards Suyu, bombarding him relentlessly without regard for any attacks. Foxtail Soul Binding Cage. Chu Xuanin's long foxtail tied to Taoye's ankle, but the strength of the illusion god seed was too great, and even the soul binding cage that sealed the soul was still broken by Erwin. Suyu, watch out. Suyu smiled and said, it's all right. His spiritual power secret technique, spiritual sky fragrance. Materialize one's spiritual world. The current spiritual world is a vast ocean, and the entire space is immersed in the ocean. At this moment, Mu Qinyu hugged Suyu from behind. Her ocean daughter ability came into full play after Suyu materialized his spiritual power. The waves could not hinder its chosen one. In the vast ocean, even the Taoye's speed was slightly slowed down, but Mu Qinyu could move freely in the water. She spread her 6 angel wings and carried Suyu away from the Taoye's attack range. The Taotai opened its huge mouth in anger. Your mental space materialized? Then let's eat them all. A power that can devour even the vast ocean. No matter what methods you use, Suyu, this is the illusionary god seed. One strike can shatter all techniques. One force can subdue 10 methods. Erwin's fighting spirit was not weakened at all. On the contrary, he became stronger and stronger. As long as the magic power he devoured was infinite, his power was infinite. He roared with barely maintained reason. Suyu cannot defeat me. Suyu said dismissively. Is that so? Meaningless consumption seems useless to the Taotai beast body. But Chu Xianin's magic power converged on one point. The essence of zero. Time and space stood still at that moment, and then rapidly rewound, all the way back to the moment when the Taotai went berserk and Suyu summoned the three phoenixes for nirvana. And then, deception. The false world, recorded by the source matter, has replaced the real world. Erwin suddenly realized that he had regressed to the state before he went berserk, and the divine phoenix flame was already right up to his face. Tears of the moon, shatter the demon. Witch of paradise, final judgment. Snow feather purification, magic release. Immortal dust, divine eye, unsealed. Five-colored lotus, immortal fire red lotus. The four women no longer held back. They gradually understood the characteristics of Suyu's illusory source essence and how to identify this heaven-defying ability. Although the false world has replaced the real world. However, the hypocritical part is hypocritical and the real part is real. Everyone unleashed their full power at Erwin. Suyu also activated the power of Oath. Beacon of Destiny, I am the tide. A crimson tide surged, and brilliant red lotuses bloomed. A strike that shattered space, combined with the piercing power of the moon's tear, severed Erwin, the true form of the gluttonous beast, in half. Falling snow feathers melted the surrounding magic, rendering the gluttonous beast's power to devour everything useless. Get moving, get moving. Erwin was shocked to discover that his body was not obeying his commands, even though he himself. Could it be? The false world replaced the real world, but Erwin's own rampage was not replaced. His return to normal was merely an illusion created by Suyu. Ah, I won't die. Devouring the heavens and the earth, devouring everything. Golden light and white feathers bloomed behind Suyu. Since you like devouring so much, then let's try this. False oath. Pseudo-star cup. Strange fakes can only replicate secret treasures and weapons. This was the first time Suyu had tried to replicate a sacred object of this level, and even with more than 7,000 magic circuits, his magic power was completely drained. Furthermore, what is reproduced is not only utterly incapable, but also has absolutely no practical value. But there's only one thing. The false oath and the false star cup have been reproduced. That's enough. The last miracle. Huan Yuan, Witch's Knight. The holy sword of the Angel King from the mythical era and Angel's death relic. The fallen angel power unleashed by Suyu will be the most astonishing blow in history. The only way to escape is to hide inside the inherent barrier. Chapter 368 Fool. How could I bear to let you shoulder this burden? Despite his severe injuries, Erwin was unable to stop absorbing magical energy. He was equally determined. This is your last resort, isn't it? Then I'll swallow it. I'll completely extinguish your last hope. Suyu. As long as Suyu can withstand this wave, he will have no other options left. The floating pseudo-oath and pseudo-star cup exploded in midair. Like a red and black rose quietly blooming, rose clouds soared into the sky. At the cost of destroying the sacred artifacts of heaven and earth, the entire sky wept and trembled for the destruction of the sacred artifacts, and the power of the fallen heavens frantically gathered. The rose cloud burst and rose up, but it quickly collapsed and caved inward. The matter at the core of the explosion formed a black hole-like engulfing body, which in turn swept Erwin toward the center of the explosion, devouring the heavens and the earth. With all his might, Erwin even burned the divine blood belonging to the illusion god within his body. Even if he had to pay a great price afterward, even if he lost all his magic power and returned to being a useless person, as long as he killed Suyu here, he believed that no one could stop his ambition. Suyu then entered Kong Huan Yuan's Witch's Night. Liyue during the Night of the Witch. Within the Asgardian Palace, Arya's immortal temple rose from the ground. Further in, the phantom of the Divine Phoenix from the Three Lives Divine Phoenix, ode to the world, protected everyone. Finally, Suyu added an extra layer of insurance. He handed the Sacred Soul Heavenly Painting to Meng Xiao. Meng Xiao volunteered that if she really couldn't withstand it, she would bear all the impact and then sacrifice the Holy Soul Heavenly Painting to trigger her Three Lives destiny, Rebirth Lotus Body. Meng Xiao removed her stunning phoenix mask. Suyu. Xiao, there are no ifs. I will stop it. After that, you were right. Whether I am a god or a human, I am who I am. May I come with you to the Fairy Moon Palace? Suyu no longer tried to stop her. Any attempt to dissuade her would be a desecration of her resolve. Fine. I will announce to all races that your majesty the goddess is also my wife. Her stunningly beautiful face flushed slightly, and she teased playfully. Who cares? You silver thief. Then the phantom of the phoenix covered everything. The foxtail soul-binding cage followed immediately. Suyu's dragon god body finally closed up. Hiss bang. In the battle against Erwin's gluttonous form, Erwin's true form was defeated in less than a second. The divine punishment brought about by the destruction of the sacred artifact was beyond the control of even a demigod. Everything returned to its origin, and then exploded in an instant. Bai Ruhui, who had already fought their way to the sky, both exclaimed in surprise. Even though they were at least hundreds of miles away from the center of the explosion, they were so shocked that they quickly dodged. Olga Martin also fled, not daring to linger. The rose cloud rose into the sky once more, and Erwin perished completely before the power of this fallen god. Then, the fallen rose tore through the first layer of the barrier, and the eternal night of the witch's night was shattered by the power, distorting space to its extreme. Immediately afterwards, Asgard Palace Liyue collapsed inch by inch, and the destroyed moon was torn to pieces by the exploding flame clouds. Despite the Temple of Immortality's frenzied regeneration under the blessing of the immortal essence, it still could not withstand the intrusion of power. The phantom of the three-life divine phoenix was torn apart like brittle paper. Suyu used up his last bit of magic power to activate illusion. The world before the explosion was replaced with the world after the explosion, but the energy was actually consumed. However, the fallen rose repeats the destructive process, tearing everything apart. Damn it, I hope I don't die from my own ultimate attack. Shueyao. Suyu made a decision. In my heart, you are far more important than the oath. Without it, I can still conquer all races. The final miracle can detonate the secret treasure and trigger the power of the fallen gods. The damage can also be transferred to treasures and relics. The Star Cup and the Oath are both important, but none of them are as important as his loved ones. The fallen rose tore open Chu Xianin's fox tail, and the 9 snow-feathered tail feathers burned to a purplish-red color. Meng Shuyao activated the 5-colored lotus, closed her eyes, and seemed to be preparing to face death. Death is terrible. Even knowing that they will be resurrected, it is still terrifying. When she was at a loss after learning the truth, Suyu seemed to be her ray of light of salvation. At first, I was very resistant to him. Now, I'm gradually becoming less resistant. Am I in love with him? No, absolutely not. It's gratitude. Yes, it must be gratitude. After all, the feeling he has with his lover is different from the feeling he has with me. What exactly is the difference? Just before she was hit by the fallen rose, a hand gripped her shoulder and gently pulled her back. Fool, how could I bear to let you carry this? I'm your man. That relaxed smile and firm gaze made Meng Xiao's heart tremble suddenly. Her face flushed crimson in the reflection of the fallen rose. Oh, that's what makes it different. Because I've always felt that he doesn't love me. Because he would give everything for his lover and would never agree to let them shoulder such a dangerous existence. I'm disappointed. I'm heartbroken. Even though I volunteered to shoulder this burden, I really wish a man could firmly reject me, firmly stand in front of me. Without a doubt, this is not gratitude. I've fallen in love with this damn guy. Overwhelmed with emotion, she closed her eyes and fainted. Arya understood Suyu's decision. Perhaps the oath was really important, but did the feelings of the girl without him matter? Fool. The fallen rose slammed into Suyu. The last miracle. That power was channeled into the ring of the oath. Perhaps they will shatter at any moment. However, a miracle is called a miracle because it never operates according to reason. The oath absorbed the power of the fallen rose into one of its rings, and the pulsating ring responded to the host's will. You must protect everything you have. I will protect everything about my host. The bursting roses, in this moment, condensed into a single point, absorbed by the oath, sealed. Transformed. X, unknown/unclear, fallen rose, the power of a fallen angel created from a destructive relic. Once unsheathed, it can harm both the user and the enemy. The oath will grant the user the ability to neutralize the power of the fallen angel, and the host can also actively unleash it. Its power depends on the host's total magical energy. Even Suyu was stunned by the oath. An ancient divine artifact passed down through generations. The first heart sword forged from a primordial divine and demonic seed. Heart sword. It will respond to the owner's will. No matter how you call upon heart sword, it will not respond. As long as you have a firm will, it will touch your soul. It is powerful enough to create miracles that change everything. Its name is no longer the divine sword of the angel king, Islandil. It belongs only to Suyu, the guardian who responds to Suyu's vow, and the commandment that restrains Suyu's rationality. A vow. Chapter 369 this time, we'll take you up the mountain. The 10 floating oath rings absorbed all the power of the fallen rose, neutralizing the explosive cloud of flames that tore everything apart, and completely eliminating the terrifying power of the fallen rose. Erwin's body was devoured, and his wandering soul hoped to see Suyu die tragically alongside him in his final moments. But he was destined to be disappointed. The rose-colored flames disappeared. Suyu emerged from the smoke and dust, the floating oath ring capturing his soul. How is it, Erwin? I'll always be the one standing at the end. And your soul can only be banished by me. Erwin's spirit seemed to be smashed and crushed by a heavy hammer, his entire soul flattened and thrown into a millstone of mental power, endlessly crushed. This is the kindness I bestow upon you. I have no interest in killing or banishing your soul now. Your power is not worthy to be within my oath. He only deserves to be crushed by me, like a stray dog on the roadside. I will not let you die. You will pay for your sins with eternal torment. Suyu's words were like a final judgment. Erwin Sepisi was branded dead, completely nailed to his grave. Even the coffin lid was nailed shut. The Star Cup's astral space by Suyu and crushed. It is also impossible to snatch the Star Cup from Suyu's hands. Erwin is destined to never see the light of day again. The fallen rose, Suyu, with the last trace of obsession in his heart subsiding, peacefully fell backward. Arya quickly caught him. Little guy, you've tried very hard. Go to sleep. Suyu's eyelids closed uncontrollably, and she fell into a deep sleep. Perhaps climbing Dragon God Cliff is a very important matter, but Suyu no longer has the energy to complete it. Magic, mental strength, and even the soul were completely depleted. To ensure the successful destruction of the fallen rose unleashed by Erwin, Suyu was prepared to die. Fortunately, a miracle saved everyone. The snoring gradually began. Arya hugged him and turned around, saying, "He's fine, he's just overexerted." The girls finally breathed a sigh of relief. That was terrifying. My tail is all burnt. Sister Arya, please help me. Okay, I understand. Xianyin has already done her best. Her 9 snowfeather fox tails were covered in red and black fallen heavenly fire, causing Chu Xianyin to grit her teeth and drop small pearls in pain. Fortunately, despite the effects of the immortality, it was able to recover completely. Soon, Meng Shuiao also woke up from her coma. She wasn't hurt, but the extreme shock and joy made her a little disoriented and caused her to faint. When she came to, she was confused by the mess and the sleeping Suyu. After being cured, Chu Xianyin held Meng Shuiao's hand and told her everything that had just happened. Meng Shuiao still felt as if she had lived through another world. That final smile. Her heart, which had never experienced passionate love before, was pounding with excitement. Chu Xianyin chuckled softly. Sister Shuiao, do you remember my suggestion? You wouldn't try when I told you to, but now you want my help? You're asking me for it. Meng Shuiao's face instantly turned bright red, and she quickly pushed Chu Xianyin away. What are you saying? Arya smiled helplessly. All right, let's talk about it after we've had our reflections. We are still inside Dragon God Cliff. Should we continue climbing, or leave? Clearly, Suyu has lost his fighting ability. Facing a demigod was ultimately too much of a stretch for Suyu. Kong Huanyuan said, we have to climb. Suyu will definitely not give up wanting to go up and see. The secrets of all this are hidden there. Meng Xiao agreed, saying, perhaps, if we go up there, we can see the truth of history, and perhaps we can find the true cultivation method for our wishes. Yan Linger and Mu Qianyu also agreed. They had come this far, and outside, Dexia and Yi Yin were fighting hard to get them to Dragon God Cliff. We must not back down. Arya said, okay, then this time. She looked at Su Yu's sleeping face with affection. This time, we'll take you up the mountain. Meng Shuiao took the initiative to say, Aliyah, sister, you are pregnant. Let me carry him on my back. In the end, he did it to save me. Arya smiled and leaned closer. What? Have you fallen for my little man? Answer me honestly. Meng Shuiao instinctively shook her head and finally nodded gently. Haha, okay. You can have it first. Even our celestial goddess can be moved by mortal desires. Isn't it because I've been preaching to her all along? Who says otherwise? Perhaps Her Majesty the Goddess has already fallen for her, but is just too shy to admit it. The girls chattered away, making Meng Shuiao lower her head and blush as she carried Suyu on her back. Suyu instinctively hugged her tightly while he was unconscious. And, Haong, no your hand. Unfortunately, Suyu, who was unconscious, could not hear her calls. All right, sisters, let's go up and set off. Arya spread her black wings, and blood-red chains bound everyone together. Several streaks of golden light and white feathers flew upwards from the ground. A perfect stream of light was drawn in the dragon god cliff. Distance. Wu Ma Ming manipulated the falling star sword rain, suppressing hundreds of dragon lords with full force, and couldn't help but smile as he looked at the blooming rose clouds in the distance. Maybe, perhaps the path to becoming the king of men is not right for you. But will you walk a path even more breathtaking than the path of the king of men? Further away, Mo Yuan's lips curled into a slight smile. Long Ku, do you think miracles are just a matter of chance? Long Ku frowned. Isn't that right? Just now, if it weren't for Elendil's miracle of creativity, he would either have been blown to pieces by his own power or had a branch of his body shattered. The path to godhood. Mo Yuan shook his head. No, miracles are never accidental. Luck is a certainty. Without luck, the result would be as you said. But he went where miracles were most likely to happen, and a miracle really did happen. The path to godhood. Although he is now called the king of the heavens, the king of angels is not his path. Even if he knew that this was a path to godhood, he would not take it. Long Ke asked, puzzled why. To accept the divinity of others means to abandon one's own humanity. Human beings pursue and crave power. But there are always some things that are above all else. Mo Yuan said calmly and composedly. All right, there's nothing more to see here. The fate of Earth has been rewritten. Let's go back. Where to? Mo Yuan smiled and said, the divine realm. God's realm. Yes, there is a stone slab in the deepest part of the divine realm. You'll understand once you see it. So you will not become a god. Rather, there is a being even higher than a god. Chapter 370 Reverse Thinking, the pinnacle of the dragon god. The cascading of the magic waterfall seems endless. Arya frowned slightly. The magical waterfall cascading down from the starry sky would weaken the soul and spirit, causing consciousness to become hazy. The higher she climbed, the greater the resistance she felt. Meng Xiao bit her lower lip lightly. How long have we been climbing? Kong Huanyuan said softly. It's been at least 3 hours. The Milky Way in the sky seemed endless, and even with the most desperate struggle, it was like a drowning person who couldn't even climb onto grass to survive. They encountered Lin Li, Bai Ruhui, and Li Zhen on their way. Lin Li asked worriedly, is Suyu all right? Meng Xiao removed the phoenix mask. Her appearance was so stunning that Lin Li dared not look her in the eye. Meng Xiao said, it's nothing. I just overdid it and fell into a deep sleep. Lin Li breathed a sigh of relief. Anyone else can have a problem, but Suyu can't be allowed to get into trouble. Suyu woke up groggily, squinting as he asked, Old Lin. Suyu, you're awake? Little one. Husband. Suyu had overexerted himself to the point that all his magic power had been drained, and he could only struggle slightly to say, Arya. Arya leaned closer and said, all right, shut up. Don't worry, we won everything. Erwin was completely killed and his soul was imprisoned. Lin Li defeated Oga, but he managed to escape. At this point, Lin Li felt deeply regretful. Even though Oga Martin's cultivation level was suppressed and he briefly rose to near mythical status with the help of his family, he was still brutally beaten by Lin Li, who relied on the power of prayer. Lin Li had never felt his fighting power was so off the charts as it was today. It's a pity that when Suyu detonated the fallen rose, Lin Li was unable to pursue Oga in order to avoid danger, and that guy got away. Suyu nodded slightly, only then realizing that it was Meng Shuiao carrying him on her back. Shuiao? Yes, I'm here. Suyu, thank you. Suyu rested comfortably on her delicate body, nuzzling her ear and temples, and no matter how he touched her, she no longer refused. We'll take you upstairs, you. Get some rest. Suyu nodded. He was powerless to resist the baptism of the magic waterfall any longer. Meng Shuiao's 5-colored lotus protected his soul, which meant that she was bearing the mental impact of 2 people. Arya said, but the problem still exists. This is a road with no end. Along the way, they witnessed hundreds of ancient dragons plummeting from the magic waterfall. The dragon god's desire had drawn countless dragons to it, and none hesitated even to die for it. This is not normal. The little guy said that fearing death is the nature of living beings. Moreover, they really will die on Dragon God Cliff. Arya bit her fingertip. These kinds of things were usually left to the little one to think about. After a long period of contemplation, Arya and Suyu exchanged glances. Suddenly, she seemed to understand. Little guy, are you trying to say there's more than one way to go? The sacred demon yin-yang fruit that Chi Mayan had given him. Arya slammed her fist into her palm. Yes. That's right. I understand. This Dragon God Cliff is a lure, a real, delicious lure. It's just like the abyss demons. They use the most cruel inheritance law to force the princes and princesses of the demon race to fight each other recklessly. Their ultimate goal is the same: to gather power and return to their origin. The Abyss demons need to concentrate their demonic power so that the Demon King can rise above the Holy Realm. Although he has not yet become a god, he is far stronger than the Holy Realm. The same applies to Dragon God Cliff. The Dragon God wouldn't expect those dragons to easily seize the Dragon God's position, but he also needs to gather power. And that's how Dragon God Cliff came to be. Arya understood this. He took the Star Cup from Suyu's arms. How can I find the right path? Wait, Linger, Linley, why are the star positions in the sky different from the Star Cup on the Star Cup? Linley has now prayed to his own star, and his perception of star positions is unparalleled. Yin Linger can allow souls to enter the astral plane, enabling her to observe star positions most directly. After observing for a while, Lin Li and Yin Linger exclaimed in surprise, "It's reversed." Rebellion. What's wrong? The women exclaimed in unison. Yin Linger said, "It's all reversed, just like a mirror reflecting the image." Lin Li added, "That's right. If you turn the stellar cup upside down, you'll find that the positions of the stars in the cup correspond one-to-one with the stars in the sky." I see. Dragon God Cliff was a trap from beginning to end. The true path is never upwards. It is. This is a magical waterfall cascading down from the starry sky. Legend has it that countless dragons went against the current to fight for that unattainable dream. However, it seems that no one has ever doubted its existence. Because every 666 years, a dragon god is indeed born on Dragon God Cliff. Arya declared decisively, "There's never any such thing as going against the current. We should go with the current." The true pinnacle of the dragon god lies beneath Dragon God Cliff. Perhaps, if it drifts downstream, as the speed increases, it will most likely crash to the ground and die. No one is foolish enough to take this gamble. No one has a tool as convenient as the Star Cup to detect anomalies in star positions. Jump. Arya, stay at the back. If we get smashed to a pulp, remember to hold us up for a second. Of all the people, only Arya is immortal. We can only rely on her. Good. So, without much hesitation, Suyu agreed. The group leaped out of the magic waterfall and jumped down from the center of Dragon God Cliff. Their physical and mental strength were not completely depleted by Dragon God Cliff. They took the initiative to leap downwards, merging into the magic waterfall and gradually accelerating with the help of the surging magic power. The angel spread its 6 wings, and beams of golden light fell, as if it were truly falling. Do not be afraid. Do not be afraid. Insufficient acceleration may prevent us from reaching the true pinnacle of the dragon god. Going downstream. No longer did anyone feel any pressure on their souls. Instead, a natural, magical force was nourishing everyone's meridians, bodies, and magical circuits. Golden light fell to the ground, but it didn't stir up any dust. The incredibly hard ground seemed to feel like nothing the moment it was touched. After a brief period of complete darkness, they came from underground, above the stars of dragon gods. They stand tall in the eternal starry sky. They saw a dragon man wielding an axe, hacking away at the cracks in the starry sky with each swing of his axe. The magic flowing from the rift in the starry sky rushed downwards and transformed into the legendary Dragon God Cliff. Apart from the dragon people who are doing the work, there is another human, standing at the center of the starry sky. He looked up and faced alone the 36 shadows of dragon gods, each more imposing than a planet. Chapter 371 Mo Yuan. Stripping away the divine essence, the origin of the dragon clan, of the dragon god is as vast as a nebula. A young human arrived before Su Yu and the others. Humans, it seems, are somewhat different. The young man's body had been completely transformed into a dragon, seemingly becoming a hybrid of human and dragon. Mo Yuan. This world cannot tolerate an outcast like you. You are a human being, and you are not worthy to climb Dragon God Cliff. Your existence is destined to be a calamity for the dragon race. Today, we cannot share our power with you. A mere mortal, coveting and prying into the power of the dragon god, will surely be punished. Go to hell. The young man, fearless, spoke softly. Esteemed dragon gods, do you think I've come here to die? Coveting power. That's right. But I don't want to wait for you to bestow power upon me. I want to take it by my own hands. The young man instantly transformed into a dragon, his silver-white body seemingly comprehending the mysteries of time and space. Dragon god, as large as a planet, slapped down, but instead of killing the young Mo Yuan, it did not. Conversely, his dragon palm pierced through Mo Yuan as if touching air. What? The Dragon of Time, the Dragon God of Time. Mo Yuan streaked across the starry sky with a silver light and whispered, "Arrogant dragons, let me end your era. The age of gods has fallen, and the age of humanity is about to begin. You traces of the past, which should have decayed in your graves, stop lingering here and blocking the path of those who come after you." The dragon gods abandoned all their arrogance and said in fear, "Impossible. How could you possibly wield the power of the time dragon? Could it be that the dragon that adopted you?" Mo Yuan responded, "You're right. The one who adopted me wasn't a silver dragon, but the future incarnation of the Dragon of Time. The so-called cycle of reincarnation means accepting one's past, acknowledging one's present, and embracing one's future. I am the past, the present, and the future. The three bodies become one." Mo Yuan, a mere human, mastered the magic of dragons, transforming himself into the scales and claws of a dragon god. Bathed in dragon's blood, a person can also transform into a dragon. Tanali transformed me with her own dragon blood. I will inherit her will and end the dragon god era. The phantom of the dragon god was torn apart by the powerful silver light of the time dragon. With a flick of his finger, Mo Yuan almost ripped the starry sky apart. One by one, the dragon gods were reduced to dust under his roar and the bombardment of the silver meteors. "What are you up to? You're not doing anything. The dragon race has already enjoyed too many racial benefits. You're just hindering everyone's progress on this planet. Your blood will be used to pay the price for what you have done. Why does the Dragon of Time want to destroy the dragon race? Your dragon god Cliff is stealing the power of the starry sky. Look at the distant, desolate ocean and polluted creatures. They are omens of the loss of the starry sky's power. You were the first to touch the taboo, and you will leave behind countless sins. But you gods never respond to the requests of mortals. You only know how to take. Then, let me annihilate the entire dragon race, recreate the dragon race, recreate the descendants, and use the power of the dragon god to seal the gap in the starry sky." Dragon god Cliff, Suyu became a witness to this grand massacre. Mo Yuan unleashed the power of the time dragon to its fullest extent, successively slaying 36 dragon gods. The true god has fallen. One whale falls, and all things come to life. Of the 36 dragon gods, and their blood nourished the barren land, causing crops to grow into grains larger than eggs. Many birds and beasts mutated after bathing in the dragon blood, giving rise to subdragon species and flying species. Mo Yuan's slaughter did not end there. He extracted the heart of the slain dragon god. That seems to be something like the source substance of vampires, like a crystal. Mo Yuan muttered to himself, "Is this the essence of the divine? The filthy power obtained by gathering the lives and aspirations of the entire clan, sacrificing the souls and sorrows of tens of millions of fellow clansmen, is indeed insignificant." Bang! Mo Yuan crushed the divine essence. The crystal fragments drifted into the distance. He then leaped off Dragon God Cliff, like a true god descending to earth, wildly wielding his silver light. A bolt of silver light pierced through thousands of floating islands, tearing open the entire sky. Thousands of dragons cried out in grief and roared in anger. When the gods descend to earth, mortals cease to exist. For the first time, Suyu truly saw the difference between living beings and gods. As Mo Yuan killed more and more dragons, he bathed in more and more dragon blood. He grew jet-black dragon wings, and his entire being was completely transformed into a dragon. The ancient dragon race, including the dragon god king, and the dragon lord, was wiped out by one person. Only, Mo Yuan left behind 7 female dragons. Fire dragon, azure dragon, shadow dragon, white dragon, illusion dragon, thunder dragon, water dragon. From now on, you will serve as the mothers who will give birth to my offspring. From this day forward, my descendants may be called the Dragon Clan. However, the Dragon God Sacrifice and Dragon God Cliff vanished into nothingness from that day forward. The 7-headed dragon queen knelt and kowtowed, her body reduced to nothing but grass under Mo Yuan's imposing presence. He single-handedly wiped out all the dragon gods of the past, present, and future. With the return of reason, this recurrence of history filled Suyu with emotion. Is he a man or a god? Lin Li shook his head. Only a god could do that, right? Long Mus said, "No. Look, the power of time within Mo Yuan's body has disappeared. That's because the Dragon of Time transferred its power to him, allowing him to forcibly absorb the power from any corner of space-time." Her feelings were equally complicated. This time, the answer has been completely revealed. At this time, the dragon race were the offspring of the ancient human Mo Yuan and the ancient dragon race. They were descendants of humans, lacked the essence of the dragon god, and could never become dragon gods in their lifetime. Their efforts were in vain. Even if, like the dragon god, millions of dragons were sacrificed, there was still no organ large enough to contain the dragon god's marrow. So, what is the inheritance of the dragon god's son? It goes without saying. The place of origin possesses everything. This is not untrue. At least she saw her origins. Mo Yuan's soul once again stood tall above the starry sky. At this moment, his thin figure appeared somewhat weathered. It's unclear whether the killing was excessive or life was dwindling. Suyu mustered her courage and stepped forward. Unexpectedly, Mo Yuan spoke quietly. Traveler of time, I cannot see you, nor can I sense you. The Mo Yuan I left behind is not for your trials, nor is it simply to show my history of slaughter. The starry sky is in big trouble. There are beings that are stealing the power of the stars. Therefore, something called the Forbidden Sea appeared, and therefore, creatures appeared in the Forbidden Sea. God, killing gods, is merely a facade. The true underlying causes lie within this starry sky. I'm leaving this to whoever can discover the secrets of Dragon God Cliff. If you can observe and understand the starry sky, you'll have a chance to become King of Kings. Chapter 372, The Stellar Body. What's missing is the astral self. Suyu then realized what was going on. This trial is less a life or death hunting ground in the long river of history, and more a test to see if humanity's ambitious minds can discover the secrets of the stars. Mo Yuan's body was disintegrating, turning into fragments. As he was about to pass away, he said, Has Tanali exhausted her power? Good. I stole something from the future. You should have brought it with you, right? Mo Yuan could not hear Suyu's response, but he felt that since he had come this far, he must have brought it with him. The reason we need to seize that item is that once we have enough information about it, it can use a paintbrush to create things, even divine or sacred objects. As long as we have enough information, it can still create them. I'll tell you, you listen and draw it. Suyu unfurled the sacred soul celestial painting, allowing Yin Linger and Mu Qianyu to wield the brushes, while Suyu provided the power for their brushstrokes. The two of them were much better at painting than Suyu. Mo Yuan said in a deep voice, This item is called the Celestial Star Compass, and it is a divine-level treasure. Crafted from starstone and meteorite iron, inlaid with purple-green dragon jade, it is 1 foot and 5 inches in diameter, with star patterns engraved on the edges, emitting a faint starlight. The purple-green dragon jade is structured like the purple star, set in a cloud of mist. The surface of the wheel is covered with a thin layer of water patterns tinged with moonlight, arranged in a 9-square grid. Although its grade is not comparable to that of a sacred object, it is still very important. This item was not uncommon in the mythological era, with almost every race possessing a dozen or so. However, it almost disappeared in ancient times and will vanish in the future. The reason is simple. This item can detect your stellar body. Astral body. This was the first time Suyu had heard this term. It seemed to have a similar meaning. After breaking through the Jade Realm and physical strength, one could reach the Star Realm. Mo Yuan continued to explain, You should have learned about the power of prayer from my father in the Xia tribe. That's right. The power of wishes gained from praying to oneself will accelerate the loss of life force, right? The reason is simple. Your physical bodies and the corresponding stellar bodies in the astral plane are not integrated, which leads to this situation. The age of mythology has ended. The gods are all hiding in the astral plane, and their power is recovering extremely slowly. Some gods are wary of newcomers coveting the power of the astral plane, while others are stealing its power. However, there is only one thing they agree on. Destroy the celestial star chart, so that no one has the ability to peer into the star realm, and even more so, prevent anyone from embarking on the path to godhood. That's all I wanted to say. These are what you're missing. Farewell, travelers of time. Perhaps we will meet again in the future. After all, we do not belong to this era. I was sent here, and even reincarnated here for a lifetime, to be reborn here and complete my mission. As for the mission of those who come after me, that's up to you. Mo Yuan has completely turned into dust. He was briefly transported here by the Dragon of Time, as if to complete some mission. He waited here for countless years, even reincarnating as Xiaomo's child, all to fulfill his mission of ending the fate of the Dragon God clan and ensuring the continuation of the dragon race as a branch of humankind. What exactly is its mission? Above the astral plane, the dragon man who had been cutting through the rift in the starry sky had disappeared. The rift was now blocked by illusory matter, which seemed to be the remains of the fallen dragon god. Is this their mission? There has never been a savior. All saviors are geniuses in history who refuse to accept defeat. Thank you, Senior. I have received your will. Lingyu, Xinyu, Yin Linger and Mu Qinyu had almost exhausted their magic power and collapsed to the side, while Kong Huanyuan and Chu Xining quickly helped them up. They poured all their magic into the Sacred Soul celestial painting. The important items that Su Yu was missing were depicted on it. Secret treasure, celestial star compass. Level, god level. Note, can you see your true self through this? Ability, star god's eye. In the vast and boundless astral realm, locate your own stellar body and connect it with the corresponding astral symbol star. Side effect, each use will erase nebulae on the star chart until it is rendered unusable. A divine treasure of the consumable type. But Su Yu possesses a strange counterfeit, which, once manufactured, is sufficient for unlimited use. Mo Yuan claimed to be the hope left for humanity. This means that the truth he spoke of is a secret that cannot be recorded in writing, cannot be circulated, and cannot even be mentioned to the outside world. So you took a deep breath. It turns out that what was missing was only the self of the astral plane. Our own stars and our own bodies always need a bridge, and this bridge is precisely what we lack. How meticulously planned. Listen up, everyone. Don't use the Oath of the Wind and Cloud ranking to seal this memory in the Star Cup. I've set a rule for it. This memory will only be recalled when I activate the Star Cup. I'm not sure if the deity Mo Yuan mentioned is watching us, but it's better to be safe than sorry. Lin Li and Bai Ruhui were both quite excited. The path they lack finally revealed atop Dragon God Cliff. Li Jun was also very excited. He has decided to follow the example of Bai Ruhui and Lin Li, abandoning his original path and taking this special path of cultivation. He cannot rely solely on Su Yu to avenge his family. Perhaps he can personally pay for his crimes in blood. This long-forgotten site is only meant to bury this forgotten history and leave it to future generations. This is the path to godhood. This may not be the optimal solution for this world, but it is certainly the optimal solution for Lin Li and Bai Ruhui. This also gave Su Yu a lot to think about. He sealed his important memories within the Star Cup. It seems like I've glimpsed just the tip of the iceberg of this world's secrets. The Forbidden Sea and the monsters within it were formed in this way. Is the Forbidden Sea caused by the so-called God-killing all a deceptive trap from beginning to end? Su Yu did not rush to make a judgment. Mo Yuan and Angel City have differing interpretations of the Forbidden Sea. One of them is lying. It's even possible that both sides are lying. Little one, don't think about these things for now. The road ahead is too far, so let's focus on the present. Su Yu understood what Arya meant. Whatever the truth may be, having just entered the reincarnation realm, he is not qualified to participate in the chessboard among the gods. All he can do is seal away his memories. It will be used someday in the future. As for the matter at hand, all right, everyone, let's leave here. Go find the core of the Earth's veins. Chapter 373 The Core of the Earth's Veins. No more mining on the West Coast. Meng Shuiao pouted and said, if you're going to search, then get off me. Su Yu also believed that it was a fool not to take advantage of a good deal, so he held on very tightly. He would occasionally kiss her swan-like neck, the delicate fragrance of which was intoxicating. Meng Shuiao turned around and glared at him, but in the end she just sighed and shook her head. From now on, I belong to you. Su Yu. Neither Bai Ruhui nor Lin Li could bear to look. This guy is completely immersed in the pleasures of love. However, Su Yu is still able to distinguish when to focus and when to relax. It's not something to worry about. Li Jun gained a lot, and he sealed this memory deep in his soul. Like Lin Li, if you want to get the most out of it, then go to the realm of gods, obtain the power of origin and the divine artifact, and sacrifice them together. You will definitely be much stronger than an ordinary demigod. Sister Shuiao, in which direction does the magic of the Earth's veins converge? Meng Shuiao said firmly, underground. It's right below Dragon God Cliff. Even if history were to repeat itself, the magic would still flow in one direction, and the magic at Dragon God Cliff would definitely be the most abundant. Perhaps this place was not originally the core of the Earth's veins. But after stealing the magic of the starry sky, a magic black hole naturally formed here, absorbing all the magic around it. Downwards, continuing downwards. Deeper inside, they discovered the source of all magic, the core of the Earth's veins. The brownish-yellow crystals, yet permeated with a chilling magic, lie at the convergence of all magical forces at the core of the Earth's ley lines. Su Yu reached out and touched it, and endless magical power swept into his body, just like the Earth's veins became Su Yu's right and left arms, providing him with endless assistance. With a wave of his hand, Su Yu controlled everything within the area that the Earth's veins could extend to. The true king, the master of magic. In the series of battles between Wuma Ming and the Lika people and the ancient dragons, the heavenly star sword Rain was invincible. With his firepower at full strength, he almost single-handedly stopped the ancient dragons who wanted to cross this solid city wall. Human, you actually wield a 7-source artifact. You are not worthy of possessing it. Get out of the way. Otherwise, today, with the birth of the dragon god, all of you will be buried. As a result, before the ancient dragons could finish speaking, above the heavens, a streak of white light from Mo Yuan swept down, tearing everything apart and instantly reducing the hundreds of ancient dragon lords to ashes. The white light came too suddenly and was too terrifying, and there was no smoke or explosion whatsoever. It was the simplest and most unsolvable energy penetration that pierced through the hearts of countless dragons. Even Wuma Ming was briefly taken aback. The Likas looked up in horror. Dragon God Cliff, has the battle concluded? How could they kill their own kind? Could it be? Su Yu, there are 2 worst possible outcomes in the Ruins trial. One possibility is that Su Yu becomes the dragon god, but that's almost impossible. But what if it happens? The other possibility is that Su Yu seizes the core of the Earth's veins, in which case the entire west coast, including the entire city of Luo, will fall at Su Yu's feet. This couldn't possibly be Su Yu's power. That's right, this is incompatible with him. Someone else is destroying the dragon race. Yes, the ancient dragon race should have been destroyed. This is the original history. Don't panic, stop Wuma Ming. Trust Erwin. Erwin has fused with the demigod blood of the phantom god. Wuma Ming's blocking of the ancient dragon race is also to our advantage. In a one-on-one situation, Su Yu has no chance of defeating the demigod-level Erwin. That's right, Oga went to help too. We will win. They still don't know that Erwin has fallen. The entire Great Xia team wore solemn expressions. Only through Wuma Ming's full-force attack had they suppressed the combined power of the ancient dragon clan and the Lika 8 families. Now, the ancient dragon clan had been shattered by a star-piercing attack. Although the situation was favorable, however, if Su Yu loses, it will be a catastrophe for them. The Li family, especially Li Hingyang's family, had mixed feelings. They neither wanted Su Yu to win too quickly nor to lose too quickly. Letting Oga go was based on the belief that Su Yu would create a miracle that Erwin alone couldn't stop. However, if Su Yu were to suffer a crushing defeat, the situation would still be unfavorable for them. Just then, people discovered the direction of Dragon God Cliff. Olga Martin rushed over, shouting, "Everyone, retreat! Retreat now!" Olga, what happened? Where's Erwin? Why did you come back alone? Fuck, could it be that Erwin betrayed us? I knew it. That guy is cunning and not on the same side as the other families. Olga was frantic, his face ashen. No. Erwin Tsepasi is dead. He was killed by Su Yu. Su Yu killed him all by himself. But I'm not sure if Su Yu died in that rose cloud just now. That was Su Yu's life-for-life move. But if he's still alive, it's our end. Retreat. What? Was that rose-shaped cloud created by Su Yu? That would be terrible. That move was earth-shattering. Even a demigod, when fully activated by a divine artifact, might not be able to display the same attack power as Su Yu. If Su Yu were alive, that would be terrifying. However, the anxiety that had been hanging in the air finally died completely after hearing a familiar voice that resonated throughout the heavens and earth. Listen up, you lackeys of the Sepasi family. From the Forgotten City last year to the Battle of 1,000 Lakes this year. Your crimes are too numerous to count. I have banished Erwin's soul to the astral plane, and you will be no exception. From this day forward, there will be no more Chappie on the West Coast. Including you all, prepare to die. Having mastered the core of the Earth's veins, Su Yu became the absolute master of magic in this region. Oga felt his magic drained, leaving him a powerless mortal. Long Hao demonic insects. Your subordinate is here. Chop off their heads and bring them before me. Yes, sir. Oh, don't come any closer. Magic, my magic. Su Yu, I surrender, I surrender. I demand to be treated like a prisoner. Splat. There was not a shred of pity. Whether it's the Martin family or the Leckman family, the elites of the Lika family, who were on Su Yu's kill list, were sacrificed to the heavens today. Myths have fallen, demigods have fallen. Blood fell from the sky, and the earth trembled and shattered. On the outside world's influential lists, the ranking of the Fate Demon list fluctuated wildly. Even in forbidden zones, All races inevitably covet human territory. What happened? A large number of human myths and demigods have fallen, and they all belong to the Licca people. Holy crap, do the Licca people secretly harbor so many mythical realm experts? Like us, they discovered a loophole in the popularity rankings. By erasing names and hiding them using special methods, they wouldn't be detected by the rankings. What exactly happened at the beginning land? Chapter 374, The Night of the Clan Extermination. Show no mercy whatsoever. Los Angeles District 15. Duke, Elder Chief. Irwin's life crystal has shattered. He's dead. When Duke Douglas received the news, he paused for a moment. He faced off against the Snowfield Queen Adelina, but was held back and unable to enter the Ink Abyss ruins. They had no choice but to send Irwin there. He had high hopes for Irwin. Unfortunately, it ultimately failed. Arya's immortality stems from the fact that vampires can actually store the life crystal within their families, so that their deaths can be sensed even through ruins. It seems we have failed. Notify everyone to evacuate Los Angeles as quickly as possible and head east. Irwin must have been killed by Suyu. He wouldn't risk his life for anyone but Suyu. This means that Suyu has the greatest chance of mastering the core of the Earth's veins, and we, the Capexi clan, cannot afford to gamble with that. Marquis Valentine said, but Duke, the Sepsi family has too many people in Los Angeles. It would be difficult to notify them. Douglas shook his head. You don't understand. What I mean is, abandon all vampires except for the manor and the laboratory. What? Valentine exclaimed in surprise. The entire Capexi family in Los Angeles numbered at least 80,000 to 100,000. Why only evacuate a few hundred people from the manor and laboratory? Are they crazy? Valentine, there's no time to hesitate. Don't you understand? It's not just the people of Los Angeles. All the other marquises and earls who entered the ruins must give up. Suyu's hatred for us will show no mercy whatsoever. He will annihilate our entire race. Only by surviving can you have a chance to win in the end. Douglas's eyes were filled with gloom and coldness. He was perfectly lucid, knowing that leaving meant that the family would lose everything, and that they would no longer be a powerful clan, but a stray dog. But, in order to win in the end, as long as the laboratory still exists, and as long as the experimental results can be advanced, they still have a chance. Staying behind is the real end. Douglas slit his own throat with his fingers. Adelina, it's a pity I can't stay here any longer. This time you win. But remember, the Zepesi family will not forget today's crushing defeat. Sizzle, sizzle, sizzle. The blood flowing from Douglas's throat floated upwards. With the sacrifice of his blood, he activated supreme blood power. The sky was dyed red by his blood, and then a crimson light disappeared into the sea of blood in the sky. Adelina frowned slightly. She fought against 3 vampire sanctuaries single-handedly, almost exhausting all her strength. I wonder what's going on with Suyu inside the ruins. But it seems that Douglas's attitude reveals something. This time, it seems like we're about to win a great victory. In the Western Demon Cave, the Shadow Clan was also advancing triumphantly. Hope City was breached, the Licca people's front line collapsed completely, and with the intelligence provided by the Night Banquet Group, the Shadow Clan completely annihilated 12 Licca people's brigades, and tens of thousands of people were captured. Zhou Zheng and his men finally got their revenge, turning the tables on their opponents with their own methods. This humiliating defeat for the Liccas on the front lines triggered a chain reaction. The road to the starting point has been opened. The difference this time is that the myriad races entered slowly under the constraints of the banquet. Suyu's reputation in the restricted area was so great that these ferocious demons became as docile as cats under his intimidation, obeying his every command without question. The Shadow Clan and the 7 Demon City Lords all agreed to pledge allegiance to Heavenly King Suyu and join the ranks of Angel City. At this time, results at the Mo Yuan ruins have finally been determined. Golden light overflowed, and streams of light surged out from the ruins. With the Earth Vein core in Suyu's hands, as long as Suyu stands on the Mo Yuan ruins, he will hold the power of life and death, and will kill any god who stands in his way. Suyu's voice pierced through the West Coast. Attend to my command, Night Banquet. Throughout the entire West Coast, all 8 families, regardless of age or gender, were wiped out. Anyone who resists will be killed without exception. Here, even the most powerful beast tamer is like an ant. Suyu manipulated the power of the ley line core, using the ley lines that stretched for thousands of miles to absorb the magic power of all the Licca people. The beast tamers fell one after another, unable to even use their talents or summon beasts. Friends who have come to our aid, let us settle our scores and grievances. Tomorrow, I want to see order restored on the West Coast, not killing and war. Let's have our revenge tonight. Suyu's order was like a death knell for everyone in the Lika 8 families on the west coast. All the other beast tamers also lost their power and lay on the ground, awaiting their execution. The night banquet beast taming group roared and charged at everyone affiliated with the Kapexi family. Captain, are we really going to kill them all? Kill. Don't forget how our brothers were betrayed and killed by the wicked Kapexi family. The wronged souls of the 1,000 lakes await our vengeful blade. They're all watching from underground. Your hesitation is cruelty to us brothers and sisters. No problem, kill. Exterminate the entire clan. Exterminate the entire clan. With his longsword drawn, each of the 4 families, Kai Paisai, Laikman, Martin, shed blood, staining the earth. Suyu ended the lives of the 4 families on the west coast in the most savage way possible, and the members of the 4 families on the east coast were also wiped out. Immediately afterwards, Hanming and Huaying people that Suyu had subdued whispered, "Master, could we?" They were itching to try it too. For a long time, they were treated like dogs by the Likas. Although they have now become Suyu's most loyal vicious dogs, they can't help but stomp on them when they think of how those who used to bully them have fallen on hard times. Suyu sighed. Go ahead, but only with the 4 families and the rebellious beast tamers. Ordinary people should avoid it as much as possible, but if there are those who dare to help the 4 families, there is no need to worry too much. Yes. A series of cold glints flashed down that night. Uft. Suyu calculated the time, and news from all over the country came like snowflakes. The Martin family was wiped out, and the whereabouts of a few members are unknown. The Lekman family was wiped out, and its leaders disappeared. The entire Watson family was wiped out. The Chapesi family, with over 60,000 vampires, has been either killed or captured, with only a few young vampires awaiting their fate. Suyu asked Arya for her opinion, and Arya finally sighed. They decided to spare the lives of these cubs. Perhaps it's because Arya is about to become a mother, and she instinctively softened her heart towards the vampire cub. Only news about Adelina made Suyu frown deeply. At the end of the battle, Duke Douglas and 2 other vampire dukes, 2 marquises, and 8 earls perished in a blood sacrifice, along with the laboratory. Suyu said, "Let's go." To District 15 of Luo City. The blasphemous plan left behind. At the Chapesi family's castle, Adelina waited for Suyu's arrival. "Dear Ms. Adelina, thank you for keeping your promise." Adelina smiled and said, "It's a win-win situation. For us, it's also a way to avenge the snowfield incident, and we've gained quite a bit." Suyu nodded. "I will have my people take full control of this castle. Is that all right?" Adelina frowned slightly. No problem. It's just that the underground laboratory has been completely moved by the vampires, and the most important target is already." She wasn't lying. At the last moment, the vampire duke's blood sacrifice escaped, and even the Holy Land couldn't easily track them down. Once you escape, everyone's smart enough to hide their magic. Do you think you'll still be able to find them in the vast sea of people? Suyu replied, "I believe you are not lying to me. On the West Coast, I will convene a post-war conference then. This is a highly coveted prize. The western coast of the Lika people, although some urban areas were completely destroyed this time, has lost its elite forces in the ruins as the 4 western Lika families perished, leaving the area lacking rule and order. Wouldn't be envious of a prosperous region? How to divide it is still up to Suyu, who has mastered the core of the Earth's veins. In particular, the treasures and weapons carried by the hundreds of mythical beings and demigods killed in the ruins are coveted by many of the beast masters from the dozens of brigades of Likas stationed in the west. Neither of them will back down. Okay, then I'll wait for good news. I will be unable to attend the subsequent negotiations, and Caroline Natasha will represent me. Okay, goodbye. Goodbye. A white mist rose around Adelina, and her figure disappeared into the mist. Meng Shuiao asked, "Is she really that kind? Taking care of this vampire's castle for us?" Suyu shook his head. "You're overthinking it. They're hesitant to act for the greater good, yet reckless for small gains. They're good at planning, but indecisive. Even though they've decided to stand firmly on our side, once the fighting starts, they become hesitant and calculating their resources. When they saw the Great Xia enter the fray, they even withdrew half of their prepared forces. They only think about using limited capital to obtain unlimited profits. It just so happens that we share the same stance. If the Li family or someone else offered them a higher price, they would abandon us in a heartbeat. This kind of thing happens all the time." Before entering the ruins, Caroline Natasha had a secret affair with the people from the Iris Flower. In other words, Suyu completely won over the people of the Iris Flower and learned their plans. The snowfield and the iris flower signed a mutual aid agreement, promising to hold back in a real fight and ultimately stand together. So you couldn't say whether what they did was right or wrong. But it is obvious. These people are not trustworthy. They are just a group of mercenaries chasing profits. Let's go down and take a look. Did the Seps family think that just because they moved their laboratory, I wouldn't know? Ted, your subordinate is here. You said before that elves have a far greater perception of nature than other creatures, and some special beings can even recall past memories. Ted nodded. That's right. Isabel, come here. Your master needs your strength. A night elf approached. Master, do you need me? Yes, I want to see the memories of the underground laboratory. Also, summon Adam. Lin Li, who was standing to the side, responded. Sure enough, although the night elves had extremely delicate skin, they were far from the golden-haired, blue-eyed light elves he had imagined. Suyu's team did have a light elf, who was indeed stunningly beautiful. But rabbits don't eat the grass near their burrows, and besides, that other person is very strong. Old Lin decided that he would still go to the forest of light and shadow with Suyu in the future to find his soulmate. First of all, she couldn't be too dark-skinned, and secondly, she couldn't be too strong. With this in mind, he summoned Adam. Adam Smith was still dressed like an ascetic, and his emotions were clearly a complex mix of joy and sorrow. The good news is that the wicked Sepsi clan has been brought to an end. Countless vampires became skeletons in the graveyard. The vampire cubs survived thanks to Arya's compassion, and Suyu allocated some members of the four families to Adam. His international battalion was no longer just a small, makeshift force. In fact, it was quite full. The tragedy is that he himself had come from a similar laboratory. He was also an experimental subject. The disappearance of the core laboratory of Sepsi and the three dukes caused Adam considerable worry. Suyu asked, It's a pity that the vampire duke got away. The power of the Holy Land is immeasurable. Adam Smith said, I believe the commander will find them one day and take them down. Suyu nodded. All right, let's see what happened here. Isabel. Isabel nodded. Yes. Galaxy Elf Corridor. A faint, silvery white mist rose, casting shimmering shadows that illuminated the elven corridor. Everything that has passed leaves a trace. Knock on the spirit of memory. Let us look back at everything that happened in the past. A phantom appeared. It seems to be a group of vampires who are buried here day and night, engrossed in their research. They send over thousands of test subjects every day. Number 9952, experiment failed, unable to withstand the backlash from the phantom god's cells. Number 9953, experiment failed, cells were fused, but life was lost. Serial number. Each and every one of them is a vibrant life, passing through the years, day after day. Hundreds of thousands of people are sent here every year, but only a handful leave in the end. Most of the blood became food for the vampires' lavish feasts. And the others? They were all buried underground. Ugh. Yen Linger and the others were the first to feel like vomiting. Huan Yuan, take Ilea and Linger out first. Few people could bear such a bloody scene. Suyu also felt disgusted, but she insisted on continuing to watch. The blasphemous project has successfully fused the cells of the illusion god seed, which can now be implanted into the source material. Implantation failed. The organism's vital signs could not integrate with the source material. Transform them into vampires and fuse them together. Fusion successful. The first-generation test subject survived successfully, with a survival rate of 0.37%. The second-generation test subject can be used on any creature below the level of a demigod, with a survival rate of 1.62%. The third-generation experiment was a success. It can modify and fuse people into demigods. Even ordinary people can gain demigod power after fusion, with a survival rate of 62%. Suyu and the others suddenly widened their eyes. How many? 62%. Mean. They paved the way with the lives of countless people, finally creating the power to gain monstrous abilities. No wonder. The Vampire Duke is going to run away with it. The Clapey family's plan, a plan that could almost destroy the world, is looming large. Chapter 376 Post-War Conference. The Division of Interests on the West Coast. Suyu took a deep breath. Find them, then kill them. Don't search in the Kingdom of Lika. I guess they've most likely fled to the Demon Cave, or even the Forbidden Zone. Even though it's like finding a needle in a haystack in a vast sea of people, there's still a possibility of it being found. But the Demon Cave is different. 108 borderlands, a vast and boundless forbidden land, where can't one hide. To find them is truly impossible. Suyu sneered. However, don't be intimidated by their plan. It's definitely tricky, but The blasphemous project is nothing more than an attempt to create a group of powerful phantom gods. Having given up the courage to become king, at least these 3 vampire dukes are not to be feared. Which capable man poses the greatest threat? A man whose instincts are mixed with ambition. Suyu patted everyone on the shoulder. Don't take it too seriously. They're just a bunch of spineless dogs who are pinning their last hope on external things. In reality, aren't they just stray dogs that don't even want a home? Suyu's confidence relieved everyone. I have to say, it's quite frightening afterwards. If demigods could be mass-produced, like Erwin who leaped from weakness to become a godlike being, that would be truly terrifying. Certainly, Erwin is missing something. He has no magical artifact. There is no power of origin. He was considerably weaker than an ordinary demigod, but far stronger than anyone below the demigod level. Even Suyu was struggling in the battle. Zhou, this castle should be sealed off from now on, and no one is allowed to approach it. Yes, Suyu said. Next, notify everyone that a post-war meeting will be held in Los Angeles, and the location will be Griffith Observatory, including Mingi, the city lord of the Shadow Clan, and 7 other city lords of the Demon City. These people have already pledged allegiance to Suyu and played a significant role in conquering Free City, holding back several mythical figures and a dozen demigods from Lika. These all belong to Suyu's interests, and he can't easily give them up. Soon, the observatory. Representatives from various parties subsequently came to participate in the post-war conference. This includes some opposing forces, such as representatives from the Iris and Plantagenet nations. They also sent people to participate in the battle, even venturing deep into the ruins. But this group of people, he was captured alive by Suyu. Not only were they captured alive, but they also defected and are now demanding that their country attend the meeting chaired by Suyu. The powerful figures from several countries nearly fainted upon hearing this. So he rushed over to demand an explanation from Suyu, even if they were the defeated side. Mr. Su, I am the leader of the Iris Rose Knights. What is your intention in forcibly detaining our mythological figures and demigods and forcibly controlling them? This violates the Blue Star Freedom Convention. Su-jun, we strongly demand that you release these people. Mr. Su, please don't insist on your own way, otherwise we. Suyu chuckled. No. Are you here to tell me jokes? Mr. Park, Mr. Nakamura, and the 2 of you, Pierre and Brooke. It seems that you sent people to assist the Likas in their battle, and now that you've been defeated, you're demanding that I return your people? Don't joke around. If I dare to mess with the Likas, do you think I wouldn't dare to mess with you? Suyu abruptly changed the subject, and his chilling killing intent startled the leaders of the 4 kingdoms' knightly orders. Is this diplomacy? This is clearly a declaration of war. Mr. Suyu. Suyu glared at Pierre and said, What? I told you to come here, not to discuss this. I summoned you here to hear my decision. If you disagree, we can settle this on the battlefield. I can subdue the Demon City Lord of the Western Demon Cave. So why can't I subdue the Volcano Demon Cave? The Champagne Demon Cave? The York Demon Cave? Mingi was well aware of her value to Suyu, and immediately pledged her loyalty, saying, We, the 8 demon cities of the Western Demon Cave, will wholeheartedly obey the orders of Heavenly King Suyu. The 8 city lords said in unison, We will obey the Heavenly King's decree. Pierre and the other 3 men stared wide-eyed. What's going on? These demons actually recognized Suyu as their king? King Suyu? What exactly did Suyu do in the penalty area? Brooke couldn't help but feel a deep sadness. With the Likas gone as their leader, nobody takes their words seriously anymore, although they didn't really take them seriously before either. Suyu warned, Go to the side and don't make a sound. We need to talk about serious matters. In addition, the beast tamers from your 4 countries joined our night banquet beast taming corps all-nation camp with great enthusiasm and willingness, and I felt it would be impolite to refuse them, so I accepted them. The men were angry but dared not speak out. Too embarrassed to refuse? The one who forcibly enslaved them. But these people dared not resist, and would rather die for Suyu than utter a single word to the 4 kingdoms' knights. What methods did Suyu use to make a group of mythical figures fear him like a tiger? Suyu said, All right, West Coast, I think everyone understands. Very prosperous, with abundant resources. I, Suyu, will not mistreat my friends who are willing to help me, even if. Suyu's cold gaze fell on the representatives sent by the Li family. Clearly, Suyu did not intend to cause trouble here. But everyone knows that. Suyu's return to Earth will inevitably lead to an unprecedented war between the 2 sides. Perhaps the great battle that took place among the Bilitians was even bloodier and more tragic. Please report the statistics from each company. The Russian bear, the Great Xia, and the Suyu each separately compiled complete statistics on the areas they controlled and brought with them an observatory. No one dared to hide too much. At most, they might hoard some inconspicuous items. Wu Meiming's secretary said, currently, the entire West Coast, covering nearly 2 million square kilometers, has been controlled by various parties. Combining the three parties, the population is over 100 million. More than 600,000 beast tamers have been captured, and all kinds of supplies are countless. Among them, 32 mythical beast tamers and 127 demigods are still alive. Hundreds of others have been killed. We have sealed off the 4 demon caves in the west, and over 200,000 beast tamers have surrendered, along with over 1 million regular troops. We control more than 20 types of ores and demonic fruits across various regions, with production exceeding 100,000 in each. Suyu killed far too many people in the ruins, almost wiping out the elite forces of the 4 families. More than 600 demon-level treasures, 82 god-level treasures and weapons, and no relics from the holy domain were found. They must have been taken away. The holy domains of each family have not perished, and their most powerful possessions certainly will not be left to Suyu. But it's no longer considered a broken bone. It's just a matter of life and death. In summary, we are currently cleaning up the battlefield, and some statistics are being reported, but the discrepancies should not be too large. The biggest bite-sized treat. Perhaps, if Suyu had shown mercy to the ruins, there would have been more survivors and more undestroyed treasures and weapons. Wealth is a powerful motivator. No one can resist its allure. Chapter 377 Ji Yao, the Promised One. All eyes turned to Suyu. It wasn't because Suyu played a decisive role. The distribution of spoils depended on how strong your confidence was. Suyu is now, not what he used to be. Suyu was silent for a while. The West Coast will be divided in 2. The 3 northern states will belong to the Snow Plains, and the 6 southern states will belong to the Great Xia. I will send people to take over the 3 states near Luo City. The territory was generally divided equally, with Suyu's territory being slightly more prosperous. Caroline said, no problem. Wu Meiming's secretary, Dongyu, nodded in agreement. Okay. Suyu made concessions regarding the territory. Suyu added, secret treasures and weapons will be divided equally according to the proportion of the forces involved in the battle. Surrendered beast tamers can also be divided equally, but mythical and demigod beast tamers must belong to me. There's no room for negotiation. Everyone knows you, Suyu, have the means to take people hostage, but there's one thing we don't want to give you. However, Dongyu said, Governor Wu agrees. Caroline had wanted to try, but after receiving a message from Adelina, she was granted permission. Only some members of the 9 families wanted to oppose it, but seeing the prevailing trend, they had no choice but to give in. Li Xian restrained Pei Qianxiu, who was about to explode in anger, and transmitted his voice. The patriarch said there's no rush. Fighting Suyu here will only end badly. We still need to go back to our home turf. At this point, no one objected. Suyu achieved his goal. Those people will all be branded with star marks by Suyu and become his most loyal vicious dogs. Of course, these weren't the benefits Suyu truly desired. After everything was settled, Arya noticed Suyu's thoughts. All right, go ahead. I saw it coming a long time ago. You've been holding back until now, but you couldn't hold back any longer when she wasn't rejecting you, could you? Go ahead, she's distracted right now too. After that, there are still fierce battles to fight. Suyu's revenge list includes the near annihilation of the 4 major families in the West, with only a group of saint-level experts escaping. He will bring them to justice one day. Next up should be the Li family. Before this, the stronger the relationship between Suyu and Meng Shuiyao, the less they had to worry about the future. Suyu entered Meng Shuiyao's room, was arranging her golden hair behind the screen. It was as if one could feel her ethereal beauty and dazzling elegance as one approached her. That was Suyu's first impression of her, and that moment was also eternal. Meng Shuiyao turned around awkwardly and breathed a sigh of relief when she saw it was Suyu. What are you doing here? Suyu smiled and sat down beside her, taking her soft hand in his. Shuiyao, why did you stand up for me back then? I know that your destiny of 3 lives can bring you back to life, but that also means you have to die a real death. That feeling must be unpleasant. Meng Shuiyao's cheeks flushed, her mesmerizing dark eyes filled with longing, and her flawless face blushed slightly. You know that? Suyu leaned closer. I don't know. Meng Shuiyao puffed out her cheeks and finally confessed. At first, I didn't understand what I was thinking either. My instinct was to take the blame for you. I was very disappointed when you agreed, and I don't understand what I was disappointed about. Until you pulled me down, and I saw your back and your smile, I didn't realize. I've fallen in love with you, silver thief. Meng Xiao snuggled into Su Yu's arms. From childhood to adulthood, everyone has always treated me like royalty. They were all attracted by my looks. They said they were willing to give everything for me, but in reality, if I didn't have this damned face, they would naturally abandon me. Perhaps no one will be willing to simply shelter me from the wind and rain. I'm disappointed because you'd give everything for all your women, yet you only agreed to let me carry that rose cloud. I'm happy because you can treat me the same way you treat everyone else. I don't need special love, I just want ordinary love. Her words made Su Yu's heart pound. The goddess had a dream, a goddess powerful enough to capture the hearts of all men, and she offered him a passionate confession. Which man wouldn't be driven mad by this? Meng Shuiao smiled and said, "Now I'm very glad that I have such a face, because I can please the man I love." Su Yu no longer wanted to restrain herself and pounced on him. "Me too, Your Majesty the goddess. Do you know that the first time I saw you was not outside the City of Angels, but at the Twilight Lake, the sacred land of the vampires? The progenitor of the vampires said that she was willing to use the most beautiful women in the world, the goddess and the queen, to tempt me into falling into the twilight abyss. That was the only time I lost my mind. I saw your faces, and I liked you more than the queen. I was stunned the moment I saw you. I was not captivated by your divine eyes, for I have seen them before." Meng Shuiao's lips curled up, as if the most perfect dream in the world was presented to Su Yu. "I thought it was because I wasn't charming enough. No, I must admit that you are a beauty unlike any other in the world. It is my greatest fortune to have won your favor." Meng Shuiao wrapped her snow-white arms around Su Yu's neck and kissed the man. This was her first kiss. She had only received occasional instruction from Chu Xianin before. "Be gentle with me, okay?" I heard Xianin say. "Okay, whatever you say. But Shuiao, you must understand one thing." "What?" Su Yu's pupils were bloodshot. "Your face is enough to set any man's soul ablaze. If I kept my distance, I could restrain myself, but now, I can't control myself anymore." Meng Shuiao smiled gently, a smile that could launch 1,000 ships, like the most beautiful flower in full bloom. "Okay, then you." She was overjoyed. She realized that being appreciated by the man she loved was such a happy thing. "Su Yu, can I call you husband?" "Yes, you are my woman, you are my darling. I truly wish all living beings of every race and species in the heavens would know that the goddess belongs to me today." "Husband, I belong only to you. Wife, my dear wife, you are the most beautiful woman in the world." "Husband, I love you." Meng Shuiao couldn't bear to stop the beast on top of her. She smiled helplessly. No matter how gentle a man is, he can't resist her charm. She didn't know whether she was happy or helpless, especially a monster like Su Yu. The sun and moon revolve, undisturbed. He put everything else aside, and only Meng Shuiao could make Su Yu completely lose his mind. "I love you, I love you, I love you, I love you," she hummed softly in Su Yu's ear. "I love you too." Chapter 378. Many years ago, you had a pair of clear eyes. Su Yu felt he had lost all sense of time, wanting only to wallow in eternal depravity. Perhaps that wasn't so bad. Her gentle tomb can make all ambitions crumble. The sunlight occasionally stung her eyes, so Su Yu drew the curtains. "I don't want to be disturbed by anyone. I just want to be with you." Meng Shuiao gave a bitter smile. Even Su Yu, who was usually the most restrained, had lost his composure at this moment. For her, it was a feeling she had never experienced before. Su Yu tried his best to retain a sliver of rationality and to show her as much pity as possible. How can I blame him? At least, he was really, really happy. If this makes him happy, I'm willing to dance for him forever. "I love you, Shuiao. I love you too, Su Yu. I have something to tell you." Initially, I didn't intend to marry anyone. It was just a pretext to drive all races to serve me. I didn't want you to have even the slightest displeasure in your heart. It was just a trap. But now, I want to marry you." Arya and the others lingered, asking, "What's wrong?" Kong Huan Yuan held up her fingers. "I hope nothing bad has happened." Chu Xianin smiled and said, "What could possibly happen? I bet he'd rather faint with Sister Shuiao, right?" Arya gently rubbed her forehead. "It seems that from now on, the only time I'll need someone to accompany me and hold him back is when I'm showing favor to this goddess. Let's go in. We have to wake him up. I have to say, Shuiao's face is too stunningly beautiful. Not to mention men. Even women can't resist her. It's just that she belongs to the little one. Otherwise, who wouldn't want her?" Arya pushed open the door and could only hear the two people's almost hoarse voices. Su Yu was like a bloodthirsty beast, his pupils filled with blood. "Shuiao, I love you." Arya frowned. "Quick, save them." The girl's expressions changed. Suyu was completely captivated by the alluring beauty of the immortal eyes, while Meng Shuiao had fallen in love with him, showing no resistance whatsoever. And then, Arya quickly pulled Suyu away from Meng Shuiao and splashed him with a bucket of ice water. Ugh, it's so cold. As if she had been freed from love, Suyu felt dizzy and disoriented, but then suddenly woke up with a start. Arya, turning around, Meng Shuiao fainted, almost unconscious. Arya patted Suyu's head with both hands. Wake up, little one. Suyu, still dazed, stammered. I think. It felt like a dream. Arya pouted. You really were dreaming. If we don't come and stop you, will you play yourself to the point of unconsciousness? Suyu scratched his head awkwardly, then stepped forward and gently picked her up, saying, I'm sorry, Shuiao. I really have no rationality left at all. Meng Shuiao lay wearily in Suyu's arms. It's not your fault. I love you. Her eyelids were drooping, and then she closed her eyes and fell into a deep sleep. There wasn't a single ounce of strength left. After all, besides, even though their souls had been fused for over 2 hours, which was extremely dangerous, Meng Shuiao was the one protecting Suyu's soul. Suyu patted his head. Arya, you should stay by my side next time. Otherwise, Shuiao, I really. Arya pinched his arm. No, I'm telling you to relax, not to actually get intoxicated. Sigh. It's only because Shuiao doesn't know how to refuse and only knows how to flatter you that you're getting too big for your britches. Do you know, it's been 5 days already, Arya said softly, feigning annoyance. After such a long period of soul fusion, if Meng Shuiao hadn't been so determined, Suyu's soul would probably have been severely damaged. Meanwhile, she used her indestructible power to heal the two of them. People outside are going crazy waiting for you. Suyu didn't seem to care much. Let them wait. Lying in his arms, Meng Shuiao was incredibly endearing. The more one looked at her, the more. Hey, Arya tapped Suyu on the head. You need to stay away from her for now, otherwise you'll start missing her again. That's true. After rinsing his face with ice water, Suyu handed the care to Chu Xianin and stayed quietly to the side. About 2 hours later, Meng Shuiao opened her eyes. Chu Xianin was lying next to her. Huh? Sister Shuiao, you're awake? Meng Shuiao turned her head blankly, as if searching for something. Husband, where is Suyu? Chu Xianin chuckled. He's in the next room. If he stays here, he'll probably be tempted by Sister Shuiao again. You were talking nonsense while you were asleep. I can't even imagine how much money you've spent these past few days. Meng Shuiao's face turned as red as an apple. She actually went so far as to agree to so many of those demands, in such a shameless manner. And, sigh, Sister Shuiao is still talking about me. When it was my turn to play, it was just amazing. Alas, many years ago, you had a pair of clear eyes. Meng Shuiao just wanted to bury her head in the blanket. Please stop talking. This is so embarrassing. Upon hearing that she had woken up, Suyu rushed over. Meng Shuiao hugged him tightly. Perhaps Chu Xianin was right. Once this step was taken, her dependence on him would increase day by day. I really feel that something is different. Suyu said softly, Shuiao, you've worked hard. I swear I will never do this again. From now on, I'll definitely have Arya or Jinan supervise them. Meng Shuiao grabbed Suyu's waist. What kind of supervisor is this, bastard? I'll definitely stop you next time. It's hard to imagine how Suyu and his lovers had all gone through. Suyu hugged her and said, From now on, your business is my business. Your wish is my wish. Once I've dealt with the matters at the starting point, I'll return to the Forbidden Zone and try to fulfill your wishes. With a soft murmur, the peerless goddess who captivated the Forbidden Zone became Suyu's wife. She changed her clothes, and her gaze towards Suyu softened considerably. How? It's nothing. Your eyes, hee. It's like seeing the eyes of a husband and wife waiting for their husband to come home. Shedding her naivety, a complete transformation. Meng Shuiao was surprised. Her daughter had actually begun to act as his wife, even subconsciously choosing conservative and dignified clothing rather than anything that accentuated her figure. Chapter 379 The New Order, The Exiled Vampire. Xianin, let her rest. You're the one who's busy, while I'm enjoying myself. I'll take care of things outside. Meng Shuiao nodded gently and got up to eat. After Suyu went out, Mu Qianyu ran over and said, You're finally out. You've been gone these past few days, and I don't know how many things have been delayed. Suyu smiled and said, Isn't it because my secretary is here? How much trouble can it cause? Mu Qianyu pouted. He acts cool in front of other women, saying he'll take care of everything outside, but in the end, it all falls on me. See for yourself. A series of reports, as well as data on population, resource distribution, economy, etc., in the 3 West Coast states. Sigh, managing just one beast-taming guild used to be a nightmare, and now you've dumped 3 states and tens of millions of people on me. My head is about to explode. Suyu nodded. Chinyu, thanks to you. All right, let me help you think of a solution. Mu Chinyu poked Suyu's waist. Pa, that was your business to begin with. Is your back all right? 5 days. A full 5 days. Suyu waved his hand. It's okay, it's okay. I have unlimited energy right now. Go and bring over the original sheriffs of the 3 states, the leaders of the captured personnel, and the myths and demigods of the Licca people who are under our control. The ultimate form of violence is not about easy destruction. The key lies in the ability to easily establish a completely new order, even if it is an order that has been destroyed. Mu Chinyu moved quickly. On Los Angeles, the sheriffs of the 3 nearby states, the captured Licca Beastmasters, the brigade commanders of the 10 brigades belonging to these 3 states, and the captured myths and demigods all gathered together. As for the original 4 families of the West, while it wasn't a complete eradication, the former power of the 4 families, numbering hundreds of thousands, was still. It's almost completely gone. Even those who survived had their magic circuits destroyed and were sent to mines. You must use your life's hard work to atone for the sins of your family's bloodline. The main hall of the observatory. Hundreds of people were gathered together. Suyu appeared, and the pressure in his eyes sent chills down one's spine. After this evil god returned, the entire West Coast suffered a devastating catastrophe. To be honest, the situation in these 3 states is relatively good compared to Los Angeles. Suyu's men were relatively restrained in their actions. The other 6 states, it was like a locust swarm passing through. They feared that Suyu intended to eliminate them, the higher-ups, as a deterrent. Suyu glanced at the crowd. It seems you are also aware of your fate. I won't waste any more words. In short, expose the people around you who know about and participated in the Battle of Thousand Lakes. I'll give you 5 minutes. After 5 minutes, if your information doesn't match the intelligence I have, sorry, everyone involved will be punished collectively and executed. I need vicious dogs, but that doesn't mean I can forgive my enemies. That's impossible. What? Everyone involved? Collective punishment? Start the timer. As soon as Suyu finished speaking, a blonde, blue-eyed man jumped out. Great Lord, my name is Phyllis. Heinkel Leichmann of the Leichmann family boasted to me after the Battle of the Thousand Lakes that he organized it. Master, my name is Edward, Fisher of the Martin family, he once. No one is immune to the fear of death, especially the original magistrates of the 3 states, most of whom were ordinary people or low-level beast tamers, were not able to participate in the Great War. For them, this was an unexpected disaster, and they wanted to live even more. So you please, Before Henkel could finish speaking, Arya beheaded him with a blood blade. Uffed. He couldn't be bothered to listen to these good-for-nothings begging for mercy. Arya didn't want to hear it either. Is there any time left? Only 3 minutes. I'll report it. And him too. Lord Suyu, you can trust me. Lord Su, our brigade has been stationed at the Demon Cave and was completely unaware of this. It's true. The Leichmann, Martin, and Watson families were the hardest hit, losing nearly half their members. After being captured, their magic was drained, rendering them incapable of even a semblance of resistance. The shadow of death silenced everyone. Everyone rushed to betray their former companions, and the original network of relationships was completely torn apart, like a large-scale prisoner's dilemma. Whoever betrays later may be the lamb to the slaughter. A group of people who were once high above others have become as despicable and obsequious as dogs. Suyu didn't need to do anything. He simply waited for them to offer their loyalty. All right, all the people who have a grudge against me are dead. As for the rest of you, there's no need to worry about your safety. But you will be branded. Suyu raised his hand and used magic to draw in the last surviving victim, Mike Martin, marking him with a star and tossing him aside. No matter what you think of me, no matter where I am, as long as I know you have thoughts of betraying me. Suyu took out the star cup. It will shine. And I don't need to come in person, I just need to press a button. Mike Martin seemed to be instantly squashed into a meat patty, and then erased from the world like an eraser. Like this, countless people gasped in shock, staring in astonishment at what was in front of him. Even mythology cannot comprehend what is happening before our eyes. At the same time, the kingdom of Licca, the Shadow Cave. Douglas, it's all over, completely over. Our entire Tepesi clan, over 70,000 vampires, have all been, William Tepesi said, heartbroken. Only the Capexi clan suffered the deepest retribution from Suyu. Only a few cubs were adopted by Arya and sent to Great Xia. Douglas's eyes were bloodshot. I know. This is an irreconcilable feud. William Tsepasi asked, what should we do? Our family is gone. Douglas's gaze hardened. William, we haven't lost yet. William said regretfully, but our lab has suffered huge losses. Not all the data was transferred, and rebuilding it will take more than 10 years. Are we going to have to wait more than 10 years? How long has Suyu been a beast tamer? Less than a year. In a decade or so, we will be crushed by him like ants. Douglas firmly replied, no. There's no need to wait more than a decade. Did you know that among all the races there is a species called soul-devouring ants? They are the superior species of number 182 blood-devouring ants. William said, so what? Expect them to avenge us. Douglas grinned menacingly. Yes, the soul-eater ants, sequence number 78, have a special characteristic. The way they reproduce is that the king ant draws the blood of all the soldier ants and then reproduces with the queen ant. This creature reproduces extremely quickly, and although the queen ant has no combat power whatsoever, she possesses a life force equivalent to that of the Age of Gods. William realized something. You mean? Douglas said, find the soul-eating ants, then drip a drop of our potion onto each soldier ant. As long as one can withstand it, we can transform the ant queen, and then... William's eyes lit up. Let's do it this way. Chapter 380, I have a date with a female angel. The star marks are a testament to their betrayal of dignity and shame. You are all masters of power politics. Unfortunately, I studied magic. It's even more efficient at killing people than physics. Manage things well, and you'll be paid your due wages and compensation. But if... Suyu's lips curled up. You know the consequences. Eyes twitched as they recalled Mike Martin, who had just been erased from the world. Lord Su, rest assured, we guarantee to govern this place well for you. That's right, environmental protection, animal welfare, and gender minorities all have to give way to you. I propose to create a new gender, the Su gender, which can only be held by those who have been granted a star mark by Lord Suyu, and will be above all other genders. Approved. Suyu's vision went black. You're not masters of power politics, you're masters of abstract concepts. No wonder some people say that people like them are worse than clowns once they leave the stage. Suyu said sternly, get out. Starting today, all these miscellaneous genders are to be abolished. From now on, there can only be men and women here. Oh, no, there will be other races moving in later. Damn, Suyu realized that, surprisingly, their gender kaleidoscopes could be matched among all races. Anyway, humans are only allowed to have 2 sexes. Furthermore, this time we raided the homes of 4 families and obtained a considerable amount of wealth. Don't complain about the budget. It's enough for you to live on for more than 20 years. The 4 families have plundered the Blue Star for decades, accumulating a staggering amount of wealth that is impossible to quantify. Clear. Please rest assured, Lord Su. Suyu nodded. That's settled then. If anything happens in the future, report to Chinyu. I need to focus my energy on military, on combat. We can't let the advantage fall behind us. Although, Suyu seems to have a significant advantage. He returned to Earth, beheaded Kaipisi, and directly occupied the western coast of the Likas. But everyone knows that. The Sepasi family is only a part of it. The truly devastating battle will erupt after Suyu returns to Great Xia. The reason why various countries and forces have not intervened much in Suyu's occupation of the west coast is that they are all waiting for the outcome of the Great Xia War. They'll help whoever wins. Suyu Weiying, all your achievements will be recognized. Suyu lost. Well, sorry, there are some things we're also very envious of. This group of people also share this sentiment to some extent. First, submit loyally. A rule built on power will crumble along with that power, unless it can. Invincible. Finishing the arrangements for the 3 prefectures of Luocheng, Suyu summoned the women. Linger, inform your father that we are going to return to Great Xia. Yin Linger's heart tightened, realizing what this meant. Suyu's return will mean an inevitable battle with the Li family. Yin Linger asked, should we go straight back? No, we're going to the Devil's Den. I want them to feel threatened at all times. Moreover, I dare say that both the Li family and your family have astonishing plans similar to those of the Kaipisi family. Human ambition knows no bounds. Yin Linger nodded, then asked with some worry, is there any chance of winning? This is also a problem for other people. Dealing with the Likas is actually quite easy. You can easily unite some natural allies. Even the Li family, who hated each other, were willing to undermine the Percy family. But dealing with the Li family is a different story. Within the Great Xia, the attitude is ambiguous, relying solely on oneself. Suyu smiled. Yes, because I have a date with a female angel. Oh, Meng Shuiao was a little confused. Angel? Winged race? So you start having contact with a female skywing? Even Chu Xianin didn't say that. Although, there are already enough women in the family, the thought of having another one makes me a little sour. Xianin whispered, Sister Shuiao, are you jealous? No, I didn't. Chu Xianin transmitted her voice. Hee. Actually, it was the 6th of the 18 wings of the former Skywing race, a senior named Nomiya. She seems to be imprisoned in some hidden hellhole. She once used her mental powers to meet Suyu remotely and asked her husband to rescue her. 18 wings. The Skywing race was once the most powerful beings, all of whom were at the Saint Realm, or even above. Are any of the original 18 wings still alive? Meng Shuiao felt a little relieved. He's at least 5,000 years older than Suyu, so there shouldn't be any problems. I think, right? Suyu recalled Nomiya, chained up, like a fallen angel waiting for him to save her from the abyss. The Li family's plan be the same as Kai Peishi's, to reform people? Wrong. Li Fei once said that his clan once ruled over the Great Xia. They once suppressed the invasion of the Demon Cave with the power of their entire clan. Their clan has a true history of the Great Xia dynasty. The 18 wings of the Skywing clan are merely part of the plan. Etc. King's Landing. Suyu's face darkened. Wu Ma Ming and Xia Tingun's obsession led to the creation of a Great Xia king. Once reigning supreme over the Great Xia dynasty, wasn't that? The former king of men. What exactly is the relationship between the two governors and the Li family? Collaborator? Supporter? No, those who diverge on the same path. Possible. Suyu's mind was a bit confused, and Alia wiped his forehead with a damp towel. Little guy, just say what you don't understand. No one can understand everything. Suyu nodded. Perhaps this time is truly the most difficult one. We will be confronting the history of the human race. The true weight of thousands of years of history may be coming right up to us. Suyu voiced his guess. Meng Shuiao frowned slightly after hearing this. Is it true? At least, based on the interrogation of Li Fei and other information, it is very likely. Meng Shuiao frowned and said, perhaps there really is a record of this in the forbidden area. Oh. The dividing line between the age of all races and the age of forbidden zones is generally considered to be the extinction of the winged race and the sealing of the city of angels. Actually, there's one more thing. Since that incident, legends about the land of beginnings have circulated in the forbidden zone, saying that everything can be obtained there. Suyu's eyes widened slightly. Yes. How could he not have noticed that? The road to death in the city of angels, the forbidden sea was formed by the gods being devoured, and only then was the place of origin separated. What about the history of the starting point, spanning thousands of years from the end of ancient times to the end of the era of myriad races? It's dark under the light. Didn't he notice? Suyu vaguely felt that he should pay attention to this, unless some force was preventing him from doing so. Once everything is connected, some things seem to become clear. Shuiao, what happened in the Forbidden Zone? Chapter 381 The Legend of Asking Immortals, the former king of the Li clan. Meng Shuiao was lost in her memories. I didn't know he was human. I only remembered something after you told me about the Li family. The immortal clan has no lineage with the surname Li, but there was once an immortal with the surname Li in history, who was also the closest he ever came to becoming a god. The Forbidden Zone era was not as long as the ancient era and the era of myriad races. The extinction of the Skywing race is the past of the Forbidden Zone. Many years ago, the immortal Moon Palace was just like it is now. We kept our palace gates tightly closed. Since we could not become gods and ask questions, our ancestors accepted their fate and lived a peaceful life in the immortal Moon Palace. One day, a descendant claiming to be a banished immortal came seeking the Tao. Although our clan was once revered as gods, it is not without those who have been tempted by mortal desires and have mated with beings from the outside world. At this point, Meng Shuiao's voice became much softer. She was the one who fell for worldly desires. Therefore, there is also a lower race of the immortal clan, sequence number 94, the half-immortal clan. They are the descendants of beings from the outside world and the immortal clan, just like the demon clan and the subdragon clan. The immortal Moon Palace is not opposed to half-immortals, and that person is quite talented, so we accepted him. The man's name was Li Hong. He said he wanted to learn skills at the immortal Moon Palace and go down the mountain to save his clan. The elders of the immortal Moon Palace then entrusted him with the inheritance of our immortal clan. Li Hong also secretly represented the immortal Moon Palace in battles against other generations of gods and quickly distinguished himself. And he obtained one of the 7 source artifacts of the divine realm. 7 source device. So you heard this name again. It seems to be the epitome of the most powerful artifacts in the divine realm. With the 7 source artifacts in hand, Wu Ma Ming almost overwhelmed hundreds of dragon lords. Although he was powerless later on, the power of the 7 source artifacts was evident. Meng Shuiao continued, but one day later, Li Hong disappeared. When I heard his name again, he was already in the land of beginnings, wearing the crown of the human race, known as the King of Men. This is one of the reasons why we used to call you a lowly race. A lower-ranking member of our race, someone who betrayed us, became your king. We always thought he was a half-immortal, but now that I think about it, perhaps he was originally human beings. Later, this human king displayed power that surpassed even the holy realm. With a single sword strike, he severed the edge of the land, creating what you humans now call the 108 Demon Caves. Suyu asked in surprise, Was the borderland once a single, unified area? Meng Shuiao nodded. Didn't I say that? Wait. I clearly know this. Why didn't I tell you? She herself was somewhat confused. A conjecture gradually formed in Suyu's mind. Sure enough, when it comes to the secrets of history, there is always a special force that interferes with the exchange of information. The gods and the beings above the stars do not want mortals to truly know everything from the past. Meng Shuiao said, originally, the area outside the Forbidden Zone was the Forbidden Sea, and beyond that was a ring of edge continents. The appearance of Li Hong, with a single sword strike, cleaved the entire edge region into 108 pieces, and from then on, the races of the borderlands can no longer unite and must rely on the support of the Forbidden Zones. But for the Forbidden Zones to cross the Forbidden Sea is even more difficult. The gods are all long-lived beings, many of them being ancient monsters who have lived for thousands of years. However, very little is recorded about this period of history. Meng Shuiao explained, these are records left over from the great battle above the Holy Realm. Perhaps only our immortal clan would be willing to record them in written form. Suyu nodded slightly. I see. No wonder there are passages between the border areas. Because they were originally one, but were artificially separated. The Li family's former glory. The king of men who suppressed the demon's lair. The human king that Wu Ma Ming and Xia Ting envisioned represented someone who would completely eradicate the threat of the demon cave at minimal cost, and that great Xia and Blue Star would be unified with the appearance of the human king. With the appearance of the human king, such legends began to circulate in the Forbidden Zone. The place of origin possesses everything. Whether the king of men was a god is unknown. However, if one wishes to take another step forward from the Holy Land, one must come to the land of beginning. The ruins of Mo Yuan prove this point. Suyu obtained an extraordinary cultivation method. I understand now, the legend of the human king. The plans of the Li family, including those of other families, and even the inheritance of the 9 families, may all originate from the human king. Let's go back to the demon's lair. Staying in human territory is too dangerous. It's definitely more reassuring to be among the simple, diverse races. Suyu planned to take down the Kai Peishi family. He immediately set his sights on the Li family. It seems I underestimated things before. On the way, Suyu and his group were in a rather cheerful mood. By any measure, it was a great victory. Even in the Western Demon Caves, Suyu received a king-like reception, with tens of thousands of Shadow Nether Clan members escorting him on his journey, a truly grand spectacle. The starting point, the 3 states specifically allocated a piece of land for the construction of the 8 demon cities, and allowed them to trace the earth veins within the 3 states to search for possible ruins and treasures. The premise is that you are not allowed to go into human territory, so as not to cause trouble. The demons were overjoyed. The Western Demon Cave, which had been impenetrable for thousands of years, was breached as soon as Suyu arrived. His admiration for Suyu grew even stronger. On the road, delete a dialogue between Chu Xianin and Meng Shuiao, about 300 words long, which basically shows that the 2 women can talk about anything and are naturally compatible. It seemed that out of everyone, she was the only one who believed it like a fool. Yan Linger chuckled softly. No wonder Suyu likes you so much, you spoil him too much. Meng Shuiao puffed up her cheeks in anger and stood up to go to Suyu's side. You lied to me. Oh. She bit down hard on Suyu's neck, causing Suyu to scream in pain. Ouch. That hurts. You, how come you're like Arya? No, it hurts so much. You lied to me. You lied to me. Suyu was taken aback, but the pain in his neck made him beg for mercy. Where did I go wrong? Okay, I was wrong. Honey, it hurts. Meng Shuiao then spared Suyu's life. She no longer wears that light veil phoenix mask. Her stunning beauty is like a work of art, pleasing to the eye. I owe you all a grand wedding, Suyu said, looking at everyone. Then you'd better work hard to make up for it, little one. Chapter 382 The Hall of the Human King. 9 Heroic Spirits, Ambition, and Divergence. His relaxed conversation was filled with hope. The women lowered their heads. Only Mu Qianyu had ever worn a wedding dress, but that was only for revenge. Suyu owes them. Then, when will it be held? Meng Shuyao poked Suyu's forehead with her jade-like fingers. I don't want a hasty wedding. You promised me, at least you would. At the very least, we must crush the God King. Their wish was more urgent than the wedding. Then you shall wait until I subdue all races and truly become the King of Kings. This was the vow he made. Suyu took their hands and kissed the back of each one's hand. Then can I enjoy the bliss of having 2 wives in advance? Get out, the 7 women said in unison. Arya pinched Suyu's nose. Little guy, you've gotten a bit too cocky since you got Shuyao. If we can't control our desires, we'll lose everything. Suyu smiled and said, just kidding, I know what I'm doing. This is a critical moment. We can't afford to mess things up. Linger, I will take you to Qianhu first. You can return to the Yin family from Qianhu, and then the banquet will be held at Qianhu. Thousand Lakes is also closer to the restricted area. Now that the Forbidden City of Angels has reopened, the little demon girl is holding on alone there. It's uncertain whether that's enough. If something were to happen to him, it would be easier for Suyu to return to the restricted area. Thinking of Qi Mayan, I wonder if the little vixen has written me a letter. Perhaps it was telepathy. A gentle breeze swept by, and a piece of paper landed on Suyu's face. Long Shichi, the letter has been delivered. Suyu cursed, hey, don't throw letters in people's faces next time. The masks of the Dragon Pavilion are different from those of the Beast Pavilion. Once worn, they almost completely conceal one's presence. Even Suyu failed to notice. Etc. Pavilion member codename Dragon 17 looked at Suyu strangely. What? Are you going to reply? A single sacred demon Yin-Yang fruit. So expensive. Suyu coughed lightly. Could I have one of those masks you're wearing? I can pay the fee. Of the 5 pavilions of Fengyan Pavilion seem to each have their own purpose. After thinking for a moment, Long Shichi said, in principle, it is not allowed, but there is nothing in Fengyan Pavilion that is not tradable. Here you go. Suyu took the mask, and sure enough, it contained a special power that allowed the wearer to eliminate all auras or even existence. Suyu realized a terrifying truth. The feeling Long Shichi gave him. He is no weaker than the Silver Dragon Saint, the top 2 geniuses on the Hidden Dragon list. In other words, in order to make a trip to the Divine Realm, each race might use its own methods to erase its existence without being detected by the ranking list. Suyu said, okay, I'll send you the reply in a bit, along with 2 Yin-Yang fruits. Suyu opened the letter. The first part contained some sweet but meaningless greetings, and the latter part talked about the place where it all began. You damned bastard. The Forbidden Zone is stirring up trouble. They've discovered that many powerful humans have perished in the land of origin, and they're starting to gather forces again, attempting to cross the Forbidden Sea. I am safe and sound here, don't worry. Be careful. The Divine Realm will open at the end of the year. Before that, you must advance to the Reincarnation Realm, and you must break through at least the 6th Reincarnation stage. I know you have a grudge to settle in the land of beginning. I'm not trying to persuade you to give up your hatred, but the Divine Realm opens only once every 3 years, and you absolutely cannot miss this year's opportunity. Of the 7 source artifacts, only 1 remains. Suyu chuckled. Was the little Demoness worried that he would lose his mind and stop at nothing to waste time at the starting point? He picked up his pen and wrote back. Don't worry, my wife. I'm perfectly clear-headed. I have conquered the Western Demon Cave. The battle against the Lika people has basically achieved its goals. The waters here in the land of beginning are very deep. I underestimated the ambition of mankind. I will remember this and proceed gradually. I will definitely avenge them, but it won't interfere with our important business. Love you. After finishing the letter, he said to Long Shichi, who had put on a new mask, send it to the little Demoness as quickly as possible. As soon as he finished speaking, Long Shichi disappeared into thin air. Holding the Dragon Pavilion mask, Suyu used this strange counterfeit. It seems we can sneak back to Great Xia without being discovered. The Li family, a hidden den of iniquity. Li Hingyang said, my 3 uncles, this is how things went. Suyu completely crushed the Kaipisi clan, but Douglas and the others escaped with the blasphemous plan, I'm afraid. Before Li Hingyang, 3 white-haired old men sat beneath 3 statues about 1,000 meters tall. Despite their small stature, no one dared to underestimate them. With a slight blink of their wrinkled eyelids, the old men exuded a chilling aura. Li Hingyang's second uncle, who once helped him remotely, was among them. Hingyang, it's all right. Relying on foreign tribes is a minor path. The secrets of the Sepisi clan may sound terrifying, but they pale in comparison to the glory of their ancestors. Li Hingyang said with some worry. The hatred between me and Suyu has reached an irreconcilable point. Even in a life-or-death struggle, my Feier died at his hands. I'm worried that after he deals with the Kai Peishi family, he'll turn on us, relying solely on the external forces of the Li, Pei, and Bai families might be. Sitting in the very center, Li Hingyang's uncle. No one knows how many years he has lived. This is the hall of the human king. Hingyang, we have never told you about our long-forgotten history. But today I'm going to tell you something. Do you know the origin of the 9 families? Li Hingyang shook his head. Please enlighten me, uncle. The king's surname is Li, so our Li family is naturally one of the branches. The 9 families are the descendants of the 9 heroic spirits under the throne of the human king, and they were the kings who once protected the human territory and ruled the world. Li Hingyang frowned. But, the eldest uncle said, but why did only 9 families remain among the 9 heroic spirits and the human king, right? Li Hingyang nodded. Yes, there's one more. The eldest uncle said quietly. There is another branch, the Wu family. This family had only one son per generation, and now there is only. Li Hingyang suddenly realized. Wu Ma Ming. Yes. The eldest uncle suddenly opened his eyes. The factions of our 9 families? The aristocratic faction? The cooperative faction? Those are all empty words. The reason is simple. The succession of the human king, the succession of history, is something that our 9 families and Wu Ma Ming disagree on. We have completely opposite and even irreconcilable paths. That brat Wu Ma Ming wants to create a human king among ordinary people who can lead the great Xia. Maybe it's naive, maybe it's childish, but he has his eye on Suyu. I have to admit that Suyu does have the qualifications. The Lu family and the Yin family were once the last of the 9 heroic spirits' descendants. They were thinking about how to replace us and become the human king themselves. As for our Li family, Hingyang, do you think our Li family is a pawn or a player on the chessboard of all races? Chapter 383 We are the game itself. Li Hingyang never underestimated himself, nor did he become arrogant. Of all races, the Li family is just one branch of humanity. The number of direct descendants in the entire family may not be more than that of the Kaipei family, and their strength in the holy realm and mythology is not necessarily greater than that of others. A chess piece. Although our family is extremely renowned and has had its glory days, compared to the 1,000 clans of the sequence, compared to the divine sequence, we are. The uncle shook his head. No, think again. Li Hingyang frowned. Uncle, could it be that our Li family has always been the pawn controlling all the races? The uncle shook his head again. No, I'm thinking. Li Hingyang was somewhat bewildered. It is neither a chess piece nor a chess player. Are we both pawns and players? A chessboard appeared in front of my uncle. No, we are neither chess pieces nor chess players. Our Li family is the game itself. Li Hingyang was extremely puzzled. What did this game of chess mean? The eldest uncle said quietly. The place of origin possesses everything. This is a saying that has been passed down in the Forbidden Zone for thousands of years. You should have heard of it, right? I've heard of it. And the one who coined this phrase was our Li family's ancestor, the great Xia King. Our entire family is a chessboard. Our family and the spirits of our ancestors will either become players or pieces, but they will eventually come here. We have arrived at the king's palace. Commander-in-Chief Li Ming of the great Xia dynasty. Yes, he has a deep-seated hatred for our family. Your second son, Li Jun, is the same. They both came from our Li family, but the former has an irreconcilable ideological conflict with us. Human King's Palace. Do you want your son to become king? Or do you want a stranger to become king, and then he enslaves your children and takes your wives and concubines? Li Hingyang fell silent. He has no son. However, allowing outsiders to enter the king's palace and take away what the king left behind was an outcome he could not accept. Not to mention, he's still young, not even 50 years old, and can still have children. Li Hingyang said. Then Li Ming and Wu Ma Ming are so magnanimous? They would rather let an outsider inherit the title of king. Li Hingyang found it incomprehensible. Are there really people like this in the world? The eldest uncle also fell silent, and after a long while, he said, the holy domain is an obsession. Whether it's a family obsession or a national obsession. You may not believe it, but such people do exist. They are passionate creatures who would give their lives for their beliefs without considering themselves or their families. They are also cold-blooded creatures. Once their chosen target does not follow the path they hope for, They will ruthlessly abandon even a young man as talented as Su Yu. Li Hingyang couldn't help but ask, what exactly was left behind in the Hall of the Human King? Is it possible that our Li family is incapable of inheriting the family business? The uncle shook his head. I don't know. We 3 old folks have sat here for over 700 years, and my father has guarded this place for 1,000 years. Which member of the younger generation of the Li family hasn't been to this underground den of iniquity? But the statue of the King of Men never reacted. The statue of the King of Men contains no text, only an image. Before one man, all races bow down. We've tried everything we've ever been obsessed with. Perhaps this is just a legend. But the power of the King of Men is real. The Li family has already proven this point. The hands of the King of Men sculpture can be cut open, and a drop of blood will flow out every year after it is cut open. A single drop of blood represents the use of the power of the human king once. It also represents, in this king's palace, 1,326 sculptures have been sealed, and they could be awakened at any time. If anyone dares to cross this line, let him turn to dust. Li Hingyang looked up at the countless sculptures in the Hall of the Human King and gasped. These sculptures are his. Our forefathers. Su Yu led the night banquet group back to Thousand Lakes, leaving only a decoy in the Western Demon Cave, where Adam and Zhou Zheng were stationed as cover. After donning the Dragon Pavilion masks, the rest of the group silently infiltrated the Thousand Lakes Demon Cave. This thing is really useful. Really, it's like they've completely disappeared. The little guy's magic has really improved. He's made so many in just a few days. Su Yu now has 7,620 magic circuits, and his mental strength is gradually approaching the Spirit Abyss realm. He can handcraft thousands of masks every day using strange counterfeits. Returning to this place of sorrow, everything has changed. Su Yu gripped Arya's hand tightly, and with his other hand, he poured a pot of osmanthus wine onto the ground. It was right here, a tribute to my subordinates who believed in me and braved this perilous journey with me. Also remember what happened. Arya covered her lower abdomen with her hand and parted her red lips slightly. Little guy, I have not yet formally apologized to you. I'm sorry, I shouldn't have done that. Su Yu shook his head. You're not wrong. I'm the one who's wrong. How old are our children? Arya smiled and said, I did the math. I first sensed the baby at the end of February, when it should have been 3 months old. Now it should be 5 months old. Su Yu looked up and said, I've been missing for so long, and I haven't been home even once. I've never taken you home even once. Hatred, bloodshed hatred must be avenged, but it is not our everything. If possible, I'd like to take you home first. Thanks to this Dragon Pavilion mask, otherwise, I could only dream about it. Mu Qinyu said softly. Su Yu, don't worry. I have taken your parents and sister to the night banquet space for protection. There are also demon suppression guards guarding there. Before your return, I had already submitted the documents to the Great Xia for the return of some of the banquet participants, and they approved it. So, bringing some people back will not arouse any suspicion. As long as we don't show ourselves in public easily. Su Yu rubbed Mu Qinyu's ear. With Qinyu here, I really feel much more relaxed. Then the wives. Come home with me this once. The ladies blushed and whispered, yes. Return to Great Xia. Visiting relatives was only one aspect. On the other hand, Su Yu urgently needed to ensure the reliability of his allies so that Yin Ling'er could meet her father. Dealing with the Li family may be a long and difficult struggle. Don't rush. Su Yu reminded himself. No one can imagine what would happen if they were to deal with a family with a much richer history than vampires. He wanted to leave himself a backup plan. Otherwise, not only will you fail to avenge your family in the end, but if you get stuck there, you will lose everything. But now, during this turbulent time, he can relax, think of solutions, and enjoy the warmth of home. Of Shanghai blue against his face. The wanderer who had been drifting alone in a foreign land returned to his hometown. Chapter 384 Returning to Great Xia, bringing a companion home. Su Yu stood on the street, wearing the Dragon Pavilion mask, and even passers-by did not notice the hidden figure on the street. Mu Qinyu asked, why did you suddenly stop when we were almost home? Su Yu sighed. Qinyu, am I a very unqualified son, and also a very unqualified husband? Mu Qinyu took Su Yu's arm and smiled gently. That's not true. You're not even a proper carbon-based life form, but I like you. I've been taking care of them lately. We're like family. I'm fulfilling my filial duty, and that means you're doing it too. Su Yu gently rubbed her cheek. Come to think of it, even though Mu Qinyu's mother lives here, I have never paid her a visit. Perhaps all along, being busy and stressed has been a great excuse, but now, there are no excuses left. Thank you, Chinyu. I've said it before, between us. Yes, I love you, baby. Su Qifan and Ning Shooting lived in a large 3-story house with an area of over 1,000 square meters. As usual, Ning Shooting tended to the flowers and plants, while Su Qifan sat in front of the fish pond with a fishing rod in hand. Perhaps only by fishing in front of the fish pond could he avoid going home empty-handed. Despite their extremely comfortable living conditions, the two did not show much joy on their faces. Old man, our son has been missing for 2 months. What do you say? Enlika has not yet arrived. Furthermore, the matter Su Yu is currently involved in involves extremely high-level issues, and ordinary people would never know the details of the grudges involved. Compared to the official announcement that Su Yu's whereabouts are unknown. Even more regrettably, Su Yu has been so busy since almost the end of last year that he has not been home. Despite hearing stories of sons everywhere, I can't feel happy. Alright, didn't that girl Chinyu say she's still alive? She'll come back eventually. Ning Shooting pursed her lips. Sigh. You know, Miss Mu is such a good person, and Ilea was a good girl before too. What will happen then? Su Qifan picked up his fishing rod. Our son is very capable. He'll probably be able to bring them all back. As for Wanrong, ever since her brother disappeared, she's gone mad, trying to become a beast tamer. Chinyu even used her connections to help her awaken her talent early and gave her an S-level talent injection. What if her daughter also goes down this path? Of the Beast Master represents glory, and also, my heart aches, and I cannot speak. Just then, there was a knock on the door. Knock knock. They're here. Ning Shooting opened the door and saw a weathered face that seemed slightly unfamiliar, yet incredibly familiar. The watering can I was holding fell to the ground. Thud. Upon hearing this, Su Qifan rushed over immediately. What's wrong, son? Su Yu smiled and said, Mom, Dad, I'm back. Although it's somewhat sudden, I can't let others know my whereabouts. The two covered their faces and wept, as if in a dream. In just 6 months, Su Yu had almost shed all his childishness. Like a traveler of time, he was very young but mature, as if he had seen death and slaughter, which made people feel sorry for him. Son, you've lost so much weight. Su Yu smiled bitterly. Since Ilea's accident, he had been enduring hardships and sleeping in the open all night, so it was only natural that he had lost weight. The few times he could relax were when his lover provided him with a safe haven. You must have suffered a lot. Ning Shooting couldn't help but let her tears fall. Su Yu shook his head. It's not bitter. Okay, Mom, I'm back now. Ahem, and I want to. Ning Shooting wiped away the tears from the corners of her eyes. Yes, let's not talk about it anymore. It's good that you're back. By the way, it's Miss Mu who has been taking care of us all this time. Another young lady named Yin has come a few times as well. Son, are you and Ilea? Their son is very charming. Both girls are wonderful, beautiful, considerate, and very capable. But Arya, the first girl Su Yu brought back, wouldn't be affected by this. Su Yu said, I was just about to introduce you to them. Su Yu turned around and clapped his hands. Ilea, Kong Huanyuan, Chu Xianin, Yin Linger, Mu Qinyu, Meng Shuiyao, and Long Miu successively removed their dragon pavilion masks and appeared before the two. The 7 girls said in unison, Hello, uncle and aunt. Ning Shooting and Su Qifan stared wide-eyed. These things they? Su Yu, without blushing or panting, said, It's all my fault, my wife. Besides, I still have a wife in the den of demons that I haven't brought back yet. You've met Arya, Linger, and Qinyu before. They were all incredibly beautiful, dazzling Su Qifan and Ning Shooting. Especially when they saw Meng Shuiyao. Her stunningly beautiful face almost made them faint. Su Yu quickly wrapped a light veil around Meng Shuiyao's face. Ahem, uncle and aunt, I'm sorry. Meng Shuiyao awkwardly tried to hide in Su Yu's arms. She had almost scared his parents half to death the first time she entered their home. But it's not her fault. The power of the immortal eye is such that even the best among all races can't help but succumb. 2 ordinary people almost fainted after just one glance at that stunning face. Their brains couldn't withstand the triggering of their self-protection mechanism. Mom and Dad, Qinyu, bring some water. It took them a while to accept this reality. Future daughters-in-law. A lot of. It looks great. There are just too many. It left the 2 very traditional elderly people's minds buzzing. Su Yu chuckled. Dad, Mom, what are you standing there for? According to the rules, you should give everyone a red envelope. The 2 responded dazedly. Oh, right. Everyone was very nervous and awkward, and gave a red envelope. She's not as uninhibited as Su Yu. All right, Xianin, Linger, Ilea, you guys chat with Mom and Dad for a while. Shuiyao, come here and hide behind me. Qinyu, Huanying, Miue, come with me to cook. Oh, each responded. Meng Shuiao hid behind Suyu. The peerless goddess, a peerless genius who looked down on all living beings, never imagined that she would bring things to this point. But human society is different from that of the Fairy Moon Palace. Everything was strange, which piqued her curiosity. Why does this cold thing become warm when put into this big box? What kind of secret treasure is this? How can this iron pipe leak water on its own? There's no magical reaction here, so why did it catch fire on its own? Suyu scratched his head. The Forbidden Zone and humanity were like two separate worlds. He patiently explained, this is a microwave oven, not a secret treasure. The principle, humans tamed something similar to lightning and used it to create machines. Explaining electricity and microwaves to Meng Shuiao would be too complicated, so he simplified it as much as possible. She nodded slightly, unable to help but sigh. Humans are truly terrifying. Ning Shooting gradually relaxed and asked, Ilea, what exactly is our Suyu? Chapter 385 Reunion and Reunion. Why not try stealing? Ning Shooting found it difficult to speak to her daughter-in-law. Do you all really want to marry your sons? Arya smiled and nodded gently. Yes, Aunt. No, Mother, we truly love Suyu and hope you will agree to our marriage. In addition, she gently stroked her lower abdomen. Suyu and I'm pregnant. Her cheeks were flushed, and she still felt shy when talking about it. Ning Shooting and Su Qifan were both stunned for a moment, unable to react for a while. Su Qifan exclaimed excitedly, Really? Daughter-in-law, it's true. Ning Shooting slapped Su Qifan. How could you ask that? Really? It's just, Arya, you mean? Huan Yuan, standing to the side, said with a hint of envy. All right, I'll say it for my sister. It's true, she has a child. However, the life formation of the vampire progenitor is different from that of other races. It requires a year of condensation of life essence, a year to transform into form, and a year to transform into human form. This is a long process. Arya and Suyu have only completed the first half of the first year. This still made the two of them very happy, and they couldn't help but get excited. Old man, hurry, contact that fortune teller you know. Have him tell you what name we should get. Arya coughed lightly. Cough, cough. Mom, Dad, we can't tell anyone. We and Suyu sneaked in a great xia this time, which involves many aspects, so we dare not expose our whereabouts. This neighborhood, including the one in question, has been sealed off by night banquet under some pretext, and your signal can't get through. Ning Shooting and Su Qifan inevitably felt regret. However, they knew the truth in their hearts. The son and daughter-in-law status is now vastly different from before, and their every move has a significant impact. Soon, the meal was ready. Come, it's been so long since I cooked for you. Suyu invited them to sit down and asked, By the way, where's Wanrong? Ning Shooting sighed. Since you left, Wanrong has been begging Miss Mu to let her become a beast tamer. She has already found a teacher and awakened her talent. She should have just finished class and be on her way back. Suyu glared at Mu Qianyu. Mu Qianyu pouted, looking somewhat aggrieved, but Suyu shook his head. Well, maybe Arya is right. No one can escape this era. Even though becoming a beast tamer is dangerous, at least there is a certain chance of escape. Just like this operation to take down the Chapasi family. Ordinary people throughout the West Coast were also caught up in the war. Despite repeated orders to minimize casualties, this was war, and Suyu had to prioritize the lives of his men, so the casualty figures were equally staggering. Then let her be. However, Qianyu, please make arrangements to ensure that Wanrong is not allowed to leave the area guarded by the Demon Suppression Guard. Despite differing ideologies, the Demon Suppression Guard is still a force that can be trusted. Yes, I'll arrange it. Not long after, Su Wanrong ran and skipped home. Mom and Dad, I'm back. What did you make today? It smells so good. When Su Wanrong, who had her hair in a ponytail, arrived at the dining table, she was stunned. When did so many older sisters come to live with us? Aside from knowing Ilea, Mu Qianyu, and Yin Linger, everyone else is a complete stranger. Hello, sisters. Suyu laughed and said, You have no manners. You're so old and still don't act properly. Call me sister-in-law. Su Wanrong's eyes lit up, then welled up with tears. Brother, how did you get back? Are you all right? Everyone said you were dead. Wah. She rushed over and hugged Suyu, bursting into tears, unable to believe her eyes. Even though Mu Qianyu kept telling her that Suyu was fine and safe. But everyone around Su Wanrong knows that she is Suyu's sister. Everyone's saying that Suyu is dead, murdered, and completely dead. Of those who disappeared in the den of evil, it would be a miracle if even 1 in 10,000 were found. Stop dreaming. This isn't the time when your brother is still around. Now that I see the real person back, the dark cloud that had been hanging over my heart has finally dissipated. All right. Look at you. Someone like you who wants to be a beast tamer? You'd be crying on the battlefield. Just stay home. No, I won't. I want to go with you. Stop fooling around. You always treat me like a child. Suyu chuckled. But you're just a child. The battlefield is terrifying. Your sister-in-law Arya and I have been on the verge of death several times. Since you don't belong there, you shouldn't go. Su Wanrong nodded. It's rare for her brother to come back, and she knows that he probably has more good stuff than her school's inventory. He can easily make a fortune just by picking up some scraps. Instead of saying anything that would upset my brother, I should stick close to him. Let's eat. Shueyao, do you know how to use chopsticks? Meng Shueyao frowned slightly. Of course I can get such a little thing. Please, our clan also uses chopsticks. Although, given their natural talents, they use magic more often. To be honest, Suyu's cooking was quite delicious, although it couldn't compare to the celestial chefs of the immortal Moon Palace. But since it was made by her own man, it had a unique sweetness. Su Wanrong asked, puzzled, Sister, why are you wearing a veil while eating? Suyu tapped her on the head. Don't ask too many questions, or you'll regret it. Su Wanrong was a little curious. This woman's eyes were as beautiful as jewels, and the more she looked at them, the more she was captivated. Even Su Wanrong couldn't help but want to get closer. Meng Xiao couldn't take it anymore. I think I'll go to another table. She stood there, and Suyu's parents and sister either didn't dare to look up, or if they did, they would stare intently. Suyu scratched his head, and a witch's mask was pasted onto her face. Change your appearance. Oh, my love, you are only allowed to sit at my table. The table was filled with the feeling of family, something I hadn't experienced in a long time. Besides sharpness, does the battlefield also wear down emotions? Unbeknownst to her, Suyu's heart grew colder and colder. Fortunately, there are people in front of me who can rekindle the warmth in my cold heart. Linger. Oh. Since your abilities are inherited from your Yin family, do you have a way to inscribe a large teleportation array? Yin Linger shook her head. It's difficult. The teleportation array constructed by spirits has limited distance and can only teleport a small number of people. If a large teleportation array is to be constructed, one must go there in person. Suyu turned and smiled. It's not that I can't go in person. He took out the Dragon Pavilion mask. Do we even have this thing? What I care about is whether this thing can bypass the sacred domain's perception. Suyu was completely unaware of the Li family's hidden trump cards and secrets, which was a terrifying thing. If you want to rescue Nomiya, starting a major war directly could easily cost you everything. Why not give it a try? Steel. Chapter 386 The Love That Could Never Be Spoken. Originally, Suyu had never considered this possibility. Suyu never does anything futile if the conditions for implementation are not met. However, the seemingly useless but actually incredible gift that Long Shichi presented stirred Suyu's heart. The more I think about it, the more I feel there's a chance. Suyu has always been perceived as someone who uses his power to oppress others and engages in petty theft. It's not that he hasn't done it. After all, he stole Long Miyue, but those who knew about it are either all dead or have submitted to him. This sudden move will surely catch the Li family off guard. Yin Linger nodded. I'll find an opportunity to go home and talk to my father. Okay, please. If my father asks about you, what should I say? Yin Linger was somewhat flustered. Should I arrange your meeting, or should I keep it a secret? Suyu smiled and said, arrange for us to meet in the demon cave. At least in Linger's heart, I am more important than her family. The silly girl wasn't particularly valued within the family, and perhaps among Suyu's lovers, she wasn't the most beautiful, however. Suyu took her hand. I mentioned before that I would propose marriage to your father. Now it's simply time for me to fulfill all my promises. I will work step by step, no matter how much it takes, until they agree. Yin Linger and he held hands. Emotions are a confusing thing. She was the first woman Suyu forcibly took from him, yet she fell in love with the man who took her. The most marginalized direct descendant in her family, and perhaps she was also the most marginalized in Suyu's family. It seemed that all she could do for Suyu was to help him draw the teleportation array, which was a trivial favor. To her relief, Suyu didn't seem to think that way. Or do you not want to go home by yourself and want me to come with you? Although it's a bit dangerous, I'll go back with you if it's you. Suyu whispered in her ear. Yin Linger pouted. No need. I can handle this little thing. Her cheeks flushed slightly. Perhaps only her family could be both an aid and an obstacle for Suyu. But at least, the man gave her the confidence to face it calmly. Okay. My Linger is the best. Mu Qinyu added. Suyu, actually, besides Yan, there is also a group of newly recruited members staying here. Newly hired? Suyu recalled that Night Banquet had suffered considerable losses in the Battle of Thousand Lakes. Although its organization was intact, it had now been supplemented by the 10,000 Nations Camp and the 10,000 Races Camp, and its personnel and strength had expanded to almost the limit. However, the proportion of the population in the Great Xia itself has been weakened, which is not a good sign. Fortunately, Mu Qianyu had already started working on this. And some of your old acquaintances. Acquaintance? Is it the kind of cooked food that I've melted? Mu Qianyu chuckled. You forgot, your old classmates from Demon Spirit, your own team, and teams from other academies all voluntarily joined Night Banquet because of your name. Although their whereabouts are kept secret, since they are part of the Night Banquet, I plan to arrange for them to go to the Thousand Lakes Demon Cave later. How about we invite him over to catch up? In addition, I also suggest that your family be moved to Thousand Lakes or Los Angeles, or even directly to Angel City. Didn't you say that's your base in the restricted area? The Great Xia is about to become extremely dangerous. Suyu and his relatives at the banquet had to make plans early. Mu Qianyu knew that Suyu had been too tense all the way, and he needed to be allowed to relax and cultivate in seclusion for a while. Meng Shuiao told her that Suyu's current mindset was not suitable for trying to enter the cycle of reincarnation. They're all out. Desperate playing style is too risky. Arya's blood stopped Suyu from going completely insane. What they needed to do was make Suyu cherish more of his past and ties, so that he would subconsciously prepare a backup plan when considering things. This is more meaningful than direct persuasion. Suyu looked back on the past. Okay, let's invite them over. Want to catch up? It seems not bad. Nighttime in the courtyard over a bonfire. Mu Qianyu arrived with several people. She turned around and instructed, no matter what you saw today, you are not allowed to reveal a single word, and tomorrow you will be dispatched to Thousand Lakes to carry out a mission. Li Su patted his chest and said, Commander Mu, don't worry, we've kept our mouths shut. The entire team is at the reincarnation realm for the first 3 days and is ready to serve. We guarantee the successful completion of all missions. Aside from that freak Suyu, this team has already broken many records by completing all members of the rotation in less than a year since they enrolled. It was also thanks to the numerous major battles that had erupted over the past year, resulting in a surge of resources and the immense benefits gained from following Suyu in the Forgotten City that his leveling up was so rapid. Mu Qianyu smiled faintly. Is that so? Then, I won't bother you any longer. Go in. As the group approached, they saw a somewhat familiar figure roasting a leg of lamb by the campfire. Lu Xian and Ji Shui, Chun Mingming, and Jiang Xinyue covered their mouths. Suyu. Li Su and Wei Gang exclaimed excitedly. Suyu. My God. I heard you even took down the Likas? Really, Suyu? Suyu smiled and said, sit down, sit down. It's true, I suppose. We killed quite a few of them, but we still managed to let many escape. Let's not talk about that. Long time no see. Come over and have a couple of drinks with me. Suyu, who usually doesn't drink alcohol, rarely wanted to have a couple of drinks. The group was also very excited. At first, they were a little reserved because of the huge difference in their social status. However, after chatting for a while, Suyu seemed to be the same Suyu as before, so they relaxed a bit. The captain is so unfair. He fought his way through the penalty area without taking us with him. Exactly. When did the captain learn to hog everything? I heard. The captain even captured that legendary celestial goddess alive? Is that true? Suyu raised his eyebrows. Not only did I capture her alive, but I also made her fall in love with me. Sigh. I can't help it. I have this damn charm that I can't control. Wow. That's amazing. I'm so envious. Why didn't I cling to the captain's coattails back then? The two boys and Suyu downed bottle after bottle of wine, reminiscing about their ordinary days at school. Perhaps not long ago, there was pure joy. Lu Xian whispered, Shui Shui? Chun Mingming and Jiang Xinyue also moved closer. And Ji Shui finally shook her head. The girls' private conversations always revolved around men, and when they talked about who they liked, it always came down to Suyu. Perhaps, as he said, it is true. Its legendary aura exudes an irresistible charm. Lu Xian and Ji Shui both admitted that they liked Suyu. But Lu Xian only had a slight liking for him. And Ji Shui really likes him. She liked him ever since they were in school, when Suyu stood up for her. Only, this is a love that can never be spoken. A celestial goddess, a vampire ancestor. And Ji Shui saw the beautiful women who came to deliver things to Suyu one after another, and finally decided to keep quiet. Compared to them, she was just an ordinary girl, someone who, no matter how hard she tried, could never see his back. Let's just consider it an impossible unrequited love. Looking at her expression, Lu Xian finally sighed. Shui, maybe it's right not to say it, but you will definitely regret it in the end. So, Chapter 387, A Chance Encounter in This Mortal World. Everyone is the protagonist of their own story. After listening, Ji Shui lowered her head and said, how could he possibly agree? Lu Xian sighed and said, I had a chance to get close before, but I didn't seize it. Now I regret it a little. Whether you say it or not, he won't really mind, will he? But you'll definitely regret it if you don't tell. It's that simple. So what if we were rejected? In the end, this is just a dream that belongs to us. It's not bad to wake up from the dream, is it? And Ji Shui nodded slightly. Perhaps they were right. It might cause trouble for Su Yu, but Chen Mingming whispered, go Shui. Then she pulled Li Su. Li Su, Wei Gang, you two come here. Mingming, why are you pulling us? Shu, you two idiots. Let's go. Lu Xian and Jiang Xinyue also pulled the two away. Su Yu had just finished a bottle of wine. He didn't use his magic to fight off the intoxication and was still a little tipsy. He turned around. Where are they? Only Ji Shui remained sitting by the campfire. Shaoan, where are they? And Ji Shui said hesitantly, they went to the toilet. Oh. Su Yu chuckled. You're bragging to me about how much you can drink, and you can't even handle a few bottles? By the way, Shaoan, how have you been lately? Have you found someone? Do you need me to introduce you to someone? Su Yu didn't feel anything for these old classmates. He had met far too many beautiful women, especially elves and celestial beings. Even excluding Meng Shuiyao, he was still overwhelmed with choices. Not good. Huh? Su Yu turned her head. What's wrong? Is anyone bullying you at school or in the beast-taming guild? That shouldn't be the case. The night banquet group's rules regarding Xinyu are supposed to be quite strict. And Ji Shui shook her head. No, everyone is very kind to us. But I've always. What have you been doing all this time? Su Yu squinted, feeling a bit sleepy. And Ji Shui struggled to squeeze out a sentence. Su Yu, I've always missed you. I know that an ordinary girl like me isn't good enough for you. But I just wanted to tell you that I like you. The moment I said it, I felt a sense of relief, but also as if the sky had fallen. Maybe we wouldn't even be able to be friends anymore. Perhaps, originally, the two had only occasionally spent time together at school. Su Yu patted his face, trying to clear his head. Are you serious? And Ji Shui nodded. I'm sorry, I was being presumptuous. Su Yu reached out and pressed down. Don't be nervous, Shaoan. Shui, I really didn't notice. I regret that I cannot respond to your feelings. Upon hearing this, Ji Shui trembled, and tears welled up in her eyes. Su Yu then said, but I have to correct you on one point, Shui. There's no such thing as being unworthy or unworthy. If I hadn't met Arya back then, I would just be an ordinary person with nothing to show for it. We are all the protagonists of our own stories. I have also admired some beautiful girls, and I have also wronged some people because I would do anything, even resort to despicable means, to get what I wanted. Fortunately, I got it all. I understand how you feel, but this is just the me you imagine, not the real me. Whether it's Arya, or Huan Yuan, Xianyin, Linger, or Qianyu, I love them not just for their appearance. Of course, appearance is an important aspect, I don't deny that. But, besides accepting my glorious side, they also accepted my dirty side. I'm not as good as you think. If you really get together with me, all your fantasies will be shattered. And Ji Shui never imagined that Su Yu would answer her in this way. Maybe yes. That was just the Su Yu she admired, once you touched on his darker side. Su Yu then asked, Shui, you are very kind. I remember you saying a long time ago that talent is a reflection of the mind. Given your talents and the missions you've carried out, have you killed anyone besides the invading demons? And Ji Shui paused, then shook her head. The real me, the blood I've spilled, it's probably close to 1 million, if not more. And Ji Shui looked at Su Yu's trembling hands and the coldness in his eyes, and her heart started racing unconsciously. His imposing presence, his dignified and authoritative aura, and the sense of hardship he exuded despite his youthful appearance. All these qualities were built upon the glory of countless deaths. Would you still like me like this? And Ji Shui first shook her head, then nodded. Maybe you're right. That's just a figment of my imagination, a fantasy in my mind. But even if I knew, I think I would still like you. But our worlds are too far apart. I can't accept the idea of being someone close to you, but... She gave a bitter smile. Their worlds were completely separate. It was just fate that brought us together in this mortal world. Su Yu smiled and said, then come closer and take a better look at me. Night Banquet is a very good beast-taming group, and they are also my subordinates to whom I have devoted my heart and soul. I can never give you what you want. A lifetime of one love sounds wonderful, but my own greed and ambition have surpassed it. He saw through Njishue's thoughts. Yes, it's impossible for Suyu to abandon Arya and the others and stay with her forever. Njishue smiled and said, yes, I understand. Suyu, can you close your eyes for a moment? Taking advantage of his drunkenness, Suyu closed his eyes. Njishue stepped forward, intending to kiss his lips, but ultimately decided against it, only gently touching his forehead instead. Then she turned her head, her eyes brimming with tears. Suyu, I will follow you from now on. I want to be closer to you during the banquet, even closer to you. Even if it's just a dream, I want it to be a good dream. I'm just a passerby in your life, but I will also have my moment to shine. The girl turned and ran away, her silent sobs echoing in the air. Suyu watched her retreating figure with a slight sigh. Arya stood behind Suyu and hugged him. If you want. Suyu shook his head. I'm not at the point where I want to sleep with everyone I meet. Moreover, intruding into someone else's world may not be a good thing. Suyu is bearing is devastating for her, her family, and the world. I'm starting to regret it, Qianyu. Should I not have entered your world? Mu Qianyu leaned against Suyu's back. Yes, but the worst thing you did was not come and take me away sooner. Xianyin gently pinched Suyu's neck. Then who did you say you admired just now? Meng Shuiao said. This little thief said he saw me and my stepmother at Twilight Lake. He's probably longing for the goddess. Huh. Suyu waved his hand. Don't talk nonsense. I didn't say that. Arya whispered, little one. Come to my room in half an hour. I have a little surprise for you. Chapter 388, An Ordinary Dream, Birthday and Engagement. Suyu, feeling the night breeze, sobered up a bit. Alia said she had a gift for me. They scattered, preventing Suyu from entering the room. So they waited by the campfire outside. After Njishue ran out, she hugged Chen Mingming and cried her heart out. All right. It's just unrequited love and a failed confession. It's a normal thing. But it's always better to say it out loud, isn't it? What did Suyu say? Njishue wiped away her tears, sat to the side, and said with a silly smile. Lu Xian took a deep breath. What he said isn't entirely unreasonable. He went back to Daxia secretly this time. If his whereabouts are discovered, I'm afraid. Maybe this is a good thing for you, Shui. Njishue nodded gently. I understand everything. If he really agrees, I don't know how I'll handle it. It only added to his troubles. Lu Xian tapped her forehead. No way. That womanizer of his wouldn't have any trouble. But being closer to him. Lu Xian lowered her eyes and fell into deep thought. If I get a little closer to him, will I be able to see his life clearly? Though she had missed out on, when her father finally looked around to find her a suitable husband, only to find that none of them could compare to him. Then let me take a look too. Will I also have my own moment as the protagonist? Under the night sky, it seemed as if a heartbroken girl had appeared. Li Su and Wei Gang felt the atmosphere was particularly awkward. It was impossible for them not to envy Suyu, but they really didn't want to experience Suyu's life. Just the legend of him being passed down in the Great Xia dynasty was enough to send chills down their spines. Let's go for a night run. Let go of all your energy, then head to the Thousand Lakes Demon Cave. Okay, with our current speed, we should be able to run from Shanghai to Jiangcheng in one night, without needing to take a plane. Alright, let's go. Cultivate as soon as possible, and catch up with them as soon as possible. I don't want to just look at his back. For Suyu, the six of them set off toward their goal. With Suyu's current mental strength, the words of the six of them could easily echo in his ears. They really were born in a good era. It would have been impossible to cultivate so quickly in the past. Arya had already broken many records in the Great Xia dynasty by breaking through to Nirvana a year ago. In today's terms, this is just the average level of an ordinary person, a surge in resources, the capture of numerous powerful demons, and in-depth research. This is also a great achievement of Suyu. Suyu fought on the front lines in both of the largest battles between the Great Xia and the Demon Cave. I think I've done right by the Great Xia dynasty. That should be about right? Suyu calculated the time, arrived at Arya's door, and pushed it open to enter. The room was decorated with cherry blossoms and peach blossoms. Covered by the barrier of Immortal Palace Liyue, set up by Meng Shuiyao. Cherry blossoms were scattered on the jade tree, and the cherry blossom rain from the parting branches carried a hint of fragrance, which was refreshing. The beautiful decorations and the bride in a pure white wedding dress, with an engagement ring and a token of love in front of her. Arya smiled faintly and said, Honey, no, you said you would give us a grand wedding. Actually, we never needed to. All we need is for you to simply say, please marry me. That's all. 1,500 words have been deleted. The gist is, Suyu proposes, she puts on an engagement ring, and they exchange tokens of their love. Please understand. Chapter 389 The Call of Nomiya. A conversation between Arya and Suyu about adopting Capexi, or the little vampire, has been deleted. In essence, Arya felt that Suyu might prefer to eliminate the problem completely. Suyu explained the relationship between a person's nature and their upbringing, and that he would support Arya no matter what choice she made. It's understandable that Arya couldn't bring herself to harm the baby vampires, since the two of them also had their own offspring. The Leaf family, a hidden den of iniquity. Thousands of black chains bound Nomiya's body, and even the enormous angel could not break free. Humans could only extract her divine blood using a special treasure. Li Hingyang opened the secret chamber and asked, "How many times has divine blood been extracted this time?" The researcher standing nearby said, "The 3,922nd time." After learning the full picture of the Li family's plan, Li Hingyang understood the significance of capturing this divine angel. Yes, he was captured by the former king of men. Even Li Hingyang's 3 uncles could only hold their own against one of the 18 wings in a direct confrontation. Capturing it was simply a pipe dream. This method of fusing divine blood with beast tamers from the Age of Gods was carried out in parallel with the Zapisi family's blasphemous plan. But that wasn't the original purpose. Instead, who can inherit the manhood of the king? Who can? He made one of the 18 wings of the Skywing clan his most loyal pet. At that time, in addition, Nomiya is the celestial official in charge of the treasury of the City of Angels, and she has the ability to manipulate all relics of the Holy Land, and even divine artifacts. The deepest secret hidden in the Li family. The Human King's eternal mountain and river sword will also be controlled by her. The starting point of the attack has yet to be captured in the restricted area. Was it truly all a relentless struggle by the human race? Yes, but not entirely. There's a reason why the 9 families of the Great Xia dynasty are called the 9 Pillars. Suyu, you don't understand this. We are waiting for you. We're waiting for you to walk right into our trap. Compared to a pillar, you are like an ant trying to shake a tree, or a mantis trying to stop a chariot. Nomiya was imprisoned for over 1,000 years. It took her 999 years to recover her mental strength, 399 years to recover some of her magic, 99 years to barely be able to hear news from the outside world, and 9 years to be able to send messages out. Now, she has spent another 9 months, doing everything in her power to send a call to the stars. The king who saved the Skywing race. Don't come. In Shanghai, as Suyu embraced the goddess and savored the afterglow, he heard this call from the star realm. Don't come. Don't come. Don't come. The words seemed to be important and kept echoing in Suyu's mind. Meng Shuiao nuzzled his neck. What's wrong? You seem distracted. We can't get tired of it after just a few days, can we? Suyu shook his head. No. I heard a sound. Sound. Suyu said solemnly. I remember that voice. The voice of Nomiya, the 6th wing of the former Skywing species, the 18th wing. A sound that pierces the astral plane. Seeing that Suyu's expression didn't seem fake, Meng Shuiao quickly changed into a dress. Sisters, get up. Something's up. The women rubbed their eyes and, seeing Suyu get up, quickly changed their clothes and followed him. What's going on? Little guy. Suyu turned around. I heard Nomiya calling out to me directly. That voice sounded exhausted and painful. I could hear only a limited amount, but 2 words kept repeating. Don't come. The women remained silent. Suyu had said that Nomiya was imprisoned in a secret, demonic cave belonging to the Li family. Furthermore, the Yin family might know how to enter. The original plan was to cooperate with the Yin and Lu families. After figuring out the location, Suyu, in conjunction with all forces, launched a swift and decisive attack, tearing away this rotten flesh. As his horizons broadened, Suyu understood more and more. The more certain I became of this, the more convinced I became. The Yin family agreed to Suyu's plan because they hoped Suyu would become a pawn to investigate the Li family's strengths and weaknesses. If it really comes down to a bloody battle, Suyu can guarantee it. Yin Huiqing will not get involved. The only one who will die is Suyu. Nomiya's telepathic transmission further confirms this. The Li family's power may appear to be roughly equal to that of the Kai Peishi family, but the hidden den of evil guarded by the Li family is by no means safer than a restricted area. Left behind by the King of Men are there. At that moment, Suyu understood many things. Little one, shall we go again? Suyu's lips curled up. Go, why wouldn't I go? Linger, can I ask you for a favor? Your business is my business, honey. Just say the word. Suyu said, tell your father that I will fight the Li family to the death, and that the main force of the night banquet will cross the ocean soon. Whether he believes it or not, This is what I mean. You must tell him this. He looked at Su Yu with a pleading gaze. Linger knew this might be fake, but she whispered in Su Yu's ear. I understand, honey. I won't let anyone bully you. Chapter 390 was this rough gem of a genius unable to fully mature? Between the family and Su Yu, Linger made her own choice. She was the least valued daughter in the family. Even after Su Yu disappeared, her family once asked her to leave the night banquet and prepared to arrange a marriage with another member of the 9 families. It was only because she stubbornly resisted that she failed to get some of the elders to their way. But she is Su Yu's treasure. Su Yu held her hands. Linger, no matter what happens in the future, I promise you one thing. Yin family, regardless of my attitude towards you, regardless of my stance, it's all up to you to decide where I go from here. Even in the future, they choose to be enemies with Su Yu. Su Yu will also bear the consequences, leaving the decision to Linger. Linger nodded slightly. This could be considered. She obtained a get-out-of-jail-free card for her family. The family does not trust Su Yu, but she trusted her husband. Su Yu will definitely win in the end. The Yin family. Yin Huiqing, holding his teacup, asked, What's wrong? It's been so long since I've seen my father. Why are you being so distant? Su Yu sent you, didn't he? Yin Huiqing stared into his daughter's pupils, hoping to see something in her eyes. Father, Su Yu asked me to pass on a message that he hopes to meet you in the Thousand Lakes Demon Cave. Upon meeting, he's planning to make a move? Yes, he has enough power that he has even conquered the Kaipisi family. The Li family is on his kill list. He can no longer tolerate them and is determined to destroy them this time. Yin Huiqing remained silent for a long time, but couldn't discern anything from Yin Linger's eyes. Okay, I'll go see him. Linger, the Yin family will always stand by your side. Really, father? Of course it's true. I would never lie to my precious daughter. Yin Huiqing smiled gently. He usually had a refined air about him, but his smile was somewhat forced. Yin Linger lowered her head. Her father never took off his mask, never even once revealing his true feelings to her. Okay, I'll go tell Su Yu right away. Father, we'll meet at Qianhu in 3 days. Good. After Yin Linger left, Yin Huiqing gently shook his head. So, this unpolished gem of a genius ultimately failed to fully mature? From behind the scenes, a faint voice drifted out. Huiqing, have you softened your heart? No, father, she is still my daughter, but this time, I can't let her have her way. Of course I know that the family's interests come first. The voice behind the scenes was silent for a moment before saying, Then let's stick to the original plan B. Since he wants to give it a try, let's lend him a hand. Just don't get yourself involved. Let's see what cards the Li family holds in their hands. If the Li family can be kings in this era, why can't the Yin family? Understood, father. I'll arrange it right away. Yin Huiqing stood up and glanced into the distance. The time to place your bets has arrived. Countless years of accumulation, the 9 families, the great Xia, the Lika people, and all other races. The opportunity to be crowned a king comes only once. Of the 7 source artifacts in the divine realm, only one remains. Who are these for? An overwhelming force is inevitably sweeping in. Has Su Yu subdued all races? It's just an appearance. Each race has its own preparations and is unwilling to fight the City of Angels to the death at this moment. The Skywing clan, which has been dormant for countless years, has no more tricks up its sleeve. Next is the most brutal battlefield. Yin Huiqing stepped out, his gaze sharp. Hidden Dragon Guards assemble. Master, the Hidden Dragon Guards are in position. You have 2 tasks. First, closely monitor the movements of the reorganized Black-clad guards and the Senate of the Li family, and pay special attention to the movements of the Demon Cave. Given Su Yu's methods, the initial offensive may have started from within the Demon Cave. Once Su Yu succeeds, I require you to take over everything the Li family is stationed on as quickly as possible. Yes. Second, secretly send people to infiltrate the 3 states of Luo City. If Su Yu fails, then take over everything he owns. In addition, the family members of the banquet guests in Shanghai should also be brought under control. Master this. What? I'm his father-in-law. With our son-in-law dead, it's only natural that we protect them. Yes. Yin Huiqing gazed into the distance. The king of men, with his 9 pillars, represents the past and the present. If you are the future, show me the proof. The Fairy Moon Palace, a courtyard floating above a fairy mountain, fairies dressed in flowing white robes entered. The curtains deep in the courtyard reflect another ethereal and otherworldly figure. The most beautiful woman among all races, and her ethereal beauty was said to surpass even that of goddesses. Greetings, Empress. She seemed to be sitting on a cloud, and even through countless curtains, one could still perceive the brilliance that gathered from countless stars. If one could catch a glimpse of her beauty and be immersed in the brightest star in the night sky, it would be a life well lived. Everyone knows that she is the goddess queen of the god king. The melodious sound of silver bells is like a gentle stream or the sound of a clear spring, purifying the soul. The goddess rose gently, her flowing robes shimmering with lightness, like a fairy dancing on water. Her graceful bearing was captivating, and wherever she went, plants flourished, as if bestowed with life. Her otherworldly charm was enough to drive anyone mad. Is this the full picture of the Great War at the beginning grounds? Reporting to the Divine Queen, a fierce battle has broken out among the human race, resulting in the fall of many mythical figures. The Divine Lord wishes to inquire whether the three races, dragon, demon, and elf, are now considering joining forces to break through the defenses of the origin land. The three races invite the Divine Lord to join forces and shatter the barrier of the Eternal Mountain and River Sword in one fell swoop. The Empress chuckled softly, her every frown and gesture a silent farewell to the bustling world. Humph, no need to pay any attention. This game of chess has not even begun yet. Has the opening time of the Divine Realm been confirmed? The maid said, "It's confirmed, November 1st. Do we still have 6 months to prepare? All right, this time we absolutely must get that stone tablet." A stone tablet that records everything. Yes, the maid said, "It's not just our immortal moon palace. I'm afraid that the races of the divine era have erased the names of some beings to prevent them from appearing on the ranking of glory. It is impossible to predict who is stronger or weaker." The goddess turned around. Yes, you can make the arrangements. Tell the Divine Lord that I will be in seclusion for the next 6 months, and that no one should disturb me. Yes, I will obey the Empress's decree. After the maid left, the goddess gazed at the sky. Shueyao, you must really think you can fool all of us, right? What a pity. Goddess, I will show you why I am ahead of you. Hee. Do you think you've won over us just because you've found the man you'll spend your life with? Wishful thinking. What you don't know is, I can always see through your eyes and understand everything you see. This man, is his name Suyu? I'll show you how laughable your little tricks are in front of me. Chapter 391 Goddess Meng Chunli, unable to escape the Five-Finger Mountain. Shueyao, all these years, you've been very discreet, so much so that even the God King only suspects whether you know about what happened back then. Hee. What you don't know is, immortal dust and divine eyes, one master and one servant. That young man is quite nice, isn't he? You love him very much too, right? The goddess Meng Chunli, a flower of unparalleled beauty above all races, is the subject of the most beautiful and moving legends in the world, a canary raised by the God Lord. Some say that the goddess has no magic power whatsoever. Some say that the goddess's magic power is even greater than that of the god. There are countless legends, and no one has ever truly seen the full face of the goddess. All who have seen her divine countenance are captivated and fall into a state of infatuation, with no possibility of any further revelation. They are left utterly bewildered and soulless. Through her divine eyes, Meng Chunli saw Suyu's every move, and she also saw Mo Yuan, and she saw everything. He loves you, and you love him. But he loves other women more, doesn't he? If Meng Chunli's eyes swept over Arya. If you hurt her, will your man still love you? Meng Chunli's appearance subtly changed. She doesn't need a witch's disguise, nor does she need any props for embellishment. She is free to choose the appearance she desires. If Suyu were here, he would be amazed. She transformed into Meng Shuyao's appearance, exactly the same, without the slightest falsehood. My lovely daughter, I don't blame you for not acknowledging me as your stepmother, and I also don't blame you for wanting to kill me. Because of you, you'll never escape my grasp. I will show you clearly how the man you love most can turn love into hate and push you into the abyss of despair. A hint of rejection and coldness flashed in Meng Chunli's eyes. Outside the courtyard, the call of the Divine Lord could be heard. Chunli, are you going into seclusion? Meng Chunli turned around. What's wrong? Meng Chunli's voice was exceptionally cold, as if keeping people at arm's length. The deity sighed. Chunli, what exactly must I do for you too? For you, I betrayed my brother and killed my brother's wife. What more do I need to do? So many years, it's been so long since I've seen your face. Meng Chunli calmly said, didn't I say that I would give that little girl to you after I subdue her? The deity shook his head. I don't like her, I only like you. Every time I see her, it's like the vengeful spirits of my brother and sister-in-law are behind me. Meng Chunli blinked slightly. We had an agreement. I gave you power and propelled you to the position of master of the immortal moon palace, and you gave me identity. I owe you nothing. On the contrary, you owe me. The divine lord could not suppress his burning desire. He even wanted to force his way into the Liyue palace. With his current cultivation at the pinnacle of all races, was it not possible for him not to have a divine queen? He was clearly a god who looked down upon the world. You are the queen, my wife in name only, yet I can only wait outside the door for your orders. In the end, he stopped. Get out. Meng Chenli's words reminded the god of her past terror. You were just a traitor to the immortal clan back then, a cripple. I gave you everything. If you have any further improper thoughts, I can take back what I have given at any time. The deity stepped back a few paces and said humbly, I'm sorry, Shun Li, it was me. Meng Chenli snorted coldly. Get lost. After hesitating for a long time, the deity finally slunk away. Meng Chenli shook her head. This so-called God King was nothing more than a puppet she had put in place on a whim. Even a man without wildness dares to lay a finger on her perfect, celestial body? Meng Chenli turned into a wisp of smoke and disappeared into the air. After countless years of waiting and countless attempts to get close, they still failed to truly reach the deepest part of the divine realm. 9 cycles of reincarnation is the limit of the reincarnation realm, not the limit of the divine empress. In order to enter the divine realm countless times, she has remained here. Finally, she traversed 9 cycles of reincarnation, 10 cycles, 11 cycles. Up to now, the cycle of reincarnation has reached 999 times. Even the current God King above the Holy Realm dares not underestimate Meng Chenli, let alone force her. This is an anomaly in the world. She was an exceptional individual, and even the most influential figures on the list of famous figures never included her name. And this time, this is the last time. Are you the most hopeful human being? I've lost interest in this male slave. If you have the chance, you can take his place. A wisp of smoke left the immortal moon palace, drifting towards the edge of the land, towards the place of origin. She alone is the most special one. Only she could cross the restrictions erected by the eternal mountain and river sword and invade the place of origin. She has stood at the forefront of history countless times, witnessing the changes of humankind over the years. I've seen skyscrapers rise, and I've also seen them collapse. I have witnessed the birth of countless human heroes. I have met the king of men. I've seen even earlier ones. No one knows how many years she lived. She arrived in Shanghai. I saw Meng Shuiyao. The goddess stood beside Su Yu, her face beaming with joy. She hadn't smiled so happily since that incident. Are you smiling happily? Glint flashed in Meng Chenli's eyes, along with a hint of ruthlessness. Soon, I will plunge you from happiness into the abyss of despair. If it weren't for you, without you, perhaps I would have succeeded long ago. Her stunningly beautiful face was contorted, and her fists were clenched. Meng Xiao suddenly felt a chill run down her spine and stopped abruptly. What's wrong, Shuiyao? Su Yu asked. It's nothing, just a sudden pain in my chest and a chill down my back. Meng Xiao hugged her arms tightly, her face grave. Su Yu draped his coat over her shoulders. Are you cold? A cold snap has arrived in spring. It's normal to feel cold, but spring will eventually blow away the chill, won't it? Meng Shuiyao looked up at Su Yu with a pitiful expression. Husband. Will you protect me for the rest of your life? Yes, it will. Meng Shuiyao was in a bad mood. This was a unique sense of crisis among the immortals, which meant that danger was right beside her. Where exactly is it? Who exactly is targeting her? Su Yu pinched her chin, seemingly noticing the panic in her eyes. What? You don't believe me? No, Su Yu lowered his head and took her red lips. Without realizing it, I gently bit her lip. Pain. Their teeth met, and a drop of blood trickled from Su Yu's lips. Use your blood to leave a mark that belongs to you. Although she has reluctantly accepted that she is the origin of humanity, her mind is not stable enough. If she becomes mentally unstable again, I can use fatal temptation to command her to calm down and forget. However, let's not tell her yet. Meng Chenli, high up in the distance, could hardly bear to watch this scene. Boring erotic games. Only a pure and innocent girl like Meng Shuiyao would easily believe a man's vows. Chapter 392, That instant is eternity. Meng Shuiyao gently punched Su Yu's chest with her fist. The soft, boneless texture made Su Yu's heart itch. The group returned to Qinhu from Shanghai, and the family members of the banquet guests were also quietly moved. On a rocky shore of Thousand Lakes, Su Yu arranged a meeting with Yin Huiqing, the head of the Yin family. Yin Huiqing sat by the cliff of the reef, and Yin Linger raised her hand to greet Su Yu. Su Yu smiled and said, All right, you guys wait for me here. He could be considered the future father-in-law. It wouldn't be appropriate to bring the women in your family along. The girls nodded and strolled together on the beach. Even though most of the seawater is polluted by the Forbidden Sea, about a third of the area still has clean lakes, with sparkling blue waters that are exceptionally beautiful. They were picking up seashells on the beach, wanting to sew a seashell necklace and bracelet for Suyu. Meng Xiao stood behind everyone, her head down and a slight smile playing on her lips. These were the happiest days of her life. Suyu may actually be able to fulfill her long-cherished wish. Yes, what could be better than this? She whispered. If that wicked woman were. Before he could finish speaking, a seductive voice came from behind Meng Xiao. You wicked woman, are you talking about me, my daughter? Meng Xiao's face immediately turned extremely ugly. That voice, that tone, that irritating feeling. Her spine was chilling. The reason is simple. The goddess Meng Qinli came to her side. Do you think you can hide it from me? Thousands of invisible hands tightly bound Meng Xiao, covered her mouth, and cut off her magic circuits, leaving her unable to ask for help or make a sound. Like falling into a dark abyss, a futile struggle. Meng Qinli gently hooked her jade-like fingers around Meng Xiao's chin. Although we are not related by blood. Although I am nominally your stepmother. But we're just enemies who want to see each other, aren't we? Hee, I can tell. You're very happy. You found a man you love and who loves you. And you're completely immersed in the tenderness of love. Meng Xiao's heart sank to the bottom. Although she didn't know the Empress's true strength, killing Suyu at this moment would be as easy as crushing an ant. Despite knowing that her greatest enemy was right in front of her, and that there was a deep-seated hatred between them, Meng Xiao still knelt down in the dark abyss. I beg you, don't kill him. Meng Qinli sneered. Heh, so Xiao, you've finally given in. Of course I won't kill him. That would be so boring. Look at what I look like. Meng Xiao frowned and looked over, only to find that Meng Qinli had transformed into her face, voice, temperament, and magic in the blink of an eye, exactly the same. Even Meng Xiao herself couldn't tell the difference. Era. You said, Meng Qinli pointed to Arya outside. I used this face to kill that vampire girl. How will he treat you? You believe in your love, don't you? Then let me do it for you. My dear. Meng Qinli gritted her teeth and said, My daughter. I won't kill you, and I won't kill him. I'll put you back later. What will he think of you? Meng Xiao trembled all over. She had heard about Suyu and Ilia's past, and knew how important Ilia was to Suyu. If it was her appearance that killed Arya. Suyu will definitely regard her as the most hated enemy in the world. No, I'll do whatever you say, please don't. Will this wicked woman turn the love she finally longed for into hatred? Meng Xiao's eyes were bloodshot. True despair had descended upon her. All her beautiful memories with Suyu will be shattered by Meng Qinli. Meng Qinli chuckled softly. You say no? I'm going to do it anyway. Watch your love crumble in this abyss. What's wrong? Don't you believe in his love for you? I'm just here to prove how fragile and false your love is. He only lusts after your body. The only person he loves is that vampire progenitor. You're just a tool to please him. A tool. No one in this world will truly love you. No one. Meng Qinli's lips were almost contorted in pain. Just like back then, your birth tore apart my efforts of over 3,000 years. I'll tear everything from you to shreds too. Meng Xiao knelt on the ground in despair, wanting to vomit her soul out. Meng Qinli left the black abyss and returned to the real world, following behind Ilia. Her imitation was so perfect that no one suspected anything, not even Meng Xiao, who thought it was herself. It's over. She had no way to break free. We could only watch helplessly as everything crumbled. Am I just a tool to please others? He truly loved Arya. If Arya were replaced, he would have noticed immediately. At this moment, Meng Xiao wanted to cry her heart out. Suyu and Yin Huiqing did not exchange many words. They simply stared at each other for a long time. Are you going to make your move? Right. Their resolute attitude and unwavering will seem genuine. And it really isn't fake. After all, I really do have to go, but not as your pawn to charge into battle. Yin Huiqing was inevitably disappointed deep down. All right, someone from the Yin family will show you the way. May you have great success in your military campaigns. Thanks. He also sent someone to inform Wu Meiming, Mo Ling, Di Ling, and Jianghe University. Everything is running quietly. When Suyu returned, holding a string of seashells, Meng Xiao approached shyly, saying, Honey, can I put this on you? Look at the seashells I collected. Aren't they pretty? Suyu smiled and said, Yes, it looks good. He reached out and stroked her hair, his other arm around her waist. Tonight, is that all right? They seem eager to try. Meng Qinli cursed inwardly. That filthy man only thinks about that kind of thing. Don't even think about it. I'm not feeling well today. Never mind then. Suyu kissed her forehead, and Meng Chunli closed her eyes with a smug smile on her face. See that, Meng Shuiyao? Within the black abyss, Meng Shuiyao harbored resentment towards almost everything in the world. Resentment towards the God King and God Empress. Resentment towards her own powerlessness. And even, Suyu, why don't you recognize me? Why are you only thinking about that kind of thing? Am I really just your toy? Her eyes were streaked with tears. However, in the next instant, she noticed the only slight abnormality. Suyu kissed Meng Chunli's forehead, and in the instant Meng Chunli closed her eyes, Suyu's gentle gaze changed drastically. The murderous intent in his eyes almost overflowed from his pupils. Suyu's eyes darted around anxiously, as if he were searching for something. Meng Shuiyao covered her mouth. He recognized him. How did he recognize him? He's looking for me. I can't show any dissatisfaction, discomfort, or unusual emotions. Otherwise Meng Chunli will find out. Even if it was only for a moment. Despite being separated by a world. In the black abyss, Meng Shuiyao seemed to have all her resentment vanished. She received the most satisfying answer in the world, and redemption. That moment is eternity. Chapter 393, Don't be afraid. Wait for me. I'll search the heavens and the underworld. Suyu was extremely anxious, but his long experience with life and death allowed him to suppress the wild beating of his heart, no matter how urgent the situation. This is not Meng Shuiyao. At first, I just thought it was a bit strange. Meng Shuiyao is a girl who craves love. Not only is she the most beautiful, but she is also the most obedient to Suyu, even deliberately trying to please him and win his affection. Even if Meng Shuiyao knew Suyu was joking, she wouldn't argue back. This time, however, they came up with a flimsy excuse. Of course, this was not enough to arouse Suyu's suspicion. The truly decisive evidence was that Suyu had just left a drop of blood on Meng Shuiyao, intending to tease her with the crown of blood to see her slightly angry yet obedient appearance. Result: Suyu could no longer sense that drop of blood. The drop of blood that should have blossomed into the crown of blood on Meng Shuiyao's body at any moment. Disappeared? That's all. That's impossible. If the blood crown were so easy to counter, would others have suffered so many losses? Moreover, my blood has a stronger control over entities with higher sequences. At this point, Suyu arrived at a terrifying conclusion. The person in front of me. The hell are you? Where's my Shuiyao? What's even more terrifying is that the pet contract in Suyu's mind also points to Meng Shuiyao in front of him. Suyu could only suppress his doubts and spread his mental energy to search for traces of magic. The woman in his arms is probably outrageously powerful. They were able to take Meng Shuiyao away alive without Arya and the others noticing, and she didn't even put up a fight. Even Yen Huiqing noticed the strangeness around him. Suyu couldn't help but break out in a cold sweat. Meng Chunli felt a sense of disgust. She cursed Suyu 1,000 times, 10,000 times in her heart. Disgusting. Even the God King has never touched her finger. And that is precisely why. She didn't constantly observe Meng Shuiyao's condition through the divine eye of immortal dust. She was so upset that her attention had long since wandered off to other things. Could this have aroused Suyu's suspicion? She asked. Husband. Meng Chunli pushed Suyu away and said gently, Do you still remember the first time we met? Suyu nodded and smiled. I remember. Back then, I was also like, haha. Meng Chunli suddenly went around behind the reef and patted Suyu on the back. That's how you teased me back then. Asshole. This terrified Suyu so much that his heart almost stopped breathing. You. The hell are you? How do you even know this? The Skywing race, who were once trapped in Angel City, all had star marks planted on them by him, and they had never seen the person in front of them before. Suyu smiled and said, Stop fooling around, wife. I'm going to take care of some important business. Suyu changed the subject. Meng Chunli curled her lips slightly. Shuiyao, did you see that? He doesn't even remember you. Suyu only has eyes for me. What about you? If you change your appearance and have similar memories, will he still be able to tell who you are? His soul sank into the abyss, standing behind Meng Shuiyao. How was it? You bastard. Did you hear that? Your man only thinks about coveting your beauty. You've been captured, yet he's still thinking about your looks, not your soul. But that suits your fate, you little bitch. You're destined to be someone else's pawn, someone else's toy. Meng Chunli smiled happily, while Meng Shuiyao knelt on the ground, her grief and despair like that of a broken heart. It was just like the pain she felt when she was born more than 20 years ago, when the power of her divine eye was taken away, causing her most important plan to fail. Now you've finally tasted this pain. Meng Chunli's soul left the black abyss. When leaving, Meng Shuiyao gave a bitter smile. I was so stupid. Even if Suyu found out, how could he save me? And why does Meng Chunli know so much about everything she has been through? Even if Suyu suspected the identity of this fake Meng Shuiyao, as long as she keeps using memories to prove herself and her beauty to seduce him, even the most determined man will waver and eventually believe her. But for Suyu to have even a fleeting moment of doubt, a fleeting moment of fury on her behalf, she was already more than content. At that moment, Meng Shuiyao choked up and cried. She dared not wail loudly, because she didn't want Meng Chunli to see her in such a shameful state. But her tears were already flowing uncontrollably. Suyu, will you be fooled by her? Would you believe her lies and stop looking for me? Will I ever see you again? Is there something between us? What am I to you? You'd recognize Arya, right? Tears welled up in her eyes. She could no longer hold back. Meng Shuiyao huddled in the black abyss, feeling everything around her so cold, so desperate, so heartbreaking. I cried for a long time. Suddenly, Meng Shuiyao's right hand fingers moved uncontrollably toward her left palm, and she quietly wrote a few words. Wait until I find you. Don't be afraid. I'll wait for you no matter where you go, from the highest heavens to the deepest hell. She understood. A glimmer of hope quietly bloomed in Meng Shuiyao's despair. Suyu left her with a drop of blood. Crown of blood. Suyu never considered Meng Chunli as his true self. He knew from the very beginning that the fake Meng Shuiyao was an imposter. He always knew. That was his cover-up, and also his way of trying every possible method. He will find me. He will definitely find me. Suyu remained remarkably calm. Shuiyao, how could you fall down first? Meng Chunli knew about her past experiences, which also greatly surprised Meng Shuiyao. Shuiyao, calm. Do not reveal the slightest flaw in your emotions. Otherwise, if Meng Chunli discovers it, it will lead to Suyu's death. If Suyu was convinced that Meng Chunli was a fake, he would understand how dangerous she was. I also understand how dangerous it is for the people around me. My husband is risking our family's lives by contacting the most dangerous people and has vowed to find me. How could I fall down first? I'm waiting for you, Suyu, no matter what. Chapter 394. The moment of appearance, a plea for help out of sight. To Suyu's slight relief, the blood crown was successfully activated. Shuiyao is still alive. The huge weight pressing on his heart finally eased a little. At least the most painful ending was avoided. He didn't want to experience what had happened at Qianhu again. The demon cave of 1,000 lakes. This place is truly haunted. Every time I come here, something bad happens. Let's rest for a bit, then sneak back into Great Xia tomorrow. Suyu could not show any unusual behavior when he was with Meng Shuiyao. Otherwise, her life could be in danger. Night. Suyu asked Chu Xianin to talk to the fake Meng Shuiyao to distract her. Arya seemed to sense something was wrong with Suyu and asked, just send me a whisper, what's wrong? Shuiyao has disappeared. Huh? Isn't she right next door? That's not her. I'm sure. That was a terrifying being. She knew all of Shuiyao's memories, had the same appearance, voice, the same scent and color of magic, and even my contract pointed to her. But she's fake. Absolutely fake. Are you really sure she's a fake? Sure. My crown of blood, and the way she looked at me. Shuiyao's love for me was a naive, dependent kind of love. In her eyes, I was different from others, but in the fake dream, in Shuiyao's eyes, it's all disgust. If a woman truly hates you, the disgust she exudes cannot be hidden. Suyu got to the fake Meng Shuiyao, the stronger the sense of alienation became. Arya took Suyu's hand. Honey, calm down. Don't let her notice anything unusual. My biggest worry is that if she overhears my thoughts, then everything I've done will be meaningless. Fortunately, if she finds out that I have seen through her and am deliberately getting close to her, she should drop the pretense. As long as we can still hold on to the voice of the soul, we still have a chance of winning. But where is Shuiyao? Although our relationship may not be strong yet, Suyu knew this too. She has become an inseparable part of my life. It all started with greed and possessiveness, and then I came to know her purity and beauty. She is the same as Xianin. Their hearts were extremely pure, which is why the two women were naturally close. Little one, don't rush. I thought back, and the only time she lagged behind was when we were collecting seashells on the beach. During that time, for about 15 seconds, none of us could see her. When I saw her again, I didn't feel anything special, but she was always standing behind me. Is the target Arya? Kidnapped simply to take her identity? There is too little information available. Suyu was even unable to investigate her. This is very distressing. Suyu had to carefully maintain her relationship with her, putting all her energy into it. Then let's ask someone to come. Oh, don't forget about the little vixen in the forbidden zone. Find a way to notify her. Moyen? Indeed, with Chi Mian's judgment, Investigating outside of this powerful figure's sight might reveal something. How should I inform her? Arya smiled. Sometimes, the things you humans use are more useful than talents and secret treasures. Suyu suddenly realized. I'm so stupid. The land of 1,000 lakes is already human territory, and the Great Xia has also laid out infrastructure in many places. More importantly, Suyu is now going to play a calculated, open strategy. I'm not afraid of you finding out I'm in the 1,000 Lakes Demon Cave. Fortunately, Meng Chunli had long since lost interest in spying on them. She was more inclined to destroy Meng Shuyao's spirit within the Black Abyss. See? He doesn't care about you at all. This is the woman he loves, not you. Meng Shuyao appeared disoriented and on the verge of a mental breakdown, yet she believed that Suyu was thinking of a way to save her. Because, so the goddess queen also. God, have you never been unworthy of her? Otherwise, how could you not even see this? Meng Chunli felt something was a little strange, but she waved her hand. No one could see through her. There is a fundamental difference between her physical transformation and her disguise. No need to worry. Suyu, weren't you planning to venture into the forbidden area of the Li family in the starting point? Perfect timing. I'll take this one with me too. The king's palace. After so many years, if I could draw the eternal mountain and river sword. Li Hong, you bastard, you tricked me out of that thing. One day, I will get it back from your descendants. City of Angels. Chi Mayan received a letter sent by someone through Fengyan Pavilion. Suyu is in danger. On the letter, Suyu didn't even dare to write the reason directly. There are only 2 words. Help me. This clearly demonstrates the danger. Edna, Your Highness, what is it? Captain of the 18-winged Skywing Guard, is currently the most powerful Skywing besides Gabriel and Nomiya. I'm going on a long trip. Because of the wingspan? Don't reveal my whereabouts. No problem. Do you need assistance? Send me to the land of 1,000 lakes. She needed to find out for herself what Suyu wanted her help with. After arriving in the land of 1,000 lakes, Chi Mayan was the first to find Suyu's banquet location. At this time, Demon Bug. Chi Mayan used the secret language of the demon clan to let the demon insect venerable of the Night Banquet Beast Taming Group sense her arrival, and he immediately came out to greet her. Your Highness. Your Highness, with your noble birth, why did you travel thousands of miles from the Forbidden Zone to come here? Chi Mayan waved her hand. Enough with the idle talk. Where's Suyu? The demon insect venerable looked troubled. I don't know. Don't know? What are you all doing? Never mind. Is there any way to contact Suyu? The demon insect venerable also shook his head. This time, Suyu's order was particularly strange. The entire main force of the banquet moved into Qianhu with great fanfare, but he himself disappeared, just as Chi Mayan was troubled. Lu Xian and Njishui and the others had just returned from their mission. They encountered this abyss witch. What a beautiful girl. Yes, even the demon insect venerable treats her with such respect. She must be from the myriad races camp, right? Hearing their discussion, the demon insect venerable seemed to grasp at a straw. Your Highness. They are Suyu's classmates. Commander Mu sent it over a few days ago. They might know about it. Classmate? Unfamiliar words. Chi Mayan had no idea what classmate meant, and simply said, You guys. Do you know where Suyu is? Suyu? The group looked at each other. Suyu had told them that he should keep his whereabouts a secret and not let others know about them easily. Us. The demon insect venerable added. You can tell the truth. This is our 9th prince of the Abyss Demon Clan, and he and your commander Su are a perfect match, a divine couple. Chi Mayan frowned slightly. If you can't learn how to flatter, you don't have to. Chi Mayan cleared her throat. Ahem. You big jerk, Suyu is my husband. He has a very serious problem and needs help. Demon insect, come with me. Can you help me find Suyu? And Jishui asked anxiously. Is he in danger? Chi Mayan shook her head. That's the problem. All I know is that he needs help. And Jishui pursed her lips slightly. Suyu said that she is the protagonist of her own life. She will have her own moment to shine. I see. Miss Chi, I'll take you to her. Her innate talent, the spiritual eye, grew stronger during her ascension to nirvana. It is possible to see the residual magical colors clinging to a person's body. It's just that I walk very slowly. Chi Mayan nodded. Demon insects, take them, and set off. Her dreamy eyes gazed into the distance. You big jerk. Wait for me. Chapter 395 Your Eyes Meet Me. The next day, Mu Qianyu prepared breakfast for everyone as usual. Hey Shuiyao, don't you usually like to eat light food? That's Suyu and Arya's food. Meng Chunli paused for a moment. I sometimes want to try something different. Sister Qianyu's cooking skills are really good. Over the long years, Anything that could stir her emotions has long since vanished. As a banished immortal, she naturally preferred light vegetarian food, but as time went by, her palate increasingly craved meat and spicy flavors. It seemed this was her proof of being alive. Mu Qinyu found it strange, feeling that Shuiao had suddenly changed a lot when it came to eating. Before, it ate like a kitten chewing on a leaf, slowly and elegantly. It seems now, but I wasn't too suspicious. Even if a person plays a role flawlessly, some instinctive habits will still make others feel uncomfortable. Among them, the one that touched me the most. After Chu Xianin got up, she quietly found Suyu. Suyu, what's wrong, Xianin? She hung her head dejectedly and said, Sister Shuyao's scent has suddenly become so strange. It used to have a faint fragrance, but now it has a rotten stench. Chu Xianin was not referring to body odor, of course. Rather, it was the scent of magic, a unique perception belonging to her own being. Snowfeather Celestial Fox loves to be close to pure things and despises depravity and decay. Suyu rubbed her head. Yes, the one who can feel it is definitely not oneself. Can I ask you for a favor, Xianin? Perhaps you should be patient and treat her as you always do. She is basically ill and needs our care. Chu Xianin nodded. Okay, I understand. Honey, you'll find her, right? Suyu was taken aback for a moment, then nodded slightly. The girl is innocent, but she's never stupid. I have no idea who this fake Meng Shuiao is or how strong she is. But yesterday, Suyu did two things. One was to ask Lin Li to help deliver a message to Qi Mayan. Another thing is that when Yin Linger parted ways, she asked Yin Huiqing to inquire whether he had any special feelings when they met. For example, the feeling of being spied on by a powerful person. Yin Huiqing's answer was no. Does this mean that the fake Meng Shuiao is even above the head of the Yin family? That's terrifying. How do you deal with someone who is all around perfect, whose strength completely overwhelms you, who can crush you at any time, and who also has dirt on you? It's almost unsolvable. What needs to be clarified is this guy's purpose and his reason for imprisoning Meng Shuiao. This is difficult. But, however, there are still some uncertainties. The place where the Li family imprisoned Nomiya must have been a den of dragons and tigers. If I bring this powerful figure with me, I might be able to take advantage of his influence. No, this guy knows all of Meng Shuiao's memories, so he must know I'm going to the Li family, and he might even know what's going on in the Li family. In a short time, for the first time, Suyu felt like he had entered a dead end. He was restricted and unable to move. All of Suyu's abilities, experiences, and goals are unilaterally and transparently controlled and manipulated by the fake Meng Shuiao. Once she reveals her thoughts, there is no guarantee that she won't strike swiftly and bury Suyu and her lover completely. They were stuck in a quagmire and couldn't even find a way out. Suyu forced himself to finish breakfast, and the group put on dragon pavilion masks and disappeared into the demon cave. After connecting with Yin Linger introduced, Suyu, these are the three shadows of our Yin family's duo Yin Guard, Yin Zhenying, Yin Chengying, and Yin Wuing. 3 human myths. It is clear that the Yin family's investment this time was not perfunctory. Yin Zhenying said, I have long heard of Mr. Su's great reputation. It is an honor to meet you. Suyu replied, greetings to the 3 seniors. I'm entrusting this matter to you. Yin Zhenying asked, why don't I see the famous night banquet troupe? Suyu smiled mysteriously and took out the star cup. They will suddenly appear at an unexpected time. Yin Zhenying could feel the mysterious throbbing within the star cup. This was a death relic beyond his comprehension. Could it be that they possessed the power to move mountains and fill seas? Judging from its position, it is possible. Okay, then I'm relieved. Apart from them, the Lu family, the 3 universities of Moling, Diling, and Jianghe, as well as the 9 Schools Alliance, and the Dragon Eagle Guard, Demon Suppression Guard, and Dragon River Guard all show signs of being mobilized. Many powerful figures have disappeared without a trace. It was clearly a prelude to an imminent major battle. Yin Zhenying introduced. Okay, then I'll keep it short. Once, our 9 pillar families, together with the high-ranking members of the 9 schools and 9 guards, fought against the threat of the demon cave, and even completely wiped out one of them. But we ultimately have limited manpower. Later, your university alliance came into being, and the 9 guards of Great Xia were formed. But that demon cave that we once wiped out was the place where all the beast tamers of the Great Xia first obtained their supplies. The territory there was divided up among the families. We have always suspected that the Li family is hiding something in that den of demons. After all, it was the Li family that took the lead in conquering that den of demons. We're here to guide you this time. If anything happens, we hope Commander Su will give us some pointers. Suyu nodded. Yes, please. Please. They gradually headed back towards the direction of Daxia. We are getting closer and closer to leaving Thousand Lakes. Suyu's heart was growing increasingly anxious. Little Vixen, couldn't you find me? Or is it too late? After all, it's a bit much to ask Chi Mayan to come from the forbidden area and find him in just one night. Meng Chunli whispered, Husband, what's wrong? Why are you sweating so much? Suyu sighed, I'm a little nervous. This time, I'm not very confident. Regarding the mask, he asked by Ruhui to find Wumam Ming. I received the most accurate answer. Even the Holy Land could not sense the presence beneath the dragon pavilion mask. Meng Chunli smiled and said, I'm quite confident. Honey, you're special, so I think you have the best chance. It's wishful thinking for the Li family to expect Nomiya to disregard the owner's power and pull out the Eternal Mountain and River Sword. Meng Chunli has two plans. If he cannot draw the Eternal Mountain and River Sword, then we'll rely on Suyu. Meng Shuiyao was her bargaining chip. All of Suyu's lovers are also her bargaining chips. I'm not afraid you won't give in. She also needs a more useful and obedient puppet. Suyu smiled and said, You have quite a lot of confidence in me. Of course. Suyu felt disgusted. Don't call me husband with my woman's face on your face. Muyen, where are you? Distant mountain peaks. Chi Mayan stared intently at Suyu. Suyu had some kind of telepathic connection. For no apparent reason, he simply turned back to look into the distance one last time before leaving Qianhu. The distant reefs, though bare, seemed to be watching me. Look at me, Suyu. I'm here, Suyu. I'm here too, Muyen. You're in big trouble, aren't you? Don't panic, I'll figure something out. You just focus on your work. Though speechless. Although there was no real sighting. But it seemed as if their eyes really met. You and I can see each other. Chapter 396, A Special Color, an Opportunity. Chi Mayan was certain that Suyu had seen her. They also knew that Suyu was in trouble, and they couldn't even give him a meaningful glance. Visible. Danger was right beside Suyu. But, honey, I'm here. I've come to solve the problem you can't solve. You are the light, and I am the shadow. To the guy who's trying to take you down in the shadows, I'll protect you. Meng Chunli noticed that Suyu seemed to be gazing into the distance. What's wrong? Suyu couldn't assess this guy's strength, so he could only tell the truth. I feel someone is watching us. You know, I'm usually pretty good at sensing danger. Meng Chunli had already noticed that there was a group of people watching them from this side. However, those people had concealed their unique aura, so only their strength could be determined, but their race was unknown. Suyu said, It's unlikely that the person was someone Suyu hired. That's normal, isn't it? This is a border region. Besides, husband, you've made quite a fuss. Perhaps the 9 families have sent people to monitor you. This group has varying levels of strength, ranging from mythical figures to those at the wheel of reincarnation level. It fits the team composition characteristics of human squads very well. Suyu nodded. Okay, let's go. Suyu and his group disappeared into the teleportation channel. Chi Mayan turned her head and asked, How was it? Is there anything strange about Suyu's surroundings? Chi Mayan and her group relied entirely on Nji Shui's special talent to not only find the remaining traces of Suyu's aura, but also to determine the movements of Suyu and his companions based on the direction. They arrived at the teleportation channel ahead of time to wait. Nji Shui covered her eyes in pain. My eyes, Shui, Lu Xian said worriedly, supporting her. Chi Mayan said anxiously, Demon insect, check on her condition. The demon insect venerable said, It's nothing. I just peeked into something I shouldn't have, and was slightly affected by the backlash from my mental energy. Luckily, I only took a look, otherwise it might have been things I shouldn't have seen. Chi Mayan saw that even the demon insect venerable was somewhat nervous. The most terrifying thing in this world is what you shouldn't see or mention. And Ji Shui rubbed her eyes painfully, barely managing to recover. She said anxiously, That person, the woman next to Suyu, that so-called celestial goddess, something's wrong with her. Chi Mayan frowned. That little logo? What's wrong? And Ji Shui said, I saw her at Suyu's house a few days ago. My spiritual eye can see the colors of all things, especially talents. Talents are a reflection of the human soul. Different people's talents reflect their personality, soul, and experiences. Like Princess Chi, although she is a spider lily in the underworld, she is completely untouched by darkness, pure and holy. And that celestial goddess, when I first met her, was a kind of hazy, ethereal soul, the purest and cleanest soul in the world, just like Miss Chu and Prince Chi. Hearing the first sentence, Chi Mayan was quite happy. Hearing the last sentence made me feel a little upset. Is that little symbol very sacred? Before entering the City of Angels, she even used her marriage as a bargaining chip to toy with all races. If it were Chi Mayan, she would rather die than change her mind about her love. Even if it's just talk. And Ji Shui saw that Qi Mayan was slightly displeased, so she immediately brought up another matter. This Prince Qi is indeed a bit more resolute. But now, this celestial goddess is a pure dark side. That darkness devoured everything. Even the souls floated with a chilling stench of decay. This is definitely not Dream Girl. Appearances, even contracts, can be faked, but the soul is the only thing that cannot be faked. I only glanced at her. My power was too weak. I couldn't even see through her soul before I was unconsciously attacked by the black mist surrounding it. Qi Mayan gasped. Although she had cursed Xiao Biao many times, it cannot be denied that Meng Shuyao was harmless in staying by Su Yu's side. Unless she had completely drained her husband's energy. But who is this person? Qi Mayan made a decision in her heart. Demon insect, notify Su Yu's Skywing Guard. They are the fastest. Their strength is indispensable if we want to save Su Yu. Yes. Qi Mayan added. Your strength is not high enough, so I can't take you any further. Lu Xian and the others nodded slightly. For someone who could make even the demon insect venerable feel as if he were facing a formidable enemy, it would be like a mantis trying to stop a chariot if they went. But, Missin, may I take you there? Qi Mayan pleaded. We're all women, and I can tell you like that scoundrel. But that scoundrel might. But I need your strength. And Ji Shui smiled wryly. Well, Your Highness, you don't need to worry. Su Yu has already rejected me. But I want to help him, even if it's just this once. Maybe this is the only time in my life I can help him. Qi Mayan held her hand. I understand. I'm a woman too. I understand how you feel. Missin, if we can come back alive this time. Would you be willing to be my personal guard? It wasn't that Qi Mayan was arrogant. And Ji Shui and Su Yu are too far apart in ability. There's no way things could develop between them. But when she's willing to risk her life for you, Qi Mayan felt she had to do something. It's not that risking your life necessarily means expecting an emotional return. Rather, even just increasing the odds of winning by a tiny bit. Qi Mayan also had to do it. And Ji Shui understood what she meant. At the banquet, I could never get any closer to him in my entire life. Qi Mayan gave her a chance. I do. Your Highness, please take me with you. She might regret it. She might be shattered. She might be like a moth drawn to a flame, but she was still willing to rush in. Walk. Qi Mayan made a decision. The group quietly left the Thousand Lakes Demon Cave and followed it. This is Qi Mayan's first time coming to the starting point. It's fortunate that I had the identity given to me by the banquet, otherwise it would have been really difficult to get in so easily. The place where it all began, the place where the man lived, seemed truly different from the place where she lived. Flowers and plants, air, a modern city. Compared to that bottomless abyss, it is indeed dazzling and colorful. Your Highness, is this your first time visiting Great Xia? Shui Shui, may I call you Shui Shui? You don't need to call me Your Highness, just call me Mu Yan. That won't do. Hee, it's alright. You know that the so-called personal guards are just an excuse. If you want to pursue him, you can't afford to be insecure. Also, don't worry too much about appearance. There are plenty of good things in that area within the Forbidden Zone. Even if it weren't for Su Yu, what girl doesn't love beauty? During their pursuit of Su Yu, the two occasionally chatted. Although Qi Mayan trusted Su Yu's subordinates, she still needed to do the necessary research and testing. For her husband's sake, she can't be careless at all. Chapter 397 The Sealed Demon Cave. Thousands of banners gathered in dust. The road has been opened. The hidden demon cave is called the Sealed Demon Cave, and it is guarded by the 9 pillar families in 9 different locations in the Great Xia dynasty. This demon cave is extremely large, being the largest of the 108 edge lands. Some secrets are also involved. For example, directly from the Forbidden Sea into this demonic cave, one must enter through the special passage of the 9 Pillars family. The Yin family guards a corner of the Sealed Demon Cave. Escorting Su Yu into the Sealed Demon Cave, Yin Huiqing encountered Qi Mayan and her group, despite the lack of intelligence. But upon seeing Qi Mayan and her group, they realized what was happening. Wrong. What's wrong? Yin Huiqing couldn't explain it. The initial disappointment in Su Yu was replaced by renewed confidence. This guy? There seems to be another, particularly secretive plan. As a seasoned opportunist, he immediately informed the guards, hidden dragon guards, abandoned surveillance of the night banquet group and returned to await orders. Perhaps the decision to abandon Su Yu was too hasty. He decided to personally enter the Sealed Demon Cave to see what the chosen ones of the new era were really thinking. What is Su Yu thinking? Su Yu didn't think about anything. I dare not think about anything. What he feared most was that the fake Meng Shuiyao could see through his thoughts. Although the probability was extremely low, it was possible that she could see through a person's lies, just like Chu Xianin. Rather than that, The less you say, the fewer mistakes you make. Since you've chosen to trust Chi Mayan, then leave everything to her. Brother Yen, this demon cave is truly unique. The sandstorm roared like an angry beast, whipping up yellowish-brown sand that blotted out the sun and danced in the air, as if this ancient land was eternally buried in desolation. The wind howled, and fine sand and gravel occasionally brushed against people, like the light touch of needles. In the distance, banners fluttered faintly in the gale, as if a true king's army had once roared and shouted from the depths. The past glory and present desolation, dust, and gravel everywhere reveal the weight of antiquity and history. Yin Jinying smiled and said, "Yes, this demon cave is the largest, most secretive, and most magical of all the demon caves that have been investigated. But it is the most resource-poor place." Suyu frowned. "Earth veins." Yin Jinying was taken aback. "You know about ley lines?" "No wonder. We only learned about the ley lines during our battle with the Forbidden Zone, when we captured a mythical figure." "That's right. There are too many secrets buried here. There are many places where the earth veins converge, and even the most abundant magic power is absorbed by countless hourglasses. There are no demons here, but it is the most dangerous place. Even demigods dare not easily fly through the air. Yes, you never know when you might get caught up in some secret place, and you won't even know how you died. The sealed-off demon's lair. It lives up to its name." Yin Jinying said, "My Yin family's territory is located due south, while the Li family's territory is located in the northwest. Maintaining a low altitude, hovering leap will take about a day. And there are informants everywhere, impossible to avoid. Our actions may." Suyu shook his head. "No, Brother Yin." Huan Yuan. Kong Huan Yuan understood immediately. Witch's Night. The barrier enveloped everyone, and Suyu gave each person a mask. "Put it on. This is a covert operation. Also, Brother Yin, could you please create a few spiritual avatars? They don't need to be of any particular strength, just have a similar appearance." The three Yin family members were somewhat confused, but still chose to do as instructed. After putting on the mask, "True Shadow, where are you?" "Commander Su, what's this?" Yin Chungying asked in a panic. "Don't worry, Brother Yin, you'll see once you put it on." After Yin Chungying put it on, he suddenly realized that there was such a thing in the world. An item that completely eliminates any trace of presence. If we rely on it, we can sneak into the Li family without anyone noticing. Even if the Li family is on high alert, what if they discover that their home has been raided? Wouldn't that be terrible? Yin Chungying was excited just thinking about it. Perhaps he stands at a turning point in history. Yin Huiqing had spoken with the three of them before they arrived. This trip is likely to be fraught with danger. If things become unworkable, retreat as soon as possible. Even if it means betraying Su Yu, they would not hesitate. But winning would definitely be the best outcome. Yin Chungying said solemnly. "All right, Commander Su, please come with us." Meng Chenli stayed close to Su Yu, always maintaining a distance of 3 meters, which made Ilea uneasy. Arya simply grabbed Su Yu's arm. Just in case. That move, although it was sealed by Su Yu. "Although I made a vow. But if, I never regret using it for you." Meng Chenli gazed at Su Yu's retreating figure. She drifted into a memory. You and he are so alike. They were just as spirited as they were back then. They are equally gifted. You are an anomaly among humans. The difference is, he lied to me. And you seem to really like Meng Shuiyao. No, that's impossible. You must also treat the goddess as a plaything, and once you can't have her, you'll reveal the ugliest side of your race. Li Hong, you bastard. Without me, you'd be even more useless than Su Yu was before he met Arya. Meng Chenli shook her head and followed. No one knew this dusty land with its myriad banners better than her. Those shouting banners represent a dying but not vanished army. They were waiting for the king's call at any moment. The Dragon Pavilion's mask is quite an interesting thing. 5 old geezers who refuse to be buried. This is no longer your chessboard. Just wait until I send your Fengyan Pavilion on its way. Chi Mayan and her group also put on the masks that Lin Li had temporarily kept. Truly miraculous, I saw the Li family. The demon insect Venerable sneered. These humans aren't very bright either. I thought all humans were like the Heavenly King. At that moment, he seemed to be standing at the pinnacle of intelligence. They even found a member of the Li family who was not even a demigod and kicked him in the back. Ouch, who kicked me? You can't see me, you can't see me. Chi Mayan's face darkened. And you're talking about others. My IQ has been constantly lowered because of you bunch of idiots around me. Thank goodness I met that jerk, otherwise I wouldn't have been able to find my normal self again. One day and one night. They have entered the Li family's territory. Chi Mayan glared at the demonic insect. The demonic insect immediately fell silent. Your Highness, I was wrong. However, I actually sensed the probing of the holy domain's spirit just now. What? Chi Mayan exclaimed in surprise. The demonic insect frowned. Although the holy domain shouldn't be able to detect us, it's all right since we're far away. If we get too close, we'll probably still be discovered. The demonic insect noticed a blind spot. The mask completely eliminates your presence. But you yourself are still in this space. For the holy domain, they would notice that a piece of the space that originally existed had suddenly been carved out. That's unreasonable. We can't get in touch with Suyu. Chi Mayan put it out of her mind, then suddenly frowned. I think I know who the person next to Suyu is. Chapter 398 The Bystander, but attended. Chi Mayan frowned slightly. Fourth of the restricted area. The Elf Queen was incomparably holy. The Abyss Queen, who was also my mother, is already. The Dragon God Queen was as fiery as fire, and the celestial being's shadow vanished without a trace. In terms of looks alone, the Celestial Empress was the most beautiful woman in the world, unmatched by anyone. Using the process of elimination, firstly, she is a woman. If she were human, it would be impossible for her to release such an aura, according to Shuei's spiritual eyes. Since they are from the Forbidden Zone, the Dragon God Queen would not stoop to such methods. The Elf Queen has long resided on the elf sacred tree and receives the worship of countless elves every day. So, based on this calculation, there is only one person who is capable and meets the cannot be spied on standard. She captivated all realms, a banished celestial goddess. Unfortunately, he's the most troublesome person. I once heard the banished goddess say that she had only one request, that Suyu kill the God King and ravage the God Queen to satisfy her desire for revenge. In that case, the reason for the appearance of the celestial goddess is self-evident. Meng Shuiao was discovered and imprisoned by her, and she wanted to use Suyu to obtain more things. I think these things are in the sealed demon cave. Having figured out the whole picture, Chi Mayan found it very troublesome. If the celestial goddess is comparable to the divine lord, she is in existence above the holy realm, then no matter how much we struggle, it will be in vain. This is the most terrible consequence. No amount of cunning can help in the face of absolute power. Even a six-winged angel can only match the speed of a mythical being. Behind and in front of the banished immortal, they are perhaps just ants that move a little faster. What should we do, Your Highness? The demonic insect panicked. During this time, he discovered that following Suyu was a very promising career path. In just a month or so, the demonic insect killed at least 3 mythical beings of the same level, acquired all their collections, and even stumbled upon a stroke of luck by fusing with a power similar to his own, making significant progress in the mythical realm. If this trend continues, the Holy Land, it's not unimaginable. We can't let Suyu send it. And Ji Shui was even more alarmed. Above the Holy Domain, she was almost fainting. How could Suyu possibly win if he was being targeted by such a being? Not to mention rescuing Meng Shuiao from her hands. That's a pipe dream. Ironically, Suyu is the kind of person who would do anything to save his lover. There is only one way. Using the Holy Domain to fight against the Holy Domain. We must wait for Suyu to rescue Nomiya. In addition, ugh, it's so annoying. My man is risking his life for another woman, but I'm risking my life for my man, Demon Worm. Your Highness, I am here. Tell the Skywing race to guard the outer perimeter of the Leaf family's forbidden area and not to enter without permission. Look at Chi Mayan's resolute expression. The demonic insect was startled. Your Highness, could it be that you? No, Your Highness, please reconsider. I've thought about it 9 times already. This kind of fussiness is not my style. Chi Mayan's lips curled up. You big jerk, you owe me for life. Go and prepare, demon insect. The demonic insect sighed softly. Alas. Suyu, do you know? Her Highness has staked her entire future on you. Please don't let her down. Wearing the Dragon Pavilion mask, Suyu and his group bumped into Li Hingyang, the head of the Li family. Then, a bizarre scene unfolded. Li Hingyang convened an internal meeting with a group of his confidants, and Suyu was also present to listen in. Li Hingyang said with a serious expression, I think you have all heard about it. This operation is no small matter. There is someone who is clearly with everyone even though they are not present. Who is that person? It's Suyu. Suyu really wanted to retort. I was there. Li Hingyang said coldly. This time, all members of the Li family will be deployed to the front lines, leaving no one in the forbidden areas untouched. The others were astonished. What? Patriarch, if Suyu has mastered some method to invade the forbidden area, wouldn't we be handing it over to him? That's right, Patriarch. We left all our belongings in the forbidden area. Isn't that? Master, are you all right? Li Hingyang's lips twitched. You still doubt my identity? Fine. If Suyu dares to go to the forbidden area, I guarantee that the person who comes out alive will not be him. In other words, no matter who comes, whether it's Wu Meiming, Ning Hanwen, or Li Ming, they'll die if they enter the forbidden area. They'll definitely die. It's that simple. Li Hingyang's confident expression boosted everyone's morale. What we need to do is simple: deploy our forces. If Suyu senses the danger and tries to desert, we must capture him. Li Zhongwan, you lead your men to block the east side. Li Zhongxing, you lead your men to block the west side. Li Hingyang's eyes were filled with hatred, as if he wanted to see his enemy being killed by his own hands. Fei Ermuer, rest assured, I will use Suyu's head to appease your spirits in heaven. Li Hingyang's certainty made Arya's heart tighten. What exactly is in the Li family's forbidden area? A single person go, and we're prepared to kill Suyu and even the powerful figures from Great Xia who might help Suyu. Meng Chenli smiled slightly. Madness. It was merely a small favor inherited from the former king of men, yet it has now become a means for him to flaunt his power. Li Hong. Oh Li Hong, it's lamentable that your descendants have fallen so low. Back then, although I hate you, I can't bring myself to hate you. You were indeed exceptionally talented, shining the brightest in that era as a human being. She then looked at Suyu. I won't let you die. But the other women, it's an eyesore to keep it. Suyu no longer had the desire to mock Li Hingyang. This place is truly fraught with danger. Yan Zhenying advised. Suyu, if things are hopeless, we can retreat first and then try to deal with it later. Yan Chengying said, that's right. It seems the Li family has made all the preparations in the forbidden area, even Commander Li. If given a choice, Suyu would not be unwilling to take a step back. But he had no choice. Xiao is in this guy's hands. The momentary daze and longing shown by Xiao in the fake dream clearly indicates that she also came with this goal in mind. This perfect? They were prepared to kill me. Gentlemen, now I can tell you the truth. I never intended to settle things in one battle. The purpose of my trip is to rescue an angel. Suyu revealed his plan. The three members of the Yin family breathed a sigh of relief. I see. Wonder the night banquet group didn't come along. Judging from this, the success rate is extremely high. Everyone thought Suyu was there to risk his life, but Suyu was there to steal a chicken. Let's do it. Okay, that's a wise choice. We'll help you. That's right. If we can have another saint-level expert to help us, our chances of defeating the Li family in the future will be greatly increased. Meng Chenli pinched her chin. Nomiya? Well, we met once before, and I happen to need a maid. Chapter 399 The Hall of the Human King. Who comes? Unnamed. The fact that the Li family has deployed a large number of people is a positive for Suyu. They quickly found a lone Li family demigod. Yan Zhenying subdued him in no time. Ah, who are you? Kid, if you want to live now that you're in our hands, shut up, or I guarantee you'll see your own brain splattered. Yan Zhenying subdued was named Li Ruo. Li Ruo made a bitter face and said with an ugly expression, You are? Suyu, from the night banquet. Suyu said coldly, I'm not going to waste my breath on you. You have 3 seconds to think it over. Take us to the Li family's forbidden area. Otherwise, if you die, we'll just find someone else. 3, 2. No. I'll talk. Li Ruo said hurriedly in fright. The Li family's forbidden area is under the sand dunes in the northwest. You have to go through an underground passage to get in. I'll take you there. Please don't kill me. Suyu raised his head. Lead the way. Li Ruo led the group through the sand dunes and into the underground. Deep and dark underground, dim light seeps in, and the ground is paved with dark red stone slabs, seemingly the earth stained with countless drops of blood, a testament to the passage of time. White candles were lit on both sides of the passageway, and through the flickering candlelight, one could see the majestic sculptures on both sides. The sculptures were so lifelike that they were indistinguishable from real people. Even the best craftsmen could not have created such a moving group of sculptures. The majestic generals and the beautiful concubines, they are more like living people petrified than sculptures. Li Ruo said with a heavy heart. The forbidden area of my clan is just ahead. I have never been inside before, and I dare not go in. Suyu nodded. Okay, get lost. Yan Zhenying snapped Li Ruo's neck. Suyu promised to let you go, but I didn't. This was such a small matter that Suyu didn't even need to say a word. He already understood. The people wearing the dragon pavilion masks could not make a sound even when stepping on the dark red stone slabs. From the depths of the earth, a heavy and ancient aura wafted over, and the accumulated dust of thousands of years echoed the voice from the depths, like the whispers of history. On the massive bronze gate deep inside, 3 large characters are engraved. The Hall of the Human King. As expected, The Li family and the King of Men have an inseparable relationship. They are descendants of the King of Men. Meng Chenli stared blankly at the sky above her head. She had been here countless times before. The first time, Li Hong brought her here. Here, she gave him her family's heirloom, the heavenly heart-soaring jade. In the end, the man used it to forge the hilt of the eternal mountain and river sword. The curtain of restrictions that cleave the mountains and rivers is the wall of size that separated the two of them. Yan Zhenying said, "Forcing the door open will be discovered. Leave it to me." Like a shadow, Su Yu and the others merged into Yan Zhenying's shadow screen and slipped through the crack in the bronze giant door. It seems that there are no special restrictions preventing people from entering this king's palace. Here, anyone can come. Is this a powerful symbol? Enter the hall. The nebulae scattered across the sky startled Su Yu slightly. The reason is simple. The star map in the sky was exactly the same as the star map reflected in the star cup, and the Li family also grasped the truth about the star realm. They had mastered it long ago, and had even been observing it for over 1,000 years. In the Hall of the Human King, 3 statues stand tall in the sky. Beneath the statues, hundreds of feet high, sit 3 white-haired old men who look as if they might breathe their last at any moment, weak, insignificant, and aged. But it is by no means weak. The group wearing the dragon pavilion masks acted as if nothing was amiss, but an old man on the left side softly. "Hey, who goes there? State your name." Su Yu and the others were slightly startled. Something was wrong. Even the Saint Realm couldn't detect the dragon pavilion mask. The old man on the left did not open his eyes and said quietly, "Guests, we have been sitting here for nearly 700 years. Every day and every night, they wait for the king in this dark and gloomy king's palace. What aspects of this land, this air, are we, these 3 old bones, unable to perceive? Your methods are very clever. You seem to have really disappeared from my sight. I can't detect you, but the space you are in is a void. Anyone else would have been fooled by you. It's been discovered." Su Yu stopped hiding and took off his mask, revealing his true face. "My name is Su Yu. I have a feud with your families, so it is inconvenient for me to address you with respect." The 3 old men looked up at the same time, as if trying to see Su Yu's appearance with their already dim eyes. I understand. Whether it's gratitude or hatred, we've lived for many years. Gratitude is as heavy as a mountain, and hatred is as deep as the sea. This is just the way things are in the world. Even if you kill me and exterminate my entire family, I will not have any complaints." Having lived for over 700 years, the 3 of them had long since gained a clear understanding of the world. "The only thing I can't let go of is my obsession with achieving the holy domain. We must pass on the legacy of the king and the Li family. However, protecting our family is our lifelong obsession, so don't blame me for crushing your wish. It's a pity that this new generation of chosen ones wasn't born into our Li family." The 3 old men sighed and shook their heads. If only his surname was Li, how wonderful that would be. Perhaps he is the one with the best chance of pulling out the eternal mountain and river sword. No wonder Wu Ma Ming thinks highly of him. Su Yu was completely focused. This was truly a life-or-death moment. The 3 individuals, whose strength was unknown, were perhaps elders from the Holy Realm, and one even more mysterious was the fake Meng Shuyao. From the depths came Nomiya's gentle call from the astral plane. She seemed to be blaming Su Yu, asking why he still came when he was told not to. The elderly man from the Li family in the middle said quietly, "I didn't know you dared to come. But don't worry, it wasn't us who made the move. Our generation's mission is only to protect the statue of the King of Men. Whether you bring your people or not, whether it's Wu Meiming, Commander Li, Instructor Qin, Old Man Ning, it doesn't matter. You have no chance of winning here." The old man on the right gently raised his hand. Su Yu observed that the thousands of sculptures on the surrounding walls seemed to have been infused with life. "May you rest here forever. Su Yu, this is the place that the heroic spirits of the Li family have guarded for thousands of years. Dying here is not a disgrace to you." Each statue exudes a mythical power, even faintly approaching the sacred realm. Meng Chenli stared blankly at the statue of Li Hong in front of her. When they realized what was happening, they found that Su Yu was already in a huge crisis. Is she going to make a move? No. It seems that Su Yu has prepared a generous gift for the Li family along the way. The reason Su Yu dared to come. It's definitely not as simple as just relying on the Dragon Pavilion mask. Huh, where's Yinling? Oh, so that's what you were planning. This guy wasn't blinded by hatred. But that won't do. If you don't try to pull out that sword, how can I be satisfied? Chapter 400 The Fallen Rose. In my name, I grant you freedom. As thousands of statues fell, Yan Zhenying felt a chill run down her spine. He regretted it, and should have strongly urged Su Yu to leave. The mask's abilities are certainly ingenious, but these old monsters are simply not human. Suyu. Yin Junying was having second thoughts. If we use the ability to follow you like a shadow to leave the king's palace now, and combine it with Suyu's 6 angel wings, is there any chance of survival? However, Suyu remained unmoved. Perfect. Me too. I've prepared a big gift for you. You know what? The 4 Western families of the Lika people have quite a few good things in their inventory, but for Shuiyao, and also to rescue Nomiya. Suyu didn't have time to study these things, nor did he have time to distinguish which ones would be more useful to him. I've always been hesitant to use this technique, but I'll show it to you. The illusory oath rings floated in the air, representing the inventory from the 4 Lika families that had not yet been distributed to their subordinates. More than 100,000 treasures and magical weapons of various grades were stuffed into a ring, which was then thrown into the center of the human king's palace. Bloom, Fallen Rose. The Leaf family, the king of men. Your foundation is astonishing, but I have never lacked the courage to risk my life against you. Hiss hiss hiss. The 3 old men's previously calm and composed expressions suddenly changed drastically. Not good. How dare you? Stop. The oath triggered the Fallen Rose, and Suyu detonated the ring. The last miracle. Endless energies surged forth, roaring fiercely as if the heavens and earth were being created, tearing open space with overwhelming force. A dark red Fallen Rose was released in an instant, as if it would sweep everything away. That's right, this is your home turf. Only you people will feel sorry for me. Linger. It's been prepared for a long time. Suyu entered the human king's palace. He was prepared to be discovered. After being discovered, he deliberately removed his mask to attract your attention and give Yin Linger time to prepare. Yin Linger found the place where Nomiya was imprisoned and set up a short-distance teleportation array in the astral plane, instantly teleporting Suyu and his group to Nomiya's side. What was left for the 3 elders of the Leaf family and thousands of sculpted warriors was a gigantic Fallen Rose about to explode. An unprecedented surge of energy could even backfire on Suyu himself. But Suyu believes in the strength of your human king clan. That's right, you will definitely suppress this Fallen Rose. You can't bear to see the human king's palace destroyed. You guys are really strong, so incredibly strong, that you're confident you can suppress my moves. Even if it means exhausting the entire stockpile of the 4 Lika families, even if it means destroying nearly half of the gains from the last great battle. You're still holding on. But what about me? I will also achieve my goal. Damn it. Never mind Suyu. He can't escape. Suppress this damn thing. The palace of the king of men must not be destroyed. Damn it. Who throws mushroom bombs at someone they just meet and disagree with? Suyu knew that you valued your lives more than I did, so he had no choice but to suppress the Fallen Rose and turn around to steal our base. Oh no, he's going to release that Skywing species. It's alright, with the heaven-binding lock of the human king still in place, Suyu has no ability to unlock it. 10 seconds, just 10 seconds is enough to suppress this damned rose cloud. Suyu stood in front of Nomiya. Thousands of chains bound her tightly, her clothes were disheveled, her dignity was gone, and she became an experimental subject from which blood was extracted, living humbly for an inextinguishable obsession. For over 1,000 years, she longed for someone to rescue her, but countless calls went unanswered. Finally, the man stood in front of her. She once called out through the stars, telling men not to come. But the man still came. There were thousands of heaven-binding locks, and Suyu had no ability to break them. This has far exceeded Suyu's limits. But Suyu reached out and said, I don't believe you haven't made any preparations to escape from here. Nomiya, the 6th of the original 18 wings, heed the call of this wing commander. Would you be willing to enter into a contract with me? Suyu was unable to make a celestial winged beast from the holy domain his pet. However, they can forge a temporary magic sharing contract. My meager magic may not be enough to restore you to your full strength, but are you truly unable to break free from the chains that bind your freedom? Nomiya's soul struggled to utter a sound. Originally the 18 wings, 6th wing. Nomiya is willing to serve my lord. If my strength can become the cornerstone of my lord's strength, it will be my greatest honor. The heavenly binding lock can suppress the flow of magic power in the holy domain, and the little bit of magic power she had recovered over 1,000 years was simply not enough to break free. Suyu's magic was indeed weak against her. That's enough. Suyu's 7,620 magic circuits, even surpassing the magic power of many demigods, allowed Nomiya's nearly decaying body to regain some vitality. She managed to snap the first chain with great difficulty. Bang! The sound of chains breaking rang out. That's not enough. That's far from enough. Suyu bit her fingertip until it bled. Arya, My blood is the best tonic for the divine sequence, a deadly temptation. Arya congealed Suyu's blood into a blood needle and pierced Nomiya's skin. Nomiya felt the surging flow of life, and her strength increased greatly. Suyu stretched out his hand and said, "In the name of the Heavenly King, I grant you your freedom. Break free from the cage and transform into pure white wings to protect your companions." Well, ow, bang bang bang. The heaven-binding locks broke one after another. The three elders of the Lee family outside were dumbfounded. Oh no, so you've been waiting for this moment for over 1,000 years. Damn it, this was a miscalculation. Notify Li Hingyang that all family forces should gather at the Human King's palace. In their efforts to suppress the fallen rose, they were powerless to stop Nomiya from breaking free of her cage. Bang bang bang. The last chain shattered with a clang, golden waves of hair billowed behind him, and his tattered clothes and armor gradually coalesced as magic gathered. Golden wings and white feathers fluttered up, and he held an angelic spear in his hand. She wore a pure white blindfold, which washed away all the scars and darkness. Originally caused by the black hole formed by the fallen rose turned and surged wildly into Nomiya's body. An angel fallen to hell has reappeared in glory. All is waiting. More than 1,000 years of waiting. The contemporary wing commander brought her back into the light of day. With its pure white wings fluttering, it soars through the air and gently kneels down. Nomiya, the former 6th wing of the 18 wings, thanks our king for coming despite the danger. May my wings become your sword and shield. May my spear be the sharp blade that protects you. Where my king's heart leads, that is where my sword will point. My king, my master. Nomiya, please come.